Yo, let me introduce you to Michael. This dude was an absolute beast of a sniper, a total legend around the barracks for having literal aimbot skills. He never missed a shot. Even though he was just a rookie sergeant first class, Michael was already out shooting the seasoned veterans, shocking the brass. He was grinding hard for an upcoming sniper competition, determined to take home the dub. But life has a twisted sense of humor. Right before the big test, tragedy struck. A freak accident crushed his legs, leaving Michael completely paralyzed. Every single day was a mental battle between trying to stay positive and falling into total despair. Then, one day, while he was half asleep, a creepy voice started whispering in his ear. "You want to walk again, don't you? Make a wish to me, and I'll fix you." A mysterious, shadowy hand reached out, and Michael, shaking like a leaf, reached back to grab it. "For real, you can actually heal me?" Just as their fingers were about to touch, Michael snapped awake. "Bro, you okay? Having a nightmare or something?" A familiar face was inches from his nose, nearly giving him a heart attack. It was his annoying cousin. "Geez, you scared the life out of me. What gives? Did you forget what your favorite cousin looks like? You must be exhausted, man. You slept right through me moving you here." The kid was holding up something that looked like a high-tech motorcycle helmet. Michael realized he wasn't in his bed anymore. He was lying inside some futuristic pod that looked like a sci-fi cocoon. His cousin explained it was the hottest full-dive gaming setup on the market. "You were out cold, so I set it up and dumped you in. And don't look at me like that, I bought it without asking, but Auntie gave the green light. I put it in your room myself. It only cost 10 million. 10 million. Michael admired the kid's optimism, but seriously, they weren't exactly rolling in cash. Where on earth did his mom find the money for this expensive toy? His cousin waved off the financial worries, telling Michael to chill and just focus on the experience. Just get in the game, bro. Truth is, Michael had been spiraling since the accident, unable to work or do anything. As his family, they were low-key terrified for his mental health. Besides, this isn't just a game. Top-tier players make serious bank in there. Still, dropping 10 million on a gamble like that is wild. Michael tried to protest, but his cousin shoved the helmet onto his head. "Hey, don't you want to walk again?" he whispered. Michael froze. That was exactly what the voice in his dream said. The kid swore this tech would let him use his legs. So, thinking he had nothing left to lose, Michael decided to log in and give it a shot. The system scanned his voice instantly, and suddenly, he felt like he was free falling. But here's the kicker: he stuffed the landing. On 2 feet. It felt 100% real. He wasn't just crashing into some random map. He was standing tall. Then a melodic voice rang out, and a stunning redhead appeared out of nowhere. "Welcome, outsider. Blessings to you in the central world." Michael's ears were ringing so hard he couldn't process a word she was saying. Then he noticed a draft. He looked down. He was butt naked. The poor guy started freaking out, covering up, but the red-haired girl just giggled. "Why do guys from East Asia always react like that? Relax. I've seen it all a million times." Even though this was a game, the girl talked so smoothly, like she had a mind of her own. He realized she was the tutorial guide. "Not bad, right?" she asked. "Now, tell me your handle for this new life." In this world, the central world, she needed a username. After thinking for a second, he decided to keep it real. "Michael." Same name, same appearance. She looked surprised. "You know you can change your face, height, or even your species here, right?" Apparently, nobody keeps their default settings. "You sure?" she asked. "Positive," Michael said firmly. "I want this to feel authentic. I just want to walk on my own 2 feet as myself." She nodded. "Understood. Traveler Michael, welcome to your first step in the central world." She waved her hand, and simple clothes magically appeared on his body. It was like something out of Harry Potter. She told him he could achieve anything here and vanished, saying she'd see him later. Suddenly, Michael was dropped into free fall again. This time, he was actually entering the game map. He braced himself to faceplant into the ground. But nothing happened. He hesitantly opened one eye and found himself standing in the middle of a bustling plaza, crowded with people. The graphics were insane. He started doubting if this was even a game or an alternate dimension. He checked his hands. Even his old sniper calluses were exactly the same. This was his body. His avatar was literally him. He remembered the guide's offer to change his race. It was tempting. But honestly, he just missed the feeling of being mobile. He started stomping his feet, kicking the air, and jumping around like a maniac. It felt incredible. In reality, he was stuck in a chair, but here, he could sprint and jump. The realization that his legs worked made him shake with emotion. While he was caught up in his feelings, a voice crept up from behind him. "You gonna cry about it or what? I've seen a lot of people in Kano Castle, but you're the first one who looks this innocent." A blonde dude stepped up, introducing himself as a guide for newbies in Middle-earth. He sounded fancy, but Michael clocked him immediately as a tutorial NPC. Cut to the chase. What do I need to know to survive here? Michael asked. The guy loved the enthusiasm. All right, listen up. First rule, humans can't run forever. If you don't rest, you'll collapse. That's your stamina stat. Then, the guide pointed at a cute girl selling apples nearby. Then he gave Michael a crazy quest. Go touch her chest. Michael thought he misheard, but the guy repeated it like a robot. Michael immediately tackled the dude to the ground. Are you crazy? That's sexual assault. Turns out, even the NPCs in this game have a twisted sense of humor. The guy was just using a wild example to teach Michael about the game's morality system. Commit a crime, and you get exiled to the boonies and fined. And guess who pockets the fine money in the tutorial? This shady guide. I just wanted to make sure you knew the rules. The guy smirked. Michael rolled his eyes. Thanks a lot. If he had actually listened, he would have dug his own grave. You learn fast, kid. The blonde guy laughed it off, but he was secretly salty he didn't get to scam the new player. Michael realized this game was brutally realistic. Even the NPCs had their own hustles and personalities. Anyway, the guide said, head north to the training grounds. You'll learn the combat basics there. Michael looked at the long road stretching north. He stretched his limbs, took a deep breath, and sprinted down the path at full speed. For most people, sprinting is just a sweaty workout that leaves you gassed. But for our boy Lai Ha, moving his body freely like this is the only time he actually feels alive. He's literally laughing out loud while running laps, looking like a total weirdo to the other players. But joke's on them because, boom, a notification pops up. New passive skill unlocked, Speedster. Turns out, he was moving so fast the system bugged out and registered 0 stamina loss, forcing the skill to unlock automatically. At level 1, this buff lets him run for 5 minutes straight with infinite stamina and gives him a 7% speed boost. Who knew you could farm XP and skills just by playing tag with yourself? He is absolutely hyped. He heads straight to the northern training grounds, and suddenly, he gets this weird sense of déjà vu. It smells just like his military days. Seeing everyone else wailing on wooden dummies, Lee Ha grabs a practice sword, ready to relive his rookie boot camp era. But the second he tries to swing, his body moves on its own. It's the auto-combat assist taking the wheel. He looks around and notices everyone else swinging like stiff robots. It's like the system is playing the game for them. Total cringe. Lai Ha is not about that away from keyboard life. He wants full control. He grips the sword tight, convincing his brain that this is real life, not just some pixels. With that mindset, he swings again. And this time, he shatters the system's control and absolutely obliterates the wooden dummy. The other noobs are shook, jaws on the floor. This fresh spawn just hit harder and cleaner than any of them, turning the dummy into sawdust. They crowd him immediately, asking, Yo, is that a glitch? How did you do that move? Drop the tutorial for us, bro. But honestly, he didn't use a special move. He just used his own muscle memory instead of the game's trash autoplay. After wrecking the dummy, the system hits him with a perfect training achievement, but then it throws shade, warning him not to get cocky because talent brings trouble. He bags 3 stamina and 2 intellect points as a reward. He agrees with the system, though being the main character attracts way too much drama. Talented soldiers always get sent to the front lines first, right? Anyway, tutorial over. He gets warped to the class selection screen and sees that red-haired girl again. She acts like it's been years, but it's been like an hour. He says, hey, first gotta respect the hustle of players who speedrun content. She calls him a model student and asks what weapon he wants to main. Suddenly, the room is filled with every weapon imaginable. Picking a weapon locks in your class, so this is huge. He knew there'd be options, but this is a whole armory. The NPC says some players take 24 hours to decide. Lai Ha eyes a magic staff, first classic mage build. His cousin told him, bro, just pick the staff, trust me. But right before he grabs it, the redhead tells him to chill and look around more. Good call, because he spots something way more his style, a hunting rifle. He grabs it instantly. She teases, do you even know what that is? Oh, he knows. It's definitely not a modern piece. It is a flintlock musket, old-school rock ignition from the 1700s way before Napoleon was even a thing. He drops a history lesson, and she's actually impressed. Turns out, knowing his hardware makes him the perfect candidate for the marksman class. He checks the flint and powder pan. He asks to test fire a few rounds, and she gives him the green light. She hands over black powder, an iron ball, and a ramrod. He grabs the loot, thinking, well, at least the gear is historically accurate. It's been forever since he held a gun. He gets hyped, pouring the priming powder, loading the main charge, and jamming the bullet in. Then he has to ram it all down using the rod. The whole process takes a full 60 seconds. By the end, he's practically wheezing. Man, he misses automatic weapons. Plus, this thing weighs nearly 10 pounds, it's basically a gym workout. But he's locked and loaded, so he has to shoot. He aims at a target 40 meters away and pulls the trigger. Bam! White smoke everywhere, blinding him. And he missed. Complete whiff. He never misses that shot in real life. The girl giggles. Read the manual, noob. Musket accuracy at that range is only 50%. He refuses to accept that RNG. He reloads another agonizing minute, and he's about to rage quit over how slow this is. She tells him 1 minute is actually pro speed for a beginner. Frustrated, he checks the bows, but their damage stats are weak sauce. This game hates snipers. The musket hits like a truck, but the reload speed is a total nerf compared to bows. Why is the balance so trash? He grumbles. She talks about system balance. He asks, what if I turn off the aim assist? She ignores him. System balance. He asks again. If I aim manually, does the hit rate go up? She just repeats, balance, balance, balance. By the third time, she looks ready to ban him. Clearly, she's not going to spill the tea. He realizes this is a hidden mechanic. He has to figure it out himself, like a true gamer. He decides to crack the code on his own. If he can speed reload or manually aim for headshots, this weapon becomes a cheat code. He tries to log out to check the wiki and forums. Access denied. The girl blocks him. You can't log out during character creation. No leaving until he picks a class. The system won't let him look up the meta builds. This game is way too hardcore. Lai Ha is stressing. He's playing to make real cash, not just for fun. He loves shooting, but if he can't fix the accuracy, he's toasted. He can't gamble his future on a maybe. After a heavy mental debate, he makes the safe play. He decides to ditch the gun and go mage like his cousin said. But right as he reaches for the staff, his real-world body gets yanked out of the matrix. Lai Ha, wake up. Li Ha, Li Ha. The frantic screaming snaps me awake. I'm gasping for air like I just ran a marathon. My mom pulled the VR headset off, and she looks totally freaked out. Turns out, I was groaning so loud she panicked and yanked the power cord on the rig. So yeah, I got force logged. Accidentally dodged the class selection screen though. You okay, honey? For real, are you okay? She's rubbing my head like I'm 5 years old. I'm good, Mom. Just hit the exit button next time to wake me up. All right. She nods, tells me to chill, and heads out to work. Thank goodness for Mom, honestly. I can practically feel the cash in my hands already. I just need to be super careful picking my character class this time. But wait. Panic mode activating. That AI chick explicitly said I had to finish selecting a class to save the game data. Since I got disconnected mid-process, what exactly happens now? I hop on the game forums to investigate. Bad news, fam. A bunch of people got disconnected by power outages and the system auto-assigned them random classes they didn't want. If I want to delete the character and reroll, I have to wait 4 or 5 months. That's not just bad luck, that's literally the biggest tragedy of my life. I'm trying to cope by telling myself that since I touched the staff right before the crash, I'll definitely spawn as a mage. Log back in. And surprise, I'm a musketeer. I literally howled in pain. Other players are looking at me like I'm a lost cause. Nobody even knows this class exists. But hey, we ball. Mom dropped 10 million on this setup. Only an idiot would wait 5 months to restart. Musketeer it is. Besides, it's not like this is my first time handling a gun. Once I accepted this cursed fate, I unlocked 2 starter skills, Musket Mastery and Bayonet Charge. Musket Mastery is a passive buff. The more I shoot, the better my aim and reload speed get. Bayonet Charge is the active skill. It lets me mount a mana blade for a stab attack, converting 30% of the gun's damage to melee for 15 seconds. The catch? It costs 50 mana and has a cooldown of 5 whole minutes. I'm spiraling into despair again. Bayonet Charge? Are you kidding me? My max mana is currently 50. That means 1 skill usage drains my entire tank. So, basically, if I miss my shot, I can activate the bayonet, but I only get 1 swing. If I miss that stab, it's game over. Musketeer. In the middle of my mental breakdown, a voice booms from above. It's the tutorial NPC, obviously. But I'm too salty right now to listen to his monologue. Yo. Skip the intro. What do I gotta do? I cut him off. The NPC looks shook, probably the first time a player has been this rude to him. He hands me a quest. Hunt the demon rabbits. Apparently, these mutant bunnies are messing up crops at the entrance of Candle Castle. My job is to bag 10 rabbit pelts. Rewards are plus 10% affinity with the castle NPCs and guards, and 50 coins. Classic rookie grind, everybody's gotta do it. I'm no exception. When I get to the spot, it's packed with people hunting. I spot my first target quickly, a fluffy, harmless-looking bunny munching on grass. I whip out the musket and load it like a pro, though the animation is painfully slow. I take aim and squeeze the trigger. Boom! Gunpowder smoke everywhere, blinding me for a second. I'm praying that hit. The distance was only 35 meters, but when the smoke clears, nope, complete whiff. Worse, the shot just ticked the rabbit off. Now it's charging at me at max speed. I try to speed reload, but even my best effort isn't fast enough to match this thing. Before I can even finish pouring the powder, the rabbit drop kicks me right in the gut. This demon might be small, but it hits like a truck. These demon rabbits are no joke. I can't go out like this dying while reloading in the tutorial zone. Humiliating. I grab the barrel and bolt, but escaping is useless. This creature hits 50 miles per hour in short bursts. My K2 rifle back in the day hit hard with almost 2,000 joules of force, but this rabbit's kick packs a punch equivalent to taking half a rifle bullet to the body. It hurts. Other players are watching me get wrecked with concern, but they're all noobs too, so nobody steps in. I'm on my own. My mana is already down to half. If I don't clutch this, I'm gonna die on the easiest quest in the game. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I scramble to my feet. I grip the stock like a baseball bat. The rabbit is the ball, flying right at me. I swing with everything. I've got a perfect home run. I launch it into the sky, then collapse on my gun, exhausted. Phew, guns aren't just for shooting, fuzzball. I'm panting, watching the rabbit turn into a tiny dot in the sky. But this is just a temporary fix. Moments later, the rabbit is back, and it's furious. My gun weighs 10 pounds, so swinging it around isn't exactly easy. Predictably, I take another kick to the face. It's an ugly brawl, man versus bunny, tearing up the dirt. The other players watching look absolutely traumatized. Is that even how you hunt? Seriously, if you have a gun, wouldn't playing as a marksman make more sense? They don't understand the struggle. After a messy wrestling match, I finally take it down. The saddest part? I didn't land a single bullet. A shooter class forced into melee with a mob. The system is totally rigging this against me. I watch sword players one-shot these rabbits and the jealousy is real. But I'm not quitting. I'm going to be the first player to beat this game with a gun. After logging out, I dive into old archives, researching everything about ballistics and bullet velocity for antique firearms. First, I need to figure out the effective range. Smoothbore guns are notoriously unstable when firing. If people in history used these for war, there has to be a technique I can use. The max range is about 350 meters, but wind is the enemy. It's impossible to replicate the exact same shot twice. The in-game aim assist is trash, one shot per minute with only 50% accuracy. Nah. I'm tearing my hair out, trying to find a solution. Suddenly, Mom bursts into the room with a giant plate of fruit. She sees me studying hard and looking more alive than I have in years, so she's beaming. She's thinking buying that game pod was a genius move. Honestly, she thinks she should have done it sooner. After she leaves, I get back to my musket research. Mom spent 10 million won on this. I can't slack off. I might not be able to be a soldier anymore, but I can at least be a top-tier earner for her sake. In this game, 20,000 gold converts to 2 billion won. If I get that kind of cash, maybe I can afford the surgery to fix my legs in the real world. Research complete. I log back in. This time, the players in the rabbit hunting grounds hear constant gunfire. They're shocked someone is actually using a gun out here. Peeping from the bushes, the squad caught Liha sweating it out, locked in on a wooden target. Homeboy actually looks stoked because he shaved 3 seconds off his reload time. To the gallery, though, dude looked like a total noob. Taking a full 60 seconds to fire one shot is absolute trash tier. You could bag a bunny in half that time. Everyone figured he'd rage quit the game any second now. Like, who ignores the loot to shoot trees? Let's just ghost him, they muttered, leaving him to his weird solo grind. Liha tuned out the haters. He was deep in the zone, crunching numbers to crack the code on this musket. His little experiment just now totally matched his big brain calculations. At this range, the spread is tight, so headshots are basically free. Plus, this thing hits like a truck over 1,500 joules of force, so he had to make every single shot count. Checking his inventory, he had enough powder and balls for exactly 23 shots. Target acquired. He locked onto a mob about 130 meters out. Winds blowing west at 5 meters per second. He mentally adjusted the trajectory to account for the breeze and started the painfully long reload animation. Just as the bunny sensed danger, boom, he pulled the trigger. Same as always, a massive cloud of gunpowder smoke blinded him, but his gamer instinct screamed bullseye. Okay, partial credit. He tagged its back leg but didn't drop it. Time for plan B, using his rifle butt as a baseball bat. Again. After a messy scuffle, he finally secured the kill. Liha didn't rage, though. He reset for the next one. And this time, absolute perfection. One shot, one kill, instantly dropping the target. The dude was buzzing. That was a sniper shot from at least 100 meters away. Looks like all that nerd math actually paid off. Asterisk, ding, asterisk. Notification squad. Thanks to that epic shot, he unlocked a new achievement and officially stepped onto the Hall of Fame leaderboard. He popped open his character sheet, boom, jumped up 8 whole levels. That's the good news. The bad news? His flintlock mechanism just shattered. 0 durability left. Back to melee mode, I guess. If his rifle butt could talk, it would be screaming in agony right now. Keep smacking enemies like this, and the thing is going to snap in half. Since he's been spending days clubbing bunnies instead of shooting them, the local players gifted him a gnarly nickname, the Bloodstained Gunstock. Nobody got it. Why carry a gun if you're just going to go berserk mode? It's not like he times wanted times to fam, but when reloading takes a full minute and bonking a rabbit takes 8 seconds, you do the math. Going hand-to-hand is way faster than shooting, even if it tanks your stamina bar. Luckily, he bagged his 10 rabbits and marked the quest complete. Lai Ha leveled up, and the crowd actually hyped him up. To them, he's just that eccentric weirdo playing whack-a-mole with a rifle, but hey, it's quality entertainment. Walking back into the plaza, he could feel eyes on him. Seems the legend of the blood-stained gunstock has gone viral in Rookie Village. Lai Ha just shrugged it off, though. He rushed to the NPC to cash in his loot and train. The guy handing over the coins asked, "Those vicious rabbits were a piece of cake, right?" "Oh, totally easy," Lai Ha lied through his teeth. "Want to run it back?" the NPC asked. "Yeah, hard pass." Lai Ha was not about to relive that nightmare again. He pocketed 50 coins, just like the quest promised. Also got a 10% rep boost with the castle and 15% with the guard squad. 50 coins is peanuts, but hey, it's enough to keep the grind going. He swore he'd stack enough gold and silver to convert to real cash and take care of his mom. Next stop, offloading that rabbit meat. Mary, the giant lady running the Holy Fire BBQ joint, bought the haul for 7 coins a pop. Then she hit him with a proposition: stick around and help prep some new menu items. Just as he predicted, quest alert, a new mission popped up. Co-op development for the Holy Fire BBQ menu. The fetch list: 5 fresh rabbit cuts and 1 black rabbit meat. The payout: Mary's special lunchbox. "Oh, what's a black rabbit?" Lai Ha asked. "Oh, honey, it's a rare, aggressive breed with jet black fur. The flavor is top tier," Lou explained. Lai Ha figured it was basically the Wagyu beef of the bunny world. Since it's a special mob, the difficulty spike is going to be real. Even though there was 0 cash involved, Lai Ha smashed that accept button. Lou grabbed his arm and dropped the strats. "Hang a bait bag on a tree at the south gate. The beast will smell it and come running. 1 stab should do it. Also, it's a night spawn, so he can chill during the day." Then she whipped out a kitchen knife longer than a katana and got real serious. "Don't you dare bring me garbage meat," she warned. "Anyone playing games with my food meets this blade." "Yeah," message received. Who's gonna argue with times that asterisk? Even if Lai Ha wanted to scam her. That knife changed his mind real quick. So, wallet check. 50 coins from the quest plus 77 from the meat sales equals 1 silver and 27 coins. Time to restock on gunpowder and lead balls. But wait, why is gear so pricey? 10 coins for powder, 5 for the fuse, 3 for the ball. His shopping cart totaled 1 silver and 26 coins. The shopkeeper laughed, saying that's exactly why nobody plays the musket class, except for our boy Lai Ha, apparently. He was crushed. 1 shot costs 18 coins. How do you even make a profit? This in-game economy is brutal. How's he supposed to sustain this build? Maybe he should just sell the gun. If the devs balanced it this badly, the game's probably gonna flop anyway. The owner hinted at selling, but Lai Ha was locked into the marksman class now. No turning back. He needs a new hustle because hunting rabbits is literally bankrupting him. A rabbit sells for 7 coins. A bullet costs 18. And that's assuming he doesn't miss. I mean, sure, he can keep pistol whipping them without ammo, but bludgeoning the target ruins the meat quality. And if he hands Mary damaged goods, she might use that giant katana knife to fillet times him asterisk. Lai Ha sighed and dumped his entire life savings on the ammo. After the transaction, he was left with exactly 1 single coin to his name. Walking out, he was kicking himself for not picking the mage class. Magic users are probably printing money right now. Then, a light bulb went off in his head. Are there hidden triggers for quests? The guard captain gave him a mission based on his level. Mary offered one because of the meat quality. Maybe you need a specific key to unlock these hidden storylines. Like, you gotta vibe with the NPC's specific needs or something. Suddenly, his stomach sounded like a dying whale. Bruh, even the hunger mechanics are hyper-realistic. These devs are sadistic. And because he was starving, his max HP just tanked by 40%. He couldn't grind with that debuff. Lai had ducked into a bakery, curious to see if the in-game bread actually tasted like the real deal. He pushed the door open, only for the owner to shout, We're closed. Are you kidding me? This game is way too real for its own good. Store hours are whatever, but the second that sun dips, you're out of luck on buying food. Lee Ha tries to finesse the situation, telling the owner he is literally about to starve to death and just needs to grab one quick bite before dipping. But plot twist, life comes at you fast. The cheapest snack left in the shop costs 3 coins, and our boy is sitting there with exactly 1 lonely coin to his name. Broke alert, the baker lady is like, sorry, not sorry. Since she has been slacking lately, the 1-coin buns sold out ages ago. Plus, those pesky rabbits devoured all the wheat, so her ingredient stash is looking totally dusty. Lee Ha's gamer brain instantly lights up. If an NPC is complaining, that smells like a quest. He figures if he probes about the wheat shortage, he might just unlock a sweet new mission. So, he puts on his serious face. He drops a flex, mentioning how he helped the security captain cap some bunnies earlier. He is like, if I wipe out the rest of the rabbits, you hook me up with bread. Win-win, right? No way, really, the baker gasps. Just when Lee Ha thinks he has got this in the bag, she completely destroys his ego with a reality check. Listen, kid, like 20 randoms said the exact same thing today. Those rabbits have turbo speed. You can't handle them. If I rely on you, my business is toast. Ouch. Lee Ha is shook. This NPC has better logic than most real people. She's totally roasting him, but he can't rage quit now because he is literally a broke scrub who can't afford a crumb. Time to pull the "Do you know who I am?" card. He claims he is on a special mission from the owner of the Sacred Grill, proving he is not just another random noob looking for a handout. He drops the bomb that Madame L sent him to hunt the legendary Black Rabbit. The moment he says Black Rabbit, the baker's whole vibe switches up. But then she hits him with another verbal crit. She looks him up and down and says, "You look weak as Play-Doh. No way you have the skills to bag a Black Rabbit. Besides, if you were actually pro, you wouldn't be too broke to buy bread. My bad if that stings." Wow, this lady is a master of emotional damage. Despite the massive hit to his pride, Lee Ha is not leaving without free food. He whips out that sketchy bag Madame L gave him earlier. No clue what is inside, but it smells like straight garbage. The baker literally recoils. Ew, yup, that funk is definitely Madame L's signature scent. Turns out, the stench is the proof she needed to trust his skills. The stink bomb strategy actually worked. Lee Ha keeps a poker face on the outside, but inside, he is doing a victory dance. Now that she buys his story, she asks for a tiny favor while he is out hunting. The game system immediately pings, "New quest unlocked." Here is the tea. Apparently, a special herb grows right where the Black Rabbit does its business. Yes, the poop pile. It makes bread taste amazing. But shh, is a trade secret. If customers found out their toast was seasoned with bunny dung herbs, the shop would be cancelled. His mission? Grab 3 of these gross plants. The loot, special herb bread, and 30 coins. The best part, the quest is titled Risk Your Life for Spice. Just reading that makes you realize this is not going to be a walk in the park. Lee Ha realizes the devs who made this game are insane, and the NPCs are just as wild. Who risks actual death just to gather some seasoning? Risking it all for poop herbs and pocket change? Seriously, the baker sees him hesitating and presses him. Well, you gonna take the job or what? To be real, he is kind of terrified. She mentioned something called a Break Angus earlier, which is apparently the street name for that Black Rabbit. She explains that the rabbit is so full of rage they named it after a raging bull. Its attack stats are way higher than the normal fluffy ones. But hey, hunger calls, so Lee Ha accepts the suicide mission. Problem is, his stomach is growling louder than the monster. If he doesn't eat right now, he is going to pass out before he even finds the rabbit. He tries to smooth talk her into feeding him now. She gives him the side eye like, "You, trying to dine and dash?" He swears on his gamer honor that he will bring back the goods. The baker thinks it over and decides to roll the dice on him. But with her decision, the quest details get a remix. The rewards get buffed. He now gets 3 sweet croissants up front and a 15% friendship boost with everyone in the castle. But remember chat, nothing in life is free. High reward means high risk. He has to return within 12 hours. If he flops, his reputation with Annie, the baker, crashes by 20%, and he loses 10% rep with every single NPC in the castle. Lee Ha almost screams. 3 pastries for a time limit nightmare mode. Are you kidding me? If he messes this up, his reputation will be trash, making it impossible to survive in the starter village later on. Annie hands over the croissants. They taste heavenly, but he can't enjoy them. Why is this game harder than real life? While he is stress eating, a notification pops up. He just learned a passive skill called Trade Deal. It boosts his ability to negotiate quest terms with NPCs by 20%. That explains why Annie was willing to renegotiate the terms just now. It wasn't charisma, it was the stat boost. 12 hours is cutting it close, and he has zero plan. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting, "LFG, looking for party members to hunt the black rabbit. Liha spots people with the same goal and rushes to squad up. But the other players scan him with skeptical looks and ask, "Yo, what is your class?" He says, "I am a long-range sniper," trying to sound cool. But they look at his garbage gear and instantly clock him as a Logan-level scrub. "You trying to get carried, bro? Get lost. Your shoes are literally level 5. The black rabbit is a boss mob. We aren't dragging dead weight around." Liha is fuming. They straight up roasted him. But he caught a key detail in their trash talk. Apparently, you only get one shot at this quest. If you die, it is over. That explains why they are gatekeeping the party. They need safety. But Liha is confused. His quest log didn't mention anything about one try only. Maybe they have a different mission? He asks them, "Hey, what exactly is your quest for the rabbit?" "It is the fur collection quest," they snap back. "Does that concern you? No? Then beat it." Liha realizes, oh snap, different quests. Even if they weren't jerks, they couldn't party up. But then his brain starts working. If there are multiple quests for one monster meat, herbs, fur, there must be other NPCs in town who need different parts of the rabbit. If he stacks all the quests and kills it once, he maximizes the loot. Big brain time. He runs back to town and uses his new negotiation skills on everyone. The lady at the clothing store, she needs rabbit fur for a coat. The blacksmith at the weapon shop wants the claws. And the jewelry store owner, she is asking for the rabbit's eyeballs. It is time to multitask. Yo, check it out. Liha just bagged 3 fresh quests, and his skills are leveling up like crazy. If he manages to snag that black rabbit, he'll clear 5 items off his grocery list in one go. That's what I call a sweet deal, folks. But first, he actually has to take the beast down. We are talking crunch time, only 2 hours until sunrise. Liha has to move fast while that rabbit is still active, or all this grinding is for nothing. So, he grabs his trusty boomstick and heads out to the suburbs. Real talk though, Liha's stats are kinda trash right now. He is only level 5, and his HP and stamina are basically non-existent. One hit and he is toast. Plus, he has been using his musket to pistol whip bunnies way too much, and the thing is starting to wobble. If his weapon breaks, he is financially ruined. Game over, man. While he is stressing about going broke, he spots a backpack on the ground. Liha reaches out to grab the loot when he hears a voice that sounds super familiar. "This bag is getting heavy, guys. Let's bounce, or we're all gonna get wiped." "Not yet. Let it get a little more aggro, just 30 more seconds. The archer is in trouble. Go help him. He's gonna get deleted if we don't move." Liha recognizes them immediately. It's that squad recruiting at the fountain earlier. Looks like they bit off more than they could chew with this monster rabbit. Liha peeks out just in time to see their archer get absolutely wrecked. The rest of the squad is freaking out, gripping their weapons like their lives depend on it. You got the tank up front with a shield, a healer in the middle, and the squishiest mage ever hiding in the back. On paper, their team comp looks solid, but in reality, they are getting destroyed by this bunny boss. The mage in the back launches a fireball, looks flashy, lots of crowd control effects, but the rabbit doesn't even flinch. Liha is watching from the bushes like, yeah, glad I didn't pick the mage class. The cooldown and cast time for those spells take like 15 to 20 seconds. That is 3 or 4 times slower than Liha's janky old musket. As for that arrogant squad, they are paying the price for being too cocky. Their tank just got flattened, leaving only the 2 squishy players alive. No matter how high their DPS is, they can't tank that monster. The best play right now, run for your lives. Under the moonlight, Liha finally gets a good look at the black rabbit. No wonder Annie calls it the Black Angus. This thing is bigger than a cow. Liha stays in stealth mode to see how this plays out. The 2 survivors are sprinting away, screaming and blaming each other the whole time. They are yelling about misspells and bad aim, claiming that's why their tank and archer died. But guys, there is one rabbit chasing you, and another one literally eating your tank back there. That is when Liha realizes the horror. There are 2 times of them. One was already nightmare fuel, but 2. That is double the difficulty. Even the small white rabbits hurt like heck. These things are on another level. If a Black Angus hits him, every bone in his body is snapping. But Liha can't rage quit now. He has 5 active quests riding on this. Except for Madame L's BBQ joint, the other 4 NPCs need their items within 12 hours. If he fails, his intimacy score drops by 40%. That is a massive reputation hit. If that happens, he can never show his face in Rookie Village again. He decides to gamble it all. He is a musketeer, right? Time to let that gun do the talking. If he can land a critical hit on the rabbit's weak spot, it might be a one-shot kill. Liha thinks back to his past life as a special ops sniper and hypes himself up. I got this. I don't miss. Since this game world is so realistic, his real-world aiming skills should totally transfer over. Time to go pro mode. Liha raises his weapon, opens his character menu, and dumps every single free stat point into perception. Boom, his perception score just shot up to 55. He stands up tall, faces the two raging Black Angus rabbits chasing the squad, and yells, "Hey, you dumb bunnies. Over here." He is nervous but hyped. Perception 50 is no joke. According to the system, aim assist only works up to level 9. Max damage relies on manual aim, and if he shoots slightly off-center, he is wasting the shot. He has to bag this thing with one bullet. If he misses, everyone dies. Okay, reload complete. Just gotta chamber the round. Suddenly, a desperate scream cuts through the air. "Help! Somebody help me! Over there, look!" The scene makes Liha panic. "Wait, hold up. Why are you both running towards me? If you bring the aggro here, what am I supposed to do?" "Split up, you idiots." The fire mage screams back while running. "Hey, jerk. If you're gonna save us, do it now." And then she starts arguing with the healer again. "Stop nagging me. You want me to leave you behind." Their screaming is driving Liha insane. "Can I just shoot the girl instead of the rabbit?" Seriously, his ears are bleeding. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. "Chill out. Wait for it. Wait for the target to enter optimal range." Liha focuses, locking onto the target at 85 centimeters. The fire mage and the healer are about 80 units away, but the Black Angus is closing in fast gap, closing to 75 centimeters. That means the monsters are right on top of them. At 50 centimeters, the Black Angus extends its claws for the kill, but Liha holds his fire, waiting for the perfect distance, 45 centimeters. That is the sweet spot. Here they come. Liha doesn't hesitate, he pulls the trigger. Asterisk, bang, asterisk. The bullet whizzes past the fire mage's face, shaving off a few hairs, leaving her totally stunned. A split second later, the bullet drills straight into the Black Angus's skull. Bullseye. The fire mage can't believe her eyes. Is it dead? She is so shocked she forgets to keep running. What just happened? While she is lagging out, the healer gets snatched up by the second Black Angus. The beast is so terrifying, the mage's legs turn to jelly. Suddenly, a hand grabs her and yanks her away. It's Liha. He popped up out of nowhere. "What are you doing? Run. Or do you want to be desert?" The fire mage's brain is buffering. Did I see that right? One shot and the monster got deleted. How did he do that? Is he a high-level smurf? Meanwhile, Liha is stressing out. When can I reload this thing? The fire mage lets him drag her along like a rag doll, thinking, who is this kid? Liha just keeps sprinting. I can't reload until I get some cover or backup. Otherwise, we're bunny chow. We put some distance between us and the rabbit, but I need a few more seconds. Just as he's calculating his next move, the vibe changes instantly. The second Black Angus behind them stops and lets out a massive, terrifying roar towards the sky. They keep running, but that roar hits them like a mental stun grenade. Liha didn't see this coming. Wait, it finished eating the healer already. He starts panicking internally. Is this where I die? Seriously. Before they can figure out a plan, a figure appears right in front of them. It's Emily. The fire mage's face lights up with relief. She immediately turns to Liha and shoves his head down. Duck! The sudden move startles him. What the? Next thing he knows, a chilling mist erupts from Emily's hands. Dozens of ice spikes materialize around her in mid-air. It is an all-out magical barrage. Her target? That massive Black Angus charging at them. Before Liha can even process the graphics, the ice spikes slam into the rabbit. The result is insane. The monster freezes instantly. It's frozen solid. The fire mage turns to him, totally serious now. Quick, tell me your name. Hurry up. Liha looks at her, confused. Huh? Why do you need my name? She replies like it's obvious. To send a party invite, dummy. Come on, spit it out. I basically saved your butt back there. Whatever, deal's done. Then she does this super weird hand gesture. Okay, collab complete, I guess. Check out the fire ring on Duyen, it's glowing like crazy. She goes full send at the Black Angus. Die already. For a high-level player, that damage was pretty mid, not gonna lie. Boom. Just like that, she's got the Black Angus locked down with crowd control. Ha finally exhales. Gotcha. Just then, the system notification goes off. Level up. Ha is loving this result. Sweet, sweet XP. But then it hits him. Wait, did that fire attack toast the loot drop too? Duyen walks over to the Black Angus to inspect the goods. Here, kitty kitty. Her voice freaks her out. Yo, you trying to ninja that loot for yourself? She just gives him a chill look. Duh. I did the burning. I get the earning. Ha is instantly triggered. Bro, what about my cut? She points to the back. That mob over there? All yours, buddy. Then she flashes this cheeky grin. Fair deal, right? After grabbing the loot, the trio keeps moving. But Ha is low-ganky confused. Why are these girls shadowing him like lost puppies? Suddenly, Du Yen speaks up. I'm Lam Emily, by the way. Ha hits her with the ice cold, didn't ask, don't care. She ignores the shade and keeps going. And that over there is Lam Emily. Cool. Seeing his lack of hype, Du Yen gets annoyed. Dude, you seriously don't know the Snowfire archery duo from Hong Kong? Ha is just speechless at this point. Well, do you know Michael Ha from South Korea? Du Yen's eyes light up. Who's that? Some pro? Ha waves it off. Nope. So we don't know each other. Call it even. Look, whoever you are, just head home. Fun hunting with you. Ha's attitude makes her super suspicious, though. Something's off. How did this guy one-shot the Black Angus? That thing was a tank. And this guy doesn't even look like he's hit level 7 yet. Suddenly, Din, who's been on mute this whole time, finally reacts. She whispers one line that freezes Ha in his tracks. The herbs are over there. Anne's voice echoes in his head. Remember, keep your trap shut about this. Ha goes stiff, slowly turning to face Din. Where are you getting herbs from? Internally, he's screaming. How does she know the secret? The baker said strictly, no snitching. Did I fail the quest? Du Yen looks totally lost. Herbs? What herbs? Din kindly fills her in. The quest item. That's what he's looking for. She turns to Ha. Relax, telling other players doesn't break the rules. Du Yen glares at him. Wow. Did you seriously think we were gonna steal your quest item? Din stirs the pot. Probably. She pauses for a second. I saw you snipe the Black Angus from way back there. That's what I've been wondering. How'd you pull that off? Du Yen nods. Right? That rabbit was at 100% health. How? Ha tries to change the subject immediately. Just got lucky with the RNG, I guess. While he's sweating bullets, system windows pop up in his face. It's a list of his latest achievements. Reading the text, Ha can't hide his grin. Quest complete. A bit later, Din excitedly drags the crew to a nearby restaurant to celebrate their return to the safe zone. Cheers. Ha can't really say no to her energy. Bottoms up. Taking the chance, he finally asks the burning question. Who are you guys? Seriously. Even the NPCs are bowing, and players are clearing the path. Du Yen looks shocked. You really don't know? Her eyes sparkle with pride. Din is ranked 5th in Asia, 9th globally. Allow me to reintroduce us. I'm the Fire Blossom Marksman, Lam Emily. She is the Snow Blossom Marksman, Lam Emily. Ha just looks confused. You call running away Fire Blossom? A bit extra, don't you think? Kinda cringe. Du Yen snaps. Hey, that's the class name, not my choice. Ha laughs even harder. Ha ha, bet that's embarrassing. After the banter, Du Yen gets back on track. Okay, seriously, who are you? How did you bag that Black Angus? Ha pauses, then shrugs. I shot it, it went poof. Easy. She gets heated again. You have a death wish? Ha stays chill. I'm literally telling the truth. I need details. Oh, instant death. While they bicker, Din speaks up. Level 6. Hit rate adjustment skill is minimal. Even a critical hit wouldn't one-shot it. The only explanation is a sudden death proc. Du Yen gasps. He's only level 5 though. A level 5 caught the Black Angus? Ha is more worried about something else. How does she know his stats, items, and skills? Din answers her sister. The rabbit basically self-destructed. She breaks it down. To capture it in one hit, aim and power must be at 90. First time Du Yen's heard this. 90? You need 90 strength? Din emphasizes every word. Not just strength. The level must be 90. Ha suddenly remembers the notification. Oh, so that job description was talking about level caps? The girls are still debating critical hit stats for level 70 assassins. Suddenly, Du Yen shoots a glance at Ha. We doing this? Din nods. Yup. Okay. Their shady behavior makes Ha jump. Ha. Okay, what's happening? Du Yen's face goes serious. All right, Mr. Michael Ha of Korea. You want to join our clan? Ha didn't see that coming. Excuse me. Du Yen starts flexing again. The clan leader is Din, ranked 9th in the entire world. We're pretty famous. Ha hesitates. You guys know I'm literally level 6, right? Du Yen waves it off. No biggie. We'll just power level you. He keeps listing red flags. I'm rocking starter gear here. She's not hearing it. I'll carry you through dungeons for drops. Problem solved. Ha sighs. I don't know what your budget is, but... Du Yen cuts him off. We're loaded. She tries to seal the deal. Remember, our leader is Din, world rank 9. You get the picture? Too bad she's barking up the wrong tree. Gonna have to pass. My mom said if strangers offer candy and tell you to follow them, you're gonna end up on the news. Your mom taught you well. Du Yen is flabbergasted. You're turning down a carry like this? Ha shrugs. The deal's too good. Makes my skin crawl. Dean is the leader. How do you not care? But Ha isn't budging. The back and forth goes on for a while. Do you even know where our clan ranks globally? High up there? So what? Ha finally breaks it down. Look, I gotta do my market research. You don't just buy from the first shop you see. You look around, compare prices. Duyen finally realizes she can't win. Fine. Talking is better than fighting, I guess. If you change your mind, hit me up. Add me. Ha accepts casually. Sure, why not? Duyen stands up. I got the check. Din, let's roll. Oh, and... She turns back, voice actually sincere for once. Thanks for saving me back there. She heads to the counter. Keep the change. Come on, Din, hurry up. Ha feels super awkward with Dean staring right through his soul. Aren't you going? Suddenly, she speaks. See you later. Ha starts to reply, all right, but she cuts him off. Bro. Hearing that word out of nowhere made Lai Ha freeze like his game just crashed. Wait, bro who? Once the girls dipped, he finally let out a breath. Man, dealing with that storm person was harder than a boss raid. Anyway, loot time, baby. First stop, Cutier's place. Check out those bloodshot eyes, dude clearly pulled an all-nighter grinding for this. He slapped on his best customer service smile instantly. If you need anything else, hit me up, she said, totally impressed. You know it. I mean, he speedran catching a Black Angus in 24 hours. Next on the list, Tickle. And yup, those are definitely legitimate Angus claws. I can craft some OP gear with these claws, the old man said, looking hyped. Seeing the NPC, this happy actually boosted Lai Ha's mood too. Make it legendary, boss. Boom. 2 quests down, and that sweet level up notification popped up. Next up, he headed over to Sandy's shop. Bingo, that's the stuff. Look at that fur texture, it's insane. Thanks, fam. Lai Ha, this is gonna make for a sick cape, no cap. And here's your bonus payout. He snatched that up real quick. Thanks a ton, boss lady. Honestly, looking at his inventory now, Li Ha felt like the main character. The grind is tough, but the loot is worth it. Right after that, he swung by Cutier's again. Excuse me, anybody home? Come on in. She was chilling alone in the store. Any bakery. The second she saw him, Cutier lit up like a Christmas tree. Oh my god, Lai Ha, get in here. He was honestly vibing just seeing her too. Hey there. Then, Cutier handed him something fresh from the oven. Just bake this. You gotta try a piece. Lai Ha tried to wave it off. Nah, I'm good. Prices are kinda steep. She shut him down immediately. It's on the house. We aren't strangers, are we? In his head, he was like, you, right. We tight. Cutier managed to force him into a chair. Eat up slowly, okay? You look like you skipped breakfast. He just rolled with it. All right, guess I'm digging in. The whole interaction was attracting stares from other players nearby. Milk, too? What's up with this NPC? Is she feeding him? Chat, is this a glitch? Cutier finally hesitated before asking, so, where's the herb? Oh snap, the herb. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lai Ha would have totally spaced on that side quest. Ah, right here. The moment she saw it, Cutier got tunnel vision. The herb. It's finally here. Lai Ha couldn't really relate to her obsession, to be honest. I wasn't even done talking. Why you interrupting? Does sprinkling that stuff really make the bread slap? Cutier was in her own world. Can't you smell that aroma? Real bread lovers buy it just for the scent. Lai Ha was getting more confused. Isn't that just a weed that grows near rabbit poop? Her face went stone cold. Zip it. Poop? Lai Ha's eyes went wide. Wait, seriously. After that awkward snack, he hit the road again. Man, these interactions are exhausting. I just ate. So why do I feel like my HP is draining? Time to hit the last shop. Cutier walked him to the door. Catch you later. Next destination, Mary's crib. Well, look who it is. Our boy Li Ha is back. Does that mean the rumors are true? Li Ha tried to look cool. There are rumors about me. Mary kept a poker face. Yup, heard you hit up the tavern yesterday too. Nothing happens in Candle Castle without me knowing. Word on the street is you bagged the target. Li Ha nodded. So the whole server knows already. Li Ha didn't ask any more questions and just handed over the loot. Isn't the chef gonna quality check the meat? Mary gave a wholesome smile. If our Li Ha brought it, it's gotta be top tier. He looked at her and silently cheered. Affinity level is up to 70%. Let's go. Mary was clearly in a good mood. My goodness, genuine black rabbit meat. She handed him the cash while hyping him up. Wow, I really should give you a special bonus for this. Huh? Hang tight, I'll whip up a bento box for you. His gamer instincts kicked in instantly. Wait, is there a catch? Lai Ha asked cautiously. Making a bento takes a while, doesn't it? Mary gave him a playful wink. It'll be done in a flash. But hearing that, Lai Ha knew exactly what was up. Chain quest detected. Sure enough, she continued, Lai Ha can handle this. I need Golden Eagle meat from the back mountain. And just like that, another errand. Final mission. Raid the Golden Eagle boss. Lai Ha was actually pumped. Level 10. The finale of Candle Castle. He was still a bit confused though. Is the reward seriously just a lunchbox? Mary explained, Candle Castle is basically in the middle of nowhere, right? So, getting to the city takes passing 2 forest checkpoints. To do that, you need Golden Eagle meat as a toll. You catch my drift. You gotta pay to play, big shot. Oh, I get it. Lai Ha forced a laugh. Is that so? Guess we need that eagle then. Inside, he was raging at the game logic. Did the devs seriously put corruption mechanics in this game? Only Mary was vibing. All right, all done. She looked super excited. Finished, finally. Lai Ha was debating his next move. Should I just eat the reward right now? He smiled at Mary. Haha, thanks. Suddenly, Lai Ha's eyes caught something. Huh? He zoomed in on the lunchbox. Yo, what is this? The system window popped up with the item stats. Lai Ha couldn't believe his eyes. Agility +1, stamina +1. No way. Chat, are you seeing this? Mary grilled him with a smile. Not your average lunchbox, right? Lai Ha was freaking out. If this is an elite reward, the stats are tripled. Stamina +7 translates to like 100 million in real cash. Even selling it cheap gets me 60 million. I'm gonna flip this immediately. While he was busy calculating his profits, something weird caught his eye. Wait, what? What's this tag? Lai Ha leaned in to read the fine print dangling off the box. It said in bold letters, asterisk asterisk special item, non-tradable. Asterisk asterisk. In that second, his whole world crumbled. Can't sell it? Soulbound? It's not even armor. Why can't I trade it? Right then, Mary chimed in. Not bad. Huh? Ho ho. Lai Ha switched up his attitude real quick. Bad? Madam? This is God tier. He tried to comfort himself. No other choice. This is still a huge win. My life is so humble. The game is basically trolling me. Mary gently reminded him, better go catch that golden eagle then. Lai Ha promised her solemnly, I'll bring it back. As soon as possible, speedrun mode. He left the shop buzzing with adrenaline. All right, main quests cleared. Checking his character sheet, his stats looked totally different from when he started. Lai Ha started plotting his roadmap. With the other chain quests, I'll hit level 10, maybe push to 12. Once I bag that eagle, I can finally leave this noob village. Then, he decided to crack open Mary's bento. Wow, this smells straight up bussin'. Taste test time. The moment he took the first bite, Lai Ha felt like the graphics of the world just upgraded. He was shoveling it in non-stop. What is this flavor? Why is it so good? Shout out to the devs for this one. This meat is giving me serious motivation. I feel like I could solo a few more Black Angus right now. It's only up from here. After finishing, Lai Ha felt fully buffed. Okay, let's go hunting. Inventory check. Do I need more ammo? The Musketeer is totally useless. These devs are wild. He had no choice but to stop by the general store. Yo, hello? My affinity is up, so I should get a discount, right? Entering, he saw Louis chilling on the sofa. Here to buy some rounds. The guy just gave a cold reply. Come in. That attitude kind of ticked Lai Ha off. Is greeting customers that much of a drag? I grinded affinity to 15% for this service, but he remembered his mission. I need ammo. Before Lai Ha could finish, Louis cut him off. Here for 8 sets this time. I see you changed your skin, so I guess you aren't buying 7 like before. 18 coins a set. Lai Ha hesitated, then tried to haggle. 18 coins? Can't you hook a brother up with a discount? The guy stayed icy. Nope, prices are fixed. Lai Ha felt the rage bar filling up. Bro, speak nicely for once, but Louis just ghosted him. Musketeer class is trash anyway. Suddenly, Lai Ha noticed some dusty inventory sitting in the corner. Yo fam, welcome back. So, I'm the only Musketeer in this entire village, right? Even if I drained my whole wallet, I could only cop 37 sets. Gotta save some cash for the fees. You feel me? After big braining it, I decided to grab 23 sets first. Let's roll. 23 sets. That runs me 4 silver and 14 copper. Louis finally passed the vibe check and chilled out. Way better than my broke era last time. But suddenly, dude gets all up in my personal bubble. He's sniffing the air like, what's that smell? Major awkward energy. I had a beef bowl earlier, but he won't quit. Nah, that ain't meat. I'm literally screaming internally. Bro, watch the hands. You're being sus. Louis is acting frantic. What is that scent? Now I'm actually terrified. Pause. Back up, my guy. But Louis is lost in the sauce. Bread? It smells like bread, but like premium tier. Then it hits me like a truck. Wait, the bread? Could he mean? I pop the inventory. OMG, I still have that herbal bread. Luz's eyes go full anime mode. Herbal? Is that herbal bread? Let me cop some. I'll give you 50 copper. Deal. I hit him with a cold shoulder. Do you know the grind I went through for this? 50 copper? Don't insult me. He panics. 1 silver then. Still, a hard pass from me. 5 silver? Louis' rage quits and walks away. You greedy thief. Forget it. I'm not buying. I'm not eating. I look at him like, bet? Smirk loaded. I activate my deal skill, persuasion stats boosted by 21%. I drop the bait. Is this herbal bread really that bussin' though? Louis doesn't react, and I'm sweating. Did I fumble the bag? But then, he whispers, finding ingredients for that must be a hassle, huh? I grin. You have no idea. Louis tries to lowball again. 2 silver? I shut him down. Nah, I'll just eat it myself. He's desperate now. I'll throw in some ammo sets. I press him. What's your ammo price? 23 sets for 4 silver, 14 copper. He's speechless. Bargaining with NPCs is kinda cringe. I lock in the price. 5 silver. He tries one last hustle. I'll discount 5 copper per set, if you. I just repeat myself. 5 silver. Loose grumbles. Guess that's the best I can do. I switch tactics. Okay, 100 ammo sets then. He flips out. You robber. I side-eye him. Robber? Excuse me? He immediately folds. My bad. Louis looks miserable. 70 sets. Please? Just 70. I decide not to bully the NPC anymore. Fine. 70 sets it is. But you gotta deliver them for me. Louis feels like he just got scammed. Understood. Transaction complete. I'm absolutely hyped. We ballin' now. Trade successful. Time to grind that paper. Look at me being a responsible gamer. I take a quick break to check quests and see what's trending. System voice kicks in. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Middle-earth News. Reporter Hen Keon High asks, what's the tea today? Today's news is wild. I'm slurping noodles like, damn, Middle-earth drama made the 9 o'clock news. The TV keeps going. First up, rank changes. And get this, rumor has it the Icefire Archer, Lamb Emily, was spotted at the Candle Castle in a starter village. Oh my god, Lamb Emily. But wait, there's more. Lamb Emily, number 2 in the Blue Dragon Guild and ranked 2nd in Hong Kong, was there too. Blue Dragon Guild? That's the top whale guild in Hong Kong. Why are they in a noob village? Sources say they're headhunting a Korean player. Headhunting in the starter zone? You said Lamb Emily looked flustered? Cap. Who gets flustered? I bet they just went there because it's quiet. Lamb Emily is a crack player, right? Chat is scrolling fast. Still no confirmation. I tune out. Look at me, being the main character. News wraps up. Too late for regrets now. I'm thinking, lucky escape. But before I can chill, the news drops a bomb. Reports say a Korean player with a musket-like weapon was also seen. Wait, a gun-like weapon? Witnesses say he's definitely not a Rodna employee. Who is this mystery player? Will he return to the Candle Castle? I'm cooked, literally dead. This breaking news makes me drop my food and glue my face to the screen. What is this viral mess? A clip of the 3 of us is trending with a clickbait title. Emily spotted at Candle Castle. I'm shook. That's literally me. Over 1 million views and 72,000 comments. In 2 hours, the internet is losing it. Simpson haters are going to war in the comments. I scroll down and I'm losing my mind. Is she real or a doll? Laugh my ass off, probably plastic surgery. Bro, don't you know the Emily are all natural? Then the hate train hits me. They're roasting me alive. Why is a high ranker in Hong Kong? Is that a pro or just a dude dressing like trash? It gets worse. He met the Emily looking like that. Lol, probably a stray dog. I can't even be mad. I just laugh like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Someone mocks the Musketeer class, calling me a noob, a psycho, and a hobo all at once. I'm getting destroyed by keyboard warriors. Luckily, some think it's a fake video. I ignore the screen and start rambling. I know the Blue Dragon Guild is famous, but the Emily are mysterious. If I joined, I'd power level like crazy. Then I get cold feet. But the offer is too good. It's kinda sus. Knowing Lamb Emily's personality, if I say no, I'm probably dead meat. Whatever, haters gonna hate. I gotta grind my own levels. Even though reloading and aiming is a pain, I crush the quests. Here's the Fox family you wanted. Fam. The guard is shook. Already? System pops up. Quest complete. Smart animals. Intimacy with Candle Castle NPCs plus 10%. Security force plus 15%. 50 copper and socks. I'm salty. T. No level up. Guard doesn't let me breathe. I know you just finished, but for a pro like you. Wolves? I cut him off. How did you know? The foxes left, so I gotta catch wolves now, right? System pings. Kill 10 wolves. Rewards look juicy. To be honest, I already looked up the guide. I hit accept and get a surprise. Weapon repair ticket. We take those. Guard nods wisely. Your weapon needs fixing. Huge help for a newbie like me, since my gun is about to fall apart. I shout, I'm out. He salutes. Counting on you. Next thing I know, I'm at the wolf zone. I lean against a sign, exhausted. Man, from here on out, I'm gonna need a squad. Yo, finding a squad isn't exactly a walk in the park, especially when you're just a level 8 noob like me. But imagine the squad goals. Everyone catching bodies while I'm stuck reloading. 2 minutes later, I'd be left in the dust with cold leftovers. Big sad. Rocking that 50-50 hit rate with a heavy sigh, classic me, right? Overthinking is totally useless here. Time for Lee Ha to manifest some main character energy and believe in the process. Dealing with 3 wolves at once, total burnout. But splitting them up, that's the move. Homeboy hits the deck, crawling low and plotting his next move like a ninja entering the danger zone. Smoking 100 foxes burned through 13 ammo sets, so I'm sitting on 71. Gotta clap this wolf in 11 shots max. Once I hit level 10, I'm coming for that golden eagle. But sitting here camping, I'm sweating bullets, literally. Wolves never roll solo, right? Suddenly, a voice drops in. Bam! Magic missile locks on. I open my eyes wide. Looks like player 2 has entered the chat. Up ahead, this chill lady is like, I pulled 3 of him. Then this tank dude is all, I got this. Lock it down. Another teammate screams, go time in 3 seconds. It's about to go down. The squad synergy is insane, stacking buffs and dropping skills like it's nothing. Magic missiles stomping, Mary's energy orbs flying. Lee Ha, the lonely solo grinder, is straight up shook, jaw on the floor. Respect. That wolf got frozen solid. Meanwhile, I'm over here crying inside, crawling away like a weirdo. Feels bad, man. Gotta find a target before I get wrecked myself. That other crew is popping off rockets, magic, wolves yelping like puppies. After waiting forever, finally, my target shows up right in my face, looking all fluffy and ready to get farmed. Those glowing red eyes squint. Did it spot me? Nah, fam. It's just vibing, finding a comfy spot. Lucky me. Lee Ha is hyped. Gotcha. Zero hesitation. No wasted movement. My focus is laser sharp right now. Watch this. I'm about to show you what that grind looks like. Bite the cartridge, pour the powder, load up that flintlock like a pro. Step 3. Jamming it down with the ramrod. Classic mechanics. Finally, tap the stock on the ground a few times. Gotta make sure that powder is packed tight, no gaps allowed. After that eternity of reloading, the wolf is still catching rays. Lee Ha lines up the shot, confidence skyrocketing. Just like that regiment commander from the movie times, trained to the 95th asterisk. Control your breathing. Shoot straight, kid. Thanks for the tip, commander. Loaded that bad boy in under 60 seconds. Exhale the doubt. Lock in. No time to waste. Lee Ha squeezes the trigger. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk. The flintlock roars, sending a slug tearing through the air straight at the chill wolf, making it twist in pain. Don't know how long it took, but I got the dub. Lee Ha is literally jumping for joy. But hold up, player 3 has entered the game. A second wolf pulls up and I'm frozen. 1 down. But this new guy, he knows I smoked his homie. The killing intent is off the charts. He is times pressed asterisk. A chill runs down my spine and Lee Ha almost trips. Again? Where did you even come from, bro? Remembering my days of using a sniper as a baseball bat, my brain kicks into overdrive. My trusty musket is about to break, so face tanking is a no-go. Decision made, I gotta reload in 60 seconds flat. Let's go. Those 4 chill steps from before, we're doing them at double speed now. Bite, pour, blow, smash. Fast forward mode activated. Mad skills and muscle memory coming in clutch, rushed it but 0 jams. Heck yeah. Crap. Gotta aim as soon as possible. But at step 5, Lee Ha pauses. The wolf isn't moving? That's suspicious. The confusion is real, and I'm gulping down fear. What gives? Why isn't it rushing me? The wolf is strafing, circling around instead of diving in. Boom, theory confirmed. That sucker is trying to dodge my aim. Crazy wolves, since when do they know how to juke bullets? Hitting a moving target is a nightmare. If it zigs or zags, I'll miss even at point-blank range. Should I let it leave and taunt it? Nah, I can't leave my loot behind. Not happening. End of the line. Lee Ha takes a deep breath, channels his inner chi, and decides it's double or nothing. Next second, he ignores the actual flintlock and starts blasting with his mouth. Asterisk pew pew pew. Asterisk thought it was a joke, but the wolf freezes like it just got lagged out. Then it flashes those pearly whites' best smile in the wolf kingdom, smirking like it won. It poses, exposing every weak spot. Big mistake. Human big brain energy for the win. Lee Ha sees the opening and squeezes the trigger for real. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a deafening shot and a cloud of smoke. It was all mind games, baby. The scales of victory tip my way as the bullet rips through. Staring at the lifeless wolf, Lee Ha exhales, totally relieved. Oh my god, finally took the L. The wolf didn't even know what hit it. It thought I was on cooldown. System notification, Musketeer skill level 2. Lee Ha laughs, got played by sound effects. What a bot. Should I give it props for stalling? Even as a ghost, that wolf is grinding its teeth. You cheated with beatboxing. Hyped on that double kill, Lee Ha scans left and right. Any more doggos? But rookie mistake, he forgets to check his 6 while staring at the loot. Alright, secure the bag. Suddenly, a voice creeps up. Whoa, how'd you drop that so fast? Lee Ha jumps out of his skin, composes himself, and spins around. Another player? He forces a smile. That was. But straight up, the dudes standing there look way scarier than the wolves. Total raid boss vibes. Facing the sheer size of Ben and Jack, Lee Ha's brain buffers for a second before full panic mode kicks in. Giant monsters. He moves so fast he scares times them asterisk. Ben jumps into block. Chill, fam. We aren't mobs. We're players. Jack shrinks back, stuttering. Don't shoot me. Finally, the light bulb turns on. Lee Ha freezes. Oh snap, it's that Lee guy and the giant. I saw them on the forums. Realizing that, Lee Ha turns and walks away like nothing happened. So, not monsters. Cool. Ben reaches out like that meme, confused by the attitude shift. Yo, wait up. The vibe finally settles as Lee Ha leads with an awkward laugh. My bad, thought a raid boss spawned. He chuckles nervously. It's all good. Happens to us all the time. Jack is a bit slow on the uptake. It's okay. Suddenly, Ben's face goes serious assassin mode. You grinding solo? Lee Ha sweats. Yeah. The dude's voice gives me goosebumps. You clap 2 wolves by yourself? Lee Ha is low-key terrified. Why are you looking at me like I'm dinner? His words are polite, but the vibes? Menacing. Ben steps into my personal space, just asking. If our levels match, let's squad up. Lee Ha is stressing out max levels right now. Terrifying. Social distancing, please. Why is his laugh so creepy? Lee Ha stammers, collab. He looks like he's mugging me, but he's actually being super formal. Weird flex. Yo fam, smash that like button if you've ever been under-leveled. We had a mission to bag 3 wolves, but being only level 9 made it super sketchy. But Lee Ha, zero hesitation, homie charged straight for the heart. Bro, you take a whole minute just to reload. If the mobs swarm us during that, you're straight up toast. But hey, at least you're polite about it. Guess the wolves saw me loading up. Dude's got a point. We just got lucky earlier. The level gap isn't insane, so we should be Gucci, right? Lee Ha just grinned and flipped the script. I'm only level 8, is that cool? Ben gasped. Whoa, lower than us? I thought you were higher. No stress though, let's squad up. He pointed at Linda Jack. I'll kite him to you guys. Big guy, you're the tank and meat shield. Once you lock him down, we delete him. Lee Ha chuckled. Sounds like a balanced comp. Then he was like, thanks for the invite. I'm Michael Lee Ha. The lizard guy introed himself. I'm Ben, aka the Venom Mage. I'm a poison specialist. Next up was Jack, level 9. Seeing the silent type, Lee Ha got curious and asked, So, Jack, what's your actual job class? He felt a weird sense of déjà vu. Why does this feel so familiar? The big guy scratched his face, looking super awkward about it. Then it hit him like a truck when he saw the thing on Jack's head. Hold up, that crow. It's him. The mystery was solved. It was Dre, the guy forced into a truce. Exposing his dark past, the giant who became a priest cause his power cut out. The dude who screamed Baldy at me 10 times by the fountain. Jack jumped. Ack, you Korean? I only ran 9 laps though. Then he went full emo and started picking mushrooms. It's chill. I'm used to it. Got some charity out of it anyway. Then the lizard poison expert Ben chirped up. I'm from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Lee Ha scanned the squad, a tank healer giant and a dude who plays with poison. As for me, slow reloading but massive damage. Teamwork's doable, but if things go south, I'm the one taking the L. So, a bizarre party of misfits who pity each other is born. Why not? Let's roll. No time to waste. Jack's Hellcrow locked in like an eagle and they charged. Rich, rich, rich. Lee Ha was shaking, trying not to bust a gut, laughing at that squeaky 3-year-old voice. I can't focus. It sounds like tickle, tickle. Meanwhile, Ben launched himself, unleashing his ultimate move, spitting poison everywhere. The constant patooey, patooey sound drove Lee Ha crazy. He couldn't aim while cracking up. The wolves were dodging and growling like, Dude, did you just spit on me? Jack looked so goofy, But Lee Ha had to stay strong. Don't laugh. If I shake, I miss, and that's a whole minute wasted. Finally, he managed to blast a wolf into oblivion. But the second one dropped. Another charged in with murderous intent, jaws wide open, ready to chomp. Too bad for the wolf. Jack got serious and delivered a savage 1,000-pound punch. To seal the deal, Ben stabbed it right between the eyes a second later. Seeing its buddies get wrecked, the last wolf froze, growling but scared to push. Lee Ha, chilling in the back, reloaded his musket and sent it to the afterlife before it could decide. Boom! Musketeer mastery leveled up to 3. He admired his work. My accuracy is on point today. Then the level up notification popped. Ben gasped, "Grats on the level, Michael Lee Ha," he replied politely. "Thanks, man. Our clear speed is insane." Ben cut him off, serious face. "Nah, it's 'cause your damage is cracked." Jack, the tank, got shy. No. It's just 'cause I'm big." Lee Ha thought, wow, this guy's got social skills. "Mission done," Lee Ha said. "I should go report this." But veteran Ben stopped him. "Reporting now is useless. You're at 89%. If you report after hitting level 10, we can go hunt the Golden Eagle." The squad got hyped. No need to waste time walking back. Let's grind straight to the Golden Eagle. Rank up time, let's go. Time flew and word got out. Ivian spotted them. "Yo, check that out. The hybrid squad is here." Clara Joy was like, "Hybrid squad?" Suddenly, Jack let out a roar that shook the sky, proving he's the real deal, a legit tank healer combo. He and his crow were screaming, "Heal, heal." The spectators were confused. The heck is that dude doing? Then Ben popped up, spitting loogies at 2 wolves, shocking them even more. What is that? But wait, there's more. Lee Ha popped up from the tall grass and sniped the mob. Ivian finally got it. They got a gun or two? Clara Joy was impressed. First time seeing a musketeer. They stared blankly as the mountain of wolf corpses kept growing. Their clear speed is nuts. Looks weird, but it works. That's synergy though. Bang! The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed under the blue sky as they rounded up mobs. Ben was incredible, moving like he was just strolling through a garden, casting skills, dropping wolves with poison, face totally stone cold. Spit, kill. Lee Ha went into auto-reload mode, zoning out. This team is a freak show, but we are OP. Jack praised the lizard. "You're a beast, dude." Then he asked the big question. "How are you poisoning them while moving?" He just showed them, like this. Being a noob, Lee Ha asked, "Is moving and casting that hard?" "It's like running with a full cup of water without spilling a drop," Jack explained. Then a memory unlocked. Wait, Lamb Emily could do that too. That's world rank 9 level stuff. But he noticed something different and squinted. Huh? No. Wait. Ben's level was low, but his moves were sus. Is that lizard using a ranker skill? After a full day of grinding, they finally chilled at a safe spot. Need a heal. Ben was still full of energy. Good work. What's your XP at? The giant checked. 69%. Despite the lizard face, the dude had handsome energy. We need to hit level 12 or 13 for the Golden Eagle quest. They grinded until Michael Lee Ha hit 87%. Lee Ha thought hard. I read you need level 14 for a 4-man squad, level 12 for 5 people. That's the meta. But he wants to try at level 10, just the 3 of us. Can we even beat the Golden Eagle? Before he could spiral, Ben cut in. We keeping it pushing? Lee Ha answered instantly. Yes, sir, he thought. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Finally, the sky turned dark and starry. Don't forget to sub for part 2. Wrapped up a marathon grind session with a massive victory shout. XP bar is sitting pretty at 88%, but man, I am completely out of ammo and totally drained. Jack's looking at me like he's stressing out big time. I'm only at 28% on level 10, he groaned. Leveling up is such a pain. Buy-in was totally chill though. I'm at 42%. Let's head back to the village and gear up, yeah? Looks like the whole squad is finally creeping up on level 10. Doesn't matter how hard it was, the boys hit their goals. Lai Ha flashed a huge grin, showing teeth. Let's roll. The vibe switched to total hype. We marched straight back to report to Gary. Yo, brought the whole wolf family back for ya. Even Gary looked shook when he saw the squad. Whoa, Lai Ha, you brought your teammates too? That's a unique combo you got there. At the same time, Bayan's big brain calculation paid off, and Lai Ha was beaming. Nice, leveled up. I'm about to hit level 10. But then bam, a bright red notification popped up right in his face. He froze. Huh. As soon as I returned the loot to Gary, the system went crazy. Mission complete. I got the Honorary Guard Squad member title. Rewards, +2 to strength, agility, and intel. I was staring at the screen like, is this for real? Affinity is at 100%. I was standing there mesmerized by this glowing light covering my body, feeling like a boss, while everyone around started whispering and pointing. What is that effect? Is that a level up animation? It got super awkward with everyone staring, so I panicked and dipped out of there fast. Didn't even check the rewards properly. So cringe. I'm out. I pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through. Let me pass. Bayan saw me bolting and yelled, "Hey, wait for me." I ended up collapsing on the grass a bit later, letting out a huge sigh. It's the starter village, so everyone's staring at me, right? Bayan just laughed. Nothing we can do about it. Then he got curious. Everyone was freaking out because they've never seen a fame reputation pop up before. But seriously, how did you get your affinity to 100%? I gave him the side eye immediately. What the heck? How do you know about that? I asked him straight up. The lizard man started stuttering, trying to cover his tracks. Well, that red light. It means your fame went up. I read about it on the forums. In that moment, Laiha got super suspicious. How did he know my exact affinity was 100% though? I played it cool on the outside. Oh, really? The forums have that info? Bayan was determined to dig deeper. Even if you clear every quest, affinity usually caps at 60%. How do you hit 100? I just scratched my head and laughed it off. I honestly don't know. Haha. But deep down, I was thinking back to that brawl with the Black Angus. Finishing that quest chain plus the skill from the trade deal. I felt a wave of relief. All that grinding finally paid off. After thinking it over, I threw out a guess. Maybe it's because back at level 5, I was grinding rabbit quests and doing a bunch of other random stuff at the same time. Jack looked confused. Wait, the other NPCs gave you quests too? Bayan was so shocked he literally dropped his weapon. Clang. I looked at him like, yo, lizard man, you good? He scrambled to pick it up, looking totally flustered. No, nothing's wrong. He shot Laiha a skeptical look. Level 5 and he caught a Black Angus. Later, after trading some items with Louise, I was hurting. Man, the prices here are a total ripoff. But if we use that strat, 40 sets should be enough to catch it. Just then, Gary spotted me and waved. Laiha, I've got one last favor to ask. I cut right to the chase. The Golden Eagle, right? He looked stunned. You really are an honorary guard. Laiha was hyped. I know the drill. Just hit me with a quest. Gary was thinking, man, this kid has zero chill. Still, Gary smiled and handed over the ruler of the Castle Mountain quest. I checked the rewards kind of weird. My affinity is already maxed out, so now we're grinding for Kingdom merit points. As soon as we stepped out of the gate, Laiha turned to the squad. Everyone locked and loaded. Jack looked up. Crow is fed and happy. Bayan replied instantly. I'm ready to rock. I tightened the strap on my shoulder. All right, we all looked at the hill ahead. Adrenaline pumping. Time to go ace our graduation exam from the starter zone, boys. Suddenly, we passed another squad screaming at each other. Failed again. It's because the tank is trash, right? What do we do now? Wait for the tank to respawn. Are you crazy? It's only 48 hours. Why can't we wait? Sophia yelled. The other girl snapped back. You totally ignored me. Did you learn nothing from the wolf quest? Mia Bell screamed. It was chasing me. What was I supposed to do? Another guy jumped in, blaming the leader. Tank died because you let us here. Watching this drama, Laiha shook his head. Man, the toxicity is real. They just kept going at it, round and round. You talking to me? Drop your address. You jerk. Just apologize. I sighed internally. Instead of raging, maybe just go find a new teammate, guys. We walked a bit further and heard a guy shouting like an auctioneer. Come check out the gear. Players were swarming the place. It looked like a flea market right in the middle of the field. Selling HP boosters. 30% buff for 10 minutes. Fire arrows, 80 gold total. Recovery pots, 25%. Hey, Mr. Strong Tank. Looking for a magic user to party up. It was total chaos. Bayan explained calmly. If your team comp is trash, you gotta spend big on items. Jack busted out laughing. Hey, don't we have the weirdest team comp of all? Haha. I laughed, but then I remembered that arguing squad and got nervous. Those guys fighting earlier had a full 4-man squad and their tank still got wiped. They had defense, DPS, and a healer, and still failed. Do the 3 of us even have enough firepower? I asked nervously. Yo, maybe we should recruit one more person. Bayan shut that down immediately. Who's gonna join this mess? A level 10 squad with this chaotic setup. Laiha looked down, thinking hard. I have to get in front of the boss to use times that times strategy. I was spiraling in my thoughts when I heard a calm voice. Don't worry about it. I snapped out of it. Huh? Being gave me a mysterious little smile and looked back. You know why I chose such a scary-looking character, right? That comment actually made me relax. True, the lizard man usually has a plan. He seemed confident. When we got to the barrier, Jack said, "Well, we're putting our faith in you, Lai-Ha. Let's go." Bai-In chimed in, "Hey, counting on you, buddy. Talk about pressure." I felt the weight on my shoulders but gritted my teeth. "All right, let's do this." Meanwhile, over on the fire squad's side, things were getting intense. Here it comes. A terrifying roar echoed, and red-eyed wolves came charging in. Emily stepped up like a boss, hand raised. "Sis, move." She swirled her hand, frozen fog, and unleashed the ice. Snap. Just like that, 3 wolves turned into giant gray ice cubes standing in the thick mist. Emily was loving it. "Let me do it. Let me finish them off." But Emily shook her head. "Save your mana. Killing these mobs doesn't give us any XP anyway." Hearing that, she just sighed and stared blankly. "So what if we don't get XP?" Then reality hit her. "Oh right, you told me to save mana." Emily explained calmly. "This way, we don't waste even 1% of our energy." Her sister was suspicious. "Is it just 'cause your level is high?" She shrugged. "Just help me burn the boss." Emily cheered up instantly. "With you carrying, this quest is going to be a breeze." Her sister reminded her coolly. "You still have to land the killing blow for me though. You got it." "You got it." She marched forward without hesitation. Her sister suddenly yelled, "Make it quick." The sky turned pitch black with swarms of crows. Emily shouted, "Use your strongest magic, now." As she charged up her power, Emily hesitated. "From here? Isn't it too far to aim?" Her sister didn't even bother explaining. "Just shoot." "Yo, check this out." Her whole body starts vibing with this insane icy mana, resonating like crazy. She looks up at those angry storm clouds growling in the sky and gives them a stare that says, "Bring it on." She whispers a frost vortex spell total trap card activated. The second those bird brains dive into the blizzard, she locks in. Gotcha. Target acquired inside the kill zone. The energy just keeps stacking up, focusing into one laser point of doom. Fire Dude locks in, eyes wide, and unleashes a barrage of light beams that absolutely shred the blizzard like paper. They turn into heat-seeking missiles, piercing right through the flock of crows. 2 seconds later, that massive beast gets wrecked, loses its balance, and faceplants into the ground hard. Game over. The thing is totally flatlined, like the shadows just deleted its soul. While the dust is still settling, she strolls up like a boss, looks back, and gives the signal. "Finish the job, sis." Zero hesitation, she pops her UI to scroll through the hit list for the next mob. Meanwhile, Fireboy is spamming attacks, farming that sweet XP from every single kill. All right, Lai-Ha steps into the barrier and the system pings. Mission start. He turns to the tank amidst the chatter and asks, "Yo, Jack Gong. You got that? One with nature skill, right?" The dude looks confused, checking his stats while mumbling. Yeah, but I can't trigger it while catching hands in combat." Bill just smirks. "No worries, bro. It works." Lai-Ha is thinking, does this guy have the wiki memorized or what? Then Bill commands, "Lai-Ha, you trail behind us." Lai-Ha pauses, totally thrown off. "Wait, me in the back?" Bill doesn't answer straight up, just gives him this cryptic, know-it-all grin. "Just watch and learn, rookie." Seeing Bill act all mysterious, Lai-Ha is freaking out. What is he plotting? Suddenly, Bill's eyes go full reptile mode, cold and glowing, and he lets out a roar, spitting Paul toxicity. Immediately, nasty slime shoots out everywhere, and Lai-Ha freezes. "Dude, what did you do to your avatar?" Once the goo settles, Bill points forward. "Let's roll." "Jin, pop your camo skill." "Lai-Ha, stay hidden." Lai-Ha is sketching out, and if the wolves rush us, Bill is super chill. "Trust me, they aren't coming anywhere near us." Lai-Ha clutches his rifle, sweating bullets. This is a high-level aggro zone. If 5 wolves jump them at once, that's a total squad wipe waiting to happen. We still gotta frag dozens of golden eagles, so what's the plan? Suddenly, boom, a massive wolf spawns in front of them. "Contact! Wolf at 12 o'clock!" Lai-Ha yells. Bill just smirks with max confidence. "Chill out. I said I got this." Then he starts walking times straight towards times the monsters. Lai-Ha is losing his mind. "Bro, are you feeding? Get back here." Lai-Ha wonders if they should bail when Bill gets eaten. But Bill ignores the screaming and slowly struts right up to the beasts. As he gets closer, the wolves catch a whiff of that weird slime scent radiating off him. When they don't attack, Bill grins like a supervillain. "Hey, calculated. I knew it." Meanwhile, the rest of the team is cowering behind Jin, wondering, what is even happening right now? Bill looks at the wolves with Paul fascination and explains, the devs made the AI super realistic. To them, we're lunch. But their survival instinct kicks in. They won't touch food that smells like instant death. He wipes some leftover goo off his arm. "Plus, I have poison-resistant stats. Why do you think I picked the Lizardman build? It's meta for this." He starts lecturing like a pro guide. Jin is using his skill, so the AI registers him as a tree. And Li Ha? You're masked by my toxic scent. We're basically invisible. Li Ha is actually impressed. This guy is exploiting his racial passives. That's genius. He knows everyone's build and finds the glitches in the system. Li Ha realizes, whoa, really imported real-world physics into these character mechanics. Huh, that's wild. Wait, what's that in the sky? A black crow. Is that a glitch? Nope. The bird dives down and literally speaks with a distinct voice. Follow me, master. Jin freezes. Oh, oops. That's my pet. The wolves hear the noise, ears perking up. Their eyes glow red with instant aggro. Total chaos erupts. Jin, recall your pet. Get that bird back here. But the crow is just vibing, flying off. See ya. The squad panics because the wolves lock onto the sound and start charging right at them. They just escaped death, and now they're back in the fire. Bill is furious. If I knew about that bird, I would have deleted it. The wolf pack is swarming, easily 20 of them. Li Ha gulps, terrified. Jin steps up, looking guilty. Guys, my bad. This is on me. I'll draw their aggro. You guys bolt for the dungeon entrance while I tank. Bill starts to say thanks, but Jin shakes his head. Go. Don't worry about me. It's my mess. Find a tank inside and finish the quest. He stands tall. See you in 48 hours. Watching this self-sacrifice junk, Li Ha clenches his teeth. He's actually getting annoyed. I'm not letting you respawn like this, dude. We just teamed up. Jin tries to argue. It's fine. Save yourselves. Bill is already halfway gone, acting like he doesn't care. But Li Ha is muttering to himself. Realism, AI, logic, physics. If we exploit the system. He snaps out of it. Jin, hold your fire. Jin hesitates. If I don't attack, we're toast. Li Ha shouts back. We stick together or we wipe together. I've got an idea. Bill stops running and stares. You actually have a plan? Musketeers usually have trash DPS, so everyone is skeptical. What is he doing? 2 entire ammo bags. Bill freaks out. Dude, you're gonna blow yourself up. Li Ha ignores him. Locked and loaded. He aims the gun straight up at the dark sky. No hesitation. Hey, cover your ears right now. Before they can react, boom, a sound like a nuclear explosion rips through the silent night. The shockwave nearly knocks Jin over. My ears. I can't hear anything. Bill goes pale. Are you insane? Li Ha is coughing in the smoke. Well, we're committed now. He glances at the wolves. Look, they're frozen, just like us. The beasts are stunned by the noise. Li Ha screams, run, now. Bill is shook. What? Why? How? Jin is just confused. Why aren't they chasing? Explanation later. Sprinting now. They dash off like Olympic sprinters. Bill is wheezing. Seriously. What was that? Li Ha gasps between breaths. I used mimicry. I became the thunder. Bill's brain breaks. Mimicry. Li Ha smirks. It's a psychological debuff, faster than waiting for poison to kick in. Bill yells, hey, slow down. After running for their lives, they finally collapse in a safe zone. Okay, I think we lost him. Jack was gasping for air like he just ran a marathon. Wolves stopped chasing. Thank God. But B-Nim? Still totally stressing out. What is even happening, fam? Then, light bulb moment. His eyes went wide with shock. Wait, was it the smell? Did the gunpowder scent scare them off? Bro was absolutely shook. Li Ha stayed cool as a cucumber, though. This game is hyper-realistic. Wolves hate that chemical stank just like humans do. Even B-Nim had to admit that was big brain energy. That is actually insane. He was hyping it up. I thought you wasted those shots, but you saved us. High IQ play right there. Suddenly, Baianin hits him with the weirdest random question. Yo, Li Ha, have you ever played Middle-earth before? Li Ha gave him the most confused look ever. Then Baianin realized, wait, we are literally playing in Middle-earth right now. Major facepalm moment. Yeah, never mind. He quickly tried to change the subject before it got more awkward. Right, let's just keep moving up. Li Ha narrowed his eyes instantly. Why is this dude acting so sus today? Suddenly, Jack pipes up, all shy like, hey guys, I can summon that crow back if you want, then we can go. Everyone looked away like they didn't know him. Cringe alert. Why can't we see the skill? Is it some secret technique or something? Jack started sweating bullets. No, it's kinda embarrassing, okay? Seeing him panic just made the boys want to see it more. Let us see. Someone record this for the channel. Jack was panicking. What are you guys doing? The poor guy looked ready to cry. Fine, I'll do it, but don't laugh. The squad just grinned. We promise nothing. This is gonna be gold. Jack took a deep breath. Here we go. Crow. Summon. He started busting out these disco moves with zero music. Imagine seeing that live. Lai Ha and B-Nim were literally rolling on the floor, laughing. What is that dance? It was so cringe it was legendary. Jack kept going, fists clenched. Must. Finish. Dance. He was humming his own beat while flailing around. Worshipping nature is the condition for the writ. Tears were streaming down his face, but he committed to the bit. Gotta serve the ritual with total sincerity. B-Nim whispered, is this for real? Will the crow actually come back? Lai Ha actually felt bad. That crow is toxic for making him do this. Jack was sobbing through the lyrics. It's done. Sharp eyes engaged. My dignity. It's gone. Lai Ha tried not to laugh. Hey, the crow is back. Let's go climb that mountain, boys. And up they went into the cloudy peaks. Seeing the massive peak ahead got Lai Ha hyped. Finally. Boss fight time. After hiking forever, the squad reached the target, the Golden Eagle. B-Nim started stuttering. Jack couldn't even speak. Lai Ha was just staring in shock. Yo, devs, why is this bird the size of a jumbo jet? That's not an eagle, that's a monster. First giant rabbits, now this. Next boss gonna be the size of a skyscraper. His sniper eyes started analyzing the scale. Quick math, the small one back there was like 2.5 meters, so the boss is at least 4 times that. We're talking over 10 meters of feathers and rage. B-Nim and Jack started strategizing immediately. Okay, review the plan. They dive bomb first. You memorize the attack patterns, right? Yeah, I got it. If it grabs you, it'll rip your shoulders right off. Stay frosty. Hearing that made everyone sweat. How many lives are we gonna lose on this raid? B-Nim kept going. Then they screamed from above. Sonic attack. If you get stunned, just pretend you're choking on a bone. Lai Ha jumped. Eaten alive? No thanks. Jack asked, do I tank from the trees? B-Nim shook his head. Nah, once its HP hits under 30%, it can't fly. That's when we brawl on the ground. The Golden Eagle glared down like, die, peasants. B-Nim shouted, Jack, use the marble skill no matter what. Do or die. If you survive that, I'll pull aggro on the minions. But Lai Ha stepped up with that main character energy. Nah, hold up fam. Don't bother. I'm gonna one-shot the boss right now. B-Nim freaked out. Excuse me? You want to do what? Yeah, I'm shooting first. Let's stick to the plan. Luring them is safer. Lai Ha shot back. Is it really safer though? B-Nim was confused. Yes, we can handle them one by one. Why is that dangerous? Jack added. Bro, the range is too far. You can't hit that. Lai Ha just started calculating to buy time. Distance is about 90 meters. B-Nim exploded. 90 meters. Are you trolling? Jack looked nervous. Can you actually hit that? Nothing is 100% sure, fam. Lai Ha locked in. B-Nim, get your skills ready in case I miss. B-Nim was fuming. Obviously. Lai Ha turned to the tank. Jack. The guy pointed at himself. Me? Lai Ha gave him a look. Get over here and bend over. Jack paused. Say what now? Lai Ha explained. Bend over. I need a human tripod for my rifle. Jack lost it. Bro, you cannot be serious. But Lai Ha was already taking advantage. Perfect height. Way better than a tripod. Jack sighed. I hate my life. Lai Ha whispered. Hold your breath. You're shaking the scope. Jack wanted to scream. You want to stop breathing permanently? Chill. Finally, Lai Ha stabilized the flint rifle on Jack's back and aimed straight at the target. Target moving. Range 95 to 110 meters. Rising 2 to 3 meters per flap. Bullet speed needs to be faster. Got it. Breathing controlled. Focus mode. On. With all his experience from the real world and Middle Earth, he predicted the path. The Golden Eagle was about to dive. He squeezed the trigger. Boom. Lai Ha lowered the gun instantly. Shot out. Get ready to defend. Suddenly, the system interface went crazy. Notifications popping everywhere. Achievement unlocked? Wait, what? Silence fell over the squad. Then the boys started screaming. One shot. You one-shotted the boss? That was legendary. Lai Ha finally realized. Oh, damn. It really died in one hit. The Golden Eagle didn't even know what hit it. Deleted from the server instantly. I know I shot it, but wow. The massive bird crashed to the hard ground. System message, ruler of the castle mountain defeated. Golden Eagle King is down. You obtained Golden Eagle wings. Musketeer skill leveled up to 4. Everyone got the notification. The whole squad got the credit. Boss eliminated. Stats boosted, strength, agility, intellect, stamina, and willpower all +1. Talk about a massive payout. Lai Ha, this is my second rare achievement. Look at these stats. B-Nim was grinning like a kid on Christmas. Is this real life? Li Ha just smirked. Told ya. But inside he was thinking, gotta loot the meat before the dungeon closes. System alert. Exiting dungeon in 30 seconds. Good game, boys. But yo, Li Ha was already done looting that eagle meat. Wait, achievement boards. I got 2 of them. First notification is a green light nailed a D-rank golden eagle with 1 shot. Agility and intelligence +2. Sweet. Checking the receipts, he couldn't help but wonder. Better clear the way for the next guy. Whoa, wait, did I just hit level 11? Second frame is insane. Sniper achievement, rank C+. That's agility +6, extra stamina and intelligence. Even unlocked the Calm Mind skill. Li Ha knew he tagged that bird right when it took flight. That beast was like 100 meters out. Just as he finished checking, Jack piped up. Let's bounce. Yeah, portal's open. He looked over Bet, but then, boom, another notification jumps out. Huh. I closed the window. Why is there another one? Get this, you're the second player times to snag the sniper achievement. That means a 200% buff and double the stat points. OP much? Li Ha's eyes bugged out. Is this the Hall of Fame? Brian started rushing him. You done with the eagle corpse? Let's move. Li Ha snapped back to reality. Oh, right. Let's roll. Hype for the unknown future. The squad started hollering, totally vibing. Finally, we graduated the noob zone. By the time they got back to K9, Jack was literally skipping with joy. Stats all +1. Haven't seen an achievement since I maxed out intimacy with a summoner. Li Ha chimed in from the side. For real? Guess you're ranking up to F class now, huh? After a sec, Brian couldn't hold it back. Bro, how'd you pull that off? Li Ha looked confused. Pull what off? Brian emphasized every single word like it was life or death. How did you hit that? Checking for eavesdroppers, Brian lowered his voice. 1 shot. That wasn't some trash mob, fam. That was a boss monster. Jack jumped in, confused. What's the beef? He dropped it fast. Isn't that good? Brian shut him down hard. It ain't about speed. At our level, with our gear, that shot should be physically impossible. It's a boss mob. Dudes our level usually take forever to grind it down. You hacking or what? Even Li Ha could only force a cringe laugh at that one. Yo, give me some space, guys. Inside, he was thinking, asterisk, I didn't know I could do that either. Asterisk, Brian got all up in his grill. Look me in the eye and spill the tea, man. So, was it a crit or what? Li Ha decided to keep it 100. Paul luck, bro. I didn't even know it was a one-hit kill. If I was that lucky all the time, I'd be level 50 by now. Even after denying it a million times, Brian was giving him the major side-eye, making things awkward. Wish I knew how I did it too, okay? You staring at me like that is kinda creeping me out. Didn't last long though. Brian finally dropped it. My bad. Got a little too hyped over seeing something crazy. Jack ran up, adding, same here, dude. Feels like hitting the lotto, right? Li Ha smirked. Totally. But in his head, he remembered the system saying his shots were undetectable. Asterisk. Sneaky. Asterisk. Brian probably freaked cause of that first notification earlier. Gotta remember that. Anyway, after all the drama, he finally made it to the quest turn-in and got the nod from Gary. I've got an eye for talent. Thanks, kid. Li Ha grinned, showing teeth. Thanks, squad leader. Notification pops, fame in Pupil Kingdom +300, and level up for completing the quest. Then the old man drops a special reward. Here's a rec letter for the Brown Best Musketeer Academy in the city. Best training grounds on the continent. He took the letter and 90 copper, thinking, asterisk. Wait, isn't that the training camp for the Imperial Army? Asterisk. Gary kept going. Seems you found your own weakness, but the Academy will sharpen those eyes of yours. Li Ha put on his serious face. Yes, sir. But deep down, he was thinking, asterisk weakness? Oh, right. I literally got a title called Knows His Own Weakness. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is that why he said that? Does that mean more achievements incoming? Asterisk. Suddenly, the old man hesitated. Li Ha. What Gary did next totally froze Li Ha's brain. He was shook since, when do NPCs get this touchy-feely? Whoa, what gives? The old man hugged Li Ha with everything he had. Thank you for everything these past days. You've become a true asset to our kingdom. Li Ha didn't even need to check the stats that intimacy level was definitely over 100%. He replied softly. No. Thank times you asterisk. Squad leader. Every meeting has to end, right? Walking away, Li Ha felt super nostalgic, like back in his army days. Meanwhile, the other players were whispering like crazy. Did you see that? An NPC hugging a player? First time I've seen that glitch. Free hugs? Ignoring the haters, Li Ha turned to his crew. So, where you guys headed? I'm off to Emerald Forest, Dre's training spot. said Brian. Mind forest for me. Finally, Lee Ha pointed to the capital city. Brian got all emotional. Bummer, man. We were an undefeated squad. He saw a chance to tease. Come with me then, or do you hate me? Jack stuttered. Hate? No way. It was lucky just to party up with you. Lee Ha got all in his feels. It's not like we'll never link up again. We're friends now, right? A strong heart needs a strong squad. They parted ways for their own futures. Catch you guys on the flip side. Lee Ha. Stay safe, bro. Lee Ha shouted back, grind hard, level up, and let's squad up again later. He watched until Brian and Jack faded into the distance. He let out a sigh of relief, then got hyped. Finally alone to check his loot. Status window, open. Scanning the 3 achievements from the Golden Eagle, Lee Ha burst out laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Is this real life? That sniper title, though second player in the world to get it? Insane. Just to double check, he pulled up the full character sheet. Now he was even more sus. Is this a dream? No way this is legit. I only looked at agility before. But strength and intelligence went up by 32. Lee Ha's brain was short-circuiting as he stared at the numbers. According to the stats, total points from titles are 114, and I've still got 40 points to spend. Gonna save those for later. Time to check out these new skills. Calm Mind prevents hand tremors. Only 3 seconds. If it was 30 minutes, that'd be God tier. The Apprentice Musketeer skill was May 2, vague description, and 0.5% reload speed, stingy devs. But hey, it's just the beginning. Lee Ha shook off the negativity. Can't be greedy. Gotta stay humble. After confirming everything, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. If I grind, I'll get good. Simple math. Pushing the numbers aside, he focused on the next step. Reporting the quest, he walked in with confident energy. Yo, madam, I'm back. She hit him with crazy enthusiasm. Oh my god, look who it is. It's Mary's favorite. You figured out your weakness, Lee Ha, and you already finished the hunt? He leaned back, a bit overwhelmed. Yes ma'am. Mission accomplished. Inside, he was screaming, asterisk, please stop calling me that title and get out of my personal space. Asterisk, she kept beaming and teasing him. So fast. You're not pranking me, are you? Lee Ha put on his best customer service smile. Prank? Never. You helped me so much, madam. Asterisk. If I lied to her, she'd chop me into mincemeat. Asterisk. She inspected the loot and gasped. Excellent quality. Lee Ha held out his hand. That's silver, not copper, right? Mary nodded. Just wait here. I'll make you a bento box. Oh, do you want to meet Chef Kiyomi? He was sad he missed you. Lee Ha blinked. Really? Mary emphasized every word. It's rare to meet someone like you. Lee Ha. He's been sharpening his knife, just waiting for you. Asterisk, sharpening his knife. Why does that sound like a threat? Asterisk, but he forced a smile. Guess I have to meet him then. As soon as he said it, she yelled out the announcement. Look who finally showed up. Kyo rolled in with that main character energy, looking fierce. He's staring at me like, is the fresh meat finally here? Wait, did he just call me meat? I am literally shaking right now. But then he starts eyeing the loot Lee Ha brought back. He's hyping it up like, okay, this is actually S-tier quality. Turns out, he was talking about the monster meat, but Lee Ha looks absolutely traumatized. Bro, stop staring at me while saying stuff like that. Look at the giant eagle steak. Seriously, chat, have you ever seen an NPC get this emotional over food? It's kinda extra. Kyo is fully fanboying now. I knew someone would bring the goods. You're a total meat lover, aren't you? He's projecting his own obsession onto me. Dude, chill. I guess liking meat doesn't make you a villain. Meanwhile, my soul is literally leaving my body. I'm thinking, can you please let me go so I can breathe? Someone save me. Finally, Kyo lets go, but then he hits me with a curveball. Yo, you want to learn how to cook? I completely lagged out for a second. Excuse me, what? Then it clicked. Wait, cooking? I'm here to grind combat levels, not become a master chef. Isn't that a crafting skill? I don't have a chef class. But then again, some warriors take up blacksmithing and make bank. I heard those side hustles pay really well. I started thinking, wait, is cooking a basic skill or a full-on profession? It looks like crafting, right? Like butchering, farming, or fishing. The system lets me learn 2 types of production skills. I gotta choose skills that either make me rich or buff my combat. Cooking is kinda vague, but if I can sell the food and get stat boosts, that's a win. I need to play this smart so I don't waste a slot. So I nodded and was like, bet, let's do it. No big deal. Now can you please get your hands off me? He bursts out laughing like a maniac. Oh ho, big brain move. You're signing up for the 1-day intense cooking boot camp. Confirm, my spidey senses are screaming trap right now. Participate, Kyo switches into full guru mode. Cooking is art, fam, but creativity starts with the basics. Haha, it's just a one-day crash course, so prepare to grind. I saw the quest details and chilled out. It's a game, guys. I can master anything in a day. A day. I thought he meant a daily quest. Then his face goes stone cold. All right, I'll be right here. Supervising. Supervising? Why does that sound so ominous? The best way to learn is to get your hands dirty. I'll teach you with passion. He's yelling, but I'm kind of vibing with it now. Okay, let's get this bread. A bit later, I'm chopping ginger, having flashbacks of my military days. I used to work the mess hall, so I know my way around a kitchen. Simple recipes, easy dubs. One day is nothing. But Kyo catches me zoning out and goes full drill sergeant. Yo, focus, why are you peeling it so thick? Scale it before you peel it. Did you just ruin the meat? I'm about to chop your fingers off as a garnish. What is this trash? Are you cooking garbage right now? Is this your best? Don't try hard, just make it edible. A dog wouldn't even sniff this. Is this supposed to be grilled? Bro. Someone call a priest. This rabbit is so raw a healer could resurrect it. Kyo is literally holding his head in despair. Oh my god, why did I agree to teach this absolute noob? If I could time travel, I'd cut my own tongue out before accepting you. My ears are bleeding. Chat, is it legal to shoot a friendly NPC yet? Because I'm tempted. I really want to blast him. But I grit my teeth and grind through the pain. Fail after fail, until finally, I whip up something that doesn't look like toxic waste. Kyo stabs a piece of steak with his fork, chewing in slow motion. My patience bar is at 0% right now. I am radiating murderous intent. If he roasts me one more time, I'm quitting the game. Luckily, he nods. Not bad, but of course, he takes the credit. You got this good in one day. Must be because you have a legendary teacher. Yeah, okay, whatever. Asterisk, ping. Asterisk, system notification. You learned the cooking skill. You can now turn ingredients into dishes. I am completely drained. My character looks like a zombie. I've been starving all day. Just gotta hold it together a little longer. I force the fakest smile ever. Thanks, boss. I'm out. I gotta bounce before my HP drops below 30%, and I get a penalty. I'm wobbling out the door on shaky legs. Madam L spots me sweeping the floor. Leaving already? I wheeze back. Yup, gotta go. Is it closing time already? She reminds me about the loot. Don't forget your box lunch. Oh right. I reach for it, but she slaps her hand on top of mine. Oh ho ho. I'm about to collapse. What gives? I'm stuck. I have a tiny favor to ask, she says with that creepy laugh. Oh no. Another quest? She's smiling, but it feels like a threat. You'll help me, right? Oh ho ho. I'm not accepting until I see the receipts. I can't accept if I don't know the details. She pulls out a fancy red lunchbox, and the vibe instantly gets dark. Why do we have to be so dramatic about a sandwich? This is super sus. Another box? Then the notification pops. Quest delivery for the Holy BBQ branch opening. Deliver this letter and lunchbox to Mary in A-Stock City within 1 month. I scan the rewards and penalties. Wait, it's just a delivery run? That sounds too easy. And why are the rewards kinda mid for a chain quest? But the failure penalty is massive. I double-check with Madam L. I just drop it off, right? She nods firmly. Of course. I'm still paranoid. Your sister isn't a dungeon boss or hiding in a cave, is she? She laughs it off. Oh my god, no. She's just a sweet girl living in the city. You're so dramatic. I'm not buying it. So what's the catch? Why is this hard? Madam L looks me dead in the eye and whispers, humans. Say what now? Humans, she sighs heavily. I look down at the lunchbox. Wait, are assassins gonna try to gank me for this food? She giggles, but it sounds like a horror movie trailer. No way. You watch too much anime. Who would murder someone over a lunchbox? I'm literally getting goosebumps. Stop pranking me. She acts like she didn't just imply I'm gonna get hunted down. Just a little marketing humor. Oh ho ho. I'm mad, but why did she sound so serious just now? That was creepy. Anyway, I run the numbers. The capital is 500 kilometers away. Walking straight takes 10 days, but with the winding roads, we're talking 15 days minimum. If I have to cross mountains, that's a whole month in game, which is like 4 days. In real life, I gotta go anyway for the Musketeer training in the city. Just hoping I don't get wrecked on the way. Then Liha stepped up, voice steady. I'll take the mission. Mary broke it down instantly. Thanks, Liha. This right here? It's the legendary Golden Eagle meat bento box. Special delivery for Mary. Still kinda nervous, he asked. Yo, won't this go bad on the trip? She shut that down fast. Chill. It's got preservation magic inside, so it stays fresh for 3 whole months. Oh ho ho. It definitely won't rot, but I can't promise the flavor won't flop. Don't you dare ruin my franchise dreams by delivering nasty food, got it? Lee Ha. Her expression got super dark, making him shiver. No way. Absolutely not. Haha. Finally satisfied, Madam L handed over the goods. I'm counting on you, kiddo. Oh ho. He gave a cringe laugh. Yes, ma'am. And just like that, the risky quest began. But before heading out, Lee Ha got curious and cracked open the purple lunchbox for a taste test. He shoveled the food in, hyping it up. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Way better than Black Angus beef. It wiped away his cooking fatigue instantly. Plus, his stats went up +1 strength and +3 agility just like that. Named the Special Elite Bento, it totally lived up to the hype. Lee Ha leaned back, rubbing his full belly. Man, if I sold this, I'd be raking in the dough. Then, the other box caught his eye. He picked it up, inspecting it from every angle. So curious. Since it's the Hollow Bird lunchbox, it's gotta be a tier above the Black Eagle, right? No smell, though. Let's check the stats. Item info popped up. Rare item containing the Holy Fire's secrets. Any creature that eats this becomes Mary's slave. Literally the only state-sanctioned drug. Lee Ha freaked out, sweating bullets. Stats increased by 20 times, and it's tradable. He frantically looked around for witnesses. Is this for real? Am I crazy? It's a rare item, too. Gotta hide this as soon as possible. Gaining 4 levels just by eating? That's broken. He couldn't stop thinking about how much cash this could bring in. How much is this worth? Lee Ha immediately hit up the auction house to check prices. His brain was overclocking. 1 gold usually sells for about $200. Let's see. Elite upgrade, +15 movement speed, +6 one-handed sword mastery. That's nuts. 14 million won. Madam L's lunchbox has no class restrictions and doesn't even need to be equipped. It's a consumable that permanently boosts stats. An item like this goes for a fortune. Lee Ha gulped, his hand shaking on the mouse from Paul excitement. Even a lowball offer is over 100 grand. No, I could get a cool million for this. 1 million real dollars. He looked up, muttering. 1 million. Medical bills are 20 million, so that's 5% right there. Then reality hit him. Chill out. Lee Ha, the sniper, can't lose his cool. If I sell this, my affinity with the NPCs drops to 0, guaranteed. The moment I step into the city, I'm toast. But it's $1 million. Abandoning the quest means burning bridges with the NPCs and basically ending his run. I never plan on quitting, but walking away with $1 million? Dang it. Lee Ha clutched his head, fighting the urge. The money was too tempting, his heart pounding, thoughts tearing him apart. He couldn't take it and screamed, the quest reward better be worth it. Just getting to attend the opening ceremony is way too vague. Is that invite worth $1 million? Should I just sell it and snake them? Lee Ha gritted his teeth, clinging to his morals. No, I can't betray the program. He remembered Madam's friendly vibe. Lee Ha, eat it while it's hot. He tried to brainwash himself. She's just an NPC. Even if it feels real, it's just code. It's just a game. It doesn't mean anything. Lee Ha sighed, feeling guilty. She said to watch out for people. Did she mean watch out for myself? Talk about irony. Just as he was spiraling, the door creaked open. His mom walked in softly. Son, why the heavy sighs? Something wrong. He snapped out of it. Mom, you're still up? She nodded, eyes full of worry. Just getting water. Why aren't you sleeping? He reassured her. I'm hitting the hay right now. Don't worry. She smiled. Okay, I have guests tomorrow, so I'll be home a bit late. I made some side dishes, so make sure you eat. Seeing his mom calmed him down instantly. What was I stressing for? Keep it simple. I can figure the rest out later. Anyway, time to head to the city. Back in the game, Lee Ha pushed open a shop door. Yo, boss. Luis jumped, startled by the familiar voice. Lee Ha, you're here? He rubbed his hands together, grinning like a shark. My man, you bring me any good loot today? Lee Ha shook his head. Herbs are scarce lately. I'm looking, so just hang tight. Luis nodded, knowing the drill. Yeah, they're hard to find. But Lee Ha had a different agenda today. Where's the wholesaler? Luis flinched, hiding his nerves behind a coffee cup. He muttered, Sun's barely up. Geez, they should be here. You want some coffee? Lee Ha smiled politely, suspecting nothing. Sure, just a sip. He totally misread Luis, thinking the guy was just holding back a snarky comment. He switched topics. Do you sell maps? Pouring the coffee? Luis replied, obviously. Lee Ha asked for the price, and Luis rattled it off like a script. Local castle area map is 80 silver. The full kingdom of Dovian map is 5 gold. Lee Ha was floored. 80 silver to 5 gold? That's steep. Louis glanced at the cloth-covered items on the wall. Maps are luxury items, kid. That's why they're pricey and kept under wraps. Lee Ha thought that's why people online just copy-paste map info. Making maps in-game must be a hassle. Forget it. I'll make money and buy one later. Suddenly, the door flew open. A booming voice called out, "Boss, goods have arrived." Luz beamed. "Whoa, Papu, you're early today." He dropped a crate in the corner. "Heard you had someone to introduce?" Papu turned, flashing a blindingly white smile. "A merchant is never late." Lee Ha quietly sized him up. "This is the guy." They shook hands, instant connection, trusting vibes all around. A few words later, and they looked like they just closed a major deal. "I'm Lee Ha. I'm Papu. Heard you're buying ammo in bulk? I want wholesale price with delivery included." "Done. I'll handle it personally." While they vibed, Luz stood in the corner, arms crossed and sweating buckets. Papu double-checked. "How much you need?" "I brought 500 sets to start." Lee Ha blinked. "That many?" Even at wholesale, 500 sets is like 50 silver. Luz panicked, jumping between them. "Whoa, hold up. I need to organize some stock, so you wait over there." Before he could shove him away, Papu mumbled, "It's only a few silver." Luz froze, his face twisting in guilt. Lee Ha didn't hesitate, he teleported right in front of him. "How much?" Papu answered honestly. "Explosives are 4 copper, bullets are 1 copper." Lee Ha stared at Louise with eyes cold enough to kill. 4 copper, including delivery? Louise stammered, "No, wait." Lee Ha got up in his face, terrifyingly calm. "And you tried to charge me 15 per bullet?" Louise was sweating rivers. "No, I gotta eat too." Lee Ha walked out the door, dropping a final savage line. "Find your own herbs, old man. Hope a rabbit bites your head off." Louis literally hit the deck, clinging to Lee Ha's leg like a desperate ex. "Bro, wait, my bad, okay? I'll comp you something else. Just let me slide this time." Lee Ha shot him a glare that could kill a man. "Something else, huh?" The old man was nodding like a bobblehead. "Yeah, anything." Lee Ha kicked back in the chair, looking like a total boss. "Yo, you got a musket?" Louis looked stressy. "Dude, that's gear for the weapon shop, right?" Lee Ha didn't let up. "How about armor?" The dude kept making excuses. "That's at the armory, fam. Bling, necklaces, jewelry store." Lee Ha's tone dropped to absolute zero. "So when you said anything, you were just capping." Luz finally swallowed his pride. "Fine, just pick something from this shop already." Lee Ha switched to a fake nice vibe instantly. "Cool, I'll keep it low Genki. Give me the full map of the Dovian kingdom." The merchant looked like he just saw a ghost. "That's 5 gold coins, basically a cool 1,000,001 in real cash." Louis started bawling, salty as heck. "That's worth a fortune, you bandit." Lee Ha stood up, unbothered. "I guess you can go find those herbs yourself. Peace. I'm out." The guy had no choice but to fold. "You stupid jerk." Okay. Deal sealed." Lee Ha bounced, feeling victorious. He even dropped a cheeky line, "Hit me up for the next trade, yeah?" He weighed the loot bag in his hand. Plenty of gunpowder and ammo, total score. Lee Ha flashed back to the tutorial. Using the shared bank makes payments way faster. It honestly feels just like using Venmo or online banking in the real world, doesn't it? The NPC clerk processed it. "Your account is live." With that done, it hit him. "Been a minute. Should I FaceTime Kyle?" He opened the comms channel. Kyle picked up instantly. "Yo, big bro, you still up?" Lee Ha grilled him with a grin. "Gotta get that bread, right? What are you up to?" Kyle sounded distracted. "Just grinding with the guild squad." Lee Ha scratched his cheek, awkward. "Squad goals, huh? Must be nice. I just hit level 12, so I'm heading to the city. Wanna link up?" Kyle sounded shook. "Wait, level 12 already? Are you for real? Did you snag that golden eagle?" Lee Ha flexed a little in his tone. "Yeah. Took it down quick." "You're a beast, kid." Kyle was actually hyped for him. "That's speed running. Congrats, bro. Enjoy the city life." "Hold up, bro. You're at Candle Castle, right? Did you see the Rising Fire Guild?" Lee Ha nodded casually. "Yeah, spotted him." Kyle got salty real quick. "Teask, dude, you should have told me earlier." Lee Ha felt kinda cringe. "What? Are you a stan or something?" "Actually, I haven't." Before he could finish, Kyle screamed, "Man, I want to wreck those toxic losers." Then he realized he was shouting. Never mind." Lee Ha's face went pale as he covered his ear. "Yo, pause. What went down?" Kyle wasn't usually the type to rage like that. "What's the tea?" Suddenly, a random voice popped up on the line. "For real? No cap. Our guild put a massive bounty on those two. You didn't know? Deadass? If I knew they were there, I would have pulled up and smoked him myself. Lee Ha was confused by the drama. Wait, you're talking about those kids? You want to fight them? The voice got hyped. Kids? Bro, they're psychos. You haven't seen them cast spells yet, have you? Don't call them kids. They're straight-up villains. Which is, bro, me and the whole squad just got frozen instantly. We could see everything, feel everything, but couldn't move a muscle. She was literally smiling while snapping necks one by one, like she was popping bubble wrap. We got locked out for 48 hours, lost loot, and leveled down. After getting wrecked, we couldn't even log in for 5 days. If I catch that girl, I'm gonna delete her from the server. Lee Ha held the phone away, trying not to go deaf from the screaming. Kyle finally vented enough to chill out. Bro, sorry for the language. Lee Ha played it cool. It's all good. I get it. So it's a guild war? Kyle clarified. It's not just our crew getting wrecked. That Rising Fire guild is pay-to-win trash. It's like Walmart crushing a mom-and-pop shop. There are 5 alliances teaming up right now to take those lunatics down. They're about to hit top 5. Lee Ha frowned, looking serious. This drama involves some high-tier players. If he joined the Sisters Guild, he'd basically be betraying Kyle. He stayed quiet for a sec, then sighed. Got it. I'll hit you back later. On the other end, Kyle went back to his sweet self, voice all Paul again. Okay, catch you later, bro. Lee Ha felt heavy. He tried to draw a line. The game is the game, real life is real life. But why is it so messy? Maybe he should just stay put for now? He ruffled his hair, frustrated enough to scream. His brain felt like it was going to crash. I was hyped about the invite from the top players, but my cousin got roasted by them. What am I supposed to do? Overthinking is a waste of time. I'll get to the capital and figure it out then. Future problems for future me. Lee Ha shook his head, pushing the drama to the side. He pulled up the UI to check out his new loot. His eyes lit up instantly. Whoa, this is actually cracked. It's literally a GPS. I might get lost, but at least I know where I am. I hated reading maps in the army anyway. Can I zoom in? Dude, if a sniper had this, it'd be game over for everyone else. Lee Ha did a gear check. 27 silver coins, the musket, 3 loaves of bread, a lunchbox that might be worth $1 billion, and 100 sets of ammo and explosives. He started walking, humming a tune. I know the route, so we're good. I'm broke, but I can just beg the locals if I have to. 3 hours later, he was still moving fast, stamina bar barely dropping. What would I do without this sprint skill? Haven't run this much in ages. Suddenly, a warning sign popped up in front of him. Warning, high frequency of raid encounters. Lee Ha paused. So, this forest is monster central? Better stay woke. Just then, a loud shout echoed from behind him. Let's get this bread. Target, David, if variant, but monster. Linda popped his death taunt skill, bracing his massive shield against a claw swipe that looked sharp enough to slice steel. Clang. The sound of metal on metal rang through the woods. The bear roared, deep and angry, eyes glowing red like it wanted to delete anyone in its territory. While Linda tanked the aggro, Jen Kim dashed in. She gripped her twin blades, silver light flashing as she rushed the mob. It's enraging. Watch out for the green snake ad. The duo had solid synergy, defending and attacking in rhythm. In the back, a monk stood still, chanting buffs. Lee Ha crossed his arms, judging the strat. Guess everyone has different roles, but just 2 shields to stop that? Suddenly, the scene turned into a circus. Screams everywhere. The David, if variant, but monster, is aggroed on us. If it grabs you, you're toast. Random players scrambled to the sides, faces pale. Run for your lives. Go, go, go. Get out of here. Check your gear. Linda started recruiting on the spot. LFDPS for raid team. If you can fight, sign up now. A few players jumped in immediately. We're in. The tank shouted orders. Stack up here. Lee Ha was bewildered. Where did these guys spawn from? Was this scripted? He rubbed his chin, thinking. A black bear? You usually need a 20-man raid for that boss. He decided to dip. If that party has no synergy, I'm gonna get caught in the AoE if I stay. Time to ghost. But with the tank holding aggro, he was safe to slip by. The tank guy was still yelling his lungs out. I am General Linda. Join our squad. We've got 3 slots filled. That weird name caught Lee Ha's ear. General Linda? What a handle. Whatever. Just stick to the mission. A knight in heavy armor took charge. Boss spawn. Tanks. Front line. Lee Ha couldn't help himself. He crouched behind a rock. Okay, I'll watch for like 5 seconds, then I'm gone. Curiosity piqued. The squad started barking out orders like they were in a pro league lobby. Better get in formation before the boss spawns. Kim, acting as the raid leader, shouted, Yo, attacker guy. Stop camping behind your teammates. Get in the correct order. Now. DPS, when you approach, stay a safe distance behind the tanks. Li Hao watched from the sidelines, lips moving as he whispered a quiet wow. For a rush pickup group, their coordination wasn't actually half bad. Main tank, healer, DPS, melee, off-tank. The standard lineup was all there, so the win rates looked promising, though it was a bummer they were short on mages. Kim yelled out the warning, "It's incoming, battle stations." Meanwhile, Li Hao was chilling a solid 70 meters away, squinting to get a look. Time to see what this boss looks like. I'm camping way back here, so I'm definitely in the safe zone, right? Just then, Archer guy from the team, arrow glowing like a neon sign, screamed, "I pulled aggro. Bring it here." From the distance, a massive David, if variant but monster, stomped down. The heavy impact making the ground shake like an earthquake was cracking it open. It opened a mouth huge enough to swallow a car, its roar echoing through the forest and bringing a hurricane-force wind with it. The frontline tanks crouched low, trying to brace themselves against the insane pressure. Even Li Ha, way back in the cheap seats, felt the goosebumps rise as the shockwave hit him. His whole body started shaking involuntarily from the sheer intimidation. He stuttered, "No, no way. I'm miles away from the fight." Suddenly, the system coldly announced, "Agonia Oso is roaring. You are frozen for 2 minutes. HP reduced by 10%, speed nerfed by 30%. A feeling of total doom slammed straight into his chest. Usually, the magic safety zone is 55 meters. How am I catching debuffs from this range? The massive bear stood like a tower on the battlefield, its heavy breathing sounding like war drums. Li Hao was shaking uncontrollably but forced a twitchy smile to hype himself up. Crazy. That thing is the size of a building. Is that even a bear? He tried to force his legs to stop trembling, but they were bricked and wouldn't listen. Legs. Why won't you move? Damn it, damn it. Why did this game have to make the fear mechanics feel so realistic? To cleanse this status effect, he had to wait another 2 whole minutes. The bear stood there, eyes flashing fiercely, breath hot as fire against their faces, making the pressure even heavier. Before, Li Ha was just watching the show, but now his body was rigid, heart pounding like it wanted to glitch out of his chest. I hope those guys bag that monster before I unfreeze. Another roar from Agonia Oso. The system timer mocked him. You cannot move for 2 minutes. It wasn't just Li Ha, Jack, and a bunch of others were lagging out in the same state, bodies shaking, feet rooted to the floor. Jack screamed, his voice cracking with panic. The tank yelled, "Hurry up. The bear is looking right at us. Cleanse the debuff here first." As the giant bear took massive steps closer, screams of panic filled the entire chat. It's here. Ah. The giant paw slammed into the ground. Kim dropped to one knee, raising his massive shield to block the swipe. The impact was so OP that his legs sank deep into the dirt, his body vibrating like it was about to snap. The squad members shouted anxiously, "Leader. Hey, Cap." But Kim was knocked back, sliding across the grass and leaving a deep trench in the earth. His face was dripping with sweat, but his eyes were still blazing with determination. He roared a command. "I can still tank 2 more hits." Tanks who cleared the debuff, link up and form a wall. Clean DPS. Go assist the other attackers. Here it comes again. The bear's giant hands swept across, trying to delete Kim from the server. In a split second, he popped his ultimate survival skill, max defense up. The beast's red eyes flared. It slammed another attack down onto Kim's shield. The sound of metal clashing rang out like a bell. After that insane collision, the shield was seriously dented, and Kim froze, gasping for air. Taking advantage of the monster's cooldown, he screamed, "Full send! Attack now!" Instantly, 10,000 arrows flew at once, tearing through the wind like a storm raining down on the bear. But suddenly, its giant hand burst into flames, and in a blink, it incinerated every single arrow in midair, scattering ash all over the sky. At the front, the shield wall braced hard, trying to protect their teammates from the mountain of pressure crashing down on them. Kim frantically barked orders. "Melee DPS, back up the tanks. Tanks, get in position." Amidst the suffocating tension, the longest 2 minutes in history finally passed, and Li Ha's penalty was lifted. He happily moved his limbs. "Oh, nice. If they keep this up, we'll catch it, right?" On the other side, everyone was fighting without a break. "Cap, I need a cooldown to cool off." "Next group, tag in." Lee peeked out from his hiding spot. "Look at that, everyone's relaxing a bit." Nissan was standing casually outside the combat zone, chatting with Lamia while watching. "At this speed, we'll bag it in no time." Lamia kept waving her hands to maintain the support buffs, laughing as she replied, "Should I vlog this? A raid video like this could make us some serious cash." Totally opposite to their chill vibe, Kim on the front line was sweating buckets. "Backline, charge your spells. When its stamina drops below 20%, we nuke it all at once. If not, it'll trigger a different phase. That would be super dangerous." The two who got called out pouted, looking annoyed. Just chill and watch the situation. We almost got it. Take it easy. I'm managing my MP here. While the boss was heavily damaged, its giant body groaning and unable to move, the groups took a short breather, exchanging quick words. Everyone, get ready. Man, you attackers use so much stamina. Why is the vibe so weird? Just catch it quickly. The flaws of a rush pickup group are really showing now. Kim gripped his hand tight, activating all the remaining power in his shield, his voice booming across the battlefield. Get ready. 21%. The bear's giant claws tore through the air, speed hacking straight into the shield. He gritted his teeth, body stiffening, to take the massive hit. From behind, an arrow screamed through the air, pinning straight into the beast's shoulder, making it howl in pain. Immediately after, intense flames erupted from beneath its feet. Kim panicked. 20%. Attackers fall back. The boss's HP dropped to 19.9%. They went berserk, body swelling, eyes glowing red, mouth gaping open, roaring enough to shake the dimension. The heat spread so violently that John's hair, even standing far away, caught fire instantly. She freaked out, screaming and slapping the flames away. Is that fire magic? A bear using magic? Are you kidding me? Charlie's shoulder armor was metal, so he didn't escape fate either. In a split second, everyone was engulfed in flames, bodies charred black, screams of terror echoing everywhere. Ah, I'm on fire. Hell, run. This isn't normal fire magic. The scene was chaos submerged in red flames. Kim bit his lip, sweat mixing with ash, and finally had to give the order. Damn it, retreat. Everyone get out of here. Those who caught fire were rolling on the ground, skin charred, begging in despair. Take me with you. Save me. Kim ignored their fate, leading the retreat and coldly announcing, party disbanded. If you don't want to die, run fast. Kim's eyes scanned the area and caught Lee Ha still hiding behind a rock, frozen like a statue. What are you doing there? Didn't you hear me say run? Lee jumped, heart racing. I didn't attack though. He flashed a friendly smile to clarify. I didn't participate in this battle at all. I haven't touched it, so I'm chill. Seeing this, Kim warned him. In this state, Agonia also will kill everything in its sight. It'll take days to kill it now. You should go somewhere else. Go to Sun City. Lee Ha was stunned and double-checked. Days? Did you say days? Fastest is 10 days. Kim's steps were hurried. Slow is over a month. Anyway, we're out of here. Lee panicked and called out to the crowd scattering in every direction. Hey, wait, you guys poked the bear and made it crazy, and now you're just gonna run and leave me here. Weren't you guys supposed to catch it? He nervously squeezed his trembling hands. They said the trip takes over a month. Oh my god, can they even turn this around? If I don't make it to the capital, I'm selling all of Kim's loot, I swear. Wait, no, gotta stay frosty. Think clearly, don't try to hide. Lee Ha took a deep breath, trying to keep his cool, and started listing every possible option to see what the play was. Yo fam, option 1, find a carry squad. 2 high-level dudes will handle it. Option 3, ghost that fire bear. He is stressing big time, tearing his hair out. Nothing is working, and he cannot even flip that Baoji loot box for cash. Time for plan B. Or actually plan 4. Let's speedrun this. Lai Ha whips out the piece, ready to go full try-hard mode. If he wastes a life, that quest and the loot are toast anyway. No squad? No problem. I will solo this beast. Boss HP is under 20%, so it is clutch time. That other crew is tanking down there, buying me precious seconds. He stands tall, deep breath, eyes locked on that giant kaiju. Range, 70 meters. Southeast wind means speed is at least 2 meters. Let's get it. 3, 2, 1. Lai Ha pulls the trigger, blam. The shot rips through the dark. The bear pauses, spidey senses tingling, and turns around. Big mistake. That move exposed the weak spot. Headshot. That giant body is wobbling like crazy. Smoke rising from the barrel, still hot. Lai Ha gulps, hands shaking on the grip, screaming internally like, what did I just do? Boom, right in the dome. Meanwhile, Linda is strutting away, thinking, should I roll a new squad? 6 players? Nah, maybe a 7 stack is the meta. Suddenly, a girl yells, yo, flower boy, flower boy. He glances at Lamia like, girl, run to the village. No time for chit-chat, we gotta dip. No, wait, look behind you, fam. That dude hiding behind the rock just clapped something. He looks back, confused. Shot something? Suddenly, Linda is feeling major regret. Is that a musketeer? Dang, should have drafted him earlier. He did not see the play, so he asks Lamia, where did he shoot from? Did he even hit? She answers, totally salty, headshot, sir. Right between the eyes. The guy starts calculating the gains. With that DPS, this musketeer is actually cracked at the game. If we had a proper squad with him, we could totally bag this boss, right? Someone else gasps. From 70 or 80 meters? How? Linda agrees that aimbot accuracy is legit. Nissan mumbles, half sus, half hyped. If we team up, it is a guaranteed win. Yeah, Lamia is all in. We are short on players anyway. Let's pick him up. But Linda turns cold, walking away. Hope, stop capping and run. She is shook, but he literally headshot the thing. He ain't impressed. Skills, sure. But that is it. Nissan is confused. That is it? Linda breaks it down. Musketeers take a whole minute to reload. He just fired, right? In the next 60 seconds, he is cooked. Laiha has no clue they are trash-talking him. He is just standing there, stunned. No way. I hit it. Right in the face. Why isn't it despawning? The boss, Oso, does not even have a scratch. Its eyes are glowing red. Paul Rage Mode activated. System alert sounds like a death sentence. Agonia Oso used Roar of Terror. You are paralyzed for 2 minutes. HP and stamina nerfed. Laiha is losing it. Bruh. Headshot and he is still standing. He is shaking, trying to move, but the game says no. Cold sweat dripping. He whispers, I good gamed way too early. And now, that giant fire beast has locked onto him. It turns, flames blazing, stomping the ground, coming straight for Laiha. Laiha grits his teeth, fighting the debuff. Hands trembling, he tries to pour oil into the gun. Come on, load faster. Suddenly, another player panics, screams, and bails. The bear roars and toasts him. Instant fireball. In a split second, the guy's ash game over. Man, that final look of horror, haunting. Screams echo across the battlefield. Stay back. Run. Put out the fire. Players are spamming the help emote in real life. Steps everywhere. The giant monster pauses, red eyes scanning, confused on who to aggro first. That glitch gives Laiha a few precious seconds. Wait, he's not rushing me? This debuff is making my aim shaky. If reloading takes 2 minutes, he will wipe the squad and me. Forget dignity, he screams, voice cracking, help me. Yo, leader guy from earlier, you hear me? I can DPS this thing, just tank the aggro for me, please. But nobody comes. Crickets. Laiha is shaking with rage. Damn it, they all rage quit already? Hope is gone. Cannot rely on randoms. Besides the ear-piercing screams of save me, the bear roars, turning everything it touches into a barbecue. Any player caught in range becomes a human torch. The gap is closing. I am dead meat, heart pounding like techno music. He tries to chill, gripping the gun tight with shaky hands. It is cool, Laiha, do not choke. One more shot. Can I land a second headshot from this range? Only one target to worry about. His eyes lock on Oso, approaching like a walking volcano. Laiha blocks out the noise, ignoring the screams and the chaos. All he hears is his own heartbeat. Bam. The gunshot rips through the air, shaking the map. Linda freezes, spins around, eyes popping out. Again, Oso takes the hit, stumbling back. Nissan has to give respect. That is insane. He actually landed another one. Lamia is fangirling. Another headshot. How is he doing this? I have never seen a player carry this hard. Right on target. Legendary. Linda gets serious, face dark, deep in thought. But the two sidekicks are hype, begging him. Yo, Flower, are we going back in, or what? He double-tapped the head. The boss is one shot. Let's go steal the kill and split the loot. Linda grits his teeth, acting righteous. Y'all are savage, huh? The other players are wiped. The boss is going to target him next. Nissan points out the opportunity. That is why I'm saying we save him before he gets wrecked. Lamia nods. If Flower tanks it. Linda is triggered, veins popping. He knows they are using him. If I jump in now, I am the first one dying. My shield is busted. You want me to meet shield with my body? The duo goes quiet. He sticks to the plan. I feel bad for the dude, but we are dipping back to the village. It is a wrap, Lamia sighs. So we are just ghosting him? He snorts. I warned him earlier. He did not run. He stayed to play hero. They ignore Linda, glued to the action. Whoa, look at that fire bear go. The attacker is toast. Wait, the musketeer is kiting him. He turns around, rushing them. Let's bounce. We gotta find that guy later. We will build a new raid team in an hour, then come back. We will recruit some pro musketeers and farm the loot. It is what it is, timing is everything. Back at the village, the chat is blowing up. For real? The fire bear boss? Isn't that raid impossible? Did you see the broken shield? Only they survived. We gotta raid it before it regens HP. Linda starts spamming the recruit channel. LFG, Agonia, Oso raid. We are catching this beast. Line up. Immediately, someone slides in. I am DPS. My aim is cracked. Put me in. Head count is done. Let's bounce. People, the guy shouted. 30 minutes later, total blackout. The woods were pitch black, fam, like someone turned off the sun. Linda was high-key stressed, warning the squad, "Heads up, guys. Stay sharp. That thing could pop out and jump scare us any second." They walked through the zone looking totally shook. Scorch marks were smoking on the ground and massive claw marks were dug deep into the dirt. Yo, that is gnarly. Definitely a boss fight. Look at those footprints. They're the size of a manhole cover. But where did the fire bear go? Linda started barking orders to get everyone organized. It probably wiped out the other players and dipped to a new spot. Stay frosty. It's huge, so it shouldn't be hard to find. If you spot it, scream your head off. They split into mini squads to sweep the area. 2 hours of nothing, and the vibe was dead. Mia started stomping her feet, totally over it. "Oh, I'm so triggered. Where is it?" Deno was frowning, trying not to lose his cool. "Are we getting played right now?" 3 hours in, Rusiker and Junie, covered in leaves and looking messy, got up in Linda's face. "Where's the fire bear, bro? You said it was rabbit size, so why can't we see it? Is this guy scamming us?" The dude panicked. No way, I'm not capping." Linda tried to de-escalate, voice shaky but standing his ground. "It's definitely here, guys. You saw the battle scars. It's probably low HP and hiding somewhere to heal. Let's trust him one last time. If we don't find it, the leader is toast." "Man, this is trash. We're wasting time here instead of grinding XP. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife." Linda was sweating bullets, grinding his teeth. Inside, he was raging. "Damn it, where is it hiding? That Musketeer dude couldn't have soloed it, right? What exactly went down?" Flashback to 4 hours ago. Laiha was frozen in place, muttering, "This is insane. Total madness." The giant bear roared, spitting straight fire at anyone dumb enough to block its path. Every time that monster took a step, Laiha's heart skipped a beat. "I hit it twice and it's still standing? No shot. Gotta bolt. Like, right now." Luckily, the penalty lifted just in time, so he ghosted. But then he glanced back and saw Linda's crew walking away. That triggered him. He was fuming, literally blowing smoke. Seriously, those guys bailed, they start a fight and run away, whatever. Laiha ripped the paper with his teeth and jammed it into the gun chamber to spark it. Smooth moves only. Run and reload, just like practice. I've done this a million times in training. Muscle memory, baby. Just like The Sims. He slammed the gun stock on the ground, a heavy thud echoing like a death knell. Reload complete. We are locked and loaded. He spun around, weapon glinting in the dark, and took a long-range shot. "Come on, connect this time, you stupid fire bear." But right then, Laiha almost snapped. The bear's massive jaws were right there, about to chomp his gun barrel. His pupils shrank, heart flatlined for a second. Bam! A punch like a sledgehammer to the gut sent Laiha flying. He did a few flips in the air before smashing into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. It sounded like his bones turned to dust. His insides felt scrambled, face twisted in agony, and he coughed up a mouthful of warm blood. Damn, that hurts way more than I thought. 20% stamina feels like this? His vision started swimming in red. Why can't I see anything? Is the pain blinding me? I can't spot the bear. Laiha shut his eyes, forcing himself to focus, using his ears instead. No footsteps? How does something that massive move silently? It's trying to end me, for real. I can't feel the heat. Is that the stamina limit kicking in? Focus up, man. Focus. Laiha, take one more hit and it's game over. But the bear's weak too. One solid shot and it's curtains. A blind assassin is a joke, but a blind sniper is usually dead meat. Surprisingly, he wasn't panicking. He smirked. Blind sniper, huh. Challenge accepted. A faint rustle on the grass caught his ear. He swiveled the barrel instantly. Gotcha, he shouted to hype himself up. Stay calm. At the last second, Laiha leaned back, dodging a lightning-fast punch. Instinct took over, finger on the trigger. Boom! The shot tore through the air. Bullseye to the neck. The giant froze, blood spraying everywhere, dyeing its fur red. It wobbled, but didn't drop. Laiha cursed. Are you kidding me? Still alive? Die already, you freak. The bear's eyes glowed red, locking onto him with paw rage, breath hot enough to melt steel. No exit strategy now. Laiha gripped his gun, bayonet gleaming in the moonlight. Fine, we do this the hard way. He charged forward. He drove the green tip deep into the bear's thick hide with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, he let out a hiss of effort. He went psycho mode, stabbing over and over, screaming, go to hell. Blood everywhere. Finally, Laiha ran out of gas, his weapon shaking in his hands. Lights out. Laiha passed out on the grass. Next thing he knew, he snapped awake, eyes wide. Did I just? He scrambled up, looking around. Did I black out? If that thing didn't die, I'd be toast. Wait, where's the fire bear? He finally stood up and boom, system notification, level up. He looked dumbfounded. Say what? Reading the text, he couldn't believe it. I'm level 9 now? My Musketeer's skill jumped levels. He spotted the fire bear's carcass, tongue lolling out, and it clicked. Oh, so my Musketeer mastery hit level 9. Sick. He hopped onto the bear's back. Nice look, buddy. You have a thing for snipers, huh? Time to loot. He started scavenging, grinning like a maniac. Not a normal mob. This is a boss. Payout's gonna be huge. Suddenly, a stat window popped up, making his jaw drop. Hall of Fame? Am I the first? All stats plus 10%. That puts me at 45 points. Laiha tapped the menu, totally shook. The system unrolled a long list. Laiha gasped. Remaining points, 135. Is this a glitch? I've got the stats of a level 30 player. I skipped 27 levels. I could solo a level 50 mob right now. He tapped furiously, watching the numbers climb, muttering happily. And done. Final build, a sniper with a health bar of a tank. Agility 168, Vitality 62, HP 1350. He looked at the loot pile. This is actually bonkers. He grabbed some gear but hesitated. Well, the original owners bailed, and this stuff costs a fortune in the shop. Can't leave it here for some rando to swipe. Finders keepers. I'll put it to good use. Laiha finished looting the carcass. Fire bear drop obtained. He pulled out a thick, warm red fur cloak. Elite fire bear skin cloak. Defense 115. Let's go. Yo, check this out. Just snagged some elite flame bear leather boots with 60 defense. Paired that with the elite hunter hat, another 50 defense. Laiha's eyes were literally popping out of his head reading those stats. All elite tier. Are you kidding me? Even without a weapon, this setup is fire. He looked down at his sweaty, grimy avatar and mumbled, Man, my current rags ain't got nothing on this flame bear cloak. Dang, this old set served me well, but my stamina just jumped to 70. So, upgrade time. He stroked the thick fur on the cloak, totally feeling himself. So soft, bro. Fits like a glove, too. Can't believe my luck on day 1. A few minutes later, Laiha was fully suited up. Talk about a glow-up, he looked way more professional and swaggy now. With the new drip, Laiha was hyped. Let's roll to the capital. Meanwhile, the chat was blowing up with some salty player throwing shade. Hey, Goldie Flower, whatever, watch me keep this loot. Ain't giving it back, loser. You call yourself a leader? You dipped and let everyone get wrecked. Did you seriously use your squad as bait just to swoop in and ninja the loot? That's toxic, bro. Linda was raging, literally smashing his keyboard. It wasn't like that, you morons. But the trolls in the chat kept roasting him nonstop. I ain't a flower, I'm a sprout, okay? No boss bear, no loot, total waste of time. Have a heart and give it back, you scammer. Linda screamed out loud. I'm gonna lose it. So unfair. I didn't even see the flame bear. Now they're saying I PK my own team for the drops. I gotta find that thief, no matter what. If I don't catch that rat, I'm gonna look like the criminal here. I can't even play like this. He was tearing his hair out. Who was that guy? Is he hiding nearby? No way that Musketeer took down the bear solo. Meanwhile, Laiha was just vibing, humming a tune, totally clueless that Linda was plotting some serious revenge. Just you wait, buddy. You're dead meat. He was skipping through the grass like a happy kid, thinking, this gear gives 30% fire resistance. Even if that flame mage tries to roast me, I can tank some of the heat now. His mood switched when he imagined that crazy guy's face. If I catch those trolls, I'll slice him up, he muttered. Oh right, that flame dude. He's gonna be a massive headache. After zoning out, he checked his map. Okay, let's see where I'm at. Emerald Forest. Centaur Valley. Man, everything is miles away from the city. Why isn't Zombie Mountain showing up? Is it in a different region or something? He stood there confused until his stomach gave a loud rumble. He grabbed his belly and sighed. Great timing. Guess I need a snack. He gripped his musket and aimed toward the deep woods. Time to go hunting. Laiha scanned the area, eyes darting around. Let's see. Pretty sure I saw a bear lurking around here. A few minutes later, bingo, he spotted a silhouette waddling out. Gotcha. Laiha went prone in the grass, peeking up to aim. Range 60 meters. No wind. Perfect. The bear spotted him and charged, but Laiha was faster. Bam. Right in the gut. He winced a little, watching it. One shot, one kill. Quick and painless, hopefully. Must have hurt, though. Sorry, bro. I feel bad, but you're just a mob, you know. But wait, he squinted. The bear looked totally fine. Yo, why isn't it charging? Laiha froze. What the heck? This Bear King leather effect is insane, but he had to finish the job. Gunshot mixed with a shout. Go to the afterlife, buddy. Finally, the beast dropped. Lee Ha sprinted over, super hyped. Bear meat, yummy. At this grinding speed, I'll hit level 30 before I even reach the city. Just as he was about to harvest the loot, a baby bear stumbled out of the bushes. Tiny body, adorable face. Lee Ha gasped. Oh my gosh, what is that? It's so cute. The cub wobbled over and hugged Lee Ha's pant leg, making tiny squeaks. Lee Ha froze. A second later, he clutched his chest. Help! I'm dying from guilt and cuteness overload right now. He sat down, defeated, holding its paws while fake crying. Dang it, how am I supposed to kill this? I can't. Instead of shooting it, he decided to feed it. You hungry too? Can't give you bear meat. That's messed up. Here, have some bread. The cub gobbled it up and licked his hand. He chuckled. Good, huh? You were starving. You're crazy, little guy. After eating, the cub just sat there, refusing to leave. Lee Ha jumped up. Yo, I thought it was going to eat my hand. No, nope. Go away before I get attached, he told himself. I got a speed run to the capital. I gotta farm more bears later. Sorry, pal, but we can't hang out. But the cub clung to his leg, looking up with those big, innocent eyes. Lee Ha slumped to the ground and punched the dirt. Stop being so cute. Who taught you that head tilt? Is that programmed in? He let out a long sigh. Whatever. He scooped the cub up and looked at it seriously. Guess I'm keeping you. He messaged Kidong while walking. Yo, you at the capital yet? Nah. Still walking. Dying of exhaustion here. Careful, bears are OP. My level is too low to run, so I just gotta keep moving. KK. Lee Ha thought, asterisk, the bears need to be careful of ME. Asterisk, then they chatted. Ain't you gonna sleep? You're a student, right? Got an exam tomorrow, but I'm pulling an all-nighter for the raid. Tomorrow? Bro, the raid is way more important. Lee Ha sighed. Man, this kid's priorities are wild. Should I stop him? Kidong noticed something. Why are you whispering, though? Lee Ha panicked, looking at the cub. Kurt. Nothing. Just chillin'. Hey, can we tame animals in this game? Kidong was confused. Animals? You trying to buy a horse? Lee Ha denied it quickly. Nah, just. Found a monster that looks like an animal. Kidong got it. Oh, you want to tame a mob and make it a pet? Bro, if you aren't a beast tamer class, you can't do that. Basically, the system sees them as enemies. You can't fully control them. Meanwhile, Kurt was hugging Lee Ha's leg, having the time of his life. Is that so? What if I feed it and raise it from a baby? Kidong paused. Wait, from a baby? Did you find a cub? Finding a baby mob is insanely rare, dude. Each monster has different HP, but the XP is the same. Babies have way less HP but give the same XP. So, what's your point? The cub was licking Lee Ha's face. What do you mean so? It's an XP piñata. Lee Ha was shook. Less HP. Same rewards? That info was too dark. He decided to end the chat. Talk when you get to the city. Lee Ha sighed, staring at the 5-day journey ahead. This cute thing is basically trolling me. Kidong replied, wow, I gotta buy a teleport scroll. Too rich for walking. Good luck. Hurry up so we can link up. Lee Ha gently put Kurt down. All right. He crouched down, staring the cub in the eyes. This is crazy. I literally wiped out your whole family, but I don't have the guts to zero you. But if I leave you here, some other player is gonna farm you for easy XP. What do I do? Pushing the dark thoughts away, Lee Ha decided to ignore the meta. He scooped Kurt up. Whatever. I don't care. Future me can deal with it. He started walking. Let's roll, little buddy. Kurt waved his paws excitedly. The next day, sunshine hit the forest. A bear growled, but bam, headshot instantly. System notification popped, level up. Lee Ha grinned. Sweet, level 24. This grinding speed is legit. Leveling was great, but something was weird. Why is this cub growing so fast? Got 2 pieces of meat and some claws. Nice. If I sell all this loot, I'm gonna be swimming in gold. Just gotta survive this early game, grind, and I'm set. Yo, while Lee Ha was totally zoning out, that neon green creeper launched a surprise attack. Musketeer reflexes? Yeah, right. Wait, what? A snake? Do snakes even ambush people like that? Before he could even blink, his entire world started shaking. Ugh. And just like that, the system UI pops up with the bad news. You have been poisoned. Lee Ha speed reads the stats, losing 50 HP every 10 seconds for 3 minutes. That is some brutal tick damage. Do the math, 50 damage every 10 seconds for 3 minutes? That's 900 damage total. My max HP is only around 1300. Am I seriously gonna get wrecked by a garden snake I couldn't even see in the grass? But then, he spots Kurt, chowing down on the enemy. And suddenly, the vibe improved. Whoa, whoa, you caught that slithery sneak. That is what's up. You were looking out for your boy. Huh. While Kurt was wrestling that thing, Lee Ha was hyping him up like crazy. That snake got absolutely deleted by Kurt. Game over for the reptile. Seeing Kurt go full beast mode made Lee Ha's hands shake a little. Yo, you're actually eating that? The whole thing? I mean, free protein, right? But dang, look at you. It's not like he's a bamboo shoot, but he shot up instantly. The sudden weight of Kurt literally made Lee Ha's knees buckle. He is massive now. At this growth rate, I'm gonna be riding you into battle soon, right? Spoiler alert, yes. By the next day, Lee Ha unlocked the mount feature. Look at me, guys. I'm riding a bear. He was Logan K freaking out though. Who designs a game where pets level up this fast? It makes zero sense. If bears grew this quick in the wild, hunters would be out of a job. The growth rate is faster than the hunting rate. Plus, this sleepy furball almost got aggroed 6 times today. One wrong move and he's toast. I gotta put a status icon on him or something. Lee Ha slapped a sign on Kurt's neck. My bear is chill. No biting. Still felt sketchy though. Is that flashy enough? Wearing a sign to the capital is gonna be a pain in the neck. Maybe put him in the inventory box. Nah. Just as predicted, the second they stepped up to the city gates, people started screaming, "Monster! Raid boss!" Lee Ha frantically waved his hands. Chill, guys. No drama here. Don't panic. This is a friendly bear. He doesn't bite. He's just plus-sized. You can tell he's soft, right? But the crowd wasn't buying it. Really? Tough crowd. Right on cue, Kurt decided to show affection by fitting Lee Ha's entire head in his mouth. To Lee Ha, it's a hug. To everyone else, oh snap, it's eating him. Even Leah Bell looked awkward. It's a boss monster. One chomp and he's gone. Someone shouted, "Run for your lives." In a split second, the streets went totally ghost. Lee Ha stood there, feeling totally defeated. Everyone bailed. I mean, I get it. He's massive. How do you explain a bear that grows like a tank on zero fuel? Is this overkill? Yep. But what can you do? Going back to the village is a drag. Let's just roll. As they hit the woods, the gossip train started. For real? A bear rider? Does he use the bear instead of a horse? Is he shooting from the bear? Lee Ha heard all the chatter. Bear instead of a horse? Huh. He leaned down. Hey buddy, can you turbo boost? Like he understood English, the bear's expression changed and he zoomed off, leaving Lee Ha screaming for his life. You can actually move like this? No way. I didn't know you understood me. If I knew he was this smart, I would have done this ages ago. After finding a sweet spot, he got used to the velocity. All right, full steam to the capital. But hey, stick to the empty roads, okay? Kurt let out a confused grunt. Huh. 2 days later, they pulled up. Welcome to the capital, A-Stock. Lee Ha gazed at the fancy city skyline. The Musketeer Academy is here. Looks like it's going to be a busy semester. The city gates were popping with people. Lee Ha patted Kurt's fluffy fur. Good hustle, buddy. We're close, so let's go on foot from here. He thought walking would be Logan key, so they wouldn't cause a scene. He calculated wrong. As soon as the crowd saw them, zero chill was maintained. Yo, look at that kaiju. It's a bear. A gigantic bear. Do we need a party for this? Lee Ha sighed. Total disaster instantly. Everyone circled up, weapons drawn, looking terrified. It's a boss mob. Is that a field boss? How to level 60 get in here? One slap and we're respawning. Someone aggro it. Lee Ha tried to cut in. I raised him from a cub. He doesn't bite. Is anybody listening to me? Nope, they were already setting up a raid formation. Tanks to the front. Hold the line. Prepare for the boss fight. City guard here. Defensive stance. Even the NPCs are joining the raid. Lee Ha was shook. NPC guards too? Okay, this just got real. Physical and magic attackers were charging up. Casters. Open fire. No matter what he said, nobody cared. Lee Ha gritted his teeth, totally over it. Ah, damn it. I told you guys it's not a monster. Listen to me, nobody move. If you attack, I'm opening fire on everyone. Did they stop? Nope. A mage launched a fireball, and another guy charged up a laser beam. Lee Ha went into focus mode, sweat dripping, locking onto the target. He wasn't aiming at the people, he was aiming right at that massive ball of combined magic energy. Target acquired. No hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet flew at insane speed. But right before impact, Lee Ha's face went blank with shock. Boom! A blinding light flashed from a guy's hand. A massive energy shield materialized out of nowhere and blocked Lee Ha's bullet cold. Not only that, he cast a dispel spell and launched it at the giant fireball floating there. The explosion was so bright, Lee Ha and the crowd had to shield their eyes. In a second, the shield and the fireball shattered into glittery dust. Then, a voice cut through the silence. You the stranger riding the bear? Lee Ha ignored the question, staring at the new arrivals. It was Dagom and Doug. Lower your weapon, the man commanded, voice sharp as steel. Causing trouble in A stock is forbidden. The crowd started whispering, "Whoa, anti-magic? That's the Crete Knights." The knight walked up to Lee Ha, voice calm. "Put the gun away, stranger. This was a misunderstanding, so I'll let it slide." No jail time. Then came the threat, hand hovering over his sword hilt. "But fire that thing again, and I won't be so nice." Lee Ha pointed straight at the mages. "Hey, they started blasting first." Degome nodded. "I know, but you're the one looking suspicious, dude. Let's just pretend this never happened." Lee Ha sighed and holstered his weapon. "Fine, no more shooting." Dagome gave him a thumbs up. "Cool. Appreciate the cooperation. Just so you know, offensive magic is strictly banned in the capital without a permit. But since you guys use magic to protect the citizens, I'll give you a pass. Now, everybody scatter. You're blocking traffic." The crowd dispersed, buzzing with gossip. "Did you see that fireball?" But the knight's nullification magic was god tier. Meanwhile, Lee Ha was dusting off Kurt. Phew. That was close. The bear had no clue what just happened. The knight turned his gaze to them. "Hey, stranger. Can you come with me for a sec?" Lee Ha rolled his eyes. "Oh, seriously, what now? Is this a trap? You gonna take me down a dark alley or assassinate my bear?" And using the knight's name as cover, the knight sighed. "I'm Sigmund or Sig, but to common Seth. And I swear on my honor I won't hurt your bear. Happy." Lee Ha shrugged, accepting it. "Fine, whatever. Weird flex with the oath, but okay." Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, turned to his superior. "Sir Degome," he agreed. "Please show them the way." Degome nodded. "Copy that." "Yo, Sir DG. Are you Logan Key judging me right now? Is this the secret night handshake or something?" Then DG waves his hand like, "Right this way." Lee Ha scratches his head like a total noob. Okay." He just follows the dude and brings the bear along. "Let's roll, baby bear." Meanwhile, the dude is tilting his head, checking out the shield. Wait, did he just tank his own shield durability during that last fight? Who is this guy, actually? Drop a comment if you know his level. Lee's face goes full 404. Error. Logic not found. Boom. A system window pops up out of nowhere. He just unlocked a new achievement and got a massive clout boost for earning the Royal Guard's respect. He rubs his chin, thinking hard. An achievement? For the Defense Knights. This guy isn't some basic NPC. Good vibes. I got respect from the guards. Does that mean the captain respects me too? My global rep was sitting at 30, and boom, 50 points, just like that. Talk about leveling up. Just then, Digrum hits the brakes. All right, this spot is perfect. Lee Ha starts sweating. Say what? The dude spins around. So, what's the plan with the bear? The question hits him out of nowhere. That? Digrum is quick to chill him out. Yo, no need to be so sus, bro. Look, you're with the Candle Castle Honor Guard, right? You seem chill, so I doubt you came to A-Stock to cause a riot. Lee Ha's voice cracks, totally shook. Wait, you knew about that too. He answers all cheerful like, Obvi. I know enough to protect the kingdom of Dovan. Hearing that, Lee Ha's face gets super serious. This guy's karma score must be through the roof, right? Or maybe it's his fame stats. Then he leans in and whispers. Turns out, DG and the Earth Guild have been stalking Lee Ha's moves, creepy or cool. Whoa, did he actually tame that bear cub? He's not even a beast tamer class. He trekked all the way here with it. I know it won't attack players, but it's huge. Is it gonna evolve into a fire bear? Oh, an Agonia Oso? Maybe. DeGrom strikes a thinking pose. Even though I know it's friendly, it's strictly banned from entering A-Stock City. Rules are rules. Just like the last event, even if it's fully tamed, it could trigger total chaos. Lee Ha looks worried. So, what's the play here? The guy drops some facts. Bears belong in the bear village, right? Makes sense? You want me to release it? DG answers straight up. Yup. Lee Ha is still skeptical. If I do that, can I enter A-Stock? He replies instantly. Yes. Lee Ha is deep in the think tank. If a bear is tamed, shouldn't there be a marker showing this mob is actually chill? NPCs can't tell. Players can't tell. So this sleeping kid gamertag is gonna get me wrecked. Finally, Lee Ha makes the call. All right, bet. I'll release him. Digrom looks hyped about that. Yo, thanks for being cool about it. He promises. I'm releasing him right one. As Lee Ha walks the bear away, the guy calls out, Hold up, who are you again? The honor guard guy from Candle Castle? Digrom bluntly asks the big question. What's your username? That makes Lee Ha crack a smile. Lee Ha. Then he answers like a pro, Musketeer Lee Ha, at your service. Hearing that, Digrom puts a fist to his chest. Suddenly, white wings burst from his back. I'll remember that. Digrom starts flying up. Interesting. Cool name. Good game. Have fun. Lee Ha is totally salty seeing that exit. Show off. Pay to win gear hits different. He keeps moving. Let's go, little guy. After a while, Lee Ha is deep in the woods. You can probably make it to your village from here. Under the moonlight, he hugs the bear tight. Time to split, buddy. I don't know if he gets it, but this is best for both of us. Ugh, don't make this hard. Go on. Skedaddle. Lee Ha rushes him while flashbacks hit. Move it, kiddo. He turns around and walks away, ignoring the sad puppy eyes on the bear. Suddenly, it shows its teeth and growls. In a flash, the bear lunges and chomps Lee Ha's arm. He screams, "Ouch! You little traitor, why are you biting me?" While it's licking his wound, a blinding light explodes around them, forcing Lee Ha to shut his eyes. What is it this time? Boom! System window pops up. Seeing it, his jaw hits the floor. What? It shows a reward and a message for unlocking the Soulmate D+ rank. While Lee Ha is reading it, he spots another notification. One more thing. The system says he's the third player ever to get the Soulmate achievement. If he meets the criteria, he unlocks new loot. Lee Ha is freaking out internally. Soulmate, huh? Seeing the bear's sad vibe and the system text, he finally gets it. Oh man. Alright, I won't forget you, homie. Live your best life. Don't get farmed, okay? Looking at you, you're gonna be a hunter. You're basically a mini-boss. Lee Ha turns to leave, waving goodbye. Stay strong, little dude. Under the moonlight, he walks solo through the forest, feeling kinda emo. Why is the vibe so heavy? Breaking up with the lizard wasn't even this sad. Meanwhile, the bear has walked way off. Suddenly, it lets out a long howl that makes Lee Ha jump out of his skin. Then, the system window pops up again. The Soul Link skill is active. The explanation blows his mind. Wait, I can summon my soulmate's spirit? Summon the body before death? Can I summon its soul after it dies? Even with limits, I can see him whenever I want. Looking at the stats, I can upgrade the rank, so grow up fast. Okay? It felt like those words actually telepathically reached the bear. Hurry up and grind levels. Lee Ha's voice echoes. You got this. After a long trek, the blazing sun signals it's getting late. It's already afternoon. How far did I walk? I've been grinding steps since last night and still haven't hit the gate. Lee Ha stares ahead. Whatever, I'm making it to A stock. When he finally enters, the massive crowd is a total buzzkill. Wow, too many noobs. How am I going to find Ki Jong in this mosh pit? Just then, Ki Jong slides into his DMs. You at A stock yet? Lee Ha replies instantly. Just landed. Why is it so packed? His friend explains. When people aren't questing, they hang here. Did you forget Middle Earth has 1 billion players? Like, subscribe to Logic Bro. Lee Ha focuses on the search. Drop a pin. Where you at? Ki Jong replies, I'm at the South Gate. Aren't you at the South Gate? I've been camping here since morning. He looks around frantically. Where is the South Gate? Ki Jong is confused. You asking where it is? Lee Ha realizes something. Are you trolling me? How do I find you? Just then, the reply comes from right behind him. Typical. The South Gate isn't on the map, so it's all RNG luck. You gotta search harder, man. Hearing that, Lee Ha's face just drops. If you were here, speak up. This sleeping kid. Ki Jong just stands there tanking the heat. You're funny when you're salty. Watching from afar, T looks helpless. Typical Musketeer behavior. Scott is speechless. Heard he's under level 15. Suddenly, Lee Ha's eyes lock on something. Whoa, now I see you. He finally notices Ki Jong is rocking brand new armor that's blindingly bright. His arms and legs are fully covered, radiating a sparkly aura. It's a perfect set. Lee Ha hypes him up. That drip is insane, dude. High level, the compliment makes Ki Jong flex. At my level, I gotta have gear like this. But hey, did you wail on this game? The question confuses him. He guesses again. Or did you jack a guild's loot? Lee Ha explains fast. I hunted and earned it, okay? While his friend is still freaking out, a stranger walks over. Unbelievable. At most, you probably caught a wild boar, right? The stranger extends a hand. Yo, heard about you from K. I'm Hayden. Lee Ha turns around, looking skeptical. Heard about me? He replies politely. Hey, I'm Lee Ha, Army Sergeant, started as a Musketeer. Hayden starts to compliment him but gets cut off. He really hyped me up, saying I had insane potential or whatever. My face instantly went tomato red, super cringe. Like, yo, when did I ever say I was that good? But seeing everyone buzzing like this. Gotta admit, it put a smile on my face. Key seems like a solid dude, for real. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind us. Yo, is that? Turns out it was Scott pulling up out of nowhere. Is that the loot you get for clapping the boss bear? That Agonia Oso thing. He rubs his head and confirms it. Bingo. Agonia Oso. The guy keeps fanboying. Whoa, that's actually cracked. You snagged that already? Then he introduces himself. Name's Scott, by the way. Lee Ha looked a bit puzzled by the handle. You repping Japan or something? Scott explains. Nah, fam. Just picked it because it sounds cool. Same with my job class. Their convo totally confused Key. Boss Bear? Agonia Oso? What are you guys on about? He tilts his head, confused. Scott looks back. Wait, you don't know? The forums are blowing up about it right now. Everyone's asking how a solo player managed to drop Agonia Oso. Mid-sentence, Scott realizes something. Hold up. Agonia Oso? He starts processing the stats. Doesn't that thing have, like, 3 health bars? How is a newbie equipped to handle that smoke? While Scott is deep in thought, Key steps in to introduce the squad. This is the guy I mentioned earlier. He's a level 5 kendo master. Lee Ha reaches out for a fist bump. I'm Lee Ha. Nice to meet ya. Tyler vibes back. I'm Tyler. Key turns to the group. If you guys have questions, hit him up. I drag everyone out of their grind time to help you, bro. Since we gotta pick a hunting zone, we need to check your stats. What level are you sitting at? Is it high? Lee Ha looks blank for a second, like the lag just hit. Oh, me? He didn't bother hiding it and just dropped the number. 25. The whole squad just froze. Yo. They huddled up, whispering while staring at Lee Ha's confused face. Over level 10. Didn't he catch a golden eagle just a few days ago? He said he just got to the capital. He sounded totally different earlier. Key spins around, looking suspicious. 25. For real? No cap. Unlike Key's freak out, Lee Ha kept a straight face. I mean, yeah. I've been grinding hunting quests. While Key tries to process this glitch in the Matrix, Haley rubs his chin, thinking hard. If you caught the golden eagle a few days back, you'd only be level 12. How did you jump over 10 levels that fast? Then he reaches out a hand. We're gonna be seeing a lot of each other. Let's add each other as friends. Lee Ha didn't hesitate. Yeah, bet. The friend request popped up instantly and got accepted just as fast. Seeing that, everyone else jumped on the bandwagon. Yo, add me too. Lee Ha replied with zero ego. It's my honor, guys. After the meet and greet, Haley and the crew decided to bounce. All right, since we've said our hellos, we're gonna head out first. Key looked shocked. Wait, big bro Haley, you're dipping already? As he spoke, the guy was already casting teleportation magic. Yep, catch you later. He waved cheerfully. Everyone, let's roll. As Lee Ha watched the lights fade, he couldn't help but be impressed. That is so sick. Imagine not having to walk home. Key immediately whipped his head around, eyes sparkling. Bro, you gotta tell me the story. Dinner's on me. Lee Ha gave a little smirk. All right. Man, where do I even start? A bit later, at some random diner, Key is screaming so loud the whole place can hear. For real, you actually soloed the boss bear. Lee Ha leans back in his chair, chilling. Yeah, that's why my level skyrocketed. Key just keeps shaking his head. Legend. Absolute legend. I mean, the Musketeer class has high base damage, sure. No matter how many shots, you had the time to fire them off. Plus, maybe you were hitting crit spots. Lee Ha didn't know the technicals. Is that how it works? Key continues his analysis. Even though it's called an assault team, sometimes they're just thrown together last minute. If you get bad teammates, the whole raid falls apart, so you just kited it and took your time. From what I know, a Musketeer's base attack is 233. That definitely hurts. Even with 1 shot a minute, that damage per second is nasty. Anyway, since it was low HP, I guess I can see how you clutched it. Key was still low-key skeptical, maybe because Lee Ha was a sniper in real life, but he still respected the hustle. Gotta hand it to you, you got the kill. But you're seriously skilled, bro. We got an archer in our guild, and he can only hit from 66 meters because his bow is too heavy. He missed 1 shot and had to toggle on the combat assist mode. Lee Ha was stuffing his face but still listening. Isn't the base range for a bow 60 meters? Key explains. Basically, if you turn off the combat assist system, you can't aim for crud. Since the system guides your aim, you just gotta align it roughly. Wait. That's weird though. Musketeer base range is 40 meters. You one-tap the boss? Lee Ha took a sip of beer. 3 taps. At the end, I used the gun like a bat and smacked him. Key looked even more shook. What the heck? I can't believe this. 40-meter range, 1 minute reload. And the bear just let you pop off 3 shots? Lee Ha looked totally unbothered. All that? I turned off the combat assist system to hunt. Key's voice cracked, getting loud again because he was so shook. You turned off aim assist. Why would you do that? Lee Ha replied casually. That's the only way to get the feel for it. If you leave the system on, accuracy drops to 50%. Can't hunt like that. Now Key was just spamming compliments. Whoa, big bro, you are actually goated. Does that mean your base range increased? Can you guess how far? Lee Ha pulled out his gun and mimed aiming. 100 meters. And I landed 3 headshots. The more Key listened, the more salty he got that he didn't know this sooner. Why are you just dropping this vital info now? Lee Ha fired back. You literally just asked me, man. Key slammed his hand on the table like he just made a life choice. Bro, Lee Ha, you want to join our guild? The sudden invite caught him off guard. Lee Ha didn't say yes immediately, just smiled. What if I don't join your guild? Let me think about it. Key looked like his brain short-circuited. He slammed the table again. What? Why, though? Lee Ha just leaned back, not giving an answer. Seeing that attitude, Key went into full salesman mode. Our squad is famous, bro. You get the guild cloak summon. You haven't heard of the 3 Stars Guild? The 3 Stars? You don't know us. You heard the leader and the high levels talking earlier. Lee Ha looked a bit confused. Nah, I don't really know your guild. 3 stars. Like, is that a rating out of 5? Does your guild fight the Mongols or something? After calming down, Key sat back and sighed, looking defeated. Bruh, you really know how to make things awkward. You remember Haley, the guy you met earlier? He's the guild leader. He's so talented he's been on cable TV. Like, actual TV. Key's voice got hyped again. He's ranked number 8 in all of Korea. Lee Ha looked a little bewildered. Rank 8? He showed some respect. Okay, no joke. He's the guy who goes boom with magic, right? And the monsters just delete themselves. Lee Ha still had a question. What's his world ranking, though? Key hesitated. Rank 40, I think. I'm not sure. Lee Ha stayed totally chill. Is that so? Key looked annoyed. Why is your reaction so mid? He's rank 8 in Korea, top 40 global. Aren't you surprised? Lee Ha was thinking about that other player ranked 9th in the world. Ah, cool. Then he changed the subject. What rank are you then? Key clearly didn't want to answer that. Why do you need to know all that? Lee Ha looked exasperated. Don't dodge the question. Key decided to stop capping. In Korea, I'm in the top 100. Mention Tank Master Key in the hunting zones and everyone knows me. From now on, call me the invincible Tank Key. His cocky vibe was making Lee Ha annoyed. Should I just shoot him once? Then Lee Ha smirked, teasing him. So you barely scraped into the top 500 worldwide, huh? Key still looked super proud. Hitting top 500 out of a billion players is a flex, bro. If I grind 2 more levels, I'll hit top 200. I'm not a scrub. Hearing that, Lee Ha's tone changed to genuine surprise. Wait, level 198. Your level is way higher than I thought. Key was speechless. You're only surprised by my level? Whatever, let's just eat first. I'll give you a tour of the city later and drop you off at the academy. Gotta show you the ropes before you go hunting. Lee Ha flashes the universal hand sign for pay up. Okay, no cash. Kyle just lets out a heavy sigh, classic broke friend energy. Meanwhile, back at the office, Helen is waving goodbye, ready to bounce. Catch you on the flip side, Helen grins. Scott chimes in with a chill later. But the second that door clicks shut, the friendly mask drops. Helen looks ready to kill someone. Guy's a total stiff, huh? Helen crosses his arms. Facts, Scott nods. Helen drags a chair over. We need to have a little chat about our mystery guest. He sits down, leaning in. Are we clear to talk? Scott's eyes suddenly glow neon blue scanning mode activated. The light floods the room, checking for bugs. While Helen chills, Scott stands there like a living radar, downloading data from every pixel of the room. A second later, he drops the intel. Coast is clear. Helen expected that. Figured. Nothing moves in this server without triggering my sensors. He shoots Scott a shady look. Well, Scott replies instantly. He changed his drip, but the avatar build and weapon 100% match to the screenshot. Helen glares at the photo on the desk. It's him, no doubt. Helen doesn't hesitate. Level 25 checks out, but I can't peep his other stats. It's all blurred. Helen frowns. You can't see his status board? Scott stays monotone. He's not moving like a noob. Check his achievements. Blocked, Scott says. Helen snaps. Knew it. Those whales put a privacy blocker on him. They're power leveling him for a takeover, aren't they? Helen's face goes dark. Calculated move. They know the kid is Kai's cousin, so they're using him as a bridge to get to us. Infiltrating our guild to leak info? Dirty tactics. I knew it. It's not just what he's doing. It's that I don't know the endgame that ticks me off. Scott interrupts the rant. I did catch his title, though. Helen perks up immediately. Spill. What's he rocking? The Fearless One. Helen looks confused. Never heard of it. Scott breaks it down. Massive attack buff. You only unlock it by soloing a mob 20 levels above you. Helen rubs his chin, deep in thought. The Emily. They must be simping hard to let him steal a kill like that. Asterisk. It's gotta be that Korean mercenary. Asterisk, Helen thinks. Asterisk, a musketeer class at that level? The math checks out. It's definitely that punk. Asterisk. The Emily definitely carried him, Helen mutters confidently. Scott hesitates. Still, weird I couldn't peek at his stat sheet. Use your brain, Scott. He was level 12 like yesterday. He didn't grind, he just walked to the main city. Suddenly he's 25 with a boss bear loot? Please, that's textbook boosting. No way he's legit. Maybe he's just good? Scott suggests. Helen slams the desk. Wake up. A level 12 soloing Agonia Oso? That's literally impossible. If my best scout can't see his stats, he's wearing high-tier anti-scry gear. That doofus looks too broke to afford that on his own. The sisters cripple the bear and let him last hit it for the XP. It's a total setup. Intel says they were camping the south spawn point for that boss. Put a bounty on the Emily, and tell Key to glue himself to that noob. On it, Scott says. Helen isn't done fuming. Don't rely on Key. You added the kid as a friend, right? Track his coordinates yourself. Done. Helen spins around. And cloak your own GPS, Scott. Don't let him counter-track you. Scott steps into the teleport circle. Roger that. H inactivates the warp. Showtime. Put on your friendly face. I'm charming, Scott deadpans. Helen rolls his eyes. Whatever. Just don't blow it. Let's go, buddy. Meanwhile, back in some random alley. 5 gold for a paper map? Rip off, Key grumbles. Laiha ignores him, scanning the layout. Weapons shop here. General store there. Bro, are we gonna move? Laiha taps his temple. Sniper rule has shown. Know your battlefield before you step on it. Key rolls his eyes and starts walking. Come on, I'll take you to the academy. Laiha pauses. Hey, about that Sacred Rose quest I mentioned. I went back to the starter village at level 100 and saw nothing, Key says. Laiha wonders, what's the view like from level 100 anyway? Key hums a tune. That bento box? It's probably junk loot. Most players would have just eaten it by now. I know I would have. Laiha is deep in thought. Even scanning the map, there's no Sacred Rose branch hashed to. Key insists it's a myth. Key thinks it's a dead end. People either ate the food or ignored the NPC dialogue. Who cares about opening a restaurant branch in a PvP game? Nobody backtracks to the starter zone, Key adds. But Laiha wonders, asterisk, what if I'm the first to actually clear it? Asterisk.
He pictures a bustling restaurant. If I open, branch hash 2, wouldn't that update the actual city map?
Key bursts his bubble. It's impossible. I'm level 198. If that food gives a 4-level buff, I'd hit 202 instantly. 4 levels takes a week of hardcore grinding at my rank. Laiha looks lost. Key sighs. You don't get it. High-level grinding is hell. Time is money, and at this level, money takes 100 days to farm. That XP buff is worth more than gold. Laiha hums, unconvinced. Key leans in, whispering the magic words. Dude, just sell it. Wasting that buff at level 25 is criminal. You can't hoard it until level 200. You just want the status effect, right? Pretty much, Laiha admits. Key's voice drops. That thing is worth a fortune. Like, retire early money. Laiha does the math. Asterisk medical bills. Rent. Asterisk Key keeps pitching. Posted on our guild market. The top-tier players, the whales, will start a bidding war. Put it up and watch the gold roll in. Laiha nods sharply. Got it. Key relaxes, thinking he won. Finally. Then Laiha drops the bomb. I'll think about it. Key looks like he's about to scream. I knew it. You ain't planning to sell, are you? Laiha tried to explain. Come on. You know the deal. I just need a sec to think it over. Hearing that, the guy jumped up instantly. Bro, what is there to think about? Ugh, so annoying. Laiha started miming a sniper shot. Real snipers don't just spray and pray, dude. It takes time. Key relaxed a bit. All right, just keep that lunchbox on the down low, okay? I am a business major, after all. I got a nose for numbers, you know. While they were vibing, someone suddenly cut in. Yo, fancy meeting you here. Turns out it was Diagram and DG pulling up. The second Laiha saw their gear, Key totally lost it. Wait, the Zit Knights? He pointed frantically, looking panicked. Bro, why would you ditch the crit Knights? What are you doing? Laiha kept his poker face. I didn't do anything. Chill. He immediately started typing in the system chat. That squad hunts major felons and monitors threats to the Dovian kingdom. Serious business. Key was still freaking out. Exactly. That's their job. Laiha wasn't sweating it at all. Relax. You're acting like I started a revolution or something. He sighed, completely over it. All right, say hi. Lai has intro for the next guy made DG freeze. This is Sir S. Something east at. Jerome threw an arm around him, cracking up. Ha ha, Kong just whispered low. Is that dude Korean? Lai Ha spun around. Guess the NPC knows me. Jerome finally spoke up to introduce himself. I'm Sir Jerome. He pointed next to him, trying not to laugh. And this is Sinden. Asterisk peeve, asterisk DG crossed his arms. I am Sir Dut. Lai Ha kept bringing up the old name just to troll him. Sir Donggazu? Ha! The guy tried to clarify. I am Sir D. Lai Ha finally clicked. Oh, so Sir is the title. Got it. Not part of the last name? He slid into the DMs right then. You're honestly hilarious, bro. Lai Ha was confused. Ahem. I wasn't trying to be funny. What's good, Sir DG, right? Dat replied instantly. Do we need a reason? We were just passing by, saw Lai Ha, and thought we'd say hey. Lai Ha was super sus inside. Can I really trust that? He brought up the old drama again. If you're asking about that little cub, don't sweat it. I released it in the southern forest. Hearing that, the knight put a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. You did what you had to do to get into the city. Thanks for playing along. He shot a sharp look to the side. Is this guy part of the Starlight faction? Key scratched his head, all shy. Yeah. I'm Master Key. The knight didn't hesitate to hype him up. We know your faction is grinding hard on the western border. Thanks for making the Dovan Kingdom look good. He shook hands awkwardly. Haha, just farming for XP, you know. After chatting for a bit, Daigron waved goodbye. We're out. Catch you later. Lai Ha was shook. You guys really came just to say hi? DG gave a mysterious smirk. That's exactly it. Watching them leave, Key couldn't stop fanboying. Whoa, first time I've ever talked to the JK Knights. Lai Ha raised an eyebrow. First time, really? Key started getting cocky. Maybe I'm just too famous, so they had to come say hi? They know our squad, that's why. Key paused, realizing something. Yeah. Wait, hold up. They weren't here for me, they were here for times you asterisk, bro. How do they know you? It's your first time talking to them too. Lai Ha explained. They just came to check on the bear situation. Key sounded confused. Bear. Memories flooded back to Lai Ha. Oh, right, that. He spilled the tea on what went down. Met it back then. No biggie. Key got the gist. Okay, I get it. But I've got 150 fame and NPCs still ignore me. Yet they approach you first? That's mad suspicious. Lai Ha froze. 150? He was totally lost. His fame was only 80. How is mine not over 150? Especially at level 198. Key got hyped. What are you mumbling about? You gotta grind hunting to raise fame. It's exhausting. Stopping monsters only gives a little. How'd you even get 80? Lai Ha was getting a headache from Key shaking him. I just did quests and it went up on its own. He explained it clearly. Bro, the fame quest is capped at level 200, even I haven't unlocked it yet. Did you find a glitch or speedrun strats? Lai Ha shut that down. Nah, nothing like that. Just follow the level quests. Key rubbed his head, defeated. Your leveling speed is insane, and you stacked up. Fame? Are you built different or just OP? I'm expecting big things from you, man. Then he brought up Lai Ha's current situation. Big bro really borrowed money just to play the game. Key remembered. Oh yeah, and you borrowed for healing fees too. If you're in debt, you gotta start from the bottom with a technical job. Lai Ha listened while eyeing what was in front of him. Oh wow, this building. It looked crusty and broke, totally bumming him out. This is the Musketeer Training Academy. He kept it real. Kinda looks like a dump, right? Lai Ha snapped back. It's straight up gloomy, not just kinda. He pointed out the contrast. That shiny building over there is the Temple of Oklo, and times this asterisk is where we train. Lai Ha was super jealous. Talk about class discrimination. He piled it on. Yeah, there are other jobs like paladins and monks that get the huge places. Anyway, here's 2 gold. Get what you need. You can sell that gear once you level up later. Being famous is going to be a hassle for you, trust me. Li Ha was stunned by the sudden freebies. Thanks, fam. Wait, 2 gold converts to 4 million in real cash, right? Before dipping, Key gave one last tip. Hit me up if you need anything. I'm gonna go grind quests. Thanks, peace. Lai Ha stepped up. All right, let's do this. He opened the door to total darkness and silence. Hello? Anybody home? Broken tables and smashed bottles were everywhere. He was speechless. This place looks like a haunted house. Why do the devs hate musketeers so much? Could have given us a little love. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the shadows, gun raised. Don't move. Brown barked the order, don't speak, just breathe. Or say goodbye to your head. Laiha felt the barrel behind him. He was shook. This isn't just some regular shooter. Perfect stealth. Didn't even hear him breathe. The guy's eyes were intense. Only move your mouth. Twitch, anything else, and you're dead. Who are you? He replied calmly. I'm a musketeer. Brown grilled him. Who sent you? Laiha kept it 100. Nobody sent me. But I got a letter of rec from squad leader Gary at Candle Castle. Brown ignored that. Step forward exactly 3 paces. Then turn around. Exactly 3. Mess up, and you're done. Laiha was calculating mentally. If I take 4 steps, his accuracy drops. 2 steps, and I could snatch the gun. He's testing me, total dominance move to control the newbie. The command came. Drop the letter on the floor. He obeyed but kept analyzing. The powder flask is empty. Even if he holds that matchlock, it's useless. Brown held his aim. I already tried the trigger. Now back up 3 steps. Laiha hesitated. If I go back 2, am I gonna lose my head? Brown ignored the question and switched topics. You look like an outsider. Laiha had his hands up. Yeah, I'm the new recruit. Brown instantly rattled off Laiha's stats. Honor Guard member from Candle Castle, hit a target at 100 meters. Laiha wasn't shocked. He got my stats fast. Must be an NPC thing. Brown lowered the gun after a long stare. Follow me. Laiha scanned the room. Is there nobody else here? For a training academy, where's the staff? Brown snapped, clearly annoyed. Academy? Quit spouting nonsense. Sit down. My body just snapped into a perfect sit-down position. Like, total reflex. Inside, I was Logan K, freaking out. Why am I obeying this dude like a robot? Oh right, military flashbacks. Guess I'm role-playing a soldier again? Whatever. Helps me chill out. Then Brown cuts in. Yo, Gary was hyping you up big time. Said you're a total grinder, always hustling for the castle. Claimed you could be a top-tier sniper for Davian. Basically, he said the ball's in my court. Apparently, this is the first time he's ever vouched for a noob like this. I scratched my head, acting all shy. For real? That's dope. Then times bam asterisk. Brown crumbles the letter and tosses it. Total trash. Just a bunch of cap. He talks about effort. Musketeers don't do effort, kid. It's all about raw talent. Wait. Hold up. Can't grinding actually improve your aim stats? I didn't panic. I actually smirked. I pick up what you're putting down. Brown laughed. Oh, you get it. Cute. You think you can flex a hit at 100 meters? Nah, not really. He stood up fast. If you know the deal, we can skip the small talk. Brown stared me down, ice cold. Get up. He watched me handle the flintlock. I followed him, brain working overtime. Since it's a matchlock, that trigger pull mechanic is going to be tricky. A skill check already? I thought level 10 meant auto entry into the academy. Why the pop quiz? Suddenly, the system UI glitched into view. New quest, pass Brown's exam. But there's a fail condition. I was shook. An entrance exam? Seriously. Blind quest with no info. And if I fail, I'm banned from the academy. Even the loot is hidden. Brown looked back, scared kid. I closed the menu and kept my poker face. Nope. I stepped outside, eyes locked on the range. I was actually hyped for this. Started checking my flintlock like a pro. So this is the grind spot until level 200. They won't tell me the fail condition, but if I mess up, I'm soft-locked out of the academy. Savage. Are they trying to make me rage quit? But thinking like a sniper, it makes sense. This is a give-up quest. Snipers aren't your average run-and-gun players. Being reckless gets your whole squad wiped. The correct play here is to abandon the mission. Taking a tactical step back, that's the real test. But honestly, I hate playing by the meta. My eyes started glowing green. I'm not here to take an L. Brown saw my face and cracked up. Heh, I like that look. I scanned the map. This the training ground? He smirked. Which you won't unlock unless you pass. I immediately started analyzing the geometry. Distance to the scarecrow looks standard for a no-aim assist run. Brown dropped 3 difficulty settings on me. Piercing shot, bullseye, or speed run. Your pick. You miss, you're kicked. Quit now, and I'll tutor you on the basics. I hesitated. I know bullseye and speed run, but what's piercing? Whatever, I'll play it safe. I'll take bullseye. Stick to what you know, right? Brown gave me this creepy smile. Bullseye? Huh. Spicy choice. I raised my hand. Quick question. Teach. He raised a brow. What? How many players actually cleared this? Brown didn't blink. 2. Only 2 tried it, he repeated. Tried? Then he got super serious. Only 2 times succeeded asterisk. Whoa. Auto aim at 40 meters is a coin flip, but only 2 wins? So, what's the total player count? Brown started roasting me. You mean how many cowards dipped and how many noobs failed? Not many. Just over 1,000 losers failed. My face froze. With 1 billion players, only 1,000 fails. There's got to be at least 5,000 Musketeers. That pass rate is like 0.004%. How hard is this boss fight? Isn't it just hitting a target at 40 meters? Brown walked onto the field, and I knew I was screwed. The scarecrow at 40 meters, right? But he walked right past the target dummy. Huge red flag. Where's he going? That's past 45 meters. I was bugging out. Yo, that's over 50 meters. He finally stopped at the back wall. I tried to calculate the distance. 55 meters. Tough, but doable. But shoot what? There's no target. Then it hit me. Oh no. I stared at this tiny feather he stuck on the wall. Brown looked so chill about it. My nightmare confirmed. I have to shoot times that asterisk. No wonder only 2 people cleared this. Even that golden eagle at 100 meters had a bigger hitbox. This thing is the size of a freckle. Honestly, I'm shocked times anyone times past. Brown sat down to spectate. I looked back at him. Well, no turning back now. I took a breath to lock in. Time to send it. I got that try-hard look in my eyes. Only one way to do this. Activate assimilation rate. System pinged, and my arms started glowing blue. Max out the assimilation. The system warned me I could only crank it up to 50%. Felt the power surging. I've done the grind. I just need that realistic feel. System pop-up. Confirm max assimilation. It felt just like real life. Then came the spam warnings. High synchronization may mess with your gameplay. Devs take no responsibility for side effects. Do you agree to the terms of service? I didn't even hesitate. Accept. My whole body felt weird, like a glitch in the Matrix. I was legit surprised. System. Assimilation at 50%. I calibrated myself. Only 50%, but the resolution was insane. When I hit level 100, I'm definitely trying 100% sync. I started the manual reload animation. Brown raised an eyebrow. Oh? Doing it manually? I didn't hide it. Yup. Good thing you didn't pick the speed run. You would have failed instantly. I laughed awkwardly. Is that so? Was he throwing shade? Is he calling me slow? Whatever. I aimed down sights. The target was 55 meters out and tiny. I couldn't even see the pixels. It's cool. I can clutch this. Just pretend it's a headshot at 250 meters. Control my breathing. Zen mode. I got this. Breath control? Check. Guts. Double check. Brow is waiting on me, so let's do this, fam. After a beat, Laiha locked in. Boom, spotted it. That tiny feather is dead center in the scope. Target acquired. I see it clear as day. Once you lock in, that tiny thing looks massive. Laiha chilled out and hit that skill button. In a split second, roses just exploded into a path straight to the feather. But he had to keep his cool. Stay frosty, Laiha. Finger on the trigger, ready to let it fly. Asterisk, bang. Asterisk, the bullet ripped through the air, trailing those fancy rose petals. After focusing so hard, dude looked totally spaced out. Did I get it? As soon as he saw that bullet pierce the purple feather, Laiha couldn't hide the hype. Bullseye. Brow didn't hold back the props either. You nailed it. Not bad, kid. Laiha whipped around fast. Wait, you actually saw that? Without a scope. It was literally a pixel. He was so sus. Don't you gotta go check the receipts, sir? Brow just walked off like a boss. You think I'm playing? I said hit is a hit. Despite the chill vibe, the old man was grinning. He hadn't seen a newbie this interesting in a minute. Laiha was still standing there, totally lost in the sauce. I seriously didn't see anything. Brow hollered, keep up. Meanwhile, the system was blowing up his notifications with rewards. It said if he pulls this off 3 times, his name goes up in the Hall of Fame times and times his stats get a massive buff. We're talking legendary status, chat. Reading the stats, Laiha was shook. Agility plus 15, reputation up by 20, and a 200% boost. No wonder the rewards were hidden with question marks before. The server would crash from the stampede. Brow snapped him out of it. Yo, why you zoning out? Get in here. Laiha ran over, looking like a kid in a candy store. On my way. Inside, the old man poured some tea and asked, you having fun? Laiha kept it 100. Yes, sir. Best day ever. Brow slid the tea over. You got some serious talent, kid. Laiha grabbed the cup but stayed humble. Nah, just got lucky, I guess. The general wasn't having that. Luck doesn't vibe with scrubs. You gotta be chill enough to catch that luck. Brow sipped his tea like a sage. Laiha was deep in thought, replaying the achievement stats in his head. The lore says this guy is one of the 3 most famous musketeers in the Dovian kingdom. Dude literally founded the academy. Talk about OP. While he was brainstorming, Brow dropped more wisdom. Keep your cool, and your mind stays flexible. Laiha took a deep breath, feeling that stress melt away. The general kept lecturing on sensitivity and instincts. You know, your name rings a bell. Lai Ha scratched his head, acting shy. Oh, it's nothing major. Brow looked a little bummed. If you'd shown up a year sooner, we could have trained you as one of the successor trio. Total missed opportunity. Lai Ha's ears perked up. Successor trio, the general leaned back. It's a long story. Lai Ha didn't push it. Gotcha. Suddenly, Brow started rummaging through his pockets. Since you're here, I don't need to lecture you on ammo conservation. Right? He tossed a stuffed bag onto the table. Open it up. Lai Ha peeked inside and his jaw hit the floor. 10 silver worth of ammo? That's insane. The system dinged. You received 200 pouches of black gunpowder. You received 200 iron balls. Brow kept it cool. Like I said, basic training is a waste of time for you. Lai Ha was internally screaming with joy. Asterisk. He just gave me the entire basic training loot drop in one go. Asterisk. Look at the size of that bag, he shouted. Thanks, General. Brow pulled his hat down low. Save the thanks. You got a lot of grinding to do. I'm just prepping you. Time to hunt some spiders. Right on cue, a quest popped up. Eliminate 30 red spiders in the dark forest. Rewards listed below. Lai Ha was vibing with this. Straight to the action. I thought there'd be some boring orientation ceremony, but we're diving right in. Finishing fast is cool and all, but those mobs are level 15. I'm level 25. If the XP and gold are trash, it's just a waste of time. He scratched his head, playing it shy. Hey General, do bads drop loot there too? Brow looked confused. And, asterisk ping. Asterisk trade skill activated. Persuasion increased by 23%. Lai Ha shot his shot. How about we hunt the bats and the spiders at the same time? The general's face went dark. I give you one compliment and you get a big head? It ain't arrogance, sir. I know the difference between cocky and confident. But if you want, I can clear this whole quest in a single day. Brow stared him down, then softened up. Fine. Lai Ha couldn't believe the skill actually worked. Can't waste this momentum. But hey, while we're at it, I got one small favor to ask. Brow tilted his head. What is it? Lai Ha dropped the bomb. If I ace this mission, you gotta teach me your secret shooting techniques. Brow's eyes went razor sharp. The vibe in the room got super heavy. Lai Ha started sweating. Uh-oh, did I push it too far? Did I just wreck my chances? Brow grabbed the teapot and pointed it at him like a gun. You think you can handle this? Asterisk bling. Asterisk quest updated. Collect 30 red spider legs and 30 vampire bat teeth. New time limits and failure penalties included. The list of demands just kept scrolling. Lai Ha felt like his soul just left his body. Asterisk bro, are you serious? Not even a full 24 hours. Asterisk. He rubbed his head awkwardly. General. Brow shot back. What, too hard for you? Lai Ha forced a pro-gamer smile. I'm leaving right now, sir. Lai Ha's eyes were burning with determination. High risk, high reward, that's the motto. Brow smirked. Asterisk. This kid is definitely entertaining. Asterisk. Lai Ha was already sprinting. The commute was brutal, 3 hours there, 3 hours back. That left him only 6 hours to actually grind, and he needed specific drops, not just kills. Even with a good drop rate, he'd have to frag way more than 30 mobs. But the thought of becoming the next legendary general kept his hype train moving. Gotta hit the Westgate fast. No time to find a squad. As he passed by, he heard the usual LFG spam. 7 Tigers recruiting. Healers, tanks. Slide into the DMs. Looking for 2 DPS for Mount Jayam Thai. Level 130 plus. That stopped Lai Ha in his tracks. Wait, Mount Jayam Thai? He paused to eavesdrop on the crowd. Anyone heading to Oak Village? We're hitting the Sentinel Mountains first, then checking out Jayam T. The gears in Lai Ha's head started turning. Asterisk, I swear I've heard that name. Asterisk, then it clicked. Asterisk, the Emily. They're grinding at Mount Jayam Thai. Asterisk, but where was it? Oh right, past the Sentinel Range. Sheesh. The Sentinel Mountains are way out west. It must be tough for Lam Emily to get there. She's my level, so her sister must be power leveling her. Asterisk, lucky. Asterisk, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Lai Ha kicked it into high gear. All right, I'm coming for you. Just wait, I'll catch up. By the time night fell, he'd made it. And it only took 45 minutes. Dang, Lai Ha, you got wheels. If the trip back is this fast, he'd have 10 whole hours to farm. Suddenly, a noise broke his concentration. Yo, what was that? Yo, fam. He snapped his head up toward the noise. Bruh, he thought. There's a whole mob of noobs camping the other side. Can't aim with this crowd. Mages are useless unless they are point blank. The attackers were just spamming skills at this point. If you catch friendly fire, your magic is bricked. The bats are only aggroing on the robes anyway. Lai Hao was scoping the scene like, seriously, too many people in the lobby. He let out a mega sigh. These mobs have insane agility stats, so camping and sniping is a no-go. His internal monologue was getting salty. I got wrecked by a bear earlier, so I came here to farm. But the grind here is just as hard. Meanwhile, Dion Lion was chill as ice. Night mode is hardcore, but the spiders get nerfed during the day. Let's just chat in the lobby until morning. Lai Hao shrugged, feeling totally helpless. Guess there is no other strats. Wait, are the monsters teaming up now? Yeah, the spiders and bats are literally cooperating. The squad was still debating tactics. All right, bet. We raid at dawn. When the sun hits, the bats go. Away from keyboard. Suddenly, Oin spotted Lai Ha creeping in the background. Yo? He slid over to investigate. You grinding right now? Kurt jumped in with a warning. Night raids are dangerous, fam. Wait for the squad in the morning. Lai Ha didn't hesitate to decline. Nah, that's too slow for my speedrun. Watching Lai Ha full send it into the dungeon, the guy just stood there. Is he seriously soloing this? The peanut gallery started buzzing. I bet 1 silver coin he rage quits before sunrise. Oh, bet? I got 1 silver says he taps out in 2 hours. I got 1 silver says he is gone in an hour. I am putting 2 silver on him getting absolutely deleted. When the sun comes up, we will just go loot his corpse, right? Verify the kill then. Yeah, if he dies in there, the system will despawn him anyway. Lai Ha heard all the trash talk. You guys are betting on my life? Toxic community much? But whatever. He gripped his rifle. Locked and loaded. There is no turning back now. Even though he was soloing the deep forest, Li Ha was confident in his build. He paused to calculate his next move and reload. Blind reload takes 63 seconds. That leaves me less than 60 seconds of DPS time. He started frantically searching his inventory. That 63-second reload was a killer. Suddenly, a big brain strat popped into Lai Ha's head. New meta unlocked. If I have a light source, I can buff my reload speed by at least 15 seconds. Boom. Lai Ha lit up a torch. Just then, a red spider jump-scared him from the dark, but the fire snapped its web, and it flopped to the ground. Cold steel barrel locked onto the target. Bam. Critical hit right in the hitbox. The mob let out a glitchy groan and went permanently offline. Lai Ha checked the kill feed, but suddenly, his gamer instinct screamed at him. Reload. Reload. The spider was shaking violently, trying to flip back over for round 2. It scrambled to run away on all 8s, but RNG was not on its side today. Before it could escape, Lai Ha's next shot pierced right through it. After securing the kill, he estimated the time. 52 seconds. Way faster. This strat was definitely opt for boosting sensitivity. The VR immersion was so high it felt gross he almost felt bad for the mobs. But 125 sensitivity is mid-game stats, like level 50 stuff. Level 100 is god tier. While looting the drops, Lai Ha was deep in thought. Comment below if you think I can hit max level. One-shotting a spider is standard gameplay. But why is the synchronization rate so high? It feels way too real. Then, a realization hit him like a band hammer. No loot drops? You gotta be kidding me. He was getting blocked. I need to farm every single item drop, or I am failing this quest. 2 kills and 0 loot, the drop rates are rigged. Realizing his inventory was empty, he did the math. 10.5 hours left on the clock. Time to go beast mode. Meanwhile, outside the forest, the peanut gallery was still chatting away. 2 hours passed, right? Rip my silver. You didn't know? If he dies, he is stuck in there. Kang Tong rubbed his chin like a villain. Let's go verify the body. Kurt was sketching out. What if the spiders and bats are still aggro? But the other guy didn't care. Relax, we are not grinding, just spectating. It's fine, just lower the torch brightness and follow me. Gang Tong led the way. I gotta see the corpse to collect my winnings. You feel me? Kurt got FOMO and followed. I got money riding on this too. Squad up. Owing added. Who knows if he ran away or is camping in a bush? I'm coming too. Kang Tong smirked like he knew the cheat codes. That solo player is definitely a whale pay to win gear. If he died, his loot drops are going to be insane. I won't lose anything. I want to snag that legendary armor, but his boots and hat look decent too. Having these 2 noobs as meat shields is perfect. Owing scanned the map but saw 0 enemies. For real though, Kurt felt the vibe was off. This is sus. Kang Tong made a call, cast fireball to light up the area. Let's check for campers. No hesitation, he spammed the skill. Flames roared forward, lighting up every corner. Clear, Gang Tong gasped. Yo, why is the server empty? Oin agreed. Right. Kurt couldn't hide his shock. There should be mobs spawning everywhere. Just to be sure, he asked. Nobody saw any monsters, right? Negative, Ozin replied. Kurt kept checking his corners. Where did the spawns go? Kang Tong frowned hard, thinking, this is glitchy. No monsters is weird, but where is our guy? Did he log out? Did he hide? His gear is worth over 1 gold coin, we gotta find him. He wasn't giving up the loot. Push forward. Suddenly, Kurt spotted something weird. Yo, he pointed ahead. Check that out, guys. Owen looked over. What is it? In front of them was a massive pit of slime, a swamp biome. Gang Tom was shook. Inside a dark forest without light, since when is there a swamp here? Kurt's eyes popped out. I dunno. What is this? Owen crouched to inspect the textures. Is that slime down there? Then his face went pale with horror. Wait, hold up. That's not a swamp. Those are melted spider and bat corpses. That whole pit is just dead mobs. Gang Tong literally gagged and started puking. Kurt patted his back. Bro, you're puking now? Ozin got a bad feeling. This is bad vibes. We need to bounce as soon as possible. Suddenly, a screeching noise echoed. Asterisk, scree, asterisk. He snapped into alert mode. Mob sounds. The creepy noise terrified him. He shook Gang Tong. Wake up, man. Ozin looked back, and his expression dropped. Floating in the air were hundreds of red eyes staring at them. A red spider dropped down jump scare. It's a trap. Ambush. Chills ran down his spine, cold sweat everywhere. Kang Tong was losing it. Why are they swarming us all at once? I can't believe it. Did they aggro the whole map? We are cooked. While the squad was panicking, somewhere else, a teacup clinked. Brown was sipping tea like a boss, lips moving silently. Timer is almost up. Did he rage quit yet? Suddenly, he heard a noise and went on alert. But before he could move, a gun barrel pressed against his back. Don't move. The voice was low and menacing. Don't answer. Just breathe. Make one wrong move and it's game over. Lai Ha wasn't even sweating. He slowly turned around. You gonna ask for my ID card again, old man? Seeing Lai Ha standing there made Brown's eyes bug out. How the... Lai Ha dropped a massive loot bag. Thud. Here is the quest items you wanted. Spider legs and vampire bat fangs. He flashed a winning smile. Count 'em, I don't miss. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic wins. Then the dude dumps my entire bag on the table to check the loot. Gotta give you props for not being late, I guess. I'm rolling my eyes internally seriously. Is that his version of a compliment? Brow starts crunching the numbers on my haul, and he's totally judging my stats. To get this much loot, I must have bagged over 500 mobs. Even if I spam the reload key to skip animations, the cooldown is still a minute. 500 shots should take like 8 hours, minimum. Even if I pulled an all-nighter grinding, the math doesn't add up. So how did this kid pull off a speedrun like that? Did he really just click 500 heads to clear the quest? This rookie. He takes a beat, then switches to his customer service voice. Good, hustle out there. Boom. The system notification pops up, quest complete with rewards attached. I'm totally spacing out, staring at the screen. Yo, did I glitch the quest or something? Brow tosses the payment at me like it's pocket change. I don't know how many bullets you wasted, but your training method is actually OP. I snatch the coin out of the air reflexes. Thanks, boss. Then ding. Update log. You acquired 1 silver and unlocked the Deft Hands skill. I'm hyped, reading the skill description immediately. Ooh, a new passive skill? This is basically the meta for a Musketeer build. Reload time cut to 30 seconds, and the buff lasts for 5 whole minutes. I'm ready to keep the momentum going, so I ask, so, what's the next mission? But he leaves me on read for a second, clearing his throat. Hold up, before that, how exactly did you farm all these? I'm standing there looking clueless. Huh. Then he goes full bad cop on me. There is no way a level 1 noob like you secured this kind of loot legitimately. Did you buy these off the auction house or something? I just smirk, feeling myself a bit. Oh, that? I try to look all mysterious and cool. I just remix my skills a little. So I spill a tea on how I wiped out the red spiders and vampire bats. Flashback to me slumped against a tree earlier, totally raging because my grind was inefficient as heck. Bro, when am I gonna catch a break? My mood was absolute trash. None of my skills were hitting, and trying to pick them off one by one was not the vibe. My SAM is weak, just calm mind, gunstock smash, and musketeer mastery. Single target damage only. I thought about kiting them into a line for a collateral shot, but nah, muskets have terrible penetration stats. The bullet probably wouldn't even exit the first mob. I was literally about to cry, cursing my character build and my bad luck. The bigger issue was the drop rate. I killed 4 mobs and only got 1 loot drop. I needed an area of effect attack fast. You know what they say, all roads lead to the same destination if you're smart enough. But this map layout was garbage for cheese strats. I started imagining my friend Emily bet she's got like 2 or 3 nuke spells in her mage spellbook by now. Man, Class envy is real right now. Being a musketeer at this level is suffering zero crowd control capabilities compared to everyone else. Then it hit me a memory from a past raid. The smoke I created during the Golden Eagle quest wasn't an official skill, but it totally aggroed the wolves away. Wait a sec, that gives me an idea. A crazy strategy popped into my head, and I grinned like a villain. Let's try a little chemistry experiment. I scanned the area, coast was clear. No other players around to steal my kill. I started messing around near a tree root. Here goes nothing. After a bit, I heard a noise, looked up, and quickly dumped my heavy sack of gunpowder into the hole I just dug. No time to chill ambush. A red spider, looking absolutely savage, jumped out. Well, saves me the trouble of hunting. I charged right at it. Let's go. Target number 1 acquired. The spider swiped with a razor-sharp leg, trying to one-shot me. I focused, reading its attack pattern. It lunged, ready to finish me off. But I hit the dodge button, leaned back, and popped back up while the mob was still confused. I didn't give it a chance to reset counterattack with gunstock smash. I jammed my flintlock bayonet right into its gut, pinned it down. I smirked internally. Come on, scream for help, call your buddies, let's start a party. Its death screech was loud, perfect. That noise aggroed every monster in the zone. Red spiders, vampire bats. The whole server population was incoming. I finished it off according to plan, letting the spider blood spray on me to boost the aggro range. I hopped back. Nice. The whole train is following me now. Running with a literal army of mobs behind you is terrifying. If I rubber band or trip, I'm dead meat. Suddenly, a spider lunged at my hitbox, forcing me to react. Yo, since when do they have that kind of range? I was gonna get ganked. No way. I'm not respawning today. My only thought was escape, you can't catch me. I sprinted, burning all my stamina. I dragged the mob train right to the kill zone. Almost there. Checkmate. I gripped my flintlock, sweat dripping down my controller. I mean, my hands. No wasted movement. I spun around, aimed my musket high. Skill activate, calm mind. I locked onto the target trigger and squeezed. The bullet pinged off a flint stone above the hole. Sparks rained down like fireworks, straight into my pile of homemade explosives. K-boom. The ground shook, and a massive blast wave sent hundreds of musket balls shredding through the incoming monster wave like a shotgun on steroids. They didn't stand a chance, total wipeout in a sea of fire. I stood back to avoid the AoE damage, grinning like a maniac at the destruction. That was beautiful. Looking at the pile of loot and bodies, I felt like a genius. Hell yeah, my DIY claymore worked perfectly. For the noobs in chat, a claymore is basically a directional mine that blasts 700 steel bearings about 3 millimeters each to turn enemies into Swiss cheese. My stamina was drained, but I wiped my forehead. Safe. I definitely overloaded the gunpowder, though. That blast was way bigger than the physics engine should allow. I was 8 meters away and still almost got toasted. I gripped my gun, heart pounding. But hey, mission accomplished. Back in the present, Brow listened to my story and looked stunned. A bomb? He asked. I didn't lie. Yup. I explained the Claymore concept. It was a messy build, but it launched 100 rounds in one direction. Brow actually looked impressed. Not bad, he muttered, repeating the name like he was studying it. Claymore. That is, quite the innovation. He was clearly vibing with the strategy. Fascinating. I scratched my head, acting humble. Thanks. Then he got serious again. But can we really call this the way of the musketeer? The goal was to level up your shooting skills, he lectured. But the loot count speaks for itself. He leaned back. Just don't get a big head about it, kid. I grinned. You got it, coach. He stood up slowly. Tell me, what do you think is the true role of a musketeer? I blinked, confused. In what context? I asked. He paused. For example, during the Great Monster Invasion 20 years ago. The Second Great War. My brain clicked. I read this lore on the game's official wiki. Oh, you mean the war for Middle-earth? That legendary clash 20 years ago between the Monster Legion and the Human Alliance. Rumor has it, both sides were led by absolute tactical geniuses. Whether it's a massive PvP brawl or a monster siege, the commander's map awareness is the real MVP. Lee Ha crunched the data and realized the musketeers have exactly one job to do. No hesitation, Lee Ha dropped the answer. Sniping. Brown looked shook. Sniping? So Lee Ha broke it down for him like a pro. Human armies have a backup plan if the general gets fragged, the vice commander steps up to run the show. Brown raised an eyebrow. Okay, but what about the monsters? Lee Ha had the answer locked and loaded. Monsters aren't built like that. You take out the boss, the minions go into full panic mode. That's the perfect window for a full-scale wipeout. Brown went quiet, deep in thought. Then he muttered to himself, guess that's why we built this academy. Lee Ha jumped a mile. Huh. Say what now? Brown just brushed it off like, nah, just talking crazy, ignore me. Li Hao knew better than to push his luck. Right, got it. You're done talking. Zip it, lock it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up on the HUD. A quest. Objective: eliminate Hiruka, the kobold chieftain. Plus, grab some sweet bonus loot. Brown grinned like a total savage. Oh snap. The quest log updated in real time. Mission parameters changed. Li Ha started sweating. Wait, the conditions just flipped on me. Same target, but the rewards and the danger level just skyrocketed. Li Ha's jaw hit the floor while his brain screamed. Failure conditions? What kind of difficulty setting is this? Hold up, I haven't even popped my skill contract yet. How can the quest just change itself? Hunting a kobold boss already? This is way above my pay grade. And this dude's just sipping tea like it's nothing? If I party up, hit level 30, or die even once, it's game over. Li Ha was sweating buckets. That boss usually takes a full squad of level 30s to take down. And he wants me to solo it? It's a chieftain, not some trash mob. What is Brown thinking? Why won't he explain anything? Stop looking at me with those hopeful puppy eyes. This quest is so hard. Brown saw him shaking and dropped a truth bomb. Chill, kid. Like you said, snipe him. One headshot on the boss. Li Ha felt even more lost. It's not just hard, it's practically a suicide mission. But the loot potential? Insane. He finally nodded. All right, I'm in. Brown lit up immediately. Oh, he grabbed his hat fast, probably scared Li Ha would bail. Good, let's roll. Li Ha grabbed his flintlock, all hyped up. You got it. Before dipping, Brown dropped a, don't let me down. Li Ha wandered off, whispering to himself. At least there's no timer. Maybe I tackle this when I'm 99% through level 29. Who's this Brown guy, really? Did he say the academy exists because of this? Wait, didn't the lore mention 3 legendary generals? Time to dig for clues. He messaged Kyle. Sent. No reply. Li Ha started tapping his foot. Left on read. Must be grinding or something. Let's see here. He checked his friend's list and paused. Yo, that's sus. All 4 of them are at Tiwi Canyon. They must be running with their guild. He rubbed his chin, plotting. Joining that guild would make finding parties way easier. Seeing 2 other friends at Tiwi gave him a bad vibe. Nah, couldn't be. Meanwhile, at the canyon, the comms were buzzing. Target acquired. Chasing the Fire Sisters. Entering Tiwi Canyon. Need backup as soon as possible. A leader barked orders. Surround them. Dragon K is inbound. HN took charge. Scott, cut off their escape route. Scott vanished into stealth mode. Copy that, the leader added. Position 5 healers at range. HN turned to handle the tanks. DPS, stick to the tanks. Move it. The squad yelled back, yes sir. HN kept his eyes on the map while barking more orders. TN, stay on their tail. He sprinted off. On it. HN analyzed the play. Tiwi Canyon is a dead end. Scott's got the exit blocked. It's a trap. He pinged Kyle. Key, set up the tank formation. The kid sounded hyped. You got it, boss. HN felt invincible. 60 high-level players, even the famous Ice Witch can't bust through this fortress. Tonight, they die. The only threat is their teleport skill. Thinking fast, he started casting. Watch this. Max energy output detonate. A shockwave rippled out, locking down the whole zone. Kyle felt the power shift. Nice. HN jammed their warp. They're sitting ducks now. But suddenly, another player started chanting. Crystal light flooded the canyon. Everything returns to the void. While rushing in, he saw something glittering. Razor-sharp ice shards, like leaves in a storm, shredding the air. They slammed right into Kyle's squad. Screams everywhere. Even Kyle was getting wrecked. His teammates dropped one by one. The mist faded, revealing a blurry silhouette. Kyle finally saw her face and grit his teeth. Long time no see, huh? The ice shooter, Lamb Emily. She was winding up. Kyle panicked. Keep 70 meters distance. Tanks, hold the line. But she coldly unleashed Ice Spear. Lethal shards flew everywhere. Defense squad, up front, Kyle yelled. But the tanks were melting. Someone shouted, hold on. But the ice barrage just wouldn't stop. The prey just became the predator. Kyle was losing it. Is she crazy? How can she spam that many ice spears at once? Then, a wave of fire roared in. It hit the ice like a bomb, triggering massive explosions. Players were getting deleted, left and right. Arg! Watching the carnage, Kyle realized the combo. Detonating the ice with fire magic, only one person could do that. Suddenly, Hua-Yun popped out and grabbed her sister. Move it! It was the fire flower, Emily Yun. Kyle felt a chill. That was a Logan-level spell, so how did it hit like a truck? His guildmates were getting force-logged by death. He couldn't back down now. He screamed at the survivors. Reform the line. We can take this. Defend and push. Chasing the fire and ice sisters, Kyle felt a surge of adrenaline. Oh yeah, we got this. We took a hit, but they're cornered. Aichin's plan is working, but I can't slack off. That little blue-haired girl is ranked 9th globally. How is she that strong? Isn't she just D rank? Suddenly, Kyle froze. A massive wall of ice was forming right in front of him. In just a blink, that ice expanded at supersonic speed like, visible to the naked eye, fam. It totally shut down Kyle's squad. He was Logan Key shook, blocking the path with ice, seriously. Bro was absolutely salty, grinding his teeth like crazy. You really think this little trick can stop me? Zero hesitation. Kyle barked orders. Give me those shields. Move it before they ghost us. Even though they're ops, he had to give props. Building a thick ice wall while fleeing? That's rank 9 global gameplay right there. But Kyle ain't a quitter. He poured everything into smashing that barrier. But hey, I'm not some noob either. I totally saw this coming. As the ice cracked, his brain suddenly went into full buffer mode. Like, huh? Emily. Why isn't she dipping? Right then, a cold voice dropped. Gust. Kyle didn't get it, thought she was casting more ice. Suddenly, slash. Something sharp sliced right across his face. Behind him, the tankers got clapped instantly. Kyle kept taking damage, HP dropping like a crypto crash, and he had no clue why. When he finally focused on the tiny objects, his jaw hit the floor. It was the ice shards. The debris from the wall he just smashed. She was still controlling them. Insane micromanagement, but that just made him extra salty. While the vibe there was tense as heck, let's switch lanes. Somewhere else, Grid was swiping through his system menu, totally stressing out. He's been left on read for ages and was getting super impatient. What are you doing? Text me back. He was tearing his hair out. Am I tripping for no reason? Just 'cause we're in the same zone doesn't mean we'll link up. I mean, Middle Earth is massive, guys. Probably not, right? Knowing her, she wouldn't just start throwing hands. Still, can't reach her, so I'm hoping everything's Gucci. Meanwhile, back in the alley, Hua-Yeon and Emily were cornered with nowhere to go. A cocky voice echoed out, everything's going exactly according to plan. Huh. Now we can actually have a civil chat. Haley stepped out from the shadows. Let's talk for a sec. Why do you keep running? Hua-Yeon clapped back, clearly triggered. Ha. Talk. I've got nothing to say to you clowns. But the dude stayed chill, acting like he didn't care. Why not? I sent you a ton of DMs about donating to Castle Canal. That made her go full rage mode. I told you I'd donate to Castle Canal with my times, heart asterisk. Is that not enough for you people? Haley pressed on. But why though? It's the first castle we ever visited. Plus, Jay is working there. You guys know the tea. Hua-Yeon's expression didn't flinch one bit. Why should we ignore the big cities just to be tied down to some tiny fort? And since when do we need your time's permission to play? The dude's voice dropped, getting straight up menacing. You better watch your mouth, girl. Do you have any idea how many people are gathered here right now because of you? People who actually donated to Castle Canal. No matter how much you donate, you're stuck at second place. And second place is basically last place. What do you get out of it? 0 winner's privileges. But if you keep wailing on the game like this, we've got nowhere to go. Hua-Yeon looked a bit confused. So, shouldn't you guys just spend more money then? Emotional damage. That hit Haley hard. It's not that simple. He started throwing out lame excuses. We need some mutual understanding and negotiation here. Also, you're swiping your real credit card. Shouldn't you use gold earned inside Middle Earth? That would be fair play, right? Or are you just flexing because you're a rich Harris? Using the game to show off your wealth? Hua-Yeon paused. Flexing? What are you talking about? This is business. Have you ever seen a company spend money for no reason? Haley finally stopped beating around the bush. I'm done talking. I'll refund your money. Just hand over the rights to Castle Canal. She hit him with the challenge immediately. And if I refuse, you gonna kill me? The dude lost all patience, looking straight up demonic. Kill you? Middle Earth is just like real life. There are things way worse than death, Emily. That threat added fuel to the fire. She ground her teeth in rage. You unlucky piece of trash. Hua-Yeon was done arguing. She cleared her throat. Emily. Her sister understood the assignment instantly, reaching out to scan the area. Haley thought she was about to throw hands and hid behind the tankers. A few awkward minutes passed. Nothing happened. He felt super cringe. I thought she was attacking. Damn it. Emily wasn't attacking. She was scouting. There were 10 guys blocking the retreat path. She spoke up softly. All handled. Haley couldn't believe his ears. He wanted to object instantly. Handled? What is she yapping about? My guys are still right there. Emily calmly dropped more info. Total enemies in front, 44. Hua-Yeon was slightly surprised. 44. Huh. That number was nothing to her. Not as many as I thought, these Korean players. Being looked down on pierced Haley's ego like a knife. Excuse me? Tiny flames started dancing in Hwayeon's palm. Don't underestimate us. On her command, the fire roared to life. Fire arrow. But she shot it straight up into the sky, leaving everyone confused. Haley looked up, totally suspicious. What is she doing? Why shoot the sky? Is that an SOS? Ha. Joke's on her, I already blocked spatial teleportation. No one's coming. Plus, the guy guarding the rear is Scott, a level 212 shadow ninja. There's no way she handled him. He shouted out confidently to calm his squad. Stop bluffing. Don't let them fool you guys. Haley signaled the tank squad to prep for war. Just be good girls and accept my offer. This is getting annoying. Time to show you humiliation worse than death. He didn't hesitate. All units, attack. But before they could move, a powerful voice boomed out. Stop right there. Immediately, Haley felt the vibe shift. Invisible pressure crushed him, forcing him to his knees. Erg. Kyle and the rest of the squad got flattened too. Cough. Status effect? The tankers were gasping for air, screaming in panic. Cough. Cough. Where are the healers? Hurry. Haley's mind was spiraling. A status effect? He tried to look up, mind racing. Can Emily do this kind of magic? What is happening? Suddenly, a tanker screamed. Yo, look! Up on the cliff. Everyone turned to look. A massive army was standing on the cliff edge. Someone recognized the symbol instantly. That golden dragon flag. It's the Golden Dragon Guild. Seeing the sheer aura of the leader, Haley was shook. What? The Golden Dragon? Wait, weren't the Golden Dragon and Hua Yuan's guild beefing recently? Why is he here? Are the Chinese guilds teaming up? Hal leaped down from the cliff while Haley was still buffering. The Golden Dragon Guild is elite in both quality and quantity. One of the strongest in Asia. There's like 10,000 of them. Levels 200? No, 300. Their teamwork is insane. Super dangerous. As soon as he landed, Hao greeted them. Ni hao. Hello. First time meeting, right? My Korean friends. He briefly introduced himself. I'm Hao. World rank 4. Asia rank 2. China rank 1. As soon as the title dropped, Haley felt the stress levels spike. Hao of the Golden Dragon? Yo, fam, listen to the whispers on the street. Is that really Fred? Like, the number 4 player in the entire world? Why is the Yao Huanglong Guild pulling up here? What is actually going on? Heian is literally shaking with rage, grinding his teeth like crazy. Looks like they squashed the beef. That arrow flare earlier was a straight-up SOS signal. Did Lincoln seriously wail out to hire Yao Huanglong's muscle? Nah, I don't think so. It looks like a mutual W for both sides. It's not just a cash transaction. They're forming a legit alliance. Heian is fuming inside like, dang it, backing down now means all that grinding was for nothing. If I can't eat, I'm flipping the table. Thinking that, he flips a switch and puts on the fakest smile ever. Yo, isn't that Fei Wu from Yao Huanglong? What brings you to this neck of the woods? I don't think we got any beef with your crew. Even so, Fred keeps it classy. True, you don't. But we're not vibing with how you guys are treating Lincoln and Lincoln. Hearing that, our guy is cursing under his breath satisfied. Yeah, right. But Heian reminds himself to stay chill and keeps grinning. How are the Lin sisters connected to them? Suddenly, Hu Yuan interrupts the chat. That's none of your business. Just listen to the deal. First off, bounce from here. Second, the Kanto Castle drama? Drop it. She pauses, then gets super serious. Just agree to these 2 conditions, and we're good. If you want to go to total war or launch a raid later, I'll match that energy. But if you keep creeping and threatening people like this, I'm not letting that slide. Even though he's triggered, Heian is still calculating the odds. Dang, is she trying to play the saint now? But with Yao Huanglong here, attacking is a straight-up suicide mission. Silence drags on until Fred presses him, taking a while to buffer there, huh? Helen, you trying to throw hands with Yao Huanglong? If so, we'll just have to go all out and wipe the Star Guild off the map. Huey Yun jumps in to break the tension. Hey, I just need a yes or no on the conditions. What are you doing? Fred just laughs it off. Fair point, Lincoln. Meanwhile, a timid tanker whispers what everyone's thinking. We can't beat Yao Huanglong, right? Even the Star Guild members are looking shaky. How do you beat a squad like that? Hearing his team panic makes Heian's blood boil. Ugh, these outsiders. That girl is definitely not normal. Fred, losing patience, asks one last time. So, what's the verdict? Helen of the Star Guild. He closes his eyes, swallowing his pride, and finally drags the words out. Fine, I agree. But right at that second, boom, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the cliff top. A soldier from Yao Huanglong gets absolutely shredded, pixels and red effects spraying everywhere. Fred and the Lin sisters snap their heads up, totally shocked. The scream catches Heian's attention too. He squints at the cliff, confused. Did judgment just get deleted? No, wait. Usually they turn gray and log out instantly. Why is the effect red? The gruesome sight makes Huayuan gasp in horror. For a split second, he side-eyes her, thinking, did she set this up? But looking closer, her face is a total blank slate. She has zero clue what's going down. He smirks, a nasty plan forming in his brain. So even Lincoln is in the dark, huh? Suddenly, Fred screams, Huading, gear up. He steps forward, shouting, Huayuan, get behind me, now. Huayuan is still lagging behind, asking, Brother Fred, what's happening? His face is grim, voice heavy as a rock. That thing, it's here. Her confusion spikes. What thing? Suddenly, a massive foot stomps onto the cliff edge. Fred's voice drops, full of caution. The berserker has arrived. Indeed, from high above, Igor, after slaughtering the Yao Huanglong troops, looks down with Paul arrogance. Wow, looks like a party down there. The berserker is in the house. Igor steps out, carrying a colossal greatsword on his shoulder. His whole body is wrapped in a thick, bloody aura that smells like death. His glowing red eyes look exactly like a predator's. He squints, his voice dragging out in a raspy growl. Man, it's really popping off down here. Ghostly fire burns in his sockets as he flashes a grotesque grin, showing teeth sharp enough to slice you in half. You punks blocked my grind for days, and now you're all grouped up for me. Ancient runes on his massive blade suddenly light up. That eerie light packs so much power the air itself starts vibrating. He grips the hilt, raises it high with both hands, and lets out a roar like a wild beast. Gregory, if person, but skill. The ground under him literally can't handle the pressure and detonates. Debris surfs out like a tsunami, and a blood-red cross slashes across the blue sky. It's a total nightmare scene, leaving everyone shook. Fred watches calmly, eyes cold. He clicks his tongue. Chitch went full wolf mode the second he showed up. In the chaos, he hides in the corner, grinning like a villain. Star Guild. The Lightning Dragon Knight points straight at his targets, screaming over the noise. All units, attack. Just take out Lincoln and Lincoln. Kill them right now. Meanwhile, Lee Ha is chilling in front of his system, looking deep in thought. Sleeping Sam isn't replying to my DMs. Must be actually busy. Is he still at Tea Alley? I just wanted to ask about Brow. Maybe asking an NPC is faster? With that thought, he hops up and teleports straight to a busy tavern. As he walks in, a young waiter bows. Welcome, valued guest. Lee Ha scans the room. A bar like this should have NPCs with the latest tea, right? Passing a table, he overhears two guys whispering nervously. Dude, did you hear? The forums are blowing up. There's a massive event going down at Tea Alley right now. Lincoln, Fred, and Igor are all there brawling. The whole place is getting wrecked. Hearing those names, Lee Ha freezes. His pupils shrink, and his breathing hitches. He pretends to pull up a chair nearby, but focuses hard on their convo. Word is over 200 players got wiped. Yao Huanglong is involved, and some Korean guild got dragged into the mess. Makes sense if it's Huanglong and Agni. The Chinese players have been blocking Agni's leveling spots lately. Huanglong brought a huge army, but it sounds like they got deleted. That Korean guild just had bad RNG getting stuck in the middle. Clicking the pieces together, Lee Ha realizes, if it's a Korean guild, that's probably Star Guild. Panic rising, he frantically opens his friends list to check on his little brother. Is Key okay? Thank goodness, still connected. He's still worried though. That place is Tea Alley. Suddenly, his finger hovers in midair. Huh. Scott just logged out. He was online a second ago. Right then, system notifications spam his screen. Kyle and Highlander Lincoln has logged out. Seeing them go offline makes Lee Ha's heart pound like a drum. Anxiety crashes over him. What the heck happened there? I gotta log out and check on Kyle in real life. Lee Ha's avatar fades away instantly. Back in the real world, Lee Ha bolts up in his gaming pod, rips the headset off, and lets out a long, shaky breath. Phew. He grabs his phone and speed dials his brother without skipping a beat. Kyle, what's going on? Are you okay? On the other end, the voice is barely a whisper. Bro, sorry. I can only whisper right now. I'm so tired. Lee Ha accidentally raises his voice. The internet is going nuts. Were you in that fight? Are you hurt? In a dark room, Kyle is hiding under his blanket, the phone screen lighting up his pale, terrified face. So strong. World rankers. It was terrifying. His eyes are totally dead, lips trembling like he's seen a ghost. Yo, you better grind those levels fast. Unless you want a front row seat to a world of pain, your only job right now is XP farming. I'm exhausted, so I'm out peace. Lee Ha stayed quiet, knowing Kai needed a minute to process that major L. Instead of nagging Han, Bro hopped on his PC to do some detective work. Like, what is actually going on with Key? Didn't take long to find the T dude is trending everywhere for soloing over 100 players. Insane stats. LOL. Fivu is finally popping off with the strats. And look at Lamb Emily. She is looking adorable, but moving like a literal goddess. Someone clicked the replay on that Tiha Ali fight, and fam, you gotta see this footage. Alright, let's react to this. The screen is pitch black, audio is glitching out, and then bam, a scream that'll haunt your nightmares. What is that? Is that the Reaper? No way, that's Burke. Wait, that is Ian. Igor drops from the cliff like a meteor. His massive blade slams down heavy metal style and splits a guy in two instantly. Blood spray everywhere, metal clashing. It is absolute chaos in the chat right now. Yikes! Everyone else is backing up, literally shaking in their boots, too scared to even breathe. That red glow? That is the color of death. And Igor just vacuumed it all up like a power-up. The body under his blade just disintegrates into red mist and gets sucked right into the weapon. Super creepy. You can't even see his face in the shadows, just those glowing predator eyes locking onto the next victim. The Red Dragon Squad is frozen, literally lagging in real life. Cold sweat, stiff limbs, trembling voices, they are done for. Yor's eyes are blazing like two pits of hellfire ready to roast everything on the server. He raises that giant cleaver and launches at the squad. Their hearts basically stop, faces go pale, total game over vibes. Just when they think they're toast, a strong hand grabs them. Clutch, save. Talk about a close call. Fivu yeets them into the air right as the blade smashes down. The ground explodes, boom. Dust and smoke everywhere, guys. Hit that like button if you thought they were goners. Silence falls over the map. Fivu lands like a superhero and creates some distance. What kind of creature are you? He asks. Voice chill, but the vibe, deadly serious. You trying to block me again? Igor pauses, sensing something else. He switches aggro to a new target. Down below, Emily and Emily are cleaning house with that fire and ice combo. Total synergy, they are controlling the whole zone. He lets out this freakish cackle. Hey, you got guts looking away while I'm standing right here. Fivu flinches bad vibes instantly. Sure enough, Igor ignores him, glitches out, and dive bombs straight down. Are those girls your weak spot? Oh, he is playing dirty now. Duyan's radar goes off. She spins around just in time to see Igor coming in hot like a missile. Fivu is too far away to block it and screams, "Look out." Crap, incoming. Lamb Emily shoves her sister aside. Get behind me, sis. She throws her hands up, mana bar maxing out, and starts casting her ultimate. Frost Willow. Bam. A massive ice tree sprouts instantly, branches wrapping around Igor midair. The temperature drops so low it feels like the servers just froze. Igor frowns, he actually has to try now. He clicks his tongue, annoyed, then hits the turbo button. Dude powers through the trap and dodges the critical hit. The Dragon Knights are freaking out in the voice chat. Is that ice magic? What is up with that giant tree? Smash it. Group up. Guys, stack on me. Igor grits his teeth, charges up a heavy attack, and swings down hard. The knights are stunned by the sheer pressure, literally paralyzed with fear. Helen is spiraling. What is happening? Why is he aggroing us now? Wasn't he fighting Fivu? Igor lands, causing a massive explosion that blinds everyone with debris. Veins popping, muscles flexed, Igor rips his blade out of the crater. He looks around, totally confused. Why do all you Eastern kids look exactly the same to me? He yanks the giant blade out, clearly tilted. Oh, I'm losing track. Suddenly, he swings horizontally, whoosh. The air literally screams as he slices through it. The serrated blade grinds against the ice wall, but only scratches the surface. Ice chips rain down like glitter in the dim light. He doesn't even rage quit, just rests the sword on his shoulder like a boss. Tough nut to crack, huh? Gotta smash this barrier if I want to get to the squishy targets behind it. Key goes into raid leader mode, shield up. Tanks, front line. Protect Juma. Meanwhile, Helen is cowering behind his teammates, literally sobbing. Pathetic. Key screams, turn RO, but he gets cut off. Igor's blade slices through the tank like butter. One hit, two halves. Blood splatter everywhere. No one is safe. Key's eyes go wide. Igor spins like a human blender. The tanks get deleted instantly. He's laughing like a maniac, farming kills left and right. Absolute massacre. The bodies turn into red energy and flow right into his blade. He takes a deep breath, totally high on the power. I'm gonna drink every last drop. The metallic smell drives Igor into a frenzy. All he can think is, blowed. Suddenly, bam. 5U drop kicks him right in the spine. Surprise, buddy. The whole arena shakes. Everyone is jaw dropped as Igor crashes into the cliff. 5U lands, takes a deep breath, and sighs. Whew. He does the come at me, bro finger wag. Total swagger. Ian climbs out of the rubble, cracking his neck loudly. You? Again? Seriously. Zero hesitation. Vu rushes in, burying his foot into Igor's bicep. Igor grunts. The spectators are glued to the sky, watching the aerial dogfight. Whoa, rank 3 versus rank 4? This is legendary content. They're moving too fast to track. Helen is clenching his fists, sweating buckets. I can't watch. Let's bounce. Ignore the fight, we need to grab the Emily now. It's total mayhem. But wait, look at the willow tree. What is falling from it? Dang it, I can't get close. Tyler is frantically hacking at the ice shards flying at him. He breaks some, but the ice is shredding him up. Sharp ice slices his skin, blood dripping. He grits his teeth. Almost. There. After a serious struggle, he closes the gap on the sisters, raises his sword, and aims for the kill. Sorry, babe, game over for you. Vu notices the sneak attack while fighting Igor and loses focus. No, don't you dare. Tyler's sword swings down, CLAing. Metal screams. But then he freezes. His face goes from smug to terrified in a split second. Willow branches have wrapped tight around his blade. Tyler can't budge it. His legs shake. Is this a trap? How are these skinny branches holding my sword? While he struggles, a furious voice booms out. The audacity. After everything, Vu marches over, fist clenched tight, looking ready to murder. I helped you fight Yom, and you turn around and attack Duyen? She's with me. The branches loosen slightly. Tyler's brain is racing. Crap, I'm Vu's target now. Okay, he's rank 3, but I'm a Highlander. I can take him. Tyler tries to raise his sword, but WHAM. Vu kicks him straight in the ribs. You could hear the ribs crack. Internal damage for sure. Tyler's face turns purple, drool spilling out. Sword drops. He sees this and sprints over, yelling, Bro, hang in there. Vu plants his foot, looking down cold. Maybe this will teach you some manners. He raises his leg high, his shadow completely swallowing Tyler. It's execution time. Vu's kick was aimed straight for his dome. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, a crazy wind blast knocked back the dust, forcing him to block the impact. When the smoke cleared, it turned out Key totally clutched it with a shield save for Tyler. Bro was shaking, though. He knew this wasn't gonna last, but his body just moved on autopilot to block that second hit. Key grabbed Tyler and bailed, sprinting through the dust to get out of dodge. Got a blast, right? Vu crouched down, looking super salty about the escape. Suddenly, Igor pulls up, eyes burning like he's about to rage quit life. But hey, thanks to that distraction, Key managed to get his squad mate to safety. He laid him down, pleading, Yo, Tyler, wake up. Tyler was groaning in pain. Key was like, hang in there. I bet I can find a healer nearby. I've got your bay times, boom, asterisk. A massive explosion cut him off. Dust everywhere. Vu got slammed into the wall, and Key stared at a massive, beastly footprint on the ground. Igor grinned, showing all his teeth. Hey, I'm low on HP because of you little rats. I need a refill. He rested his weapon, sneering. You brats drained me. He sized Key up, calculating how much HP he could leech to max out again. His eyes were glowing red with Paul malice. Key screamed, shut your trap. But Igor was too fast. He lunged and knocked Key's shield flying with one hit. In a flash, he grabbed Key by the throat. Key was gagging, helpless. Dang it, he thought, my defense skills are on cooldown. The level gap was just too massive. Key was fading fast as Igor overpowered him. He watched the monster raise that weapon, screaming internally. Need more blood, the monster growled. Key's eyes went wide with panic. Wait, no, please. Asterisk slash, asterisk game over for Key. The killer? Ian Igor. Level 260. He's in werewolf mode, which drains his stamina constantly. He regens stamina by eating mobs or players. Liha held his head, stressing out. I'm only level 26. No way I can fight a guy 10 times my level. I never thought Key would go out like that. 50% synchronization pain is no joke. Liha remembered being crippled and hopeless, and how Key introduced him to this world. Memories of their grinding sessions flashed by. Liha clenched his fist, furious. After all that, Key gets taken out like trash. Agrony, I'm coming for you. Liha stared at his VR helmet. Time to grind levels like crazy. He geared up. Gotta level up to catch Bosco. He logged in, whispering, just you wait. Igor. Asterisk scene switch. Asterisk. Suddenly, it's chaos everywhere. Run. Help me, players were screaming. Emily stood there chilling, but Emily was freaking out. How do we log out? And where did Vu go? She thought about Igor's power and cursed. Why did that creep show up? Vu versus Bosco would be a sick 1v1, but right now, staying alive is the priority. She looked at her sister. Din, we gotta bounce. She stopped. Din was floating, charging up some serious mana. Din looked guilty. Sis. Sorry, but can you die for me real quick? Duyan froze, sweating bullets. Excuse me? She bit her lip, then flopped on the ground. Ugh, fine. Better me than both of us, I guess. She gave a sly look, but you better clutch this for me. Din lowered her eyes. Got it. Her mana spiked to the max. The noise attracted Igor. He ground his teeth, scanning the area. What's that noise? The spell released. A massive ice storm launched from Din's hands. Helen screamed, Stop. You're gonna wipe us all out. Duyan smirked. Too late, losers. Din's AoE attack hit hard, freezing a ton of players instantly. Screams filled the air. Duyan watched her sister dominate, then smiled. Catch y'all in 48 hours when the ban is up. Asterisk, poof. Asterisk, she vanished. Asterisk, cut to Alex City. Asterisk, a shopkeeper grinned. Thanks for shopping. You too. Laiha walked out, checking his stash. He made 4 gold coins from selling his loot. Not bad. Musketeer gear costs 3 gold. Too pricey. I'll just upgrade my weapon. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind, Hey, you! Yo, red jacket guy. Laiha paused. Me? Suddenly, Linda blocked his path, pointing a finger. Finally found you. Remember me? Laiha blinked. Who are you? The guy did a weird pose. Does this times jog your memory? Laiha's eyes went wide. Oh, the dual shield guy from the bear hunt zone. Linda stepped up. You snatched all the loot and dipped, didn't you? He listed off the drops. Clothes, shoes, hat. That's all. Agnia also bear gear. He was fuming. And you took the other player's stuff too? You greedy little rat. Laiha looked confused. What are you even talking about? Laiha started walking. I don't have time for this. The guy raged. Hey, do you know how long I've been hunting for you? I looked like a total idiot. I knew a Logan-level musketeer like you would be at the academy or the shop. Laiha shrugged. Okay, and didn't I offer to team up first back then? The guy gasped. Excuse me? I called for backup, and you guys ran away, Laiha said, his glare intensifying. They started shouting at each other. I soloed that boss while you ran. Linda scoffed. Yeah, right, a Logan-level scrub like you? Laiha pointed to his cape. Here's the receipt. Unless you got proof I didn't kill it, shut your mouth. The guy looked awkward. Okay, fine, you killed the bear. Whatever. But you still gotta split the loot from the dead players. Laiha stared him down. If you die, you drop your gear and catch a 48-hour ban. That stuff had no owner. Why would I share it? Linda snapped. Yo, what level are you anyway? Stop acting smart. I said give me the loot, so hand it over, scrub. Dude gave him the coldest warning ever. Stop clowning around or you're gonna regret it. Get lost. Linda was so triggered he was literally grinding his teeth. The guy spins around, flexing his guild crest on purpose, and screams, Yo, do you know who I roll with? Watch your mouth. But our boy didn't even flinch, replying, Zero interest, bro, just bounce. Laiha just walked off with total main character energy, dropping a bomb, mess with me again, and I'm calling the Secret Knights. Linda was steaming mad behind him. Wait, what? You're tight with the Secret Knights? Seeing the guy hesitate at that name, Laiha smirked and let out a breath. Inside, he was thinking, friends? Nah. Just needed a distraction so I could dip out fast. Zoom. He bolted like a track star, thinking he wouldn't actually need to call that guy. Linda screamed, You jerk, and started chasing him down, barking orders like crazy. Hey, freeze. Laiha didn't even care, just kept running in a straight line and whistling to troll him. Linda saw the gap widening and started panicking. You little punk, where do you think you're going? The guy stopped, gasping for air, totally defeated. If I catch you, you're dead. What the heck? How can I not catch him? Laiha checked his level board and was shook. Speed stat is at 247. Unbelievable. He realized that's why the guy ate his dust. Usually, you need to be level 47 to hit 246. Thinking of Igor, Laiha felt a bit intimidated. But the guy who took out Keon is level 260, and our boy is only sitting at level 26. He started calculating, realizing he needs to grind levels. As soon as possible, then he kicked off again to keep running. Laiha headed straight for the massive mountain ahead. Gotta hit the Seymour Mountains first and figure the rest out later. Remembering his quest, he sighed, Man, when am I gonna finish this lunchbox delivery quest? The time limit is 1 month, so he should be good. The sky is looking totally aesthetic today, and the air is filled with people shouting. Seymour Mountains, let's go. Any tankers level 31 looking for a squad. Laiha looks at the crowd buzzing with people finding teammates. Good and guild recruiting mages. Looking for warriors to hunt kobolds, level 35. Then he hears, level 40 party, need 1 more to start now, and gets totally flustered. Lai Ha scratches his head, stressing out. Wait, where does that kobold chief actually spawn? I rush here with zero intel like a total noob. He remembers Brown's order, catch the hunting tribe's chief before hitting level 30. What was Brown even thinking? Li Ha looks around, doing the math in his head. Guess I gotta hit level 29 before finding the kobold. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through, heading to Harold. Then someone speaks right to him. Yo, buddy, wanna roll with us? We got a gorgeous healer with us. Before he could react, the guy adds, that weapon on your back looks like a musket. Lai Ha jumps a bit, thinking, my gun? A guy who looks like a tanker runs up, super hyped. Whoa, is that a real gun? You, a sniper class? Lai Ha nods quietly. Yeah. The guy asks happily, what's your level? We're forming a trio and heading out as soon as possible. You definitely have the level for Seymour Peak, right? Lai Ha stays silent for a second, not sure how to answer. Then he drops the lie, I'm level 41. The guy literally cheers, yo, level 41? That is clutch. Lai Ha hesitates and asks, so who's the third? If I'm the dealer and you're the tanker. The guy answers like he read his mind. Oh, the pretty healer? He turns to the crowd and shouts, Han Chan, found our damage dealer. A hand immediately shoots up. Here. Lai Ha watches the owner of the voice walk over fast. Han Chan? She pops up right in front of him, introducing herself cheerfully. Hi there. Just call me Ma Aim, Hannah. He stares at Hannah, totally surprised. Whoa, she's a nun class? This squad is actually legit, the tanker teases. Told you I wasn't lying about the pretty part. Hannah giggles along. Right? Li Ha replies shyly. Yes. He thinks back every girl he's met lately has been terrifying or cold. This is actually refreshing since he has zero experience with girls from middle school to the army. The two of them introduce themselves officially. I'm Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, the shield guardian, level 42. And I'm Hannah, the nun, level 40. Lai Ha quickly shakes their hands. I'm Lai Ha, sniper, level 41. Squad assembled. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth fixes his helmet and shouts, all right team, let's roll. The trio moves through grass as tall as people, when suddenly Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth signals with his hand and whispers, hold up. Everyone ducks into the bush. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth says, 10 o'clock. 2 kobolds at work. Looking where he pointed, sure enough, 2 kobolds are on patrol. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth comes up with a plan. We'll flank them and go around. Lai Ha is confused. Huh? We aren't going to catch them. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth whispers back, waste too much stamina. Hearing that, Lai Ha calculates he needs the XP, so he says, wait a sec. Hannah and Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, look confused, so Lai Ha continues. You guys have never seen a sniper fight, have you? The two look at him curiously and shake their heads. Lai Ha suggests, we need to practice our teamwork anyway, right? While he tries to convince them, Hannah turns to Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, and sighs, this is going to take forever. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth just smiles helplessly. Lai Ha raises his barrel, aiming straight ahead. Hannah sees his serious mode and gets curious. What's the range on that thing? Lai Ha answers while locking onto the target. 100. No, 50 meters. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth gasps. Wait, that range is shorter than a bow. Lai Ha takes emotional damage from that comment and stutters. Yeah, I guess. Hannah laughs at the situation. Don't be mean, that's rude, she teases. Sigmund or Sig, but to common. Seth realizes his mistake and apologizes. My bad, didn't mean to roast you. Lai Ha stays focused on the target, thinking to himself. This is exactly why nobody likes snipers. He watches the situation carefully. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth. Whispers, don't worry, I'll grab the aggro. Lai Ha stays quiet, smirking, repeating the name kobold in his head. His index finger rests on the trigger, then squeezes. Lai Ha whispers, let's see. He squints, and boom, a massive shot rings out, the bullet flying forward. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth and Hannah literally jump out of their skins. Both of their jaws drop. Huh. Lai Ha scratches his head awkwardly. Sorry, I should have warned you it's kind of loud. You guys jumped pretty hard, huh? Regaining his composure, Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth laughs. Yeah, it's cool. But holy cow, Hannah, did you see that? She turns to him quickly. Huh. See what? Right in front of them is the corpse of the monster Lai Ha just deleted. Hannah gasps. Oh my god, you took out a kobold in one shot? Sigmund or Sig, but to common. Seth clears his throat nervously. Ahem, Li Ha. Unable to hold back, he asks straight up. Is your level actually 41? The question hits Liha hard because he's hiding the truth. He stammers, well, panicking inside. Did they figure out I lied about my level? But Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth continues, thinking he knows what's up. Are you secretly way higher level and just carrying us because you're bored? Hannah gets super hyped. Man, that's the first time I've ever seen a one-tap like that. Did you see the other kobold just bail without looking back? Seeing their reaction, Liha exhales. Phew, they didn't catch me. She asks her teammate, what do you mean by that? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth grins. I mean, we got a high-level player boosting us. Hannah's voice is full of admiration. Mr. Liha, he's sweating bullets, thinking, I'm really not high level though. She bows and says, please take care of us on this run. In the middle of the peaceful mountain vibes, a loud explosion rocks the area. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth yells a warning. Watch out, golem incoming. A nasty monster with a mouth full of jagged teeth bursts from the ground, spinning to attack Lee. Ha! Hannah screams, protect! The cross in her hand glows, creating a magnetic shield, and in a split second, it blocks the golem's smash. Her voice was totally shaking. Liha, watch out. Liha saw the monster, mouth wide open with jagged teeth ready to swallow him whole, and instantly raised his sniper rifle. A gunshot rang out lightning fast, blasting a massive hole right through the golem's head. As Liha watched the beast collapse in front of him, he started feeling super sus about the whole thing. Like, what was that? He watched the body fade away, thinking to himself, how did that dude know the monster was coming before it even showed up? He literally shouted the warning right before the golem popped out of the ground. His train of thought got cut off when Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, spoke up from behind. You okay, Liha? Seeing the guy looking all sincere, Liha decided to get real. Hey Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, can we have a quick chat? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, looked awkward and surprised, letting out a confused, huh. Once the squad was back together, Liha dropped the question. Yo, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth. You're a tank, right? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth nodded. Yeah. Liha's voice went ice cold. Then why have you been dodging every single monster this whole time? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, started sweating bullets, awkwardly scratching his face, and stuttered. Well, about that. Looking at the dried-up corpse on the ground, Liha kept grilling him. Dodging is whatever, but you haven't popped a single skill. Why would a tank be scared to face a mob head-on? Suddenly, Liha's voice dropped. Are you trying to get me killed or something? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, practically jumped out of his skin, waving his hands frantically. No way. Absolutely not. It's not that. I don't use skills. Liha didn't see that coming, and his expression got dark. Oh, so you really don't use skills, huh? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth stammered. Well, it's my build. His voice was shaking as he explained, even though I'm a tank, I don't actually have many skills to work with. Liha was grinding his teeth, trying not to lose it. You couldn't come up with a better excuse, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth looked embarrassed. Ideally, I'm a guy class, not a Paul tank. I seriously don't have any personal aggro skills like taunt or anything. Liha felt like facepalming right there. Oh my god. So not everyone with a shield is a Paul tank. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth continued, I literally only have one attack skill called Slash. But the charge-up time is kinda long, so. Liha was fuming silently. Only one skill and it has a cast time. To save face, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth quickly tried to flex his one good trait. But if other party members get attacked, I have a skill that stops my stamina from draining too fast. It's a shield skill called Chivalry. Liha let out a sigh. Well, at least you've got that going for you. But his mood barely had time to improve before Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth mumbled, but that skill only protects women. Liha's jaw dropped. Say what now? Why? Hannah stepped in to explain awkwardly. Because that's just his nature as a guy class. Liha turned his back on the two of them, sounding totally done. So you're telling me, Slash is the only thing you can actually use? Hope you can control it. He added, I'll try to slow down my DPS so you can keep up. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common. Seth and Hannah replied sheepishly, we'll do our best. Liha let out a small laugh, feeling a bit relieved. Guess I don't need to worry about babysitting them during the fight then. The other two wouldn't stop hyping him up. Liha is such a good dude. Thanks for forgiving me. After trekking for a while, the trio finally reached their target location. Looking at the view, Hannah gasped, this place is huge. There's got to be over 100 houses here. Right in front of them was the Harrod village. Watching a kobold guard on patrol, Liha thought, With a village this big, if the commander goes missing, it's going to be total chaos. He suddenly spotted a tunnel and asked, "That's an old mine over there, right?" Sigmund or Sig, but to common. Seth answered immediately, "Yup, it's a warehouse that doubles as a prison. It's guarded super tight. If we don't coordinate our attack, breaking through is going to be tough." Lee Ha started calculating. Great spot for hunting, but terrible for sniping. Plus, layers of guards. I need to scout the perimeter and find a proper vantage point. He made up his mind and stood up. "All right then," Lee Ha said, sprinting ahead to take the lead. He cheerfully gave the order, "Let's start the hunt." Hannah and Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, were shocked but scrambled to catch up. Under the beautiful sky, strange sounds began to echo. A kobold got ambushed and screamed in terror. At the same time, someone shouted, "One down." Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth swung his sword at the kobold, looking hyped. Here comes number 2. The kobold took a heavy hit and went flying backward from the impact. But before Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, could retract his sword, 2 more kobolds dive-bombed him from above. He instantly threw up his shield. At the same time, Hannah's cross glowed as she jumped in. She chanted a defensive spell, and a circle of energy rippled out from her. It expanded into a massive barrier, giving Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, the buff he needed to tank the double attack. With the support, he gritted his teeth, powered up, and knocked both kobolds back with a massive shove. "Lee Ha, focus on those ones over there." Seeing Lee Ha's muzzle pointing his way, Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, screamed internally. "No way." The 2 kobolds recovered fast and lunged at him again. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth panicked and yelled, "Use a skill, do it now." Before he could even finish his sentence, a single bullet drew a straight line through the air, piercing both kobolds at the exact same time. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth was too stunned to speak. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth's face went serious, realizing he needed to be careful around this guy. Taking out 2 enemies with 1 shot, that's insane. Lee Ha watched the kobolds drop and cheerfully said, "Nice. Shall we move to the next spot?" Inside, he was already plotting to find a better sniping nest. Hannah asked, totally amazed, "How on earth did you kill 2 at once?" Holding his weapon, Lee Ha casually replied, "It's a gun. High penetration is kind of its thing." He added, "Lucky for us, those 2 mobs were standing right next to each other. Proximity equals efficiency." Hannah and Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, went silent, both clearly rethinking their opinion of him. Lee Ha noticed the kobold that got wrecked earlier was still on the ground, groaning in pain. He looked at Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth. "Yo, mister." Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, "You got any rope on you?" Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, was confused. "Rope? Yeah, I got some, but what for?" With a creepy grin, Lee Ha said, "I bet this kobold is smart enough to give us a grand tour of the village without tripping the alarms." Moments later, the kobold was tied up tight, kneeling on the ground and screaming, "Die, humans. What do you think you're doing?" Lee Ha smirked, so it can talk. He stepped closer with a mischievous look. "Well then, care to answer a few questions?" He cracked his knuckles and warned, "But before you answer, let me show you my special technique." Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, couldn't believe his eyes and whispered, "Hannah, is he tickling a monster right now?" She stuttered back, "I think he's actually enjoying it." While casually torturing the kobold, Lee Ha explained, "This method is super effective, guys. No matter how bad it gets, they don't die, and they don't pass out." The monster was wriggling and laughing until it couldn't breathe. "Stop, stop. I'm a proud kobold of the Herrit tribe." Putting on a scary face, Lee Ha demanded, "Let's get to the point. How do we get to the village chief?" Even though it was crying from the torture, it just repeated, "Stop it, human. I'm a proud kobold of the Herrit tribe." Lee Ha grabbed his gun. "I thought you were smart, but you're just a broken record. That's a shame." Immediately, he grabbed the kobold's head and pressed the barrel against its skull. "Guess I'll just waste you and find someone else." That's when the monster started trembling and spilled the beans. The chief. The chief never comes out unless it's for special work." Lee Ha pressed harder. "What kind of special work?" The terrified kobold confessed it was about the tribe's survival since the humans wouldn't leave. "Ah, the proud Herrit people." The monster screamed its final words in frustration. A loud gunshot echoed through the air, and monster blood splattered everywhere. The kobold in Lee Ha's grip was executed instantly. He coldly said, "Got it. You were a brave kobold." Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth asked, "Why are you asking about the kobold chief all of a sudden?" "There's a mountain full of minerals inside this Herrit village," Hannah added. "I've never heard of anyone actually catching the chief, though." She asked softly, "We're all pretty tired, aren't we?" Lee Ha was deep in thought. That kobold chief has got to be hiding inside that mine, right? But nobody's managed to catch him yet. That place is crawling with players 24/7. Maybe the boss only spawns if you hit some crazy specific unlock conditions, like a special hidden quest, or something about the tribe's survival that keeps them glued to that spot. Those 3 keywords from Brow are definitely the unlock codes. Add Musketeer to the mix, and bingo. He paused for a second. Yeah, I think I cracked the code. Lee Ha got curious. Yo, have either of you guys actually gone deep into the village? Hannah thought for a sec. We passed through once. He shyly suggested, I kinda want to check it out. She shot a worried look at Sigmund or Sig, but to common Seth. What's the move? He just grunted a shy agreement. Then Sigmund or Sig, but to common Seth, dropped some intel. Just a heads up that village is swarming with kobolds. If the 3 of us stick together like glue, we're Gucci. But what if we recruit a few more peeps for the party? Lee Ha was surprised, but down for it. Oh, that works. Let's do it. Cool. Let's farm some mobs around here while we wait for other players. 2 birds, 1 stone, we get that XP too. The other 2 whispered. You sure about this? Yeah, it's chill. Asterisk, bang. Asterisk, a kobold dropped dead before it could even scream. Lee Ha checked his HUD. Sweet, level 27. Sigmund or Sig, but to common Seth was shook. Whoa, are you level 42? Actually, you gotta be higher, right? Hannah was starry-eyed. You level up so fast. He just laughed awkwardly. Thanks. Asterisk, man. These guys still have the wrong idea about me. Asterisk, she leaned in, all smiles. I really want to see the chief boss soon. Lee Ha blinked. Oh, really? Hannah looked at him with puppy eyes, hyping him up. You're super strong, Lee Ha. I have a feeling we're gonna bag this win for sure. Lee Ha laughed, but inside he was screaming. Asterisk, what do I even say to that? So awkward. Asterisk, seeing him freeze up, she giggled. You're so humble, it's cute. Suddenly, Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth went, oh, pointing ahead. Yo, are those other players? Hannah cheered. Hey, you're right. Finally. Lee Ha was relieved finally. Some backup. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth squinted. That's a huge crowd. Is that a raid party? Hannah guessed. Looks like a whole guild out on a hunting trip. Check out their capes. They're matching. Lee Ha froze when he zoomed in on the logo. That sun symbol on their gear. It was way too bright and way too familiar. His heart sank. Asterisk. Yup, they're hunting all right. But not for monsters, they're hunting me. Asterisk. Suddenly, Linda tilted his head and locked eyes with our boy. He spun around, screaming, Found you, you loot-stealing little rat. Hannah and Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, dropped their jaws. Linda's voice boomed. Thought you could ghost us. Huh? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth stammered. Is he talking to us? Lee Ha face-palmed internally. Asterisk. Ugh. Give me a break. Asterisk, Hannah shrugged. Beats me. The guy looked at his captain and pointed straight at the trio. Boss, it's that guy in the middle. The leader stepped up. Oh, is that so? He scanned Lee Ha's fit. Cape, hat, boots. That's the full errand set. Linda snitched immediately. Yes, that's him, boss. That dirtbag stole all the loot 'cause he's fast. I'll get it all back for you, boss. Lee Ha tuned him out. Asterisk. Seriously, you brought a 10-man squad just to trash talk me. Asterisk. Asterisk, he really dragged his whole guild out here for one guy? What a loser. Asterisk, the captain, Tigan, was running the numbers in his head. Asterisk, the leader usually has the highest level. That Agonia set costs a fortune. Asterisk, Tigan smirked. Asterisk, even if that punk is level 30, my crew is sitting pretty at 40 to 50. Asterisk. Linda barked, you too. Kick him from the party and hand him over. Hannah panicked. Wait, why? What did Lee Ha do wrong? He's a notorious ninja looter. He waits for you to die just to snatch your gear and dip. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, and Hannah went silent, processing the accusation. Linda pressed on. Save yourselves the trouble. Just disband the party, okay? Hannah whispered. Lee Ha. You wouldn't really do that, right? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, stepped up. Do you need backup? Lee Ha looked at them. Asterisk, they're innocent noobs. I can't drag them into this mess. Asterisk. He left the party instantly. Mr. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, Miss Hannah, thanks for everything. He sighed, then turned his icy gaze to the gang. So, now that you found me, what's the plan? Tigan sneered. Simple. Drop all your gear and gold, and we let you walk. Don't make me raise my PK score for trash like you. I'll kill you over and over until you quit the game. Strip that gear. Once I upgrade it to tier 5, you're finished. Lee Ha closed his eyes, calculating. Asterisk, the chaotic index. Asterisk. Asterisk. Unless it's a mutually agreed duel, attacking first gives you a penalty. High chaotic index tanks your reputation. Asterisk. Asterisk, I can't strike first. I need my rep for the continent. Asterisk, he took a step forward and taunted them. Why are you guys all talk? Can't handle a 1v1 without crying for backup. 10 versus 1? Are you guys a guild or a street gang? Taigen raged. What did you say? You have a death wish. Linda held him back. Chill, boss. Chill. Boss. Linda signaled the squad. All right, enough yapping. Get him. Hannah screamed. Lee Ha. You can't fight 10 people. Just run. Sigmund or Sig. But to common. Seth grabbed her wrist. Let's go, Hannah-chan. He dragged her away, looking apologetic. Sorry. Lee Ha. Come on, Hannah. Even from a distance, her worried voice echoed back. Lee Ha. Lee Ha. Asterisk, I'll find you guys later. Asterisk, he promised silently. Taigen scoffed. Look at this clown, acting tough till the end. He ordered his lackey. Channer, end this kid's subscription. You got it. Channer pulled a magical artifact from his sleeve, raised it high, and chanted a spell. Asterisk ding. Asterisk system alert. Player Channer has attacked you. Hostile relationship established. Self-defense is now authorized without penalty. Lee Ha gripped his musket tight. Asterisk perfect. He swung first. Asterisk. He grinned. Asterisk. Now I can blast him with zero guilt. Asterisk. Suddenly, a massive ghostly hoof stomped the ground. A giant skeletal nightmare materialized in midair. Lee Ha's eyes widened. What the hell is that? He focused on the skull. A skeletal horse? The bone beast reared up, unleashing a wave of crushing pressure toward Lee Ha. The sheer aura made him tremble involuntarily. Asterisk, I know this feeling. Asterisk, Lee Ha realized. Asterisk, I've felt it before. It's the fear status effect. Asterisk, Taigen gloated seeing him freeze. Ha, recognize that, punk? It's over, boss. Under fear, he can't move a muscle. Taigen was already counting his chickens. Asterisk, once I loot this kid, my level is going to skyrocket. Asterisk. Asterisk, I'll lead a 20-man raid. Nobody will touch me. PKing and stealing loot is literally the best part of this game. Asterisk. Taigen was buzzing with excitement. Everyone gets a hit in. Don't let him die too fast. The minions cheered. Yes, boss. He closed his eyes, savoring the victory. First up is suddenly Channer flew backward, a bullet hole in his chest. Bang, Tegan's eyes snapped open in pall horror as his lackey dissolved into pixels. The skeletal horse vanished instantly. Lee Ha smirked, gun smoking. So, what happens if I resist that? Fear. Behind him, the massive, majestic phantom of a bear rose up, ready to roar. System alert just popped up. Agania Oso buff active 50% fear resistance unlocked. Let's go. Lee Ha spun that revolver like a total pro. If you think that's satisfying, smash that like button right now. System says reloading takes 5 minutes, with a 30-second cooldown. Taigen saw him dipping out and went full Karen mode on his squad. He's bailing. Olanu, why are you just standing there like a glitch? Blast him. The dude panicked seeing the captain rage and raised his bow. On it, boss. But before he could even finish his sentence, Oanu caught a bullet right between the eyes. Boom! Headshot. Taigen's pupil shrank, totally shook. He couldn't even speak. Then he scrambled to set up a defense. Where are the tanks? Get those shields up in front of me. Stat. Linda and 2 other tanks replied, We got you. Taigen crouched behind cover, sweating bullets. His level is trash, so how did he clap 2 level 50s back to back? Even I can't pull off shots like that. Lee Ha looked back while sprinting. These noobs set up shields, but forgot to actually chase me? Bruh. He regained his cool and yelled, What are you waiting for? An invitation. You idiots, he's getting away. Go catch him, hurry. The minions rushed forward. Roger that. Linda tried to calm things down. Boss, chill. His reload time is super long anyway. I've seen him before in person. Suddenly, the guy choked on his words, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Another teammate dropped dead right in front of them. Linda and Taigen were stuttering, totally freaked out. What was that? A strong hand grabbed his collar. Taigen was fuming. What did you just say about his reload time? Huh. Linda was trembling. No, boss, I swear. Tegan glared at the rest of the squad and barked orders. Hurry up. Chase him down right now. Someone yelled back. Yes, sir. Taigen's eyes were popping out, unibrow furrowed in rage. 3 guys down because of you. If we fail this raid, you're done for. Linda was too terrified to say a word. He let go and shouted, Go get him. Fast. The guy shouted, "Yes, sir," and bolted. Suddenly, a squad member pointed ahead. "Boss, looks like that's sleeping. Sam is heading straight for the kobold village." Tigan stomped his foot. "You want to die? We have level 50 players here. Scared of some kobolds? Even the Kan tribe can't stop us." "No, sir," the minion stammered. "Sorry." Suddenly, Hannah's voice cut through the air. "Macon man, looks like they're going deep into the village. Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth, shush her. "Hannah-chan, keep it down." He signaled for quiet. "I'm watching them too." She nodded. "Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth grinned, clearly enjoying the show. "I was going to help him out, but looks like he's handling business." Hannah was hyped. "For real? He's actually kind of a savage. It feels like we're watching a movie." She sighed. "Too bad we can't help him now." "Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth laughed. "Who said that?" "I brought plenty of toys." "Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth's face went dark. "I could wipe out that whole squad in 5 minutes." Hannah watched the action, curious. "What did you loot from Okasan anyway?" "Man," he replied vaguely. "Just this and that. If Hannah-chan gets in trouble, I'll use it." She noticed Tegan raging and asked, "That sun symbol, that's the vice sun mark, right? Where Ken is the guild master." "Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth cut in. "That's not our drama. Our job is just to spectate." "Fair enough." He stood up and stretched. "Let's just hail them." Hannah had another question. "Man, do you think there's hidden danger inside?" "Sigmund or Sig, but to common." Seth smirked. "The only danger here is Lai-Ha." Cut to the next scene, sun going down. Yelling filled the air, plus some angry kobolds. "Damn it, just catch him." A kobold got sliced in two. The killer sounded super annoyed. Lee swung his sword and raged. "Why did that sleeping Sam run into a kobold zone? This hunt is a total drag. Once I catch him, I'm making him rage quit the game." Lai-Ha watched silently from above. He sheathed his sword. "Where's Boss Tegan?" A tank guessed. "He's tracking the kobold bodies. Should be here soon." Lee groaned. "Ugh, trash. I should have ditched to hunt lizards." "Heard the A-rank sword team is out." Lai had chilled on a tree branch, eavesdropping on their convo. The tank agreed. "True, following Tegan sucks. It's exhausting." He kept rambling, not noticing someone approaching. "I only came because that David, if variant, but monster armor is high tier. But this is a nightmare." Just then, a heavy foot stepped on a branch. A voice boomed out. "What? A nightmare?" Tigan popped up, looking furious. "Who's the nightmare? You punks?" The two minions yelped. "Brother Tigan," he scolded them. "You complaining? Is following me that hard?" Lee and the tank bowed their heads. "No, sir." Tigan continued. "Kids these days, you tired? What about the work? You gonna slack off in this dungeon? When an elder speaks, you listen. Say yes." The minion stayed quiet, feeling salty. He kept yelling. "Right? Answer me. Am I right?" Lai-Ha felt annoyed just listening to this guy. "This is getting ridiculous." From the tree, he aimed his rifle. "Just shut up and do what you're told?" "Nah, fam." He adjusted his scope, aiming at Tigan's head. "Boomer needs a lesson." A massive gunshot echoed through the H-village forest. Tegan shrieked like a banshee, breaking the silence. He dropped to his knees, clutching his leg. My leg. My leg." Minions panicked. Tigan pointed at the smoke. "Damn it, over there. Fire at the trees." "System notification, player Lai-Ha attacked you," Tigan yelled. "His name is Lai-Ha." Up in the tree, Lai-Ha thought, should have just aimed for the head. Position and name compromised. Great. Tigan gritted his teeth. "I'm gonna kill him." "Post this on the guild chat right now." A minion replied. "On it." Group update sent. Lai-Ha aimed again, mocking them. "So their guild is Rising Sun? Since when are high school thugs calling themselves Rising Sun? Even a dog would laugh at that." Tigan sensed danger. "Hey, he's aiming at me again." "Circle up." Tanks raised their shields. "Yes, sir." Tigan barked. "You three in front, go grab him." Lee hesitated. "But sir, he might." Tigan snapped. "So what? 3 against 1. The tank thought. "He just stands there barking orders while we do the dirty work." Lai-Ha calculated. "If all 3 rush me, I might be in trouble." Kurt thought. "I only have this armor. 1 shot and I'm toast." Crap. Lai-Ha pointed his barrel at the trio. "Freeze. Move and you catch a bullet." "Okay, that froze them. But how do I exfil from here? Need a plan before they realize I'm stalling." Still waiting on reload. Wasted my shots on those kobolds earlier. Suddenly, the ground shook. Alarms blared from the kobold village. Tigan's crew looked confused. Kurt stammered, "What's that?" The tank panicked. "Why are bells ringing?" Giant footsteps thumped closer. Then, the owner stepped out, a massive dude, looking absolutely shredded, holding a long blade like a statue of war. System alert, chief of the Hut tribe. Chat, things are about to get crazy. Yo, Hiruka just spawned in. Laiha's eyes are glowing, half hyped, half freaking out. Looking at those noobs charging in, he's thinking, seriously, is that really a kobold? The system pings with a notification. Boss Hiruka has entered the chat. Every single kobold on the map just got a 10% power buff. Harold lets out a roar that shakes the ground. After that scream, everyone freezes total nightmare fuel. Kurt is glitching out, completely stuck. His system is flashing red, HP down 10%, speed slashed by 30, and he's hit with a fear status for 2 whole minutes. Major rip. Liha grips his rifle, stressing out. That's Harold, all right. Thank goodness his Agonia set bonus blocks the fear effect. But if this guy is just a sub-boss, imagine how broken the actual commanders are. Tegan is losing his mind. What is that thing? The chieftain. He never saw a mob like this while grinding levels. Hiruka drops his voice, sounding menacing. Hey humans, you here to wipe out my squad? The old man starts stammering, panic mode activated. Wait, hold up, chief. Just listen for a sec. The monster pauses, looking down. Spit it out. What else you got to say? Watching Hiruka stomp closer, Tegan starts sweating bullets. We aren't here to raid you guys. We're just chasing one specific human. I swear. He backs up, shaking like a leaf. We're bouncing right now. Just let us go. The chief goes quiet for a second, then hits him with a cold. Oh, really? He points a claw at the pile of dead kobolds nearby. So, who turned my crew into skeletons then? Tegan tries to cap his way out of it. It was that sniper we're chasing. Hiruka screams, total garbage. These guys weren't taken out by bullets. Humans are such liars, coming here to attack my fam. He grips his blade tight and swings down. I am done with this. Slash. The cut is so fast, Kurt gets split in half before he can even scream. Laiha watches 2 kobolds rush in and curses, dang, they're fighting back. The fear debuff wore off. Gear up, one guy drops a kobold, acting super cocky. No way we lose to mobs at level 40. The tank nods in agreement. Just keep an eye on the big guy. He steps up to Hiruka, shouting orders like a pro. Get ready to rumble. Laiha's watching, thinking roger that. Boom, the tank gets sliced in 2 right in front of everyone. Watching Hiruka swing again, the guy freaks out inside. What the heck? He one-shot at a level 50 tank. How are we supposed to fight this beast? His thoughts get cut short by a flash of light. Game over. Tegan sees Hiruka deleting his minions like they're nothing and screams, hey, do something, you idiots. Linda panics. Wait, me? The old man rages. You are the tank. Use your shields and block. Genius. The guy stammers. On it, and quickly casts a defense buff before charging at Hiruka. Chieftain, please, you're just a glorified goblin. Another lightning fast slash comes down. Bye-bye hands, bye-bye shields. Everything goes flying into the air. A blood-curdling scream rips through the chaotic scene. Linda howls. My hands. He drops to his knees, shaking, barely able to speak. My hands. Suddenly silence. Linda didn't even see the move that cut him in half. Red splashes everywhere, and just like that, his run is over. Tegan is frozen in absolute terror. He can't even make a sound. Laiha watches from the shadows, mind totally blown. This power level is insane. The village used to live in constant fear of being wiped out, never daring to leave the safe zone. Back then, Hiruka showed up and punished every human in sight. Now, Laiha is perched high in a tree, analyzing the carnage. The Jin Sung squad was fully geared up for defense. These guys were hitting like a level 60 party. If Hiruka is destroying a team that's strong, a level 30 sniper doesn't stand a chance in 1v1. Total monster. Hiruka growls, you are the last human left. Tegan scans the trees, desperate to throw someone under the bus. Wait, listen to me. There is a sniper. He turns to the forest and screams, enough hiding. Sniper, I know you are watching. Save me now and I will wipe your debt, I swear. Laiha ducks down, heart pounding. Is this guy for real? Right now, Laiha clicks his tongue. Tegan's voice gets desperate. Where are you? Come out and help me. Hiruka goes silent, sniffing the air. Another human is here? The boss's eyes glow red with rage. There are still more of you rats. Laiha gets chills down his spine. Crap. Tegan is losing it completely now. Hey sniper, get out here and help. Laiha presses flat against the tree trunk. The boss hasn't spotted his position yet. As long as he doesn't aggro, he might stay safe. His rifle is locked and loaded, range is good. Looking at Hiruka's aura, he knows he can't be reckless. If one shot doesn't kill the boss, Laiha is dead meat. And even if he hits, the rest of the kobold mob will swarm him instantly. Running the numbers, he realizes, so basically, if I pull the trigger now, I am toast. Laiha crouches to sneak away, slow and steady wins the race. It's cool. If I don't shoot, he won't hear me. Meanwhile, Haruka swings his blade, roaring. Humans, don't you dare step foot in here again. Taigen is terrified but still running his mouth. Get lost, you freak. Fear turns into madness. So what if you are the chief? If I die, you won't live peacefully either. Haruka brings the blade down clean cut. A foot goes flying past Taigen's face, cutting off his rant instantly. He shuts up real quick. His pupils shrink, and then the scream finally hits. Shaking on the ground, Taigen gasps in pain. My leg. As Haruka stomps closer, the old man helplessly drags his body backward in panic. Taigen tries to beg through the fear. Spare me, please. I will never come back. Haruka's voice booms. Humans are a species that always breaks promises. No hesitation, the blade goes up. In a split second, Taigen's panicked face gets sliced in two. Laiha, watching from cover, wipes sweat off his forehead. Watching Taigen get deleted like that makes him shiver. That arrogant jerk is gone, and his guild is toast. Good riddance. But now the kobolds are hyped up. No one is coming to save Laiha. He has to clutch this solo. The kobold mob starts screeching. Where is the human? Find the one hiding. Seeing them split up to search, Laiha grins. They are spreading out to find me. That's actually good, it leaves gaps in their defense. But Haruka is the real threat. You can't treat him like a normal mob. He is an NPC with advanced AI. Suddenly, Haruka snaps his head to the right. Total focus. His ears perk up, nose twitching as he silently tracks a scent. He grinds his sharp teeth together. Haruka speaks up. Over here. He roars to his troops. Someone is here. Laiha jumps, heart skipping a beat. Oh snap, I'm busted. He is coming right for me. He aims his rifle, mind racing. Do I wait for him to get closer, or blast him now? At this range, he can see me just as clearly as I see him. Laiha watches the boss's every move, trying to chill. Calm down, Laiha. Smooth as fast. He steadies his breathing, aims for the head, and commits. But suddenly, Haruka's eyes flare up with rage. He shouts loudly, Guards, on me, there is an intruder. Laiha panics. Game over, he spotted me. Too late to shoot now. But then Haruka yells, everyone to the entrance. Protect me. The human is at the gate. And just like that, he leads the army away. The twist leaves Laiha totally confused. The entrance? He quickly jumps down from the tree, brain working fast. I honestly have no clue why. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot, fam. I gotta get to a prime sniping spot, like yesterday. While setting up some branch camo before that kobold boss comes back, I'm thinking, but hold up, who are those peeps at the gate? Is someone else actually here besides me? Whoever pulled that distraction, you're the real MVP. Laiha throws on his leaf suit real quick and bolts. No way I'm letting them steal my kill on that kobold boss. Suddenly, the night gets loud with panic. Run for it. Two figures are sprinting for their lives in the distance. We are so busted. Ziggy is totally salty, like, I told you to stay low, Hana-chan. But she is all hyped up, saying, but I was curious. It is my first time seeing a boss mob. She is running and fangirling at the same time. That chieftain looks totally ripped. Ziggy is stressing out though. He says if that thing one-shotted that other guy, we are toast with just this gear. Behind them, Harold and his wind army are on their tails. Ziggy is moving, but he is sus. Did Laiha actually bait the boss away? He remembers Laiha grilling a kobold earlier and starts doubting. Did he figure all that out from just a few clues? Hana screams, snapping Ziggy out of it. She is lagging behind, breathing super heavy, crying, I can't make it. Ziggy whips out a talisman and rips it in half. No choice, bro. Instantly, a massive wall of fire erupts, blocking the mobs from our duo. The kobolds are screaming in terror. Fire wall, Harold is raging hard. You puny humans dare roast my tribe? Ziggy grabs Hana's hand and drags her, yelling. Hang in there, Hana-chan. Just get out of the village. She is struggling but nods. Got it. Suddenly, giant hands smash through the firewall like it is tissue paper. Haruka tears it open and steps out like a beast. Hana is shook, yelling, Dude, the boss just wrecked the firewall. Ziggy grabs another talisman and says, We are almost there. Hold my hand tight, Hana-chan. She listens immediately. Quick as lightning, he shouts return and rips the talisman with his teeth. Right at that clutch moment, Harold freezes up, looking like he is in serious pain. Suddenly, the boss drops to his knees, arms hanging limp. Our duo is totally stunned, but before they can figure it out, Ziggy grabs Hana and they blast off into the sky to escape. He is wondering, what the heck was that? Why did the boss just collapse? At the same time, Haruka's body starts fading away like Thanos snapped him. Rewind a few minutes. While Ziggy's firewall was blazing, Lee Ha sneaked up onto the kobold watchtower. He scopes out Haruska and his army from afar, doing some quick math. It is not the perfect sniper nest, but it is solid enough. Plus, thanks to that fire magic, the smoke tells me the wind speed and direction. Big shout out to that random stranger again. He raises his rifle. Lee Ha calculates the wind is basically dead. 1 meter per second, south-southwest. Bullet won't drift. Distance is 150 meters, but getting the crosshairs on the target is a bit tricky. First is 166 meters, then 172. Lee Ha is getting annoyed, cursing, dang it. He is getting further away. But at 180 meters, Haruska lines up perfectly in the scope. He is pumped, locked on. Lee Ha flicks the safety off and squeezes the trigger. Bang! A massive shot rings out, sending the bullet screaming through the air. Haruska eats a massive crit right in the face. Before he can even stumble, a rain of bullets comes pouring down, giving him zero chance to clap back. The kobold minions are just standing there, shook that their boss is getting owned. In no time, Haruska's giant body slams into the dirt. Total chaos erupts. Chieftain. Oh snap, the chieftain is down. Meanwhile, the system pings. Level up. Mission complete. He pumps his fist, feeling that sweet XP power flow through him, and literally jumps for joy. Good game. That is the rush I am talking about. The system says, since I frag Herald, all kobolds are nerfed by 50% for the next hour. Lee Ha is stunned. Say what? 50%? The mobs, Rising Sun wiped out, haven't even respawned yet, so the leftovers are just going to be level 15 to 20 trash mobs, right? Plus, those guys didn't even loot. Drops from mobs and players are just sitting there. But first, gotta check the Chivos. The system pops up with updates. Lee Ha is hyping up. Whoa, speed went up by 30 points. Hall of Fame status, sick. Wait, what is this? He keeps scrolling through the notifications. Okay, things are getting real. What is this new Light of Middle-earth title? I am going to run into high-level players now. Wonder if I can one-shot them. My name is in the Hall of Fame, baby. But to be honest, the top-ranked players in the world could probably wreck me in a single hit. He sighs, saying, that was Paul Luck. Looking at the achievement board, he realizes if he didn't have those 2 buffs, killing Haruska at his level would be impossible. He replays the fight in his head. I got 12 points just from PvP achievements. I dumped everything into that 1 bullet. Lee Ha pulls out a snack, rips it open with his teeth like a boss, and grins. It is officially hunting season. Under a deep purple sky, a tiny village sitting by the mountain comes into view. Right then, the system goes ding, level up again. Lee Ha checks out his upgraded flintlock. Sweet, level 32. Since the kobolds are nerfed for an hour, I can solo wipe the entire map. He pulls up his stats. Enough hunting for a sec. The system updates, but Lee Ha sees something weird. Achievements are at 18, but stat points are at 35. Speed is still his highest stat, obviously. Weight up, stamina is Keith for survivability, right? But strength is basically the same thing. I need to pump those numbers up. Lee Ha starts stressing about his build. And don't forget MP. That decides how many skills I can spam. This is so complicated. Snipers aren't basic players. It is all about that long-range game. But it depends on the situation. 1 shot, 1 kill, whether it is them or me. That is the sniper life. After thinking it over, Lee Ha saves 5 points and dumps the rest straight into speed. All done, feeling good. Alright, speed is at 327. If my math is right, that is equal to a level 63 player. A name pops into his head. Agomi. And Igor. He gets a sudden burst of motivation. Just wait a little longer, I am coming for you. But right now, Lee Ha has a bit of a problem. Man, I gotta head deep into Al's stock, right? The quest says I need to sell all this loot. I am so swamped. Oh yeah, I still have one more decision to make. Running out of time here. Should I send it, or just sell it? To keep things chill, Lee Ha decides, I'll just hand the reward over to Mary. Simple fix. Reading the notification, he is totally lost. The reward for succeeding is an invite to the grand opening of Holy Grill. 2. What kind of garbage reward is that? Middle-earth is weird, fam. Anyway, cut to a cute house under the trees. Someone is nervously tapping their fingers on the table. Mary is stressing out big time. Why hasn't she hit me up? I only got 1 letter last time, and it has been 3 months of radio silence. Is she ghosting me again, or did something bad happen? Meanwhile, Lee Ha is trying to figure out where to go. He opens the system menu. Which way to iStock, or should I check out my gear first? I have no idea what loot dropped from that kobold hunt. What did that old dude from Rising Sun drop? Suddenly, his jaw hits the floor. Huh? What is this? An item pops up in front of Lee Ha. It is a ring. And it has a skill attached. Taigen's words suddenly popped up in Lee Ha's mind like a notification bell. If the enemy can't touch you and absorbs every hit, that's basically an infinite life glitch, right? Just thinking about it made him chuckle. How did that old dude pull off a squad wipe with such top-tier skills? Why didn't he flex those moves earlier? Haha. Lee Ha suddenly remembered the two epic loot items from Herald. We're talking about the Kobold Chieftain's bone necklace and the massive glaive, even though he had to pass on the weapon for now. It was low-key tragic that his stats weren't high enough to equip this gear yet. But this necklace? Oh, that's staying on. Critical hit rate boosted by 10%? That is absolute food for his build. Even without the full set bonus, this piece alone is cracked. Lee Ha hyped himself up. Alright, focus up. He turned his gaze toward the wooden cabin. Time to turn in the quest. Standing in front of this shack, Lee Ha couldn't help but roast it internally. Does our academy seriously have to look like the most rundown trap house in the capital, or are my eyes glitching? Still, he walked up and pushed the door open. Why does this look more depressed than the buildings in the slums? Lee Ha sighed and announced his arrival. Yo, I'm back. But the vibe inside was Paul Chaos, gunshots ringing out, followed by a scream. Yup, someone just got deleted. Lee Ha stood there, totally confused. What is going on here? An NPC shouted a threat. You think you can just walk away safely? Lee Ha instantly aimed his gun at the guy, staying on high alert for intruders. Another NPC was shaking in his boots, but still trying to act tough. If you cause a scene in the capital like this, then... Lee Ha could read the room immediately. There was someone else inside. Another gunshot. The terrified NPC screamed at the top of his lungs, "Boss." The guy's voice was loud enough to echo outside. The NPC, Lee Ha, was aiming at panicked and started bargaining. Okay, I'm leaving. I said I'm going. Looks like the war hero is still kicking, huh? Just you wait. Suddenly, something distracted Lee Ha, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He looked over at Brow and stood there frozen. That was a total of 3 gunshots. How did he spam the trigger that fast? After clearing out the trash mobs, Brow let out a sigh. You're back already, kid. Lee Ha hesitated for a second before replying. Yeah. His eyes were glued to the smoking barrel in Brow's hand. The scene replayed in Lee Ha's head. 3 shots in just 20 seconds. That's physically impossible. With a single musket, Brow definitely fired 3 rounds. With just 1 gun, a moment later, Brow told him to take a seat. Lee Ha was still deep in calculation mode. 3 shots in 20 seconds. It takes 10 seconds just to load the first bullet. If you're speedrunning it, maybe 7 seconds. But that's a musket. You can't rapid fire it like an AR. Even racking the bolt without ammo takes 3 to 5 seconds. If someone could boost the reload animation speed on a musket like that, they'd be the #1 player in the world. Lee Ha scanned the room, looking for clues, and then he saw proof that confirmed his theory. 3 gun racks. It really was the 3 Musketeers strat. Because Lee Ha was staring so hard at the racks, Brow asked, "Does it look that ugly to you?" Lee Ha jumped, quickly denying it. No, not at all, huh? Then Brow dropped some lore. Last night, SG came here to leak that Harold's mana had vanished. Hearing that, Lee Ha just gave a dry response. Okay, but Brow didn't forget to give credit where it's due. Even though it was a long trip, you speed ran that way faster than I expected. Good work, kid. Lee Ha scratched his head. It was nothing. At the same time, the system flashed. Quest complete and intimacy level updated. Lee Ha was celebrating internally. Suddenly, Brow spoke up. Just as expected. Lee Ha didn't get it at first. Huh? Brow didn't explain, just grinned and corrected himself. Actually, better than expected. The system immediately showed the quest progression. Reading the text, Lee Ha couldn't hide his hype. Thanks, old man. Then Brow added, it's gonna take some time to craft the bear gear, though. Lee Ha reassured him. No worries, I'll be back soon anyway. Brow had already walked over to grab a book. Too noisy. I don't like wasting energy like that. Finally, getting to the main point, Brow said, you've got other work to do. Lee Ha noticed the subtle change. Oh, I graduated from kid to you. He raised his hand politely. Can I ask you something first? Brow replied in a low voice. What is it? The question had been bugging Lee Ha this whole time. How do you shoot so fast? Brow didn't seem impressed by the praise. You think that was fast? You're still green. You're just a newbie. Brow's words sparked a new question in Lee Ha's mind. Wait, you can go even faster? He couldn't hold back his curiosity. Is it a skill? Brow denied it instantly. No way. Lee Ha kept guessing. Is it gun magic then? Brow clapped back. You sitting here right now is magic. Lee Ha was fully locked in, trying to mine for information. So, is there something special inside that black gun? The room went silent. Lee Ha connected the dots. Definitely something there. Not a skill, not magic. That was the keyword for this chat with Brow. Familiar images flashed through his brain, the shooting range targets, the straw dummies. From all that data, Li Ha formulated a question. The system had just updated the Three Musketeers achievement. With all his intuition and logic, he was sure of it. There's definitely a gimmick. Suddenly, Li Ha's eyes went wide. He just made a connection. Doesn't that gun have something to do with the founders of this academy? While Li Ha was still spiraling, Brow slammed his water cup on the table and spoke in a deep voice. Have you ever heard of the Three Musketeers? At that moment, Li Ha woke up. Bingo. We got the keyword, he answered immediately. If it's the Three Musketeers, are you talking about the three founders of the Brown Bess Academy? Brow listed their roles. Brow was speed. Bullen was penetration. Elizabeth was accuracy. Wait, no, we should call her Missy Brow, to be accurate. There was one thing that was confusing. Wait, so the Academy's name. Before he could finish, Brow explained, that belongs to the kingdom. Those were the golden days. The Academy was full of energy, tons of students pulling up. Whenever stories about the Three Musketeers on the battlefield went viral, people flocked here with their guns. Every corner was shining, packed with so many people you couldn't find a place to stand. Training schedules lined up for days. Can you imagine that? Li Ha confirmed, yeah. Brow went back to the story. Those two were different from me, from how they treated people to how they ran the academy. He admitted it again. Yeah, very different. Hearing the details Brow just dropped, Li Ha fell silent. While Brow continued the lore dump, the other two, they disappeared on the battlefield. And then, everything ended. Brow's voice got serious. I'm entrusting this to you, the legends who vanished. At that moment, the system displayed the main content and assigned the quest. Li Ha filtered out the Keith terms. Find Brown and Elizabeth, the lost legends. The quest description had him totally confused. What is this? Wait, I just need to confirm if they're alive or not. Seriously, how could the devs give out such an easy quest? If they went missing in action during a fight, getting listed as MIA and becoming legends is standard procedure. But if there's a specific quest to find them, they definitely didn't just disappear. If he quits, the quest fails. If he fails, there's a penalty. So, might as well send it. After a moment, he replied to Brow, I'll look into it. Li Ha wanted more info on their current status, but Brow didn't answer. Instead, he looked skeptical. You? His face hardened. Can you even handle it? Facing that intense pressure, Li Ha didn't flinch. You never know until you try, right? Suddenly, Brow gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. Are you questioning me? If Elizabeth heard an answer like that, she would have been furious. Li Ha stood there blankly. Brow emphasized it again. This won't be easy. But Li Ha stayed surprisingly chill. Of course, it won't be easy. He accepted the quest. Brow finally caved and shared the intel about the battle on the plains. He explained the whole situation. Back then, we didn't have the luxury to watch each other's backs. Brown and Elizabeth went to find a sniping spot. I'm stuck rolling with this combo squad between the Bubio Minis nations. Li Ha stomps his foot, totally judging the situation. This is ridiculous. We're marching on the sniper plains and this times is all the intel I get? Seriously. I've got a 20-day timer ticking down on this quest, and 4 days are already toast. One slip up, and it's game over, instant respawn. Plus, I can't shake what Brown told me. Only 2 players have ever pulled this off. That means it's doable, right? I gotta get my head in the game. Checking the stats and data, Li Ha makes the call. Alright, first step. Hit up the local shops and check the loot. Barely landed at the first spot and I'm already whining. Man, nothing in this world comes easy, does it? The shopkeeper grabs the items and suddenly turns super polite. Take it easy. Thanks for selling us that shield. Catch you later. Yeah, whatever, Li Ha mumbles, barely paying attention. Boom. Haggling skill just hit level 5. Sweet. Selling that shield was worth the XP. Now, let's hope I can squeeze some juice out of the weapon shop. A voice booms from the next store. Come on in. The guy's face lights up when he spots a regular. Yo, Michael, what's the move? Hunting for new gear? Li Ha spills the tea on his situation, and the guy gets it instantly. Oh, you're talking about Sir Brown and Lady Elizabeth? The legendary wartime power couple, right? Seeing the old man get all hyped, Li Ha figures he's about to drop some serious knowledge. The shopkeeper racks his brain. Word on the street is they didn't make it. But the original Times rumor said something totally different. That catches Li Ha off guard. Wait, what? The first rumor? I lean in, trying to pry the info out. Spill the tea. What was it? The guy gets all mysterious, covering his mouth like he's about to leak the biggest secret on the server. The second he finishes, Li Ha screams, for real. The old man stays chill. Hey, it's just gossip, kid. Still, I can't bet the whole farm on mere whispers. This is the solidest lead I've got, even if it sounds totally sus. Lai Ha scratches his head, exhausted. It doesn't add up. Humans won the human-demon war, didn't they? You're trolling, right? But the shopkeeper's face says otherwise. Human victory was practically a miracle. Seeing him this serious, Lai Ha starts second-guessing everything. The NPC doubled down, so maybe I should dig deeper? Lai Ha probes a bit more. Still sounds sketchy. You got any other rumors? Suddenly, the guy gets salty. Hey, if you don't want to believe it, then don't. I mean, Lai Ha stammers, rumors are usually just noise, right? The owner cuts him off cold. The last guys who talk like that, your major general took out half of them. Lai Ha isn't quitting that easy. Who gave you the original scoop? After a pause, the guy spills. You really want to know? It came from the last guy who actually saw them alive. Right now, Lai Ha is 100% sure this guy knows who the witness is. But of course, the shopkeeper never stops hustling. His name is, well, if you buy this gun, my memory might just jog itself. Lai Ha grinds his teeth. Are you kidding me? Why are all the NPCs here such scammers? It's like the Candle Castle all over again. Then the guy pulls out a weapon. Check this beauty. A matchlock musket, highly recommended for you. Dirt cheap. 18 gold. Lai Ha's jaw drops. 18? The guy wags a finger. Watch your tone, kid. Well, I was times looking for an upgrade. Lai Ha mutters, scanning the inventory. The first option is way too pricey. The Speedfire has 1270 attack power but drains stamina like crazy. What about the needle gun? Hate the name, but the stats fit the level 35 to 45 meta perfectly. Done deal. All right, boss, ring me up for the needle gun. That's the one. Suddenly, his voice drops into smooth talker mode. Haggling skill, activated. So boss, what's the real times price for a friend? Deal sealed. Lai Ha bounces out all smiles. Pleasure doing business. The owner looks like he just got robbed in broad daylight, clutching his chest. Meanwhile, Lai Ha is feeling like a total genius. Saved 70 silver times and times scored a discounted musket. Stonks. Plus, I got the location, Mitai. It's right below the new marching plains. The hype is real right now. Finally got a lead. Lai Ha rushes to the fast travel zone. 1 ticket to Nidai, please. Luna the attendant doesn't blink. That'll be 80 silver. Lai Ha gasps. 80. Luna rolls her eyes. If you're broke, use a scroll. Next, Lai Ha panics. Wait, hold up. This hurts, but now isn't the time to be cheap. He reluctantly hands over the cash. Here. Luna nods robotically. Receive 80 silver. Initiating transport. Whoosh, he's gone. Enjoy your trip. As he floats through the warped dimension, Lai Ha can't stop crying about his wallet. They say time is money, but does the exchange rate have to be this brutal? Feeling totally fleeced, he lands. Immediately, a system voice chimes in, Welcome to Naitai. Lai Ha scans the map. A one-armed veteran in a tiny village like this should be an easy find. Suddenly, he spots some kids over by the side, throwing rocks at some weirdo. Get lost, you freak. Kick him, the kids yell. Ha! Sticks won't hurt him anyway. Lai Ha frowns. What's going on? Then the man, Leo, screams at the sky. My sword. I must find the orc archer. The kids scatter. Run. The psycho is snapping. Lai Ha just stares. Helping him chase off kids seems way too easy for a main quest line. He decides to bail. I got 2 timed quests on my plate, buddy. I'll circle back to you later. Leaving the one-armed Leo behind, Lai Ha continues his grind. First stop, the village pub. He bursts in with a smile. Sup, everyone. But the vibe inside is instant depression. Lai Ha freezes. Okay, this place feels super sketchy. The owner, Bali, stares him down. Welcome. Lai Ha shakes off the awkwardness. Hey, just looking for some info. Even though he expected it, the mood is heavy. Border towns are full of roughnecks, some missing limbs drinking at the crack of dawn. It's enough to make anyone sweat. Lai Ha starts grilling the locals. When he drops the name, Adam perks up. Leo? You mean the guy who used to duel all the time? Mason jumps in, totally hyped. Wait, asterisk, Sir times Leo. The rapier master? But a guy named T shuts it down coldly. You think a legend like Leo is hiding in this dump? Even with no hands, that guy would be Sheriff Tier. Nobody here has that kind of power. Lai Ha sighs and heads for the door. They know the name, but that intel is basically useless. The pressure is getting to him. Damn it. It's the only lead left. Leo, the rapier user who dominated the war. His brain starts connecting the dots. The rumors about Brown and Elizabeth betraying humanity. The shopkeeper's whisper echoes in his head. Someone saw them meet the Demon King face to face. The realization hits him like a truck. Leo. The crazy one-armed guy outside. Asterisk. He's times the witness. This is messy. Even if it's true, exposing it could end everything. And I'm out of time. The system interface flashes red. Holy Grail quest, 12 days left. Missing Legends, 19 days left. Reading that notification lights a fire under him. I gotta tear this village apart. He rushes back out to gather more intel before confronting the crazy guy. He grabs Owen. Leo. Never heard of him. He pesters Walter next. Who? Look, kid, if you aren't buying anything, get lost. Yo, is that dude seriously here? I've never heard of him. When Leha hit up a shop, the owner was all polite but like, sorry fam, we're closing up. But our boy kept grinding anyway. Same vibe when he checked with Victor. Leo, Lehu, we don't have anyone by that tag here. Wandering from sunrise to sunset with zero loot, he was fuming. Like, this guy's famous. The rapier user. There aren't many players like that on this server. Totally bummed, he looked up at the sky. Man, I don't even know what this dude's avatar looks like. After a quick away from keyboard break, Laiha stretched out. Ugh, gotta check a few more spots. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him, and Laiha screamed his lungs out. He was shaking like a leaf and whipped his head around. Who's there? The guy in front of him giggled like a prankster. Hey. Leo was super hype, making weird hand signs. Wanna play war with me? Wait. Recognizing the familiar face, Laiha remembered seeing him earlier. It was that crazy NPC, right? He scratched his head, like, nah, I'm good. It's late. Maybe next time. But the old guy wasn't taking no for an answer. Hey. Night raids are the best. You a noob or something? Suddenly, Laiha froze, eyes wide. No way. Hold up. He noticed something super glitchy. My sync rate is at 50%. How did I not hear this beggar sneaking up on me? Looking at this guy who had zero soldier vibes, Laiha wondered, is this dude just a high-level NPC trolling me? Curiosity maxed out, so Laiha decided to just ask. He hesitated a bit before speaking up. Excuse me, sir, but your arm. Just then, the wind blew Leo's coat open, and Laiha saw it clearly. It was gone. At that moment, he knew. The guy he'd been searching the whole map for was right in front of his face. Target acquired. It was Leo, but he was acting like a total weirdo, spouting gibberish. Charge, Squire, follow my blade. It was like he was still stuck in some old PvP match. Follow my rapier. Follow Leo. Watching the guy act like a clown, Laiha was speechless, but he shook off the cringe and focused on the main quest. Found Leo. Now I can fact-check those rumors. Uncle Leo, I'm Michael. I need to ask you. Before he could finish, Leo screamed over him. Forward, Squire, the battle isn't over. Then he laughed maniacally and sprinted off to play. Hey. Laiha struggled to keep up. Wait, hold on, Uncle Leo. But the gap kept getting bigger, and he was struggling hard. Damn it, how is he so fast? Vanners 2 wasn't sinking in. Is he really a war veteran? I'm starting to think the opposite. He's not just a regular psycho. I can't lose him. Desperate, he screamed out the keywords to trigger a reaction. I need to ask about Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth. Hearing those names, Leo froze. The playful vibe instantly vanished. He turned his head slowly with a warning. Run, you fool. Leo's face looked more lucid than ever. Laiha was stunned as the old man continued. If you stay there, you'll get hit by Brown's bullet. Instead of answers, Laiha just had more questions. Hit by Brown's bullet? What does that even mean? Then Leo zoomed off again. Hey, run away. To block Brown's shot, you need at least 5 shields. Laiha was losing his mind with this guy. Where are you going now? Leo's voice echoed back. Run further away. Elizabeth is sniping from a distance. That caught his attention. Elizabeth, he sprinted after him. He definitely knows something. But suddenly, Leo started sobbing. Boo-hoo-hoo. Laiha felt like he was being trolled. What now? Why are you crying? Leo reached out with a shaky hand, his voice trembling. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, don't go. Don't leave us behind. Then came the most heartbreaking sobbing sounds. It echoed loudly, leaving Laiha stunned. His eyes went wide, totally shook by Leo's sudden mood swing. Watching this, Laiha realized it was PTSD, like severe post-traumatic stress. I learned about this back in my unit. Soldiers who survive brutal wars usually have these glitches. He was sure of it. Leo was still living in the war zone. Finally, Laiha turned away, his coat flapping in the wind. He got it now. He couldn't rely on this guy's sanity. Asking questions is useless right now. I need a new strategy to hack this conversation. Over a small fire, grilled meat started smelling amazing. Laiha sprinkled some seasoning and fanned the flames like a pro. Cooking level 5 activated. He looked like a wizard brewing a potion. Come here. Hungry, right? Chef Michael in the house. Leo was drooling instantly. With his sharp nose, It took less than 3 seconds for him to detect the loot. Seeing that reaction, Lai Ha had a mischievous idea. Gotcha. He started teasing him. Smells good, huh? Who am I grilling this for? Who gets the grub? Yo, you listening? Leo couldn't handle it and dove in. Meat is ready. Squire, he said it again. Squire, Lai Ha ignored it and kept the plan going. Mr. Leo, let's eat this delicious meat and chat, okay? Lai Ha figured a full stomach would buff his intelligence. Leo chewed and mumbled, you talk like a dummy. Squire, the Demon King's army is still piled up over there. Your cooking skills leveled up though. In the blink of an eye, the food was gone. Wait, it's empty already? After the feast, Leo went back to chaos mode. We must destroy the Demon King's remnants. To the battlefield, Lai Ha quickly blocked him. Let's talk first. Sir Knight, he begged. That battle is dangerous, right? Please support me. Leo looked confused. Support who? Lai Ha got serious and dropped the names again. Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth. Leo froze for a second, then warned. Brown and Elizabeth. They won't come back. Next time we see them, they'll be enemies. That's what they said. I reported it to the admins, but I was the one who got banned. Makes sense, can't stain the reputation of a national hero, right? From that dialogue, Li Ha knew this guy wasn't just aware, he was the last one to speak to them. I can get the true data now. But before he could celebrate, Leo ran off again like a goofball. Bring me my cloak, Squire. Gotta handle the traitors. Li Ha was done. Is that it? Do I have to cook for him again? Suddenly, the guy bolted. Where is he going now? I need to stall him. Just then, a system window popped up. Lai Ha scanned it. New quest. If I don't find his rapier, Leo is toast. Success gives me +10, but failure is -30. What kind of trash RNG is this? While he was calculating, Leo was already miles away. Hey, wait for me. Lai Ha was still loading. Sir Knight, where are we headed? Leo replied like it was obvious. To the battlefield, duh. Based on his map data, Li Ha realized they were at the marching plains outside the Puvi border. This is where Brown and Elizabeth logged out, a desolate wasteland where he'd never even seen a mob spawn. Leo squinted one eye, looking into the distance. The Cursed and the Dark Fairy Legion. Lai Ha repeated it blankly. Cursed, Dark Fairy Legion. Analyzing the situation, he panicked. I can't scan their levels, and I definitely can't fight a surprise raid like this. I've only got 100 rounds left. I need to retreat before I draw aggro. In this messed up situation, Leo shouted boldly, You scumbags. Leo will take you all on. Give me my rapier. He turned to Lai Ha. Squire. Lai Ha wanted to cry. Dude, we came here to find your rapier, remember? Yo, check it out. Leo is straight up tweaking, looking everywhere like, where's my rapier at? Li Ha ain't about to wait around. No weapon, step back, boomer. We got 2 cursed creeps and a dark fairy staring us down right now. Crunch time for Li Ha. The mobs clocked him, and he can't let Leo get wrecked before finding his loot. Hate to burn resources, but it's go time. Immediately, Li Ha whips out the delicate piece, locks in, and goes for the big boy first. Asterisk pop, asterisk. The slug tears through what looks like hardwood. Turns out, that ain't a tree, it's part of the beast. But Li Ha's in a tight spot. He's dealing triple damage, but this thing is tanking it like a champ. Serious. Then he spins around, boom. Dark Fairy right on his 6. Dang, when did this dude pull up? Li Ha's got a fallback. Situation is messy, and Leo has 0 chill. He's all like, these scrubs, I clap him in one hit. Li Ha is helpless, like, bro, you got no sword, move your legs. After the struggle, he resets. Mag swapped. Locked and loaded on the monster squad. Going for the lil guy first. Dark Fairy tries to swoop in for the kill. Li Ha plants his feet, stands solid, and hits him with the bayonet charge. Skewer that fairy like a kebab. Didn't even need to take a step. But we ain't done yet. That small fry just needed one good poke to delete. But that slow wooden tank. Gotta spray and pray until it's sawdust. A few minutes later, bodies everywhere. Leo is hype. Sick. They both agree this weapon's defense stats are absolutely cracked. Leo's gassing him up. With that piece, you could lead a whole sniper squad. Li Ha's quietly judging, thinking, yeah, but without my skills, I'd be respawning right now. Li Ha drops the nice guy act, leaking killer intent. Yo, Mr. Leo, score 7 on training, archers ready. Just zip it for a sec. Old man, we need to chat. Leo flinches, sensing the vibe. Copy that. Li Ha whispers the strat. Do not, I repeat, do not eat yourself into the mobs first. He's confused why, so Li Ha breaks it down. We gotta move like ninjas to avoid aggro. That's the win condition. Leo finally clicks. Oh, big brain play, I feel you. And Li Ha drops more info. The regiment commander would totally vibe with that strategy. Leo agrees. Stealth mode engaged. Just as they're sneaking and chatting, a voice pipes up. Michael? Ben points a claw to confirm. That is you, right? Lee Ha's face lights up seeing the fam. Ben, my guy, he laughs. Long time no see. Lee Ha brings the vibes. So good seeing you, bro. But what are you doing in the hood? Ben's like, just hunting. Lee Ha freezes. Say what? Hunting. I know he's got XP, but this zone is insta-death territory. Ben's acting all innocent like a kid, but Lee Ha's brain is buffering. How is he surviving this? Even Leo recognizes the drip. A kinsman of Lizidia. Whoa, surprising. Lee Ha busts out a laugh, ha ha ha, then instantly switches to detective mode. The suspicion is real. His academy is cross-map. Why is he here? And solo queue. Can't hold it back, he asks. You hunting here? You must have leveled up a ton, right? Ben stays chill. It's whatever. You got some new drip too, Michael. Meanwhile, Leo is bouncing off the walls. I touch the tail, hopping around like, whoa, savage. Then Bunham drops a bomb that looks like boss tier loot you're rocking. Hold up. Even level 200 players can't appraisal check that fast. How did Ben clock the stats instantly? To get the tea, Lee Ha invites him. Want to squad up? I'm on a quest. Ben scratches his head. Sounds dope, but I got some drama following me. Lee Ha is surprised. Oh, what's up? Just as Lee Ha thought trouble. Something's fishy, right? Ben's voice drops an octave, sounding dangerous. Nothing special. But then he flips. Actually, I'm curious about your quest. Let's roll. Lee Ha's down. Bet. Party formed. Leo screams, let's go. One of the Demon King's top hitters is Latest. If we got his crew, it's easy clap. Ben finally notices the boomer. Yo, why is the Demon King here? Lee Ha laughs nervously. Haha, NPC AI is a bit glitchy. Suddenly, distraction. Ops at 12 o'clock. Curse mobs and the Dark Fairy Squad. Ben stays ice cold. Lock in, Michael. Lee Ha's still buffering. Wait, what? Ben charges in. Lee Ha freaks out. Bro, Ben, you ain't a tank. What are you doing? They got shields. Ben's unbothered. Just focus on the mob, homie. Dark Fairy points and laughs. Look, a lizard. Haven't seen one in a minute. The minions echo, lizard. Lizard. Ben stretches his neck and takes a massive breath. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. He unleashes poison breath on the whole crew. Lee Ha is shook. Did he just delete the dark fairies with bad breath? Ben signals. Michael, now's your chance. Lee Ha snaps back to reality. Oh, bet. Sends a missile flying at the target. Same time, Ben hits the other one with poison speed. Insta-kill. The body melts and vanishes. Lee Ha's jaw drops. I usually gotta tap that thing 5 times to drop it, but he just breezed through it. Is his poison stronger than my gun? What's Ben's power level at? Cleared. Ben suggests, let's take a breather. Leo giggles like a kid. Hee. While the old man plays in the corner, Lee Ha keeps the strap ready. But Boonim is scanning the area. Lee Ha's suspicious. Thought we were chilling. Why is he looking around? I grinded to level 33 just by hunting. This zone is for level 30s and 40s. What level is this guy really? Couldn't help it, he asks. We just split at Cole Castle not long ago. What level are you sitting at now? Ben turns back. Curious. He drops the mic. I just hit level 51. Lee Ha is floored. Excuse me? I'm at 33 and he's 51? Unbelievable. Level 51. Ben starts lecturing. It's all about where you grind and how you grind. Anyway, gotta speedrun this quest. I'm kinda busy, let's bounce. Suddenly, Leo yells. 7th Infantry Division of Middle Earth. 3rd Alliance Corps. He slaps the ground. This is where my boys are buried. While everyone flees. 7th Platoon. I'll take point. Lee Ha panics. Knight Leo. Even Ben thinks this is sus. Ain't that dangerous? But Leo flips the switch. He sprints forward like a maniac. My rapier. I'm taking the lead. I'm in front. He's ghosting Lee Ha's calls. Wait, did he get his memory back? Like he just realized the war is over? While chasing Leo, Ben gives heads up. This is bad. Undead ahead. Lee Ha's confused. Ben confirms, yeah, my poison is trash against skeletons. Lee Ha's focused. If his memory is rebooting, gotta find that rapier fast. The veteran escort mission is nearly done. Finally, Leo hits the brakes. Found it. Squay. I finally see my sword. The old dude's hands are shaking, reaching out like he's grabbing a ghost from the past. He's staring right at the spot of that old victory. Exactly where those two bailed on him. Brian takes one look and figures, yo, your quest is definitely about this old guy's story, right? Lee Ha confirms it's a straight-up sniper mission. Meanwhile, Leo is getting super emotional. He's like, I gotta stop them. I gotta report this. Report? Wait, didn't I already report that? Magic? Who's getting mind-controlled here? Seeing the mess, Brian tells Lee Ha, yo, chill out the NPC before he draws too much aggro. Right then, Leo starts screaming, Mr. Brown, Missy Elizabeth. Suddenly, the ground starts glitching out with creepy light, and boom, a nasty horror zombie claws its way up. Brian is salty, because another mob just spawned. Damn it, this is why I said keep it down. Lee Ha IDs the enemy type immediately skeletons and zombies. Classic undead trash mobs. He pops a headshot on the zombie, but the health bar barely moves. Still, he steps up. I'll handle the skeletons. Don't worry about one-shotting them, fam, just blow their legs off and cripple them. Brian's confused, like, cripple them. How do you even know that strat? But he pops his razor-sharp claws anyway, rushing in. All right, aim for the legs, got it. The zombie is growling like crazy and closing the gap. Lee Ha is in a bad spot, literally zero time to reload. He's forced to go full YOLO mode. Lee Ha jams his gun barrel right into the zombie's gut. Bayonet strike. He grits his teeth, hyping himself up. I made it this far, I ain't losing now. After a struggle, the zombie drops. GG. Lee Ha breathes a sigh of relief. That was the last one. Brian calls out, clear on my side too. But suddenly, a voice booms out. It ain't over yet, you unforgivable scrub. Thought you could hide outside the border? They start cursing. You lizard piece of trash. Lee Ha's eyes go wide when he spots that familiar guild crest. It's the Rising Sun crew. He's shook. Rising Sun? Why are these guys here? Brian takes one look at the squad and warns him, Lee Ha, bail out now while you still have the chance. Obviously, Lee Ha isn't bailing. Nah, look at the NPC's HP. He can't run. Plus, I got a score to settle with these clowns. Brian's like, score to settle? He gets into combat stance. These guys aren't going to let us walk even if we give them the loot. Lee Ha whispers, yo, can you draw aggro and hit him first? Lee Ha makes a deal. Fine, but you owe me a favor later. The Rising Sun goons start acting toxic. Hand it over now or get sent straight to hell, noob. PKing out here doesn't even give us bad karma points. Bronze taunts him, I don't care how many times you respawn, I'll spawn camp you every time. Before he finishes talking, boom, headshot. The leader drops and the rest panic. What the heck? Boss just got deleted. Brian seizes the moment and spits a toxic slime cloud. The Rising Sun squad is in chaos. It's poison, meds. Someone passed the antidote. They're raging. Stupid lizard freak. Brian watches their reaction time and analyzes the threats. Fast reflexes. Are these guys all level 60? Meanwhile, Lee Ha is gassed, kiting them just like he did with the Ant's Queen. This is sweaty gameplay for sure. If Leo dies, the quest has failed. Just then, a dude rushes him. Go to hell, sniper. Lee Ha relies on twitch reflexes and barely blocks the hit. Bayonets clash. The impact is so heavy the air feels like it's cracking. The enemy knows he's got the stat advantage and smirks. Lee Ha is barely holding on. He's strong, stronger than the monsters. Suddenly, another Rising Sun goon rushes Leo. Lee Ha thinks, I gotta thin their numbers. That jerk is going down first. Crash. Dirt flies everywhere, showing just how hard that hit was. Lee Ha screams internally, no. Seeing the mess, he feels his heart sink. Did I just fail the quest? But as the dust settles, a familiar silhouette stands up. The vibe is totally different. Now he's radiating insane power. He speaks in a deep voice. Who? No, not the Outlander. Are these your enemies? Lee Ha stammers. Yeah. Suddenly, a bald player tries a sneak attack from behind. Where did this noob even come from? Double slash. With one swing, Leo blocks him. Ram attack symbol quadruple. In a split second, the bald guy gets deleted. Leo says coldly, no need to answer that. The Rising Sun crew realizes this NPC is a boss. Focus fire on him. But Leo just scoffs at them. You think you can destroy me? Even the Demon King's army wasn't this pathetic. It didn't even take 5 seconds. 2 guys rush in and get insta-killed. Leo roasts them. Too slow. Lee Ha's jaw hits the floor, witnessing this OP display. Even Brian is hyped. He's wrecking them without a weapon. Where did you find an NPC this cracked? I want one. Lee Ha is dazed. It's just a quest, NPC. Suddenly, Leo kneels solemnly before Lee Ha. He's pouring his heart out, thank you, truly. If not for you, I would have lived in that fog forever. Despised by the world, I lost my memory and my rapier. This brooch, without you, I never would have found it. Lee Ha is stunned again. Wait, that light. Was that a magic sword? Ding. System notification. Lee Ha completed the quest and leveled up. He checks the achievements and has to whistle. Whoa, intimacy with Leo hit 100. Global fame is up, and pupil contribution points too? Is Leo a celebrity here? The rewards are sweet, but Lee Ha realizes his main objective is still pending. Leo speaks slowly. Memory manipulation magic. He starts explaining the drama with Brown and Elizabeth. Honestly, you probably shouldn't hear my side of the story. They're the ones who hit me with that spell. The 3rd Legion commander, the witch Rosja. She wiped our memories. Hearing that name, Brian snaps his fingers. Witch Rosja? The chief mage of Pupil. Leo continues. The Imperial Archives will have the record of that battle. Only the king has admin rights to edit or delete those logs. So my report is definitely in there. But Lee Ha has a new problem. The Imperial Archives track them, but my fame stat is too low to access it. If I don't find proof, the Major General is gonna rage quit. Suddenly, Leo lowers his voice. I'm sorry, Lee Ha. I can't meet Brown. As far as they know, I'm dead. Why use that spell? To erase me from the world without staining their hands. That's why I can't return to the capital. I can't stay in Pupil. If Rajya detects me, the other knights will be in danger. He hands over a coin. Take this. Brown knows how to use it. Lee Ha looks at it, confused. This coin? Leo doesn't explain. The evidence I gave you is enough. He turns to leave. Lee Ha calls out, Knight, where are you going? Leo replies, I have to chase them. Lee Ha realizes, oh, he means Brown and Elizabeth. Leo calls back, for my fallen squad. And, you need to hear the answer I never gave. Thank you, Lee Ha. I won't forget this. Brian also gives props. Thanks, old timer. Since you crushed Rising Sun, we can actually chill for a bit. Lee Ha drops the news. Quest complete, so I'm warping back to the capital. Brian sighs, aw man, leveling up together was lit. Then his voice gets super serious. Lee Ha. Then he laughs awkwardly. You need to grow up, fast. Lee Ha is lost. Why is Brian helping me? Brian sees the confusion. Did I help? Nah. He grins. The most OP weapon in Middle-earth is information. Dude. So, here's the tea on the monster intel and how to crush those missions. We're talking top tier, pay-to-win kind of secrets here. And hey, you're actually the one who leaked all those pro strats to me in the first place. But Bim, he's all like, nah fam, I'm just investing in you because your potential stats are through the roof. Meanwhile, Lai Ha is over here shaking, thinking, bro, I'm just a casual. I haven't even hit level 40 yet. Bin just laughs it off, totally chill. Haha, just keep grinding that XP, rookie. Once you rank up, I'll collect my debt. Look at Jack Gong. He's only level 23, try to speedrun past him. Lee Ha was actually shook. Wait, Jack Gong is only level 23? That dude looks like a total noob but actually has insane gamer instincts, huh? Anyway, it was time to bounce. Got it. Catch you on the flip side. I'll level up and be back. Bill waves goodbye like a cool NPC. Stay safe, Michael. Then Lai throws back a savage reminder. Hey, next time don't hoard the legendary loot. Rising and chased us all the way here for that sword, didn't he? Bill's face said, oops, busted. When did you even see that? Man, I got caught in 4K. Suddenly, the system UI pops up with an achievement update and some hype text. Lai Ha is low-key freaking out, hoping that bonus reward gave him the 22 stat points he needs. The final loot drop better be worth it. But yo, the real game is just starting now. The hardest boss fight isn't a monster, it's convincing the Major General without getting wrecked. Nope, stop overthinking, gotta stay clutch. I have to make him believe me, but the second I open the door, a roar blasts from inside. Shut your mouth. Honestly, not even surprised. Typical mood. We're at the Brown B Musketeer Academy, and that earth-shaking scream belongs to Brown himself. Betrayal? Demon King. What are you yapping about? Lai Ha tries to de-escalate. I'm serious, sir. I brought the receipts. I have proof. Brown has zero chill, he instantly aims his gun right at my face. Proof. Hand it over, now. I'm staring down the barrel thinking, 3 seconds on the draw? What kind of hack speed stats are those? To avoid getting deleted from the server, I whip out the tracking coin. If anyone knows what this OG item is, it's him. Brown looks at it, and his face goes dark mode instantly. After a few seconds, he whispers, Leo, that kid is still alive? Seeing his reaction, Lai Ha pushes for info. So you recognize this drop? Brown stops being defensive and drops the lore. Yeah, it's a tracking coin. We can track the owner's location based on the mana signature poured into the coin. It's proof they haven't sold out the squad, and we use it to verify if the mission is going according to the meta. The mana owner is from Team 3, the frontline regiment. It's that kid. Brown starts stuttering, realizing the plot twist. Wait, so Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth actually went toward the Demon King's castle? And Leo and the other witnesses had their memories wiped by magic? Lai Ha nods fast. Exactly. Brown loses that tough commander vibe instantly. His voice gets super emotional. That trash, Captain. Why would he do us dirty like that? Brown starts talking to himself like he's having a flashback. No, it actually makes sense. Then, total mood swing, he turns to Lai Ha and asks, "Hey kid, you free for dinner?" The sudden question hit me with a stun effect. Dinner? Say what? Right then, the system window glitches into view. Brown ignores it and keeps yapping. You gotta work with me on this. The screen lights up with new patch notes, mission details, and conditions just changed. The quest: infiltrate the palace and find the documents about the disappearance of Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Warning: avoid the guards. If you get caught, it's game over and your reputation score tanks. Do you accept this quest? Reading that, Lai Ha wants to pull his hair out. What kind of impossible difficulty setting is this? I already lost 50% affinity with every NPC in the Pubble Kingdom, and now I can't even show my face here? Am I a sniper or a secret agent? Before I can rage quit, Brown's intense aura crushes me. If what you and Leo are saying is true, I need to verify it myself. We need the royal records. Lai Ha is crouched in the corner, stuttering. Then wouldn't it be better if you went solo? I don't have admin privileges to enter the palace yet. Rose tried to bury this info. What if nobody in the royal family tells me the truth? Bro, I don't want to know this drama, but Brown shuts me down cold. I can't do this personally. Hearing that, I just felt totally helpless. So basically, he knew from the start he was going to make me do this cringe errand. But then, Lai Ha's mood did a 180 when the general dropped the next line. You're the only one I trust to find those records. So yeah, aside from you, there's nobody else. That sincerity hit different. I couldn't help but smirk. Michael, huh? I stopped making excuses and just accepted the quest. Fine, I'll do it. When he calls me out like that, how can I say no? Cut to the gates of Astok Palace. Guards are like, come in, General Brown. What's the occasion? Brown lies smoothly. Got business with the chariot squad. The guard keeps pressing, pointing at me. And the guy behind you is? Brown doesn't even blink. My attendant. Lai Ha is back there thinking, wait, I can seriously just walk in like this. Easy. Once we clear the checkpoint, Brown politely thanks the guard. Good work. After walking me around a bit, he checks my memory. Did you memorize the map layout? And obviously, I didn't disappoint. Got it all stored. I need to hit the east wing after grabbing the loot and stay far away from the central palace. Brown looks relieved but still nervous. All right, but remember the path you took. If you glitch into the wrong area, you'll trigger the traps. Looking at the scenery, Lai Ha is stunned. Why did they build all this fancy stuff? As Brown drags me along, he gives one last warning. Listen, you have to be out before 9 o'clock p.m. Lai Ha nods like a good little soldier. Roger that. Brown tells me to meet him at the west side. A bit later, after climbing endless stairs, we reach a spot with a glowing orb. Lai Ha is looking around like a confused tourist. Suddenly, Brown puts his hand on the orb and whispers, "We only get one shot at this." The moment he touches it, a blinding light blasts through the room. A secret door spawns right behind us. Brown turns and says, "Go. Start the mission." I dive into a decorative potted plant like a ninja. On it, but before I can move, a voice interrupts. "Hey, is someone in here?" It's the chief secretary, Clerk. Isn't that General Brown? He sees him and puts on a polite act. "Oh, long time no see." CL wait, I mean, Mr. Secretary. Brown plays it humble. The past doesn't matter now. Clerk gets suspicious. "But do you have business here, sir?" Even General Brown can't enter without a pass, you know. I'm only letting this slide because it's you. If it was anyone else, I'd have ignored them. Facing the interrogation, Brown keeps his cool. Since I was visiting the palace, thought I'd check up on an old friend. Clerk acts all dramatic. "Oh, really now? But this is the first time I've seen you here. Since you popped up so suddenly, you aren't here looking for records, are you?" His eyes got super sharp. Brown glared back. "Is that weird?" Clerk pours gasoline on the fire. "Of course. If you were visiting, you'd see Knight Captain Crit or the Royal Guard Captain. Not me, right?" Every word this guy says is making me sweat buckets. I can think of many reasons. Like, maybe you smuggled someone inside. Clerk grabs the potted plant and lifts it up, revealing the hiding spot. For a second, the silence was loud. Then to save the vibe, Clerk laughs awkwardly. It would be way funnier if someone actually popped out, right? Not empty like this." Brown sighs. Your imagination is getting wilder. While Clerk is busy fixing his hair, Lai Ha is already sprinting in the background. Maybe so. Hearing you call me Chief Secretary makes me so happy. After that close call, I finally escaped his scanning eyes and made it through the door. Lai Ha practically flies down the stairs. I still have time for the plan. Just gotta find it within 2 hours. Facing the deep darkness, I realized one thing: why is this staircase endless? Just like that, Lee kept running, totally losing count of the steps. Then boom. Suddenly, his body is floating weightless like 0G in deep space. He looks around, absolutely shook. We are literally in the cosmos, fam. Thought he could float around freely, but nope, his feet hit an invisible wall. He looks down and realizes he still feels the stairs beneath him. Yo, system, maybe give a guy a heads up about this trippy architecture next time. Lee looks around, eyes wide, trying to lock in. Wait, you want me to find intel on Mr. Brown and Missy Elizabeth in this void? In 2 hours? Is this a prank? Plus, I gotta figure out how to dip out of here. While he's low-key panicking, his eyes lock onto something. Is that bookshelf over there glowing? Or am I hallucinating? He glides over and realizes it's a map of the continent and exploration status. Jackpot. Glowing loot always means the good stuff. Who knows when I'll sneak back into this royal library, so I gotta make it count. Lee reaches out to grab a book to check the vibe. The second he touches it, the thing transforms into a holographic screen right in his face. Lee is totally floored. It's a map, a full map of the entire continent. Then the system starts spamming him with notifications like crazy, saying he collected exploration data for the Eastern Continent, zones 1 through 4. Turns out, someone already explored this area and logged the data. Lee's grinning from ear to ear right now. Monster types, habits, difficulty levels, it's all here. Just having the map is a total cheat code. I'd basically own the hunt. Did Pan see this too? West, south, north. It's all written by some user named Fana. But the level suggests a total newbie player. Sus much? Thinking back, I remember seeing a post about someone called the King of Adventure. Suddenly, he notices something else. A plan for exploring the new continent? Then a quest pops up. Escort Pan back to the capital, Astok. Pan went to explore the new world and ghosted everyone. Reward is exploration rights and plus 50 value points. Seeing this, Lee is completely stunned. A quest inside a library book. Isn't Pan just a regular player? So I gotta hunt down a player and drag him back here. With a reward that fat, the game is basically forcing me to start right now. If he can get Pan to join the new exploration squad, that's when the real game begins. Quests from the Royal Library usually have no time limit, which is chill. His train of thought gets cut off when the system pings again. You have received Pan's final letter. At this point, Lee is all in. No reason to say no. The system flashes a request where the adventurer asked the king for funding and permission for 10 people to explore the new continent, a massive land lying to the east that he discovered. Reading this, Lee gets deep in thought. Instead of saying yes, the king rejected Pan's offer. Classic, only realizing his worth after he was gone. Guess all kings are the same, waiting until the cow is stolen to fix the barn. I found way more tea than I expected. Time to move. In a dusty, ignored corner, he spots it. Found it. Monsters attack in swarms depending on the Demon King's soul shards. But why is the font on this second great human-demon war record so microscopic? My eyes are struggling. I need to know so much, but I only have 30 minutes left on the clock. Priorities. Lee. After some intense skimming, he finally finds the answer. Bingo. Leo, belonging to Raid Squad 67, 3rd Army. It was the battle where both Mr. Brown and Mrs. Elizabeth were deployed, but a second later, his face drops. Operation name, Crush the Shard? That sounds hardcore. They used the terrain like pros. They knew if they took out the enemy leader, the whole army would crumble. I want to read the details, but Leo's report has to be around here somewhere. I'm close. Lee flips pages frantically. Gotcha. Found it. He immediately summons his item, the Major General's mirror. If he reflects the page on the mirror, it saves the content. Screenshot time. Right then, the system trolls him again. Plan interrupted. Reason. Missing key factor. Appendix mentions an oral report regarding the disappearance of a VIP. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. What a waste of time. Brown's words are ancient history now. Hearing that, Lee whips his head around so fast, he almost gets whiplash. Why now of all times? The voice speaks again. Just check the shelf on the second human-demon war to be quick. Lee is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Bruh, are they literally right next to me? On the other side, Clark is walking and barking orders. Sir Rosa told me to check it out. The librarian in front just nods obediently. Yes, sir. Then he turns back to ask. But, check for what, exactly? Clark answers honestly, just check if anything is missing. Hearing that, the librarian starts imagining a whole movie plot like uninvited guests breaking into the palace. Documents stolen from the Royal Record Institute. His imagination leaves Clark speechless. Relax, that's not happening. Just check it in case, okay? The guy quickly gets to work. Let's see. First, Human-Demon War, the Middies War. Are all reports here? Not long after, the librarian runs back. Mr. Secretary General? Seeing his face, Clark asks, what's up? Sir. The guy looks terrified, holding up 2 books. The sequence numbers are messed up. The order of the last 3 books has been changed. Clark is shook. What? The guy points out the error. Someone definitely touched these. There should only be 2 books here, but there are 3. I can't accept this mistake. It's the plane's March War section. While they're arguing, a noise interrupts them. Asterisk creak. Asterisk, Clark guesses. Was that a door opening? He finally realizes what's happening and gets furious. Damn it! Emergency order. Alert the guards now. His steps get faster and faster. Lee screams internally. I am so cooked. They're actually going to catch me. If I get caught, the quest is failed instantly. After running for his life, he finally bursts outside. Nice, I made it out. I'm safe. I think. Okay, walk normal, act casual. But before he can take a step, a voice behind him freezes him in place. Catch him. Where did he go? Don't just stand there. Find him. Split up. 2 per team. He couldn't have gone far. Lee hides in a corner, scoping the area. Okay. Besides the guards, it's just me out here. Then comes the sharp command. Arrest any suspicious person immediately. The subordinates yell back, Roger that. Hearing this, Lee sinks into despair. Crap. I can't even get to a safe spot to hide. Gotta find the shortest route out. Jump over that wall, and I'll hit the East Palace exterior. Please don't catch me. Please, universe, do me a solid. But looks like Lee's prayers got left unread. Suddenly, a figure appears in front of him. Asterisk, bam, asterisk. Neither could dodge, and they crash straight into each other. Ugh. The guy holds his head and yells. Who's running around the palace in the middle of the night? The Royal Record Institute just issued an emergency alert. He stops mid-sentence, realizing something. Lee? Lee finally realizes who he crashed into. It's Daniel. The guy's attitude does a 180. Ha, long time no see, bro. You actually made it inside the palace? Lee replies politely. Yeah. Hey, Sir Daniel. The armor clanks as they talk, while they're having a reunion. Another voice cuts in. It's the Holy Knights. We got you now. Lee stands there, totally blanking. A guy in the back points straight at him. That's him. That's the intruder who broke into the Record Institute. Faced with this, Lee tells himself, act cool, gotta bluff my way out. Man, I took the shortcut and they still caught up? Haha. Lee starts to explain, what do you mean? But Daniel interrupts immediately. No, how is that possible? I know it's an emergency, but you can't just arrest people without cause. Especially since this guy is an ally of the Holy Knights. This is the legend who just one-shotted Cobbled Chief Rufka. Being hyped up like that makes Lee blush a little. Okay, now I'm embarrassed. Yo, are we seriously still on this? Glock is totally bugging. He's acting like I'm the most sus player in the server. But DG? Absolute legend. He stepped up to defend me, telling Glock that his suspicions aren't enough to ban me. Talk about a clutch save. And DG didn't stop there. He dropped the ultimate flex. He's a homie of the Holy Knights. Seeing him vouch for me like that, I'm not gonna lie, I got a little emotional. If you've got a friend like DG, drop a W in the chat right now. I put on my best I'm so touched face, maybe a little cringe, but it worked. Glock looked like his AI broke, scratching his head in confusion. Finally, he caves. Fine, I'll go look for receipts. But you soloed that kobold chief, so you gotta be a royal musketeer, right? Then he tries to catch me slipping. You tight with Sir Brown. I saw that trap card a mile away. He wants to drag the Major General into this drama. I hit him with a hard nope immediately. I am definitely not a musketeer, my guy. Glock realized he couldn't farm any more info off me, so he raged and turned away. He muttered something about reporting the whole night squad if I turned out to be some illegal VIP. Whatever, salty much. DG didn't even flinch. He just clapped back. Cool, do what you want. Let's bounce, kid. I followed him like a lost puppy, saying yes sir, but inside, I was hyperventilating. That was way too close. If the regular NPC guards had caught me, this quest would have been an instant game over. Thank the RNG gods that my buddy from the Knights found me first. I turned to him, feeling kinda awkward, and said thanks. Thanks, DG. He just laughed it off. No biggie, fam. Happy to help. The guys at the Record Institute are super extra, always triggering over nothing. Just watch your six. Then he gets curious. So, what's the actual quest here? Before I could even answer, a shadow spawns out of nowhere. He's here for a meetup, with me. It was General Brown. Talk about a dramatic entrance. I was so hyped to see him. DG looked shook. Major General Brown? Brown stepped into the light and said, thanks, DG. I owe you one. DG tried to be humble, like, nah, General, just helping a bro out. No favors needed. I chimed in with a quick thanks again, DG, as he took off. He waved back, shouting, later. Keep grinding for the kingdom. What a guy. Once DG was gone, Brown got straight to business. Did you see Rose? I kept it 100. Nope, didn't see him. If the magic leader was actually at his post like he's supposed to be, I wouldn't have almost gone to jail. Brown dropped a cryptic line. But, did you secure the goods? I just smirked. We high-fived like we just won the championship. The chemistry, unmatched. Cut to midnight. The academy looked straight up haunted under the moonlight. I pulled out the glowing mirror artifact. It looked magical and creepy at the same time. Is this the thing? It had finished copying the files from the Royal Archive. As soon as I touched it, holograms started popping off. I had just speed-run the download earlier without reading, so I had no clue what tea we were about to spill. File number 1, top secret. 9 p.m. Guards spotted 2 targets heading toward the demon army zone. When the guards yelled, stop, the targets just opened fire. Bam! Shot the guard right in the leg. No hesitation. 8 a.m. The next day. They tracked them to a spot 20 clicks from camp. The squad moved in without backup and got lit up immediately. Bullet spray everywhere. The soldiers couldn't even pursue. The damage report was gnarly arms, shoulders, hips. Everyone was critically wounded. They were totally out of the fight. 10 a.m. An entire squad got wiped. 1 p.m. A scout found Brown the fugitive one and tried to radio it in. Brown shot his knee out so bad they had to amputate. That is savage. Reading this gave me literal chills. Everyone who went after them came back broken. According to this log, it really looks like they defected to the Demon King's side. Big yikes. Next file. The Leo report. The mirror projected more text. 11 p.m. Still no capture alive order. The elite raid team 67 just touched down. They grabbed supplies and rolled out. Suddenly, HQ radios in. Capture them alive. They were practically breathing down the target's necks but couldn't secure the bag. The targets escaped with some elf seed thing, probably demon tech, and they left a message, you'll never find us, and tell Rose to watch his back. Ooh, shots fired. I paused. Brown and Elizabeth warned Rose directly. I thought Rose was the villain because he deleted the files. Why would they warn him? But that warning happened times before times. Rose covered it up. General Brown looked devastated, his face super dark. But then, his eyes lit up like he just unlocked a hidden achievement. Wait, there's an addendum. Medical report. Subject. Elizabeth confirmed pregnant prior to deployment. Whoa, hold up. They sent a pregnant woman to war. General Brown lost it. Is this real? He slammed his fist on the table so hard I thought he was gonna break the game physics. I was stunned. A pregnant soldier on the front lines, Brown shouted. How? Why didn't they tell me? He was grinding his teeth so hard he started bleeding. Then he laughed a crazy, broken laugh. Funny, we were the golden trio, best friends forever, and I didn't even know she was carrying a baby. I tried to comfort him, General, but he cut me off. I'm relieved. I blinked. Say what now? Relieved? His eyes were full of pain. It means they're alive. Reading this horror show, at least I know they didn't die out there. But General, the report says they betrayed humanity and shot their own squad. I tried to play devil's advocate. Maybe they had a reason they couldn't share. They warned Rose to be careful. They wouldn't joke about that. Brown didn't turn around. Yeah, there's a missing piece to this puzzle. Suddenly, he says, thanks, kid. And boom, system notification. Quest complete. The Vanishing Legends, let's go. Level up. And another level up. But Brown was still emotional. Lee Ha, right now. You're the only player I can trust. He hesitated. Can you give me a few days to process this? System alert. NPC Brown is emotionally compromised and needs time. The prompt said he needs 3 days to think about his traitor friends. I walked out feeling weird, seeing the General that vulnerable, totally new vibe. 2 out of 3 legends are traitors. Crazy storyline. But honestly, not my problem right now. I checked my wallet and 0 gold. I'm broke. Asterisk. Crying emoji asterisk. This spy mission gave me XP but 0 cash. I can't eat trust. I need to make some money. Fast. Time to sell that dual sword. I hit up the market. It was a mosh pit. People yelling, level 50 dual sword. Cheaper than auction house. Buying level 60 flute. Trade me. Everyone's trying to dodge the fees, selling teleport scrolls, buying whisper potions. It was like the stock market on caffeine. People were screaming over prices. Where'd you loot that? Then it clicked. If you know the fee, direct trading saves cash. Someone yelled, buying level 130 wand. Ah, I get it. They're avoiding the 5% tax at the auction house. These players are actually geniuses. Wait, lightbulb moment. I still have that sick loot from the Kobold Chief, the Crescent Moon Blade. I checked the stats. Attack 1, 05 to 120. Requires 150 strength. Set bonus for crits. Trying to sell this manually would be a pain, though. Screw it. To the auction house it goes. Yo, gotta check the market price first before making moves. But wait, suddenly his face just totally glitched out. What is going on? Say what? If a basic elite dual spear goes for 60 gold, that's like 6 million cash. In real life, then how much guap can I get for a special grade weapon? We talking big stacks here. Plus 6 agility and a 15% crit rate boost? Sheesh. If that weapon boosts stats like that, no wonder everyone on the street is staring at Lai Ha while he grins like a maniac. Sell that as soon as possible. Meanwhile, over at this diner, yo, can I order? 1 sec. Junho is slouching in his chair, barking orders like a king. Yo, Kim, check that customer's order and bus table 2. Pronto. Linda just keeps her cool. You got it, boss. But inside, she's thinking this guy is a total joke. It's rush hour. She's juggling the counter and the floor. Suddenly, her eyes lock on something, phone buzzing. Her boss rolls his eyes, super annoyed. Put that thing on silent if you're working. Now Linda is getting a little salty. Yeah, my bad. She checks her phone. Who's hitting her up? It's Liha. The text pops up. Mom, you eat yet? You always skip meals. It's stressing me out. Looking at the screen, she mutters to herself. Why you worrying about me? Worry about filling your own stomach, kid. Then boom, Liha asks for her bank account number, claiming she won some prize. Sounds sketchy, right? She brushes it off, figuring it's some tiny giveaway. But why does a giveaway need her account info? Whatever, she opens her banking app just to humor him. But the second she opens it, Linda is absolutely shook. She's squinting at the screen, trying to process the numbers. 10. Her voice is trembling. 10 million? Meanwhile, Liha is holding his phone thinking about how long it's been since the fam had a decent meal. Liha is doing the math, feeling like a boss. Minus the transaction fees, he still banked way more gold than expected. 11.6 to 4 million profit, sent 10 million home, kept 1.6 to 4 million in the pocket. Then he starts hyping himself up. Only been in Middle Earth for 2 weeks and I'm already making bank like this? I got this, fam. Just gotta get out there. His brain finally feels clear for the first time in forever, all thanks to this machine. He taps the capsule gently. Thanks, buddy. Suddenly, a wave of old memories comes flooding back. Thinking about everything he's been through gets him super emotional. It's hard to even describe the vibe right now. This game literally gave him a second chance at life. Then Liha starts plotting. 4 days until I link up with the Major General. Until then, I got one mission to finish in Middle Earth. That lunchbox item is about to expire. He flashes a smile bright enough to blind you. All right then, Liha says after a pause, gonna hop back in before dinner. Total focus mode. Middle Earth, here I come. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Sweating bullets over here. Kyle blocks a saw blade with his shield, CLA. But that just makes Igor way more angry. The dude smashes right through Kyle's last line of defense like it's paper. That caught him off guard, and he freezes up. All Kyle can see is Igor looking like a total nightmare. Snap back to reality, a scream echoes through his apartment complex. Kyle shoots up in bed, heart racing. Just a dream, but it felt way too real. He looks at his gaming pod and freezes for a second, then starts shaking like a leaf. That fear is real, guys. Seeing himself shaking like that makes him turn away. His face twists up in Paul annoyance. Freaking hell. But then his phone rings, snapping him out of it. Kyle picks up instantly. Yo, bro. It's Liha on the line. Yeah. You busy, Kyle? Just hearing his voice chills him out big time. Nah, not busy. Just chilling since I can't log into Middle Earth right now. What's good? Hearing that, Liha's eyes light up. Nothing major, dude. Just wanted to see if you want to grab some beef BBQ at my place. Kyle sits up. Dinner? You treating me to beef? That actually gave him goosebumps. Stop it. You're sounding weird, man. Yep. 8 o'clock. You gonna make it? Kyle doesn't hesitate. For sure. I'm there. See you at 8 sharp. Liha sounds hyped. Cool. Waiting for ya. After hanging up, Kyle sighs deeply. Beef. Huh? Bro must have cashed out big time in Middle Earth already. Makes sense. Guy's always been a beast. Crushing it in record time. Kyle jumps out of bed. All right. He's probably waiting for me to catch up in game. Can't get left in the dust. You can see the determination on his face. Meanwhile, Liha is thinking, gotta speedrun this. No time to waste. Gotta make moves before dinner. He opens his inventory to check his loot. Boom. There it is. The lunchbox worth 100 million. Is it really worth that much cheddar? Liha is deep in thought. The clue for this quest points to Mary's sister. Yup, Madam Joe has it. He stands in front of a house, looking a bit confused. This is where Madame Joe lives. Only one way to find out. He boldly knocks on the door. A moment later, it swings open. He's stunned, speechless by the sight. A voice booms. Who's banging on my door this late? Who are you? Laiha stares up. She is massive. He tries to act cool. Hi. Nice to meet you. You're Madame Joe, right? Inside, he's screaming. She's huge. You sure this isn't Mary's brother or something? Madame Joe leans down to answer. Yeah, first time someone's got the guts to visit me at night. Her bluntness throws him off. Yeah? Wait, no. Laiha is fumbling his words hard. Crap. I just showed up uninvited. What do I say to get the intel? Suddenly, a light bulb goes on. He quickly pulls out the smoked rabbit meat from his inventory. He awkwardly holds it out. I actually need a favor, madam. She still looks pretty salty. He keeps going, sweating a bit. I brought some snacks. Your sister sent me, so I had to come. That did the trick. Her face softens up. My sister? All right, come on in then. Score. Plan worked perfectly. Madame Joe brings him some water. So, what's the deal? You didn't just come to say hi. Getting served by her feels super awkward. Super awkward, but whatever. Glad I leveled my cooking skill. These NPCs are built different, but man, the pacing here is way too chill compared to real life. If you want a reaction, you gotta drop the special keyword. He learned that from the last 3 NPCs. So, what triggers Madame Joe? Brainstorming time. He decides to just go for it. Mary wanted me to tell you, the lunchbox has departed. Bingo. She looks surprised. The lunchbox? What did she say? Did the transfer go well? Knowing he hit the jackpot with the keyword lunchbox, he plays it cool. Yeah, heard it's super reliable. But Madame Joe doesn't seem that hyped. I got a letter saying the exact same thing 3 months ago. Still no news. Laiha sips his tea, recalibrating. Okay, clearly I'm not the first messenger. Everyone before me probably tried to prep this too. He tries to sound casual. By the way, is opening a shop in the capital really that hard? She suddenly gets all worked up. You kidding? Did my sister not tell you anything? Laiha starts sweating buckets. Tell me what? I just heard about the permit. There's a catch, isn't there? Classic Middle-earth hidden quest mechanic. What could be more important than the lunchbox? She notices his confusion. You slow or something. Why the blank face? That lunchbox is worth way more than you think. The monster from Can Casso is famous for its unique flavor. On top of that, this magic lunchbox was handmade by my big sis. Foodies would probably kill just to figure out its secret recipe. That's the tea, guys. Mary stares him down and drops a truth bomb about the rich folks. Laiha is totally shook by this info and gets lost in thought again. Everyone wants a piece of this pie, but there's only one legendary lunchbox in the entire capital. So, does the biggest boss on the server get the loot? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. Mary cuts him off before he can spill the name. Shh, I'm just following orders, okay? You still curious? Probably. The capital is packed, fam. It's the heart of the Bubble Kingdom, the strongest on the map. Imagine if all those high rollers crashed one restaurant. This hint gets Laiha thinking hard. A massive meetup? Besides cash, what's the restaurant got to offer? Boom. Realization hits him like a truck. He chugs his water and goes, It's getting late. My bad for crashing your party. I brought the meat. Catch you later. He slams the door and bounces. Mary is left there frozen, totally glitching out. Finally, she cracks a smile. Sis was right, this dude is built different. Meanwhile, Laiha logs back into reality. He rips off his VR headset. Ouch. Wait, isn't Madame L just a noob village NPC? He's super confused. Are they plotting something huge? Let me know in the comments if you think the NPCs are up to something. While he's zoning out, his mom walks in. Laiha is confused. Mom and Kyle together? Did they link up on the way here? Mom goes full drama mode, squeezing the life out of him. Mom, I can't breathe. She's crying buckets, just happy he's okay. Why are you sending so much cash? You dealing drugs or something? He's like, no way, Mom. I'll explain everything with Kyle. Once it's just the two of them, Kyle is stuffing his face. So good. Did you buy fruit? Is it watermelon? Laiha gets serious. Yo, Kyle. He brings up the lunchbox quest. Maybe I shouldn't sell it. Maybe I should crack it open. Kyle starts shaking like a leaf. Finally, he stammers. Say what? Laiha laughs nervously. Kyle yells. You want to finish the quest? You haven't sold it yet. He grabs Laiha's shoulders. Do you know how much that's worth? I told you. Laiha tries to chill him out. Chill, bro. Let me explain. He breaks it down. Madame L wants to use the lunchbox to start an information guild disguised as a restaurant. Kyle can't believe his ears. For real. An info guild in a restaurant? Laiha switches gears. You think that's possible in Middle-earth? Kyle thinks about it. I mean, it's not impossible. If it's true, that's legendary. I went to an info guild for a merc quest once. They asked for 30 gold coins. That's like 3 million won. Who pays that? Laiha freaks out. 30 gold? Even private investigators don't make that much. Kyle nods. That's the price of good intel, bro. Whether you're a thief or a merc, you can't survive without an info guild. It's too useful. Plus, it's run by NPCs. It's basically a paid cheat sheet. Laiha asks, wait, isn't there an info guild in the capital? Nope, Kyle replies. The government controls the capital. Can't have people asking how to delete the king, right? It clicks. So that's why the lunchbox goes to the king? Kyle shrugs. If the NPC vibes felt right, you're probably onto something. Wow. But what's the loot? Laiha says it's just a free meal. Kyle is skeptical. Bro, isn't that a trap? He imagines exploiting the info guild. If the reward is that good, everyone would be grinding for it. I was sus from the start. Why give you such a god-tier item? Everyone knows quest items can't be traded. It's super weird. Laiha agrees. You're right, this quest is way harder than it looks. The reward can't just be a meal. My choice might actually change the whole game world. That could be huge for me. Suddenly, a knock. Mary yells, come in. The door creeps open. She sees Laiha. Oh, it's the errand boy. He cuts to the chase. Sorry for tricking you. I brought the lunchbox like Mary wanted. He introduces himself formally. Mary grins, I knew it. He keeps apologizing, not noticing her vibe. Finally, Laiha pauses. Huh? She laughs. You're funny. And the lunchbox is unopened. Laiha freezes. Funny? What do you mean? They sit down. She offers coffee, wine, tea. He just mumbles. Is that all you got? She asks what he wants. Information, she says, getting straight to the point. He gets nervous. How did you know? Mary sighs. You figured out our plan, so you brought the box. You're here for the loot, right? Laiha looks away. Not exactly. Inside, he's screaming. Since when are NPCs this smart? It's okay. No one brings the box without knowing the deal. Sis said so. Laiha asks, Mary. Yeah. She knew most players wouldn't bring it back. Only two types of people would. Either a total noob with zero greed, she glares at him, or a genius exploiting the system. Half-steppers never make it here. Laiha stammers. Oh, I get it, he thinks. So a fool who knows the value but doesn't care? Or a quest for those playing the long game? But why does the vibe feel so off right now? Suddenly, Mary stands up. Sis said one last thing. Laiha is sweating. What is it? She turns away, all mysterious. Whoever brings the box. Suddenly, arrows fly out of nowhere. Must die. He can't dodge in time, and an arrow slices his cheek. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see if he survives. Yo, the whole crib was shaking like an earthquake hit it. Laiha was totally shook, watching the wall crumble into pieces. He finally gets a chance to grill her, like, yo, what is the deal here? Are you spying or what? But she totally ghosts his question. Wow, you dodged that? Just chill out, bro. Right after she drops that line, asterisk boom asterisk. Another insane noise rocks the place from the outside. Suddenly, a whole squad of randoms busts in and starts attacking. Talk about a glitch spawn. But our boy Laiha keeps his cool even with his HP on the line. Too many mobs. Gotta kite them and make some space first. Good thing he preloaded his ammo. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Laiha fires back and one unlucky noob takes a hit. But out of nowhere, whoosh, a sword comes flying straight at him. His reflexes are on point though. He dodges the blade and delivers a savage kick to the guy. Laiha hypes himself up. Stay chill. I just gotta 1v1 these guys. Map is too small. Can't brute force this. So he suddenly screams, freeze, nobody move. Or I'm gonna put a window in Mary's head and bounce with the loot. Get your goons out of here. He yells, Mary, unless you want a hole in your head. But even with a gun to her face, Mary is stone cold. She's like, isn't that a little toxic towards a lady? Laiha isn't playing games anymore. With all these gunshots, the J-Crit Knights are gonna be swarming this place. Send them away or I'm handing you over to the cops right now. But his threat doesn't even make her blink. The J-Crit Knights? Oh, please. They're coming, sure. But didn't you think I already paid them off? Don't forget, I'm plugged in all over this server. People from the capital always have a cheat code for everything. But carrying a lunchbox during a deathmatch? That's a new one. Her reaction is totally confusing Laiha right now. What now? Why is she so confident? Then she drops a bomb on him. Normally, I'd give you a solid 100 points. But for me, asterisk snap, asterisk Mary snaps her fingers and blue lights start flashing everywhere. I'd say about 80 points. Laiha is totally lost. What does that even mean? She looks all relaxed and says, "Just a vibe check, kid. Couldn't predict that one. Guess I gotta deduct 5 more points. Test is over. Take a seat." Lee Ha looks at her like she's speaking an alien language. "Wait, it's over?" Just like that. So I'm supposed to just simp and say yes ma'am to the new info guild master? Now that he knows a bit more about Middle-earth logic, Lee Ha raises his gun again. Not so fast. Who said the cutscene is over? He starts calculating in his head. My turn now. Nobody move a single muscle from here on out. Seeing Lee Ha go off script, Mary actually starts sweating. Bro, what are you doing? I said the test is done. But he's not hearing it. Cut the chat. For you, it was a test. For me? That was my HP bar on the line. You owe me some serious compensation. Guildmaster candidate. Silence fills the room like a lag spike. Then, she cracks a smile and bursts out laughing. You treat all guild masters this way? Boom. Lee Ha knows he guessed the right answer. Once she calms down, Mary makes a move. Bet. Let's start with our first deal. Here is that spicy intel you wanted. A screen pops up. Asterisk, quest complete. Capital branch unlocked. Level up. Asterisk, she grins. This is exactly the kind of info a pro player like you needs. Right, Lee Ha? 2 days later at Last Canyon. Lee Ha is grinding herbs, panting hard. Woo! But looking at his inventory, he's hyped. Is this the trade-off for that info? This loot is insane. Mary wasn't lying. Asterisk ping. Asterisk system notification. Goblin Slayer F rank achievement unlocked. He farmed 500 goblins. Reward, +1 to strength, speed, intellect, and 15% defense buff. Another one, Goblin Collector, E+ rank. 1,000 kills, +2 to strength, speed, and intellect. Standing on a huge rock, he's like, this farming spot is legendary for power leveling. Suddenly, Lee Ha turns around. All right, time to go see Brown. Meanwhile, back at the Musketeer Academy, Brown is staring into space until he hears a familiar voice. Yo, instructor in the house? It's Lee Ha. He just walks right in. Brown turns around, looking way more alive than usual when he sees him. Get in here. Brown squints at him. You seem different. Lee Ha is shocked. Whoa, did this NPC just notice my gains? Is he usually this sharp? What kind of grinding did you do in 4 days? Lee Ha thinks, man, I've changed so much even the NPCs can tell. A little smirk creeps onto his face. Makes sense. He went from level 36 to 48 since breaking into the Royal Library. I just smacked some goblins around, he says, keeping the real hacks to himself. That chaotic event boosted me over 10 levels. Of course I look buff. Brown's eyes suddenly get super intense. So we can speedrun this then? Lee Ha is confused. Speedrun what? Brown looks at him like it's obvious. What else? You're training. Isn't it obvious? Brown pulls up a hologram. I'm training you to be one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. The quest log reads, Asterisk Sniper Training Phase 1. Asterisk Mission. Kill the boss monster Brass Golem in 5 days. Reward. Hidden skill. Penalty for failure. Death. Lee Ha pauses. 3 musketeers? Wait. None of my quests have been standard musketeer stuff. Memories start flooding back. This is messing with my head. Am I really going to be a musketeer? And what's the deal with Queen Elizabeth anyway? Brown ran away with her. Wait, Brown is here too. He shakes it off. Whatever, I'll figure it out soon. This is Middle-earth after all. He pushes the doubts aside. Lee Ha asks, think I can solo that boss? Brown nods immediately. Yup. Ever fragged one before? Nope. But I've heard the lore. I saw golems on Fernand's map. They live in the Rocky Mountain zone. Brown's face lights up. Exactly. This is going to be fun. Way better than basic training. Lee Ha sighs. Doesn't sound fun to me, fam. Brown snaps, then quit the game. Lee Ha backpedals fast. Whoa, chill, sir. I didn't mean that. Brown finally grins. That's the spirit. Meanwhile, at a village near the cliffs, the chat is blowing up. LFG, heading to Golem Canyon. I'm only supporting players with high-tier gear. Level 70 cleric looking for group. Need a fire or ice mage to counter those gray traps. No trolling mages, please. Lee Ha watches the scene, thinking, just like the forums online. He pushes through the crowd. Excuse me, passing through. He analyzes the zone. So the main mobs are stone golems and those annoying man-eating gray traps. Golems look scary, so dealers avoid them. And gray traps? They aggro hard and cling to you. Warriors hate them the most. 2 conflicting mob types in one zone. Terrible farming spot for specialized classes. Lee Ha face palms. Of course, musketeers are totally nerfed in maps like this. Any sane player would skip this map. But hey, new generation musketeer implies I gotta do the impossible, right? Let's get it. So, this is the quest for the top 3 players who aced Brown's test. Honestly, I gotta give a shout out to my mom for helping me pick this character build. Life is full of plot twists, fam. Suddenly, a weird noise caught his attention. Wreck it. Slice it up. Wait, someone's yelling. Aim for the critical spot. Ugh, who talks like that? Total cringe dialogue. Lee Ha looked over with a smirk. Are these guys trolling? Best strategy here is to tactical retreat. He bailed on that spot, vibing on his own. Looks like these golems have a super basic attack pattern anyway. He was just chilling, kicking rocks on the path. Might be worth a shot. Suddenly, he paused, sensing lag or something. Whoosh! A rock flew past his face like a missile. It smashed into the ground, and the earth cracked open like an egg. Boom! A stone golem spawned right there. Lee Ha didn't even flinch. Sweet. A free training dummy just for me. His reload animation was smooth as butter, took him literally seconds. He raised his rifle, ready to aggro. 42 seconds, range is 50 meters, wind speed 6 meters per second. Spicy conditions. He didn't stop there. My guy was calculating every pixel. Wine coming from the southeast. The moment the hitbox lined up, Lee Ha squeezed the trigger and spammed a few shots. Just as predicted, headshot, booyah. Seeing the confirmation, Lee Ha was hyped. Doesn't matter if it's a golem, one crit to the dome should delete it, right? But the celebration was short-lived. He froze. The golem he just sniped was standing up like it just respawned. Glitch? Lee Ha was shook. Yo, it's not dead? I literally hit the head. Did the devs buff the difficulty when I leveled up? One shot isn't enough to drop this mob. After a quick mental debate, Lee Ha made a call. Run it back. He snapped into his combat stance. This time, he charged up a shot with way more power. The impact was massive and knocked the giant golem way back. Lee Ha closed his eyes, looking all zen and unbothered. He stood there like a statue, totally ignoring the chaos. Then, pop. He opened his eyes and taunted. Thought you were invincible, huh? He aimed the barrel right at the golem's face. With that insane velocity, the golem couldn't tank it. This time it shattered into a million pieces. Cleaning that up felt so satisfying. Started the stream with a golem kill. Nice. The bullet had done its job. Lee Ha smirked. Good game, Rocky. The shot had connected with the stone golem's head perfectly. The collision sound was loud enough to wake the whole map. Finally, the monster collapsed. Lee Ha hugged his rifle, muttering to himself, 3 shots for a headshot kill. That grind is way too hard. While he was thinking about his DPS, the golem's body started regenerating in the background. How am I supposed to solo this? Is there no safe zone to camp? He remembered he had to watch out for the great chap boss too. Suddenly, a massive shadow covered him. Uh-oh. A giant stone hand was about to smash him flat. Nope, time to dodge. The ground exploded from the impact. The shockwave literally yeeted Lee Ha away from the monster. Oof. He blocked the flying debris with his arms. The damage output was insane. It has splash damage skills too. Are you kidding me? No time to lag. Lee Ha aimed his gun instantly. Zero time to think. He had to be ready right now. He pulled the trigger clean and decisive. A totally smooth motion. Looks like this shot actually did something. The rock armor on the golem shattered. Seeing this, Lee Ha noticed something glowing inside. Under the hard shell was a shiny object. The super sticky mana sphere, basically the golem's heart. Sensing an opening, he quick reloaded his needle gun. That's it. It looks like a dumb rock, but it has a core. A weak point. He lined up another shot, ready to snipe the stone golem. Show me your hitbox and you're done. But suddenly, new layers of rock started growing around the glowing orb. They piled up until the weak point was totally covered, like it never existed. Gah. What is this mechanic? Lee Ha looked at the scratch-free golem and wanted to cry. Come on, devs, don't do me like that. How does a monster heal that fast? I gotta bail. He sprinted to the forest and stopped to catch his breath. My HP is down by 50% already. Thinking back on that escape, Lee Ha shivered. Thank God for infinite stamina, or I would have been game over. First attempt failed. Okay, fine. Both my skills are on cooldown anyway. He opened his system menu to check the quest again. Target practice training. Hit unseen targets at long range. Yeah, that's all it says. Staring at the quest log, he started analyzing his next move. The title hasn't changed. Obviously, I can't see the target from far away. The golem's heart. This isn't like the Herald quest. That quest was just a simple sniper mission. If I just snipe here, I can't see the golem's heart, so I can only blow off arms or heads parts that just respawn. This quest feels impossible right now. I need a walkthrough or something. Suddenly, noise from behind caught his ear. He crept to the edge of the hill and looked down to see what the drama was about. It's opening up. Just a few more hits. Below, a stone golem's torso cracked open. revealing that super sticky mana sphere. Seeing the weakness exposed, the tank shouted the signal, now. Hearing that, Tan swung his weapon to finish it. He smashed his sword right into the golem's chest, breaking the mana sphere in one hit. Watching the battle, Lee Ha couldn't believe his eyes. The stone golem was defeated instantly. The squad started dancing and celebrating. Good game, everyone. Nice work. Lee Ha finally snapped out of it, still totally shocked. What the heck? One hit is all it took. He walked over to where Tan was celebrating. Yo, that was sick, Lee Ha called out. Then Lee Ha asked the big question. Hey, can I ask you something? That glowing orb thing, that's the golem's battery, right? Tan looked at him, surprised. He grinned, looking amused. Is this your first time seeing a golem, kid? Lee Ha answered obediently, yeah. Tan started explaining like a tutorial NPC. The golem's weak point is its balls. You just smack it there and it dies instantly. So Lee Ha's guess was right, but the name was weird. Huh? Not the heart? Tan tried to remember. What's the technical name again? The tank walked by and answered, super sticky manosphere. Tan snapped his fingers. Right. That's why we call them the family jewels. He laughed loudly. We call them balls because of where they hang, you know? Tan's answer made Lee Ha's face go pale. I mean, yeah, if you smash anyone there, they're definitely not surviving. Lee Ha asked again. So, basically, if the, balls are exposed, the golem regenerates. Tan explained patiently. Exactly. You gotta hit it fast. That's why us warriors love farming these things. By the way, which party sent you? Not everyone knows the strat. Lee Ha introduced himself. I'm a musketeer. Tan looked horrified. Oh my god. Why are you even trying to kill these? Go home, kid. Still hungry for info? Lee Ha pressed him. Okay, but do you know about the brass golem? Without hesitation, Tan spilled the tea. The brass golem? Everyone knows that boss. When it spawns, everyone on this mountain runs for their lives. It's a total party wipe or a miracle survival. Lee Ha looked super interested. How do I know when it spawns? Tan frowned, thinking hard. Well, suddenly, the tank interrupted from the back. Stone golems incoming. Buff up and get ready. Tan warned Lee Ha before running off. Trust me, when that boss shows up, you'll know. Yo, listen up. Keep your head on a swivel or you're total toast out here. Lee Ha plays it cool, hitting Quinn with a polite, thanks, bro. But the second that dude looks away, Lee Ha is ghosting. He is gone. Quinn is basically facepalming, thinking, is this kid for real? Soloing golems? That's a straight-up death wish. But while he's busy judging, our boy Lee Ha is already sprinting to the edge of the map. The strat is simple. Pop the orb on the golem's belt before it respawns. One shot, one kill. But wait, the ground just crumbled beneath him. Epic fail incoming in 3, 2, 1. Lee Ha nearly takes a permanent dirt nap thanks to gravity. He looks down, snorting. Okay, I get why this server is a ghost town. Speed build DPS players? Yeah, they can't even scratch these rock monsters. If you don't one-shot these tanks, you're done for. He checks his class stats like, how do I even cheese this? Suddenly, whoosh. Something flies past his face like a jet. Some random player just skydived from the top rope. No parachute. Splat. 0 HP. Lee Ha is staring at the corpse like, yo, you good? That looked painful. It gets worse. A scream tears through the air. Look back. It's the brass golem. That big boy is stomping around like he owns the place, crushing the ground like it's nothing. This boss looks absolutely terrifying, and the players facing it are screaming at the top of their lungs. The brass golem roars back, and let me tell you, the volume is maxed out. Lee Ha's stats just tanked hard. Debuff City, folks. Speed down 30%, stamina cut in half, defense down 10%. He looks at his HUD like, are you kidding me right now? Is this a bug? Can this Rocky Nightmare actually catch him? A blue flare goes up, that's the universal sign for boss fight. The brass golem has entered the chat, and it looks angry. It is on. Players are spamming their ults, throwing everything at this storm ice fire tank. But the boss? He's just standing there, unbothered. Total Chad move. Lee Ha's crunching the numbers from the sidelines. If 10 squads take 5 minutes to drop this guy, does that mean I gotta speedrun this solo in 5 minutes? No way. How does he even pull this off? What's the respawn timer? While he's brain blasting on strategy, someone screams and breaks his concentration. It's a witch, panicking hard. Stop with the lightning, she yells. And some archer noob is like, huh? Why? Does it stun him? Oh, sweet summer child. The archer ignores the warning and shoots a lightning arrow. The witch is fuming. You idiot. He's made of brass. Do you know how conductivity works? You're gonna get us wiped. Big mistake. The The golem absorbs the zap right into his head spike. He powers up like a battery, and now everyone is terrified. That energy spike is off the charts. The boss winds up a spinning fist of doom, unleashing all that electricity. Kaboom! Total silence follows the explosion. It's a squad wipe, guys. Press F in the chat. Lee-Ha is safe but shook. When the smoke clears, just loot piles and bodies. He thinks. And I'm supposed to solo that monster? Yikes. Good luck to me. Fast forward a few days. We're at the village hub. Min is spamming chat. Level 60 tank looking for party. Can anyone dual-wield blunt weapons? He's basically hunting for a carry. He's got a level 40 hammer but 0 invites. Why is nobody inviting me? This game sucks. Then he spots Lee-Ha. Wait, is that little shrimp going hunting too? Min grins like a villain. Hey, I'll tail him. When he steps in a gray trap and dies, I'm stealing all his loot. Wow, what a griefer. Can we get a dislike for this guy? Stalking mode activated. Min follows him to the stone golem zone. Whoa, this place is hardcore. I better not get wrecked myself or this plan is ruined. Suddenly, Lee-Ha lights up like a Christmas tree. Min covers his eyes. What the heck is that? Then boom! A massive explosion rocks the map. It was Lee-Ha's opening shot. Min is shivering behind a rock while Lee-Ha says, perfect, just like I simulated. I'm a genius. 9 days later, we're at Mount Tenero near the copper mine. Lee-Ha is munching on bread, chilling. Take your time respawning, Mr. Golem. I've got all day. He used other players as bait to clear the path. Cold, but effective. He dodged the gray traps easily. But wait, why didn't the others dodge? Were they lagging? No, because Lee-Ha has the Musketeer Captain title. It buffs his calm, aim, and vision. He sees everything in 4K, while the noobs stepped right into the traps. Gotcha. Snack time is over. The brass golem and his rock squad just spawned in. Lee-Ha locks and loads. It's go time, baby. He sighs, I waited 10 days for this run. The boss screams, and the system spams those nasty debuffs again. Stats are plummeting. Speed, stamina, defense all nerfed. Some random player screams, field boss, panic is setting in. We can't take this guy, run for your lives. Didn't you see the viral clip? 50 players got wiped, run. While they flee, Lee-Ha chugs a buff potion like it's an energy drink. Boom! Debuff resistance up 20%. He's back in the green. He aims his musket. Here's a little welcome gift, you big metal ugly. Say cheese. He procs Stylish Gunner, a beginner's skill. Level 8. Reload time is 30 seconds. Let's see some damage numbers. 0 damage? Are you kidding me? The bullet bounced off. Lee-Ha grins. Okay, you want to play hardball? Come get some, you piles of rocks. He whips out a special item. Catch this, losers. He chucks a bag of explosives right at the mob. Be gone, thoughts. Kablam. 4. Stone golems turn into gravel. Lee-Ha laughs. Check out that AoE damage. If the shop doesn't sell it, I'll craft it myself. DIY for the win. Their weak spots are showing. He jumps up and fires sticky mana orbs. How do you like them apples, brass face? Is that all you got? The strat is working. He crafted claymores and makeshift grenade launchers. With enough gold and gunpowder, I can blow up anything. Pay to win? Nah, play to win. The boss swings a massive fist, but Lee-Ha is too fast. He dodges, but wait, the boss still has full health? No scratches? What gives? My grenades did 0 damage. He shoots again, but the mob is closing in. He grits his teeth. I am not losing this. Not today. He charges in. His gun barrel is smoking and blackened from overuse. He's exhausted, but he's not stopping. This is Paul Adrenaline. He's face to face with the brass giant. Damn it. He's thinking fast. I can't die here, and I definitely can't let a kill stealer get the loot. If he runs now, he misses the respawn window. No retreating. This is his one shot at glory. He steps forward. Do or die time. His gun is practically falling apart. The boss has to be low. One critical hit should do it. Just one shot. The brass golem winds up for a mega smash. It roars. Lee-Ha screams, everything disappears in a cloud of dust and chaos. Did he make it? Comment below if you think he survived. Looks like Lee-Ha barely dodged that boss slam. Okay, clock's ticking. Gotta big brain this right now. Dang it. Strategy 1, social distancing. Gotta kite this dude and stay out of his grill. Here we go again. The brass golem's winding up for a mega smash with those copper mitts. Boom. The ground underneath just got absolutely wrecked into pebbles. The shockwave yeeted Lee-Ha halfway across the map. Ugh. That damage output is insane. He slams straight into the cliff face behind him that's gonna leave a mark. Major oof. Vision's going blurry. Not good, guys. His HP bar is screaming in the red zone. He's trying to struggle his eyes open to spot the brass golem through the daze. Wait, hold up. Lee Ha spotted something sus. He's grinning like a maniac now. Ha ha, look at that. The brass golem's core is cracking wide open. Did that big dummy flex so hard he busted himself? He's raising a fist for the finisher, but Lee Ha's got a counterplay ready. Shield wall, baby. Bam! Just as the hit lands, it gets stuffed by this solid sphere. Say what? His new ult actually worked. It's a mana barrier, and unless you've got OP damage, you ain't getting through that force field. It's payback time, fam. This is how Lee returns the favor. Sayonara, Robocop. Lee Ha pulls the trigger for the kill shot. This is history in the making. The bullet pierces the mana shell, first ever musket kill in Middle-earth, taking down a raid boss solo. Mine is watching this live like, oh my god, that is straight fire. Did he seriously solo that thing? Taking down a brass golem alone. I was just looking for a squad to party up with, but the ground started shaking, so I had to investigate. What a chaotic mess. But hey, easy loot, easy money. Mission accomplished. Lee starts heading back, but he looks totally zoned out compared to his usual vibe. Back at Ice Stock, the chat is blowing up. Everyone's LFG for the Sun Golem raid. Emerald Forest, anyone. In the middle of the crowd, Lee Ha just starts cracking up uncontrollably. Bwahaha. He's literally cheering now. I broke it. I actually broke it. Everyone's looking at him like he's lost his marbles. Is he crazy? He's straight up hugging and kissing his musket. Thank you, baby. I did it. Took forever to drop a stone golem, but I just soloed a brass one. Thanks for not exploding with that illegal modded ammo. The barrel actually held together. If the barrel burst, the bullet would have jammed instantly. And if I didn't hit the golem's weak spot like a reset button, it was game over. If that armor didn't crack, 0 damage. Lee Ha's strolling through town, whistling a tune. Gonna log out at the blacksmith so they can fix my piece. But wait, he remembers something huge. Gotta verify the stats first. System notification pops up, grats. You clapped the golem boss, brass golem. The copper shell drop and reopening the mines is a huge win for the kingdom. Plus, Lee snagged the solo player achievement reward. He's the 3rd guy ever to hit the Hall of Fame. That's a 200% buff to his base stats. OP much? And he got the crafting star title. He's literally shaking with hype right now. Just looking at that loot screen is Paul Serotonin. I used to have this solo king title. To get king, you gotta beat a mob 50 levels higher. This reward is for a 40 level gap. So 2 other users pulled off a 40 level gap kill. He smirks, figuring it out. I know their secret. P2W baby. They spent cash, just like I spent cash making those bombs. Proof is in the pudding, got the crafting star, but no Hall of Fame spot. Whatever. Lee Ha decides to stop worrying about the whales and check his own build. He pulls up the status sheet, looking crisp. Then he gasps. 48, that's insanity. General David's quest line is actually broken. The difficulty spike was way higher than expected, so the leveling rewards are massive. Sensitivity is at 473. That stat carried the whole boss fight. Even when the iron shell cracked, the power held. Hitting that shot was all sensitivity. Should I go full build into sensitivity now? After some big brain time, Lee Ha dumps his skill points. 66 into sensitivity, 16 into intelligence. Gotta min-max this carefully. I crafted the short musket ammo and cleared the quest. The bullet penetration is linked to crafting mechanics, so the intelligence boost makes total sense. I get how crafting works now. Dumping everything into sensitivity is a waste. Then a light bulb goes off. Yo, should I try out that new skill? Naming rights, you can name items you crafted. Call its name, get a buff. This new skill has him scratching his head though. Feels like I've seen this mechanic before. What is it? No level requirement? Whatever, don't overthink it. Lee Ha activates the skill. Naming rights. Let's go. He tries to name the item ODX Creeding. He's hype. This is gonna be sick. Meanwhile, the system is analyzing his homemade bomb data. I'll use it, then flip it on the market. A name like Thunder God's Wrath would sell for big bucks. But then, the system auto-names it. Logan Grade 3-layer fuse. Bruh. He is fuming. Lee Ha is screaming internally. Hold up, wait a minute. It auto-named my gear, and now there's a 24-hour cooldown. I wanted bomb, and it gave me fuse? Oh, reality check. That's Middle-earth for you. Nothing goes my way. He drags himself away from the PC and crashes on the bed. Looks like I got some items too. Whatever, I'm beat. Future me's problem. He passes out cold. But while he sleeps, his little breakthrough is going viral somewhere else. In his spacious apartment, a massive yawn echoes. Yawn. Lee Ha slept for 12 straight hours. He wakes up totally disoriented. Insane. How long was I out? He drags himself to the fridge. Starving. Need food. But it's just full of health supplements. He pauses, thinking of his mom. Mom keeps buying me this healthy stuff. I should buy her something she likes for a change. Gonna grind that cash and get healthy. If I keep monopolizing the mines like yesterday, I'm looking at an easy 20,000 gold. He slams his food tray down, game face on. Okay, checking the forums before logging in. He scans the ranking list, nothing new. Then, something catches his eye. Whoa! A video titled Solo Player Solos Brass Golem. He curses under his breath. Oh my god. He reads the description. Totally sus. Wait, is that literally me on the screen? Hold up, that's not the point. Who the heck leaked this footage? He starts reading the comments and his face goes pale. I need to DM them to delete this, as soon as possible. Lee Ha faceplants on the desk, blushing hard. But if I tell them to take it down, I basically dox myself. I've got moves to make. I don't need my face plastered everywhere. Then panic sets in. Did someone recognize my avatar? Cold sweat starts dripping. What do I do? He types a comment, trying to sound casual. Yo, video stealer guy. Where'd you get this clip? I need the exact location and timestamp. Hit me back. Back in game, Key is bouncing off the walls. I knew it was you, bro. Crafting star. What is that? Does that make a scavenger like me a total noob? Lee Ha kicks back in his chair. Well, I am way ahead of the curve, kid.
Yo, gotta play it smart now. Peeps out here actually recognize my face. Fame comes with a price, right? Gotta move Logan Key from now on.
My buddy chimes in. You're getting better with the jokes though, bro. Solid effort. I give him the polite customer service laugh. Thanks, man. Hey Key, you need a shield? I'll hook you up with a family discount. Key looks confused. A shield? I pull up the stats. Check this, crafted from the shell of a copper golem. Kyle stares at the holographic display for a minute. I'm sitting here smirking because this bad boy has defense points hitting 4,000. Good luck finding that kind of heat anywhere else on the server. But then, plot twist, he turns it down. It's good for PvP, but I like my current setup better. My jaw literally hits the floor. Say what? I scream internally. You're rejecting times this asterisk. Dude, this thing goes for 180 gold on the market. You're telling me you're packing something better? He just nods casually. Yup. I look at the chat log and nearly faint. What kind of god tier loot is this kid holding? If he wasn't my little brother, I'd be so salty right now. He has no clue I'm freaking out. He just gives that goofy laugh. Thanks for looking out for me though, bro. Haha, guess that means we'll be squatting up soon, right? Anyway, I'm out. Gonna go grind some mobs. I just nod. Yeah, sure. Catch you later. Chat closed. Thinking about Mom and Kyle gets me hype. They really believe in me. I stomp the ground, main character energy right here. Just wait, fam. I'm gonna pay you guys back for everything. Mark my words. Inventory check. Okay, auction house money is looking sweet at 188 gold. But man, the overhead costs are killing me. I already blew over 10 gold just on supplies. Scrolls, potions, ammo. The grind is expensive. Until that shield sells, I'm basically living paycheck to paycheck. And the blacksmith said repairs would cost 4 gold. I'm crying real tears right now. I'm kicking myself for not fixing it sooner. Sorry, Sword Kun. When I get rich, I promise I'll fix you up. I'm so deep in thought, apologizing to my gear, that I don't even see the sharp branch sticking out. Asterisk re-up. Asterisk, that sound haunts my nightmares. I scream, what the heck? My cape, my beautiful cape is now a rag. I'm literally pulling my hair out. Are you kidding me right now? How did this even happen? Then it hits me. The brass golem fight. I was rolling around in the dirt like a noob. That durability took a massive hit. Aren't these clothes supposed to be tough? I'm losing my mind. I'm too broke for repairs. How am I supposed to look cool until I get new drops? This is a disaster. I think for a long time, let out a heavy sigh, and swallow my pride. Yo, I'm so sorry, bro, but cut to me, leaving the tailor shop with the NPC saying, thanks, come again, the shame is real. Thank God Kyle picked up or I'd be walking around looking like a hobo. Embarrassing level, 100. But hey, looking fresh now, totally worth the investment. Spammed my haggle skill and got the price under 3 gold. Clutch. I'll pay Kyle back double later. Now that the drip is restored, let's hit up Instructor Brow for the next mission. Back at the academy, Brow's voice booms out. You made it. I throw up a crisp salute. Reporting for duty, sir. He crosses his arms, eyeing me. Something's different about you. I start blushing, rubbing my head. Haha, you think? I'm thinking he noticed the upgrades. Instead, he just says, you look tired, bruh. That's it? No comment on the fixed cape. I'm standing there frozen. You don't want to mention the outfit, really? He interrupts my internal monologue with a handshake. You've got talent, kid. We shake on it, and boom, quest notification pops up. Target practice enhanced. Quest complete. 30 silver and, yes, the Eagle Eye skill. I'm reading the notification like I just won the lottery. This is exactly what I needed. I've been eyeing this skill since day one. What's the play with Eagle Eye, though? Instructor Brow basically reads my mind. Hard to hit what you can't clearly see from a distance, right? That's why I gave you that task. We're snipers. To hit the mark, you need to simulate scenarios where the target isn't visible to the naked eye. It clicks. So this whole thing is advanced sniper training? I ask. Brow doesn't deny it. Correct. Another quest window slides into view. Sniper Training Part 2. I read the details and... Wait, what? The target sounds terrifying, but the name? Long-tailed pheasant? Is this a joke? I'm confused. Sir? What exactly is a long-tailed pheasant? He answers instantly, no hesitation. It's a bird. My brain tries to picture some eldritch horror, but... A bird? Okay, it's a bird. Can you compare it to something I know? Give me a reference point. Is it like the golden eagle at the castle? Silence fills the room. Brow speaks slowly. Similar, but if they fought, the golden eagle would go home crying to its mama. I'm stunned. What kind of bird makes an eagle cry? I'm confused, but hey, the quest doesn't have a death penalty, just failure. That's a huge plus. All right, giant chicken. Simple enough. What's next? Suddenly, the panel glows. Legacy of Elizabeth. Reward. The Black Bess Musket and the Musketeer achievement. I freeze. Whoa, hold up. Brow breaks the silence. We all know she isn't actually dead, of course. Legacy might be the wrong word, but she left instructions. To find a worthy successor, one must hit a target from 444 meters away. I get a flashback of Elizabeth, that queen energy. I will accept that person as my successor. Sounds simple, but my body goes rigid. 444 meters, my inner voice is screaming. That's insane range for a musket. Is she nuts? I panic and ask, do I have to do this right now? Brow shakes his head calmly. No, whenever you're ready. But then he glances toward the corner of the room, hinting at something. But if you become her successor, you'll need to take times that asterisk. I follow his gaze and my eyes lock onto it. Hanging on the rack, the legendary musket, Black Bess. It's tarnished but radiates this overwhelming aura. I'm literally breathless. After a heavy silence, I whisper, is that the gun Elizabeth used? Brow nods. The very one. I hesitate. Wait, if that's here. What about the other two muskets? Brow knows exactly what I'm asking. They found new masters long ago. Wait, does that mean Instructor Brow owns one? A light bulb goes off in my head. The new generation of musketeers inherits the weapons. That's why he's been grilling me with these target practice missions. Brow squints at me. Well, want to try the 444-meter shot right now? I bite my lip, doing the math. Silence. Then, I make the only logical choice. Nope, no way. Impossible. I'm gonna go chase that chicken first. Peace out. Brow doesn't stop me. Just make sure you come back alive. I'll be right here. His voice fades into the blue sky. Time skip. The sun beats down on the scorching desert sands. Welcome to the long-tailed pheasant's turf. Let's get it. At that exact second, this goofy pheasant was strutting on the dry sand, totally vibing, with zero clue that game over was loading. Meanwhile, Lai Hao was camping in the shade, running the numbers. Just gotta one-tap this bird, no biggie, no need to stress. He channeled his breathing energy and procced his skill. Hawk eye. Boom. Next second, the HUD locks onto the pheasant like a homing missile. He let out a hype. Whoa. Being able to toggle the zoom freely got Lai Hao way too excited, felt just like the demo. This is straight up pro sniper gear. He muttered while tweaking the dial with 2 fingers. Actually, max zoom is trash. Makes it harder to track. Li Ha casually raised his shiny silver needle gun, locking the crosshairs right on the strolling beast's body. Good game, long-tailed pheasant. But then, like it had spidey senses or something, the thing whipped its head around. Bam! Claws dug deep into the scorching sand. Before he could even blink, the pheasant bolted, leaving nothing but a dust cloud. It literally drifted right past Lai Hao's face, leaving him frozen like a glitching NPC. Besides letting out a confused ooh, he didn't even pull the trigger. Watching that long shadow yeet itself into the horizon, he panicked. What on earth was that speed? That monster was wrecking the vibe for other players nearby too. It's the long-tailed pheasant. If it spawns, you gotta hunt it as soon as possible. Lai Ha gritted his teeth amidst the settling dust. Right, this is Middle Earth. The grind never stops here. That lazy moon hanging in the night sky. Yeah, 3 whole days have flown by. Exhausted, he sadly gnawed on some rock-hard dry rations. I got 17 days left, he mumbled, salty as heck. 3 days and 0 feather drops from that stupid bird. The second he saw a pixel of a pheasant, Lai Ha snapped the needle gun up. praying to the RNG gods, please, just stand still for once. But fate is a troll. That long-feathered mob took off like a Formula One car, making him scream in rage. Ah, you trash bird. He rolled on the dirt, kicking his legs and throwing a total tantrum. Let me catch you, and your instant nuggets. I'm making a 7-course meal out of you. But mid-rage, a glitchy movement caught his eye, making Laiha pause. He sat up, laser-focused on the blurry shape dashing through the trees. Lightbulb moment. I've been staring at the desert and totally ignored the bird's actual pathing. Watching its zigzag movement, he realized. Wait, it's following a scripted route. The realization hit Laiha hard, heart pounding with adrenaline. Once again, he slowly leveled the needle gun. Stay cool. Meanwhile, far away, a dude in heavy iron armor stopped dead, distracted by a gunshot ripping through the air. That sound froze him in his tracks. He stiffened up, processing the data. Imperial Guard Sniper. Laiha clutched his gun, checking the stats on the B- faceless. Power plus, sensitivity plus 18. He looted a dropped feather, inspected it under the moonlight, and confirmed, yup, 2 players beat me to it. In the dead of night, gunshots kept popping off in the forest. The pheasants didn't stand a chance, getting one-tapped one by one. Laiha gripped his needle gun, a smug grin creeping onto his face. Nice, that's the final boss. He nodded approvingly at the loot lying on the ground. So that's the meta difference between sniping and hunting. The long-tailed pheasant bugs out and runs toward the forest, even if it's on sand. Once you know the exploit, you just tail it. Easy game. Thinking back to the quest Bro gave him, I'm not a hunter, I'm a marksman. Hunting is about the chase, but sniping, that's about the camp. Even with the time limit, this is way more chill than the Golem Blast raid. Laiha felt pretty smug. Good thing I have high IQ. A normie would have raged or timed out by now. The Major really wants a lot of loot. While he was lost in his strategy, a gritty voice cut in. Yo, Laiha. A hand pointed straight at him, shaking with rage. You little dirtbag, thought I wouldn't track you down. Tigan was screaming, stomping closer like a raid boss. Hand over the ring, you scumbag. Laiha spun around, scanned the threat, and ID'd them immediately. It's the Rising Sun squad. Seeing the Rising Sun crew, Laiha went into deep thought. I thought they were done for after Hiruka wiped them. 10 enemies, total. Lucky they don't know my level if they're as weak as the guys I farmed at the plains. Laiha confirmed it internally while charging his needle gun. Most of these guys are lower level than him. Total noobs. Seeing Laiha just chilling and holding his weapon, Tegan lost it. Why do you look so relaxed? Drop the gear, now. I'm gonna snatch you bald. He snapped his fingers dramatically. For all the grief you caused us, you gotta pay up. I want that Golem Blast shield you put up for auction. A lackey behind him ripped a scroll. Boom! A massive beam of light shot into the sky, unleashing insane energy that made Laiha's eyes pop out. Seeing the barrier lock everything down, he gritted his teeth. Crap, that's a rare forbidden scroll. Tegan laughed, loving the look on his face. You ain't running from this, boys. The squad shouted, yes, boss. With the odds stacked against him, Laiha frantically tried to ping his cousin. Yo, Ki. Seeing him online, he spilled the tea. Kai Dong, you see my cords? Get over here. Rising Sun is ganking me, and I'm stuck. Hearing the news, Ki gasped, oh my god, seriously? He quickly replied, got it, just stall them. Laiha gripped his weapon tight. As the call ended, Laiha and the Rising Sun goons just stood there. The silence was loud. His brain was buffering. How do I stall these guys? Next second, he switched up the strat, holstered the gun, and shouted, okay, fine. I hear you. I'll give the ring back. So let's just call it a day, all right? Hearing this, Tigan crossed his arms, looking salty. That ring was mine to begin with. Giving it back is bare minimum. Actually, everything in your inventory belongs to me now. While the guy was ranting, Laiha saw his window. His hands moved like lightning, drawing the weapon and firing in one smooth motion. The bullet ripped through the air. Tigan only had time to grit his teeth and yell, what the? At the very last millisecond, Linda popped out and deflected the shot. Knew it, he screamed, pointing at Laiha. You coward, I saw you twitching way back. Laiha just sighed, tsk, so close. Tigan's face went ghost white. I almost ate dirt. I thought I was a goner. Dropping the polite act, he screamed at his minions. From today on, he's KOS. Delete him. Laiha didn't panic. He bit his ammo pouch and calculated 2 range DPS. The rest are melee scrubs. Watching them rush, he thought, these guys are fast. Reloading now equals death. So, he just yeeted a bag of homemade explosives right at their faces. The gang paused to look at the flying object. The second it touched the ground, boom, a massive shockwave of fire and smoke erupted. The lucky survivors from Rising Sun were absolutely shook. Boom, just like that, total chaos erupts. And y'all know you can't have a sick explosion without a mage, right? Lai Ha sees his shot and raises that needle blaster. That blast was the perfect distraction to reload. Now I just gotta aim true. No way I'm getting deleted by these noobs. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the noise. Hey, move it. Out of nowhere, some dude launches a sword beam straight ahead. It's coming in hot like a heat-seeking missile. And guess who the target is? Yep, Lai Ha. Sensing major bad vibes, our boy throws up a hand. Boom. A massive shield pops up instantly. Barrier post. Activate. Holding the line, he's totally confused. Ugh, no way. A melee fighter spamming ranged attacks. Looking at Jay standing there all pumped up, Lai Ha thinks, since when does Rasengan have players this cracked? Who is this guy? Meanwhile, Tegan's over there hyping him up like a total fanboy. You're the GOAT, man. But Ja just smirks, throwing shade. Ha, you guys got clapped by Sleeping Kid. While the old guy keeps glazing him up, hee hee. Put in a good word for us later. Yeah, smack. A pack of cigs flies out of nowhere and hits Tegan right in the face. Thunder cracks and the whole map shakes. Screams echo everywhere as they take a massive hit. Ja is losing his mind, screaming, "You miserable piece of trash." Tegan panics, yelling, "Regroup. Hide behind the trees. Linda, tank for us." Seeing them survive, Lai Ha grinds his teeth. Dang it. I should have used that last nade to finish off Ja. They're camping out, watching and waiting. The enemy taunts, "That barrier post only lasts 5 minutes. Kid. Once it drops, you are totally toast." Trapped and sweating bullets, our boy is stressing. Ugh, this sucks. Can I wipe their squad before my shield goes down? If not, will Kaitron make it in time? One name is looping in his head. Key. Please, hurry up. The tension is maxed out when suddenly, tap tap, footsteps. Hearing the noise, Tegan and Lai Ha both whip their heads around in shock. It's Nora, rocking shiny iron armor. She casually asks, "So, what's the drama here?" The air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Nora scans the area and clocks the enemy guild immediately. Her voice drops to absolute zero, rising in. Wow, team ganking one guy? That is so cringe. Tegan snaps back instantly. Can't you read the room? Get lost before you get hurt. She totally ignores his existence and turns to Lai Ha. Hey, you're a Musketeer class, right? He blinks, surprised. Yeah? Cool. Since you're a Musketeer, do you know Sleeping Kid? Lai Ha cuts her off, panic mode engaged. I don't know. Listen, it's dangerous here. Run, now. She just nods slowly. I see. But I can't just watch you get jumped like this. Seeing she isn't moving, Tegan loses it. Who is this crazy chick interrupting us? Boys, fire. His lackey pulls back the bowstring, and swish. An arrow screams through the air straight at them. It's do or die. Lai Ha tackles her aside, yelling, "Look out." But he's not fast enough, he takes the hit. Ugh! Pain shoots through him as they both tumble to the ground. He's hacking up a lung, coughing violently. Nora rushes to help, but Lai Ha is still scolding her. Yo, I told you to book it. You're gonna get wrecked staying here. She stares at him, disbelief in her eyes. Wait, did you just take a bullet for me? Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, heavy footsteps approach. The enemy steps out of the barrier, muttering something super creepy. Gakko growls, drawing his steel blade. He swings hard, launching a massive shockwave of air straight at them. Detonator. A roaring fire bird screeches towards them, mixed with the guy's crazy screams. Just as they're about to get toasted, Nora steps up, calm as ice. Stay behind me. Lai Ha is freaking out. Are you crazy? Dodge or you're gonna meet your maker. But then, she does the unthinkable. She raises her hands and whoosh, she catches the fire like it's nothing, guiding it aside. Lai Ha and the enemies freeze. Everyone is absolutely shook, throats dry, jaws on the floor. In the silence, Nora sighs and pulls off her helm. Her stunning face is revealed as she drops a bombshell. I really hate violence, but I can't let you guys slide. Tonight's forecast, a severe beatdown. Her big eyes lock onto the enemy while Lai Ha is still rebooting his brain. Seeing him zone out, she points at a potion. He snaps. Hey, are you ignoring me? Linda, feeling disrespected, charges in, eyebrows furrowed, screaming at the top of his lungs. Go sell salt in hell. Lai Ha jumps. Whoa, Linda. At the same time, Nora snaps her head toward the attacker. No emotion, just a tight lip. She's locked in. Before Linda can even get close, zap. A beam of light pierces his chest. He freezes, eyes wide, staring down at the wound in total shock. A second later, the pain hits. He drops to his knees, howling like a banshee. Nora, zero emotion. She mutters coldly, yeah, you've got a long way to go. Then, with a sweet voice, she asks the tank, so, how's the pain? Hurt much? The rest of the squad, especially Ja, are shivering in their boots. Jack can't believe it. She just pivoted on her heel and closed the gap instantly. Nora turns back to Lee Ha like nothing happened. Oh right, you took a hit earlier, yeah? He stammers, huh? Well. Before he can finish, Nora jams a potion bottle straight into his mouth. He shudders from the sudden force. What the heck? Nora grins. Drink up. You got hurt saving me, remember? As the potion hits his system, Liha feels the magic kicking in. His wounds start glowing, talk about instant relief. Seconds later, he's amazed. Whoa, this is top-tier stuff, she beams. Right? But now that the healing is done, it's time to handle the main event. TSK. Nora is still smiling sweetly at her buddy. I wish I could just ask them to leave nicely. Then, in a split second, her eyes switch total psycho mode. But I don't think that's gonna work. Guess I can't be nice today. In the back, Ja is grimacing, cursing under his breath. Damn it, trash, we were so close. Where did this monster come from? Should we bail? He thinks for a sec, but his ego is too big to quit. No way. He barks out the order. Everyone, pile on. It's just a wounded guy and a girl. Seeing the mob rushing in, Nora shrugs. Have it your way. Her foot slides across the sand, then boom, a streak of light zips through the air, slashing through every single player. Liha is watching, totally lost in the sauce. The light pierces every minion and hits the boss last. Gakko screams in agony. Liha stands there frozen. He's not hurt, but he is definitely terrified. That was brutal. Those guys weren't even weak. With only Ja left standing, Liha realizes, did she just solo wipe the map? Nora stands there, cool as a cucumber. Liha stares at her, mind racing. Who? What is she? With the enemies dealt with, Nora flips back to her goofy, smiling self. Phew, that was close. She might look small, but she's got some serious skills. Why did she even help me, though? Liha holds out the healing potion still more than half full, trying to give it back. Hey! She waves her hand dismissively, like it's no big deal. Nah, you keep it. Consider it a gift. He blinks, totally confused. A gift? She nods firmly. Yup. Suddenly, our boy's cheeks turn bright red, and he starts staring at the dirt like it's the most fascinating thing on earth. That's actually the first time anyone's ever taken a hit for me. The confession makes the vibe super awkward instantly, and neither of them knows what to say next. Dead silence. Nora gets flustered and starts stammering. Just chug it, okay? It'll definitely help your HP. Liha's brain short circuits, and all he can manage is the classic thanks. Suddenly, Nora's horse perks its ears up like a radar. Watching her check on her mount, Liha starts spiraling internally. Asterisk, the rising sun creeps are gone. And she saved my bacon. Is she just gonna dip like that? Asterisk. He hypes himself up and shouts, hey. Nora looks back. Huh, what's up? He steps forward. Thanks for the save. Can I get your name? Nora pauses, looking a bit surprised. My name? The chill vibe gets absolutely wrecked by a scream from miles away. B.I.G. brother. Liha whips around. It's Kyle, sprinting toward them like a maniac. Nora smiles, guessing that's your party member. Liha facepalms. Yeah. Give me a sec. He tries to sound calm via DM. Kyle, we're good. I'm not dead. Nobody's selling my gear. She saved me. Chill out. But Kyle is in full rage mode, eyes popping out, totally ignoring the chat. Nora giggles. You whispering? I don't think he can hear you. Liha snaps. Fine, he yells for real. Kyle, stop. She's cool. She's not with Rising Sun. But Kyle is deaf with rage, screaming, you dare touch my brother. Oh my god, this kid is too much. Kyle draws his sword and shield, roaring like a beast and charging in. Liha waves his hands frantically, screaming, no, no. Nora sees he's not stopping, so she stands her ground to teach him a lesson, effortlessly dodging his attack. The second he's in her face, she high kicks his shield with perfect precision. Asterisk bam. Asterisk Kyle realizes she's no noob, frowning and clicking his tongue in annoyance. Nora's just playing defense, not trying to hurt him. She smiles. Can we use our words now? Suddenly, Kyle's eyes go wide as dinner plates. He starts stammering, completely unable to form a sentence. No way. Wait. Is that? Liha is lost. What? What's up, Kyle? Kyle whips his head around. Bro, why are you hanging out with her? He's freaking out. What about her? Kyle, the resident nerd, spills the tea. She's ranked 6th globally. Number 1 on the female leaderboard. Liha's jaw hits the floor. He stares at her like she's an alien. Nora laughs awkwardly, but she doesn't need to introduce herself. Kyle screams it for her. That's Fenner Sinara. Liha squints, eyes wide, lips trembling. Sinara, the Korean Olympic fencing gold medalist. She scratches her cheek, grinning. Hee hee, busted. Liha turns into a total fanboy. It is Sonera. I've seen her on TV. The details flood back, her sword long and thin like a rapier, moving with speed and agility that isn't even human. He drops a compliment that sounds exactly like something the legendary Leo would say. Kyle is just standing there, pointing at her, brain still buffering. Dude, you said. Rising Sun was here. Why is Sonara here? Wait, do you guys know each other? Nora giggles silently while Lee Ha just malfunctions. Huh? Wah. Nora grabs her sword to explain. I was in the area for a quest. He actually saved me from those Rising Sun creeps, so I helped him out to return the favor. Kyle turns pale. Saved. You? Like, with a sword? Nora realizes they haven't introed properly. Oh right, what are your names? Kyle jumps in first. Musketeer Guild. Lee Ha keeps it simple. I'm Lee Ha. Kyle looks down, confused. Wait, Miss Sonera, that's not your main weapon. You usually use something else. She beams and explains. Correct. I left the capital to find a magic sword. Until I find it, I'm stuck with this stick. Both guys drop their jaws in unison. Magic sword? Lee Ha rubs his chin thoughtfully. Is it the brochet? Nara lights up like a Christmas tree, grabbing his hands excitedly. Yes, the brochet. How did you know? My quest is to find the brochet. It's a rapier that can pierce 5 layers of steel. Do you know where it is? Finding it breaks the seal on my main sword. Where is it? Tell me, where is it? Lee Ha gets a headache from her rapid-fire questions and scratches his head, laughing nervously. Well, actually... Under the moonlight, Lee Ha spills the beans. Nora's face falls instantly. Oh. So you only know the name because it's a Musketeer quest item. He nods. Yeah. I have no clue where it actually spawns. Sorry, I can't be more help. Nora bounces back instantly. No worries. If it's near the Mini's border, I know where to look. I just need to cross the scroll. She jumps up immediately, ready to roll. She waves cheerfully. I'm off. Thanks for everything, Musketeer Lee Ha. Catch you later. Suddenly, a whisper message pops up in Lee Ha's ear. Asterisk. Lee Ha, wanna be friends. Don't tell your buddy next to you, okay? Asterisk. As she rides off, Kyle grins. Bro, you look like your soul just left your body. Simping much? Lee Ha snaps out of it, shouting, Hey, what are you talking about? It's not like that. Kyle sees him panicking and doubles down on the teasing. Hey, never seen you make that face before. But hey, you've been single since birth, right? Lee Ha stomps his foot. Shut up. You got nothing better to do? Do I look that desperate? Kyle raises his voice. Oh, yes. You literally told me yourself. Lee Ha stops arguing, muttering to himself with burning red cheeks. Asterisk, she said to DM her if I visit the capital. Asterisk. Asterisk. Does she own the place or something? Asterisk, Kyle puts his hands behind his head, grinning. Makes sense. Sonera is part of the Holy Knights, after all. Lee Ha snaps his neck looking back. Say what? Kyle sighs at his clueless friend. Sonara is the first and only player to be granted a knighthood title. There's a reason she's famous, dude. Lee Ha freezes. Asterisk, she's way more OP than I thought. Asterisk, Kyle switches topics. So, what about Rising Sun? What happened with them? Lee Ha's face scrunches up. Don't remind me. They found me because of that brass golem video, tracking me down like dogs. Kyle scratches his head. Jerks. But they can't find you with just one clue, unless they swarm the place. Lee Ha goes quiet. Honestly, if Nora hadn't shown up, I'd be toast. Kyle grins at the mention of his sister-in-law. True. Listen, until you hit level 100, just find a quiet spot and grind, okay? Stay off the radar. Lee Ha stops him cold. Kyle. I'm not doing that this time. Kyle blinks, surprised. Huh? What do you mean? Lee Ha's voice gets serious. I'm done running. I'm gonna pay them back for every single thing they did, even if Rising Sun swarms like roaches. Lee Ha walks determinedly into the city. He thinks to himself as he walks. Asterisk. If they camp the Candle Castle spawn point, no new users can play. That means I have to fight this war solo. Asterisk. Asterisk. Rising Sun rules by numbers. It's hard to put a dent in them. It feels like a total suicide mission. Asterisk. Lee Ha opens the door to the log cabin. Brown grumbles. Back already? Lee Ha salutes. Yes, General. Brown glares, looking terrifying. So, do you understand the difference between hunting and sniping now? You bet I do. It was a grind, but... Brown nods approvingly. I knew you'd pull it off in 10 days. Asterisk, ding, asterisk, the system notification chimes. Sniper and hunter missions. Totally clapped him. Bagged 5 silver and unlocked the crafting skill. Lee Ha is literally vibrating with excitement right now. Let's go. New skill drop. But Instructor Grow kills the vibe with a harsh reality check. No intel on your target. That's a one-way ticket to the graveyard. Lee Ha nods. You ain't wrong, Pops. If it's a monster, bail. Alpha beasts are built different. Lee Ha raises an eyebrow. Okay, but what if I'm hunting a player? Cue the ominous destiny notification. Composite quest. You have 30 days to flatline Angel, leader of the Wild Angels. The fail penalty? Absolute trash. He'd lose the sniper streak, Grandma Elizabeth's request, and Brown's respect. Lee Ha is shook. 3 back-to-back missions? In the Midlands? Is this old man trying to train me or end my whole career? Later, Brown doubles down on the hit list. Wipe out Angel from the Sparrow Bandits. Lee Ha grabs the wanted poster and squints. Yo, this is the guy? The sketch shows a rugged, messy-haired brute. Gross shrugs. Never seen him in real life. Artist just guessed based on the gossip. Lee Ha sighs. Copy that. I'll clip Angel and bounce. Hey, Loganki's stupid question, but can I ask you something? Brown shoots him a look, spit it out. Kid. If I zero Angel, won't the bandits just respawn a new leader? Like, Angel number 2 or 3. Feels kind of pointless, don't it? Brown pauses, actually surprised by the logic. Then he drops some wisdom, cut off the head. The body dies. Or they'll just destroy each other fighting for the throne. Lee Ha isn't convinced, and if they don't, Brown flips a coin. Whatever. Look at this coin. You gotta flip it to see if it's heads or tails. Keep it in your pocket, you'll never know. He reveals the coin and hits him with that philosophical stare. You feel me? Lee Ha zones out for a sec, then smirks. Facts. If I never pull the trigger, nothing changes. It's either a hit or a miss. 50-50. Mood restored, he gears up. Later, General. The old man nods. Don't die out there. Lee Ha looks back with mad respect. NPC or not, that was solid advice. He engages turbo mode and books it down the road. He hypes himself up. I'm coming for you, Angel. Meanwhile, cut to the Badlands. A squad is rolling up, led by none other than our target. Under a crescent moon, torches light up the canyon base. It's the Sparrow Gang's turf, and it sounds like a frat party in there. Inside, Angel is chilling with 2 ladies. He bellows out, Yo, keep the drinks coming. A minion scrambles. On it, boss. Outside, the guards are salty. Jean is raging. Bruh, why are we stuck on door duty while everyone else gets lit? Dingo just laughs. We can turn up later. Chill. Goran isn't having it. Man, I want booze and girls now. Nearby, Lee Ha is camping in a bush, eavesdropping on the drama. Their security is a joke. Stealth level. Easy, but he checks himself. Can't get cocky though. Need to clear this mission with a perfect rank. He already tagged the boss with his marking skill earlier to prevent him from ghosting. Honestly, he's kinda over that ability. It tracks up to 3 targets, which is OP, but he only needs 1 slot right now. He grins, knowing he's got a GPS lock on the bad guys. This grind hasn't been easy. He's been tailing these guys on foot for over 10 hours just to map out the base. Patrol routes, behavior patterns, terrain. He spent 17 days downloading all their data. But now comes the boss fight. The main camp is rigged with underground magic circles. These guys aren't in 0 BS. He spots the purple glow. That anti-magic field is why he couldn't just teleport out earlier. Tonight's the night. He just raided a village, so he's going to be wasted in the VIP house. Lee Ha locks in. It's go time. He steadies his rifle, scope up. Patience. Wait for the peak. Meanwhile, Angel stumbles out, full belly, letting out a massive burp. The target waddles to the gate to chat with the guards. Oof, I'm stuffed. Dingo salutes. Evening, boss. Lee Ha's finger tightens on the trigger. Gotcha. He's memorized every pixel of this map and his escape route is set. Angel steps away from the wall. Time to clip him and dip. Boom. The gunshot tears through the silence. Angel drops like a sack of potatoes right in front of the stunned guard. The guard is glitching out in panic. The body double. Wait, what? Lee Ha freezes mid-escape. Did he say body double? The base erupts into chaos. A guy named Bruno starts barking orders. Stop panicking. We prepared the decoy for this exact reason. Find the shooter. He's got to be close. Amidst the screaming, a calm voice cuts through the noise. Someone steps out. Raise the shields. Scan the area. Lock down the perimeter. It's just a little rat. The speaker is a young dude, the real Angel. The minions scramble, yelling. Yes, boss. Lee Ha is paralyzed with shock. You gotta be kidding me. He stares at the skinny kid giving orders. That kid is Angel? Horses thunder into the night. Ride him down. Catch that royal dog. Real Angel screams. Show him what the sparrows can do. Roger that. Lee Ha is sprinting for his life now, looking over his shoulder. Crap, this went south fast. The cavalry is literally breathing down his neck. Lee Ha frantically opens his inventory. Quick thinking, he eats a smoke bomb right into the crowd to blind them. Angel reacts fast, covering his face from the debris. The bandit leader skids to a halt, looking absolutely furious. You think this is over? I will hunt you down. Lee Ha makes it back to the city, collapsing in an alleyway, gasping for air. The truth finally hits him. The wanted poster. It was a fake. Taking that shot blew his cover. He kicks himself. When I used the marking skill, I was looking right at the real one and didn't know it. He recalls the kid's hateful glare. He's definitely coming for revenge. 17 days of perfect prep, all flushed down the toilet. Man, looking back, I should have fact-checked that sketch before making a move. I was just too thirsty for the next step, thinking I was safe. But then my spidey sense started tingling like crazy, warning me of danger. My heart was pounding out of my chest, fam. Turns out, Angel actually tracked him all the way here. That psycho gave the order. Torch everything. Find that rat for me. His goons were like, bet, boss. Lai Ha could only watch from his hiding spot, feeling totally helpless. Dang, is he speed hacking? How'd he get here so fast? In a split second, the whole street was a blazing inferno. They snatched up this old dude named Krat and grilled him. Spill the tea. Pops, did a stranger come through here? Speak up. I don't know. Please, have mercy. Angel didn't even hesitate, giving the cold shoulder. Waste them. Kill them all. His squad immediately went savage mode on the innocent villagers. Say less, boss. Angel flashed a creepy, twisted grin. You royal lapdog, you really thought I'd be dumb enough to wait till sunrise? Please, I've seen this gameplay loop way too many times. I used magic to block your exit, so I know you're trapped. You're cooked, buddy. Suddenly, Angel spotted some sus black smoke popping out of a small alley, and his eyes bugged out with this manic excitement. Gotcha. He's camping over there. But before he could flex, a massive explosion went off right behind him. He spun around, but it was too late. The fire was already raging uncontrollably across the whole village. Riven and Bado started screaming their heads off. Show yourself. Were you hiding? Coward. You're really gonna let these NPCs get roasted. Angel, though, figured the explosion was just a distraction tactic. He realized the truth and shouted, he's already dipped. Bado, clean up this mess. The rest of you, roll out with me. Lai Ha was squeezed into a dark corner, listening to the clip-clop of their horses fading away. On it, boss. Lai Ha was grinding his teeth so hard, sweating bullets. That maniac, he burned down a whole village just to catch me. The scene was so messed up, Lai Ha wanted to scream. Staring at the bodies charred beyond recognition, Lai Ha made a silent vow. Just you wait, Angel. You played me this time, but karma's coming for you. You're gonna pay for this. By now, the whole village was toast. A minion ran up to report, Boss, we raided 3 villages, but still zero sign of him. He nervously asked Angel, what's the move now? Chief. Angel looked shook, like he couldn't believe it. Ain't no way. How could he clear the range of 3 villages that fast? Is he cheating? If he's gone, why trigger the explosion? Angel snapped into leader mode. Stick with me. We're moving the base immediately. Everyone else, grab the loot, anything valuable, and let's bounce. Vago nodded, copy that. They didn't waste a single second, galloping back to base at full speed. Joran looked. Logenki stressed about the sudden change. Yo boss, are we really ditching the HQ? This is serious. Angel cut him off. Duh, we gotta move. The location is compromised, so it's useless now. Then he asked, who's holding down the fort right now? The minion replied confidently, nobody, boss. It's empty. Angel smirked. Perfect. When they arrived, he barked orders. You too. Go loot the warehouse. Leave the clothes and rusty weapons. Just grab the good stuff. The crew shouted in unison. Yes, sir. But before the words even landed, asterisk thwack asterisk, a bullet flew out of nowhere and slammed right into Angel. His buddy Luck Ken froze, jaw dropping. Boss. Angel pointed towards the forest, screaming, who's camping in the bushes. Meanwhile, Lai Ha was chilling in his spot, whispering to himself. Called it. Not even surprised. You guys are about to join him in the lobby. He winked one eye, lining up the next shot. Asterisk ping. Asterisk system notification popped up. You have leveled up 2 times. Let's go. Mission complete. Stats up. +3 to strength, intellect, and spirit, +90 contribution points. Lai Ha stretched, feeling relief. Man, D-rank missions are a grind, but totally worth the XP. Ready for round 2. He pulled up the quest menu. Reminded him of when he first scouted these clowns. I knew the play was to camp their spawn point until they came back. For an NPC, this guy is super paranoid. That's why he left the main squad to pack up, leaving himself wide open with barely any guards. But then, he paused. A line of text on the quest board caught his eye. You are known as the savior who freed the people from bandit oppression. It hit him right in the feels. I didn't save them. Because of me, 3 villages got roasted. I should have paid more attention to the Middle-earth clues. Next time, I gotta strat game this better. NPCs or whatever, there's gotta be a way to get the golden ending and save everyone. Back at base, Brow sat there with his serious dad face. Total chaos out there, huh? Knight just spilled the beans. Liha felt a bit uneasy. Is it cool though? I mean, the mission says success, but was that really sniping or just mayhem? Swallowing his fear, he started explaining. Major. That angel guy? He wasn't the dude in the sketch. Brow just sat there, chin on his hand, not saying a word. Awkward silence. Liha kept rambling to clear his name. I trusted the sketch too much, so I didn't scout properly. I took out a decoy, and the villages paid the price for my screw-up. I'm still a noob, my bad, sir. He bowed, waiting for the punishment. But Brow, stone cold. No reaction. Then he finally spoke up. What are you yapping about, Knight J? Crit gave you the wrong sketch. Dude's been apologizing nonstop. Liha looked confused. Huh? Brow continued. Look, I couldn't handle those bandits myself from the start. That's why things got so messy. You did great, kid. Before Liha could react, Brow cut him off. My commission wasn't save the world. It was snipe angel. That's literally it. Liha was stunned. Oh. Word? Brow softened up. You grinded hard. If you managed to save the villages too, that would have just been bonus points. You passed the final exam. You're officially a sniper. Asterisk, ding. Asterisk, system alert. Comprehensive test complete. Rewards, 1 gold, sniper skill, plus 10% affinity, 90 kingdom rep, and a level up. Seeing that loot drop, Liha was hyped. Let's go. The major approves. I leveled up. Got the bag, 1 whole gold, and a new class skill. Is it my birthday or something? This is a massive W. Before he could celebrate, Brow asked, So, you gonna pursue B's wish now? Liha dodged that question real quick. Me? Nah, not the right time, fam. Brow nodded. Slow and steady wins the race, but watch your 6 competitors can pop up anywhere. Liha smiled. Loud and clear, Major. Brow wrapped it up. That's it. I taught you everything I know. Go grind on your own now. Liha headed for the door but stopped. Wait, can I ask one thing? Shoot, Brow said chillingly. Liha hesitated but dropped the bomb. Do you know? Sleeping kid? Brow's face instantly changed. Dead silence. They just stared at each other. Then Brow dropped a teaser. You curious? Cut to later. Liha let out a massive sigh. Bruh? He looked like he was going to spill the tea, then nothing. Got my hopes up for zero reason. Whatever. All my new stats are going into agility. Time to test this new ability. He pulled up the system menu. The screen showed his skills, including the new apprentice sniping. He clicked that button so fast, I gotta see what this bad boy can do. Stay tuned, guys. Yo, check out these stats. The second he clicks, boom info dump. This ability costs 200 mana but boosts range by 30% for a full minute. Downside, 1 hour cooldown. Just skimming it had Liha completely shook. That 30% range buff is insane, even if it's just for 60 seconds. We're talking 455 meters way past the usual 400 mark. He was stressing about adding more gunpowder, and then this god-tier skill just falls into his lap. Wait, hold up. Is that it? Suddenly, something else grabs his attention. Right there in front of him, a sign for the Sacred Furnace. Says the training spot unlocks in 4 days. Check out that massive line. Everyone's pushing and shoving, making a total racket. He's thinking, what's the hype? Looks like some trendy new shop grand opening. Bruh, was this even on the main forums? Nah, devs never announce the small stuff. Liha just stands back, lurking in the distance, but look at his eyes, he is totally hyped. Bet half these noobs don't even realize it's a restaurant. Doesn't matter how sharp you are if you haven't grinded in Middle-earth before, you'd have zero clue what this place actually does. Knowledge is power, baby, and he's way ahead of the curve. Liha turns away with a smug little grin. 4 days from now, oh, it is going down. But he's totally clueless that Seer is lurking in the shadows. The guy points a hand, hits him with a marked spell, and cracks a creepy, villainous smile. Right now, Liha's chilling at the Sentimental Mountains, near the orc. He's prone on the high ground, fully camoed up, ready to test that shiny new ability. Liha steadies his finger on the trigger, checks the wind zero breeze. Absolute perfection. Down below, the orcs are grinding away at the mines, completely oblivious. Suddenly, clank, a projectile flies in and knocks the pickaxe right out of one's hand. The bullet does this weird spin in midair before smashing into a giant boulder. The orcs are looking around like, yo, what just happened? Meanwhile, up top, Liha is salty. He is not vibing with that shot at all. Damn it, this is sketchy. The skill boosts range, sure, but it tanks the bullet velocity. Standard musket speed is 300 meters per second. Current effective range is 340 meters. If he shoots past 400, the target has time to dodge or spot him. Brown's quest can't just be about hitting a target at 440 meters. That's too simple. He braced himself for the worst-case scenario, and yep, big trouble arrives. Suddenly, screaming erupts. Search the area. A furious Tegan spots him and points a finger. You. What do you think you're doing? He's leading a whole squad of goons in black robes. Lee Ha starts freaking out. How on earth did they track him here? Tegan looks up and spots the escape plan. Lee Ha's fumbling with a scroll. The boss screams, attack him, now. But just as they move, Lee Ha triggers the magic. Poof. In a split second, he warps away, leaving Tegan down there raging and literally tearing his hair out in frustration. That little rat. Tegan turns to his minion. Where did he warp to? Seer checks the tracking. VP, sir. Tegan loses it. VP again? Squad, pack it up. We're heading back. Roger that. Meanwhile, at the VP warp point, Lee Ha is gasping for air. How did they find him? Then it hits him. Mark. Those creeps from Rising Sun tagged him with a tracking spell. What do I do? How long does this debuff last? I don't know the caster's level or rank. Before he can even think, the enemy squad is already closing in. Nearby, the NPC gatekeeper calls out, destination, Capital Astor. She keeps her cool. Capital of the Fur Kingdom. 1 passenger for Astor. Lee Ha is running on fumes. If it's under 2 gold, just send me. Behind him, Tegan is barking orders like a maniac. Get him. Bind him before he warps again. Seer doesn't hesitate and casts Bind. They're right on top of him. Lee Ha's face is Paul Panic, while the NPC just smiles sweetly. Have a wonderful trip. Talk about a close shave. The magic hand literally brushes his cloak, but at the very last millisecond, the teleport triggers. He's gone. Losing the prey twice? Tegan is absolutely salty. Damn it. Safe in Capital Astor? Lee Ha is baffled. Did they seriously burn magic scrolls just to chase him? Are they that obsessed? Using guild magic means they aren't messing around. Those random teleport scrolls cost at least 50 silver a pop. If I keep running like this, I'm gonna go broke. He's looking up at the sky, lamenting his fate. Why me? Suddenly, a DM slides in from Kyle. Yo, bro, why aren't you leveling up? Lee Ha replies instantly. Drama, man. Those Rising Sun jerks are back. They slapped a tracking mark on me and are hunting me down. Kyle is floored. Say what? He immediately goes into interrogation mode. How many? What levels? Lee Ha gives the sitrip. Levels unknown, mob of about 20. Kyle hits him with advice. Don't move. Stay in the capital. The NPC knights will wreck them if they try anything. Lee Ha scratches his head. Okay, but how do I scrub this mark off? Only a wandering merchant named Anne sells the cure. Kyle types back. And he is impossible to find. Well, there goes Lee Ha's last shred of hope. Speechless. He goes deep into thought. Calling Kyle over would just mess up his grind. He either camps in the capital for 3 days or keeps running until he's forced to log off. Kyle pings again. You good? I'm on my way. Lee Ha stops him cold. Nah, Kyle, stay put. It's fine. Kyle is confused. Then what's the plan? Kyle sounds worried. Lee Ha's expression shifts. He's made up his mind. Listen, there's something I haven't told you, because I didn't want you to think I've lost my marbles. Kyle is like, bro, you're scaring me. Lee Ha drops the bomb. I'm gonna wipe out the Rising Sun Guild. Kyle is so shook he almost falls through his screen. Excuse me. Impossible. This isn't just talk. Even if they get beaten down, nothing changes. But Lee Ha doubles down.
No, listen to me, Kyle. You gotta try to know, right? If we do nothing, nothing changes. That determination finally gets through to him.
Kyle sighs, defeated. OMG, I know how stubborn you are. Can't stop you anyway. Go register a guild then. Lee Ha blinks. Wait, what? Before Lee Ha can react, Kyle continues. I'll help you set it up. Lee Ha's eyes pop open. Kyle explains the mechanics. Look, if you just go around clapping Rising Sun members, the system flags you as a criminal. That's why you gotta declare an official guild war. Once you do that, the only safe zone is the capital. During a guild war, NPC guards won't step in. Lee Ha looks genuinely touched. Kyle. But his friend cuts him off. First, I need your go-ahead on something. I know. No peace until it's over. I'm choosing the hard mode here. Lee Ha smiles softly. Thanks, Kyle. Don't mention it. Being in this wheelchair, I sometimes forget. Kyle pauses, surprised. Lee Ha's voice goes firm. I'm a soldier. A sniper. Don't worry, bro. I'll show you results. Scene switch. Where are the Rising Sun South Branch banquet? The host grabs the mic. time for the Best Manager of the Week award. On stage, Liam is hyping it up, and the best team leader is Team Yol. Congrats. The prize? A sick, special grade level 95 sword. Yo, get on stage and secure that bag. The crowd was going absolutely wild as the two of them dabbed up. One guy speaks up first. Bro, you grinded hard for this. The other guy keeps it cool and polite. Nah, fam. No cap, this is all thanks to the branch chief's carry. Dylan's grinning like he just pulled a legendary item. Why are you flexing the humility? I'm counting on you to clutch it up later. He didn't waste a second before dropping the next announcement. Alright chat, listen up. Here's the reward for the absolute best F battle agent of the week, who survived the sweatiest lobby and caught the big W. Suddenly, a system notification pops up on Dylan's HUD emergency alert from Mess AHQ. Someone's trying to start beef with us. The dude looks super smug. Challenging us? Who are these clowns? Mess starts stuttering. I got 0 intel, boss. Totally ghosted. First time hearing their tag. Dylan ain't buying it. No intel? Are you for real? Drop the name. Who are they? Finally, Mess spills the tea. Word on the street is they're called Sunset Outlaw. Like, lawless sunset. Dylan's jaw drops. Say what? Sunset Outlaw? Are you high right now? Then he just bursts out laughing like a maniac. But there's more. Looks like the guy's maining a sniper build, but his stats are totally hidden. Dylan's face goes dark mode instantly. A sniper. Thinking they control the rising sun, trying to make the sun set for good. Then it hits him. Wait, a sniper? Isn't that the same dude Tim is hunting down? Meanwhile, switch point of view to the other side, everyone's confused. Yo, what's good? Bro, isn't this just a food spot? His buddy claps back. You crazy? Look at the size of this crib. It's massive. But just as they're about to walk in, Bin Pin blocks the path. Sorry, fam. Today's the grand opening event. Can you come back tomorrow? One guy whispers, whatever. This place is too bougie for our wallets anyway. Let's dip. His friend nods. Facts. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette pulls up, walking in slow-mo like a main character. She tries to stop him. Sorry, sir. Private EV. But Leha cuts her off cold. Yeah, I know. Pin Pin's vibe switches instantly. She drops the polite act. We've been waiting for you. Come through. A nearby player is shook. Yo, how'd that guy get VIP access? Another dude is just as confused. Is he an NPC? I thought it was bots only inside. Once he's inside, Laiha lets out a breath and takes the mask off. We Gucci. No feds here. Once I connect, I'll ping all the Rising Sun members nearby. Laiha steps into the Holy Grill lobby. Do I get any loot for that quest chain or what? Just then, Madame Ro pulls up on him. Oh my god, you finally made it. Laiha bows like a gentleman. Happy grand opening. She waves it off, chill with the formalities. If you didn't hard carry us, this opening would have been a total disaster. He doesn't waste time. All right then, do me a solid. Talking straight to the boss of the biggest intel guild in the server. Madame Ro tilts her head. You sound like a robot, you know that? Whatever. I guess I do owe you one. She doesn't leave him hanging. Follow me. They head to a private room, and the drip is insane. He looks around, totally confused. Thought info guilds were supposed to be all dark and gloomy. What's with the mansion vibes? Madame Ro shrugs. Why move underground when I can run a legit business? She gestures for Laiha to take a seat. He keeps it polite. Don't mind if I do. Laiha starts feeling the pressure. Guess we're the only ones allowed in the penthouse. He scans the room and notices something or someone. Couple of guys in stealth mode, feeling safe yet. Only a top-tier guild goes this hard. After a beat, she speaks up. Ready to talk business? What's the tea? And hey, no vague questions. He sips his tea, thinking deep. How do I take down Rising Sun? Is that considered vague? I need specific intel to catch them lacking. After thinking it over, Laiha drops a question that makes Madame Ro lose her cool for a split second, but she recovers her poker face instantly. That's a spicy question. The answer you're looking for is, Laiha is on the edge of his seat. She gives it to him straight. Laiha looks disappointed. Wow, really? That's mid. I thought you'd give me the cheat codes, not just raw data. Is that in your guild's TOS or something? Madame Ro flashes a bright smile. Nah, nothing like that. It's just info that fits your master plan. We don't play the game for you. Anyway, the party started. Why not go say hi? Lots of whales and VIPs out there. His eyes light up, and he clenches his fist. Laiha is hyped now. You know I'm locked in. Back at the Rising Sun base, a voice rings out. Guns. Musketeers. The other guy answers with zero hesitation. Yes, sir. Confirmed. Dylan rubs his chin. Aren't Musketeers trash tier? Tim, man. You're even more of a noob than I thought. The guy just bows his head. My bad, boss. My bad, Chief Dylan. He smirks. If it's just Musketeers, send a mage and 2 ADCs, easy clap. But wait, HQ sent Geo and he still failed? Geo must be raging. HQ probably knows everything by now. Tigan stammers. Actually no. I heard Lord Jacko is more obsessed with Sinara than this guy. Dylan's mood changes instantly. So HQ doesn't know yet? Perfect. We'll handle this in-house. The guy asks, stunned. Really? He sounds super confident. We're gonna steamroll the Sunset Guild. Tim M. Actually, nah. Tim FM will lead the charge. The old guy's jaw hits the floor. SFM, that stands for special. He screams it out. Dylan nods. Yup. I'll tell HQ later. Let's use this chance to show them a perfect run. Tigan bows, looking grateful. Big ups, branch chief. I mean, ASFM. Dylan cuts him off. Go get the rest of the FM squad and roll out. Chief. A scream from outside makes Dylan jump. The guy runs in yelling. The branch FMs just got ganked. Some FMs got jumped right outside the lobby. It's a total brawl out there. Dylan and Tigan freeze. They're both thinking the exact same thing. Say what? Dylan yells. Who wants smoke? The minion is gasping for air. We don't know. It's Paul Chaos out front. His mind races. The FMs are all high-level whales with OP gear. They shouldn't be losing. Who could it be? Liha's vague face flashes in his mind. Dylan's pupils shrink, and he freezes up. He can barely breathe. He doesn't need proof. His gut is screaming the answer. He side-eyes Tegan, voice dropping low. If that sniper is out there, this is our chance to catch him slipping. He waves his hand like a commander. Everyone, gear up and get out there. SFM, full send. Go bag him for me. Tigan doesn't hesitate. He roars, Roger that, boss, and dashes off. Out in the open field, 3 guys are crouching behind some wooden crates, looking terrified. Where's he at? Tanks. Shields up, group on me. We can't group, you idiot. The second we move, we get one-tapped. Tigan grinds his teeth, looking everywhere. Bro, where is this camping kid hiding? We got 0 cover, but he shouldn't have any either. The tension is too much. One guy tilts and starts screaming to hype himself up. It's just a 50-meter sprint. Losing his cool, he jumps out of cover and sends it. Yo, if we rush inside, what are we gonna do about that loser? Nam mocked him, realizing the dude had 0 clue how many enemies were actually out there. He couldn't care less, spinning around cold as ice. He left his squad hanging and booked at full speed. There's a branch base inside. Stay and get bully if you want, but I'm dipping. The guy left behind reached out in a total panic, begging like a desperate mess. Yo, wait, but Hun didn't even make it 100 meters before his legs just gave out. Time literally froze right there. Blood sprayed everywhere from his neck, painting the air red before his body flopped like a rag doll. The green grass turned into a crimson carpet instantly. The other 2 froze, shaking like leaves witnessing that horror show. Another one bit the dust, and it wasn't even a skill shot. What is going on? Holy cow, just a loud bang and nothing else. Tegan's heart was hammering against his ribs, cold sweat dripping as he glued himself behind a wooden crate. Nah, no way that's magic. If it was a ranged spell, we hear the chanting. Could it be Liha, or some other player griefing us? Invisible magic at close range? No shot. There's no way you can cast a stealth attack like that without triggering some effect. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black grass, Liha was prone like a ghost, hidden under the bushes, only his cold gun barrel poked out. Blue steel glinted, and his sharp eyes locked onto the target 0 hesitation. Tegan was having a total existential crisis. Is this guy even a player? Suddenly, the door burst open, and a dry, cracking gunshot shattered the deadly silence. Dylan instantly threw up his massive shield. Clang! The impact was insane, shaking his protective barrier violently. The hit left a deep, smoking scorch mark right on the metal. Dylan just smirked, eyes full of swag. Immediately, his minions started hyping him up, screaming, "That's our branch manager Dylan. What a beast." Tigan was losing his mind, freezing up. It's confirmed it's Liha. Liha is camping nearby. Everyone, shields up and fall back. The squad yelled back, voices cracking from the stress, trying to keep it together. Tegan took charge of the chaos. Everybody hide. Go, go, go. He needs time to reload that thing. He screamed, knowing the enemy was lurking close. Get inside, move it, shut the door. Once they were safe-ish, he peeked out the window. Tegan scanned the area, and suddenly, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Way back in the forest, like 100 meters out, a thin wisp of smoke was curling up in the wind. Tegan's heart skipped a beat. Smoke over there? No way. Can a musket really snipe from that distance? Liha lowered his rifle, looking a bit disappointed. That guy's got good instincts and quick reflexes. Bummer. Even if he didn't know who was who, he'd already bagged a few kills to start. Look at them turtling inside like cowards. Let's see how this plays out. He dusted the leaves off his gear, flashing a confident grin. Just like Madam said, the map of the branch and this sniping spot, totally OP intel for a marksman. Lai Ha marked a big red X on his map. A dam only needs one crack to burst, right? I'll make that crack myself. It's going to be a game of whack-a-mole where they try to plug the leaks. Figuring out who to delete next, he raised his gleaming rifle in the shadows. The disgusting faces of those two enemy leaders flashed in his mind. He was gonna wipe the whole squad. Inside the warehouse, a shaky voice broke the silence. That was Lai Ha, the outlaw from Dio Tixduong, right? Taigen was still shook. He stuttered, probably him. Dylan couldn't believe it. That guy's only supposed to be around level 70. I didn't know a sniper could hit from that range. Lai Ha's power had everyone spooked. Unless he has a legendary class, that shouldn't be possible. One logical dude spoke up. We gotta report this to HQ. As soon as possible. Boss, if we wait, we're toast. But Dylan wasn't sweating it. Chill out, he warned. Think about this for a second. If we cry to Lord Tegan SFM, but this guy isn't actually a big shot and is just solo. Wait. A greedy grin spread across his face, overpowering his fear. Isn't this guy walking loot? He's our target now. Think of him as a loot box. Unless he's a total oil prince, his cash will run dry eventually. We can take him down ourselves. We're the South Pupil branch, used to be the richest in the ring. The two minions got hyped up by Dylan's speech, eyes sparkling like fanboys. Boss is a genius. Unlike them, Taigen didn't flinch. His face was stone cold. These idiots were acting like they just scored 50 gold pieces, but nothing had actually changed. They were still broke and gearless. Do I go along with this? Should I snitch? He secretly DM'd Dylan. Yo, boss. Dylan shushed him with a finger to his lips. Suddenly, a system message popped up right in front of Taigen. Lord Taken SFM here. We're building a squad, including temp FMs. Take Lai Ha down quietly. Reading it, Taigen's lips curled into a nasty, scheming smirk. Dylan is just baiting the other members, but he's thinking the exact same thing I am. He was certain of one thing. Dylan is planning to throw us under the bus, and these fools have no idea. As night fell, the forest got super dark and cold. In the wet grass, Lai Ha was quietly plotting his next move. Dang it, now I get why the armed guerrilla shop took the mountain pass. It's the only way to avoid running into randoms. His barrel flashed in the moonlight, looking like a literal death sentence. That glint wasn't just metal reflecting. It was signaling the power of a super rare weapon. In just one day, the South Pupil branch, Venom Paper branch, East Pubble branch, and Amo Mountain branch all got hit. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Bin was chilling with a book and tea, but suddenly felt a weird vibe. The Emerald Forest branch got raided. We're talking 3 branch manager level players, 2 vice managers, and over 4 FMs all sniped. Nobody saw it coming. A blurry flashback hit him. Kuanbo slammed his heavy mace against his shield, making a nasty, grinding noise that ripped through the night. Next to him, Emily, if variant, was laughing and flipping the bird. Where you at? Come out, coward. You piece of trash, you're dead meat. But right as he finished trash talking, karma hit hard. Bang. A bullet drilled straight through Kuanbo's forehead. Emily, if variant, froze. He stopped moving, cold sweat dripping down his face. In a split second, his cockiness turned into Paul terror. Thanks to Kuanbo getting dropped, the rest finally spotted the shooter. Over there, get him. They immediately chased after the target, found him. Under the cold moonlight, Lai Ha was waiting for them. He raised his black rifle, the barrel staring them down like the Grim Reaper. The enemy's heart raced, body shaking uncontrollably. Wait, what? Boom. Before he could finish, blood splatters everywhere. His vision went blurry from the pain, and then, lights out. Just darkness and a lifeless body. The flashback faded like mist, and heavy, stressful reality crashed back in. Slam. Ken smashed his fist on the table. The sound echoed as the wood cracked like a spiderweb. The whole room went dead, silent, nobody dared to breathe. Nambil, he growled. Dylan jumped and stood up, bowing low. Yes, Guildmaster. Ken's cold eyes bored into him. The drama with that mutt, if I'm not mistaken. It started with your branch. Because of that jerk, our average revenue dropped 43% compared to last month. The others kept their heads down, shutting up and trying to be invisible. Man, this guy is sweating bullets right now. He is absolutely losing his mind. He's so triggered, grinding his teeth like he's about to rage, quit the game, silently cursing everyone out. Yo, where is this dude? Is he ghosting us or just trolling at this point? The boss didn't even care about the drama. He just laid down the law with zero chill. Listen up, this is your last shot. I'm giving you 1 week. Bring me a screenshot proving his character is deleted, or you're done. The guy froze up, literally shaking in his boots and stuttering. Bet, consider it done, boss. He turned around and stomped out of there, the vibes in the room totally icy. He mumbled, fine, I'll just do the recon myself. Before he vanished into the shadows, he flashed this wicked, creepy grin. Oh yeah, he's definitely planning to pull up on them and start some serious trouble. Fast forward a few days, and our boy Michael is just chilling on the grass, polishing his piece. He's thinking, yo, where's the ops? Did I clear the whole server already? Shouldn't they be raging by now? But it was quiet, too quiet. Maybe he just clapped them all. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. He raised his rifle, tracking a silhouette that looked as lost as a noob in a high-level zone. Caught lacking. Boom. He squeezed the trigger, and the sound ripped through the air. The bullet flew straight and true, hitting the dude right in the back. Critical hit. Blood went flying. Michael didn't even blink, just whispered to himself, nice shot. Me. Time to rotate and find the next victim. Suddenly, a column of white smoke popped off in the distance. Michael paused. Wait, what's that? Then asterisk whoosh asterisk. Tigan bursts out of the bushes like a raid boss, sword glowing. Gotcha. We see you, punk. The squad leader screamed, ordering everyone to rush him. Michael's muscles locked up, his survival instincts were going haywire. A surprise gank? Finally, they're making a move. The archer captain signaled the firing squad, take him down. A storm of arrows rained down, swooshing right past Michael's ears. He gritted his teeth, dodging pixels by an inch, and took off running. I tried to kite them, but these guys are actually sweaty. They might actually catch me. A loud voice boomed out, grabbing the attention of random players nearby. It's game over. Michael, Jack shouted. We're locking this zone down. You're not escaping. Yo, what's the tea over there? A random player asked his buddy. Isn't that the Sunrise clan? Wait, something sus. Where are they all going? The crowd watched in confusion as the entire clan marched straight into the dark forest. It looked like the void was literally swallowing them whole. The forest was pitch black and super creepy. The squad stopped, looking around like, guys, I can't see a thing in here. One minion whispered, Boss Jack, this is the dark forest, remember? Jack scoffed. So, that's a debuff for Logan-level scrubs. He ripped up a summoning scroll. Yo, Tigan, did the guild leader give you admin perms? Tigan nodded. Yup, got the green light. I can summon every single player in the region. Jack let out a nasty, villainous laugh. Sick, you know the drill. I'm following your lead. Tigan sent a voice note to the rest of the crew. It's go time, boys. Calling all units. Get into the big forest. As soon as possible. Jack smirked. Bet. He snapped his fingers, and boom, a massive army spawned right behind them. They teleported in like a massive server event, an army standing in formation on the endless grass. He successfully summoned 531 players from the clan. Tigan split them up like a pro esports coach. We're doing 20 squads, 25 heads each. Total map control. Let the hunt begin. Everyone raised their weapons and screamed to hype it up. The quiet forest turned into a war zone. Tigan clenched his fist, thinking, finally, I get to frag this Michael kid. While Tigan was playing general, giving out orders, he had no clue that Michael was literally sitting in a tree nearby, stream sniping the whole strategy. Michael did a quick head count. He said 500? 530 is a lot of heat. That's a serious raid. All right, Tigan, let's dance. He ripped a scroll with his teeth, prepping his next move. Meanwhile, the bad guys cast some light spells, realizing, man, this map is way bigger than we thought. Jack was sweating and getting tilted. We're gonna get lost in here. So annoying. He shouted. Do not sleep on this. Sleeping kid. He's not just some random camper. He's got crazy stealth skills. Spread out. Check every corner. Do not let him ghost us. Go, go, go. The squad scattered. Jack stomped through the brush, thinking, where is this little rat? Once I find him, I'm gonna grief him so hard. Suddenly times bam. Asterisk. One of Jack's teammates got deleted instantly. Jack hit the deck. Sniper, take cover. It's the sleeping kid. Everyone went prone. The forest was dead silent. Jack was freaking out. Where did it come from? How is he rotating so fast? I can't see him. No muzzle flash. Nothing. Another guy dropped dead. Jack was raging. Bro, is he using magic bullets? Is he hacking? Jack couldn't take it anymore. He stood up, waving his sword like a maniac. Show yourself, you coward. His teammate panicked. Boss, get down. You're gonna get clapped. Stop screaming. Jack whipped around and slashed his own teammate. Shut your mouth. Blood went everywhere. Total toxic behavior, but Jack just kept yelling. Suddenly, a spark flew past Jack's leg. He looked down, it was a firecracker fizzing out on the ground. What the? He's in the trees. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion lit up the forest like the 4th of July. fire everywhere. Up in the tree, Michael was casually crafting explosives. You guys can't see in the dark? Here, let me light it up for you. Welcome to the show. You're trapped in here with me. He started carpet bombing the area. Explosions rocked the forest, smoke blinding everyone. It was total chaos. Michael's brain was working overtime. Positioning is Keith. He grabbed a vine and swung through the trees like Tarzan, planning his next angle. This forest is my playground. Lots of cover. But he needed to move. Suddenly, an enemy spotted him. There he is. Get him. The enemy hesitated. Should we? His teammate yelled. Don't just stand there. Shoot him. Before he could cast a spell times, bang, asterisk, a bullet slammed into him, sending him flying backward. Michael blew the smoke off his gun. Sit down. Perfect execution. Everything is going according to plan. But suddenly times ping, asterisk, a massive achievement unlocked banner popped up over his head. Giant glowing angel wings appeared, shining bright white in the dark. Michael's jaw dropped. Are you kidding me right now? The wings were shining like a giant spotlight, totally exposing his position to the entire army. Every single head snapped back, eyes locking onto him instantly. Ha-Anon was absolutely triggered, veins popping on his forehead as he screamed, "That sniping Sam is right up there." Ellen didn't miss a beat, yelling, "Bag him." Lai-Ha panicked, "Oh snap, can't sleep on these guys." He quickly ordered the assassins to scramble up the trees, but Hondu shouted back, "Yo, I found a rope ladder over here." Ha-Anon was losing it, barking, "Hurry up, climb and chase him down." The guy obeyed, but before he could even make a move, Hondu looked up and froze. Wait. Huh. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the entire forest, slamming down with insane force. The shockwave rolled out like a tsunami of fire, roasting the guy before he could let out more than a pitiful scream. Oh my god, it was a chain reaction bomb after bomb raining down. Ha-Anon screamed, "Scatter, run for it," while Lai-Ha, that total troll, made a funny face as they fled, teasing, "Yeah, I planted that for you." The soldiers were freaking out, screaming, "This cursed rope ladder, spread out." The sky turned pink as Tegan watched the flashes in the distance, totally confused and getting a really bad feeling in his gut. What the heck is happening? How is this even possible? Why can't I reach your dad? Did we just get played? Is it really game over for us? Suddenly, weird noises echoed from deep in the woods, reaching Tegan near the exit. He thought, what is that? Our backup. Then a pair of shoes crunched onto the grass right in front of him. Tegan's eyes bugged out, his face a mask of Paul shock. He pointed a shaking finger, stammering, You are? It was Lai-Ha. The boy casually walked out, shielding his head with one hand. What's up? Why aren't you going in? Lai-Ha sighed, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Didn't you say you were going to get revenge? What are you scared of? Standing out here like a noob. Tegan was stunned, speechless, asking, So? You made it out? Lai-Ha shot back, Bro, you still don't get the meta, do you? Linda, hiding behind him, tried to mask his fear, shouting, Tim, are you just going to stand there and watch? Junax jumped in too, hyping it up. Yeah, teach him a lesson, wreck that jerk. Lai-Ha just laughed, amused, and raised his gun in a challenge. You want smoke? Come get it. I'll show you how one guy solos a lobby of 500 players. Tegan gulped hard, chest heaving as he tried to hide his trembling. He barked out an order, everyone, attack. But suddenly, Hannah stepped in, voice loud and clear. Hold it right there. She walked in calm as ever, standing between them, looking at Lai-Ha with a big grin. Awesome seeing you here. Lai-Ha was low-ganky surprised to see not just Hannah, but Sigmund or Sig, but to Common, Seth, there too. Whoa, how did you guys find this place? She replied. Heard some noise, thought we'd check it out. Didn't expect to run into you again. Sigmund or Sig, but to Common, Seth smiled, keeping it real. Let's catch up later. First, we gotta deal with this mob. Hannah pointed straight at Tegan, laying down the law. Our squad was outnumbered before, so we had to dip, but the tables have turned now. Sean looked at Min in a panic, whispering, What do we do now? The angry mob was closing in on Tegan. What are you looking at? Surrender, you scum. We've got the numbers now. Tegan clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Lai-Ha slowly raised the barrel of his flintlock, his voice cutting through the noise. All right then. The three of them stood united, cold gun barrels aimed right at Tegan. Lai-Ha decided to toy with him a bit. So, what's the play? You want to keep going or quit? Don't have all day, so don't make me repeat myself. His words made the guys shake with Paul rage. Meanwhile, behind a curtain, Ken looked at Chi suspiciously. So you're saying you've got full intel on Lai-Ha? She nodded confidently. Exactly. Everything has been prepped and ready to go. Suddenly, Wanj covered his mouth and whispered, Director, even for the best info brokers in Middle-earth, this is sus. It's way too fast. They're gonna charge a ridiculous price. Chloe was left speechless. Ken glanced down, thinking to himself, when a scroll filled with text rolled out in front of everyone. Wanja's jaw hit the floor, eyes popping out. Huh. This shows. A military map appeared right before the old man and the guy. Wanj couldn't help but shout, "That's the location of every single one of our branch HQs." She slowly explained, "I want to clear this up so there's no doubt we aren't the ones who gave this info to the Cloud Magician. It seemed like someone else was involved with a different info broker." Ken looked totally shocked. He asked, "And you still haven't tracked the source?" She kept her voice flat. "We're having some trouble tracing it. We suspect the source might be an NPC, not an actual player." She then dropped the deal. "I want to wrap this meeting up. If you agree to put a hit on Lai Ha, we'll do it for 1,000 gold." Meanwhile, back at the battle, the sky was glowing orange-pink, and the tension between the two sides was off the charts. Taigen gritted his teeth and finally said, We're retreating." His soldiers couldn't believe their ears. Linda even yelled out, "Guild Tim." Tears of frustration streamed down his face, even though Tegan tried to hold them back. "We lost." Linda shook, clenching his fist, ready to say something, but Lai Ha cut him off instantly. "Save it." His eyes were laser-focused, gun still raised. "I'm not nice enough to let people who talk trash like that just walk away." Linda ground his teeth, shaking with suppressed rage and pain. Taigen turned to his crew, voice low and defeated. "Everyone, time to log out." He clenched his fist in agony. Immediately, a blue light enveloped the entire group. They started fading away right in front of Tegan, who was too stunned to speak. He looked absolutely crushed as he slowly turned around. Finally, he pressed the log out button floating on his system interface. Tegan vanished into thin air while Lai Ha's squad watched. Seeing the system message, "Player is currently offline," Jan was shook. They actually disappeared. He looked confused, unable to believe the outcome, and told Joe Jam, "Those Sin Sun jerks, they all bailed." Instantly, the roar of victory erupted from the army. "We won. Yeah, we won." They all screamed and rushed toward Lai Ha, chanting "Cloud Magician," leaving him totally confused. Cloud Magician?" The crowd swarmed him, trying to touch him, shouting, "The Sunset Lawner destroyed the Sin Sun Guild. You're so handsome. I love you. Hooray." Unfortunately, no matter how much Lai Ha shouted, he couldn't stop the hype train. "Stop. Let me down. Ouch. That gun stock is digging into my back." Just as he was about to take a breather, someone popped up and asked, "Your player name is Lai Ha, right?" He answered, suspicious. "Yeah." Seeing this, Naj's face lit up with Paul fanboy joy. "I want to add you to my friends list." Suddenly, everyone was smashing the add friend button and spamming questions. "What you did was impossible, bro. How did you solo the Sin Sun Guild? What's that weapon? How were you sniping from so far away?" "I saw it on the stream." Drowning in a sea of fans, Lai Ha cried out, "Wait a sec." Luckily, Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, rushed in to save him from the mob. He grabbed Lai Ha, dragging him away while yelling, "I'm using mass teleport." Lai Ha was stunned, asking, "Mass what now?" Instead of explaining Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, just acted. He crushed a weapon item and declared, "All right, we're out of here." Instantly, a blue light wrapped around the three of them, and they zoomed off into nothingness. The crowd chasing them stopped, eyes wide, searching. Huh. Where'd he go? The teleport light dropped the three of them at a house in the mountains, while Liha was still processing Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth, grabbed Hannah's hand and asked, "You good?" She teared up, replying, That was insane. It was totally chaotic." Liha looked shocked, wondering to himself, "Wait, where is this? A house." Suddenly, Sigmund or Sig, but to common. Seth turned to check on him. "You okay?" "Liha," he replied. "Oh, yeah. Thanks for the save." "I didn't think they'd get that hyped." Sigmund, or Sig, but to common. Seth laughed, surprised. "Why wouldn't they? You're basically their hero now." "Yo, welcome back, fam." So, even though nobody knows his real name, literally everyone in Middle-earth knows about the Cloud Magician. But Liha? He's just scratching his head, looking at the camera like, "I still don't get this nickname, guys." Hannah, meanwhile, is having flashbacks to the crowd going absolutely feral. She gives him this look like, "Are you serious right now?" She goes, "Dude, you really don't know." Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth said every time you ambushed the Rising Sun Guild, all anyone saw was smoke from miles away. That's why they call you the Cloud Magician. It's iconic. Hearing that, Liha turns bright red. "Really? That is actually so cringe." He scratches his head again, trying to change the subject. "By the way, What's the deal with you two? Are you dating or what? And where exactly are we? Hannah gets all shy and smiles. Oh, us? Nah, nothing like that. It's just, like, a secret alliance vibe, you know. Even the merchant bursts out laughing in the background. She's right, chat. It's definitely not what you're thinking. Lee Ha raises his hand to wave it off, but she points straight at his flintlock. Hey, before we move on, do you mind if I check that out? That weapon looks insane, doesn't it have a range of over 100 meters? Lee Ha hands it over without a second thought, total rookie mistake. Oh, this old thing? Sure. But inside, his brain is racing. Okay, so I escaped that mosh pit, but what is my next move here? Maybe I should head to the capital? Being famous is such a headache. Suddenly, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, goes full villain mode. He lifts the sword, eyes glowing with bad intentions, and announces he's about to destroy the weapon. The tension is real, guys. Lee Ha is still clueless, thinking to himself, maybe I need to wear a mask for a while to avoid the paparazzi. Suddenly, his spidey sense tingles. He whips his head around just as a loud times, snap times echoes in his brain. Because right at that moment, the flintlock gets sliced in half. In a split second, Hannah snags the barrel mid-air and tosses it to Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth. He catches it with the creepiest grin I've ever seen. Then Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth acts all cool about it. Weird, it didn't break in one hit. Guess my skill level is too low. Hannah is hyped, shouting, at least we secured the loot. They completely ignore Lee Ha, whose jaw is practically on the floor. Finally, Lee Ha snaps out of it, staring at Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth's murderous vibe. He stammers, yo, what is going on here? He looks between Hannah and Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, totally confused and asking for an explanation. What does this mean? His face gets super serious. If this is a prank for the views, it's not funny. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, just sneers, full of disrespect. Like I care what you think? You're a nobody without that gun. Lee Ha connects the dots. Wait, are you guys with the Rising Sun clan? Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth laughs at Hannah. Hear that? He's asking who we work for. Can you believe this guy? Hannah leans on her chin, totally relaxed. Yep, not his business since he's about to be deleted anyway. Then she turns back. Hey, what did Mom say earlier? Besides the start part, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth raises an eyebrow, looking confident. I told her we bagged him. She said to wait. The big boss is on the way. The guy got wrecked pretty hard, so naturally, he wants some payback. That works out better for us. Since it's Lee Ha, Mom said we get a 20% bonus. Hannah lights up like it's Christmas. For real, she raises her sword, ready to strike. Basically, the cold steel presses against Lee Ha's neck. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth growls. Just shut your mouth. Got it. Lee Ha stays calm, thinking, who is this mom person they keep talking about? Since when were they tracking me? He thinks back to when Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth and Hannah were acting all nice. He realizes their first meeting was way back at level 26 at Mount C. Was running into them just bad luck? Or was this mom plotting this the whole time? What is her actual endgame here? Drop your theories in the comments, guys. He shakes his head. No, stop overthinking. Priority 1 is escape, not gathering intel. He reaches for his system menu, but Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth locks onto him instantly. You think you're fast? You're gonna pull a bomb before I slice your neck? Try it. We can end you right here, no problem. Lee Ha grinds his teeth, absolutely furious. Sweat drips down his face. You guys are gonna. Suddenly, the door flies open like it was scripted. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, smirks and relaxes. Well, look who it is, Ken. The old guy walks in and Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth greets him immediately. Hello, the old man looks around suspiciously. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, introduces him. This is Shinobi Matsuage. Mom sent him to handle things. Lee Ha frowns, recognizing the situation. So, you're Ken? The old man stares him down with a nasty grin. Ha Lee Ha, he says, acknowledging his enemy like a classic villain. That's right. If a little pest like you keeps hiding, it becomes annoying to hunt you down. One nods in agreement. True that, manager. But he's toast now. Lee Ha starts running scenarios in his head. Should I drop a bomb after putting up a force field? It buys time, but my weapon is busted. The old man's voice snaps him back to reality. Thinking won't save you. I'm inviting you to join the Rising Sun Guild. Hannah and Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, drop their jaws in shock. Lee Ha's eyes go wide. Excuse me, what? Even Juan is confused, scratching his head. Manager, what do we get from a scrub like him? Ken replies, His win record. Juan's jaw hits the floor. Planning manager, do you seriously not know how to exploit this rat? Lee Ha's eyes go dark, but the old man keeps going. Lee Ha, you don't get it. I'm saying you'll be the rising sun's loyal dog. Ken's tone is full of mockery. Lee Ha stays silent for a beat, face unreadable. Then he snaps, don't play with me, you psycho. Juan rages, shut your mouth. But Ken raises a hand. Chill. He speaks calmly. Think about it, Lee. Don't waste your talent. You could make at least 10,000 gold a year. And it's totally safe. Lee Ha repeats it mentally. 10,000 gold. He visualizes that massive pile of cash, stacks of glittering gold filling the entire room. He thinks about the real world. If he's not lying, I could pay for my leg surgery in just 2 years. But then, a dangerous smile creeps onto his face. Lee Ha scratches his nose, acting shy. Wow, so I've become enough of a threat to get an offer like that? Juan is so mad a vein pops in his forehead. What? Lee Ha lights the fuse. Interesting. Judging by that desperate offer, Rising Sun must be about to collapse, huh? So yeah, go to hell. Ken and Juan freeze. You guys really should have kept your guard up. Instantly, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth throws up a shield for him and Hannah. In a tiny room like this, boom, a massive explosion rocks the place, followed by ear-splitting screams. Lee Ha dives out of the blast zone, escaping the thick smoke alone. He hits the ground, tucking into a ball to dodge flying debris. He clutches the broken half of his musket. He sprints away, yelling for his mount. Gripping the broken barrel, he grinds his teeth. That bastard. I have so much to do. How am I supposed to fight without a gun? Suddenly, Ken's voice booms like thunder. Get him. The mob chases after him, and Lee Ha is beyond frustrated. Damn it. How are they reacting so fast after eating a bomb in a collapsing building? Ken barks, stop him, planning manager. Juan responds, on it. He casts a spell and shouts, slow. Instantly, magical chains wrap around Lee Ha. He roars internally, this sucks. The system pings. You have been affected by the debuff. Slow. Movement speed reduced by 50% for 1 minute. Ken charges a punch, voice dripping with threat. You rejected my generous offer. His eyes are murderous, power gathering in his fist. Now, I take revenge for my guild. Destruction Fist. A swirling vortex of magic blasts toward Lee Ha. Ken screams, die, but Lee Ha just smiles. Perfect. No witnesses. He triggers Spirit Link. A blinding light flashes. Ken, facing him head-on, blinks in confusion. What is that light? From the spot the old man is flying toward, the ground shakes violently, like a monster is about to erupt from the earth. What happens next? Smash that like button if you want to see part 2. The system ping a massive alert Soul Link activated. For 30 minutes, the new recruit gets a legendary summon ability. A giant claw ripped through the earth, and boom, Kurt appeared in full form. Then came a roar so loud, it literally created shockwaves. Ken had to nope out of there, sliding back hundreds of yards and carving a deep trench in the ground. He gasped, totally shook by the ghost bear's power. Opposite him, the beast growled, smoke pouring from its mouth like a chimney. Honestly, even Lee Ha didn't expect this kind of firepower. He stammered, calling out to it. Looking at the monster, which was totally different from the cute cheese stick version from before, Lee Ha couldn't believe his eyes and let out a cheer. The squad standing in front of Kurt started freaking out. Flame Tiger, Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, was sweating buckets, looking terrified. He asked, totally confused, how did a legendary Flame Tiger just spawn out of nowhere? But then the beast turned to Lee Ha, acting all babyish with watery eyes and a pink nose. Seeing this, Lee Ha's eyes popped open in pall surprise. Suddenly, Kurt tackled him with an excited lick to the face. Lee Ha busted out laughing, rubbing the beast's head. Yeah, great to see you too, buddy. Kurt nuzzled into his hand happily. But inside, Lee Ha was frowning, calculating the stats. Asterisk. I knew he'd reach a high level, but I never thought he'd evolve into a flame tiger. Asterisk. He turned to the enemy mob and announced, all right, let's pause our little reunion and get back to business. Instantly, Kurt switched to battle mode, a raspy growl vibrating in his throat. Lee Ha waved his hand coldly, wiped them all out. The beast let out a scream that sounded like it was ripping the fabric of reality apart. System alert. War cry activated. Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth and Hannah were stumbling, the wind pressure so intense they couldn't even stand. Sigmund, or Sig, but to common, Seth, had to raise his shield just to keep from getting blown away. Wani was flexing hard, trying to tank the pressure, but his whole body was shaking. He gritted his teeth in panic, eyes wide with stress. The system kept spamming red warnings. You are inflicted with the fear effect. Movement disabled for 3 minutes. Total HP and stamina reduced. One guy couldn't take it anymore and collapsed onto the ground. Ken was gasping for air, shaking like he was about to crash. Impossible. You can't summon a boss monster unless you're a tamer class. Lee Ha looked at him and laughed. Bro, what are you saying? Don't you know I'm a musketeer? But inside, he was relieved. Asterisk. Phew, luckily they didn't hear the skill name. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Kurt was growling, ready to pounce. A stat window popped up with the details. Companion, summon duration, 30 minutes. Current level, 66. Added half of summoner's stats. Current companion level, 112. Kurt was raging, eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Lee Ha ran the numbers, asterisk, I'm level 92, but Kurt is boosted to 112, asterisk. In the back, Sigmund or Sig, but to common, Seth was losing it. This is insane. Agonia bears cap at level 60. How is this happening? Cleanse the debuff, hurry. Hannah was useless. I can't. I've got the fear status too, and the duration is way longer than normal. She clenched her fists, thinking, asterisk. Fighting against the Dawn Guild was definitely the right call. We're doomed, asterisk. Suddenly, Hannah stepped forward, terrified. She clasped her hands, forcing a fake smile. Mr. Lee Ha, we aren't with the Dawn Guild. It was strictly business, just a job. Please, can you spare us? Lee Ha cut her off, shouting, shut it. You two are the biggest threats here. He smiled coldly and gave the order. Kurt, take those two out first. The beast roared, acknowledging the command. Sigmund or Sig, but to common. Seth's face went ghost white, trembling as he stammered. Get away. Scram. Hannah just screamed and cried helplessly. Lee Ha, you scumbag. Lee Ha turned his back, totally unbothered. A massive explosion rocked the background, followed by a final scream. Ken dropped to his knees, staring blankly at nothing. Lee Ha spoke up. I think we need to have a little chat. The old man started sweating bullets. A bit later, Ken looked rough, bruised, and swollen. Lee Ha started the interrogation. Where are you from? The old man mumbled, look, unfortunately, we can't disclose the name. Lee Ha gripped the flintlock resting on his shoulder. Oh, is your brain clogged? Need me to clear it for you? Ken covered his face in fear. I'm sorry. The guild's name is Shinobi Gumi. I'm not sure about their specific criteria, but they scout players across different levels. They track targets, gather intel through spying, and sell the info to the highest bidder. Lee Ha rubbed his chin, thinking, Shinobi Gumi. And the boss is Okasan or something, so, let me guess. I'm the target they're scouting? The old man nodded obediently. That's right. Kurt was happily clinging to Lee Ha's leg like a giant plushie. Lee Ha put his hands on his hips. Asterisk, 20 minutes left. This is the most intel I've gotten on Shinobi Gumi so far. He switched to his serious voice. Ken. The old man yelped. Yes. Lee Ha asked. So, what's the plan for your guild? The old man whispered, I don't know what you mean. Looking down at the pathetic figure kneeling in the dirt, Lee Ha explained calmly. Things have gone this far. You're disbanding the guild, right? Even if you don't delete it, don't you realize it's over? One way or another. I'm pretty sure the news that I soloed 500 of your goons is already trending right now. The old man sweated, eyes darting around nervously. Yeah. Probably. Lee Ha's gaze hardened. The rage flared up again. He raised his gun, screaming like a maniac. Because of you, my rifle got trashed. You're gonna pay for that. Ken shook, begging. Please, chill out. We'll compensate you. I promise. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. A fist smashed directly into Ken's face, making him cough blood. Lee Ha shouted, I don't need a beating like that to make a point. The brutality made the old man hate him even more. Asterisk. This guy is a psycho. I'll make him pay for this humiliation. Asterisk. Ken clasped his hands together. Please stop. I'll do it. I'll disband the Dawn Guild immediately. Smoke still rising from the gun, Lee Ha mocked him. Ha, now you'll do it? Disbanding is just the start, buddy. What about paying for your mistakes? Lee Ha rubbed his fingers together, the universal sign for cash. The old man blushed, awkward. You mean? Yup. Pay up. A minute later, Lee Ha and Ken were signing a contract for reparations to the exploited players. Low and mid-tier players exploited by Dawn will be fully refunded in gold or items. If the recipient can't be found, assets transfer to Lee Ha and the Guild War victor. You're giving everything back to the lower-level players you scammed. Ken and Wani dropped their jaws, screaming. Say what? Lee Ha snapped. Huh? What's with the attitude? He started smacking them with his gun. How dare you answer my order with a question? You want to get deleted right now. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. I will drug you and torture you until you break. Just sign it. The contract glowed, confirmed again. Lee Ha nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Holding the paper like a trophy, he calculated the profits. Asterisk Dawn is officially history. Asterisk, the two beaten guys knelt at his feet, groaning. Bro, how many times are you going to read that thing? Suddenly times boom. Asterisk, fireworks lit up the sky. Kurt looked up, curious. Doomy appeared with a bright smile. Guild War, Dawn versus Sunset is officially over. Winner, Sunset Guild. The fire user duo watched the show in awe. System notifications went wild. Congratulations to the Sunset Guild. Over in the corner, Kia's eyes were sparkling as she watched the light show. Ken was digging his fingers into the dirt, veins popping with rage. Lee Ha gave him a weird look. The old man swore internally, Asterisk, I will make you pay for this. Lee Ha, just you wait. Asterisk. Lee Ha casually turned to Wani, making him jump. Hey, you. You're the script director guy, right? Wani sweated. Yes? Lee Ha smirked. You're planning to make a new guild anyway, aren't you? Why don't you build a new guild for that idiot over there? Wani looked lost. Huh? I don't get it. Lee Ha explained slowly. Look, eventually someone is going to create another toxic guild just like Dawn. But do you really need to be Ken's lackey forever? Dawn is broke now. The old man turned pale, speechless. Wani cracked a creepy, twisted smile and limped to his feet. Ken was totally losing it, threatening everyone like a sore loser. You wrote the script, but you're gonna regret crossing me. The other guy just smirked, looking at him with Paul disgust. You scrub. Why would I ever work for a loser like you? Pathetic. A massive aura of rage surrounded Wanj. He turned his back, dropping one final line, I'm starting my own guild. Peace. The old man sat there, cursing up a storm. Then, Ken rage quit, vanishing in a flash of blue light, leaving only his screams echoing behind. No shot. Lai Ha stood there in silence, soaking it in. His pet, Cheese Stick, hugged his leg, looking all happy but confused. The little guy didn't get what was happening until Lai Ha scooped him up. The silence was deafening until the pet let out a squeak. Suddenly, Lai Ha bent over, shaking, then burst out laughing like a maniac, tossing Cheese Stick in the air. We caught the dub, baby. We won. Even the pet got caught up in the hype, giggling along. Meanwhile, way across the map in the middle of a dark Texas night, the sound of gunfire was popping off at a shooting range. The noise was intense enough to shake your bones. But this young employee, looking like a total part-timer, was zoning out hard. It turned out to be a misunderstanding when Folias walked up, acting suspicious. Yo, what are you staring at? With eyes glued to the screen, looking super alert, Sam just mumbled. Just a video game. The boss leaned in for a closer look, totally bewildered, and had to double-check. You're telling me this is just a game? The scene on the screen showed the exact moment Lai Ha pulled the trigger. Just a quick glance was enough for Folias to spot it. Whoa, hold up. A musket? That's a musket, right? Sam confirmed it instantly. You know it. When the video showed Lai Ha landing the critical hit on Dylan, the boss couldn't help but gasp. Not bad at all. That kid's got some skills. But to Sam's sharp eyes, it wasn't enough to impress him. His accuracy is cracked, sure, but his reload speed, way too slow. Right then, the 9:30 alarm started blasting. Sam cut the chatter immediately, keeping it cool. Shifts over, boss. Folias couldn't help but be impressed by his punctuality. Clockwork, as always. Hey, mind sticking around for another 30 minutes? Sam saw an opening instantly. Only if I get time and a half for overtime. Denied immediately. Keep dreaming. Even if I paid you, you'd just doze off. Go home and get some sleep. Sam was used to the roast. Catch you tomorrow. Folias knew his attitude all too well. He shrugged, sighing as he watched him leave. Nice rain out there. His revolver gleamed under the moonlight, and the boss's final words hinted at a hidden past. Meanwhile, over in Hong Kong, the Lin sisters were deep in the tech grind. They were both locked in, ignoring each other, eyes glued to their screens like magnets. Suddenly, the younger sister, Emily, saw something and yelped. Huh. It clearly had to do with Emily, so she called out, Sis, look at this. But the older sister just ignored her. Go to bed, Emily. That's why you're a shorty, you never sleep early. She knew exactly what trigger word would get her sister's attention, so she dropped the bomb. It's about Michael. That did it. Emily panicked, jumped up, and frantically asked, What? What is it? Hoadin was usually quiet, but this was big. Rising Sun 1. That was enough info for Emily to rush over, shoving her sister aside. Move over. Don't tell me it's actually Michael in this viral clip. The magician of the clouds is Michael, Emily confirmed. Yup. Then she started breaking down the news she found. The Rising Sun Guild leader, Michael, posted on the main page. Title, This is a genocide. Emily's hand froze on the mouse as she processed the shock. Genocide? The scene on the screen was so gruesome that Emily looked like she was going to be sick. Watching Lai Ha move so freely on screen, words got stuck in her throat. She could barely speak. He's actually. Finally, she managed to say what everyone was thinking. Wow, that is savage. She couldn't believe how many times he'd survive on his own. When she saw the official kill count against Rising Sun, she literally jumped. 500 people. He's leveled up so fast. At this speed. Am I seeing this right? Thoughts started flooding her brain. It's not like I haven't thought about recruiting Michael before. Flashbacks of her sisters getting wrecked by their enemies popped up. Since that day, the Red Flower Guild had been totally suppressed by the Star Force. He wasn't strong enough back then, so I skipped him. But what if Michael joined our squad now? While Emily was lost in thought, Emily bit her lip, wanting to say something. Suddenly, she clamped her legs together shyly, hugging herself like she needed a confidence boost. Knowing exactly what her sister was thinking, Emily spoke up, looking a little embarrassed but selfish. I'm okay with that, sis. Emily glanced over. Oh my god. Just by looking at her, she knew. She pointed it out, teasingly. Looks like little Emily has a crush. The poor girl was teased so hard she couldn't even look up. I don't mean it like that, but that reaction told Emily everything she needed to know. Anyway, if Emily is down, then Michael would be a solid teammate. A smirk appeared on her face, arrogant and shocked at the same time. Michael. With the confidence of the eldest Lin daughter, Emily radiated boss energy, ready to take control. I'm definitely dragging him into our guild. Meanwhile, Lai Ha, the center of attention, was glowing blue as he teleported. In a split second, his feet hit solid ground. Before he could even catch his breath, a system notification popped up right in his face. Turns out, after that battle, he was instantly famous. Fan mail was flooding in. I love you. I want to join your guild. What was that item at 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the genocide video? Was it a bomb? I became a musketeer because of you. When the dust settled, Lai Ha got a notification. Asterisk, you have 873 unread messages. Asterisk, check your voicemail. He was stunned. What is this? 873 DMs? He figured it was coming after Ken's drama. Ugh, it's all from the Magician of the Clouds or Rising Sun fans. I'm too busy to drown in this 5 minutes of fame. My original plan was just to use the needle gun. Once I got the black bet, I was going to sell the needle gun off. That needle gun. This guild war. Looking at the economics, I definitely lost more than I gained. I invested about 50 gold and ended up with 30 silver. Of course, it wasn't all bad after Lai Ha's grind. His success was proven by a stack of achievements, plus 10 stats for destroying forces, plus 11 for hating criminals, plus 14 for the guild victory and wiping out Rising Sun members. Hype didn't even begin to cover how he was feeling right now. Cash isn't everything in this game. I bagged 35 stat points from these achievements, and it doesn't stop there. He unlocked the representative of the battlefield title. People were praising him for showing a demon's face to enemies and an angel's back to allies. Boom, another 16 stat points. The joy was written all over his face. This is the first time I've ever scored an A- achievement. Got it for defeating over 500 enemies in one battle without logging out. I see it now. My name is on the Hall of Fame. Thinking back to the TI Canyon incident, one of the 3 names in the Hall of Fame had to be Aaron. But not wanting to overthink it, Lai Ha decided on the next move, pumping up those attributes. Alright fam, check this out. We're dumping 20 points straight into intelligence and yeeting the rest into agility. Watching those stats fly up? Oh man, try wiping this grin off my face impossible. Okay, so I'm only level 92, but look at these stats. I'm absolutely buzzing right now. Am I like a genius or what? Feeling like I could rival the top-tier legends of Middle-earth with this build. After hyping himself up, Lee Ha gives his cape a dramatic swoosh. Gotta have that main character drip, right? Been a hot minute, he thinks. Time to crash the academy. With my stats looking this juicy, the headmaster's gotta have some fresh quests for me. Hope I don't shock the old guy too much. Walking in with max confidence, cause this place is basically my second crib. Yo, headmaster. But hold up. Before he even steps inside, something feels off. Major bad vibes incoming. Deep in the hallway, the tension is real. Leha's spidey senses are tingling so hard he whips out his needle gun. Is someone else in there besides the headmaster? And why do they sound like they got beef? How about we chat without pointing guns at each other? That'd be a miracle, a voice says. Then another voice chimes in, sounding all preachy and wise. Whoa, they haven't even introduced themselves. Leha grips his weapon tighter. Who is this guy? Doesn't sound like a mindless NPC, and he's actually chill with Brown. Then they start gossiping about our boy. The third guy seems smart. I wondered why he didn't visit sooner. Didn't think he'd pull that off by himself. Declaring war on a whole guild solo, that takes guts. Would be nice if you helped him with that info you gathered. Leha freezes. Wait a minute, are they spilling tea about times me asterisk? But the other guy shuts it down cold. Nah, ain't happening. One day, that kid's gonna be my rival. Hearing that, Lee Ha starts sweating bullets. Like, literal waterfall sweat. Rival? Who? Me. Who's got that kind of ego? Behind the door, Brown lets out a long, heavy sigh at the whole situation. You know that much, huh? You've been chatting with none other than the legend, Sleeping Kid. Brown continues. I don't need to hold his hand. Just dropping that name is enough help. Suddenly, a hand hits the door. The voice gets louder. Oh snap, he knows Lee Ha is lurking. This guy's got crazy musketeer instincts. He spotted Lee Ha's presence instantly. Lee Ha thought he was being sneaky, but Kid clocked him like it was nothing. Bam. The door flies open, startling Lee Ha so bad he's dripping sweat. His soul barely re-enters his body before he lets out a scream that could wake the dead. He jumps back so fast the floor literally starts smoking. What the heck? Brown finally notices his other student. Lee Ha? The poor guy is stuttering hard. Yo, hey Teach. Long time no see. He rubs his head, laughing awkwardly. I wasn't eavesdropping, swear. Just, passing by. Brown just stays cool. All right, I get it. Actually, props to you for hiding your presence that well. But Kid, he's staring at Lee Ha like he's trying to drill a hole through him with his eyes. Kid's eyes drop to the needle gun in Lee Ha's hand. Finally, a smirk creeps onto his face. The first emotion he's shown. He's more interesting than I thought, Kid drawls, emphasizing every word to Brown. See? That's why he doesn't need a babysitter. He's basically confirming his point. All right, catch you later. Brown doesn't say much else besides the usual advice. Come by more often, yeah? You know you two are the only ones I can talk to, Brown admits as Kid walks away. Then he turns to our boy. Anyway, Lee Ha, I've heard some spicy rumors about you. Lee Ha tries to laugh it off. Haha, oh that? Nah, it's nothing, sir. But Brown ain't buying it. Really, nothing. Brown doesn't press it though. So, what brings you here today? Lee Ha remembers why he came. Right, I wanted to see if you've got any new training drills for me. Since Lee Ha is advancing, Brown gets straight to the point. Did you decide to take Elizabeth's test yet? Lee Ha waves it off, too much work right now. Nah, not yet. Then he switches gears. By the way, who was that dude? Brown looks genuinely shook. Huh? You seriously don't know? He doesn't waste a second. Remember when you asked me about Sleeping Kid? Lee Ha's eyes go wide. Memory unlocked. He stares at the closed door, totally flabbergasted. Wait, that was Sleeping Kid? Lee Ha sprints after him, feet pounding the hard ground. Another musketeer. And he's tight with the commander? That means this guy is a pro. He's got way more experience points than me. When Lee Ha catches up, breathless and desperate to talk, he realizes. Kid was waiting for him, standing there looking all chill, like he predicted Lee Ha's every move. Lee Ha slows his roll and tries to act casual. Hi. I'm Lee Ha. Inside, he's thinking, was he actually waiting for me? This guy is quiet, like quieter than a mime. He just says one word about his name, Kid. Lee Ha freezes, staring at this fellow musketeer. Bathed in the sunset glow, Kid looks like a lonely drifter, straight out of a western. Dude looks like he walked off a movie set. Full cowboy aesthetic. Lee Ha's brain is spiraling. Why is Nora looking for this guy? Is he her boyfriend? He shakes his head. Nah, the vibe is wrong. Realizing he's been staring too long, he snaps out of it. Sorry about eavesdropping back there. We don't get many guests at the academy, Kid says, totally unbothered. It's cool. Awkward silence ensues. Crickets. Lee Ha tries to break the ice with the burning question. So, you're a musketeer, right? About what you said earlier. Mind if I ask what you meant? Kid stays silent for a sec, then drops a truth bomb on Lee Ha's current status. Looks like you haven't cleared Elizabeth's test. And your level? Around 100? That's way too low. Lee Ha is stunned. Excuse me. Kid doesn't hold back. He repeats it slowly. Your level is too low. He sighs, sounding bored but cutting deep. You need to grind more. Lee Ha is fuming now. What is this? The disrespect. Is he trolling me? But Kid isn't joking. He ignores Lee Ha's feelings and twists the knife. With your current skills, you can't even touch us. Lee Ha's face is twitching. He's about to explode but forces himself to stay calm. Through gritted teeth, he mutters, excuse me. Why you gotta talk down to me like that without explaining anything? He can't help it anymore. Honestly, it's kinda ticking me off. But Kid just turns around and walks away. What the? Ghosting me mid-convo? Is he expecting me to follow? Lee Ha yells out, Hey, wait up. Lee Ha chases after him, practically glowing with rage. I don't know what your deal is. Are you even listening to me? He's shouting into the void. If you can hear me, say something, man. Suddenly, with zero warning, dude just roundhouse kicks the tree. I thought he was throwing shade at me, but nope, Sam just changed the channel on this conversation real quick. 13 leaves drop from that one kick. Seriously, his brain runs on such high-speed Wi-Fi that I'm lagging behind with a loading circle over my head. He looks totally chill and goes, "That was my test." Just a few words, but they successfully pushed my rage button. I'm done being patient. I'm basically a volcano right now. Okay, cool. But do you even know how to talk like a normal human being? I'm ranting, but while I'm yelling at Sam, my brain finally finishes buffering. Wait, pause. Asterisk, my times test? My anger level drops from 100 to 0 instantly. Is this the big reveal? Are you finally admitting who you are? Yeah, maybe you should just call me Sam, the legendary speed gunner. Hearing that famous title, my eyes go wide like anime wide. If you're a musketeer at the academy, knowing about the owner of the commander's noble brown weapon is basic lore. Got it. So this guy is the heir to the commander's noble brown. That explains why their intimidating vibes match perfectly. It finally clicks what Sam was trying to say. His exam was to shoot this pile of leaves. He confirms it with a nod. Based on my mission, I make a guess, but I'm low-key stressing out. Is the distance measured in meters? Elizabeth made me snipe from practically a different zip code, but Sam's answer completely wrecks my expectations again. A little less than 2 meters. Being told to shoot from point-blank range, that's shocking enough to freeze a sniper like me, which Musketeer misses from 6 feet away. But the second that thought lands, a light bulb turns on. Wait, he has to shoot times, falling times leaves, right? The commander's noble brown is kinda trash stats-wise. The test must require hitting 2 leaves at once to earn that speed title. But he just admits it coldly, like it's not even his problem. Yeah, that's right. Then bam, he kicks the tree trunk again, startling me. Thanks to that violence, little green targets start floating down in slow motion while Sam counts them off in a flat voice. 13 falling leaves. He easily snatches 1 leaf out of the air and starts breaking down the specifics. The test required me to shoot all 13. He says it with a face so calm he might as well be saying the weather is nice. Once the rules sink in, my brain starts doing rapid-fire math. A leaf takes about 3 to 4 seconds to hit the ground. To hit all of them, you need to fire more than 3 shots per second. That's like 0.3 seconds per leaf. With a musket, that's physically impossible. My curiosity is taking over my entire system. I have to ask him, how did you pass that? It sounds impossible. And Sam, do you even have the gun? You're empty-handed right now. His eyes don't even twitch, totally unbothered. He doesn't even move his arm. I can't believe this guy is talking big game without a weapon in his hand. Since you got the speed title, that means you got the rapid-fire musket, right? Sam goes back to being a man of few words. Correct. That vague answer isn't enough to stop my questions. My eyes are basically glowing with curiosity. So why don't I see it? I know you can't stash a musket in your inventory slot. The inventory in Middle-earth is just a tiny window bag thing. That's why you can't store long items like spears or muskets in there. I'm explaining this with Paul logic, but Sam just responds with a heavy sigh. Finally, he speaks up about the unique item that belongs only to him. You probably already know the answer. You crafted bombs before, right? Think about it. He closes his eyes, looking slightly annoyed with every word. Besides, you used to own it. But honestly, this cryptic way of speaking is giving me a headache. I can't digest this info at all. Oh my god, can we just speak plain English? What did I own? I have zero clue what you mean. Facing my outburst, Sam stays calm. Just come here. 1 minute, he's moody, the next he's rushing me. I try to calm myself down. Fine. If you aren't going to answer that, at least answer this. I narrow my eyes, staring daggers at the guy in front of me. Under the poetic green leaves, my voice drops to a serious tone. Why are you helping me? And why in such a mysterious way? After a long pause where I thought he'd ghost me, Sam gets straight to the point. Because I need the power of Bullseye. And Lee-ha, you haven't unlocked it yet. Excuse me? In just a few words, Sam sums up his entire agenda. The piercing shot is strong. His blunt honesty is so confusing that I can't even stay mad. Looking at his awkward vibe, I can't help but sigh internally. Seriously, what is this dude saying? It's like he's living in his own private dimension. I wonder who piercing shot is. Then suddenly, it clicks. I clear my throat and speak up. Ahem. I think I figured you out, Sam. That surprises him enough to make him gasp. What? I point my finger right at him and drop the verdict. I roll my eyes and declare with total confidence, "You're a tsundere, aren't you?" I'm laughing so hard while saying it that tears are squeezing out of my eyes. You're doing this because you need my help, right? But you're too embarrassed to ask like a normal person. People call guys like you tsunderers. Unfortunately for Sam, he's from Texas, USA. The culture clash is real, and he looks totally lost. Tsundere? I have no idea what that means. I just let out a soft breath. It's fine if you don't get it. Anyway, cool. That's all you're going to tell me, right? Thanks to Sam's slightly painful help, I actually feel confident about getting the Black Bee weapon now. I got you. I'll pass this test as soon as possible. He actually cracks a smile at my arrogant declaration. I'll get that bullseye title, just watch. Sam actually surprises me here. Look at him, smiling without hiding it. I can't tell if he's childish or just trying to look cool. My eyes are still scanning my new Musketeer colleague. Yeah, he is definitely a tsundere. Well, time to wrap this scene up. Sam turns to walk away. He doesn't need to say goodbye. I get it. Yup. Catch you later, Sam. The moment I speak, he turns into a streak of blue light and vanishes, leaving me sighing in relief. What a weirdo. Definitely the strangest guy I've ever met. I'm exhausted. Back under the roof of the Brown Bee Academy, my voice echoes into the empty air. Was Sam's test really like that? Brown asks in a low voice. Yeah. He came back after 3 days. I told him about the exam, and his technique was flawless. I value those skills. What could I do when he performed like that? I had to give it to him. Now, I'm deep in thought with a serious face. How is that even possible? Even with my fast reload technique, it takes 25 seconds. Right then, Brown's voice cuts in. You want another cup of tea or coffee? I snap out of my zone. Oh, I'm good. I gotta bounce. Seeing his student walking away, Brown suddenly calls out, Lee Ha. I turn around, confused. Yeah? But Brown just drops a deep philosophical line on me. Stop thinking about everything so one-dimensionally. I never asked you a question expecting only one specific answer. Not even once. Surprised and hesitant, I raise an eyebrow. I understand. Even though I say that, as I walk through the capital city of A-Stock, my mind is full of questions. Don't think one-dimensionally. My head hurts. What does that even mean? The commander dropped a bomb. He actually used plural words for that musket. Loot was practically doing the lambada, dancing around the topic until I went full Super Saiyan. Like, are you guys trolling me right now? Seriously. Remembering their shady cryptic talk, Sam and Brown just clapped back. Bro, you used to own it. Stop being so narrow-minded. But their eyes were totally saying, gotcha. Why couldn't they just keep it 100 with me? And that kid dude? Total weirdo. What kind of loot did he score from the boss? He's never packing a musket. Does he stash it in his storage locker or something? I let out a massive sigh, scanning the area. Oh, being a musketeer without a piece is driving me nuts. Even a needle gun would do. Guess I gotta grind some XP and figure this out myself. Suddenly, my eyes bugged out. Bingo! I stared at the broken gun in my hand, literally snapped in half. It felt like the whole world just lagged and froze for a sec. Hold up. Flashbacks of that rising sun chase hit me hard. Wait, why was I keeping a whole musket in my inventory anyway? Time flew, but honestly, it didn't take long for the light bulb to go off. Sup, Rick? He hit me back with the energy. Yo, been a minute, hasn't it? Being a top-tier smith from A-Stock, he wiped the sweat off after finishing a batch. Woo. All right, what's the move? Need me to scope out your barrel? Nah, not that. I shouted over the heat. He looked patient but confused. Then what's up? I started sweating, forcing a cringe smile because this request was going to sound crazy. I'm here for this bad boy. Rick looked at it and practically screamed. Say what? Is that thing sawed off? You want this gun cut in half? He looked shook. Dude, I can't patch this up. Just cop a new one. But I shook my head. Actually, I want to try a little experiment. I started sketching a super abstract design right on the stone floor. Yo, Rick, can you mod the barrel like this? His eyes lit up. Oh, being a pro smith, he instantly got the vibe. You think this build is actually gonna work? Then came the million-dollar question. Can a gun even shoot like that? I hit him with that rock-solid confidence. It'll work. Trust me on this. Hearing the owner of the weapon so hyped got him fired up to try something fresh. Bet. Let's cook. Finally, the moment of truth arrived, and Rick sounded stoked. Thanks for holding. The upgraded weapon was now 40 centimeters long, with a trimmed, rounded grip that fit perfectly in one hand. It's a wrap. My face lit up like I just unboxed a legendary item. This is it. The solution. This sawed-off musket is compact enough to pocket, clip to my hip, or stash inside my gear. Rick was beaming, proud of his masterpiece. Does it pass the vibe check? I nodded. Absolutely. It's sick. But then, I paused, hesitating for a split second. But hey. He grunted, listening. Since I've handled tons of guns, I threw out a crazy idea. Is it doable? What if we add a spinning cylinder to the barrel? That totally caught him off guard. A cylinder? In this tiny slot? He inspected it, deep in thought. I don't think I have the tech for that. You want a revolver mechanism? I tried to hype him up. Come on, even a smith with your skills can't pull it off. Sadly, he just handed it back. Sorry, man. It's out of my league. Then, he dropped a major hint about another species in the biz, but a dwarf could do it. The image of those legendary craftsmen instantly popped into my head. Dwarves. They're the goats of blacksmithing. They craft rare magical weapons, and in this Middle-earth world, there's only one spot to find them. Taking Rick's advice, I dapped him up and split, heading straight for the next objective. Mount Adamia, way out on the western edge of the continent. The mountain range stretches from south to north. I stomped firmly on the hard ground, basically. I was officially outside the pupil borders now. Didn't take long to exit the massive city gates. After hiking a bit down the forest trail, I figured I was far enough. With this shorter barrel, reloading as a speedrun now only takes about 10 seconds. I weighed it in my hand, squinting down the sights. Felt light and snappy. Suddenly, a breeze knocked a leaf off a branch. My sniper instincts kicked in, locked on. I pulled the trigger, and blam, the shot echoed through the whole sky. But here's the glitch. The bullet tore through the air and completely whiffed the target before the leaf even hit the ground. For someone with my aimbot level accuracy, this was confusing as hell. Yo, what happened? Shorter barrel means nerf range. Gotta get closer. Analyzing the physics like a pro, I set up for round 2. Run it back. I fired another heavy shot, eyes laser focused. But the leaf just floated down gently, completely untouched. I was so shook, I almost fell over. Bro, I'm standing right here and I still missed? That's broken. I stopped counting steps and just walked up on it. I went from chill to panicked real quick. This close? Come on, hit it. I wasn't even joking anymore. I literally couldn't land a shot. Despair was starting to creep in. Finally, something changed on the last attempt. But the result was kinda mid. The leaf had a hole in it. But it was lying literally right at my feet. Tears were welling up, half pain, half joy. Haha. I finally chilled out and stared at this musket-turned pistol in my hand. The effective range is only 25 meters. Talk about a nerf. I knew sawing the barrel would lower the stats, but I didn't think it would be this trash. I can't main this pistol. If I want to snipe, I need a proper rifle. This new sidearm is strictly for close quarters self-defense. If anyone rushes me thinking I'm stuck with a long gun, I'll whip this out. Surprise! Kid probably ran a build like this too. He had 2 of them. Actually, no, that guy definitely packed at least 4 pistols. Based on my tests, with a setup like that, he could wipe a squad in 1 or 2 seconds flat. But wait, Kid didn't even carry a rifle. He only used pistols with that 25-meter range. Is that the Musketeer meta? I started wondering how Sleeping Kid handled long-range fights with that loadout. How did his matches even go down? Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Lai ha." It snapped me right out of my confusing train of thought. It was a familiar face, someone who backed me up during the Rising Sun raid. Wearing that signature shiny armor of the Pupil Knight Commander, there was no mistaking her. Sonara, she practically skipped over, radiating good vibes. OMG, when did you get to the capital? I told you to DM me when you arrived. Then it hit me. Oh, my bad. I totally forgot. I'm just here to grab some gear. She looked curious. Gear? Did you get a new weapon dropped? Speaking of, where's your rifle? I felt a little awkward mentioning my sawed-off project. I actually wrecked it during the fight with the Rising Sun Guild. She just went, "Oh, for real? Yo, I saw the tape. You absolutely wrecked that entire squad solo. Straight fire, fam. You're built different. No cap." Lee Ha's over here blushing like, "For real, haha." But wait, hold up. Nora hits him with that inventory flex. Yo, peep this. She pulls something out of the void, and the second that magic sword drops, Lee Ha is shook. He's looking at it like, wait, isn't that the rusty piece of junk from before? She's like, nah, seal broken. It's full OP mode now. Just a casual magic sword, you know? Lee Ha starts hyping her up immediately. Let's go. Congrats. But Nora gets all serious for a sec. Real talk though, I owe you big time for this. Lee Ha, you're the MVP. Our boy starts analyzing the stats in his head. That gear is essential for a warrior build. Does that mean she's stronger than a boss NPC now? Actually, she might be even more cracked than that. Just when you thought the convo was over, she drops a bomb. Oh right, she says, switching topics like it's nothing. So, about that trash guild you wiped. You keeping their spot or nah? Lee Ha remembers the Sunset Outlaws and is like, hard pass. Nora lights up instantly. Bet. Then how about joining the J-Crit Knights? We're recruiting. That hit him like a flashbang. Lee Ha literally jumps out of his skin. Excuse me. Nora doubles down, totally chill. The J-Crit Knights, I think you've got the skills to roll with us. She's all hype, pounding her chest like, do a few quests and you're in. I'll put in a good word. Trust. But Lee Ha just stands there buffering, completely lost in the sauce. J-Crit is S tier, top of the server stuff. He's imagining himself in that drip, shining armor, looking heroic. And she wants him times to join? But our MC has his own grind to focus on right now. Yo, appreciate the invite, seriously, but I'm riding solo for a bit. No guilds right now. Nora's bummed out immediately. Lame. Boring. Meanwhile, Lee-Ha's mind is already drifting to his new toy. I haven't even tested my pistol yet. Gotta see what this bad boy does in a real PvP match. Nora spots the piece on his hip and her mood flips. She's grinning ear to ear, seeing that gear. Oh, this. My rifle got bricked after I swept that guild, so. Then he drops the name Sam and the vibe changes instantly. Nora goes from chill to straight-up demon mode. The wind starts howling, it's a horror movie scene. That sweet girl vibe? Gone. Deleted. She looks like a raid boss about to team wipe. Gritting her teeth, she hisses. Did Sam give you that? Nobody runs that build except him. Lee-Ha panic waves his hands. Whoa, chill. I crafted this myself. That Sam dude just dropped some knowledge on me. That's it. But she locks in on the intel. Info? So you met him? Lee-Ha spills the beans fast. Yeah, just ran into him at the academy. Random encounter. Swear. The murder aura vanishes, replaced by Paul Salt. She clicks her tongue, super annoyed. Slippery little weasel got away again. Lee-Ha can't help himself, the tea is too hot. Yo, Nora, what's the beef between you two? You tweaked hard just now. She goes quiet for a beat, then drops the lore. It's ancient history, but I have a valid reason to hate that guy. I challenged Sleeping Kid to a 1v1 and got clapped. Lee-Ha is stunned. You lost. What? Like rock, paper, scissors? She doesn't even laugh at his bad joke. No. She keeps it 100. A real duel. PvP. And I took the L. Now Lee-Ha is serious. Wait, you actually lost a fight? He tries to cope for her. Must have been when you were a noob, right? Low-level days. Happens to everyone. No big deal. Nora's fist is shaking. Lee-Ha keeps digging the hole. Haha, yeah. I got beat by a rabbit once. Happens to the best of us. She shuts him down cold. Nope. I was already a ranker. It wasn't that long ago. Lee-Ha's brain completely fries. No shot. Sam is strong enough to beat a top-tier ranker like Sinara? She moves on. You know why his handle is Sleeping Kid, right? Lee-Ha shakes his head. No clue. She smirks. 'Cause the dude loves to nap. He literally sleeps inside the game. Lee-Ha is done. Who sleeps in a VRMMO? Confirmed weirdo. But Nora's eyes go distant, looking back at the memory. Back then, he looted a legendary item. The Rising Sun crew heard about it and tried to jump him for the loot. Lee-Ha sighs. Rising Sun? Those toxic griefers? Typical behavior for them. Nora nods. Yup. 30 of them rolled up on him while he was passed out cold in a tavern. Lee-Ha thinks, so he was a sitting duck, right? Easy target. There's no footage of it, she says, because the whole fight lasted less than a second. Lee-Ha's eyes pop out of his head. The wind blows for dramatic effect. Lee-Ha whispers, What went down? Nora drops the bomb. All 30 drop dead instantly. And Kid, still face down on the table. Upper body didn't even twitch. The only things that moved were his hands under the table. Lee-Ha is terrified. Nora keeps going with this horror story. Then he wakes up a bit later, stretches, looks at the bodies with zero emotion and asks, Yo, what happened here? Dead silence. Nora closes her eyes. And that is why they call him Sleeping Kid. Even when he's asleep, his aimbot is active. You can't dodge it. It's instant. Lee-Ha finally gets it. This dude is a monster. He wiped a raid party. While napping? That's illegal. He turns to Nora, totally confused. But Sam isn't even on the leaderboards. How is he that cracked? Nora schools him. Levels aren't everything in Middle-earth, rookie. Why do you think the game shows levels but hides the real stats? Lee-Ha's like, why? To set the table, she says darkly. It marks the rankers as prey. It turns high-level players into food for the real monsters. The outliers don't care about your level. They are the apex predators. She looks at him, surprised. I thought you knew how the streets worked, Lee-Ha. Lee-Ha is spinning. The game just changed. So grinding levels isn't the only way to get swole, mind, blown. Yo, check it. Snagging rare achievements unlocks stats way above your level cap. And guess what? No need to look far for a beast like that, 'cause you're looking right at him. I'm that guy. She looks away but keeps dropping knowledge bombs. Did you know you score a sick achievement for clapping a ranker? Like, if you take down someone in the top 100, the rewards are insane. That's exactly why Middle-earth doxes their locations. They want the casuals to feast on him. If a ranker gets hunted down, their level takes a massive nosedive. Finally, it all clicked for Lee-Ha. Big brain moment. I get it now. Since rankers get exposed during open events, Burning through resources is basically guaranteed. That explains why even when rankers loot OP gear, that stuff never hits the auction house. They don't sell their loot for cash. Lee Ha figured it all out in a split second thanks to Nora's pro-level breakdown. If they get tracked because they sold some old gear, their climbing days are over. By pushing for PvP like this, the devs keep the in-game economy balanced with real-world cash. You gotta respect the hustle from the devs. Google's game design is straight up savage. While Lee Ha was processing all that, Nora dropped another bomb. He's probably gonna be labeled an outsider too. You're gonna get flooded with guild invites soon, fam. So take my advice and think it over real carefully. Lee Ha's mood did a total 180, his face lighting up. And one of those invites is gonna be from the Holy Knights, right? Even she couldn't keep up this serious act anymore. Yup, for me, that's the best play. Anyway, all good chats gotta end. I gotta bounce. Don't forget to DM me next time. Lee Ha shouted. You got it. Later. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Middle-earth, yeah, definitely the same game. Someone was throwing shade, emphasizing every word. Don't make me repeat myself. It was Hayden, the Star Faction Guild leader. Get these ice shards out of my face. Standing opposite him, none other than Emily. Why don't you put your hand down first? You totally wrecked this meeting. It wasn't just him feeling the heat. She was getting pressed by Scott too. Yeah, that's right. The negotiation hit a dead end, tension so high it could snap a guitar string. Finally, Emily lost it. You call this a negotiation? That's a joke. Why are you always like this? Hayden just shrugged it off like a boss. You're the one talking. My bad. I guess foreigners just don't get my vibe, huh? Furious, she cut straight to the beef between their guilds. About the Dale Castle situation. This is the final offer, take it or leave it. No more excuses. He tapped his finger on the table. Cool as a cucumber. Final. Offer. Cool, but can you guys even survive that long? Emily grit her teeth, stunned. Excuse me? She glared daggers at him. Don't tell me you're starting a guild war. Hayden didn't back down. If you don't fold, we've got no choice. I ain't scared of 5-oo. You think we don't have rankers in Korea? She smirked, totally unimpressed. You planning to hire rankers? Must be nice having that much cash. He didn't even flinch at the shade. Not yet, but I can promise them a cut of the profits once we bag Dale Castle. Maybe shares, maybe 2 months of revenue. If we rake in 10 months of profit, that's a sweet deal. Realizing Hayden had made up his mind, she was shaking with rage. Fine. You want to play rough? Bring it on. Star Faction? I'm gonna make you bleed red. Dragon Knights, Lightning Guild, whatever. Bring the whole squad. I don't give a damn. A scepter slammed onto the stone floor with a heavy thud. A magic circle popped up just as Hayden threw up a very friendly international hand gesture. Good luck. As they warped out, the vice leader Emily whispered, Should I just delete him right now? Emily shook her head. Nah, Emily, you did good. We'll have plenty of chances to wreck him later. Talk about a fire and ice duo. She got it instantly. Holly ha, Emily confirmed without blinking. Yup. His profile was literally floating right in front of them. I'm planning to recruit some outsiders since rankers are too pricey. The countdown to the war between Star Faction and Red Rose, just 1 day left. Meanwhile, under the warm sun, total opposite of that toxic guild drama, Lee Ha was chilling and laughing with Billy. Billy handed him a heavy bag and thanked him profusely. Thanks a ton. Lee Ha replied, No, I should be thanking you. Whatever went down, it was a total win-win, and Lee Ha was hyped. So lucky. I'm officially a nouveau riche. Even after paying off the damages to the guild, I'm sitting on a mountain of cash 88 gold coins. This is way better than I expected. Plus, I snagged 100 gold just for selling the guild name Lawless Sunday. Look at that shine. Thinking back, Billy hit me up after seeing my video. Dude said he wants to be a movie star or something, which has zero to do with buying a guild name, but okay. His boots crunched on the stone path. I'm set for life. I'll just keep rocking this musket until I get my legit rewards from Elizabeth's quest. I'm gonna buy it. Meanwhile, at the press conference regarding the beef between Star Faction and Red Rose, the crowd was going wild with gossip. Finally, Hayden grabbed the mic. As you all know, he cranked his volume to the max, sounding absolutely furious. Red Rose rejected every single offer we made. The crowd erupted like a volcano. Are you kidding me? They turned down those terms? That's insane. They're blinded by greed. Told you not to trust those capitalists. Meanwhile, Scott stood silently in the back thinking, actually, we didn't offer them anything. Angry shouts filled the air. Hey, guild leader, what happens to the capital we poured into Dale Castle? How much are we down? 20,000? 21,000 gold? Hayden furrowed his brow, speaking slowly for effect. Excluding the 3 alliance guilds, we invested 21,850 gold coins. The crowd gasped at the massive number. One girl pleaded, "Leader, can we withdraw our money?" His voice cracked with fake pain. The investment in Dale Castle was classified as a donation, so withdrawals are impossible. Nobody wants to hurt the collective interest, right? That would be absurd. I dumped my life savings into that. That was my wedding fund. You promised a 30% annual return if I invested in Dale Castle. While the mob went crazy, two people stayed chill. Hayden let out a long sigh. In the end, it's always about the money. His buddy shrugged. Can't help it. We're founding members just like everyone else. Bam. Hayden slammed his scepter onto the stage. The deafening boom instantly silenced the crowd and all eyes snapped to him. Seeing the room quiet down, Hayden dropped the official announcement. That is why I'm telling you all this today. Gear up, everyone. We are going to war. Hin wasn't just yapping about plans, he was actually making moves to lock in an alliance. I've already hit up the leaders of the Dragon Knights and the Lightning Guild. Bottom line, we decided we aren't losing a single penny of our investment. When the crowd heard that, they basically panicked in unison. Guild war. Everyone's face went ghost pale, totally different vibe from the angry mob demanding refunds just a second ago. Oh my god, Red Flower might have a small roster, but the fear factor isn't about their numbers. It's about who they have. We're talking about their core members, Fire Fist and Flying Feather. That's a nightmare squad right there. But Hin kept his voice steady and cool, dropping the ultimatum. You guys can choose not to fight, he said, emphasizing the benefits like a pro orator. However, if you bail, your investment money isn't coming back. We invested as a team, and risks are just part of the game. But if you can survive this challenge, the prize waiting for us at the finish line is Dale Castle, a spot that's basically the city of gold. El Dorado. We can do this. We're going to catch this dub. We're going to stack our team with players who can actually throw hands with Fire Fist and Flying Feather. He boosted morale in one breath, even name-dropping famous rankers. For example, Shannara. The crowd lost it. That name is legendary, rank 6 in the world. Everyone in the audience was stunned, speechless, just hearing it. Shannara. If she's on board, everyone could literally see the victory within reach. But Hin wasn't done flexing yet. He kept the hype train rolling. One more thing. I'm thinking of drafting some high-tier Korean rankers. Forget rank 6. I'm shooting straight for the top. I'm talking about Ligen, rank 2 on the Middle-earth leaderboards. So Yi. That name terrified them more than anything. So Yi is the sword saint. Hin emphasized every syllable. And obviously, he wasn't just bluffing. We'll ask for their help and set the terms. It's going to be hype. We can do this. The complaints from a second ago were completely drowned out by the noise of Paul's excitement. Meanwhile, Tyler kept his eyes closed like none of this drama concerned him. But Key looked super confused. While watching the guild master pump up the crowd, he had a million questions racing through his mind. Bro, Hin never discussed this with us, Key whispered. Right then, Tyler threw out a doubt. You think that guy will actually come? Key knew exactly who he was talking about and laughed awkwardly. No way a rank 2 player like him helps out for a few spare coins. But their little sidebar conversation didn't matter. The crowd in front of them was already going absolutely feral with excitement. Honestly, Hin knew exactly how heavy his bold claims were. He was acting tough, but cold sweat was literally dripping down his forehead. After a moment of silence, he gathered all his resolve and spoke slowly. Before Key could figure anything out, Hin used his serious leader voice to give an order. Quiet down. Get Key up here. The chat moved on, leaving Key standing there, looking totally dumbfounded. Huh? You want me to recruit Lee Ha to the Starlight Guild? Hin didn't hesitate or look annoyed. He just doubled down on his request. Yeah. Real talk? I trust him more than any of those other famous rankers. If he joins our squad, it'll be a massive help. The way Hin said it, it was honestly kind of scary. Then he got real with Key. Actually, I've invited him plenty of times before. I laid out all the benefits the guild could offer. But since it came from me, he probably thought it was a scam or something. That surprised Key. Really? What did he say? Key flashed back to when they first met in-game. He remembered the exact words Lee Ha said, I'm not interested. He was a Logan-level noob back then, so maybe he just felt he wasn't worthy. Hearing the full story, Scott stood there rubbing his chin, looking like he was calculating some 4D chess moves. Finally, Scott joined the recruitment team and broke it down for him. We need his power, Key, whether it's a battle for survival or a guerrilla street fight in the city. If we have his sniping skills, our kill zone expands massively. He was really laying on the persuasion thick. His words were so solid and logical that Key had to pause and think. He mumbled, if Scott is being this upfront about it, then recruiting Lee Ha doesn't conflict with the upcoming event. So he agreed. All right, bet. I'll talk to him. That instantly earned him a smile from Hin that was brighter than the sun. Promise me. Before disappearing in a blue light, Key jokingly warned, just don't get your hopes up too high, okay? Lee Ha is logging out right now, so I'm gonna log out to catch him, in real life. As soon as Key's avatar vanished from Middle-earth, the vibe in the Starlight Guild turned dead silent. Scott, being Hin's right-hand man, knew what was up. Guildmaster, do you really want to go through with this plan? It wasn't clear what they were plotting, but Hin's long hair covered his face, hiding his expression. Yeah, it's the only way for both sides to survive. Meanwhile, the happy teenager logged off the game, completely clueless that he was just a pawn on Hin's chessboard. Even though I promised myself I'd do this, the coldness in Hin's voice was sharper than a late autumn wind. Key is going to sacrifice himself for us, for the Starlight Guild. Back in the cozy, sun-filled house, a familiar gentle voice called out, Lee Ha, I'm heading to work. Don't game too hard, okay? He grinned and replied with a cheeky tone, Got it, Mom. Don't worry. Once the door clicked shut, he let out a sigh of relief. He pictured a nice family dinner with his mom. I can use the money I earned to treat us to a huge feast. It's been forever since we did that. Remembering how happy she looked, he thought to himself, I'm just glad Mom is cheering up. Pushing the past aside, he leisurely turned his attention back to the main issue. The musket problem is solved, so I can't really ask for more. While typing away to look up info, Lee Ha weighed his options and mumbled to himself. Hunting trolls is inefficient. Does anyone know a good spot to farm field bosses for level 100? He was scrolling through the forums when a weird headline popped up and made him freeze. A massive data dump filled the screen. 12 hours until the war begins. Who will take the W? An analysis of Starlight versus Red Flower power levels. Lee Ha was shook. Starlight and Red Flower are about to throw hands? Reading the text, he got nervous. It says the battle starts tomorrow morning. That means war has definitely been declared. He kept scrolling through the explosive headlines. Exclusive trade rights. Wait, so the guild that wins takes control of Dale Castle. The winner gets total power over the castle. I heard they can even decide the type and quantity of goods sold. Reading that, Lee Ha gulped loud enough to hear. Dungeon gates too, so if they win, they control who enters the dungeons. Just collecting entrance fees would generate insane profits. No wonder Starlight and Red Flower are going crazy over this. It's just like when I fought the Doing Sun Guild people fighting over a whole castle. Suddenly, Lee Ha's phone started ringing off the hook. All his thoughts focused on the small screen. It was clearly his cousin. He picked up and cut him off immediately. Yo, Key, I heard about the guild war. Key sounded surprised and super hyped on the other end. You saw it? I was just going to tell you about that. Can you log in right now? Lee Ha just smiled and let out a sigh. All right, I was planning to log in anyway. Give me a sec. As soon as he loaded in, he saw Key sprinting towards him, shouting with excitement. Bro, good to see you. They high-fived. Whoa, did you change your gear? Key noticed and started fanboying. Yup, I'm about to join a war. Gotta look fresh, right? I couldn't swap my weapon because I'm broke, so I upgraded my armor instead. After chatting for a bit, Key noticed Lee Ha's gear. Oh snap, did you get a new weapon too? Lee Ha saw him eyeing the special musket and confirmed it. Oh yeah, just copped it. It's got a high skill ceiling, but it hits like a truck. The wind rustled the leaves as Key spoke up again. Hey, one more thing, bro. Yo, after hesitating for a sec, he finally popped the question. You sure you're not gonna roll with our crew, bro? Lee Ha pointed at himself, totally shook. Star Force, me? Seeing that reaction, Keith scratched his head, looking kinda awkward. My bad for bringing it up again. But Hugh was like, you gotta recruit him. Taking down that giant lion's son? That was legendary, man. Huge clout. He laughed nervously. Haha, wait, for real. Then he zoned out, deep in thought. So many players. His head was spinning as a familiar face popped up in his memory. Of all people, the enemy had to be Rose Flame. Memories of their first clash with the Lamb clan came flooding back. We didn't just beef in the starter village, we fought those sisters too. No way I'm doing that again. Just as he was spiraling, Keith cut in, all hyped up. Bro, are you absolutely positive you want to sit this one out? This time hits different. The guild leader specifically asked for you. He kept pushing. That excited laugh finally snapped Lee Ha out of his messy thoughts. So don't trip or feel bad about it, okay? He looked stuck, not knowing what to do. Man, how do I even say this? While they were chopping it up, a shadow lurked behind a nearby bush, watching from a distance. Seconds later, the creeper jumped out from their spot, instantly grabbing Keith and Lee Ha's attention. Lee Ha jumped out of his skin. He had zero clue anyone was there. Keith spun around fast, eyes locked on the intruder, tracking every move. He reacted instantly, his voice sharp and loud as he called out the mystery figure. Identify yourself. Immediately, Lee Ha and Keith teamed up, sprinting after the target. Hold up. The mystery runner's cape flapped in the wind, revealing the signature logo of the rival guild. Spotting that emblem, Keith's eyes went wide, and he couldn't hold back the rage. He screamed out with Paul Venom, Red Rose. Hearing that, Lee Ha followed behind, but suspicion started creeping in. Red Rose is tailing Keith. The guild war hasn't even kicked off yet. Connecting the dots, he realized what was up. Is Rose Flame already farming intel on us? That's wild. Clever girl. After chasing for a bit, they both gassed out, totally hopeless. Keith groaned, exhausted. Dang, he got away. Catching his breath, he turned to prove his point. See that? Those scumbags are stalking me. Rose Flame is actually scary. Lee Ha nodded. Yeah, I saw. Suddenly, Keith's face dropped, looking all sad as he brought it up again. But you're still not joining, huh? He answered fast, feeling awkward. Yeah. Then he tried to dodge it with a lame excuse. I just need some time to think it over. But Keith wasn't having it. What is there to think about? This is a golden ticket. Think about the clout, man. Joining Star Force means you get to be part of a massive war. It's legendary. Suddenly, Lee Ha put a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He looked serious. Keith, you can't just look at how epic the battle is. Thinking about the gains is cool, but you gotta think about what it's gonna cost you, too. Then he flashed a bright smile, driving the point home. I'm not just saying this for me. It's for you, Keith. After hearing that real talk, Keith stood there silent, totally shook, processing everything. A moment later, he spoke up, kinda shyly. Hee. Look at you acting all mature. Lee Ha rolled his eyes. You brat. I'm saying this cause I'm worried about you. Seeing his mind was made up, Keith didn't push it. All right, bet. I'll tell the guild leader. He nodded. Okay, but under his breath, he mumbled. Even if you don't join Star Force, I'm gonna. But Lee Ha didn't catch it. Huh? What'd you say? Lee Ha quickly switched topics, acting like nothing happened. Never mind. You're probably busy. Go ahead. Not wasting another second, Keith activated his boosters and rocketed away. "K, catch you later." As the kid flew off, Lee Ha stood there waving goodbye, making a silent pact as the image faded in his mind. I'm gonna protect you from that damn monster, Keith. A while later, a snail mob took a bullet and screeched in agony. Its body got peppered with invisible attacks from miles away. It was Lee Ha, lying in ambush, calmly looking down the scope. Took 2 shots to drop a level 100 snail, and I didn't even hit a crit. Checking the barrel, Lee Ha frowned slightly. This thing is tricky to aim because it's feather light. Aimed for the head and heart, but hit the shoulder and thigh. While he was calibrating, his pupils shrank. He sensed something was off. Without thinking, Lee Ha spun around with his upgraded needle gun. Who's there? A silhouette of a girl stepped out of the bushes, whistling impressed. Oh, what's this? New toy? Her eyes scanned Lee Ha's new gear, and she nodded. That definitely covers your melee weakness. Recognizing her, Lee Ha sighed in relief. Long time no see. You still have a habit of popping out of nowhere, huh? The Flame Sisters stepped out, waving. You didn't flinch? Looks like you knew we were coming. He spun his gun casually, not trying to flex or anything. But I knew if you saw my gameplay video, you'd try to exploit it for the war. You use every advantage you can get. Hearing that, Rose Flame skipped the small talk and went straight for the recruit. Is that so? Guess I don't need to explain then. Join Red Rose? Ha ha ha. We're gonna crush them. I guarantee it 100%. That confidence made Lee Ha pause for a second before repeating it. 100%. But that wasn't enough to convince him, so he flipped the question. What makes you so sure? I know you love pulling scams. Seeing her calmly smooth back her hair, Lee Ha got even more suspicious. But this is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Rose Flame smiled calmly, looking completely unbothered. You don't need 100 strategies just to win one battle. She slowly walked up to the guy who beat the lion, brushed past him, and whispered a riddle in his ear. The enemy is in the belly, a parasite. Then she turned her back and giggled, ignoring his reaction. Lee Ha's face turned red. Seems like Star Force is having trouble controlling their people. Someone's leaking info to us. Hearing that, Lee Ha frowned. A traitor? A mole? As he stood there thinking about Rose's words, the scene switched to the Star Force Alliance meeting. Keith had just arrived. Yo, guys, I'm back. Hugh looked at Keith with Paul disgust while the kid panted heavily. Phew, sorry, I'm a little late, guys. Suddenly, the guy launched a ball of light, making Keith flinch in confusion. The rest of the crew stepped out of the shadows. Keith, don't ever be late again. Keith looked embarrassed. Right, my bad. Hugh pointed at a chair nearby. Sit down, now. He put his hand on the chair but hesitated. I wanted to ask. Before he could finish, the whole squad radiated tension and hidden rage. Even the leader looked ticked off. Tyler's face was tight, looking like he just swallowed a lemon, which made Keith suspicious. What's up? Keith looked at Tyler, but the guy didn't give him a single friendly look. Keith was totally lost. Why is everyone acting weird? In that heavy silence, one of them finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Keith. The voice came out of nowhere, freezing him in place. Huh? Instantly, the light exploded into glowing chains, wrapping tight around Keith's body. He was doing. Keith couldn't move or fight back because of the trap status effect. He was confused as heck. Bro, this prank is going too far. But Hugh snapped back. A prank? You think this is a game? He snapped his fingers to summon something. After seeing this, tell me if you still think it's a joke, Keith. Keith still didn't get what they were doing. Huh? What? A live stream popped up showing Keith laughing it up with Lee Ha. Keith panicked and tried to explain. Wait, I was just chasing a stalker. But before he could finish, Sasuke cut him off, voice dripping with rage. A stalker? He pointed straight at the floating screen, gritting his teeth. You look pretty happy for someone chasing a stalker, don't you? Keith snapped back. It's not like that. He scanned their faces, then suddenly pointed out a glitch. Hold up, that person wasn't even there. In the blurry footage, a mysterious masked figure appeared. Keith realized immediately. That's edited. Someone doctored the footage. The whole squad was dragging him in the comments, totally furious. Nobody bought his story. Yo, you really think the guild master is blind and won't check the logs? Those words hit him like a truck. He just froze, jaw on the floor, glitching out completely. Desperate to stop the drama train from wrecking everything, he started pacing around. Super awkward. Okay, chill. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding is going on here, but if you have questions, just ask. I'll clear it up right now. AMA. The second he stopped talking, a deep voice cut through the noise, accompanied by heavy footsteps approaching the group. Facts. He has zero reason to snake us. He's clear. Hein stepped up, voice loud and aggressive, leaving no room for debate. You're a nice guy sacrificing for the Starlight Guild? Yeah, right. After a super awkward silence, he crossed his arms and spat out every word. You're doing all this for Lee Ha, aren't you? Caught in 4K. Hearing that name drop, Key's heart basically skipped a beat. Lee Ha, why are we bringing him into this mess? Feeling the walls closing in like he was being suffocated, Key started panicking, desperate for a way out. If you're talking about that photo, I can explain the context, but the guy didn't care. Just brushed him off coldly. Stop capping. Quit acting innocent. It's hard to believe you don't know. Hein brought up the Emily again. The rumor was that Lee Ha had someone carrying him from behind the scenes. Right at that moment, Key looked like he just took a critical hit, eyes wide, total shock. He started stuttering in a panic, sounding like he was on trial. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Lee Ha would never do something like that. Suddenly, asterisk Quam times his staff slammed into the floor, ringing out like a wake-up call for everyone. Seeing Key still trying to defend him, Hein practically screamed, Bro, we are literally in a war right now. Meanwhile, Scott just stood there with his eyes closed, away from keyboard, choosing to listen instead of jumping into the chat. You keep acting like a clown. The next second, Hein clenched his fist, veins popping, and roared so loud the whole room shook. Everyone in the Starlight Guild is going to get cooked because of this. Even at this point, Kay's brain was filled with doubt. But then, a flash of his cousin's innocent, happy face popped into his mind, and he just couldn't accept it. What could Lee Ha possibly have done? When Scott realized Key was just standing there silent, he decided to drop the receipts. Take a look at this. Once you see it, you'll know you've been played like a fiddle. Boom. The video of Lee Ha meeting with the Emily, which was still number 2 on trending, started playing. Before Key could process it, Hein kept applying pressure. You remember the incident with the Emily at Canal Castle, right? The quality was potatoes super low res, but the gamer tag in the video was definitely Lee Ha. It was obvious. A rookie musketeer soloing a battlefield boss, a single musketeer clapping 500 dudes from the Du Sin Hun Guild. Every word was like a dagger destroying Key's trust. You actually think that math adds up? Of course not. Musketeers are bottom-tier trash. 1 versus 500, get real. How can someone be gullible enough to think that's legit? But even with a million questions weighing him down, Key still held onto that last 1% of faith for his bro. Nah, no way. Lee Ha would never switch sides. At the same time, footsteps echoed, and a voice cut in, sharp and decisive. That's enough, guys. Hein snapped his head around, looking suspicious. Tyler? He rubbed his chin and dropped his suggestion slowly. Guild Master. No matter how sus it looks, I think we should let Key explain himself. Then he turned and looked Key dead in the eye, like he was placing a bet on him. Key. I don't think Lee Ha is a spy for the Lamb clan either, so please, go find me some proof. Hearing that, Key's face lit up, eyes watering with hope. Proof? Right. I just need to prove Lee Ha has zero connection to the Emily, and we're good, right? Hein stayed quiet, side-eyeing Scott, waiting to see if the boss would give the green light. And the moment Sasuke gave a firm nod, Tyler ripped the teleport scroll instantly. Bet. I'm taking that as a yes. Before the magic portal lit up the room, Key shouted out to Hein slowly. His eyes were wide, burning with determination. Just you wait. I'm gonna ask him everything. No secrets. As the light swallowed him up, he screamed it like a solemn vow. I'm gonna prove he's innocent. In a split second, both Tyler and Key vanished. And nobody noticed the creepy, evil smirk creeping onto Hein's face. All right, Key. But if you flop, you're taking the heat for all the damage your cousin caused the Starlight Guild. No cap. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Fire Guy froze. His sharp ears picked up a weird noise, and he spun around instantly. But all he saw were leaves rustling and the background noise of Lee Ha and Fire Girl chatting away. You're so stubborn. I think it's a pretty solid offer. Not many guys, asterisk, ahem, asterisk. Fire Girl realized she slipped up and quickly rebooted her sentence. I hope you know I don't give respect to just anyone. Not wanting to waste any more time, she pressured Lee Ha to make a choice. So, I'm asking one last time. You joining our squad or what? The heavy silence was broken by a rustling sound coming from the bushes. The sudden noise made Lee Ha spin around, looking super suspicious. Who's there? And the moment Key popped his head out of the bushes, his eyes went wide with confusion. Lee Ha, yo, what is going on here? Lee Ha froze up, body tense, like he was totally busted. Before he could even try to explain, Key hit him with a heartbroken question. Why do you know her? Immediately, Fire Girl screamed out in rage. Starlight Guild? Lee Ha started stuttering, trying to cling to any hope of salvaging this. Key, I can explain why I'm here right now. He reached out to say it was for their sake, but Fire Guy was already casting an ice spell. Sensing the danger incoming, Tyler shouted, Key, dodge it, move. Right after that, he rushed in, unsheathing his sword, which was buzzing with energy, and parried the massive ice blast with a clean swing. The whole scene exploded in a blinding flash, leaving everyone stunned. Key's eyes were shaking, tears ready to fall because the trust he held onto was shattering piece by piece. In the chaos, Lee Ha spun around and yelled desperately, Don't attack them. Fire Guy, stop right now. Then he whipped around to the other side, begging, Tyler, you two, please just chill. Finally, both sides paused, the trembling sword in the air going still. Using that brief pause, Lee Ha scrambled forward. But before he could catch a breath, Tyler pulled Key into the teleport light. Wow. Didn't think you were that kind of person. Guess I looked up to the wrong guy. Key, we're leaving. Key didn't say a word, ignoring the heartbroken call from behind. Wait, don't go. Lee Ha reached desperately toward the bright light, screaming his name one last time. Key. But no answer came back. He was left standing there, frozen like a statue, completely abandoned and hopeless. Key. The name got stuck in his throat. Lee Ha just gritted his teeth in frustration. Everything was crashing down in his head, his legs giving out. Damn it. Seriously, damn it. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I knew the Emily. Rookie mistake. He was still panting when footsteps crept up behind him. So, you know the knights from the Starlight Guild, huh? Lee Ha whipped his head around, eyes blazing with anger. Emily girl, he snarled furiously. Who fed you those lies earlier? Who was it? But she just tilted her head, acting confused. Who are you talking about? Seeing her act all innocent made Lee Ha explode. The parasite in the lion's belly, the traitor inside Starlight, remember saying that stuff? Yet Fire Girl just stood there, staring at him blankly without saying a word. That silence was like throwing gasoline on the fire, making Lee Ha rage even harder when she finally spoke in a cold tone. Why do I have to tell you? It's not my job, not my problem. Her indifferent words hit him harder than a slap in the face. He pulled out his gun and pointed it right at her head. Talk. Or I'm gonna start blasting. No mercy. But she didn't flinch, just stared calmly at his red, angry face. Bro, what do you think you're doing? That chill vibe was driving Lee Ha nuts. He roared, losing his cool. I can't let Key take the fall for this. Spit it out. Who's the rat? But Duyen just stood there, unbothered, like the whole thing was a joke. So what? Gonna blow my brains out if I don't talk? She crossed her arms, flexing that insane energy aura, and coldly reminded him exactly who she was. I'm the head honcho of the Red Rose Guild and the Forest Dragon leader's eldest daughter. You really gonna smoke me over some lil bro from Star Power? That kid ain't even like you. Lee Ha didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth, zero chill. If you're capping, don't blame me for what happens next. He was dead serious about the path he chose, his anger turning into Paul focus. Answer me. Key means everything to me. Facing that heat, Duyen spun around and dropped a vague reply. I'd love to spill the tea, but I honestly have no clue. Dude keeps his face covered, obviously hard to ID. But if I heard his voice, maybe I'd recognize it then. Don't know if his intel is legit or if he's a double agent sent by Star Power to clown me. She paused, acting all sincere to make her point. Besides, I ain't trying to wreck your friendship. A breeze blew through the gap as Duyen looked at the sky and finally dropped the hint. How about this? Go convince your bro. Then she dropped the bomb on her real goal for the day. Join Red Rose. Liha froze, totally shook, and just let out a surprised sound. Oh, Du Yen shrugged confidently. It's the best move. I want times you asterisk. She smoothed her fiery red hair, looking like total royalty. Be my sniper and bodyguard. He was still rebooting, brain completely fried by the shock. Seeing him quiet, Du Yen smiled and sweetened the deal. 1,000 gold up front, guaranteed 3,000 a year minimum. With bonuses, you're looking at bringing home 5 to 10,000 gold. Hearing that bag, he stayed silent, but his mind was racing. That's serious dough. He had to run the numbers on a deal that spicy. If she's paying that much, I could hit my goal in like 3 or 4 years. The plan to stack 2 billion gold kept spinning in his head like a tornado, tormenting him. This was that life-changing opportunity everyone talks about. I could say yes, secure the bag, and explain it to Key later. It'll work out. He's fam, he'd have to listen to me, right? That's what a normal person would think, but not him. Liha snapped out of it and gave a cold, polite reply. Sorry, Miss Du Yen. He looked calm but firm. I'm gonna have to pass. You're right, he isn't my blood brother. But memories from in real life to inside the game came flooding back. When I was drowning, he was the one who pulled me into this world. He's not just a bro. To Liha, Key was the reason he respawned in life. He's my savior, he emphasized, so I'm never joining Red Rose. Du Yen didn't argue, just watched every breath and expression on his face. I'd rather throw hands with you than stab Key in the back. Surprisingly, as the last word dropped, she smiled. A laugh burst out like a fresh breeze, breaking the tension and making Liha jump. Du Yen killed the awkward vibe immediately. Knew it. You're a real man. Right, Din? Her little bro nodded fast. Yep, dude's legit. Then she giggled. You gonna keep that gun on me forever? Liha blushed hard. Wait, was this just a loyalty test? He holstered his weapon, groaning. Man, that's cringe. She smirked with confidence. But yo, the offer is real. No cap, I'm not joking. She startled him again, her eyes flashing with excitement. If you change your mind, my door is always open. Finding that star power snitch would be way easier if you were with us. She walked off, leaving Liha standing there totally confused. All right, let's split. On it, Din replied. Yes, sis. They teleported, leaving him alone in the middle of nowhere. Liha rubbed his forehead, sighing helplessly. What do I do now? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Key was tied up, listening to a sketchy voice. I warned you, didn't I? Helen Y glared at him, speaking ice-cold facts. It's over. We got no choice. He shoved a paper in Key's face, the darkness feeling like it was going to swallow the poor kid whole. Sign the agreement. Now. Outside, the silent night sky was lit by a soft, drifting moon. Liha kept spamming calls to one person, but got nothing but silence. He stared at his screen, muttering, Key, bro, why aren't you picking up? Connection failed on every line. I tried calling right after Du Yen left, but he blocked me. Liha felt sick. Does he really think I sold him out? At the same moment, Key was curled up on his bed in a totally different place, looking wrecked. He frowned, deep in his feels. T-In must be so disappointed. The hate from his squad came flooding back. I'm so let down. K. You were a founding member of Star Power. I trusted you, gave you a shot, but you messed up. You gotta pay. H-In didn't hesitate to drop the hammer. If we lose this guild war, damages are gonna be like 2.6 billion. That massive number was in the contract with 4 strict rules. Only a dub could wipe the debt. His cold eyes locked on Key. If we lose, Key pays the full 2.6 billion gold. Remembering that threat, Key couldn't stop the tears from falling. He pulled the blanket over his head, hiding in the dark, ignoring the phone on the table. Cut to the BBQ joint smelling like burnt meat and booze, buzzing with gossip. Yo Ro, who's winning this? Star Power or Red Rose? Someone whispered mysteriously in the crowd. I heard Royal Dragon is siding with Red Rose. A waitress walked up to Liha. What can I get you, hun? He didn't even think. Vodka martini. Then he paused, giving the order a twist. Shaken, not stirred. She laughed, loving the vibe. You got it. Welcome back, VIP. Follow me upstairs. Madame Ro lit up when she saw the familiar face. Oh my god, Liha. It's been forever. She showed him to his seat, getting straight to business. You here for intel, right? Liha didn't waste time. Yeah. I need the info on that guild I asked about, plus one more thing. He pictured the guy who took out his cousin. Since 5U sided with Red Rose, Igor had to be involved. That guy doesn't know the meaning of alley. He'll wreck anyone. I won't let Key die this time. He clenched his fists, intense. Ian, I need everything on him. A few days later, at the fancy Red Rose HQ, a loud voice boomed from inside the fiery mansion. Welcome. As Duyan and her crew strutted into the main hall, a deep voice called out, Manager. Duyan stopped dead in her tracks. Yo, Jacob, how many times do I gotta tell you? Quit calling me manager. The old dude is stuttering like crazy. My bad, boss. Suddenly, some random guy cuts in. Hold up, I thought Huo Ding was the queen bee of Crimson Rose. The old man drops his voice to a whisper. On paper, sure. But real talk, Yuo Yuan's the one pulling the strings. That's why she's the Times' actual Times head honcho. No time for wasted breath. Huo Yuan cuts through the noise like a blade. All right, showtime. Jacob snaps to attention. On it, she struts into the main hall like she owns the place, red lights glowing overhead like a warning sign. Listen up, squad. Asterisk wham asterisk. She smacks the table hard enough to shake the room. We're here to drop some facts. I need our top dogs updated on the situation, like yesterday. Asterisk stamp, asterisk, just like that, she sets the vibe. Ice cold tone. First order of business, let's roast that first battle. On the glitchy, smoke-filled screen boom, someone stomps the ground and takes off like a rocket, 0 to 100 in a split second. The leader scans the ops, looking totally in control. Intel was right. Only 15 of them. Bag and tag 'em, boys. The Crimson crew is shook. What the heck? How'd they peg us? Boom. They're trapped in a tight circle before they can even blink. Then a voice booms out like thunder. Starlight Force, lock and load. The monitors are just screaming in chaos. It's a total stress fest. Huo Yuan pipes up, day 1 of the guild war. This mess went down in less than an hour after the starting gun. Total L for us. That safe house was supposed to be top secret, fam. So how did Starlight know exactly who was there and how to clap us? Jacob checks the stats, jaw dropping. They blitzed 9 safe houses simultaneously. We're talking 132 casualties. The room's getting salty with complaints. Real talk, our leaks are the problem. Another snap from the boss. Time to bring out our wild card. Send him in. Heads turn as the screaming gets louder. Dragged in is none other than James, that freaky alchemist outsider. He just iced a few guys and is grinning like a maniac. Heh. Yo, that's Mad Crow. Someone yells. Carson, Starlight's ally, looks confused. Wait, Crimson Rose is hiring alchemists now? That's sus. Crow smirks, ready to talk trash. Heard Starlight's got that Gus Feng guy. Bet that smelly loser is too scared to show up to a real fight. So I figured I'd beat him to the punch. He spins around, throwing a dramatic wink. Ain't that right, babe? Huo Ding brushes him off. You. Don't even talk to me. James just cackles while she storms off, fuming. I can handle this solo. Why'd you even hire this clown, sis? He ignores the drama, pops the cap off a red vial flick times and sends the lid flying. Wakey. Thick red slime starts creeping across the floor. Gross. Boom. A massive blood golem erupts from the ground, roaring like a beast. The dragon knights are shaking in their boots. The monster lunges and yoink, grabs the nearest guy. Screams, blood, total chaos. Help me, cut back to the meeting. Huo Yuan closes her eyes. That nightmare went down in the Tegona's plains. Looks like a W, right? Each side took a heavy hit, but check the K-D ratio, we're losing bodies. Effort means nothing if we don't get results. Tighten up security. No more slip-ups. I know y'all are busy grinding, so get moving. Dismissed. Meeting's done. Back on the field, the blood golem is raging. Meanwhile, Li Ha is camping in a bush, scoping things out with his musket. He's actually impressed. Dang, Crimson Rose isn't playing. They bag an outsider to team up with Huang Long. Didn't know players like that were on the market. Suddenly, he freezes. Through the scope, he spots 2 figures in black cloaks lurking nearby. Yo, what's that? They're moving super sus. Wait, those are Crimson Rose-style cloaks, but the color, it's active camo for blending in. No guild tags. They're ghosting. And judging by the spot, this isn't their first rodeo tailing someone. A light bulb goes off in Li Ha's head. What if it's the same creeps who stepped to me in Key in the capital? I thought they were Crimson fam back then, but now, I gotta rethink everything. If they were really Crimson Rose, Huo Yuan would have known we were cool. Something ain't adding up. Li Ha points his hand, activating his rank 9 rookie tracking skill. Who are you clowns? I'll chase you to the edge of the map to find out. Suddenly, boom, a building erupts in flames. Screams everywhere. It's an ambush. Crimson Rose, defensive positions. Protect the base. It's no use. They're getting picked off one by one. Starlight is absolutely wrecking them. Back at HQ, Huo Yuan watches the massacre, stone-faced. Jacob is sweating buckets, practically melting. Watching his crew get deleted instantly, the old man breaks. I'm so sorry. We lost 4 members in the Mio City raid, just like that. She just sits there, looking bored but thinking hard. You realize this has been the vibe for days, right? You see the body count we're racking up? Jacob nods, defeated. Yeah. Since he's useless, she waves him off. All right, get out of my face. She frowns, deep in thought. The Tygona's brawl was a week ago. We showed our hand Carson, James's Golem, and Starlight hasn't even played their main characters yet. We're totally exposed. They're bunching up, 10 deep, and hitting us with surprise attacks. Classic guerrilla warfare. Ugh. She taps an item on her desk. I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. She picks up the Joker card, replaying the game in her head. Where did the script flip? What am I not seeing? Meanwhile, at the rival guild base, the vibe is hype. All 3 squads reported success. Hearing the W, H-in lights up like a Christmas tree. For real? Let's go. He rushes over to Sasuke, hyping him up. Man, I thought you were just some emo kid. Where'd you score this intel? Scott replies fast, thanks, boss. H-in keeps going. We're burning cash, sure, but Crimson Rose is bleeding out way worse. We're chugging potions like water, but who cares? Once we cap Dale Castle, we'll make all that bank back and then some. While everyone's cheering, Scott chimes in smoothly. Recouping funds mid-war is a breeze. I'll keep refining the guerrilla strats while we prep for the all-out blitz. H-in is loving it. You're the man, Scott. I trust you. As Scott walks away, H-in mutters, thank God for that guy. Seriously, thanks. But the second that door clicks shut, Scott's face shifts. Shadowy. Don't mention it. The Guild War drama is making headlines everywhere. Hit that like button if you want to see who wins. Yo fam, is Star Force actually clutching this raid right now? The comments section is going absolutely ham. I literally pulled my cash from Red Rose just to simp for Star Force. Red Rose is still sitting on a mountain of gold to burn, though. But Star Force? They're spilling the tea on the global chat. Word on the street is they're linking up at Amat Rift. Some guild's base just got totally roasted, literally on fire, while Star Force spams L's in the chat at Red Rose. They dropped the leaks that the big showdown is happening at Amat. Fast forward a few days, and the Rift is the hottest meetup spot on the server. The vibe was thick enough to cut with a knife when a voice suddenly cracked through the static. You guys good? After checking all the loadouts on the roster, the old-timer gave the nod. We're greenlit. Blaze glanced back, looking low-ganky paranoid. We're kinda outnumbered here. Any update from Dragon Guild? The old guy kept it chill. Just hit up Flyboy. He says 888 of their sweatiest tryhards are locked and loaded. Standing in the middle of the hype, she dropped the mic check. All right, squad, let's make this run flawless. Tell the Alchemist crew to stop, away from keyboarding, and get ready. Under that HD blue sky, the green flag was whipping in the wind. This is the endgame. Unchan nodded, but his face said he was stressing hard. Yo, I'm honestly worried this strat isn't even viable. Hannah, if our timing is off by a single frame, we're cooked. But Carson, dude was Paul Ice. Relax, fam, absolutely zero worries. No cap. Hannah's strats never miss. Yunchan scanned the area. Real question is, how long can we tank this? Scott finally piped up. Master, what's the wave? Hin took a heavy pause, then hit him with the call. All right, Scott, he locked in. Cover my 6, Scott replied instantly. Bet, boss. He bit his lip, channeling every ounce of stamina for one scream. He gripped his weapon and bellowed, everybody squat up. The shout shook the whole map. We're gonna clap those wizards and storm the castle. Then, a massive dust cloud rolled in from the stampede. The scout came sliding in breathless. Guild leader. Intel report. Star Force has about 600 heads. Blaze rolled her eyes, totally unbothered. Okay, and she watched the mob rushing in. They started this raid? Definite bait. It's a trap, 100%. They stacked their whole roster here? She frowned, double-checking. So you're saying the math ain't mathing. But don't stress, this isn't 4D chess. We're way past figuring out their meta. Blaze immediately hollered for her little bro. Frost heard his name and nodded like say less. Zero hesitation. He threw his hand up, main character energy swirling around him like crazy. The enemy team just stood there, lagging in real life. Once the mana bar was full, he chanted, Arctic Vortex. Boom, a massive ice pillar shot out like a frozen missile with zero chill. Star Force players turned pale, screaming into their mics. Wait, mages, nerf that thing. Block it right now. While the server descended into chaos, the Lightning Master stayed cool. Mr. Hin reinforced the trap, stat. Hin nodded, copy that. He slammed his staff into the ground with max force. Bam! A giant barrier shot up, walling off the storm. The impact was insane, shockwaves rattling the whole server. Blaze ground her teeth, salty as heck. Ugh, campers. Looking at that shield, they definitely pre-gamed this setup. Yun Chan was sweating bullets from the wind pressure, thinking to himself, I dropped 4 totems and I still can't tank a single spell. This balance is broken. Suddenly, footsteps approached. That's exactly why I'm here. Everyone raised their staffs in sync like a concert crowd. The whole squad lifted their weapons, dumping mana to create a massive spirit bomb while chanting. The energy balls spun, sucking up all the ambient magic like a vacuum. Hin smirked. Gonna be a problem if that hits the wall first, though. He yelled from inside his magic circle. Instantly, the orb drifted toward the Arctic vortex. Frost's eyes bugged out, he was totally shook. The power level was too high, he was struggling hard, sweat dripping. Suddenly, the orb glowed blindingly bright. Server crash imminent. It shattered. The blast was savage, wiping out everyone nearby. Screams everywhere. The storm just backfired on the casters. Total fail. But honestly, the disappointment in his cousin stung way more than the explosion happening right in front of him. He gripped his sword, yelling like he was going Super Saiyan. Then slash, slash, slash. He shredded through the blood golems, blocking the path. On the flip side, Tyler sent a wave of sword energy flying. Paul rage mode, tearing through monsters until they were screeching in despair. Crow held his head, whining, you jerks are griefing my cute little golems. Star Force members were just laughing at the show. Red Rose is all wallet, no skill. Easy clap. We're actually going to take the dub. But the second that trash talk dropped, the ground started shaking violently. Everyone fighting hit pause, looking confused. Huh? In the distance, thundering footsteps. A whole army was speed running towards them. An army waving a long dragon flag appeared. Everyone started stuttering. No, don't tell me it's Flyboy, they screamed when they saw the leader. Blaze smirked. Now I get why people say never 1v1 the Koreans. She stepped up, cool as a cucumber. Woo, big relief. She gave the enemies a smug look. You guys trying so hard just proves my shot calling was on point. Star Force was losing their minds. Dragon Guild? Again? Are they really simping for Red Rose? That's so toxic. While everyone was confused, Blaze made the play. Box him in, now. Flyboy looked up and roared, Dragon Guild, push. The shout echoed off the cliffs. The whole army got goosebumps and charged down like an avalanche. Dragon Guild, push. Flyboy's crew flooded down the mountain like a dam breaking. The noise was deafening, total chaos. Watching the swarm, Key ground his teeth, looking nervous. Even Tyler's jaw dropped, dude was terrified. Only Hin stayed silent, lips sealed. But the moment passed, and Dragon's massive army smashed the formation. Star Force thought they had the win in the bag. Eyes darting around in panic. Someone muttered, "How many of them are there?" Every face was full of bloodlust. Chest tightening. "Damn it, good game. We have zero chance." Seeing the tables turn, Blaze strolled up. "So Vi, what's the strat now?" "Looks like we're getting Major Teak Canyon deja vu, huh? You guys probably thought you could speedrun wiping us out before Dragon King showed up, but man, you got way too sloppy. Just like last time, right? But Helen, he doesn't look phased at all. Props to your business skills, Fire Lady, you're a hustler. But let's be real, you're never gonna make the cut as a top-tier guild master in Middle-earth." That roast hit hard, leaving her looking totally confused. "Excuse me?" Helen stares Fai Vu down and exposes her whole game plan. "You baited Dragon King here, thinking I locked down the map, didn't you?" Even Fire Bro is stunned by that truth bomb. But open your eyes, fam. Helen drops the reveal, leaving Emily deep in thought. Wait, Helen didn't lock the server? Space magic from a top 100 global mage? That's super sus. While her brain is still buffering, Fire Bro suddenly screams, tearing through the silence, "Sis, move it." She spins around, still totally clueless about what's going down. Too slow, Helen already finished the setup. Boom! A massive light explodes right under their allies' feet. Helen cracks up, laughing like a maniac. "See you later, Faivu." Next second, he triggers the spell roaring beneath his feet. Forced teleportation. Emily finally realizes what's happening and whips her head around in panic. Nope, too late. A giant beam of light swallows him up along with a scream. She couldn't do a thing, just watched helplessly as her teammate got deleted. She's frozen stiff, eyes wide, can't even get a word out. With the situation hanging by a thread, Helen screams the order. Lock the space, right now. That's when the Starlight faction finally drops their ultimate trap card. Standing off to the side, Scott closes his eyes, running the numbers. Force Warp. That skill tosses the target to a completely random location on the map. Once we wrap this up, I gotta ask where Faivu ended up. While the minions are hyping up and cheering, Scott stays quiet, lost in thought as Faivu vanishes. Even if he spawned nearby, it's gonna take him a hot minute to get back. Emily realizes Helen saved this move for the endgame and starts barking orders. "Old man, you take charge of the Dragon King squad." She keeps pushing, screaming, "Hurry up," before their main force collapses. The old guy responds instantly. Copy that. Guildmaster. Inside her head, she's trying to hype herself up. 5U got kicked from the match, but we still have 88 Dragon King members. Combined force is about 1,000. She yells to the crew, "Don't panic. We still have the numbers advantage." The Starlight Alliance only has about 400 players. Even without 5U, we outnumber them 2-1. But she knows Helen already calculated that that's exactly what's racing through her mind. He smirks at Emily, looking absolutely savage. Dragon Boy needs at least an hour to respawn here. We just gotta wipe you guys out before then. Easy game. When a familiar silhouette comes charging in from the distance, Helen knows it's good game. Sensing the danger, Firebro shouts, "Sis, watch your six." She spins around, looking totally lost and shocked. Helen is grinning from ear to ear seeing this go down. It's Yor. He's rushing in with a massive weapon, radiating Paul Rage energy. As soon as they see who it is, everyone starts shaking. They stammer out the name of the nightmare, Ian. He charges in, baring sharp teeth like he's hyped for the carnage, raises his mace with a deafening war cry, and starts smashing anyone dumb enough to block his path. Bugs need squashing. Watching this horror show, Emily freezes amidst the screaming chaos, ignoring her teammates' panicked cries. Only one thought left in her brain: we lost. The blue sky is filled with screams and confusion. What the heck is that? She feels a chill down her spine, accepting fate. It's over. But right then, a gun barrel slowly rises with a different opinion. You haven't lost yet. Lai is camping in a bush nearby, scoping out the battlefield. This match isn't ending in a loss. I'll make sure of it. The clash between the Fire, Rose, and Starlight factions gets so intense the wind is shaking from the impact. After a brutal exchange, Crow gets wrecked, forced logout. No coming back. Fire Bro is already face-planted on the cold ground, not moving. Igor just showed up and instantly grabbed Emily, leaving her teammates with their jaws on the floor. Wait, we won? For real? Helen strolls through the messy battlefield, tossing her to the ground like trash to signal the end. He walks up looking super smug. That was epic. Guildmaster Helen, I was low Genki, worried this plan wouldn't work. Helen turns to his crew. We just had to get rid of 5U, simple as that. The second I connected with Igor, I knew this W was ours. Of course, the guerrilla tactics kept them stressed out. He spins around dramatically. Helen points straight at someone. But the real MVP of this match, the guy who contacted Igor and led the guerrilla squad, it's Scott. Igor's your boss now. I have one request. Finish off Lamb Emily. Suddenly, Scott cuts in. Clean up the rest of the trash, too. Igor answers fast. You got it. And bam, he swings straight at Helen. That was my plan all along. The direct hit leaves Helen stunned, brain lagging, unable to process what just happened. Pain shoots through him, and his pupils shrink in terror. Ugh. He collapses, coughing up blood, shaking. He stammers, "What is this?" Igor shrugs. Oops, he might actually die from that. Scott sighs, totally bored. I told you not to delete him, bro. Carson is freaking out at the sudden twist. Wait, what? Someone steps up. For your own safety, back off right now. The SAW group stands there, aura blazing, making the air feel heavy. Helen looks at them, terrified, realizing these guys rolled up with Igor. Scott sneers when his name gets called. Yeah, it's Scott. Helen clutches his body in agony, unable to form a full sentence. You. He still can't understand, asking, how could you do this? Scott cuts him off. Save the small talk. He snaps his fingers like he's summoning a prop. I mean this. Helen holds up a paper in front of him while Scott emphasizes every word. This is the contract transferring ownership of Dale Castle to us. Sign it, and this nightmare ends. All the humiliation I took working under you, you think I'd just let that slide? Answer's simple. I was never your lackey. The real winner here isn't Starlight, it's us. The fact that you never suspected me, that's exactly why you took the L. Hearing Scott's cold calculation, Helen grinds his teeth in pure rage. You scumbag. Scott circles him slowly, mocking him. Don't get too excited, Helen. You don't want to die, do you? If you want to live, stay put. He puts a hand on Helen's shoulder and drops another truth bomb. Oh yeah. I also embezzled a bunch of cash from the guild funds. He leans in close, whispering a threat with a wicked grin. Try anything funny, and I'll frame you for everything. You'll never set foot in Middle-earth again. Now sign the contract and stop wasting my time. By now, Emily is awake, watching the whole scene. She realizes the truth. It's insane that the parasite inside the lion was actually the Starlight Vice Guild Master. Reading the paper, Helen screams, Dai-wan. So you're Japanese? You plan to betray me and Starlight from the start. Scott replies coldly, shut up. Stop stalling. Then this dude casts a spell, summoning a ton of ropes to tie up Helen. He yanks them tight and mumbles, looking super bored. Man, this is such a hassle, seriously. Kyle freezes, totally shook and confused. Yo, Scott, what the heck are you doing? Before he can even answer, that jerk stomps on Helen's head and barks. Stay out of this, newbie. We're discussing how to dispose of this trash after the war. This ain't for your ears. Right then, a hand slams the ground and a massive roar rips through the air. Watching the injustice, Kyle snaps. He exposes the twisted truth. You're the one rolling with Michael, aren't you? You framed him. If this keeps up, both you and Michael are gonna. But before he can finish, Scott clicks his tongue TS and hits him with a silence spell instantly. Using that same move again, poor Helen's body freezes up, totally mute. Hearing that, Kyle grinds his teeth, all that pent-up rage finally boiling over. He explodes, screaming loud enough to wake the dead. You're the real traitor here, bro. Flashbacks of this guy playing everyone like a fiddle hit him hard. The dude standing right there is the snake who tricked the guild into thinking Times. Times was the one leaking info to Michael. Putting the puzzle pieces together, Kyle is 100% sure. It's all you. Scott doesn't even flinch. So what if I am? You got zero proof. Besides, wouldn't your life be easier if this guy just vanished? This piece of trash tried to pin the whole guild war on you. He smirks, totally heartless. Helen struggles to open his mouth. Key. I'm sorry. Sounds like an excuse, but framing you was all Scott's idea. The guy clicks his tongue again, annoyed. Resistance is futile, buddy. But Helen ignores him, desperate to clear the air. I shouldn't have listened. But the payout for this battle, the money blinded me. Hearing that, Ki Jung's faith in humanity just crumbles. Wow, you guys are actually the worst. Good memories crash down like a tidal wave. You didn't have my back, Helen. You let greed blind you to what actually matters. Was our team just about clout and cash to you? The only thing I want to protect. After a pause, he shouts, striking a battle pose. Is it our guild? Is it the Starlight faction? Seeing Kyle refuse to back down, Scott sighs. Kids these days, I swear. He shoves Helen's head into the dirt, but looking at Kyle, he sees a fire in the kid's eyes. What a pain. Yo, Igor, handle the kid. Getting the green light, Igor shoulders his weapon and bursts out laughing. Wahaha. Hey, I remember you, little man. You're the brat who tried to play hero, right? Kyle grinds his teeth, heart pounding like a drum, telling himself, chill, don't panic. I've leveled up since then. I swore next time I saw this creep, I'd slice him up. Igor wastes no time, hoisting a massive, blood-drenched chainsaw into the air. Ready to die, short stack. Facing down the giant, the villain unleashes his blood chainsaw skill. Kyle is terrified but locks in, eyes blazing. Suddenly, Tyler sprints over from the distance, screaming his name. But before Tyler can even get there, a savage blast hits Igor out of nowhere. The brute stares, cross-eyed at the bullet hole suddenly decorating his forehead. Kyle freezes, totally stunned. He stares at the object hovering in the air that just dropped the big guy. Realizing who the shooter is, Kyle tears up. He looks toward the source, and boom, there he is. Lai-ha, cape fluttering in the wind, saving the day just in the nick of time. Bro. Even after that headshot, Igor just shrugs it off, HP bar barely moved. What the hell? Who dares attack me? Kyle's face lights up, seeing the villain panic. Show yourself, coward. Igor scans the area, eyeing the unconscious heavy hitters on the ground. Is it the Crimson Guild? Those annoying witches again? He grips his sword. I'm gonna snap every bone in your body. Asterisk, bang. Asterisk. Another bullet rips into his thigh before he can move. He screams like a banshee, the sound echoing everywhere. Cursing up a storm, he glares at his ally. Damn it, Scott. You didn't say there was a third party involved. He checks his stats, health bar is already down to 50%. This sucks. I need blood, now. He whips around to his own minions. The look in his eyes screams times Predator asterisk. Before they can run, he grabs them instant health potions. Watching his army get eaten, Scott panics. No, Igor. Stop eating our guys. Suddenly, a voice cuts him off. Yo, where do you think you're going? Is that the vice captain? Nope, it's Tyler stepping up with his sword drawn. Scott composes himself. Tyler, stay in your lane. Don't mess with stuff you don't understand. Aren't you supposed to be Mr. Neutral? Tyler shrugs, gripping his weapon. Exactly. That's why I'm stepping in now. His eyes are rock solid. I just thought that other master had more potential than you. That shuts Scott up. Boom. Two different fighting styles collide, sparks flying everywhere. Scott and Tyler go at it, moving so fast they're just blur lines. The allies, Carson and Chan, are totally lost. Why is Tyler throwing hands with the Starlight vice captain? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Igor grinds his teeth. I don't have time for these losers. He turns his attention back to Helen sitting nearby. My contract says I gotta neutralize the Starlight leader. Suddenly, Kyle steps in the way. Igor growls, "Move, kid. I'll chop your arm off if I have to get that signature." The kid's guts amuse him, but the killing intent is real. Igor stares down Kyle's defense. Wow. You're really trying to stop me again? Adorable. Facing Igor, Kyle doesn't flinch this time. Don't think I'm the same weakling as before. Igor just laughs. You're hilarious, kid. Igor unleashes a fury of attacks on Kyle, but the kid holds his ground with his shield. Under his breath, he's counting. 16, 17. Igor snorts, counting the seconds until you die, but Kyle ignores the trash talk, totally in the zone. 20, 21. His indifference is starting to really tick Igor off. I'll send you to hell before you hit 30. Kyle smirks weirdly. Nah, the one dying here is you. He remembers asking Liha how long to reload that thing. Maybe 25 seconds? It's slower than other classes, but I'm maxing it out. Kyle had beamed at that. Sweet. Means we can fight side by side soon. Back to reality, Kyle digs his heels in. 24. 25. As Igor lunges, he screams, "Now, bro." A shot rings out instantly, zero hesitation. Asterisk, bang, asterisk. The bullet punches clean through Igor's left shoulder. A massive scream of pain echoes through the battlefield. While Igor is distracted, Kyle grips his sword. Holy soul. He thrusts it deep into Igor's ribs with everything he's got. Paladin's oath. The surprise hit stops the giant cold. Blood sprays out like a busted fire hydrant. Igor's legendary weapon clatters to the ground, and the big guy collapses right in front of Kyle, paralyzed. Kyle grits his teeth, pulling hard. Panic sets in. Oh crap. He tries to retrieve his weapon, but it's wedged tight inside the monster's body. Suddenly, Igor's head snaps back, growling low. In a split second, he goes full werewolf mode. He grabs the sharp blade with his bare hand like it's nothing. I'm totally ending you right here. He incensed the bad vibes and tried to warn him. Drop the sword. But Kyle hesitated. No way. I gotta buy enough time for Liha to reload. Out of nowhere, Emily, who knows when she woke up, unleashed a wicked freeze spell. Bam. Igor's nasty trap got iced shut instantly. Talk about a cold muzzle. Even though she was wrecked, she kept attacking. That hyped Kyle up big time. Heck yeah, I can hold on a little longer. But Heian was practically begging him to stop. Key, back off. If you keep taking hits, you're gonna. He choked up seeing Key's goofy smile shining brighter than the sun. I'm Gucci. Heian. I trust my bro. Just then, Igor smashed through the ice like a beast. Heian looked absolutely terrified, waiting for the worst. No, but Kyle, he kept the faith. Could Liha actually pull this off? Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a bullet ripped through the air, tearing up the wind. Even while getting grabbed, Kyle knew it was game time. Igor didn't have a clue he was cooked. He was still trash-talking the guy right under his nose. Game over, kid. Then times SPLAS asterisk. The bullet tagged his dome and unleashed massive power before he could even blink. Ice shards everywhere, smoking barrel. That's a wrap on the attack. Then, system notifications started spamming Liha's vision like crazy. He was shook. Not just one, but a ton of level-up screens popped up like endless DMs. Everyone was totally floored by what just went down. Leveling up from PKing a player? That's super glitchy. But Liha was too stunned to even question the game mechanics right now. Replaying the fight, all those violent scenes flashed in Liha's mind, like that jerk Scott stepping on Heian's head like he owned the place. Or forcing that contract check. Man, that made my blood boil. He glanced at the level-up screen. Woo, lucky I'm still breathing, honestly. Igor just despawned into the void after Liha's shot. Seeing his enemy freeze up, Liha grinned like a Cheshire cat. Gotcha. But he quickly locked back in for the next round. No time for a victory lap yet. It ain't over till I ditch this snake guild. While he bolted, the goons started screaming. Lord Igor is toast. Get that killer. The minions yelled in agreement. Liha was sprinting for his life. He stomped the ground and yeeted himself off a cliff that was like 50 feet high. Free-falling, Liha was literally crying tears of joy. Kyle was freaking out, though. Liha, you're gonna delete yourself, you moron. Even Huayon's jaw dropped. How can someone be that clumsy? Suddenly, Heian limped over with his cane. Lucky I saved some mana. No long speeches, he just cast a sick dimension spell right there. A giant magic hand swooped in, grabbed our overjoyed falling boy, and gently lowered him until his sneakers hit the dirt. Liha finally realized he almost game-ended himself and sighed. Man, that was a close shave. The Snake Guild dudes were grinding their teeth in rage. Ha Liha. One guy even shredded a paper in anger. A Korean player, I'm noting that ID. Attack slammed the cliff, but Lee Ha just scratched his head and grinned like a doofus. Thanks, dude. Ian didn't show it, but he was moved. He was thinking about Lee Ha's moves when Lee Ha cut him off. Ah, gotta skip the chit-chat for now. Yo, where's Scott? Gans chimed in, recalling the fall. He dipped, ran away. Lee Ha blanked out for a second. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. Kyle ran up with a barrage of questions. You good, bro? How'd you even get here? Lee Ha just put on his best innocent face to play it cool. Haha, just lucky, I guess. Then he smiled softly. Kyle. His next words froze his buddy. I met the Hua sisters. My bad for not telling you sooner. Lee Ha looked down. I wasn't trying to scam you, I swear, Kyle cut him off. It's cool. I was the one who blocked you and didn't let you explain. I was tripping and made things way worse. That was on me. He stuttered, so Lee Ha cleared his throat and dapped him up. All right, fam. We're good. Meanwhile, Carrion was grilling Heian. Excuse me, but can you spill the tea? What actually went down at the Buncho Guild? Before he could answer, another player joined the chat. It was Lee Ha, ready to fix this mess. Listen up, guys. He stood right between the rival armies and shouted, Guild leaders, get over here. I'm about to expose the truth behind this war. He played the footage, and the crowd went wild. Say what? A ghost guild? Lee Ha doubled down. Yup. The Donana Guild is just the 17th shell company set up by Shinobi Gumi to rake in cash. The real boss is someone else. I bet their guild leader is just some Logan-level alt account. Kyle suddenly remembered something and jumped in. So who was that guy we met? Lee Ha guessed. Probably Scott. Kyle nodded, but he flinched. I get it now. That screenshot was a total fake Photoshop by Scott. Once everything clicked, Gans got all formal. Seems I caused you some trouble, master. Lee Ha got awkward. Nah, it's chill. Thanks, man. Seeing them cool off, Lee Ha continued. So, after weakening both your guilds with that war, he summoned a new squad with way more firepower. That squad was Igor and his bodyguards. They snatched the loot that belonged to you guys. Wyon stood there in stunned silence. Finally, she asked, skeptical of his motives. Why get involved? You spilled all this just to stop the war. But that comment triggered Carson. What's that supposed to mean? Igor jumped in, but we were about to win anyway. Then he froze when hit with a savage question. So the Dragon Knights want to keep fighting. Hua Yun didn't back down. Don't trip. Fire rose and the dragons are natural enemies. If you want to throw hands, we're ready to rumble. Tension was peaking, so Lee Ha jumped in. Hold up. Now's not the time for PvP. We don't know jack about the Shinobi Gumi Guild, so fighting each other is useless. We gotta end this guild war. She wasn't having it, though. And who gets the W? If you're asking us to retreat, that's a hard pass. We sent tons of alliance offers to Bun Cho before this. Heian's face went pale. It finally clicked. Wait, Fire Rose actually did that. Hua Yun was still arguing with Lee Ha. Chill out. Everyone knows Fire Rose doesn't just quit. Meanwhile, Heian felt like a total idiot. I sent Scott to those meetings as my proxy, like, a dozen times. You sent proposals? He told me you guys ghosted us every single time. He ground his teeth, fuming. Why here? He walked up to Hua Yun. Please. This is on me. I'll take full responsibility. He bowed low. If I leave the Buncho Guild, just please trust my members. Once again, Lee Ha had to step in to save the day. Hold up, listen. I got a killer proposal. She eyed him suspiciously. A killer proposal, huh? Once the room finally went quiet, Lee Ha stepped up, totally vibing. So, I did a little digging, right? Turns out everyone's got bigger fish to fry like dungeon management, soldier maintenance, all that boring admin stuff. So here's the play. Red Rose stays at the Dark Palace, and we hire the Dragon Knights and the Lightning Guild. Since they don't have hired mercs to pay, they're way cheaper than Golden Dragon. Plus, you guys already saw how savage those two guilds are in a fight. So, what's the verdict? Squad. Pretty genius, right? Thanks to Michael's top-tier negotiation skills, the Dragon Knights and Lightning Guild were officially on Team Red Rose. Meanwhile, Hyun, the guy responsible for taking the L in the guild war and starting all that internal drama, decided to dip. He voluntarily stepped down and handed the guild master title over to Master Key. Key was shook, like, bro, are you serious right now? But Hyun was dead serious. No regrets, just straight-up encouragement. Key, look, I know it's a massive burden, but you're literally the only person I can trust with this. You got this, fam. I'll talk to the other members, but honestly, nobody's gonna object. Then right in front of Key, he ripped up the contract like a boss, freeing Key from Bunho's grip. Hyun decided to empty his own pockets, gold, items, everything to pay for the guild war debts. He was fueled by Paul's salt over the humiliation he and Bunho suffered, swearing he'd catch Scott no matter what. By now, the sun was setting over the desolate canyon. Lai Ha finally got a chance to chill after pulling all those strings, but just as he was relaxing, someone walked up to hype him up. "You killed it today." It was Emily, looking absolutely radiant. She was grinning ear to ear, showing up at the perfect moment. "Your persuasion skills are actually insane. You know that." Lai Ha's expression softened, and his voice got all smooth and deep. "Coming from you, that actually means something." Emily blushed a little, caught off guard, but she quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, spill the tea. Where'd you get that intel?" Now it was Lai Ha's turn to look away, acting all shy. "I just connected the dots with what you gave me and what I already knew," he mumbled. But his reaction just made her more suspicious. One look, and Emily could see right through him. Lai Ha froze. "You mean the info you got from NPCs?" Lai Ha leaned back against the cliff, turning the tables with a joke. "Wow, you're greedy, huh? Fine, let's say you're right." Emily sat down in front of him, giggling. "You really are built different." She rested her chin in her hands, flashing a dazzling smile. "You stood up for us, and then you turned around and pranked them. Why?" Lai Ha shrugged. Half the reason was for my little sister." But his next line totally threw her for a loop. "Ha ha, and maybe a little bit for you, too. I mean, how could I walk past a beautiful girl in trouble and not help?" Immediately after saying it, he cringed so hard he almost shivered. The air got super awkward as Lai Ha tried to backtrack. "I'm joking. Ha ha. I only helped because we're kinda," she cut him off, clearly annoyed. "What are you even saying?" "Oh, seriously." Then came the physical violence. Ouch. Hey, that hurts. And that, folks, is how the Civil War ended, with Lai Ha getting beat up by a girl. The match between Bunho and Red Rose. Total victory for Red Rose. Not far away, two cameramen were chatting. "Did you get all that footage?" "Yup," Drool cheered. "Let's go. This is gonna blow up. We're the only ones who caught this scoop, right?" He pointed toward the canyon, eyes wide with excitement. "That player. The one who landed that headshot. We need a nickname. Something epic. Any ideas?" Tez quickly recapped what he knew. "I think his name is Lee Ha. If I remember right, people call him the Cloud Magician." Drool made a face like he just smelled sour milk. "Cloud Magician. Bro, that sounds so weak. We need something that slaps. Come on, you work in TV." He looked genuinely in pain over the lame name. "What does this guy want from me?" "Wait, I got it. It's from a play or something, I don't remember, but it fits his vibe perfectly." "Yes, the Arcane Sniper." A few days later, in the city of Istolt, Lai Ha was lurking in a dark corner. He peeked his head out like a ninja, then ducked back in. "Coast is clear. I can finally log in." Ever since he showed up on TV, everyone kept calling him Arcane Sniper or whatever. It was wild. How did they even come up with this stuff? He snapped his fingers. "Whatever. While I've got some downtime, time to investigate." Instantly, blue lights flashed in front of him. It was a massive list of system rewards from the war. Even Lai Ha was shook. "Wait, I got all of this from just one battle? No way." Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a new skill, but the description was weird. The image of Igor shattering into pieces flashed in his mind. "Oh, I get it now. That's why I leveled up." Even though I didn't join the main guild war, it felt weird because Igor wasn't a monster, but he definitely wasn't a good guy either. Basically, I'm now Igor's sworn enemy. Whatever, there are too many windows to read right now. Let's see how many stat points I raked in. He opened his status window, and his jaw dropped. Every stat had skyrocketed. 213 stat points. Bruh. What do I even pump? He thought for a second. You know what? Let's get dexterity to 1,000. Boom. Dexterity hit 1K. I'll save the rest for later. Lai Ha reached into the system window like a magician and pulled out his stunning locket, the Necklace of Ian. The stats popped up instantly. Heroic grade locket. Contains the essence of goblins. Enables the forbidden skill, Fury. Lai Ha's eyes went wide as he read the description. A heroic grade item that's higher than rare. But just wearing this increases aggro from dark elves by 100%. What kind of ability is that? That's actually trash. Is this really a high-level item? He tossed his old necklace aside. Bye-bye, clan leader's necklace. Thanks for your service. He equipped the new gear and unlocked the Forbidden Fury skill. Time to get to work. All right, next stop, Dare Castle. The image of a majestic castle filled his vision. Meanwhile, Scott was wallowing in regret over his loss. "I'm sorry, Kohi. I couldn't secure Dare Castle." But Chio didn't flame him. Instead, she reflected on it. "It's okay. Maybe we got too greedy with the quest. Balance is the most important thing in this game, after all. We need power that rivals Red Rose to keep them in check. We needed Bunho for that. But now that the two guilds were allied, that plan was toast. The guy named Song Fong stepped up. I'll find a replacement. I'll find another guild to control the fire. But she cut him off. I've already contacted the Mina's Guild and the Seishin Federation. Scott was stunned. Wait, players from other countries? A mysterious smile played on Chio's lips. Watching everything through her magic orb, she was 10 steps ahead. I mean, who says rivals have to be from the same server? Meanwhile, at a creepy base under a gloomy night sky, monsters with jagged teeth were growling in the dark. A man stood there, smiling like a maniac. Looks like this isn't the lab either. Guess I took a wrong turn. Standing in front of him was a terrifying two-headed monster, Ettenruss. The barrel of Loser's gun began to glow as it charged up air pressure. If we can't talk it out, I'm wasting my time here. The monster charged at him, but Loser didn't flinch. He fired a single shot. The blast was so powerful it deleted both the beast and its master instantly. That creepy smile returned to Loser's face. Later, as the massive body of the Etten collapsed, he just turned and walked away without even checking the loot. Savage. Since this isn't the place, I guess I gotta hunt for new clues. A guy like that couldn't have just stumbled onto it. His eyes lit up with excitement as he whispered a familiar name, Arcane Sniper. Back in the city streets, players were spamming chat with party invites. Level 57 Gladiator looking for a mage with over 750 stats. One shout caught Li Ha's ear. We got 4 out of 5. If you join, we go right now. Looking for a healer. Plows. The vibe was chaotic and loud, and Li Ha loved it. Whoa, this is crazy. No way I can't make money here. That girl really wasn't lying. He flashed back to his conversation with Emily. So your answer is still no? How many times do I have to ask? Yeah, she knew he'd play hard to get. Desperate to recruit him, she had dropped a massive offer. How about this? I'll give you the authority of a vice guild master. Even Li Ha didn't see that coming. She was playing for keeps. Wait, hold up. Hua Yeon wasn't done yet. She broke down the pay structure, promising to match Poo's salary. After seeing him fight, she knew he was a beast on the battlefield. That's exactly why she's trying to get on his level. Her cheeks turned pink sus. Definitely a personal motive there. Girl couldn't take her eyes off Li Ha. She wants this dude by her side bad. But even with all the perks, Li Ha smoothly friend-zoned the offer. He's got his bio to update soon, so I gotta help him out. His refusal kinda ticked her off though. Is he really using his cousin as an excuse again? Then Li had dropped a bomb just for kicks. If you want me to stay that bad, how about sliding me 1% of Dale Castle's revenue? Plot twist. Yeon agreed instantly. And get this, she went even higher than he joked about. I'll give you 10%. Li Ha whipped around, face totally shook. Just in case he missed it, she doubled down. 10% of Dale Castle's earnings. Seeing the achievement pop up for true owner of Dale Castle got him hyped. He was just trolling. What she actually delivered. Does this mean passive income for life? He was celebrating internally when, oops, he accidentally stomped on someone's foot. Yikes. Li Ha scratched his head, all awkward. Oh my bad, dude. The guy was about to go off like, watch it, my foot. But the second he saw Li Ha's face, his whole vibe flipped. Wait, are you? He pointed a finger straight at him. Holly, you're Michael, right? Hallie snip. The name dropped and jaws hit the floor. Li Ha just stood there, identity totally doxed. The legendary sniper with the silver musket. Guys and girls were practically swooning. Oh my god, it's really Michael. A second later, the mob rushed him. Let me get a selfie. Screenshot with me. Lord Michael, look over here. Did you get any epic loot after fragging Igor? Did you swap for his sword or necklace? What are the stats? Surrounded by thirsty fans and rapid-fire questions, Li Ha tried to push back. Yo, quit shoving. You're gonna crush me. Stop touching me. Right in the middle of the chaos, something shot up into the blue sky and boom, exploded into fireworks. The crowd froze. Then, a booming voice commanded, everyone, back off. Heads turned, and everyone gasped. Whoa, the royal guards. Whispers started spreading as the guard approached Li Ha. What are they doing here? Tangent Kiet asked respectfully. Are you Sir Michael Li Ha? He hesitated. Yeah, that was all the confirmation the guard needed. He grabbed Li Ha's shoulder. Please, come with us. Didn't even wait for a yes or no, just yeeted him straight into the sky. The crowd below could hear his helpless scream fading away. What is it this time? Soon enough, he was facing the grim expression of Jacob Jung, and Li Ha started sweating bullets. What's going on? Why drag me here? Is this about the guild war? The old man ignored him, reading from a file loud and clear. Michael Ha, from Korea, 30 years old. Same nationality as Miss Yeon's mother. Then the interrogation started. Your real appearance matches your avatar, correct? Yeah. Any chronic illnesses? If you're clean, what about your family history? Li Ha was totally lost. Wait, what are you even talking about? But Jacob Jung just flipped another page casually. Standard procedure for the investigation. Served in the Korean military, says so right here. How are you currently making a living? Lee Ha was getting ticked off. His private info was totally exposed. Hold up, just an investigation? Why do I gotta tell you anything? And what's that file? Lee Ha snapped. Are you guys running a background check on me or something? The old man gave him a puzzled look. Background check. Considering you might become part of the Emily Long Corporation, this is just due diligence. Lee Ha was floored by that intel. Emily Long Corporation? I thought this was just the Red Flower Guild. I never signed up for that. Finally, the light bulb went on for Jacob Jung. Ah, I see. You're out of the loop. Well, it's not a bad deal for you either way, whether it's Miss Hua Yun or Miss Hua Ding. Before he could finish, trouble walked in. Hua Yun barged in with a warning. I suggest you zip it, Jacob Jung. Hua Ding looked ready to murder him. I'll end you. Boom. Two massive auras flared up instantly. Fire blast, ice shards. The old man tanked the hit and went flying straight toward Lee Ha's chair. Lee Ha cowered behind it, salty as hell. Do you two even care that I could have got caught in the crossfire? These violent sisters, I swear. Later, Hua Yun apologized awkwardly while leading the way. Geez, sorry about that drama. Jacob Jung is talented, but sometimes he really gets ahead of himself. Lee Ha wasn't cooling down yet. You think a sorry fixes that? You were throwing magic around. She just waved her hands like it was no biggie. Is this really the only reason you came to Dale? Just for the secret dungeon? Her casual attitude was annoying him. She was totally ignoring his complaints, making the convo super icy. You got enough ammo? Yup. What about your skill cooldowns? All refreshed. Hua Yun still wasn't satisfied. Did you make sure to pack potions? Lee Ha snapped. What are you? My mom. Quit grilling me. Just then, a small finger tapped his shoulder. Lee Ha turned around to see Hua Ding handing him a weird purple orb. Holding the pile of loot, he panicked a bit. Huh? Why are you giving me these expensive items? She gave a nonchalant answer. I bought them a while ago. You need to worry about your stats. Not exactly the answer he was fishing for. I'm asking why you're giving them to times me asterisk. To be fair, he actually needed this stuff. Hua Yang cut off their little moment. All right, we're here. The test dungeon. The entrance to the secret cave was right in front of them. We used our precious time just to escort you here, you know. He was instantly hyped. Thanks, ladies. First time seeing this place. His attitude made her think hard. Is he planning to solo this? He's not even level 120. You need to be at least level 145 to solo this place. As the iron gate lifted, Lee Ha's face turned serious. I'm going in. Catch you later. Hua Ding suddenly spoke up. It'll be fine, sister. Hua Yan looked confused. Hua Ding hesitated for a sec, but her face showed absolute trust. This place, it's not enough to satisfy him. Back at the office in Dale Castle. Let's get to work. Hua Yan got straight to business. What's Michael doing today? Jacob Jung reported immediately. He's still inside the dungeon. She looked a bit worried. Still, haven't a few days passed already? The old man cleared his throat. The kid is extremely determined. Hua Yan accidentally let it slip. I hope he's getting enough sleep. Jacob Jung was shook. You're worried about him. Did he level up in your heart too? Being called out made her jump. Say what? No way. Why would I be worried? I'm just saying he took advantage of the fact that you don't have an entrance ticket. And with his stats, he's not going to die in there. Jacob Jung was surprised again. How do you know Lee Ha's stats? Hua Yun finally spilled the tea. Hua Ding used an identification scroll on him earlier. Anyway, did you finalize the donations for Amios in our city? The old man replied smugly. Of course. If you want, I can set up a meeting with the other guilds anytime. She switched focus to Hua Ding. What about you? Find anything fishy with the soldiers or outsiders nearby. Hua Ding stayed silent for a beat, then calmly reported. 3 people. The number shocked Hua Yun. 3? Who? Immediately, she thought of those shady black-robed guys from the Snake Guild lurking around Dale Castle. This was getting serious. So, check it out. Igor has got to be camping out somewhere nearby. Emily's eyes popped wide open like she just cracked the code. Hold up, she thought. Who's actually running the guild? And why are they simping so hard for Igor? That question got answered faster than a fast food order. Investigation results? Boom. They're straight from the Russian army. Fam. This whole guild is basically a squad of elite soldiers, handpicked for cyber warfare. Russia backing IG at a national level? That's like the worst-kept secret on the server. She nodded, putting 2 and 2 together. Looks like 5 Vu poked the bear. The old man agreed, having flashbacks to that heated face-off between Lai Ha and Igor. Straight facts. When the Golden Dragon Guild tried to grief Igor's leveling session, Russia decided to activate their sleeper agents. But let's put a pin in that drama. Emily switched topics to chat with Emily. What about the other 2? She asked, pointing fingers immediately. First up, there's Sweeping Sam. The name definitely piqued her interest. Sweeping Sam as before, she could finish. Jia Trung cut in like. He's an outsider strapped with heavy firearms. Maybe Lai Ha has the tea on him. Emily guessed blindly. Meanwhile, somewhere off-screen, a stranger pulls up. Maybe. Did he come here just to link up with Lai Ha? Turns out, Sam was already creeping near the castle, but she was too busy playing detective to notice. Emily dropped the bomb. Who exactly are you? The guy went silent, and the vibe instantly got heavy. Outside, someone was lurking in the shadows, stalking Sam like a predator. With his insane instincts, he realized Sam was staring down Lur, who was holding a gigantic rifle. Lur flashed that signature creepy grin. At the exact same moment, Emily dropped the enemy's identity. Lur. Just hearing that name made the other two lose all color in their faces. Jia Trung screamed out to double-check. Miss Emily, did you say Lur? Meanwhile, she just sipped her tea like nothing was happening. Yeah, that's Lur. Emily's gaze got razor-sharp. The bloodthirsty mercenary. The old man froze for a few seconds like his game crashed. A bloodthirsty mercenary? No way. A total combat specialist, a war junkie so obsessed he'd throw hands with anyone as long as the paycheck was fat enough. Seeing Jia Trung freaking out, Emily asked, Is he cracked? Is he strong? The old man tried to spill what he knew. I've never met him. In real life, he stammered. But the rumors. She looked impatient. What rumors? Spill the tea, Jia Trung explained instantly. His codename is the bloodthirsty mercenary. Mercenary fits him perfectly, he continued. But people say he's got another title on the streets, Dragon Warrior. Dude earned that title after he allegedly clapped a dragon. Jia Trung's clenched fist started sweating buckets. You don't get a title like that just by joining a raid party. You gotta do something crazy. He started imagining the epic scenes of Alexander and Brian, thinking this guy actually beat the top-tier players. Then the details hit Lur soloed the Dragon Knight Alexander. Meanwhile, a hand reached down and pulled up something slimy. Turns out, Lai Ha just finished wiping out a dozen giant frogs. Grats to me, hit level 144. But suddenly, his spidey senses tingled. Something was off. Without hesitating, he raised his hummingbird rifle and started blasting. The bullet flew straight at a creature trying to ambush him from a distance. Boom, headshot. Another unlucky frog sent to the afterlife to reunite with its ancestors. After that close call, Lai Ha told himself, Stay frosty, don't let your guard down until it's over. He gained 26 levels in just a few days. Time to bounce from this dungeon, he thought. He was low-key worried about quitting a simulation dungeon halfway through. Usually, you lose all your XP if you rage quit early. But this dungeon was easier than I thought, he mused. Once the coast was clear, he let out a yawn that could swallow Car. How long has it been since I slept, he wondered. 5 days in Middle-earth. That's like 24 hours. In real life, right? I'm totally fried, but I still got stuff to do. Right then, his stat window popped up. Seeing the gains woke him up instantly. Yo, agility is over 1,000. I grinded that naturally without any title buffs. Usually, you gotta dump every point into it and be at least level 180 to see those numbers, he thought. To wield specific gear, you usually have to spread your stats out. A regular level 180 player couldn't even dream of hitting 1,000 agility. His speed was so high he started thinking he didn't even need the precise hands skill anymore. He was feeling himself. After hyping himself up, Liha tapped the system menu to check a specific skill. No level requirement, no class restriction. It burns 40% of your max health, but boosts attack damage by 20%. Oof, 20% extra damage is no joke though, he reasoned. I already swapped my health ratio to 2-to-1 in Middle-earth anyway. Plus, if I'm going to use that skill, dumping points into health is a waste. High HP doesn't mean high DPS. He nodded. Alright, that's enough grinding for today. Cleared the whole cave like a boss. Just as he turned to leave, the system pinged him. A live feed showed Sam approaching the south gate of the castle. Lair, after the connection clicked, Liha looked confused. Huh? Who dis? It was Sam on the other end, sounding panicked. Hurry up, get over here, now. Liha didn't catch the urgency and took his time. Sam? That you? Bro, what's the drama? Sam sounded like he was on 1 HP. He kept it brief. We got a dip. Now, that's when Liha realized this wasn't a prank. Whoa, straight to business? You near the castle? Yo, Sam? The line went dead. No reply. Liha started sprinting. Oh my god, he thought, determined to find his friend. Can we just have one normal conversation without people dying? In no time, he arrived outside the south gate. Liha looked around, confused. Where is he? He started shouting, Sam, bro, where you at? Then, another system notification popped up from Sam. Sam dropped his location pin, which surprised Lai Ha. The tree on the left, with that info, he walked over while updating him. All right, Sam, I pulled up. Now tell me why you summoned me like this. Suddenly, Lai Ha's eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. He finally spotted Sam, but the dude was wrecked, badly injured. Lai Ha rushed over, not wasting a second. He pulled out a health potion. Here, chug this HP pot. Sam struggled to speak, gasping for air. It won't work. I need a temple. I've been hit with a curse, Sam wheezed. Lai Ha was shook. A curse? For real? His face twisted in confusion as he looked closer. It was the shape of the wound that freaked him out. What is up with that cut? What weapon in this game can pierce a body that clean? A wave of bad vibes washed over him. If anyone could do this. Lai Ha said his theory out loud. The piercer. Did he do this to you? Hearing that name, Sam started hyperventilating. Yes. Hurry. We have to hide. Before Lur gets here. As soon as Sam said that, a party invite popped up in Lai Ha's face. Asterisk. Do you want to join the party? Asterisk. He hit accept without even thinking. Lur. His nickname is the Piercer. I have zero clue what's going on, but it sounds bad. I'm in. Sensing something approaching, Sam suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper. Too late. While Lai Ha was still standing there looking clueless, the sky flashed with light. What the heck? They both looked up as a pair of massive, muscular legs stomped toward them. The guy was holding a weapon that looked way too big to be legal, and his eyes, Paul murder. Even from a distance, the pressure coming off Lair was suffocating. Seeing Lur made Lai Ha freeze for a second. That guy is. The sheer bulk of the dude confirmed his guess. The Piercer. Seeing Lur closing in, Sam screamed, shoot him. Now. Lai Ha spun around in a panic. What? Shoot him? I mean, I know the guy. Do we really have to throw hands right now? His hesitation was making Sam lose his mind. You think he cares if you know him? Wait until he puts a hole through your lungs and see if you still want to chat. That reality check hit hard. Okay, fine, but someone better explain this mess to me later. Lai Ha thought, what is wrong with this dude's brain? Is he just a pretty face? Still, Lai Ha raised his hummingbird rifle. He locked in, taking a serious shooting stance. Lur, looking like a demon. Is he really the guy who blew a hole through Sam's ribs? Just one look at Lur, and Lai Ha knew this guy was cracked. An absolute unit. You could see the hesitation written all over his face for a split second. No cap. I'm about 250 meters out. If I take the shot now, it's a guaranteed hit. But then Lur's eyes went full demon mode, and the pressure just flattened. Lai Ha. Bro literally hit the dirt screaming. That's when he realized this opponent wasn't some basic NPC. He was totally confused, but Sam, he didn't look surprised at all. You guys saw that too, right? Lai Ha switched gears real quick. If I pull the trigger, I'm cooked before I can even aim. He was shook seeing Sam trying to get back up. Fighting this boss head-on right now? Mission impossible. You need to use the time while I draw his aggro. Lai Ha wasn't ready for that kind of heat, yelling, wait, hold up. But Sam already had his piece out. I can't tank him for long. On the other side, Lur just casually strolled up with that massive cannon. He accepted the challenge and aimed right at them. Sam was barely standing but still talking trash. Let's play, Lur. That triggered him instantly. You're wrecked and still blocking my path? Bold move, kid. Lur actually paused for a second, totally thrown off. Lai Ha shouted a warning, watch out, but it was too late. A massive wall of fire just exploded in front of them. After that first shot, Lur kept pushing. I don't care about you, scrub. Hand over the ghost bullet sniper right now. Turns out Sam survived that hit. He hadn't equipped the title yet, so it was just a bluff. They were going at it hard, while Lai Ha stood on the sidelines, completely lost in the sauce. But then he aimed his rifle. I gotta stop this. I don't know why, but Sam's fighting for me. I'm gonna kneecap Lur. Seeing the opening, Sam yelled out, do it now. Shoot him. I can't hold on. But that shout gave away Lai Ha's camping spot. Lur grinned like a total creep. So that's the famous ghost bullet sniper. Huh. Lur loaded a massive shell. You're useless now, Sam. Sam's brain short-circuited. He's aiming at the ground. Lur's move was confusing, lowering the gun like that. Lai Ha realized what was coming and screamed, Sam, freeze. Don't run. He yelled as loud as he could, trying to get Sam to stop moving. The heavy shell fired, but it slammed into the dirt right in front of Sam. Sam froze, staring at the ground. The earth cracked, but no explosion, just a weird humming sound. Oh my god. Lai Ha was stunned. I saw this ult at the officer's academy, but seeing someone actually use a high-damage skill like that, insane. It looked like a tank cannon firing. It reminded Lai Ha of Lur's armor piercer skill, huge destruction, totally overpowered. Lai Ha analyzed the mechanics. The shell doesn't blow up instantly. It's a delayed blast charge. Sam was still standing there buffering when he heard the shout. Because he knew how the ammo worked, Lai Ha didn't hesitate. He sprinted at Sam, grabbed him, and popped a defensive skill with literally 2 seconds left on the clock. When the timer hit 0, light burst through the cracks. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the whole map. Their gear barely kept them alive against that damage. Lai Ha looked rough, and Sam started panicking. You good? He was freaking out. Crazy. It shattered the barrier. It broke a barrier that can block a golem. That damage is cracked. Lai Ha dragged him up. Sam, wake up. We gotta dip, right now. But Sam grabbed his face in pain. My eye. Everything's blurry. He touched his wound, and Lai Ha started losing it. Dang it. Trying to escape with Sam was too hard. Lai Ha stashed him by a tree and turned back, aiming his rifle. If I have to carry you, we're both done. Through the broken barrier and dust, Lai Ha could see Lear standing there looking arrogant, gun pointed right at them. Those red eyes looked evil, but Lai Ha wasn't scared one bit. He fired a soul link shot instantly. A weird cloud of smoke popped out, catching Lear off guard for a few frames. Suddenly, a giant ghost hand reached out of the smoke. It looked powerful, right in Lear's face. Lear got confused, thinking, is that the ghost bullet? But quickly realized it wasn't. No way, just some annoying skill. Lear started charging his cannon again and fired a high-speed round. It slammed right into the ghost's summon. Lear realized Lai Ha's plan using the bear as his smoke screen. Okay, kid's actually trying to fight. But surprise! Lai Ha was still aiming from the other side. Bet you didn't see me, huh? The decoy gun drew fire while the real shot hit Lear right in the leg. One moment of distraction cost him big time. What the heck? While Lear was stunned, Lai Ha turned and ran. Nice, he's off balance. Li Ha had studied Lear's animations. He noticed Lear needs to plant his feet to fire that massive gun. Take out a leg, and he can't shoot. Big brain play. Now Lai Ha could safely grab Sam. He can't fire again. He sprinted away, leaving Lear furious and spitting blood, totally helpless. He figured out my weakness through the dust while attacking. Seriously. Lear slammed his gun down, kneeling on one leg. Lai Ha, you slippery rat. He was actually impressed. Interesting. I'm definitely going to remember you. Meanwhile, Lai Ha reached the exit of the ruins, looking totally drained. Phew. That guy was a nightmare. The fight woke him up completely. Freaking monster. Didn't even make a sound after taking a bullet. I should have emptied the clip into him. Whatever. Too risky. Lai Ha was deep in thought when he heard footsteps. My survival comes first, you know? But seeing Sam, he changed his mind. I mean, asterisk our time's survival. Sam reached out a hand. I got a lot to tell you, he said, and Lai Ha finally let out a breath of relief. He shook Sam's hand. Glad you're still here, bro. Once they were outside the castle, Lai Ha was ready to talk. Spill the tea right here. Listen up. Why didn't you take the other paths? You brought a whole raid boss with you. Sam shook his head. Wrong. He wasn't chasing me. Li Ha was surprised. Sam dropped the bomb. Lair the Piercer is hunting for clues about the ghost bullet sniper. Li Ha was stunned silent. Finally, he asked, What? What does that mean? The ghost bullet sniper is. Sam cut him off. It's your nickname, but it's also the title Lur is hunting for. It might be an item or a rank. I don't even know what that is. Maybe an achievement, but I'm pretty sure the name doesn't have a hidden meaning. The person who shoots the ghost bullet times the ghost bullet sniper. The title goes to whoever can do it. Lai Ha closed his eyes, processing the lore. I unlocked a similar achievement after clapping Igor, and I'd lose it if I got taken out by him. Does this sniper title work like that? Like PvP loot rules? So, get this, Sam drops his theory. He thinks Lair was jealous of my achievements, basically a huge hater trying to steal my thunder. Is that what you thought? That I came to save your butt? Sam asked, keeping it real. Straight up, Lai Ha admitted. I tried telling Lair he was tripping, but the dude wouldn't listen. Talk about toxic communication. Lai Ha laughed it off, but inside he was like, Bro, asterisk your time's the difficult one here. Suddenly, Sam's vibe got super serious. You gotta claim Elizabeth's loot fast, and watch your back. Once you unlock that third Musketeer class, you'll get map hacks, you'll see every other Musketeer player's location. Honestly, Lai Ha was confused. Information overload much? Say what? Is that like a friends list feature? But Sam's mood swung faster than a pendulum. Whatever, I'm actually stoked, I ran into Lur. Lai Ha was baffled. Stoked? He just had a flashback to that insane bullet coming at his face. You enjoyed that? Yeah, cause he dropped a major clue. Sam spun around with a grin. Yo, Sam, I got a question. He paused, eyeing Lai Ha's gear with a suspicious look. That express rifle. Let me peep the stats, getting straight to the point. But Sam shut it down hard. Nope, Lai Ha's spirit just crashed and burned. Bruh, just a peek. It won't nerf the damage or anything. So unfair. I literally saved your life and showed you my secret ult. Have a heart, man. Unfair. His whining finally broke Sam down. He sighed, defeated. Fine, geez. Let's bounce though. Can't be popping skills in the middle of the safe zone. Laiha lit up like a Christmas tree. Let's roll. But wait, where's Lair? Sam's answer was kind of vague. Looks like he dipped from the Fib Kingdom. Probably grinding to come back OP. They fast-traveled to the outskirts of town in no time. Laiha scanned the horizon, looking for a mob spawn to test out the damage. Need something with a big HP bar. Target acquired. Yo, check that wolf. Blast it. But Sam was not impressed. Trash mob. Too weak. Laiha got triggered instantly. Who cares if it's weak? Just shoot it. Oh my god, just show me the weapon art already. He was throwing a full-on tantrum. Don't you want to flex? Suddenly, a noise from the back made Laiha freeze. Ivan and his squad were rushing them for a gank. Ivan shouted orders, get that hunter. A bunch of system notifications popped up in Laiha's vision. Player Ivan has engaged. PvP mode enabled. You are slowed. Movement speed minus 20% for 1 minute. Laiha squared up instantly. The audacity. Sam, I'm going in first. Let's get it. But Sam just smirked like he knew something they didn't. Actually, this is perfect content. He pulled out dual express rifles to flex. Watch closely, I'm only doing this once. Laiha panicked, trying to stop him. Yo, chill. Do you even know who those guys are? Sam replied with zero cares. Nope. The mob was getting closer, and Laiha was stressing out. They're not like those level 1 rats, bro. They're elite. Meanwhile, Ivan was micromanaging his team, splitting them into 2 wings to cut off their escape route. Squad 1, stick to the plan. Objective, bag Laiha. We wrap this up before the Red Rose Guild catches wind. The minions shouted, Roger that. Boss, we got no choice. Laiha opened fire. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. 1 down immediately. He hyped himself up. If I go easy on these clowns, I'm a total noob. He yelled at Sam. Do something, man. Hurry up. But Sam was in his own world, getting all poetic. Hey, do you know a track called Wind and Sand? Laiha was sweating, aiming down sights. What? What song? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Another enemy dropped. Right then, Sam started humming a melody like he was in a music video. Where I'm from, sandstorms are daily life. Like monsters sweeping through, deleting all the weaklings. Laiha judged him hard. Is this guy losing it? I knew he was sus. Seeing Sam's cocky attitude, Laiha thought, yeah, certifiably insane. But then Laiha's eyes popped out of his head. He stared at Sam's weapon. The gun literally transformed. Sam looked like an artist about to drop a masterpiece. Ivan's squad was right on top of them when Sam popped his ult, Bullet Storm. In a split second, 10 guys got deleted from the server. It was too fast, too furious. Laiha couldn't process it, and Ivan turned ghost white. He couldn't believe his eyes. Sam tossed the shiny rifles into the air, not just 1, but 2, spinning like crazy. Then he whipped out ×2 more times rifles. A few shots later, the rest of the minions were floor camping. Ivan was stunned. What the? Sam locked onto him cold. Asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk. 2 more players forcefully logged out. But Sam wasn't done. He started strafing to a new spot. Screams everywhere. Laiha stood there frozen while Sam just held down the trigger. The enemy team dropped before they could even rage quit. After the wipe, Sam just flicked his wrist. The express rifle spun in the air and landed perfectly in his hand. Style points, 100. The gun glowed as Sam sighed, man, haven't used Bullet Storm in ages. Seeing that god-tier skill made Laiha sweat bullets. Revolving cylinders, and 4 guns, Sam walked up, looking chill. Not bad, right? Laiha stammered, how? Isn't this Middle-earth supposed to be, like, 16th or 17th century tech? To make a revolver, you need hollow point bullets and rifling grooves. That's advanced tech. Sam looked at him like he was dumb. Bro, you saw Lur's weapon and you're questioning times mine, asterisk. Laiha chilled out. Oh, right, loser. Yeah, using high tech to describe his gear makes way more sense. Compared to the cobalt blue python, the crimson geckozu is trash. The names clicked. Gecko and python? Reptiles and snakes. Wait, Laiha asked, annoyed. Why didn't you use this loadout when we fought Lair? Sam kept it cool. My MP was in the negatives cause loser tagged me. He paused, then smirked. Why? You jealous? Yeah, obviously. Sam didn't wait for a reply and started walking off. Then get good, fast. A leaf fell as he dropped the most anime line ever. I'll be waiting. Sam vanished. Laiha stood there, thinking. He let out a breath, totally confused. Was he roasting me or hyping me up? Whatever. Even if he's trolling, I'm gonna grind until I catch him. Once the coast was clear, Laiha shouted, "Hey, I know you're there. You've been camping and tailing us the whole time. Come out. I'm counting to 3, 3, 2. Before he hit 1, Jia Trung popped out with an awkward grin. Ah, Laiha, you caught me. The old guy saw the whole fight. How long did you know? I was gonna jump in and save you, but Sam wiped the whole squad instantly. Missed my chance to shine. Bro, I knew ages ago. Who do you think you're fooling? I'm a marksman class." Jia Trung scratched his head. "Okay, now I feel cringe. I heard the bad guys were here, so I came to clutch it for you." Laiha cut him off with a savage smile. "Save me? Oh, I get it. Totally." But internally, he was raging. "Save me? My butt. You were just waiting to loot our corpses." Laiha glared, ready to expose him. "I have no clue how Fire Girl is going to react if she finds out you got busted red-handed like this, old man." Jacob's face instantly went pale. "What? Say what now?" Seeing him panic, the kid pressed his advantage. "So, what if I tell her I can't trust you anymore after this mess? Why should I join in after being totally roasted like that? You have some self-respect, right? Who does that? Man, look at him, literally shaking in his boots. Actually, it's not what you think. Laiha, do you need anything?" Immediately, Jacob started handing over the bribe items. "I've got some scrolls right here. Why not take them?" "Heh, well, if you're offering, I'm definitely receiving." After emptying his pockets, the old guy actually fell to his knees. "Anything else? Just name it." The boy pretended to think for a second. "I really need a head. Let me borrow yours." Without waiting for an answer, Laiha pressed the gun right against the guy's forehead, turning Jacob's face ghost white. The kid looked like he was enjoying this way too much. "Just gonna borrow your noggin for a sec. One shot, and I'll give it back." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from the hidden grass behind the mountains. "Back up. A little more." Surprisingly, Jacob listened and obeyed instantly. "Got it." In a flash, Laiha raised the muzzle high in that direction. "Okay, freeze." Then came the next order, measure the exact distance from there to here. Wendy was already holding the tape measure tight. "Roger that." Jacob held one end of the tape, while the other guy grabbed the rest and sprinted to check the distance. After slapping the tape on the ground, Wendy shouted the report. "Just measured it precisely, boss." He looked a little too excited. Mr. Jacob is standing just a bit past 444 meters, but inside, the old man was screaming. Asterisk sob. "How long do I have to keep doing this?" Asterisk. What a useless class perk. The result made Laiha sigh. Oh snap, naked eye estimate looked like 450 meters. Elizabeth's tracking range won't accept 450 or 440. It only hits targets standing at exactly 44 meters. Even with experience, hitting the exact distance is a nightmare. Back in my army days, the binoculars we used had laser rangefinders. Measuring was a piece of cake back then, but no country in Middle Earth has tech like that yet. Bummer, missed such a golden opportunity. After returning to his spot, Jacob threw out a suggestion. Mr. Laiha, why don't we try a different method?" Laiha quickly asked, "Like what?" The old man put on a confident face. "Use a telescope, maybe." "Not a terrible idea for you to suggest." True, usually that works, but thanks to my special skills, my eyes are already on par with a telescope. Compared to a standard scope, my eyes are way more accurate, but the skills still can't measure exact distance. That's the glitch. Even with a real telescope, getting the precise measurement is tough. While they were brainstorming, Wendy suddenly dropped an idea. "Then we just need to craft a scope specifically calibrated for 44 meters, not 100 meters, right?" Laiha realized the plan was solid, create a scope not for standard range, but exactly for 44 meters. He immediately turned and snapped his fingers. "Old man Jacob," the old guy reluctantly responded. Under the clear blue sky, he started digging for info. "Castle Da has a storage vault for the Rose Guild, right?" The scene cuts to a bustling street full of people. After handing something to Laiha, Jacob spoke up cheerfully. "Congrats. Just like you asked, we finished the 44-meter scope." Laiha held the scope, absolutely buzzing with joy, and thanked the butler. The old man nodded, yes. Inside, he was hyped times. "I did it, asterisk," but his face suddenly turned sinister. "Yes, so we have to be totally honest and open with each other, okay?" That face was enough to make the kid jump. "Yo, what are you talking about? We're both dudes here." Hearing that from a guy in his 40s is just creepy. Seeing the reaction, Jacob laughed and explained. "Haha, really? It's just because I trust that Mr. Laiha will become a powerful ally for the Rose Guild." But inside, he was terrified. Asterisk. If I say something like, "I think you'll get along with Miss Fire Girl," I'm dead. Asterisk. Asterisk. A ton of random curses would probably rain down on my head. Asterisk. Seeming to have more to say, Jacob called out to the leaving Lee Ha, making him turn back around. Yeah? The words that followed were a bit confusing for Lee Ha. I just recall the chat you had with Kid, about stuff like cobalt, blue pythons, or crimson geckos. It reminds me of an old story a fisherman told me. After cutting open a bass caught in a net, he found a gecko or something like a snake inside. But the kid was focused on something else. Huh? Why are you bringing this up? Suddenly, the old man just sighed with relief. I just remembered it. Back when I was fit, I used to work as a net fisherman. Lee Ha looked skeptical. Say what? Sounds kinda sus. Finally, Jacob bowed respectfully. Well then, see you next time. The boy returned the gesture. For sure. Catch you later. Jacob waved goodbye happily before the scene shifted. Thanks. He kept his hand on his chest until Lee Ha completely vanished. Then, he calmly walked away. I'm heading back. Fire Girl is looking for me. Suddenly, Jacob cracked a mysterious smile. That kid is interesting. In his head, he was already plotting with the Forest Dragon Guild leader. Time to go make a report. The sky was crystal clear, morning sunlight beaming down in warm, golden rays. Footsteps tapped rhythmically against the ground, steady like a drum beat signaling a brand new day. Someone pushed the door open, the hinges creaking softly. Lee Ha walked in with a bright smile, greeting loudly. Good morning, Commander. Suddenly he froze, looking totally confused. Huh. The room was empty, just a lonely table and chair. He looked around suspiciously. He's not here? Just then, a loud bang times from outside grabbed Lee Ha's attention. He rubbed his chin, thinking, At the training ground, Brown stood with arms crossed, supervising the rookie's training, not missing a single move. After a while, he sighed and teased. Surprised you even made it to the capital. You actually caught a black eagle with those skills. He looked ready to cry from frustration. It's not that far. Why can't you hit it? Lee Ha walked up, equally shocked. Whoa, a newbie. He felt a wave of nostalgia. Asterisk. It's been a while since I've seen that look in the commander's eyes. I still remember how he looked at me when I first hit the academy. Asterisk. Asterisk. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. Asterisk Brown noticed him too. Ah, there you are. Lee Ha. Jeffa, who was looking sad, suddenly jumped in shock. Wait, is that Lee Ha? It's really him. He immediately rushed over, totally hyped. You're Lee Ha, right? After watching your videos, I switched to the Royal Guard class. Can I get an autograph? The commander coldly ruined the vibe. If you don't get back to your spot and finish the 50-shot drill, you're out. Then he turned to greet the boy. Lee Ha, I see your skills have sharpened again in the short time we haven't met. The kid laughed awkwardly. Ah, yeah, thanks. Lee Ha smiled internally, feeling super motivated looking back at what he'd been through. Totally worth the grind. The two stood by the training field, chatting. Brown's voice, soft but curious. So, what brings you here? Lee Ha's face stayed calm. You know why. The commander didn't need to think long, smiling knowingly. You're here for Miss Elizabeth? Lee Ha admitted it straight up. That's right, I'm here for her legacy. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the cliff, cold wind blowing through the rocks. He kicked a loose stone, sending it tumbling down into the abyss. Lee Ha shielded his eyes from the glare, looking into the distance. The commander drifted into a memory. When I was young, I used to come here to hang out with friends. So nostalgic. The boy silently marveled. Asterisk, when he was young. This game has only been out for a year. Asterisk. It felt incredibly real, like he was actually dealing with a person, not an NPC. Well, the important thing is that one of these targets is at a 44-meter distance. The opposite cliff was covered in crooked target boards. The gap between them was shrouded in mist, and Lee Ha started calculating fast. I'm guessing the trick is to figure out which one it is, and then take the shot. But I'm sure Middle-earth is hiding something. It won't just hand it over easily. No doubt. The wind's picking up, tossing leaves around like confetti. I try to act all buddy-buddy with David, but let's be real, he knows I'm just flexing for the camera. Is it too much? Nah, that's just the right amount of swagger for a top-tier player. I've got 3 lives on this level, wish me luck, chat. I grip the flint pistol tight. Thank goodness, there's no speedrun timer on this mission, so I can actually breathe. Good thing I grinded the tutorial beforehand. Brown looks at me sideways, curious about my training. I drop into a crouch, locking in on the target, checking wind direction and speed. Gotta respect the physics engine, right? That's just basic gameplay. I'm thinking to myself, the support NPC totally failed to give me the range stats. It's all intuition right now, but hey, my defensive training is coming in clutch. I crack a confident grin to hype myself up. If I said I wasn't sweating this, I'd be lying. Brown actually looks interested in my strats. Oh yeah? I focus up. Alright, let's start this quest. I pop my ultimate ability Eagle Eye Activate. My pupils go full gold, glowing like crazy, giving me X-ray vision. It feels like my soul just went spectator mode, floating out to scan the map for the enemy hitbox. The first trap is a total bait setup. There are way too many decoys bunched up. Finding the real target at 44 meters is like finding a glitch in the code super tough. Second trap is a defense buff. And the third... Wait, what is that? My eyes lock onto something sus. A confused sound escapes my throat. Huh? I zoom in instantly. My HUD says it's between 430 and 450 meters, but visually, it looks way closer, like it's right there at the 44-meter mark. They're messing with the perspective. My throat is dry as a desert. I hesitate. Should I take the shot? I mean, I have 3 tries. I could whiff one and still be okay. No, delete that thought. That's loser mentality. It's not about having extra lives. It's about proving I can nail it perfectly. Wake up, idiot. You're a sniper main. If I worry about the win too much, I'm gonna choke the trigger pull. I need to believe I'm gonna one-tap this. My brain is overclocking, running the numbers. Target size is roughly 170 to 175 centimeters tall. With those dimensions, about 60 or 70 of them could be estimated at 444 meters out, not counting the red zones. Where's the real one? Pause. Gotcha. I smirk at the camera and call it south side. Southeast, wind velocity is 9 meters per second. That's enough to make the trees dance. If my range calculation is right, that wind is definitely going to mess with the bullet drop. I take a deep breath to lower my heart rate, Zen mode. My finger hovers over the trigger, mana charging up silently, ready to burst. The sound of the shot echoes out like thunder. The bullet rips through the air. My cape is flapping in the wind like a superhero. The shot lights up, turning into these insane blue phantom flowers before boom piercing the bullseye perfectly. The impact is massive, the whole target shatters into pixels. Brown is grinning like a proud dad. Looks like I finally met his high standards. He starts clapping. GG's, kid. Congrats. I stay frozen in my pose, not breaking character just because I got one win. Brown's voice gets deep, hinting that needing 3 tries would have been totally cringe for someone at my level. My HUD explodes with 2 notifications. Asterisk level up. Asterisk Brown can't hide his shock. Congrats. I guess needing 3 shots was never an option for you, huh? I didn't expect you to clear on the first run. That's actually wild. I scratch my head, playing the humble card. The NPCs really eat up that modest act. Real talk, I'm more surprised than you are, I tell him. I didn't think I'd pull off a speedrun strat on the first go. We shake hands, and the moment feels super cinematic. He's getting emotional on me. Other than her, I'm the only one in the world who nailed this first try. Just kidding. Haha. I blink. Wait, for real? Brown closes his eyes, taking a deep breath like he's having a flashback. She always said that people who succeed on the 3rd try are trash compared to the first try legends. That's why your skill XP went through the roof. Oh, I get it now. I'm suddenly feeling pretty proud of myself. So the XP drop scales with how hard I flexed. No wonder I jumped 2 whole levels. He puts a hand on my shoulder, and I feel like he's transferring a buff to me or something. Get ready, the tutorial is over. It gets harder from here. A system window pops up. Asterisk achievement unlocked. Next Gen Musketeer. Aiming proficiency, S+. Asterisk. Asterisk. You are the 3rd player to achieve this. Rewards, 200% bonus XP, 36 stat points, plus 200 reputation and 400 kingdom contribution points. Asterisk. Asterisk, you've unlocked the Next Gen Musketeer title and your name is on the Hall of Fame. Asterisk, I'm standing there stunned, my eyes glued to this sick black musket hanging on the wall. The light hits the metal, and it looks legendary. I gulp, walking toward it, slow-mo, like I'm approaching the final loot chest of a raid. My heart is pounding out of my chest. I lift it up with both hands, feeling the weight and the insane texture details on the black bet. Brown officially hands it over. This is yours now. I'm trusting you with it, Elizabeth. The system pings. Asterisk item acquired. Black bet. Asterisk. This isn't a drill. Chat. I see a ghost image of the previous owner for a split second. I'm holding it, shaking with excitement. My mind goes blank. It feels lightweight, but super powerful. Maybe too light? Suddenly, a new quest drops. Asterisk clues on the missing 2. Asterisk I gotta find the squad mates who vanished during the Demon War. I don't click accept immediately. I ask Brown casually but carefully. Yo, Commander, you want me to go find Elizabeth? He nods instantly. Yeah, if those 2 are tied up with the demon army, we've got a massive problem. Rumor has it that mobs are spawning like crazy near the borders of every nation. The puzzle pieces are clicking together. If the spawn rates are up everywhere, that means the difficulty is about to spike. The vibe just got super heavy. Brown's eyes get sharp. They're following orders. My palms start sweating. So, you're saying the demon army is making a comeback? He sighs, looking stressed. We can't confirm anything yet. I rub my chin, trying to figure out the hidden lore behind all this. If the demon army is mobilizing, does that mean we're getting a server-wide war event? I grinded so hard to kill Harold to stop the bad ending. Did I just get stronger for the sequel? I actually feel relieved. I smile. I think I get the plot now. This is the main quest line. I smash that accept button. Since there are no failure penalties, I'd be stupid to say no. I tell Brown the plan. I'm on it. Phase 1. Data mine everything about this demon army. Oh, and one more thing. I hold up the black bet, eyes sparkling like a noob looking for tips. How do I use this thing? I saw Kid and Lure transforming their guns into crazy modes. Brown remembers that event too. Oh, you're talking about that? His voice gets serious. I'm looking at him with Paul Hope, waiting for the tutorial. But then he drops a truth bomb that totally ruins the mood. I freeze, jaw on the floor, feeling completely scammed. Yeah, he smiles with this sad nostalgia. Elizabeth used the black bet. I tried to use it once, but I couldn't get it to transform. Bruh, you're telling me there's no manual? Lee Ha was itching for answers, but the old guy just bailed on him. Figure it out yourself, kid. Ain't that how life works? He let out a cheeky laugh. His tone was super chill, leaving Lee Ha standing there like a total noob. He just forced a smile. Sure. Inside, he was screaming. This old dude always dodges the hard stuff and dumps the grind on him. All right, I'm bouncing. Lee Ha waved goodbye. I guess I only leveled up my brain this fast because you made the quest impossible, old man. The old guy stared out the window, acting all deep. Our paths will cross soon. Bro, what does that even mean? Lee Ha was getting more confused by the second. Finally, he dropped the alpha. Head to the Adamantia Mountains, you'll find your answers there. Lee Ha walked away, replaying the convo in his head like a broken record. Adamantia. That's dwarf territory, right? Bet. That theory checks out. Time to gear up. Suddenly, the stats for his new weapon popped up on the HUD. Hero Blackbet's musket. Non-tradable, insane tech, transformation skills. Lee Ha's jaw hit the floor. Heart pounding like crazy. Is this seriously hero tier loot? The medallion in his hand was glowing with that premium aura. Another hero item. Just how rare is this stuff? He scrambled to check the other stats. What about the damage output? System pinged. Agility times 7 equals 7,770. Whoa. His old piece maxed out at like 5,000. This is cracked. Even the Hummingbird special attack does 4,760. Lee Ha felt a sudden rage spike. Do all those scrubs have hero gear? Is that why they're winning? He puffed out his cheeks, totally salty. If I had Blackbet's gun sooner. It scales off speed, so he can't waste points on anything else. Glass cannon build incoming. All points into agility, baby. Ding. Plus 260 speed. Suddenly, a chat window popped up. Yo, you done yet? That voice. Lee Ha pumped his fist, actually hyped. Kidge, you're still kicking. Kidge replied with his usual swagger. Please. Nobody in this server can take me out. I only got caught because they camped me. Lee Ha checked Kidge's location on the minimap. Wait, you're chilling at the inn? Kidge shrugged over voice chat. A legend needs his beauty sleep. Lee Ha laughed awkwardly. Right. Then Kidge's tone got serious. Keep an eye on Luger's spawn point. The whole Phantom Bullet drama is settled, but stay woke. Lee Ha blinked. Huh? Why's that? He knows it's just a title now. But dude is weird. He sorts everything into 2 boxes, cargo to carry or trash to leave behind. Guy's a psycho, Lee Ha sighed. Talking to Kidge is useless, but whatever. Thanks for the heads up. Hey, you heading to the Adamantia Mountains? Trying to leech off me? I see you. Kidge yawned. I'm beat. Later. Click. Call ended. Lee Ha muttered. Selfish jerk. Then Lee Ha smirked. He didn't say no. He got the info he needed, so the call wasn't a total wash. If I want new gear, I gotta see the dwarves in Adamantia. Simple. He charged up a purple mana ball, glowing runes floating around him. Time to make a move. But first, a quick stop at the castle. Meanwhile, in the real world, night had fallen. Streetlights glowed outside the apartment window. Chill vibes. Lee Ha, I'm home. His mom called out gently. She peeked in his room. Empty bed, closed VR capsule. Standard Friday night. Gaming again? But seeing the huge grin on her son's face inside the pod made her heart melt. She leaned over and whispered, It's good to see you smiling again. Back in the game, a single water droplet hit a still lake. Drip. Doomy stepped out of the water first. Welcome, Outlanders. Brown gave him a warm look. You've gotten stronger, Lee Ha. Memories of his old crew flooded back. Heh. Wanna go mobbing? It'll be lit. Hurry up, You'll be with us soon. Then Emily waved goodbye. Catch you later. Lee Ha found himself walking through a white void. He froze. Emily's image appeared, eyes sparkling. Hope to see you soon, Lee Ha. His face went tomato red. Bah bump. Why is his heart racing? Back at the castle, a beam of blue light shot down from the sky, shattering like crystal. It hit right next to the fountain in the plaza. As the light faded, Lee Ha materialized, gently floated down by the wind. Smooth landing. He raised an eyebrow, totally confused. Yo, what was that? He replayed the last few seconds in his head. When he cast that spell earlier, a purple crystal ball had popped up. He squinted at it. Is this a DM? He looked closer and gasped. His eyes went wide. No way. A bright pink, girly menu popped up, listing Emily's fave spots. Lee Ha panicked. What the heck? Wait. Did I accidentally swipe Emily's crystal ball? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a room was being trashed. Plushies and pillows flying everywhere. Emily was tearing the place apart, face burning red. Where is it? She was losing it. Her sister, Emily, walked in. Sis, what's wrong? Emily was shaking, tears welling up. My life is over. It's gone. Emily looked confused. What's gone? Emily slumped into a pile of clothes, defeated. My crystal ball. Emily didn't get the drama. You dropped an item? Since when do you care about loot? I'll just buy you a new one. No, Emily stammered. That's not the point. I think I accidentally gave it to Lee Ha. She buried her face in her hands. Total cringe. Emily patted her back. Don't worry, it was a cheap item anyway. She totally didn't get it. Back in the plaza, Lee Ha cracked up. She must have swapped hours by mistake, he smirked. Who knew the Ice Witch was actually this adorkable? Okay, map check. North is the CN Federation. If I cut through minis, I get to Adamantia faster. Then he remembered Luger, creepy face, glowing eyes, smoke coming out of his mouth. The phantom bullet. Just thinking about that guy gave him the creeps. Yeah, no. Not risking a run-in with that lunatic. Luger is camping in minis right now. Since the 3 Musketeers are all linked, the second I step foot there, he'll be on me like glue. He's got the red heart weapon and he's itching to use it. Black Bee was squinting hard at his piece, studying every inch of the gun. He ran his fingers over the details, but honestly, it just looked like a basic, dusty old musket. How in the world was he supposed to give this thing a glow up? Suddenly, boom, light bulb moment. Maybe he needed to activate a skill. He popped up the system menu, and the stats for weapon transformation S flashed on the screen. Lee Ha's jaw literally hit the floor when he saw that name. His heart started pounding like crazy. That S stood for a super specific elite sniper rifle. We're talking top-tier Spec Ops gear here. But wait, that thing runs on modern electronics. How is that supposed to work in Middle-earth? That feels like a total glitch in the Matrix. He stared at the Black Bee in his hands for a sec, then decided to just go for it. Skill activated. The gun started glowing with this mystic blue vibe. Lee Ha couldn't take his eyes off the transformation. Then bam, the light turned to blinding gold. It was huge. Black Bee respawned with a fresh skin, jet black barrel, shiny body, looking absolutely OP. He gripped the handle tight. Even though he kind of expected it, he was still shook. Haha, too bad I can't ping Sam and Lyra to come see this. Just some loot-hungry players near the Rat People zone. Lee Ha checked the minimap and surroundings. This spot works. Time to debut this bad boy as the official successor of the Musketeers. Let's go. Alright, beta testing, the upgraded BB. Deep breath, Zen mode on. He aimed down sights, squeezed the trigger, ready to witness some explosive damage. And nothing. Zero. Zilch. He froze, feeling totally played. Say what? Lee Ha spammed the trigger a few more times. But nope. Worst part, the noise just aggroed the rat tribe nearby. Glowing red eyes everywhere. Angry squeaking. The vibe went from 0 to 100 real quick. It was getting super intense. He collapsed to his knees, hands shaking on the dirt as he realized the major fail. No ammo. I thought this thing generated magic bullets. I got too hyped and forgot the basics. The sound of rat feet getting closer snapped him out of it. Ah, they're surrounding him. Lee Ha panicked. I'm screwed. The swole rats charged him, looking ready to throw hands. Lee Ha screamed, trying to negotiate. Yo, hold up. Time out. Let a guy reload first. Jeez. He booked it, running for his life. Finally, he snapped. Y'all are so annoying. Bayonet mode activated. Lee Ha raised the gun and turned it into a brawl. Total chaos ensues. He went full berserk mode on them. Cut 2. Sand Federation, Bennett Devil City. Lee Ha looked wrecked, pale, exhausted, bandaged up. That fight was no joke. Man, that was close. Can't believe I'm the legendary Musketeer heir, and I'm out here grinding like a level 1 noob. So embarrassing. He was shivering like crazy, pulling his cloak tight from head to toe. It felt super lonely and freezing out there. Ever since getting to Cyan, the temperature just keeps dropping. On the street, some guys were recruiting. Need a healer for Salia Cave. Party of 4 looking for a human player for the Snow Zone. If you're heading to Adamia, hit us up. Liha's ears perked up at Adamia. Bingo, that's my stop. Gonna hitch a ride. He walked over to say hey. Yo, quick question. Jack turned around with a big friendly smile. Sup? But the second they locked eyes, they both froze. Wait. Then they both screamed, Michael. Jack. Dude. Jack grabbed his hand, all excited. What on earth are you doing here? Liha played it cool. Just got a quest location nearby. What about you? Been here long? Not really, Jack explained. I just go wherever the critters are. Liha nodded. Classic Rip behavior. That dude is obsessed with animals. While they were busy chatting, they didn't notice the creeper on the roof. Victor was standing there, staring them down, scanning Liha's stats with sharp eyes. Red cloak, silver musket. Found you, Michael, Victor thought. He's with a giant, maybe a healer. And that black weapon. Looks like a musket, too. Later, at the snowy mountain path near the temple, the trees were frosted over, totally Instagrammable. It's honestly awesome teaming up with you again, bro, Liha said. Jack scratched his head, shyly. Same here. Didn't think I'd run into you. Oh, by the way, I saw your viral video. Liha looked confused. Huh. You know, the one where you soloed 500 guys from the Dawn Guild, and the guild war between Starlight and Red Rose. I was crying, man. So epic. Liha laughed awkwardly, facepalming inside. Oh, that. He quickly changed the topic. So, how's your bird buddy? The one that dances? That's not his name, Jack sighed. But if you want to see him, I can summon him. Just don't roast me, okay? Liha was hyped. Finally, the legendary dance. Jack pointed to the sky and yelled, Hell Crow. Then he did a full spin, struck a pose, blushed, and threw a finger heart. Total idol vibes. Summon. Liha fell over, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Wahaha. Jack was crying real tears, looking super awkward and whistling to pretend it didn't happen. Liha was wheezing, but then a massive shadow blocked the sun. He looked up and saw something huge flying in. The wind pressure was insane. Boom, it landed, kicking up a snowstorm. Liha squinted, dropping into a combat stance, ready for anything. Through the snow dust, he saw a massive silhouette. Liha's jaw dropped again. Yo, what is that thing? The Hellcrow let out a screech that pierced their ears. Jack scratched his cheek. Haha, yeah. This is why I couldn't bring him out in town. Liha was shook. Bro, what level is your account now to have a pet that big? He was seriously impressed. Jack rubbed his nose, trying not to look too proud. I'm out on your level, but I grinded my way to 89, he said. Liha thought back. Wow, he's way stronger than the last time we hung out. I knew he was talented, but dang, Liha thought. Then the cold hit him again. Asterisk HU. Asterisk, hey Jack, are we close? I'm turning into a popsicle here. Doesn't look like much here, Liha muttered. Jack was totally fine in the cold. It's right around here. Snow rabbits spawn in this area, so this is the best camping spot. Liha asked, okay, but what exactly is a snow rabbit? Jack got serious. It's the beast I need to tame for my collection. They hate birds and giants, so I can't get close. That's why I need a human player like you to help. Liha finally got it. So, I'm bait? You brought me here to be rabbit food. Jack put his hands together, pleading. Please, Liha. I promise I won't let you take damage. Just stand there and don't shoot. We need it to drop its guard, Liha sighed, feeling his brain cells dying. Dang it, I totally got baited into this. Liha walked to the spot, gripping his gun just in case. Fine, I'll help a homie out. Besides, how dangerous can a fluffy bunny be? A snow bunny is creeping up on our boy from behind, giving him the full sniff test. But he's way too distracted, calculating if he should reload his blackback piece right now. Getting all the way to the Adamantium Mountains drained his energy bar like crazy. That trip cost 500 points. Total ripoff. Suddenly, he spots a glitch in the matrix through his scope. He steadies his breath to go full sniper mode. Every detail matters. These guys are rocking different colored cloaks, but are they ghosting us? Walking away. Liha slides into the comms with a quick warning. But Jack, he's in full stealth mode, inching toward his prey. Shh, hold up, fam. It's rabbit season. He starts panic whispering, no, not that. The Saw Squad is here. This isn't the time for pets. But the rabbit hears the noise and turns around. Jack just goes full linebacker and tackles the fluff ball. Gotcha. The bunny squeaks and goes absolutely feral, bucking like a rodeo bull to get Jack off. Lai Ha is screaming, "Yo, listen to me. Jack, the Sagoons are 5 minutes out. We're gonna get caught." But nope, the dude is totally zoning out, obsessed with hugging this rabbit. He's not hearing a word. Don't shoot. Just give me a sec to charm this little guy. Lai Ha is sweating bullets now. Charm him? We don't have time. How long is that gonna take? Jack shrugs. Maybe 5 minutes. Lee Ha is grinding his teeth, cold sweat dripping. Jack, are you serious right now? We're risking it all for a bunny? Wait, is he actually big-braining this? Is he stalling on purpose? Nah, the Jack I know wouldn't snake me like that. But I can't slack off, gotta stay strapped just in case. Meanwhile, Homie is still wrestling the rabbit, refusing to let go. Hold up, his stamina is dropping. Once I wrap this up, I promise I'll get you out of here alive, bro. Lai Ha has no choice but to hold the line solo to buy time. He's cursing under his breath. Damn it. Then Victor spots him and yells to his minions, "Squad A, bag Michael alive. Do whatever you want with the other guy." Situation is critical. He screams out, "Jack." The shapeshifter grunts, flexes, and suddenly, are those pink hearts and bubbles floating in the air? What is happening? Jack is literally crying tears of joy. I did it. The bunny is tame and acting super chill now. Victor points straight at Lai Ha. Get him. But Jack starts dropping bars. Answer me. Snow Mountain. Lee Ha is just standing there like, bro, what are you even doing right now? Hey, Jack. The dude pumps all his mana into the rabbit, screaming a roar that shakes the server. It's the call of Mother Nature. A massive wind blast hits them, and the mountains start vibrating like an earthquake. It sounds like a million horses charging at once. Totally epic but terrifying. Jack looks super calm and says, "Yo, Michael, time to dip. Let's run." Lai Ha sprints over. What? Jack points to the left and says, "Hear that rumble? That's why I said, hold your fire." Lai Ha looks back and holy scrap, it's a massive avalanche of snowballs rolling down at Mach speed. See, these snow bunnies have a hive mind. You mess with one, you mess with the whole squad. If one is in trouble, the whole crew pulls up to help. Lai Ha's jaw hits the floor. It's basically a fuzzpocalypse. The Sa squad can't even stand up. Captain Victor is trying to act tough, screaming, "Don't panic. Capture Michael." To me, Lai Ha. Jack signals to Bolt. Lai Ha is confused, chasing after him. Jack, where are we even going? The dude answers, where else? Next stop, Adamantia Mountains. Lai Ha's face goes pale. Bro, that's a cliff in front of us. Before he can even mentally prepare, Lai Ha's scream is echoing across the entire snowy map. Jack asks, all calm like, "Michael, you trust me, right?" Lai Ha yells back, "Of course I do. That's why I didn't start blasting." Good. He grabs Lai Ha's arm. Lai Ha freezes up. Wait, what are you doing? Jack doesn't hesitate. He drags him to the edge and yeets them both straight off the cliff. Lai Ha feels his soul leave the chat. Tears are flying upwards in the wind. And then just a fading scream as they drop. Victor is raging hard at the edge. Are you kidding me? But he can't even strategize because a million snow bunnies are swarming him. Total chaos. Damn it, kill these rabbits, hurry up. But there's too many of them. Meanwhile, mid-air, Jack morphs. Just as they fly off, the avalanche wipes out the cliffside. The SA group is screaming down their total wipeout. Jack spreads those massive wings, gliding smooth through the storm. Eagle Jack looks down and chats like it's nothing. Thanks for trusting me, Halia. Lai Ha is clutching that cloak for dear life, heart pounding out of his chest, breathing hard. Haha. Now full speed to Adamantia. Lai Ha is dangling in the air, feeling that cool breeze. Whoa, this is actually sick. We totally ghosted those guys. I didn't know you had a transform skill like this. But yo, heads up before the suicide jump next time, yeah. My heart literally skipped a beat back there. Jack laughs awkwardly. You got it, boss. A bit later, Lai Ha touches down softly on the ground. They land at the edge of the Adamantia range. Jack starts glowing like a glow stick, filling the air with light. Boom, he's back to human form, letting out a huge sigh of relief. All right. He shields his eyes from the sun. This is the entrance. I can't go past here. This is as far as giants are allowed to go. Lai Ha isn't mad at all. He gets it. Giants and dwarves have beef, right? You got me here. That's clutch. Thanks, man. So, what's your next move? Jack scratches his head. Honestly, wherever the wind takes me, as long as there's plants and animals, my level might be lower than yours. Lai Ha, but I've definitely unlocked more of the map. Exploring Middle-earth is the best. Lai Ha grins. Sounds dope. Invite me to the party next time. Jack puts a hand on his chest and starts glowing again like a majestic beacon. Later. Catch you on the flip side. Boom, huge smoke cloud. Flashy lights. He turns back into the eagle and rockets straight into the sky. Laiha stands there looking up, waving. Peace out. Now, welcome to the dwarf city, Helen View. This place is built right into the cliffside, totally unique aesthetic. It's full of gears, machines, and cable cars zipping around. It's chaotic, but in a cool, high-tech way. Laiha looks around like a tourist. Dude, this is insane. This city is actually next level. To think they built factories inside caves, dwarves are built different. It feels like a massive mall in here. And this right here, the exclusive spot, the mother of pearl smithy. He stops at the shop. Rumor has it, this is the only spot to craft this kind of gear. Clang, clang. You can hear the hammer hitting metal. Sparks are flying everywhere inside. He peeks his head in. Hey, who walks in without knocking? A buff dude with a braided beard is gripping a hammer, looking like he could bench press a truck. Paul Power. He glares at Laiha. Can't you see I'm grinding over here? Laiha gets all awkward and tries to explain himself. Yo, sorry to interrupt the grind, Gramps, but I need to put in an order. In the corner, this intense-looking dude was just chilling in silence. The old man gave me the death stare and asked, You a musketeer? I just grinned. You know it. Figured. He played it cool, trying to read me. You looking for black powder or iron slugs? I shook my head. Nah, neither. Then I whipped out the B-type transforming weapon. Boom. The moment Boss Nick saw the design, he was shook. Eyes wide, totally frozen like his game crashed. I whispered, S mode, and the thing lit up the whole room like a flashbang. Even Bot-Ho started grinning like a maniac. You're the third musketeer, he said, and I didn't even try to cap. That's me. Bristle's eyes were glued to the gun. Oh my god, holy RNGesus, that's Elizabeth's rifle. I got straight to business. I need ammo for this bad boy. I already know the specs. Come on, I need your skills. Boss Ho cracked his knuckles, looking like he was ready to bench press a truck. He couldn't wait. He barked at Bo, lock it down. Shop's closed for the rest of the day, fam. A bit later, in the VIP room, he asks, So, you're really a musketeer, huh? How's that eyebrowless old geezer doing these days? Hearing him roast, the commander made my face twitch. Geezer. If you're talking about Academy, David Bess, he's still kicking and healthy. Boss Lee slammed the table, totally triggered. Commander my butt, that ungrateful jerk. I carried him so many times, and he hasn't visited me once. Not once. Ungrateful. Huh. I stayed quiet, not trying to defend Brown. The old guy was definitely salty about it. I slid a blueprint across the table. I want bullets like this. Can you craft them? Besides the ammo, I need a speed loader too. He took a quick look and sighed heavily. This new generation of musketeers is so boring. You kill the vibe when you bring your own blueprints, you know that? He held up the design and shouted to his crew. Yo, fam. Can you guys forge this or what? He wants 5 rounds and a mag. Bristle answered instantly. Too easy, boss. Of course. This is nothing compared to the cobalt blue python. Whisker rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Actually, it's kinda giving me crimson gecko vibes. Just slightly different size and skin. Boss Lee turned to me. You hear that? The boys say it's no problem. Now we just gotta talk numbers. I asked, what's the damage? How much? He held up 5 fingers. 5 gold coins a set. I literally jumped. What? That's a ripoff. I was panic mathing in my head. That's 100,000 per bullet. What is this pricing? But Boss Ho wasn't budging. If you don't want the ammo, then bounce. The casings require top-tier brass, which is super rare loot, even in the Adam Mountains. I caught the Keith detail. So, it's expensive because of the brass? He nodded. Exactly. I chuckled, calm as ever, and reached into my cloak. The old man looked confused until I pulled out a shimmering brass ingot and slammed it on the table. Here you go. How's the price looking now? Boss Thlay's hands were shaking. He didn't even dare touch it. His reaction was exactly what I predicted. A Paul brass ingot, I confirmed. Immediately, my barter skill activated persuasion success rate buffed by 38%. We haggled until sunset, and once I got the deal I wanted, I waved goodbye, feeling like a winner. Cool. See you in 3 days. Take care of my rifle. Boss Lee was screaming at the door, totally tilted. Get out of here. Crew, get the salt. I need to cleanse this place. I walked away humming a tune, totally vibing. 1 gold coin for a pack of 5, plus a free magazine craft. I literally slashed the price by more than half on my first try. Skill OP, guys. Time to swap this out for a pistol build. I am the flintlock. I'll use this for the iron slugs. The needle gun is strictly for boss fights. Hee hee. I want to equip the Black Bee as soon as possible. Later that night at my place, Key's voice was panicking. Bro, big news. Boot up your PC right now. I put the phone to my ear, confused. Big news? Did war start or something? Key was stressing out. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Middle Earth. Look at his face. He's serious. Sweat was dripping down his face. Middle-earth just entered. Phase 2. I was shook. My heart skipped a beat. I suddenly remembered Peter's words. The successors of the past heroes have been decided. You must act fast. Offense is the best defense. After hearing the details, Key was still freaking out. So, the successors were mentioned in the server announcement. Are you saying you're one of them? I scratched my head, smiling awkwardly. Just a guess, but I'm pretty sure. I'm aiming for one of the 3 Musketeer spots. They were the MVPs of the Demon War. Achievement, rank, A+. I showed my bro the stats panel. He gasped, A+. For real? I nodded. Yup. And the 3 new Musketeers get unique weapons. I don't know the current meta, so I'm not sure what rank the other 2 heroes are. Key shared his intel. The second Demon War was mentioned in a quest I did, but I ignored it because they said all hero classes were taken. Looks like I'm not the successor for the Knight class. I guessed maybe there was no Knight hero this time. Key clicked his tongue, annoyed. This is going to be toxic, huh? Those spots probably went to total noobs. Anyway, I don't know much about the second Demon War lore, but I heard some rumors about the other Musketeer members. I was curious. Spill the tea. I know about Sweeping Kid and Loser. He thought for a second. Sweeping Kid is basically an influencer, super famous. Then his face got serious. But this guy named Loser, he's a bloodthirsty mercenary. I was intrigued. Is he famous? T gave me the rundown. Huge clout. His rep is on the level of L. Once you beat a trash guild like Dawn 10 times, you get famous. Rumor has it he even 1v1 the top Holy Dragon Knight. I fell silent, feeling a bit of anxiety. I knew he wasn't a normal player, but fighting the best? That's insane. I pushed that thought aside for now. Anyway, Key, what do you think the final announcement meant? Attack is the best defense? He gave his take. I suspect it means you need to start making moves, bro. I analyzed the clues. In other words, an enemy is coming, someone we can't beat if we just camp and defend. If there's an enemy I can't beat, like the Demon King's army from the Middle-earth battle, maybe they're launching an invasion like in the lore. Key couldn't hide his nerves. If that's the case, what's the play? The air got quiet for a sec. Our table felt isolated from the noisy tavern. I grabbed the handle of my mug. Well, I took a sip, casual as ever. Hunt them down. My answer left Key stunned. I slammed the mug down, the yellow beer splashing inside. I announced it loud and clear. If it's the Demon King's monster army, we just farm them. Easy. Key gave me a thumbs up. My brother is a legend. I was getting hyped up, feeling like the main character. Ha ha ha. That's the value of true power. Once we cleared the food, I said my goodbyes. All right, time to bounce. I gotta go. Key reminded me. Right. You said you were gonna forge weapons soon. Let me spectate next time. I nodded. For sure. Next time I'll stream it for you. I jumped onto the roof and parkoured toward the center district. About a minute later, I arrived at Bottle's smithy, but the door was locked tight. The street was empty like a ghost town. I looked around. Huh? Closed? I heard some noise inside though. Someone was definitely in there. Probably still grinding. I banged on the door to get their attention. Yo, it's Michael Liha. I didn't have to wait long before the door creaked open. Bristle's face peeked out, covered in cuts and drenched in sweat, looking totally drained. When he saw me, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Woo, get in here, man. The captain's been waiting for you. Liha suddenly got a super bad vibe, heart pounding like crazy. Yo, what's the drama? Is World War III popping off inside? Briso walked him in, and the whole room was a total dumpster fire. The dude stood there with his arms crossed, looking salty as heck. Basically, yeah, it's a war zone. I've never seen a mess this bad. Just go talk to the boss, he'll fill you in. Liha crept into the forge, feeling a bit jittery. Hey there, Mr. Beck. The old guy was hunched over, radiating such a gloomy vibe it felt like the air just got 10 degrees colder. Noticing the old man was banged up just like Briso, Liha tried to break the ice with a nervous laugh. Yo, Mr. Botanic, you look wrecked. Did crafting some ammo really beat you up that bad? Suddenly, the old guy snapped. We gotta pull the plug on this research. He grabbed his head and started screaming like he was losing his marbles. I've never seen tech like this. Even Sam and Lur's heat isn't this complicated. He literally chucked the black bat at Liha. Take it. Get this thing out of my face. The legendary tiny folks wouldn't put a seal on this beast without a serious reason. That info made him freeze. A seal. He looked at the guy, totally confused. Wait, didn't the legendary Short Kings make this? Bottle was basically begging on his knees now. Oh dear God of anvils, please forgive me. The old man's face went pale, grinding his teeth as he pointed a shaky finger at Liha. You shameless little punk. You've got eyes that only care about yourself. Liha just stared at the gun. Only see myself, huh? Then it clicked. Oh snap, I haven't checked the specs since it transformed. He quickly pulled up the info screen. Legendary Black Bet. Untradeable. Damage scales off agility times 8 plus 25. Bonus skills unlock when the seal breaks. Lai Ha scanned the details. No range, no fire rate, not even level requirements. Plus, it's a legendary drop, and the attack power is insane 8 times his agility stat. A light bulb went off in his head, and he frantically turned to Bottle for answers. Yo, what about Loser and Kid Straples? What rank are the Cobalt Blue, Python, and Crimson Jekozu? The old man tore at his hair, losing it. Those are just hero-tier trash compared to this. This Black Bet thing. It had to be forged by demons, I swear. Even if your brain is too slow to get it, just follow the legendary dwarf's manual, okay? But Lee Ha filtered out the warnings and only heard powerful. He was hyped. So their gear is hero tier, but mine is legendary. That means I'm rocking the best loadout in the game. Lee Ha put on his serious voice. Hate to say it, but I can't master this bad boy just yet. But don't worry, I'll be super careful with it. Mr. Betho Nick. The old guy looked ready to explode. You better be. That weapon can never see the light of day. Lai Ha rubbed his hands together with a cheeky grin. Cool, cool. So, what about ammo? Bottle face-palmed, grinding his teeth in defeat. Ugh, here, take it and get lost. He handed over some neatly stacked golden magazines. Lai Ha whistled. Top-tier work from the Short Kings, as expected. Just like last time, he walked out waving with that innocent, friendly smile. Thanks a bunch. I'll definitely be a regular here. The boss was fuming so hard he was practically spitting fire. Don't you dare. Never come back. Someone get the salt. We need to exorcise this place. That kid is even more shameless than No Brown. Briso nodded. No cap. I agree. Later, at the Tenero copper mine, the place was a total wasteland, just rocks and zero vibes. Lai Ha strutted through, lost in thought. To keep the ammo flowing, I need way more copper ingots. Wonder what the respawn timer is on those copper dudes. Hope it's quick, cause waiting around is a drag. Just then, a familiar roar echoed from the cliff above. Talk about perfect timing, ask and you shall receive. A sly grin spread across his face. Lai Ha dug his heels in instantly. Range, 330 meters. Wind speed, 10 meters per second. He went prone, locking onto the target. Terrain's garbage. Old me would have had to rotate for a better angle. He smirked confidently, but that was the old me. He squeezed the trigger. Boom! The shot ripped through the air, muzzle flash lighting up the gloom. The recoil was insane, shoving him back as he flexed every muscle to hold his ground. His palms were burning and twitching, totally numb from the shockwave. Okay, the kick on this thing is no joke. Gotta be way more careful shooting prone next time. He shook it off. Right, the copper statue. But when he looked, his jaw dropped. The monster wasn't just dead, it was obliterated into hundreds of shiny metal fragments. Giant copper chunks crashed down. It was wild. Wait, are those crystals pulling themselves back together? Lee Ha stood there with his mouth wide open, totally caught off guard. Nope. The copper statue got deleted in a single shot. Lee Ha froze, eyes glued to the shattered remains, struggling to process that this was actually real life. I really one-tapped it. Then he snapped out of it. Wait, no time to space out. Gotta recover the brass. Since it was custom ammo, leaving it behind would be a dead giveaway to other players. Lai Ha was buzzing with excitement, literally skipping over the rocks and humming a little tune. Time to loot. Let's see what goodies we got. Wonder what the drop is this time. As he got closer, he spotted a glowing copper ingot and some shiny night boots. Score. He snatched up both items to check the stats. This ingot is definitely a direct drop from the boss. The second he grabbed the loot, the sparkling copper debris lost its shine and turned into dull, gray rocks. He did some quick mental math. This is gonna fetch a fat stack of cash. One ingot is worth like 100 new rounds. Suddenly, a loud, happy voice echoed from a distance. Oh my gosh, I'm so hyped. This is my first time raiding a copper statue. We're almost there, guys, remember? No lightning magic. Lee Ha flinched. A full squad was only 100 meters out. His heart sank. Crap, I gotta dip before they spot me. He quickly ripped a teleport scroll in half. If they see me, the forums are gonna explode. Over on the other side, Bruce was scanning the area excitedly, but then froze. Huh? Where'd the copper statue go? It's supposed to be right here. Just an empty stretch of sand and rocks. Cold wind blew dust in their faces, total ghost town vibes. The rest of the team looked clueless. Rudo scratched his face, sweating bullets. Dude, how is this even possible? What happened? None of them noticed a thin streak of light shoot up into the sky and vanish into the clouds above. Once he was in the safe zone, Lai Ha checked his stash. All right, auctioning these boots, starting bid, 120 gold. He rolled up to a tailor shop. Yo, I need a custom bag that can fit a rifle. Hook me up. He made a mental shopping list. Now that I know what Blackbet can do, I need gear to match. Then, he opened his menu. Time to check if I unlocked any achievements. The achievement board popped up. Achievement unlocked. One-shot kill on rank B copper statue. A message followed. We hope you continue to fight for humanity. Keep grinding and getting stronger. Reward. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 4. He rubbed his nose, a smug grin curling his lips. Easy gains. A rush of confidence hit him. I actually got the one-shot achievement on a boss. The pale blue light of the system screen reflected in his eyes, making him look intense. But I didn't make the Hall of Fame, which means there are other players out there popping bosses in one hit. But hey, that just means I've finally reached their level, right? His grin turned calm but determined. All right then. I'm coming for the top spot. I'll clear out the bosses in every single zone until I catch up. Suddenly, a notification blocked his view. Yo, you have successfully completed your first hunt with Blackbet. New hunt unlocked. Blackbet seal status. 1 of 7. The mission details flashed on the screen. Taking down a level 150 monster from 1,000 meters away with a single shot, plus a mystery reward. Lee Ha's eyebrows twitched, his face instantly going into serious mode. A Force-exclusive quest with no accept or decline button. It's basically commanding him to do it. He got distracted by the text, waiting for its master to awaken it. Awaken? Wait, does that mean Blackbet is still under lock and key? And there are 7 seals total. Even the hunting requirements to clear this seem completely unreasonable. Considering he's only level 146, this grind is going to be brutal. Lee Ha gulped nervously, feeling torn inside like there was a massive angel versus devil battle in his head. But imagine if he breaks all those seals, how insanely overpowered would Blackbet become? After thinking it over, a smirk crept onto his face. Decision made. All right, bet. No failure condition. Since we're here, I'm clearing every single hunt. I'm breaking every last seal. I need a spot where I can pull off a one-shot kill to grab that stat bonus. Plus, I can finally wrap up Blackbet's long overdue hunts there. Lee Ha grinned, totally hyped for what was coming. It's been a minute, time to head over. He zipped toward an ancient building that still looked bougie and majestic, dripping with that classy, timeless vibe. His fingers drummed a beat on the table. He sat at the bar chilling, patiently waiting. He honestly didn't expect Mary to be fully booked with an appointment. He threw a sneaky side eye, scanning every dark corner and tiny movement, silently sizing up the situation. Judging by the vibes and how people were interacting, it looked like other players were already tapping into this info network. Mid-tier players were snagging hunt intel from the NPCs here. The stories they spill in this place basically act as leaks for the player base to pick up on. While he was zoning out, a voice from behind snapped him back to reality. Sir Michael. He jumped a little. Oh, right, that's me. The NPC politely passed on the message. You can go up now. Mary is waiting for you. The wooden door creaked open, letting in a cold draft, and Lee Ha froze in his tracks. Inside the dim, quiet room sat a girl. Yo, Shinora? She looked at him happily. Lee Ha, he nodded, feeling a bit nostalgic. Been a while, you good? A bright smile hit her face. Huh. Of course I'm good. He figured it out right then. Mary's previous appointment was obviously with Sarah. Makes sense. She's a player who only takes orders from the Holy Knights, so her agenda and thoughts are pretty transparent. Mary spoke up softly. I heard from Sarah. She said, you two go way back, right? I didn't peg Lee Ha for that type of guy. She rested her chin on her hand, eyes curving in a teasing way. You, a bit of a player? Lee Ha jumped, his cheeks turning bright red. Whoa, what are you implying? Player? Mary wasn't letting him off the hook, grinning mischievously. Oh ho ho, yeah, I get it. You're probably sweating because there are 2 gorgeous ladies right in front of you. Just take a seat first. Lee Ha was deep in thought. But since Sin Nora is still in the room, their convo isn't over yet, right? Why let me crash the party? He slowly sat down next to Nora. Mary seemed to read the confusion on his face. Her words hung in the air, keeping them in suspense. Usually, meetings are strictly one-on-one, but I let you in because Sin Nora gave you the VIP pass. Lee Ha looked blank. Wait, for real? Nora nodded. It's something I can't tell just anyone, but I know I can trust you. Lee Ha. Now he was super curious. What's the tea? She started explaining from the beginning. I received a letter. He was confused. A letter. Nora pulled out the letter with a serious look, dropping a bombshell about an assassination plot against the king. Lee Ha wasn't ready for that and yelled, assassinating the king of Fibolo. He grabbed the letter, fists clenching automatically. The more he read, the harder he frowned, his breathing getting heavy. What? This is absurd. The note had just one line. I will drag the king to hell. Ha ha ha. Mary totally got why Lee Ha was tripping. I know, it's hard to believe. especially when it looks like some prank scribbled on paper. But what if I told you this was found clipped to the king's bedroom door? Lee Ha's pupils shrank in horror, the vibe around him turning icy. Her attitude proved this was no joke. Every word hit him like a ton of bricks. That changes the whole story, doesn't it? Lee Ha was about to sip his tea but froze mid-motion at Mary's words. Crazy, right? You're saying you found this right on the king's bedroom door. But this note is sketchy. If he really planned to clap the king, he would have just done it right then. Why leave a coming soon notice? Nora sighed, eyes heavy. I thought the same. I want to see if I can track down the sender and figure out their deal. That's why I came here. Mary rested her chin on her hand, voice sharp. Someone who can slide into the king's bedroom without making a single sound. Sounds like those assassins from the Midnight Circus Guild. Specifically, I think the culprit is their famous dancer. Nora bit her lip, looking stressed. The captain of the Midnight Circus is an NPC, but the rest are players. If the perp is a player and not an NPC, could it be that person? Lee Ha seemed to catch her drift and calmly shut it down. Nora, I don't think the dancer is the culprit. She looked at him sideways, suspicious. Why'd you say that? Lee Ha gave an awkward smile. Look, Nora, your skills are cracked. You're a holy knight who can sneak into the castle without getting caught. That means the killer has to be at least knight level or have a buff over your level. From what I know, that dancer isn't on your level. That's why I don't think she could sneak into the castle without you noticing. Lee Ha rubbed his chin, reviewing every clue in his head. Every detail flashed back. The dancer is ranked 7 on the Middle-earth leaderboard, but the assassin has to be top 5 or better. It makes way more sense if we look at picture. After all, he's ranked higher on the list. Mary agreed with him. The kid is right. If it was the dancer, she might juke a few holy knights. But getting past your defense, that's a slim chance. Nora's eyes lit up. She finally got it. True, the dancer has a skill cap. Suddenly, her private channel pinged. Wait, could the assassin be? Lee Ha whispered through the DM channel. Someone trying to complete a quest. Her eyes went wide, like she got zapped by electricity. She took a deep breath, connecting the dots. All the random clues suddenly formed a perfect picture. No doubt. Leaving the note makes total sense now because the quest required him to do it. They kept straight faces and acted natural to not tip off Mary, but were secretly chatting. A quest for a player to kill the king. I didn't even think of that. Nora was convinced. No, I think you guessed it right. This is just how things work in Middle-earth. Quests are created to help players power up. This game always goes harder than your imagination. They tried to keep it low-key, hiding their secret signals. But Mary is too sharp. I can see you two making eye contact. I feel so lonely. You guys dating or what? Lee Ha turned tomato red, face burning. Sorry, Mary. I was just organizing my thoughts. Nora jumped in. Thanks. Thanks to you guys. I've got a conclusion. The one behind this is the top assassin in the Midnight Circus. Can you investigate him, madam? Mary thought for a second. Oh, tracking this guy is harder than finding a rare drop. But hey, I gotta grind because I'm repping the Fibble Kingdom. Nora hits a sincere pose, hand over heart. I'm asking you to do this for the Holy Knights, okay? With the drama out of the way, she dips. All right, bet. I got some leads now, so I'm gonna get moving as soon as possible. I'd love to stick around, but the clock's ticking. Thanks, fam. Lee Ha gives her the side-eye sus alert, but she keeps smiling like an NPC. You really came through with the intel. Slide by the castle if you're ever in the neighborhood. If you need a solid, just holler. Nora starts to leave but hits the brakes like she forgot her keys. She spins around, eyes literally twinkling with mischief. Next time, just call me Nora. Miss Nora sounds way too stiff. Lee Ha gets all awkward. Sure thing, definitely. Now it's just him and Mary left in the room. She breaks the ice. So, what's the tea? Lee Ha, why you here today? He doesn't beat around the bush. I got questions. He slaps a map onto the table. First up, I need the deets on the zone bosses. You know, the big bads running the turf. Specifically, anything over level 150. I'm talking about the real heavy hitters. I'd really appreciate the hookup, Mary smirks. I know what level means, kid. No need to mansplain. She points to a spot on the map. All right, check this. Here's where the elite mobs spawn and their respawn timers. The red zones are the hot spots. That's all the freebie info you're getting. Lee Ha grabs it like it's a winning lottery ticket. Sweet. This covers bosses from level 110 to 190. He's hyped. This is plenty. Thanks, madam. Oh, wait, one last thing. She's chill about it. What's up? His face goes full serious mode. It's about the second demon war. I need intel. Specifically, where the Demon King squad vanished. She lets out a heavy sigh but keeps her cool, shutting him down smooth. I hate history class. Plus, digging into that mess, That's nearly impossible. Too risky. Honestly, you'd be faster doing it yourself. Lai didn't see that coming. Do it myself? Where? She drops her voice, looking sly. Where do you times think? The Royal Archives, obviously. Lai is shook. Mary gives him a nod of approval. Since you brought it up, I think you can pull it off. I mean, Lai, you times are the owner of that weapon, right? Lai flinches, side-eyeing the black bayonet on his back. He takes a deep breath, gulps down the anxiety, palms getting sweaty as his heart starts racing. She definitely knows about the Three Musketeers' gear. He plays it cool, though, not confirming anything. Well, if that's what you think. She catches the vibe. Totally. Just so you know, we aren't all-knowing. She smiles. But Lai is thinking, liar. Mary just beams like she didn't just drop a bomb. Meanwhile, on a lush green mountain slope, a fully geared squad is facing down a demon. Before they even get close, bam. An air bullet smacks the demon right in the face. The impact knocks it off balance and it face plants into the grass. The squad goes wild. Yo, hunting giants is easy peas now. My levels are shooting up like crazy. Bro, you're the best musketeer I've ever seen. Guild leader, thanks a ton. You're the GOAT. Kyle laughs awkwardly. Aw shucks, I didn't do much. At the back, Tyler is watching everything. He respects the hustle. Kyle hasn't had time to grind his own levels, because he's been power leveling the noobs. After the last crisis, the Starlight Guild could have totally flopped, but with Kyle as guild leader, they're getting buffed every day. Suddenly, a deep rumble shakes the area. Kyle goes on high alert, leaning forward to catch the vibes. He knows that sound. He yells out, "Awesome. Did a goblin just spawn? Perfect timing. Let's get some more practice in." But then zoom. A figure comes sprinting out of the dust, screaming, "Run." Everyone spins around like, what the heck? The ground starts quaking like an earthquake. Faces go pale, hearts go times, thump. Nobody can speak. The sky turns blood red and the air smells like straight-up iron. From the ground, a massive cyclops stands up. Its hand thick as a pillar slams down, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Kyle is terrified. He's shaking like a leaf, muscles locked up. No way. Is that a cyclops? The monster lifts its head, its single eye glowing with murderous rage. It roars, flexing muscles that look like boulders. The whole squad instantly goes into panic mode. Screams everywhere. The pressure from this one-eyed boss is insane. Its fear aura sends everyone running like headless chickens. Book it! It's the Cyclops. Run! Kyle screams. Starlight Guild, fall back. Move. But Hayden is frozen in fear. Quaikero winds up a massive boulder, aiming right for him. Hayden cries out, "Help! Somebody save me!" Hearing the scream, Kyle dives in. Tyler is shocked. Kyle. Even though it looks too late, Kyle doesn't hesitate. Just in time, Kyle casts Holy Guard. A shield pops up right as the boulder smashes down. It looks like game over for both of them. Tyler loses it, screaming his name. He's freaking out. Guild leader. After the hit, Quaikero grins like a creep and roars, "Humans!" System alerts start popping up. Quaikero roar. You are affected by fear. Movement locked for 3 minutes. HP down 40%. Stamina drained. The soldiers are terrified. Vice Guild leader. You gotta run. Tyler locks in. I'm not leaving the squad behind. I am the Vice Guild leader of Starlight. He raises his sword high. He looks like a total pro right now. We survive together. He stomps the ground, ready to launch. And if we can't, then we die together. He charges just as Quaikero throws a massive punch. Boom! They clash, kicking up a huge dust cloud. A moment later, someone lands on the ground. He looks at the goo on his hand. Yo, what is this? What's going on? Tyler wipes the slime off his face, totally confused. Turns out that slime is Quaikero's blood. Tyler is just standing there, glitching out. What just happened? Before anyone can process, a system notification pops up. Mountain Guardian Quaikero defeated. All humanoid monsters weakened by 30% for 1 hour. Suddenly, Yon is standing behind him. He sounds totally awestruck. Vice Leader Tyler, did you just clap that thing? The soldiers start hyping him up. Oh my god. A Highlander just soloed a level 180 Cyclops. That's insane. But the guy didn't even reply, just looked super sus. Did anyone clip that just now? Nope. Wait, hold up. I didn't get the kill. Suddenly, Tyler spots something and zooms off in that direction. Kyle was totally confused by the sudden movement. What's up with Tyler? The guy explains, while running, I sense key, but no time to yap. Tyler drops a direct order. We gotta smash this rock, like, right now. The crew was still processing the info dump, so Tyler shouted, fully panicked, "Help me out. The guild master is still alive." Boom. As soon as he said that, the boulder cracks and splits perfectly in half. Kyle sighs in relief, shielding Hayden and grinning like nothing crazy just went down. "I was literally just wondering when you guys would bust us out. I knew Tyler could sense Key, so it was just a matter of time." Seeing the squad safe, Tyler whispers a quick "thank God." "Thanks, man. Seriously." But when the guild master gets back, Kyle hears something that shocks him. "Hold up. What is it?" Tyler drops the bomb casually. "I said I'm not the one who killed Quick Arrow." Kyle thought he used some OP mechanical power, but he shuts that down fast. "Nope, wasn't me." Now Kyle is super curious. Then who was it? He figures only a top 10 player could one-shot a boss like that. Tyler nods. "Yeah, probably." Whoever it was didn't even loot the drops. Tyler adds, "From what I know, there's only one player in the top 10 with that kind of sniper range." Kyle clicks instantly. "You mean that shadow sniper dude?" He looks around, calculating the distance, but his range is only, like, 250 meters max. Then it hits Kyle like a truck. No way. He stares into the distance and screams, "Lee Ha!" Lee Ha hears his name and strolls over. "Oh, hey Kyle, what's good?" Kyle ignores the greeting and yells, "Was that you?" Lee Ha, busy grabbing loot before the corpse despawns, just waves him off. "Give me a sec, gotta grab this loot before it vanishes." The whole squad is speechless. A few seconds later, someone just goes, "Whoa." By nightfall, everyone's back at the base. Kyle won't shut up about it. "Bro, seriously. He looks like his entire worldview just shattered. Are you actually for real right now?" Kyle starts connecting the dots on all those mysterious boss kills. "Wait, those were all you?" Lee Ha looks a bit guilty. Yeah. I figured your guild members were nearby." Kyle starts shaking, not sure if he's mad or impressed. Then he screams so loud, Lee Ha almost falls out of his chair. "You're level 157? Kyle grits his teeth. "Didn't you say you were level 120-something? Lee Ha tries to play it cool. "Dude, that was ages ago." Kyle isn't letting him off the hook. "Ages ago? It was 10 days, maybe 2 weeks max." Kyle snaps, jumps on the table, grabs Lee Ha's collar, and screams, "Do you think Middle-earth is a joke? Is this just a game to you?" Lee Ha laughs awkwardly on the outside, but inside he's thinking something else. Truth is, my stats come from rewards, not levels. But I probably shouldn't tell him that. Finally, Kyle lets go and sits down. "Fine. You're always like this anyway." Tyler just watches the drama silently. Kyle switches gears. "Anyway, that's not the point. Did you hear the news?" Lee Ha looks confused. "What news?" Kyle spills the tea about the royal quest Shannara is on. Lee Ha freezes for a sec, thinking about her. Rumors are already out. Wonder how she's doing. She looked super tired last time. Suddenly, Kyle interrupts his thoughts. About Shannara's quest. Before he can finish, Lee Ha cuts in. "I heard it's a party quest." Kyle catches on instantly. "Wait, you're close with Shannara, right?" He and Tyler get super serious. "Is there any way you can get us in on that quest?" Lee Ha is stunned. "You guys want in on Shannara's mission?" Kyle nods calmly. "Yeah. We heard she's looking for skilled players. Since it involves royalty, trust and safety are key. Apparently, she's having a hard time finding a crew she can trust. Can you hook us up? We want to try. I'm confident Rising Star Guild can handle it." Lee Ha falls into thought. Haven't seen her in a while, so a visit wouldn't hurt. Plus, it helps Kyle. After thinking it over, he agrees. "All right, I'll head to the capital and ask her." Kyle's eyes light up. "Awesome. Thanks." Lee Ha laughs awkwardly. "Chill, bro. She hasn't said yes yet." Moments later, Lee Ha teleports to the spot. As he lands, his brain goes into overdrive. Better check that quest I finished before the boss fight. A notification pops up. Blake, a sealed living weapon. Awakens through bloodshed or finding its true master. Legendary musket-seeking master. Quest. Kill of low 150 plus monster from 1,000 meters. Complete. Seal 1 broken. Learned skill. Mana Eyes. New quest created. Seal 2. Lee Ha realizes the reward was a skill all along. The system screen keeps flashing. Mana Eyes. Lock onto targets through any obstacle. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Lee Ha's mind races. No level requirement and 0 mana cost. It's like the gun itself is using the skill. Lee Ha activates it, and suddenly, the world looks like a high-tech scanner display. It's basically thermal vision. This is going to make grinding so much easier. Getting a broken skill like this from just the first seal is insane. But the next quest makes Lee Ha's eyes pop out. The requirement is nuts. One shot, a level 160 plus monster from at least 1500 meters. He shook. 1500 meters? You think sniping something from 1.5 clicks away is easy. Level only went up by 10, but the range jumped 500 meters. Next one better not be 2000. Griping aside, he arrives at the royal palace. So nice walking in here like I own the place, thanks to my fame points. He checks out the scenery, assessing the vibe. Because of the rumors about the king's assassination, the royal guards are super on edge. Suddenly, someone steps up and blocks his path politely. Please wait here, sir. We'll notify Lady Shinera. Li Ha forces a smile. Cool, thanks. Inside, he's feeling a bit uneasy. What happens if they can't stop the assassination? Is that phase 2? Suddenly, a message window pops up. It's Shinera. Heard you're at the palace. Yeah, you busy? She sounds like she's in a rush. Just finished up. On my way to you now. Yo, hang tight. I'll be there in a sec. If Li Ha needs a favor, you know I'm down. Just like that, Nora pulled up to the spot. Hey, Li Ha. She popped up so fast, she nearly gave him a heart attack. But when Li Ha got a good look at her, he was shook. Whoa, what happened to you? She looked like a zombie, totally drained and barely holding it together. I look like a total wreck, don't I? I haven't logged out since the last time we hung out. Haven't caught a wink of sleep. Li Ha actually screamed. Say what? Excuse me? He did the math in his head real quick. That was 10 days ago. So you've been awake for 48 hours straight. They grabbed a seat to vibe, and Nora started spilling the tea. So, what brings you to my neck of the woods? Li Ha kept it brief. I heard you're scouting for a squad to handle some assassination plot. Nora looked stunned. Wait, how'd you find out? Who told you? Nora bit her lip, debating if she should really spill the beans to Li Ha. From what I know, you don't exactly have the level requirements for this raid, bestie. But I know Li Ha is legit. This dude risked his life to save a total stranger. Honestly, he's the only player I'd trust with my life right now. She made up her mind and whipped out a letter. You got a sec. Let me tell you what went down after we parted ways. You remember how your help let me narrow down the suspects to that one guy? Li Ha nodded, remembering it vividly. Yeah, that assassin ranked in the top 10 players. The number 5 ranker, Mad Clown Patcher, going up against an assassin targeting you. Nora cut him off before he could guess wrong. I'd be in trouble. True, but that's not even the main issue. The Royal Guard is acting suspect. They don't even believe the assassination threat is real. Li Ha was floored. Are you kidding me? Why not? Nora explained the mess slowly. Because they think this whole thing is just a military drill by the Holy Knights. That excuse was so ridiculous, Li Ha had to yell. What? Just to make sure he got it, she kept explaining. The Royal Guard has serious beef with the Holy Knights. That's why all the NPCs in the palace are super salty right now. It was information overload for Li Ha. I don't get it. Don't both groups have the same job, protecting the palace, but only an insider would understand the drama. According to the lore, the Holy Knights defend the capital city. Whatever happens inside the palace walls, that's the Royal Guard's turf. So in the capital, the Royal Guard doesn't want the Holy Knights in their business. But the Knights want in on the action, so they're using this issue as a ticket to get inside the palace. After that long story, it finally clicked for Li Ha. That's why the vibe in the palace was so chaotic. The king is about to get taken out, but the NPCs are too busy playing politics. Nora looked totally defeated. I figured I needed receipts to convince the NPCs, so I even went to see the leader of the Rose Mages. Li Ha froze at that name, Rose. During the Second Demon War, that guy was the one who covered up the betrayal of the 3 Musketeers. Nora's voice snapped him back to reality. He totally ghosted me. Didn't even reply to my request, even though it was an official ask from the leader of the Holy Knights. I had no choice but to order the Holy Knights into the palace myself. And before I could even finish giving the order, a system window popped up. A mysterious guest and rumors of assassination are spreading through the palace. Protect Pupil for 50 days to stop a bloody tragedy. Huge rewards, but insane risks. Clearly, she was hooked. So I took the quest. Li Ha was going from one shock to another. Trust no one. A bloody war. That means if we don't stop this hit, a war between kingdoms is going to pop off. Nora scratched her head, sounding exhausted. Compared to the penalty for losing, the reward is kind of scary, right? That's why I'm struggling to recruit teammates. Anyone who knows the lore knows to stay away from this event. Li Ha checked the status. It showed she had only recruited 2 out of 100 people. So I'm guessing at least 2 people were crazy enough to help. She dropped the sad truth. One of them is me, and the other is my friend. Li Ha was speechless at how bad the situation was. Nora cracked a weak smile to break the awkward silence. I get it. Even I don't want to do this quest, so I don't blame anyone for bailing. Li Ha's expression turned serious as he said her name. Nora. His voice was so calm it snapped her to attention. Nora, if you're cool with it, I want to bring in some people who are down for this. Key was already inventing his own fanfic. So, you two, locking lips yet? Hearing him talk nonsense was giving Laiha a headache. Can you not be so annoying? Stop. Stop with the fanfiction, bro. Did you even hear what I said? Key looked mischievous. Of course I did. That's why I'm asking. A girl in danger. And a hero swoops in to save her. It's the perfect script. His rambling was ticking Laiha off. Okay, that's enough. Key stopped teasing and saluted. Yes, senior. By the way, did you tell her about my condition? Laiha scratched his head casually. Yeah. Once she accepted the offer, she made a promise. Win or lose, she's getting you access to the royal archives. Laiha was super worried about his little brother. Are you sure you want in on this? I don't think there's a reward, and the failure penalty is brutal. But Tyler wasn't sweating it at all. What do you mean, senior? That's exactly why I asked. Tyler lowered his voice to explain. Exactly. Plus, this quest is in the royal palace. It involves the king himself. Once the story goes viral, our guild's clout and reputation are going to skyrocket. Laiha didn't hesitate anymore. You guys in? The two looked at each other and nodded. We're in. Immediately, the system updated. Participants, 5 out of 10. Next location, the magnificent castle. Laiha sprinted down the hallway and burst through the door. Yo, Jia Trung. The old man's face went pale when he saw Laiha. Laiha, what brings you back here? He did not look thrilled. What do you mean back here? That's no way to greet a guest. Emily, who was sleeping under the desk, popped her head up. Jia Trung, who's barging in like that? Jia Trung cleared his throat to warn her. It's Laiha, he's right here. Emily must have been half asleep. Who? When she locked eyes with Laiha, she panicked. Ah! She ducked back down. Laiha can't see me looking like a mess. Laiha looked at the papers flying everywhere. What is all this stuff? Even the government doesn't have this much paperwork. Emily was definitely acting weird. Miss Emily? She was frantically applying makeup. Don't look at me without permission. This is all documentation for the castle and the Dragon Guild. He laughed awkwardly. I'm not looking. Chill out. What good would that do me anyway? Emily finally regained her composure. Anyway, what made you suddenly drop by? You here to collect your paycheck? She tossed a small bag onto the table. You came at the perfect time. Laiha stared at the gold, stunned. What is this? Your cut. 10% of the profits. As he opened the bag, the system pinged. You have gained 581 gold coins. Laiha couldn't believe his eyes. This is just 10%, she smirked confidently. 10% of the first month's revenue. We had way more customers than I expected, probably because of the war against the Starlight Alliance. Next month might be a bit less, though. Bro, the money totally blinded you. Is this for real? You can't snatch it back after calling it a mistake, right? Look at Emily. She is totally vibing with that satisfying look. Drop a like if you take the cash. If you take our offer for the vice president spot, you're going to be stacking way more paper than that initial sum. You can feel the hype rising inside, right? 581 gold coins is like 70 million in earnings, and Dale Castle pulls in about 700 million. Plus, 1 month here is just 6 days in real life. Laiha suddenly goes, oh snap, where's Emily at? Can we get her in the lobby too? She's got questions. What's the tea? You gotta clear up Emily's worries about the royal palace immediately. She's frowning, looking super sus. Do you really want us to join such a high-risk raid? Laiha knows this bet is going to be a major W. I promise you, fam, this won't be a fail with Emily involved, and you're going to build some serious clout with the royal family. From what I hear, once you hit a certain level, you can negotiate tax rates and snag long-term perks. Just tell me, are you down or what? Emily lowers her voice, analyzing the situation like a pro. From Emily's point of view, this is definitely a glow-up opportunity. However, there are still some issues I gotta check F. Before she could finish, Emily blurts out, I'm in. Emily is shook. Emily stands his ground, like, I'm rolling with him. Sis, isn't this what we wanted from the start? She gets mad and snaps. You can't just leak our master plan in the middle of a negotiation, dummy. Laiha chuckles like he's watching a drama series. I'd appreciate the assists since this is what you wanted anyway. The system creates a new task. An uninvited guest. Participants 8 out of 10. He's visibly hyped about recruiting new members. Meeting is at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Don't be late. Next day at 6 a.m. The sky is gloomy as heck, making Emily even more salty. So bored. Where is Laiha hiding, and why merge the Starlight Guild with Emily? Finally, Laiha strolls in slowly. My bad, my bad. No free time, so I figured we'd just chat face to face. But the biggest surprise? He brought a +1. Key can't hide his confusion. Yo, senior, who is this lizard guy? He laughs it off. Ah, Him? Met him in the past. We crashed a party together once. Bill looks around cheerfully. The name is BM. I'm joining you guys for this quest. Key is totally judging his skills. Never seen a lizardman with a name before. Is he actually cracked enough for this? Bill ignores the sus looks and stays silent. Then he starts flexing his brain. I heard Starlight Guild is busy babysitting newbies, right? I think I know a way to help them rank up way faster. If you take them to Fragrance Forest instead of the Watcher Mountains, the leveling speed is insane. Bill calmly drops the guide, simply because the mountains are too packed with players. Seeing the big brain energy, Key gasps. How do you know our farming spots? Meanwhile, Emily is stressing about the lineup. They still need one more person, excluding Sonara and her friend. Lai Ha stares into empty space thoughtfully. Oh, him? He's lurking around here somewhere. Tyler replies coldly, I don't see anything. Suddenly, a weird noise comes from the roof. Someone is parkouring up there. The whole squad turns around, eyes wide. A grown man steps out of the smoke like a movie star. Jia Trung instantly stresses out. No way. I can't believe my eyes. It's Sweeping Kid. While everyone is buzzing, Nora pops up right next to them. She starts saying, thanks for calm, but cuts herself off, eyes popping out. She points straight at Kid. Why the heck are you here? Nora is visibly salty. Seeing her rage, Lee Ha quickly jumps in. Nora, chill. I'm the one who invited him. I'm sure he'll be useful for this mission. Kid acts all mysterious and cool. I hate troublesome work, but I hate delays even more. Let's get inside right now, no stalling. Bill steps in to vibe check the room. We're out of time. Just let us handle the mission, Miss Nora. Nora stops hesitating. All right, thank you everyone for coming here today. She gets her serious aura back. Allow me to guide you guys. Follow me. The system instantly confirms the new member. Quest. An uninvited guest. Participants 10 out of 10. A bit later, everyone is seated in the meeting room. The vibe is heavy. Nobody is saying a word. Everyone is drowning in nervous anticipation. Only Key and Emily are having a staring contest, while Kid looks like he's about to pass out. Nora looks stern. Laiha sighs, helpless. I gathered them thinking it'd be like the Avengers, but look at this mess. He's annoyed at this crew. Die. He's deep in his thoughts, totally worrying about how we're going to pull off this mission now. Laiha looks across at Kid. Can this guy even function in a squad? Suddenly, a knock breaks the silence. Nora speaks casually, come in. The person on the other side is being polite. Excuse me. Jia Trung is shook just seeing the silhouette. That's the rank 10 player on the server, Spectral Archer Bobby. Bobby looks super hyped to hear his name dropped. Nice to meet everyone. Lai Ha can't believe his eyes. Didn't you say the guest was just your friend, Miss Nora? Tyler nods like a know-it-all. I get it. I even know where they met. Bobby doesn't even deny it. Could be. Tayin slides over to Lai Ha. You must be Lai Ha. Hearing his name, Lai Ha turns around. Yeah. Bobby is totally trying to play matchmaker for his friend. I've heard so much about you from Nora. She literally never stops talking about you. Nora blushes hard, terrified he'll find out she's crushing. She yells to shut him up. Hey Bobby, just sit down already. Once everyone is settled, she clears her throat. Nora jumps straight into the meeting. I assume you've all heard the news from Lai Ha, but I'll spill everything I know. Her voice echoes in the room. Listen up. The suspect is the world rank 5 player, Peacher. We have 46 days to stop the assassination. The guards and knights try to protect the court, but the NPCs don't believe an assassination is coming. They won't cooperate. Success condition, protect the king. Failure, the king dies. That's why the 10 of us are here. We will take turns guarding the king day and night for the remaining 46 days. Nora explains calmly. High chance Peacher won't move solo. He has a huge following. Suddenly, a voice cuts her off. That's not a possibility. It's guaranteed he'll do it. Bill drops facts about the Midnight Circus clan. Peacher, as the leader of the Fanatics, will lead a group of level 150 assassins straight into the palace. If it's a straight-up PvP fight, we clap them easily. But what if they ambush us? If they morph into a chair or table, what do you think happens? He lays out the logic. First, look at this note. I made a tier list of the assassin's transformation and disguise methods. Lai Ha stares at the screen, stunned. What the? How does he have this info? Guild skills are hard to find, even on the wiki. Key sounds skeptical, but if they turn into chairs and tables, wouldn't they break a little? Bill calmly explains the mechanics. They don't morph into furniture. They painfully twist their bodies and use magic to cloak themselves. Emily looks at him with respect. How does he know the entire mechanic of the assassin mob? Who even are you, lizard man? Lee Ha slowly scrolls through Bill's intel, silently memorizing everything. He's internally conflicted. This is going to be a hassle. I can't use my deduction skill for 24 hours. Suddenly, an arm pops out of a chair. Lai Ha spots the enemy. No way. Emily's eyes go wide, realizing something is up. She looks at Lai Ha with a million questions. What are you doing? Did you finish reading? Lai Ha's voice drops an octave. Miss Emily. She still doesn't get it. What? He just wants to confirm one thing. You trust me, right? The sudden question doesn't make her awkward. Instead, she laughs. Emily flashes a friendly smile. Bingo. Caught sleeping at the breakbeat spot. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. No hesitation. Lai Ha pulls the trigger in front of the whole squad. Asterisk. Bang. Asterisk. The bullet grazes him and slams right into the chair. The whole room is shook, eyes popping out like, what the heck? Emily is low Genki panicking and screams, Yo sis, watch out for an N-guy, everyone scramble. The ops are here. Lai Ha knows the haters are lurking. The assassin tries to pull a fast one on his sis with some icy magic, but Lai Ha steps in like a boss. Hold up, don't delete him yet. We gotta take this guy alive. Those ice shards go viral all over the assassin's body, smashing his mask and making him scream like a noob. Now he's on the floor, gasping for air, looking totally wrecked. She looks panicked. My bad, big bro. He ain't mad at the fam though. It's all good, couldn't be helped. My attack made it super hard to keep him breathing anyway. Bill just stands there grinning like he knows something we don't. But with Midnight Circus involved, can't lack for even a second. Who disguises themselves as a chair? That's some prop hunt level trolling. But real talk, they're inside. Y'all know what that means, right? Nora catches the drift. The security traps? Totally nerfed. Disabled. And not even by a boss, just some basic grunt. Bobby lets out a massive sigh like, are you kidding me? So the NPCs are just gonna ghost us? Are they even okay? Tian feels something is super sus. Maybe the quest logic forced them to act this way? I bet the NPCs got triggered to keep the quest running. He agrees. Yeah, big facts. His voice cracks a little. This is messy. Key goes quiet, thinking. So, what's the move now? Lai Ha goes full raid leader mode. Yo, don't rage quit yet. There's only one play left. If the NPCs are useless, we gotta be the ones to guard the royal palace. Squad up. He's 100% confident. I got a plan. First, I need Emily to drop some materials for the whole crew. We gearing up. Lai Ha breaks it down for Bill. I need you to spill all the tea you have on Midnight Circus. We're setting up patrol shifts, no gaps, 24/7 surveillance. He's calculating everything. Bob and I are on watch duty. Bobby, you good in the back? Bobby looks around all hyped. You know it. Got my perception skill and scrolls active. I see everything. Lai Ha feels the vibe is secure. Cool. Backline is clear. Now, Emily. She's chatting with someone. Yo. What's the status on the west wall? She looks salty about the interruption. We good, obviously. Why are you worrying about me instead of your own lane? Bet you're just enjoying your time with that Bobby girl. Huh. The voice on the other end sounds kinda jelly. What are you even saying? Bobby and I ain't even got time to DM. We're too busy grinding. Emily jumps up. Huh? Y'all are that close already? The voice gets serious. You're weird, bro. Just don't throw the game. That side has 0 traps. It's risky. She snaps back. You think I'm weak? I can clap any average player. I just ain't level 200 yet. Turns out Lai Ha is just being a softie. That ain't what I meant. I'm just worried. Okay. Don't want you getting wrecked out there. Emily. Lai Ha barely finishes before she hangs up on him. She's totally blushing from how sweet he was. What is up with him? Lai Ha immediately calls Key. Key, what's the sitch in the east? East wall is Gucci. Nothing weird. Lai Ha looks stressed. You sure? No drama. Key sounds like he thinks Lai Ha is being a Karen. Literally nothing. I still got 12 detection scrolls left. Key hangs up, shutting Lai Ha down. Lai Ha is low Genki, spiraling inside. Did I mess up putting Bill and Kid in the same squad? Nah, they'll clutch it up. I know they got skills, but man, stop overthinking. Everything seems fine. Suddenly, Key's voice pops up again. Hyung. I'm actually high-key nervous right now. Lai Ha gets it. I feel you, bro. We are guarding the king after all. Still quiet over there. Key is stressing hard. Yeah, nothing weird. Wait, hold up. Someone's pulling up? Lai Ha wonders who it is. Whoever's walking in must be a big deal because Key sounds dead serious. Key rushes the info. It's the captain of the wizard squad. Lai Ha starts sweating instantly. It's Rose. Rose looks super serious and bows. Your Majesty, you good? I, Rose, am here, 'cause you summoned me. Your Majesty. King Pupil looks down from his throne. You traveled a long way, Rose. I bet you heard Knight Nora wants to buff the magical traps. What's your take? Rose doesn't hesitate. Your Majesty, our magic defense is OP. No solo player could ever get past our traps. Nora loses it and starts yelling. That's cap. That is straight up false. We took out an intruder without even checking the traps. Rose calmly counters her accusation. Okay, let me ask you this then. You're throwing out wild claims with zero receipts. You trying to cause drama in the palace, so you're saying an assassin got past the traps but you couldn't secure the kill. He's basically calling Nora a liar. I can't help but think you're sus. Knight Nora isn't having it. If you're so confident, why not show us the logs? Reveal the soul magic. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, an axe slams down, cutting the argument short. The whole room goes dead silent. Andrian looks salty about Nora's attitude. Knight Nora. Rose is the OG wizard leader of this country. Even with your title, talking to him like that, totally toxic and inappropriate. She's not happy, but she has to take the L. Even King Pupil wants to skip the cutscene. I've heard the report. Let's pause this beef for now. Rose, I need you to keep grinding hard for us. Rose stands tall. Bet, your majesty. He turns to leave, clearly hiding some stress, but then spins the block. Actually, Knight Nora, you said you doubt my traps, right? Why don't you try stepping on them yourself? Nora is fuming at the trolling. Excuse me. Rose's words are sharp, trying to trigger her. You suspect the traps are broken. If you step on them, you'll find out real quick. Key is shaking in the corner. Is this what NPC psychological warfare looks like? This is way more toxic than fighting real players. He decides to DM Lai Ha Hyung about the drama. After getting the info from Key, Lai Ha goes into deep thought. I get it now. Rose is definitely sus. He was bragging about his traps, but now I'm side-eyeing him hard. Real talk, he can toggle the traps whenever. Maybe he turned them off to let the intruders slide in. He's the one who hid the fact that 3 knights defected to the Demon Lord. He's hiding something huge. What's his endgame? Is he beefing with Nora to get the Royal Guard captain on his side? A breeze blows by, but Li Ha is stressed out. If this is all staged, he might be the main villain behind the assassination attempt. Meanwhile, under the castle, T-In lets out a breath. That went smoother than I thought. Jia Trung chuckles, voice deep but playful. It's hard for me to stay logged in at my age, but I still got it. Up on the tower, Emily and Emily are camping the sides, while 2 others are on strict lookout duty below. 5 days later, Li Ha is staring out the window. It's only been 1 day in real life, which means the assassins have only been offline for 24 hours. Since we caught one, the others probably combat logged to hide. Li Ha figures it out. But since they don't know how the situation has changed in-game, they can't keep logging out too often. We got him. So, it's basically a stamina battle to see who cracks first. He snaps out of his thoughts and pings the squad. Day 5 is a wrap, and you guys have been killing it. But I gotta spill some tea in person, so meet me in the conference room. Imagine everyone gathered around this massive table. Lai Ha speaks up clearly. Big thanks for the hustle, guys. Since we found the first assassin, let's switch to taking turns on duty so we don't burn out. Nora's confused and asks, so how are we splitting the shifts? He breaks it down. Check the palace routine working in pairs makes way more sense right now. That's about 10 hours in real-world time. He looks devastated. Wait, so I have to log in the second I wake up and eat toast? Only 10 hours of freedom. Sensing the mood, he slowly tries to comfort them. I know it's a grind, but we only have 9 days left in real life to pull this off. Then he assigns the roles. Okay, Nora, Lam, Emily, Tunim, and me were Squad 1. Everyone else, log off and touch some grass. Before he can finish, Duyin interrupts loudly. Hold up, Din is exhausted, let me sub in. But Din shuts that down immediately. I'm not tired, sis. Chill. Lai Ha doesn't even look up from his papers. Whatever, that small swap won't cause drama. Group 2 can rotate easier anyway. He continues hyping up his teammate. Respect for looking out for your little brother. Duyin turns beet red knowing he's right. For real though, Din needs to crash early. Din isn't having it, crying his eyes out. You guys are useless. See you in 2 days. One by one, they log out. Make sure you guys actually get some rest. Li Ha pauses when he sees Key still sitting there. You're not logging out? Pretty sure you're running on fumes too. Key stays totally chill. Why sleep out there? I can just nap here for 2 days. Li Ha shrugs. Fair enough. Suddenly, Key's vibe turns icy cold. His voice goes straight to Li Ha's ear. I think Rose is acting sus. Li Ha noticed it too, but Nora swore there was no weird movement from him. Key claps back. I've been watching him near the walls. Du takes a morning stroll in the garden, east or west, doesn't matter. Ben said it might be to reset traps. Li Ha is surprised by the intel. Then Key adds, but he didn't do it today. Panic sets in. He didn't reset them? Does that mean he disarmed them? Nora looks lost, wondering why those 2 are still sitting there. She looks at Key, clueless about the secret chat he's having with Li Ha. I can't figure it out. Maybe it's not about starting a new trap sequence. It's too weird. He taps the table nervously. If it was a random NPC, I'd ignore it, but this involves Rose. What's the play? I gotta make a smart call. This is huge, but if we overinvest, we might waste the guild's resources. Laiha nods gently. Thanks for the heads up. Go get some sleep. Key stands up, done talking. Obviously. That was the plan. He walks off coldly while Nora glares at him. Laiha forces a laugh, so he never planned to help. Just dropped the info and dipped. Classic. Night falls, moonlight hitting the window. Footsteps get closer. The guard, Sin, immediately clocks the intruder. Both guards bow with respect. Honor to see you. The lady nods back politely. Thanks for the hard work. But inside, she's feeling super guilty. If only I sent my squad here, I could have logged off too. If I knew it would end like this, I would have just went on a solo raid. Politics and power struggles. Never thought I'd get mixed up in this stuff. Suddenly, a noise echoes in the distance. With her insane senses, Nora hears it and looks over. Sin reacts to her movement, guarding up. Who goes there? Nobody's there. Just a ball rolling toward him on the ground. He picks it up, curious. Suddenly, a glowing clown face appears on it. She spots it and screams, "Watch out, everyone." Before he can listen, the ball lights up, blinding the whole area. Sorry. I missed that. The ball spews weird gas, knocking everyone out. Nora was close by, so she's spinning out too, right? A creepy voice sings, "London Bridge is falling down." She fights to see, gasping. Finally. I can breathe a little. The hypnotic voice continues, falling down, falling down. She can't hold on and blacks out. No. Wait. Paul steps out, watching Nora drop. My fair lady. Oh, my fair lady. He laughs like a villain, loving it. Hope you guys have sweet dreams, 'cause it's showtime. He gets more arrogant by the second. I win. Victory is mine. This surprise is going to blow this continent to pieces. Suddenly, a clear voice shouts, "Attack." A sword flies at Paul, but he dodges. Dozens more follow, but he weaves through them smoothly. He's shook. No way. Did the sleeping gas expire already? Did you know I was coming? Paul screams in rage. She points her sword right at him. Shut your trap, Paul. You're busted for trying to take out the king, she yells toward the room. Your Majesty, please wake up. Nora storms in like a beast. Wake up. This guy is here to take you out. She thinks she won. Thank God I used the anti-status scroll. Proves Rose's trap was real. But then, something feels off. The king is over there. Paul smirks, then bursts out laughing like he just won the lottery. Haha, didn't you realize? You're too late. Nora is stunned. What? Did the gas actually work? He rushes in, laughing maniacally. She blocks his attack, cursing herself. Damn, I was too slow. Suddenly, a familiar voice drops from above. Toad Poison missed. Paul gets hit before he can react. Wait, Toad Poison. She gets her confidence back. Tune him, Ben. The legendary 3 squad is here to clutch this. Nora chases him down. Tune him is hyped. Let's end this fast. He swings his sword, unleashing a trail of fire. Fire power. Paul is surprised by the instant cast. Fire magic? The flames spread fast, but he dodges easily. Is that all you got? Bill totally read that guy like a book and blocked him off with a toxic gas cloud. I knew he'd pull something like that. Paul got spooked, didn't think we had a backup plan, and blinked backward instantly. But when he saw the attack miss, he just started clowning on us. Haha, yo, what was that? Where are you even aiming, bro? Then he just casually glides through the poison mist right up to Bill's face. Way too early to pop the champagne, loser. Paul looked absolutely shook, like he couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could even react, Bill spun his wrist and slashed that blade straight at him. But Paul's got crazy reflexes. He dodged it again and backed off, looking super confused. Turns out, that gas was actually clinging to his leg like crazy glue. Bill smirked, total big brain moment, explaining it's a special toxic resin. His voice was echoing while Paul started sweating bullets. Say goodbye to your little dodge skills, buddy. But Paul still tried to act tough about the poison. With the way you're moving, it's like you knew exactly what I was gonna do. And that sticky resin? Yeah, it seals abilities. Paul suddenly realized what was up, gasping. Don't tell me. Meanwhile, Tyler saw the opening and charged in, unsheathing his weapon, lightning fast. Paul figured we had his data, shouting, You might know my stats, but I've got a trick from the past you've never seen. He channeled all this power for an ultimate move. Phantom Spin. He started glowing, and Tyler was caught off guard, unable to block it. Bill was low-ganky panicking. A new skill? Seriously. A massive vortex ripped open in the sky. Paul just checked his watch like he was late for a date. Well, that's unfortunate for you guys. Next thing we knew, Paul teleported right behind Tyler. The sleep gas timer was ticking down. He slowly turned his head, creepy style. So, Tyler and Nora, huh? I wonder if you noobs can keep stopping me for 42 days straight. Nora was grinding her teeth, totally helpless. Paul kept trolling them. Relax. This was just the opening act for the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, catch you on the flip side. And poof, Paul vanished into thin air. Tyler was raging. He got away, but Bill stayed ice cold and focused. Chill, fam. All we can do now is trust our ace. Right on cue, way up on the castle roof, Michael was dialed in, scoping out the scene. I can't see squat from here, but I know this map layout and where the traps are. He noticed the target booking it. Time to make a move, he barked the order. Lamb Emily, hit me with some firepower. Instantly, she whipped up a fireball. Whoosh! The thing flew up and lit the whole place up like daylight, exposing Paul's escape route. Dude was completely caught off guard. Oh, enjoying the fireworks show? Guess you've got nowhere left to hide. Michael spotted him and grinned like he just won the lottery. Now times is a real surprise. Bang! The bullet pierced right through his heart. Paul collapsed, super salty that we had a backup plan. The system pinged, your affinity with the Pupil royal family just went up by 5%. He was holding a serious grudge. Michael. Heh, I'm never gonna forget this. The MC just laughed, looking down on him like he was trash. Oh really? Go ahead, tattoo my name on your heart if you want, bro. Paul's body hit the floor, motionless. System text popped up. Situation resolved, the Sparrow got clapped by the sniper. Nora heard the news and started cheering. Yo, did you actually zero him? Tyler had full faith. Of course, I knew my guy wouldn't miss. Lamb Emily wasn't about to let it slide, though. Excuse me, that was all thanks to my fire, okay? Don't hog all the credit. Bill suddenly remembered something important. Hey, you sure you confirmed the kill on that body? Michael paused. The body? He looked back, and poof, gone without a trace. Massive red flag. He looked down again, and yup, empty pavement. He got a bad feeling and went full alert mode. He's not here. He vanished. But the system gave me the kill notification. I definitely got him. Michael was so confused. After scanning, he finally spotted him. Stop right there. Paul was on the other side of the castle. Duyin whipped around when she heard a gunshot. She was confused by the noise. Another shot? For what? A bad vibe hit her, but she just charged forward anyway. Michael. The MC panicked, shouting a warning. Lamb Emily, watch out. Get back here. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoed. Paul looked smug as hell, taunting them. You gonna shoot me again? Another surprise attack? The MC couldn't believe this guy respawned. Damn it. He fired another round, blowing him up. System pinged again. Pupil royal family affinity plus 5%. But the MC was totally lost. What is going on? Suddenly, Paul appeared right behind Du Yen, pressing a dagger to her neck. She screamed, surprise. Seeing Michael struggling, Paul loved it. Looks like my surprise beats yours. Ha, Michael. Du Yen was losing it, screaming, let me go. The MC gritted his teeth, still in shock. What is with this guy? Does he have enough HP to tank 2 shots doing 17,000 damage each? Is he really an assassin? Michael growled his order. Let the girl go. Paul smirked, total disrespect. You mean this chick? He laughed maniacally. Nah, I don't think I will. What are you gonna do about it? Michael, you're gonna kill me and this pretty lady. Du Yen realized she was a liability. Just shoot me and him. It's fine. I can take it. Just get him. Michael was stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's the problem. This turned into a twisted game of chicken real quick. Paul looked smug, thinking he had this in the bag. Suddenly, a voice cut through. I rushed over as soon as I saw things go south. Bill showed up with Nora and Tyler, looking ready to throw hands. You really thought you could spam that move twice? Paul saw the reinforcements and freaked out. How? How did you figure it out? It's from that move you did earlier. You're predictable. Michael regained his cool. Bam. A deafening gunshot rang out and blood splattered everywhere. Paul finally paid the price for getting sloppy. He lost his balance, tumbling down with a trail of blood and smashed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The system popped up again. Pupil royal family affinity plus 5%. You ranked up. Then an achievement badge flashed. You defeated Paul and got the Hunter FB. Second achievement. Michael is now on the Night Circus hit list. Michael stared at the screen, confused. Is the system congratulating me or threatening me? This feels kinda toxic. He was reading the logs when someone yelled, Michael. Du Yen sprinted over, looking upset. You didn't actually plan on shooting me too, right? Before he could answer, she tackled him into a huge hug. I was terrified you were gonna pull the trigger. Michael looked super awkward. Hang on a sec. Bill saw them and started roasting them immediately. Yo, from this angle, it looks like she's strangling you. Then he paused. Wait a minute. Bill shouted up, Michael, there's an item down here. But the MC was too busy getting crushed to hear him. Get off, you're heavy. Duyin snapped. Excuse me? Did you just call me heavy? Do you know how to talk to a lady? Michael facepalmed. Ouch. Down below, Bill was still waving his arms. Michael, get down here and grab this drop before it despawns. Nora got jealous and started yelling, Hey, you skank. Get away from Michael right now. Cut to the meeting room. Nora made it official. The Royal Guard captain confirmed the Peter incident. Rose can't dodge the blame for this one. Bill smirked. Plan worked perfectly. Hey, we crushed it. Paul is down for the count. He can't respawn for 10 days. And with the security patch we just installed, no way the night circus clowns are getting back in. She was low-key freaking out about the decision. Yo, is it actually safe for us to chill here for a sec? He hit her with a cheerful, basically, yeah. But then Lee Ha cut in like, hold up. Bill whipped his head around like, what's good? You could tell he was hesitating on how to answer. Wait, what did Paul say to you? Sounded like you guys go way back or something. Bill looked guilty as hell and couldn't even make eye contact. Real talk, he's a high-ranked player with serious clout. I just figured I should chat him up. You know, game recognizes game. But mid-sentence, he realized nobody was buying his story. Nora stepped up with the interrogation. Bill, you got mad skills, but you're running a Logan-level toon. Let's keep it 100. This is a Smurf account, isn't it? Like, your second account. Wait, the player named Gun? I know that handle. I saw him in the ranking tournament. Paul's squadmate, the poison specialist, Tien, who'd been quiet the whole time, finally piped up to back Nora. Dude was top 10 globally the first month the game dropped. He was on Aaron's level. But the rumor mill said he just ghosted after a while. The fact is, you know way too much about assassin kits and that night circus crew. Finally, he stopped capping and confirmed what everyone already figured out. So it's official, you are Gun. Even though you changed your avatar, you still stuck with the poison build. Emily was shook when the truth dropped. I actually heard about him from Hua Din a few times. You came to clap Hua Din to secure a spot in the Middle-earth top 10 hunting rankings. After getting hit with all those receipts, Ben finally caved. He kept it real and admitted everything. Lam Hua Din is a legit prodigy in Middle-earth. That was the first time Peacher and I ever took an L on a hit, and we were coordinating the whole thing. Nora looked skeptical and had to ask. So why re-roll a whole new character? Venom Gun and Peacher's rep was skyrocketing. Hearing that question, you could see he was torn up inside and didn't want to answer. But Lee Ha was already connecting the dots. Judging by your vibe, it wasn't anything good. Let me guess, he stabbed you in the back, and now you're back on your revenge arc. Ben nodded, agreeing with the logic. Can't hide anything from you. Lee Ha, you nailed it. He let out a heavy sigh and decided to spill the tea he'd been keeping bottled up. All right, fine. Sit down, guys, I'm going to tell you everything. But warning, it's not a happy story. Ben started his tale with something that seemed totally random. You guys know that every race in the game has a specific wish mechanic, right? Most people miss it. Lee Ha looked blank. A wish? He broke it down slowly. It's a quest line tied to the lore and history of your race. It's this super exclusive quest that only a tiny percentage of players can clear solo. The loot and achievements you get for beating it, it's beyond anything you can imagine. Lee Ha's eyes went wide as he realized where this was going. Wait, so in the case of the cat race? Bill nodded, confirming the theory. Exactly. A pool of blood appears in your mind like a bad omen. It's a quest entirely based on assassination. Ben started describing the nightmare in detail. Peacher and I were stomping everyone else in Middle-earth from day one. We decided to team up and dominate together instead of fighting each other. We both reached the cat race's wish. You know that old saying, right? Cats have 9 lives. Bill said it so casually. That was literally the reward for the quest. 9 lives? Lee Ha was tripping. Are you for real? He confirmed it straight up. Yup. You get an extra life every time you meet a certain condition. And Peacher? He got it. Tien was stressing out. That's hopelessly broken. Lee Ha quickly adjusted his theory. Wait, I mean, he's still gone if we clap him enough times, right? Right? Even if he respawns, he can't do anything if we chop off all his limbs. Bill looked way too happy about that, practically glowing. I saw your damage output. It was insane. But the real reason he couldn't touch you? Lee Ha looked confused. Huh? Bill dropped a bombshell secret. It's because I silenced him. I sealed his abilities so he couldn't cast a single skill while fighting you. Lee Ha thought back to the fight. True. It's terrifying that he keeps coming back, though. But taking him down was easier than I thought. He explained the conditions with energy. Anyway, the legendary wish item is the rarest tier in the game, and the quest requirement to get it, the system literally calls for betrayal. It says you don't need teammates. You have to sacrifice the life of the person closest to you. Everyone was stunned. The mood in the room got super heavy. The light faded from Ben's eyes as he flashed back to the moment he experienced that ultimate shock. I can still feel the sting of getting stabbed in the back by my day one homie. In that quest, the person who gets betrayed gets their character deleted. Permanently. Lee Ha couldn't help but shout, "That's insane. That is so unfair." Bill just laughed it off like it was nothing. Whatever, it's in the past now. The game devs warned me before I took the quest, so I can't really complain. Ben was surprisingly chill about it now. Looking back, it feels more like I just failed the game mechanics rather than just a personal betrayal. I just couldn't swallow that loss, so I came back with all the meta knowledge I have. His voice got deadly serious. Everyone involved in that quest, including Peacher. I'm going to wipe every single one of them off the server. The room went dead silent. Then Bill snapped his fingers. Oh, right. Yo, check your notifications. I bet you all got the achievement, right? Right? Lee Ha looked blank. Which achievement? Bill sounded a bit salty. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about the Night Circus target achievement. Oh, snap. Yeah, I got it. Lee Ha confirmed. Tian nodded. Same here. But Emily looked panicked. What? I didn't get anything. Nora looked surprised but added, I got it too. I've got it on my screen. But why bring it up now? Ben quickly explained his 200 IQ play. Because that's the whole reason I wanted in on this mission. If I'm marked by the Night Circus, they'll come hunting for me. I plan to pick them off one by one when they show up. Getting this achievement was actually a huge W for me. Lee Ha felt a chill run down his spine. Your rights can just get snatched by the system. Middle Earth is way more messed up than I thought. By the crack of dawn the next day, Lee Ha was sitting on the roof, lost in his thoughts. Better to stay on watch until the sun actually hits. He mused. I never knew there was a poison that could skill block. If I didn't have Ben's help, there's no way I could have 1v1 Peacher. If I got hit with Ben's toxicity, I'd be bricked. No skills, blind in the dark. I'd be a sitting duck. I gotta figure out a counter-strat. Maybe craft items in real life and import them. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial. Right, the loot I snagged from Peacher. Since he's a rogue class, it's gotta be dex-based, right? RNG gods, please give me dex. He opened his inventory and a rare bracelet made from Angari Mountain goat leather popped up. It has a passive effect that nullifies tracking markers. Sick. He slid the bracelet onto his wrist. Apparently, I can upgrade it if I buy a specific scroll from a traveling merchant. He had to laugh at his loadout. Oh my god, my build is so scuffed. I got a hero tier necklace, a rare bracelet, a literal legendary musket, and then this raggy old cloak. Thinking about the old days makes me nostalgic. I've been rocking this same armor since I patched it up that one time, but now it's beyond repair. I gotta believe I'll loot some decent armor one of these days. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more gear updates. The sun is blazing like crazy outside, but honestly, the vibe inside the castle is way more heated. Like, seriously, when is Rosa gonna show up? The butler is sweating bullets, claiming the dude is on his way. Nora is totally locked in. Serious mode on. The guard captain already ID'd the body, so Rosa is cooked. There's zero way he can wiggle out of this one. King Pupil's voice is booming through the hall, totally furious. Rosa, why are you ghosting us? The guy drops to one knee, acting all respectful and innocent. My bad, your highness, Rosa mumbles, totally avoiding eye contact while breaking a cold sweat. After that whole mess last night, I was up late chasing down those witches. Total nightmare. Andrian is having none of it. He snaps. Yo, Rosa, cut the crap. That trap failed, but the king could have been taken out. Read the room, man. Rosa lowers his voice and hits him with a reverse card. That's exactly the point, Commander. Andre is shook, like, excuse me. Say what now? Rosa stays chill and keeps talking. My deputies controlled the trap, so it was never going to reach lethal levels. But hey, I'm the boss, so I'll take the L. Punish me if you want, but at least let me spill the tea to the king first. King Pupil gives the green light. Permission granted. Rosa practically glows up. You're the best, your highness. I'm going to break it all down for you right now. His eyes get this creepy, super intense glint. After hearing the bad news, I tracked down the guy who smashed our traps with some high-level atomic magic. Me and the squad raided his spot immediately. We grilled him all night to get the truth. King Pupil is getting impatient, like, spill it. What did he say? Rosa smirks like a villain who just won the lottery. Dude was tough to crack, super uncooperative. But turns out, he's a spy from Minis. Rosa drops to one knee again, looking deadly serious. Straight up enemy agent, sent right from their capital. The whole court goes wild, everyone is freaking out. Nora is confused, thinking, Minis? No way, how? King Pupil is stressing. Are you serious right now? Rosa, are you for real? The guy gives a twisted smile. 100%, your majesty. He starts hyping up his story. He confessed to following orders from those arrogant jerks in Minis. They've been plotting this for 7 years. I'm talking about our arch enemies, Minis. Nora feels a pit in her stomach. This is bad. Minis. That's the rival kingdom fighting for the top spot on the continent. Nora shudders, realizing if the blame shifts to Minis, things are going to get messy fast. King Pupil goes full savage mode. Pupil never backs down from a fight. He stands up, ready to throw hands. Get every commander on the line. Right now, we mobilize. Nora clenches her fists, totally stressed. Is this fate? Did it matter what I did? King Pupil makes it official to the whole kingdom. We are going to war people. She feels totally useless. It's actually happening. Suddenly, the system goes ding 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 with updates. Lai-Ha looks at his friend, totally lost. Yo, Nora, what's with the pop-up window? Don't tell me. Nora closes her eyes, accepting it. Yup, exactly what it looks like. Game over. Mission ended. Wait, you're trolling, right? Mission over? We don't gotta guard the king. She shrugs it off. Nope, maybe the real goal was something else entirely. Nora drops her theory. The goal was letting Rosa start a war. Lai-Ha is stunned. A war? That escalated quickly. She explains slowly. Exactly. Rosa framed minis, and the king didn't even question it. Lai-Ha steps back, brain overloaded. Whoa, that's heavy. This whole setup was just to trigger a war. Emily is salty about it. How can an NPC king just decide that without fact-checking? So logic is just out the window. We got played by Rosa, plain and simple. Bunmin breaks down the game logic. It's a fixed event. Happens all the time in this world, not just this quest. It looks like a choice, but the ending is scripted. No matter what we did, the war between Pupil and Minis was always going to happen. It's destined. The system sets the stage. We just fill in the blanks with our story. Tay looks nervous. So, we're entering phase 2. Nora slams the table. That is so unfair. Lai-Ha is confused. Nora tears up, totally frustrated. I went through hell for this. Was it all for nothing? I haven't slept in ages, but fine. If this is how it is, I'm gonna crush this war. I'll win and end it fast. Just watch me. Suddenly, she pauses, looking a bit awkward. She composes herself. Anyway, guys, I'll update you when Group 2 gets here. But seriously, thanks for the backup. Thanks a ton. And sorry the quest flopped like this. I put you guys through a lot. Tay's chill about it. Nah, it was an honor. We learned some cool stuff. Byman nods. Totally worth it for that night circus achievement alone. Emily is looking away, daydreaming. Asterisk, I can't even focus. Asterisk, she thinks. Asterisk, my affinity with the royal family went up. That's the real win. Asterisk, Nora snaps her fingers. Oh, Lai-Ha. You needed to hit up the royal archives, right? Lai-Ha jolts. Oh yeah, totally forgot. Nora grins. Let's roll together. I'll talk to the head secretary to get you a pass. He smiles like a golden retriever. For real? Emily blushes, thinking. Asterisk, why is he so cute? Asterisk. She tries to look annoyed but fails miserably. Walking down the busy street, Nora drops knowledge. I bet the king didn't have a choice either. Lai-Ha is lost. Huh? What do you mean? The head mage holds too much power here. Even the king can't really say no to Rosa. Nora keeps her cool, explaining the politics. He's probably using this chaos to try and conquer the whole continent. Lai-Ha nods seriously. Makes sense, actually. Anyway, there's a buffer period before the fighting starts. Prep time. Lai-Ha walks beside her. We got like a month maybe. I'm gonna hoard potions and scalp them later. Nora thinks about profit. She glances back at him, curious. Asterisk, I want to ask him stuff, but not yet. Asterisk. Asterisk. What's the deal with him and Emily? Asterisk. Time flies, and they arrive. All right, I'll send the entry request. You can head in right after. Suddenly, the door creaks open. A guard steps out, shocked. Hey, you're that intruder from before. Lai-Ha starts sweating. Uh-oh. A salty figure steps out of the shadows. What brings you to the royal archives? Miss Sin. I thought you were allergic to reading. Nora fires back. Wow, you got time to crack jokes? She glares at him. Rosa. She's furious. After what you did, he cuts her off rudely. I'm grateful the king gave me a chance to redeem myself on the battlefield. Rosa's voice drops, getting super dark. But don't you dare use the word crime with me. He throws shade, especially coming from a holy knight who couldn't even stop a simple intruder. Nora snaps. Excuse me? What did you just say? Yo, Rosa was totally tripping on a power trip, bringing up old drama like he was doing us a favor. Lai-Ha wasn't vibing with that silence at all and stepped right up to check him. Lai-Ha got right in his grill, looking dead serious. Yo, you better chill before you make this situation way messier than it needs to be. Rosa let out a defeated sigh, realizing he was losing control. And who even are you, bro? Lai-Ha didn't hesitate to clap back. My aura matches anyone here. I'm one of those nobodies you were just trash talking. While you're hating, she's out here grinding 24/7 to fix the mess times you times made. Honestly, I don't rate your vibe at all. Of everyone here, you're the only one treating her with zero respect like that. Nora's heart did a little flip, and she was smiling like crazy. She whipped out the paperwork with confidence. Clar, I sent the docs. Let us in, please. CL checked the king's seal on the paper. It was 100% legit. Nora turned to her squad. All right, let's roll. Lee Ha. Rosa could only watch helplessly as they walked in, but his gut was screaming that something was super sus. Rosa started spiraling, wondering if they were like the Three Musketeers or something. Meanwhile, Nora turned back for one last confirm. Mr. CL, you got the pass, but do me a solid, take good care of Lee Ha, okay? CL hesitated for a sec, but was like, you got it. Nora dropped a final goodbye before dipping. My job here is done, so I guess I'll head out now. Hope you find that loot you're looking for. Lee Ha saw his friend off warmly. Thanks a ton for this, Nora. She smiled back, her cheeks turning totally pink. Real talk, I gotta say this without you, Lee Ha. I would have taken a massive L on this quest. Suddenly, Sarah's smile froze like she was buffering over something. Hey, Lee Ha. She was stuttering, totally shy. If you're free, do you happen to live in Seoul? If you do, maybe we could, like, grab some food together? Lee Ha had to double check. Like, a meal? CL just sighed in the background like, I see you too. Lee Ha's face turned into a tomato, his eyes shaking with emotion. Wait, hold up. Lee Ha froze as reality hit him. The memory of his crippled body in the real world came rushing back. He swallowed the pain and had to shut it down. I'd love to, honestly, but I can't do that for a while. Nora looked crushed but faked a happy smile. Oh, I get it. You must be busy. Catch you later then. His chest hurt like crazy. It sucks, but his inability to walk in real life really killed his confidence to date anyone. I need to stack that cash, fast. Lee Ha turned to the guard with a serious tone. Yo, Mr. CL. The guy looked confused, but Lee Ha was determined to grind. Please take me to the archives on the Second Human-Demon War. Lee Ha grabbed a book and started speed reading the data. I already know the lore about how the war started. I need to see the endgame stats. The record said the demon army retreated to the strait between the Graven Kingdom and our territory. They ghosted past the blockade using sea snakes and krakens to break through. In the first big war, those monsters were the wild card that totally wrecked the Graven Navy. After that beatdown, the surviving demon troops headed for the Sunrise Sea. Lee Ha kept scanning the text. The kingdom's ships tried to chase, but they couldn't do it without the Graven Navy backing them up. Then he found some extra testimony. Sunrise Sea is where the sun comes up, so that's east. Did they cross the ocean? A light bulb went off in Lee Ha's head. If this is the sea they're talking about, it links up with that new continent investigation I was working on with Fernan. The quest log totally backed up his theory. That investigation was actually left hanging. He remembered how hype his buddy was about it. Does that mean nobody has found the location yet? The Demon King's army vanished to the west, which is outside the Sunrise Sea zone, and that matches the direction Fernan was heading. I finished Brown's quest, but checking for a new continent wouldn't hurt. Lee Ha read the specific details in the book. The gap between the fleets was about 5 Harris. He paused, thinking it over. That's not even that far for a ship chase. But then, the text described a sudden sound boom. The helmsman's head just exploded. Lee Ha was shook. No energy pulse. No magic detection triggered. That's insane that nobody sensed anything. The first mate took the wheel, boom, head gone too. The distance opened up to 6 Harris. The elves guessed it was a phantom sniper, so they realized it was impossible to chase and gave up. Lee Ha's face went pale. He couldn't believe what he was reading. What is this? Why is a phantom sniper showing up in this history? 5 Harris is like 9.6 kilometers. Basically 10 kilometers. That's impossible. In real life, unless you calculate the planet's curvature to hit the target. Yeah. Lee Ha's brain switched to physics mode. But this is Middle Earth, not Earth. If a sniper pulled that off back then, it means times can do it too. Cut to the tavern. Brown was deep in thought. I see. So Rosa is up to his old tricks. Lee Ha nodded. Yeah, he's definitely suspect. But we got no receipts yet. Brown looked serious. He's super careful. I'll have to hit up the palace myself to handle that. Brown shifted gears to the other clue. What about the records on the demon army? Lee Ha listened closely. Yeah, Brown said, rubbing his chin. That last part really caught my attention. Lee Ha asked, totally confused. The last part? What do you mean? Suddenly, Brown dropped the bomb, the phantom sniper. And the system pinged instantly. Quest complete. Trace the steps. Brown explained calmly. The legend of the phantom sniper was just a story among us, but they say these guys never miss, no matter the distance. Any real gunner wants that kind of aim. It's weird though. The Phantom Sniper never showed up before, only during the retreat. You need to dig deeper. If that sniper is with the Demon King, we're cooked if we aren't ready. Lee Ha's system popped up a new priority quest. Brown wanted him to investigate. You accepting this? Brown theorized based on his experience. You took down a god using a gun, so maybe you're the one to figure this out. A sniper, that sounds impossible. Maybe because they aren't human. Lee Ha was hyped. So the legend comes from a different race? Brown nodded grimly. Bingo. His voice got dark. Dark elves. A legend from the cursed race. A bit later, Lee Ha left the tavern, mind racing. This isn't going to be a walk in the park, is it? Brown's info was burned into his brain. Find a dark elf hidden somewhere on this massive continent and get info on the sniper, especially since they hate humans and hide their base? Great. He listened seriously, thinking, yeah, this is going to be a massive grind, but I have to know if the Phantom Sniper was really involved in the Second War. Yo, that deep blue sky is snapping me right back to reality. The whole server is buzzing about the Bullet Fiend hunt. I wonder how far Kid and Lur got with that quest. Psh, like those guys would even leave me on red if I DM them. Gotta laugh it off, right? My avatar's limbs feel like jelly. But boom, the stat window pops up. All right, time to chill for a hot second. I am totally fried after grinding online for 36 hours straight. But checking these stats, Paul hype. I'm dumping all my points here, then hitting the auction house. That loot better have sold. The gear I put up for auction has got to be gone by now. I'm grinning like an idiot just thinking about it. Mom is gonna absolutely flip when she sees this cash. So I log out, right? And bam, Mom's screaming like she saw a ghost. Lee Ha. Her voice shook the walls. She's standing there, face totally pale, pointing at her phone like, yo, explain this. Lee Ha, what is this? She asks, shaking. Did you see the notification? Ma? She looks like she's gonna faint from shock. Where are you? Where did you get this money? I just flashed my best innocent smile to calm her down. Chill, Mom. I didn't rob a bank or do anything sketchy. I earned it all from that VR game, remember? I made a decent bag last time too. Consider it an early Christmas present. And I'm gonna rake in even more on Christmas Day. I'm not torturing myself in there, so don't stress. She started tearing up. Guys, totally emotional. Lee Ha. She gave me the biggest hug ever. My heart felt so warm. Next year, around this time, we're jetting off to Germany. Mom, you said you've never been on a plane, right? I'm keeping the vibes positive. The surgery that can fix my legs, it's only available in Germany. I'm so stoked that I can actually make this happen for us. Back in the lobby, Madam dropped some intel on me. The Vanguard King is ghosting everyone right now, probably, because war is brewing. So instead, she gave me the coordinates for the Dark Elves. I'm staring at the map, strategizing. Vanguard Base X used to be a total wasteland, but after the king visited, it turned into this little NPC trading town. It's neutral territory, not linked to any nation. Basically, I realize it's a lawless zone, the Wild West. Zero security, anything goes. Finding the Dark Elves is one thing, but walking into their village, that's a death wish. I aim my musket at the sky, thinking, do I really have another choice? Gotta do what I gotta do. I thought 100 rounds would be plenty, but I've already burned through 40. Rolling up on the Dark Elf base with only 60 shots, super sketchy. Yeah, I need a resupply. I fired a signal shot into the air just to test it. Definitely need a pit stop before I hit the road. I kicked the door open like I own the place. Sup, fellas. Whisker jumped out of his skin. Then I hear Briss yelling, shut it. Don't say a word. I tried to put in a request. I'm here for some crafting, but he cut me off instantly. Boss, the nightmare is back. Guy literally threw his hammer and dipped. The demon returned. Boss, though, ran out looking terrified. Why are you here again? I just reached into my inventory. Relax. I just need ammo. He sighed with relief until I slammed a stack of gold on the table. Same price as last time, right? He flinched hard at that. Actually, I grinned. I need one more favor. I could feel the rage building up behind him. What now? I kept it cool and cheeky. I need a scope. Night vision included. I want you to craft these mods. Boss Thow's face went blank. Binoculars? Briss and Whisker looked totally confused. Night vision? I whipped out a pen and paper to sketch the blueprint. All right, listen up. I seriously jotted down the specs. It's getting dark soon. Boss lowered his voice. We can't make that. That hit me right in the feels. Why not, though? He got straight to the point. This scope thing. It's about seeing the exact distance to your target, right? Boss, though, started grilling me on the details. And you want to adjust the distance between the barrel and the sight when firing. I didn't hesitate. Bingo. You got it. It finally clicked for him. I'm guessing you want to snipe at 1,500 meters? Ordinary glass can't handle that. We can't even polish it to that precision. I realized he was right. So I'd need, like, the eyeball of a giant eagle or a hawk. He shut that down instantly. Even then, the physics just don't work. It's impossible. Just give it up. I was holding my head, thoughts racing. I need those binoculars, no matter what. I had to hype myself up, can't fail the mission now. I can't just quit. Boss looked at my sketch and mumbled, well, if there was a monster with massive eyes that actually times them for precision, maybe. I smirked. A monster with giant eyes? Like a Quakuro? Boss, though, burst out laughing. Kid, you're skilled, but you can't just casually name drop a Quakuro. The ruler of Sentinel Mountain? No way you have that. Asterisk, thud. Asterisk, I slammed a massive eyeball right on the table. You mean this bad boy right here? His face went purple when he saw the loot. What the heck is that? I calmly explained that, my friend, is the eye of a cyclops, a Quakuro, fresh from the source. Total jackpot moment. Here it is. Since it's huge, size isn't an issue, right? If you need more, holler at me. Now, let's talk numbers. I gave them my best evil grin. Better get to work, boys. The room was terrified. I thought they might lock up the shop and run. Cut 2, the ancient fortress gate. Asterisk, crack. Asterisk. The sound of stone shattering made me jump. I dropped a rock mob with a single shot, exhaled, calmed my nerves, smoke drifting from the barrel. Styling on him. Checking the damage. Kinda mid. Couldn't even pierce through 2 rock monsters. Back in the day, a pro would have drilled through both with 1 shot using the surefire perk. But hey, the raw attack power is high, so I'm not complaining. Gonna farm some XP on the way to the objective. Hold up. My snake eye skill caught a glitchy image. Bad vibes instantly. I raise my rifle, defensive stance. Why are those trees leaking mana? 4 trees specifically. That shape is super sus. I squeezed the trigger times bang asterisk. The bullet slammed into the tree, and a hidden enemy fell right out. The sneaker shrieked in pain, mask flying off. I squinted to see who it was, then yelled, quit hiding. Come get some, you clowns. The ambush squad jumped out, weapons drawn, rushing straight for me. Too many to snipe, so I switched modes shotgun time. My shot didn't do much damage to the goblin, and he countered. He threw a knife, but I dodged it like Neo. You think that weak sauce is gonna hit me? I aimed right at the crazy goblin charging me. My brain predicted his path instantly. Muscle memory took over, and I started unloading lead. My shots were dead accurate, stopping that goblin cold. His buddies froze in shock, but my radar pinged another one coming from 6 o'clock. I was in the zone, treating this like target practice. The sneak attacker screamed some anime move named Brain Slash. I reacted instantly, smiled, spun around, barrel right in his face. Seen it, done it. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, took him out before he could even blink. Dual wielding like a total pro. He snipes 2 separate targets with 0 effort, cleanest kill streak ever. Lee-Ha lowers his guns with that main character energy as the goblin face plants into the dirt. He side-eyes the mob, muttering under his breath, you trash. Next time DM me before you interrupt my vibe, okay? Lee-Ha remembers the stress of those intense battles. Honestly, if he didn't have that obsessive reloading habit, things would have gone south fast. Flashback time. Thank goodness he actually paid attention when Bill was lecturing the assassin class. See, school is important, fam. Those memories hit him like a truck, especially after he took out Peter at the palace that one day. Ever since that trigger pull, he's basically been walking around with a giant kick me sign for the Night Circus Guild. But Lee-Ha shakes off the nostalgia and bounces. No time for drama. He's got only a few hours to reach the Pioneer base or it's game over. After grinding through travel time for hours, he finally hits the Pioneer base. Lee-Ha freezes, scanning the horizon. He looks past the tents and checks the players inside. Seems chill. No red flags. Yet. But wait, his eagle eyes spot something sus. There's a silhouette chilling on a tree branch. He's thinking, is that a Night Circus goon or just a mob? Before Lee-Ha can even ID the threat, the figure ghosts him, completely vanishes. 0 hesitation, guns out. Stay strapped or get clapped, right? Except for that creepy tree sitter, the area is clear. He doesn't pull the trigger, just stands there calculating. Whatever, he has to enter this zone to finish the quest anyway. Lee-Ha hypes himself up. Stay alert, watch out for PKers. Suddenly, a loud voice booms from the distance. It's Morris looking for a squad. Anyone want to party up? I'm in. He's wondering if he's the only normal one here because these guys look hardcore, like straight up tryhards. The tension is real until he spots a tavern sign. Saved. He ignores the drama. Intel gathering is the meta right now. Lee-Ha pushes the door open, planning to chat up some NPCs for clues.
But as soon as he walks in, he freezes. The place is crawling with rowdy goblins wrecking the joint. Lee-Ha gets super awkward and forces a polite smile. Asterisk. Awkward turtle. Asterisk.
Are you guys fanboying over me or what? But those creepy masks just keep swarming. Where are the admins? No NPCs to control these trolls. He sighs, pulls out his weapon, and gets into his stance. Guess we're doing this. Lee Ha screams, let's go. And the whole pub erupts into chaos. It's so loud the entire server probably heard it. People outside are like, yo, what's the tea? Is it a PvP match? The crowd rushes in, cheering like it's a boxing title fight. Get him. Wreck him. Lee Ha grits his teeth, thinking, is this seriously how things work around here? Savage. He gets distracted for a split second and bam, a goblin jumps him. Cheap shot. He takes damage and his HP drops. Seriously, the system pings. Movement speed reduced by 40% for 5 minutes. You little rat. Lee Ha yells, triggering his ult. The Spirit Link skill activates and his ghost summon appears, swiping aggressively at the goblin. The ghost slaps the goblin flying, but the monster still talks trash. Fresh meat for the circus, huh? The spectators see the ghost summon and start whispering. Whoa, look at that summon. Is that a bear? I thought that dude was a ranged DPS. While the crowd is hyping it up, a mysterious cloaked figure quietly appears behind them. Lee Ha is too busy sweating these annoying goblins to notice. Take that. But suddenly, his spidey senses tingle. Bad vibes incoming. It's another goblin. The monster laughs like a maniac. Surprise. Behind you. Lee Ha spins around, but a blade is already at his throat. Game over? Nope. Suddenly times swoosh times his sword slash cuts through the air, followed by a cool mystery voice. Hey, clowns. Everyone is confused. The voice speaks again, icy cold. Move. Asterisk slash asterisk. A combo of lightning-fast slashes hits before the goblins even know they're dead. In a split second, the mobs are sliced in half. The cloaked figure lands perfectly superhero landing, 10 out of 10. The sword strikes look like fireworks exploding from the goblins' bodies. The poor monsters drop from the air like flies. Lee Ha's jaw hits the floor. He stares at the hero like, who is that guy? The crowd outside is equally shook. They're squinting, trying to ID the player. The mystery player finally reveals himself. It's Laiwan, the mystery swordsman. The crowd loses it. Oh my god, it's Laiwan. The guy ranked number 2 on the global leaderboard. Lee Ha never thought he'd meet a celebrity player, so he just stands there buffering, staring at him. Laiwan slowly turns around. Even the ghost summon is impressed, letting out a noise, but then it gets scared when it locks eyes with Laiwan's icy glare. The top player doesn't speak, just stands there, judging. Finally, Laiwan breaks the silence. You good, bro? Need a hand? Lee Ha beams, trying to act cool. Oh, nah, I'm Gucci. Thanks for the assist, though. Lee Ha is all smiles, but Laiwan is stone cold. All right, then. But he's not totally heartless. He hands over a potion. Here, take a chug jug. The system updates immediately. Asterisk notification. You received an HP potion made from rare holy water. Asterisk Lee Ha is shook. This guy just keeps dropping surprises. He stares at the item thinking, this is top-tier loot. That rare potion is basically a bribe. Laiwan makes an offer. I got questions. Want to party up? A prompt pops up on the screen immediately. Asterisk, accept party invite. Yes, no. Asterisk Laiwan tries to convince him, keeping a poker face. Too many rubberneckers here. Let's bounce. Meanwhile, the crowd is gossiping hard. Whoa, is that really Laiwan? I've never seen him this close. Lee Ha doesn't overthink it and smashes the accept button. Yeah, bet. Let's roll. As soon as he agrees, Laiwan snaps his fingers, so dramatic. They don't wait another second. Mass teleport activates like a sudden glitch in the Matrix. The spectators are left hanging. Aw, they dipped. Was that really him? Suddenly, one fan realizes something and gasps. Wait a minute. Wasn't the guy with him the famous magic bullet marksman, the ghost gunner? Cut to Lee Ha and Laiwan arriving in a dark, creepy, empty alley. Dead silence. Lee Ha is internally screaming. I'm literally hanging out with the number 2 player in the world. Laiwan, the mystery swordsman. Never thought I'd see him in a dump like this. He watches Laiwan's back, wondering, I heard this guy hates people. Why'd he save me? What's the catch? Is he farming me for clout? Suddenly, a memory unlocks. Wait, I remember watching an interview with this guy on a stream once. Flashback to a broadcast. Laiwan sitting there, chilling, listening to the host. So, Laiwan, rumor has it you're closing the gap on the number 1 spot. Think you can clap him in a 1v1? He didn't answer right away. He just sighed, smirked, and then pointed at the camera like a pop star. He looked like he was floating on cloud 9. Easy. Laiwan stood up and struck a pose like a supermodel, and the chat went absolutely feral. Liha had only seen it on screen, but remembering it now makes him chuckle. Looking back at that memory and comparing it to JW now, it's a total mind trip. That dude was, how should I put this, super confident. Finally, he decided to break the awkward silence. What's your name? Oh, Liha, that's you? JW cracked up laughing like I just told a killer joke. Then he got all awkward, trying to segue into talking about that crazy skill I used earlier. I'm standing there, looking clueless, waiting for him to finish his sentence. Yeah. JW was blushing, mumbling about battlefield summoning. I thought it was some serious drama. Oh, you mean the bear cub? He turned beet red. Then he looked at me with these puppy dog eyes and asked, "Can you teach me how to do that?" I froze. Why is a top-tier superstar begging a noob like me for tips? Excuse me? JW kept yapping. You're a musketeer, but you summon a bear? That's summoner class stuff. I need to learn that skill. I let out a huge sigh. Talk about a massive letdown. Don't players usually keep secret skills on the down low? I asked. You gotta keep your mouth shut to protect your value, bro. Hearing that, his face went pale. Panic mode activated. You really won't teach me. Even after I just saved your life. I felt kinda guilty, but I tried to let him down gently. Look, I appreciate the save. I couldn't have escaped this place without you. I actually have a teleport scroll, I said. JW grabbed his head and screamed in despair. But I save you. This was getting super cringe. Are all the high-ranked players on this server this weird? He lacks social skills, but in a totally different way than Michael Jin. I just stared at JW pouting and couldn't help but judge him a little. I'm wondering if this kid is in his 20s or just a teen. He's got to be young to act like this. Then, lightbulb moment. Since we're both Korean, maybe I can teach him some manners. His eyes lit up like fireworks, for real. JW instantly turned into an obedient puppy when he heard the condition. But in exchange, can I ask you a few questions? Sure, shoot. Anything. I seized the chance immediately. Do you know where Fernan is? JW spilled the beans instantly. Fernan, that Indiana Jones wannabe? I saw him 4 or 5 days ago. My eyes popped. Clue detected. I grabbed his collar frantically. And where is he right now? JW didn't even flinch, just kept answering. They hang around near the Pioneer base. Actually, I fragged a few of them today. I felt like I got hit by lightning. You killed them? That's just gonna make them hate humans even more. My mission is ruined, oh god. JW looked terrified at my sudden silence. The vibe just got super dark. The sound of us arguing shattered the silence. Hey, wait up. I told you too much. You gotta teach me the skill now. You didn't even answer the dark elf question properly. You said you didn't know. He was literally hopping mad, cursing up a storm. Don't be a jerk. Teach me right now. JW was totally losing control and shouting nonsense. Rankers have such annoying personalities. Are all musketeers like this? I didn't care about his tantrum. I focused on the name. You know that guy? JW couldn't stop talking. How could I not? He starts beef every time he sees me. The guy loves to fight. I imagined a huge, scary dude radiating killer vibes as he described him. No cap. He makes me nervous. But I gotta admit, he's strong. I didn't know what to say, so I just stayed quiet and thought about it. By the way, why do you want my skills so bad? Aren't you already a top-ranked player? That shut him up. JW froze, stuttering as he tried to come up with a valid excuse. It's because, if I learn to summon a monster, I think I can beat Alexander. I cut straight to the chase. You want a bear to crush him or something? Would that even make a big difference? No. JW panicked and denied it. I can't beat that jerk just by leveling up right now. So you're probably wondering, what's the plan? JW tipped his hat like a mysterious anime character. When I hit rank 1, he'll show his face. My confidence is skyrocketing. I'm gonna spawn camp that loser until his rank drops. I tried to process his logic, but it seemed impossible. JW didn't care. He just kept rambling on with his backstory. Alexander's dragon is the real problem. He turned to me, dead serious. If I can summon a monster that can tank that dragon for 5 minutes, my victory is guaranteed. Suddenly, JW's voice got serious. And your skill. It's not just limited to summoning bears. Right? That hit me right in the feels. I stood there, mouth open, totally stunned. His words brought back old memories with Kurt. Yeah. I've been with him since he was a tiny fluff ball. That little guy basically became my soulmate. We're close in real life, through all the ups and downs. But what happens if the monster I'm bonded to keeps growing? Until Kurt gets huge, way bigger than my own body. He won't be a kid anymore. He'll be a monster. I got lost in thought for a while. I guess you can't hit that rank. Not with just your own strength. JW stood there silently, thinking about it. Suddenly, he looked at me sincerely. Tell me. I promise I'll help you out at least once. The quiet forest vibe was broken by our excitement. For real, I promise on my life. If I flake on you, I'll delete my character account. Finally, we had a deal. I nodded happily. All right, I'll spill the beans. JW was bouncing with excitement, but I cut him off. Hey, I'm a perfectionist. I need you to confirm it again. You really have to help me once. He nodded along. If you add me as a friend, I can teleport to you instantly with a skill. So don't sweat it. JW waited for my next demand. Oh, and one more thing. My face went dark, and I gave him a scheming look. Give me the intel on 2 dexterity achievements. Small ask, right? His face turned gray instantly. He looked terrified and completely speechless, checking the system map near the pioneer base in the forest. I was walking slowly, scanning everything through my scope. I heard nobody comes back from this forest, I whispered. Gotta stay frosty. A shadow was silently perched on a tree branch above. I was nervous but hadn't spotted it yet. I sighed. Man, I really wish I had night vision right now. The shadow grinned creepily. The figure shifted while watching me. Lie-ha. My ears are sharp like an owl's. I noticed it instantly. Cold sweat dripped down my neck. Panic set in, but I tried to focus. I snapped out of it and aimed my rifle up. Who's there? Suddenly, my eyes shifted into cat's eye mode. I saw the movement. Gotcha. Suddenly, more shadows appeared, clinging to the tree trunks. I froze. There were 2 more sliding down the big trees, 5 of them total. I stared them down, fighting a war in my head. Should I shoot? If I pull the trigger, I'm taking one down for sure. The internal struggle was intense logic versus instinct, but this forest is known as Dark Elf territory. If these guys are legit Dark Elves. Suddenly, something flew straight at me like a bullet. Thwack! A small dart nailed my shoulder. System alert. Status effect. Partial paralysis. You cannot move in the affected area for 2 minutes. My hand went numb. I dropped the gun. I couldn't stop blaming myself. I hesitated too long. I stood there paralyzed, terrified as the elves swarmed above. Out of everywhere, they had to aim for my arm. Creepy laughter echoes through the forest, followed by some serious trash talk. Yo, you really think you can clap us with just that toy gun? You are seriously underestimating the squad, buddy. Lee-Ha tries to clap back, shouting, Hold up. I never said I wanted all this smoke, okay? Bet you can't catch me though. As soon as the words drop, he digs his heels in, ready to yeet himself out of there. He dips faster than lightning, literally just a blur, leaving wind trails behind. The goblin gang realizes something sus and instantly switches up their vibe. They rush him, full tilt, screaming like maniacs. One dude is chasing him down, talking smack like, You're totally cooked if we catch you. Don't even try to hide. That cackle was straight up nightmare fuel coming from behind a creepy mask. Lee-Ha's brain is running a mile a minute, like, do I pop that escape scroll right now? Is it time to bounce? Mid-sprint, he freezes. Eyes wide. The goblins actually outran him and blocked the path. Big L for the plan. But he just grips his piece and charges in anyway. YOLO. Dang. Lee-Ha is burning through all his good karma just dodging these blades flying at his neck. Suddenly, whoosh, a sharp arrow flies out of nowhere. Boom. Headshot on the goblin. Absolute cinema. Lee-Ha did not see that coming. Arrows start flying like crazy, hitting every weak spot. It's a total wipeout, taking down those aggressive creeps one by one. The aimbot is real, almost 100% accuracy and crazy power. It shatters the goblin's mask into dust. Even as they're logging off life, they let out one last creepy laugh. Suddenly, the forest lights up like a flashbang went off. Massive shockwave. Those goblins that were chasing him, yeah, they're all laid out on the ground now. GG's. A new squad rolls up, and they look high level. They report to their boss. Lee-Ha freezes, sweating bullets. Oh snap, standing right in front of him is a dark elf. This guy is ripped and has eyes that could cut glass. Definitely a night elf. Lee-Ha thinks, I am so done. I did not prep a strategy for this encounter. Chat, am I in trouble? Even though he's shook, Lee-Ha waves awkwardly. Hey. Thanks for the save. I'm not here to grief your base or anything. He quickly pulls out a fancy bento box, trying to play it cool. Here, take a bite. He holds out the food, stumbling over his words. I brought this because I want to be friends. He's mentally hyping himself up like, you got this, man, trust the process. Rumor has it night elves are obsessed with meat. And boom, prediction correct. Their scary aura vanishes, and they stare at the food, practically drooling. The elves crowd the box, chanting, meat, meat, totally losing their cool. Meanwhile, a lady elf sprints over from the back. Sarah, she calls out. Everyone freezes. You guys are being totally rude to our guest, she scolds. The elves snap back to reality like kids getting yelled at by mom. Sorry, ma'am. Lee-Ha stares as Sarah walks up, all graceful. Oh my gosh, you didn't have to bring gifts, she giggles. but we'll totally take it with gratitude. You're too kind. She calls him the successor of the hero. Lee Ha is just standing there, smiling and nodding, but inside he's like, wait, what did she just say? Hero who? He's glued to the spot, giving a goofy smile because he's so confused. Ideally, they should be attacking me. Why are they chill? What is going on in this server? What do you mean by successor? He finally asks. Sire gets serious, her face glowing. The one who carries the rage of the bloodline. Her eyes go sharp, channeling some serious main character energy from the past. She points right at Lee Ha and declares it with her whole chest. You have proven you carry the will of the bloodline to the world. Lee Ha looks down at the necklace on his chest. Sire keeps talking while he's zoning out on the jewelry. We call that the hero's power. Lee Ha realizes it's the pendant Igor dropped. System notification pops up. Affinity with Night Elves plus 100. Affinity with Wood Elves minus 50. New skill unlocked. Forbidden Rage. He thinks, okay, so the game wants me to vibe with the Night Elves. Bet. Sarah's sweet voice snaps him back. We were actually planning to slide into your DMs, come say hi. We saw you in the area once before. Lee Ha's jaw hits the floor. Wait, that shadow I saw earlier was you guys. Syra steps closer, trust levels rising. Can I invite the hero's successor to our village? Lead the way, she smiles. Lee Ha grins back, accepting the invite. Let's do it. They tour the Night Elf village. It's a whole aesthetic. Sarah stops at a door. Chief, I brought the guy with the rage. The hero's successor is here. A voice booms from inside the hut. Yo, send him in. Lee Ha steps in carefully. There's an old dude sitting there, puffing on a pipe. So, you're the successor, huh? The chief looks chill. Looks like the bloodline's rage is still trending out there. It's a cozy room lit by a small fire. Lee Ha introduces himself politely. Name's Lee Ha. Nice to meet ya. The chief keeps his cool. What brings you to our crib? Take a seat first. Lee Ha sits but keeps his guard up. Stranger danger, you know? Is everyone nice just because my stats are maxed out? Lee Ha wonders. He decides not to waste time. I'm here to ask about the Ghost Bullet Marksman. The chief's eyes go wide. Ghost Bullet Marksman. He exhales a massive cloud of smoke, totally shook by the name. He lowers his voice. I get it. We need the legendary hero to wipe out those trash wood elves. Lee Ha is like, wait, wipe out who now? The chief sighs, looking bummed. Sad news, though. We don't know much about the Ghost Bullet Marksman. At least, not these days. Lee Ha catches the slip up. You said not these days, so you knew about it before? The chief squints. Yeah, we did. The chief starts yapping about their archives. We love keeping receipts on history. Of course, we recorded our legends. He pauses, sounding super regretful. But all our records on the legend got stolen. Lee Ha leans in, totally hooked on the drama. The chief explains slowly. This went down over 100 years ago. The new gen Night Elves don't know jack about the marksman. Only OGs like me remember the stories. Lee Ha is dying to know. Can you spill the tea on the Ghost Bullet Marksman? I need to hear this from you. The chief blows another smoke ring. Story time begins. This happened a long, long time ago. This is that exclusive lore you can't find on the wiki or Reddit, guys. Sitting in that hidden village, the chief closes his eyes, reliving the moment God and the devil created the races of Middle-earth. God and the devil were teaming up to build the world. They were hyping up their creations, loving the vibe of this new place full of life. Yo, listen up. Things went south real fast between the races. The main reason for all this drama, their creators, God and the devil, were having major beef. To stop the fighting, they tried to ghost the mortal world completely. But the devil wasn't feeling that vibe. He wanted the clout, loving the idea of his creations worshipping him forever. So, the devil slides into God's DMs with a bet. The loser has to become the winner's servant. The chief remembers every juicy detail of this tea. The bet was simple, a showdown to see whose creations were more OP. They'd take turns smashing each other's work. God wrecks a demon, devil wrecks an angel. They went back and forth, unleashing their powers 6 times. Total stalemate, both sides were equally cracked. But on turn 7, the devil cooked up a devious plan. The chief remembers the exact words. The devil told God, your target for turn 7 is yourself. Sounds dumb, right? But technically, it didn't break any rules. God couldn't even argue with that logic, so he accepted the challenge. But wait, the game wasn't over. The devil still had his turn coming up. God pulled an Uno reverse card, saying, same goes for you. Your target is yourself. If you take yourself out, I win, and I'm coming back to Earth. The devil went quiet, calculating the odds. If you end yourself, you lose. Then the devil grinned, showing off those creepy, jagged teeth, and said, nah, if I do this, I'm the winner who beat God. Dude didn't even wait to finish his sentence. He blasted his own power straight at himself. He turned his energy into a spirit bullet and put that seventh shot right through his own skull. And unlike what he said, his head just went times pop asterisk. God must have been so confused. But since the bad guy was gone, God was like, my work here is done, and headed back upstairs. The chief sat there, totally chill, wrapping up the story. That's why we don't see crazy magic like that anymore. Though some folks in Middle-earth can still tap into that god and devil energy. That mystery bullet was the devil's final masterpiece, the only weapon capable of clapping God. The realization made the old man pause for a second. Lai Ha looked down at the gun in his hand, freaking out. Wait, the spirit gunner class? He gripped the weapon tight. But that doesn't mean those powers are gone forever, right? Back to the Great War. The Demon King. The chief chimed in. Exactly. That was the devil's backup plan. The scary image of that monster was stuck in the old man's head. Before he died, the devil split off a piece of his soul and sealed it in an egg-like thing. That fragment was programmed to grow up and carry out his will. The chief opened his eyes, looking super serious. This was the long game from the start. Li Ha felt like he was caught in the middle of a horror movie plot. So, what is the Demon King exactly? Is he the devil's son or just a rebooted version? According to the legends, it's pretty much both. The chief was picturing some cunning mastermind, but Lai Ha just brushed off the fear. He smiled to hype himself up. That is one intense storyline. But that's not what I'm curious about. Lai Ha looked at the buff dark elves and asked, what's the connection? What does the spirit gunner mean to your people? The chief answered straight up, the savior. His voice got super sad. He protected us from those shady, dirty wood elves. He was our guardian angel. The forest elves had been bullying us for ages, judging us for eating meat and having dark skin. Total haters. The chief lifted his smoking pipe, sighing. Even though we were physically swole, they had magic and the numbers advantage. You could hear the salt in his voice. Plus, they gaslighted the humans into thinking we were cursed monsters working for the devil. They ruined our reputation. We were facing a total wipeout. Extinction-level event. The chief looked grateful. That's when Times showed up and wrecked those wood elves. As the smoke drifted up, the hero's identity was revealed. The memory of a guy holding a gun was clear as day to the chief, the spirit gunner. Lai Ha jumped in with a theory. So, he must have been the very first dark elf, right? The chief shut that down instantly. Nope. The spirit gunner wasn't a dark elf. He was a human. The chief sounded 100% sure. That info made Lai Ha stop and think. A human? Not one of you guys? He asked straight up. When did this even go down? The chief didn't hide anything. Ancient history, kid. Lai Ha looked shocked but also hyped. So this wasn't during the Second Great War? How does a human unlock that class? That is wild. The old man explained their tradition. We like to keep receipts. There's a book recording his story, including actual conversations with him. Lai Ha practically jumped out of his skin. Can I read it, please? The chief dropped the bomb casually. It got stolen. Talk about a buzzkill. Lai Ha frowned, looking totally defeated. Of course it was. Suddenly, a notification popped up above his head. Asterisk new quest. Recover the Dark Elf's lost book. Asterisk. He looked at the panel and laughed awkwardly. Called it. Another fetch quest. Judging by the vibe, this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Guess I have to play detective myself. Seeing Lai Ha zone out, the chief offered help. If you need intel on the spirit gunner, I'll tell you whatever I know. But the book has the full wiki. You need to get it back. Li Ha looked at him, confused. Okay, where do I even start looking? The chief closed his eyes, remembering the bad times. Caster. A curious, twisted dark elf who swiped the records. I bet he set up a hidden base where normal eyes can't spot him. Lai Ha's eyes went wide. So you don't have a GPS location. The chief just handed him a stone. Take this. It'll help you track his mana signature. The sparkly stone made him gasp. Is this a crystal ball? The chief nodded. Yup. Caster made this back when he was just a kid. Our tribe hates mana, but he was a nerd for it. He had crazy skills and could craft all kinds of wild gadgets. The chief remembered it clearly. Please, handle this. Successor, find Caster and bring the book home. We won't forget this. The chief's pleading voice followed Li Ha as he left. I think I'm close to finishing this quest, but finding these NPCs is a pain. Why is everyone hiding? Suddenly, a weird light wrapped around his feet. Whatever, let's work with what I got. A massive, complicated building appeared in front of him. Stunning. Lai Ha walked up and knocked. Asterisk. Bang. Bang. Asterisk. A voice from inside screamed immediately. Get lost. Lai Ha was surprised. You recognize me just by my knock? That's impressive. The guy yelled back. Whatever. Go away. How could I possibly make something like that? Lai Ha wasn't giving up. Come on, Bob. I know you finished the item. Open up. I brought the cash. Yo, Welcome back to the channel. So, old man Bo finally cracked the door open money talks, right? We step inside, and boom, something catches my eye immediately. I spot the scope on the table, and I'm totally hyping it up. Yo, Gramps, you actually finished it. This is exactly the drip I needed. Looks like it's gonna work like a charm. The old man gives me this salty look. What's with that tone? I had to get some noobs to help me craft this. I was barely listening, like, wait, say what now? Bo is literally shaking with rage. He goes full Karen mode, screaming about how he grinded day and night, but the consulting fees cost more than his commission. Total meltdown. He's yapping about bribing a one-eyed demon or something wild. I just play it cool, acting unbothered. Geez, awkward. Anyway, thanks a ton, Bo Nick. You're the MVP. He gets super serious, warning me to be careful, cause this thing is way more accurate than I think. I just flash him a grin brighter than a diamond. Got it, boss. Thanks again, Bo Nick. Next time, hook me up with some night vision specs. Yeah, hearing that, he literally loses it. Get out. No more requests. Get lost. I ignore him and start vibing with the new gear. I scope out a rock in the distance, looks like 600 to 650 meters. Suddenly, something pops into my crosshairs. I max out the zoom on that rock. A warning sign pops up clear as day. Danger. Landslide. I actually gasped. This bad boy has 30 times magnification. Insane. I'm grinning like an idiot. Dude, I could probably see craters on the moon with this. Suddenly, a system notification slides into my DMs. It's a message. Lai Ha, hearing rumors about you again. I'm Loganki confused for a sec who is sliding into my chats like that. Then he drops the name tag. It's me. I instantly recognize the homie. Yo, Jack. Long time no see, fam. What's the tea? How you been? He laughs. I'm chilling at the forward base. Heard some spicy rumors about someone beefing with the Night Circus crew and vanishing with LJ Dub. People said the mystery guy was packing heat at Gunner. I knew instantly it had to be you. Lai Ha. I laugh awkwardly. Busted. Oh, that. We aren't tight like that. Just ran into him. Jack starts glazing me up. You're a beast, man. Hey, you planning on heading back to the forward base? If you are, I can wait for you. I pause. Wait for who? Me? He gets straight to the point. Yeah. I need your help again, just like old times. I start grinning. Sounds like a plan. Let's collab. Jack sounds stoked. So, what do you need from me first? I get that mischievous look. I need a lift. Let's fly. Boom. Next thing I know, we're riding the wind. We stick the landing and the dust settles. I hear him calling out, Lai Ha. He sounds hype. Jack. Your gear looks upgraded, dude. He laughs, scratching his head. Don't roast me. Got this loot after my last quest. But dang, your rifle is looking extra thick today. I think to myself, nah, I just leveled up my swag. It was in a case and he still noticed. High IQ play. Anyway, I cut to the chase. So, what's the mission? What do you need me to do? We gotta make friends with some flora. I give him the side eye. A plant? He looks dead serious. A carnivorous plant. I start looking around nervously. This place is a ghost town, no other players. I finally look up and my jaw hits the floor. The scenery is absolutely cracked. It looks like the Amazon rainforest out here. Jack has already morphed into his eagle form, right? You see it over there? I scan the area. See what? He points a wing at a bud sprouting on a tree. I squint. Got it. That one, right? He shakes his head. No, that one. I spot the actual target and get literal goosebumps. It's got razor-sharp teeth. Okay, that is straight-up nightmare fuel. Jack breaks it down. The flower itself is chill, but it hypnotizes all the mobs around it with some weird energy. It controls the monsters to catch humans and feed them to the tree. Then the tree's acid juice melts the people down like a slushy. Gross. I scream. Stop. Too much info. That is literally the worst way to go out. Jack stays serious. That's why I need your firepower. Lai Ha. Keep the mobs off me while I get close. I'm thinking strategy. Is there a way to just cleanse the hypnosis effect on the monsters instead? He stares at the tree. To do that, we gotta destroy the organ, releasing the energy. Can you see it? That yellow thing inside its mouth. Hitting that is gonna be super hardcore. I just smirk and click my tongue. Actually, that sounds like a fun challenge. He doesn't get my confidence. Huh, I've got a plan. Jack, can you hover in place? Sadly, no. Eagle physics, I guess. He looks confused about my plan. I just give him a thumbs up. Just don't drop me, all right? If you drop me, I'm haunting you forever. Got it? He starts panicking. Wait, you're gonna snipe from midair? That's insane. But getting closer is sketch too. Yeah, but this range is risky too. Honestly, I just want to delete that creepy plant, even if sniping from a moving bird is technically the worst setup ever. If you think backwards, being in the air means clear line of sight, but I have to be precise. If I shoot the wrong spot, the tree dies, and that fails Jack's mission. I hesitate for a split second. That's the hard part. Suddenly, Jack hits the turbo boost and I almost fall off. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He yells back. You're committed to this shot, right? Then let me assist you. I appreciate the hustle. Thanks, Jack. Don't sweat it. I guarantee this is going to be a W. I can feel his body vibrating as he flaps his wings. I start counting down 7 seconds to the next stabilization window. Wind is north-northwest, distance 280 meters. High altitude means wind speed is 13 meters per second. I crunch the numbers instantly. Combining eagle power and steady hands, I pull the trigger. The bullet screams through the air, breaking the sound barrier. My black bet rifle kicks back. The bullet flies straight and true. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Fire Monster B. You hit a target over 250 meters away from an altitude of 50 meters. Dexterity plus 13. First player to achieve this, bonus 200 gold. Total dexterity plus 26. I stare at the system log. Jackpot. We eating good tonight. Jack is shook. Whoa, how did you make that shot? I keep it humble even though I'm hyped inside. Paul RNG, bro, just got lucky. What is up, guys? I am absolutely buzzing right now. Just bagged a legendary achievement for being the only player to 360 no-scope a target while surfing on a beast. Let's land this thing and wrap it up. The dude standing by the man-eating tree looks super stoked. Yo, thanks to you, this quest was a total speed run. Much appreciated, bro. But he looks a little confused. Is there a bonus for finishing early? Jack answers that for me. Heck, yeah, there is. He tosses me a small seed. Here, catch. I'm staring at my hand like, what is this? What's the deal with this? It's a rare seed. Spawns a pollution tree that crowd controls everything for 6 hours and eats the map. Research says if you crush it, it triggers instant hypnosis. My jaw hit the floor. A rare crowd control item, and Jack is acting so chill about it. Too bad it's temporary, but it's enough to stunlock high-level bosses. I immediately turned into a beggar. Yo, let me get a stack of those. My shamelessness made him sweat. Ha. Don't be stingy. Slide me like 3 or 4 more. Like this isn't enough for me. Jack looks so done. Dude, that's my last one. I need it for the grind later. I switched back to serious mode. Relax, I'm just trolling. But hey, I carried you on this quest, so now you owe me, right? He still looks a bit nervous. I don't know, man. Why so serious? You said you needed a squad member. I finished my job, now it's your turn to help me find my guy. No reaction. Guess the caster isn't around here. Fernan is sweating and grinning like a weirdo. Time to hunt for an actual player instead of an NPC, I guess. I shouted his name, Fernan. I repeated his nickname, the Vanguard King, echoing in this creepy dry desert. Jack is looking around like, who? This place gives me the creeps. You sure Fan is actually here? I'm starting to doubt myself, but I trust the intel. Yeah, I'm sure. My source is solid. L. J. W said he spotted Fan near this boneyard 5 days ago. Suddenly, something shiny caught my eye. I looked down and saw my crystal ball glowing. Whoa! Jack jumped. What's wrong? I kept it loginky. It's complicated. Besides Fan, I'm tracking someone else too, and I just got a ping on their location. Mind if we detour? He didn't even ask questions, just zoomed. Let's roll. Walking through this sandbox is brutal. I looked up at the massive fossil remains. First time seeing a dinosaur skeleton this big. I'm deep in thought. The closer I get to the center of the skeleton, the brighter my crystal ball glows. It's like these ruins are hiding something. Jack snaps me out of it. Lee-ha. He's got that awkward smile. I snapped. What did you touch? He looks miserable. I couldn't help it. The bone was just so beautiful. Rumble time. The ground shook and a secret door popped open under the sand. A hidden cellar? My heart is racing watching this. Gong is sweating buckets next to me. I did good, right? I didn't say a word, just smirked and gave him a high five. Clutch play, buddy. Yeah, good job. Judging by the dust, nobody has been down here in ages. Suddenly, Jack spots something up ahead. My system UI pops up. Hold up, Lee-ha. It warns me. Danger ahead. Then the system goes, I'll take point. I'm feeling optimistic. What if it's the guy I'm looking for? But then I got super tense. Every step feels heavier than the last. I really hope it's him. I raise my weapon, black bet, just in case. Activated eagle eye, yup, definitely someone there. System screams red alert. We don't know if it's friendly or a mob, so get ready. I creep closer to the silhouette. I aim my musket. Freeze. Hands in the air. Move and I blast you. Fernan doesn't even flinch. Huh? How'd you get in here? You own this dungeon? He points at a door, eyes sparkling. Can you crack this? I can feel epic loot behind it. I lowered my gun. Wait, you're a player. He's jiggling the handle. Aren't you the boss of this cave? Or did L.W. send you to PK me? I froze for a second. Wait, are you? Fernan? He ignores me completely. Oh my god. How did you find this place? Even my master key failed. What's the puzzle here? This dude is acting like a total burglar. I'm shook at how chill he is. Sorry to interrupt your heist, but I have a quest from Pupil. Suddenly he screams, Heo, and points at me. What is that? He's freaking out. Huh? Huh? He won't stop yelling. That glowing thing. I'm sweating bullets. Chill, it's just my quest item. I paused, realizing something. I looked at the sparkly ball, then at the door. Big brain moment, we both knew what to do. I slotted the crystal in. Perfect fit. The door slides open, and bam, massive secret laboratory revealed right in front of the squad. I'm still confused. Is this the place? Notification. Discovered Caster Lab number 6. Reward, plus 32 stat points. This isn't even on the leaderboards. I'm staring intensely at the screen, so that's why the orb went crazy. And these stat boosts, totally broken. Plus 32 stats, and it's not in the Hall of Fame. I'm wondering if all the hidden labs have loot this insane. I'm lost in thought. Wait, how many achievements do I get for 50% exploration? Fernan cuts me off. Yo, you still here? What class you rocking anyway? You unlocked the dungeon, so you must be important. I pointed to my holster. Musketeer. He lights up. A musket. 3 Musketeers vibes. I get it now. Then he snaps his fingers. Oh yeah. Found a letter in lab number 2 a while back. Some roleplay nerd wanted me to deliver it. Name was Lou. I think, Jack interrupts. Hey Lee-Ha, found some loot. Is this the paper you wanted? I grabbed it. Let's see. Sword of God, demons made the bullet, God made the sword. Defeat the devil? What does that even mean? Fernan shrugs. Cryptic, just like the last lab. Number 7 must be out there too. Musketeers gotta keep moving forward. The quest chain leads to the East Continent. He's looting everything in sight. West Continent was a bust. Got sick, just traveling there. Jack asks, wait, East Continent or West? Fernan immediately switched to Professor mode. Listen fam, those are just working titles I'm using. This right here? It's the nameless continent. Lee-Ha wasn't letting him have all the clout though. You mean the new zone across the Sunrise Sea? That's the Eastern Continent, right? Fernan looked absolutely shook. Yo, how'd you know that? You're finally showing your true colors, huh? Sir Fernan, I'm actually a special envoy sent straight from the Pupil Kingdom. The king wants us to raid those new continents together. So, hop on board. But Fernan was like, nah, I'm good, and shut down the offer. I mean, I'd love to, but the timing is trash. Last time I partied up with Logan-level NPCs, it was a total disaster. Magic and cannons didn't do jack. He broke it down slowly for me. NPCs call it the Monster Sea. If the NPCs got wrecked there, how are players supposed to survive? Lee-Ha started sweating a little, thinking about what he said. If cannons were useless, what kind of boss monsters are hiding in that ocean? Suddenly, the system screened a warning. Lab Guardian incoming. Get out before the doors lock. But the lag was real, it was too late. The ground started shaking violently, but Fernan was still frozen like a deer in headlights. I think the boss is here. We gotta bounce, now. The other two were clueless. Say what? Fernan didn't wait to explain, he just yelled. If you don't want to get deleted, run. Like, right now. Seeing Lee-Ha just chillin', Fernan thought it was game over. Fernan bolted like he found his speed glitch, but before he could catch his breath, a roar echoed from behind. Bondrake, the lab guardian, burst out of the sand. Fernan was terrified, but he still checked the stats. Bondrake spawned. Level around 220. Weak spot is the sternum. Run. We can't tank this thing with just the 3 of us. Lee-Ha, however, wanted to flex his aim. Yo, Fernan. He grinned, looking back at the mage. You feeling lucky? If I one-shot this Bondrake right now, will you admit I'm ready for the new world? The monster opened its massive maw, ready to aggro. The wind pressure from the roar made Fernan scream. You think you can solo that? He looked at Lee-Ha with Paul worry. The odds are 0, bro. Just use a scroll. But Lee-Ha didn't flinch. He pressed the stock of his gun to his cheek and shushed him. Then, total shocker, Lee-Ha pulled the trigger. The recoil messed up his hair, but the bullet drilled straight through the skeleton's skull. Perfect bullseye. System notification, level up. Lee-Ha smirked, feeling satisfied. Fernan's jaw hit the floor. What the heck? An instant kill? The Bondrake crashed into the sand, and everyone cheered. Awesome. Fernan watched Lee-Ha getting hyped up by the squad, thinking, asterisk. That wasn't just a mob. That was a guardian. Way buffer than a normal level 220 monster. Asterisk. He couldn't process it. The dude literally one-tapped it. Asterisk. That's top-tier gameplay, like Alexander or Logan level. Asterisk. Fernand stayed quiet, replaying the headshot in his mind. Asterisk. He drilled the weak point perfectly. Asterisk. He was low ganky, fanboying, but also curious. Asterisk. That shouldn't be possible. Even for a pro. Asterisk. Asterisk. Who is this guy really? Asterisk. The system popped up with an achievement. One shot is enough. Bondrake. Congrats. You insta-killed the Bondrake. You're the shining light clearing the darkness of the Middle Lands. I hope you keep grinding for humanity's sake. Get even more OP. Reward. Plus 6 strength. Plus 10 agility. Accuracy buff. It also said he was the first achiever. If a third person does this, they get Hall of Fame status and a 200% buff. Effect. Plus 12 strength. Plus 20 agility. Accuracy buff. Lee Ha looked at the screen and grinned. Another achievement unlocked, baby. And here's the title. Lee Ha was kind of bummed. A level 220 elite didn't even bump his rank. The system called it one shot is enough, Bondrake. He did the math. Asterisk. Guess I gotta frag something. Level 230 or 40 to actually rank up. Asterisk. Next up, loot check. Time to see what dropped. A notification showed a weird item. Engraved bone fragment. He sighed. What is this junk? Totally useless. He noticed a carving on it. This star looks familiar. Whatever. Fernand popped up behind him. What's your attack, pal? I mean, how did you hit such a tiny hitbox like that? Lee Ha didn't spill his secrets and played it humble. Fernand, you're the one who called out the weak spot. So, we're hitting up the new world together, right? Fernand went quiet for a sec, then extended his hand. My bad for acting rude earlier. He got official with it. I'm Ethan, but just call me Fernand. He looked super serious, confusing Lee Ha. Huh. But Lee Ha caught the vibe and shook his hand. Cool, I'm Michael Lee Ha. Fernand thanked him for traveling all the way from Pubal just to find him. Seriously, thanks. In the middle of the empty desert, it felt pretty wholesome. I'm hyped to join this expedition. Under the blazing sun, a bromance was born. To the new continents with the Pubal Kingdom. System ping, quest complete. New land across the Sunrise Sea. Pubal contribution plus 50. Back at the capital city, Astalk. Jack waved goodbye. I'm out. DM me when you find that new continent. Then he vanished. Lee Ha chuckled, watching him go. Generous guy. But he wondered, asterisk, isn't he curious about what's actually out there? Asterisk. Lee Ha turned to Fernand. First stop, the castle. Fernand nodded. Been a minute since I visited Pubal's capital. Lee Ha was surprised. Wait, you're not a Pubal local? Fernand grinned cheekily. I am now. Originally, I'm from Ezianker. Lee Ha got it. Oh, that religious state where church and government are one? Why pick such a small server? Fernand walked happily. I thought it'd be fun. I dig small countries. Such a weird take. Lee Ha just laughed. He glanced at him, thinking, asterisk, this dude is built different. Definitely an oddball. Asterisk. Scene switched to a nearby castle. The chill vibe was ruined by loud yelling. I told you, that path is a no-go. The other guy clapped back. Knights just need to guard the capital. You know nothing about strategy. Nora sounded furious. That area is cracked. We can't funnel troops into a choke point like that. The shouting was so loud it leaked through the door, grabbing Lee Ha and Fernand's attention. I'm sure you guys know this. Lee Ha paused, searching his memory banks. Asterisk. Wait, I know that voice. Asterisk. Yo, check this out. Lee Ha creeps up and gently pushes the door open. Hearing a heavy sigh from inside, he whispers, Nora? She whips around so fast, it's basically a reflex. As soon as she spots Lee Ha, her whole vibe flips. She goes from gloomy to super sweet instantly. Lee Ha. She's beaming. What are you doing here? I told you to hit me up when you got to the capital. She pouts. Lee Ha keeps it real. I've been in and out all day. How was I supposed to do that? Nora giggles, covering her mouth. Awkward? Don't say stuff that bums me out. This is just between us. Lee Ha's ears perk up at that specific phrasing. Between us. Realizing she might have said too much, Nora quickly changes the subject. Anyway, what actually brings you by today? Lee Ha glances at his buddy, guessing you haven't met. This guy is the king of exploration. Fernand flashes a friendly grin. Nora completely loses her cool. P.O. Bio Fernand, she squeals. Silence. It gets super awkward. Lee Ha sighs, Nora, you seriously gotta stop butchering people's names like that. She hides her face in her hands. My bad, my tongue got twisted. Suddenly, a knight in iron armor pulls up and waves them over. Lee Ha turns back to Nora. We're on our way to see the king right now. Gotta bounce. She nods, not wanting to be a drag. Cool. Catch you later. Just then, the system pings Lee Ha. Nora's voice calls out carefully as Fernan walks away. Hey, hit me up later, okay? I got stuff to tell you. Lee Ha smiles and nods. For sure. Got it. Later, the Iron Knight announces loudly, professional explorer Ethan and musketeer Lee Ha have arrived. King Pupil, looking majestic, calls out to Fernan. Fernan drops to one knee immediately. At your service. The king on the throne nods. Thank you for accepting my request. Fernan smiles humbly. It's an honor, your majesty. It was my top priority. But King Pupil's face darkens. However, the plan to build the exploration team has hit a snag. The king's voice drops, heavy with pressure, startling both Fernan and Lee Ha. It has become impossible for now. King Pupil drops the bomb. Our nation is prepping for war. Then he adds a shocker. New intel says the Raven Kingdom is teaming up with minis. They are watching us from the ocean right now. The king keeps it 100. With war on the horizon, we have to be super careful with our troops. I hope you understand. Lee Ha connects the dots instantly. Bottom line, no resources to waste on sea exploration right now. The king strokes his beard and talks rewards. However, once we crush minis and Raven, I promise you the best fleet we have. He looks at Fernan again. Fernan Megalis. The explorer bows. Understood. I trust your word, your majesty. The king then turns his attention to the other guy. And Lee Ha, you brought him here. I hope this wasn't a hassle. I promise you'll also get a spot on the expedition to the new continent. You can't exactly say no to a king. Lee Ha isn't totally sold but keeps it polite. He hypes himself up and replies, Of course, your majesty. Leaving the palace, Lee Ha worries Fernan is bummed about the delay. But looking at Fernan's bright face, he's already planning his next move. The guy bounces back fast. Truly impressive mental game. Lee Ha pulls up his notifications. Let's see, Nora texted. She said to hit up the meeting room once Fernan takes off. He wonders what's up. Later, he swings the door open. Nora immediately asks, Lee Ha, how'd the business talk go? He sits down. Not terrible, but business is on hold for now. Nora nods. I had a feeling. Something big is about to go down. She gets real. The whole royal family is in a panic because of the war. She sounds pretty sure of her info. I bet it kicks off in a month. That's like a week in real life. Lee Ha rubs his chin. A month, huh? The smart players probably already figured it out. He asks, You think players will get drafted? Nora nods. If they're aligned with these nations, they'll definitely get war quests. But we won't see the details until the update drops, she warns. Lee Ha agrees. Yeah, that makes sense. Phase 2 is going to be a whole different beast. He realizes that national conflict means players turning their swords on each other. Is that the main goal here? Lee Ha recalls a phrase he read somewhere. Attack is the best form of defense. He wonders what that really means now. If we only have a month, we gotta hustle, Lee Ha says. Nora is on the same page. Totally. We need to cut down on log out time and grind hard. Plan set. He smiles. Thanks for the intel. By the way, is this the only reason you called me here? Nora gets flustered, stuttering. No, not exactly. She turns tomato red. That's not the only thing. Actually, it's about the dinner we talked about before. Lee Ha looks blank. Nora pushes on, puppy eyes in full force. If just the two of us is too awkward, why don't we invite your brother and Bob? Lee Ha blushes. A double date? With Ki Young? The image of a dating master and a double couple scenario pops into his head. Lee Ha hesitates. What to do? She's asked him twice now. It'd be super rude to shut her down again. Not wanting to kill the vibe, he scratches his cheek. All right, I'll ask Ki about it. Nora lights up instantly. Really? She's so hyped. Let's meet after the war then. Promise? Lee Ha nods politely. Sure, see you then. We gotta prep for battle. She leans way into his personal space, giggling. I'll tell Bob, you promised. Lee Ha laughs, defeated. Yeah, I promise. Cut to Lee Ha walking down the hallway. A double date? No point stressing over a promise right now. Time to focus on the war. He pulls up his status window. Name, Lee Ha. Race, human. Class, musketeer. Looking at the updated stats, he sighs in relief. Finally hit level 160. Leveling up is way slower now. He starts crunching numbers in his head while walking. Investing in agility means taking more damage. So I'll put 2 points in strength and the rest in. His eyes lock onto a specific stat. Agility. Lee Ha smirks. Okay, build planned. He remembers he has to face wood elves this time. The system hints at a new path. Magic bullet marksman. Questions were popping off. Is he a human or a shadow elf? When he ghosted right after the Great War, Nor Brown was totally shook. Gathering intel on this guy? Yeah, there's a sweet loot drop waiting at the end. Smash that like button if you want to see the rewards. He rubbed his chin, going full detective mode. Nor Brown was already sus. The ghost bullet marksman gave off major OG Musketeer vibes. Thinking of that dude, Lee Ha figured the old man just wanted to clear his conscience. Inside his head, Lee Ha mapped it out. Guess I gotta crash the party at KM, he thought. That's Wood Elf territory. Fam, risky business. Wait, it's inside Pupil. Suddenly, a light bulb moment hit him. How far along are those two noobs on their quest? Lee Ha hesitated. Should I slide into their DMs? A bunch of red flags popped up. Why is he hotel hopping every single night? Is his life goal to leave a Yelp review for every inn on the map? Overthinking is for losers, so Lee Ha texted Sam immediately. Yo, Sam, Wid? The guy sent back a boring voice note. What's on your mind? You stalking me? Lee Ha let out a breath, fishing for info. Did you clear the marksman ID quest yet? Lee Ha's text made Sam jump. Caster's lab, right? Still, the guy tried to act cool, keeping his poker face strong. You knew. Sam started spamming messages. I knew. Found the lab, but it was empty. Just hit you up to see if you wanted to spill the tea on what you found. Sam lost all his chill and panicked. You found the lab too? On the other end, Lee Ha smirked like a villain listening to the voice crack. Don't tell me. Number 6, he told himself. Bingo. Lee Ha typed back, so labs 1 through 5 are cleared. Yeah, I found number 6. He narrowed his eyes. Stay safe out there, bro. Lair was hyped to find it. Don't tell him you beat him to it, or he'll literally end you. Lee Ha laughed. So y'all still haven't grabbed Caster's docs? Laugh my ass off. Guess I caught up, Sam fired back, sounding salty, but sure. I'm bagging number 7 before you. Lee Ha didn't deny it. The race was on. He clenched his fist. Ghost bullet marksman. He thought about his rivalry with Sam. That's a title only one of us can claim. It's winner takes all, baby. Lee Ha strutted toward the lady ahead. He leaned in, confidence level over 9,000. I'm basically already lapping them. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the forest. Kurt's nest found. Eyes glowing with hype. A poisoned feast for Genkov. Favoring the archer build, Lee Ha stood back and thought, better unequip this first. He took off the necklace, holding it up. The stat window popped, Dark Elf Affinity plus 100%. Wood Elf Affinity minus 50%. Yikes. Lee Ha didn't bother doing the math. He decided to hit the tavern first. Just as he was about to dip, a shadow stepped up and blocked his path. Hold it right there. Asen and Nisa rolled up on him. Asen took point, looking tense but keeping it polite. We're with the KM security squad. We smell dark elf scent on you, bro. Can we steal a minute of your time? Lee Ha played dumb instantly, scratching his head. Dark elf? Who dat? I have zero clue what you're talking about, but internally, he was confused. Weird. I definitely unequipped the necklace. Then, his eyes went wide. Brain blast? Wait, don't tell me. He glanced down at his shirt. Caster's crystal ball. Asen was ready to throw hands but asked nicely, can we frisk you? Lee Ha was in a tight spot, mind racing. What do? I can't outrun these guys. Then a clutch idea sparked in his brain. Oh right, I got the goods. He calmly made an offer that confused them. Check this out. He pulled out the seed. Everyone went, whoa. The guards were shook. Asen couldn't believe his eyes. Is that a seed from the corrupted tree of life? Lee Ha nodded, looking totally legit. Yup, the tree of life, home to all wood elves. But nobody can go near it, because it's all gross and corrupted now. And this bad boy right here? A seed from that very tree. System alert, haggling skill active. Persuasion chance of 41%. Lee Ha smirked internally. Wood elves are simps for trees. I knew they'd flip over this. He kept lying through his teeth. I'm working on a way to restore the tree of life using this seed. Lee Ha let out a fake, dramatic sigh. He rubbed his forehead, acting stressed. But it looks like the Guardians aren't vibing with me. Whatever. Asen and Nisa turned purple with fear. They bowed down fast. We are so sorry. Asen apologized profusely. Where are you headed? Please let us escort you. Lee Ha didn't hold back. I'm looking for someone. Paul joy washed over his face. Shout out to Jack Gong, he thought. Lee Ha finally arrived at his destination. Mission accomplished. Wow, speedrun strats. Thanks. Asen was hyped. No, thank you. Nisa is counting on you too. We can't wait to see your research results. Waiting for them to leave, Lee Ha turned around, ready to work. All right, next up. He knocked twice. The door creaked, revealing half a face. Who goes there? Lee Ha flashed a customer service smile. Sup? I'm here to meet the vet who fought in the second Human-Demon War. The guy glared. I live alone, kid. Lee Ha flinched but confirmed his target. So you are the guy. Dang, you look young for your age. Orion coughed, hiding his blush at the unexpected compliment. Okay, that was smooth. His attitude did a 180. So, why are you here? Lee Ha started yapping. Just got some questions for the hero of the hunt, one of the legends of the Second Great War. The glazing was too much for Orion. He totally let his guard down. I hope my rep isn't too overblown. Come on in. Lee Ha was proud of his finesse. Too easy. Inside, Orion got straight to the point. So, what's the question? Lee Ha didn't waste time. I want to know about chasing the Sea King's army. History books say an unknown force from 6 clicks away stopped the pursuers. Was that really the ghost bullet marksman? Orion thought for a sec. I didn't feel any mana. Magic hitting from that distance? That's fairy tale stuff, honestly. So realistically, the unknown shooter was the ghost bullet marksman. Lee Ha got serious. If that's the ghost bullet, then he's got to be a dark elf. Right. Orion avoided eye contact. Evil energy like that usually means dark elf. But he added a disclaimer like he wasn't trying to get cancelled. But if you want a 100% guarantee, I can't give you that. Suddenly, the system interface popped up in Lee Ha's face. Quest complete. Traces of the 2-3. You gain 20 stat points. New skill unlocked. 3 Musketeers teleportation. That was the confirmation he needed. He closed his eyes, just as I thought. The ghost bullet isn't a dark elf. Leaving Orion's place, Lee Ha headed to a rundown shack where a voice echoed from inside. So, he stands right behind Brown, totally confident, and drops the bomb that the Phantom Sniper is probably a real human player, not an NPC. Brown tips his hat and clenches his jaw, looking super stressed out. Real talk, chat, if that's true, that is absolutely wild. Lee Ha stays chill, low Genki, analyzing the situation. If the sniper isn't a dark elf, then we have a major plot twist. Suddenly, the quest info pops up on the screen. It's all about the grind for Brown, Elizabeth, and this mystery sniper. But honestly, if we rush to chase them down, the next generation of musketeers is going to crash and burn. Brown is betting that one of his old missing squad mates is the Phantom Sniper. If he's right, catching him is going to be a total nightmare for the current musketeers. The Musket Academy director is just waiting for the newbies to level up, just waiting for Brown to drop the details. The system asks, 3 musketeers, quest you down to accept. Brown stands tall, looking like a total Chad, ready for action. If a human pulled off that attack, it's got to be someone on Brown or Elizabeth's level. He knows they are totally OP. Straight up, with his current stats, chasing them is mission impossible. Lee Ha immediately asks, Yo, what if we can't do it? Brown keeps a poker face, turns around slowly to face Lee Ha, and suggests they team up. Hearing that, Lee Ha thinks about teaming up with Kid. Ugh, just imagining that guy's smug face makes him hesitate. Major cringe alert, am I right? But standing in front of the system interface, Lee Ha is debating it hard. After a hot minute of overthinking, he finally smashes that accept button. Got it. Screen says, quest accepted. Lee Ha walks off, sighing loudly like a drama queen. He stares up at a falling leaf, getting all deep and emo about the situation. Unleash the power within you. That's what the old man said. Sounds like some anime speech, but he's probably talking about upgrading our weapons. Next scene, Lee Ha is in the middle of nowhere opening his menu. Yo, check out this new skill. It's the 3 Musketeers teleportation chain. That sounds sick. If your squad vibes are high enough, you can teleport to each other using mana. Targets Luger and Kid are currently inactive. It costs 200 mana with a 2-hour cooldown. He's staring at the screen, feeling kinda iffy about it. The catch? Both players have to activate it. He reads the fine print and realizes the struggle. Luger? Nope. Kid? Nope. Neither of them turned it on. Lee Ha sighs, totally done with this. Just thinking about those toxic teammates makes him laugh bitterly. Comment F in the chat for our boy. Will we ever get to use this skill? Who knows? Meanwhile, under Dale Castle, some dude at a potion shop is losing his mind. 5 gold for this tiny bottle? Are you tripping? The shop owner gives him the side eye. We gotta pay taxes, bro. The guy rage quits the conversation and storms off. That's straight up robbery. I'm out. Up on the castle wall, 2 figures are creeping, watching the drama unfold. One asks, Yo, won't this tank our reputation? The other girl thinks for a second. Nah, it's whatever. Prices are high now, but once the war starts, we're gonna triple that price tag, capitalist queens, honestly. Yeah, our rep might take a hit selling under a fake name, but we can fix that later. It's easy peasy. The guy is still skeptical about the war timing. She cuts him off. Trust me, it's happening soon. She is 100% sure the server is about to go to war. Elsewhere, Mary gets hyped seeing a VIP guest. Oh my god, Lee Ha, long time no see. You look absolutely wrecked, dude. Haven't slept in days because I was grinding with the dwarves on this craft. He pulls out some night vision binoculars. She's like, whoa, you always make the coolest loot. Mary reads him like a book. You prepping for the war? Lee-Ha is shook. Wait, how did you know the war is dropping soon? She spills the tea. I get massive info dumps here every day. The vibes in the palace are super sketchy. Honestly, everyone can feel the war coming. So I know you didn't just come here to hang out. You're here to ask for something, right? She is totally onto him. Let me guess. You need a monster location to boost your agility stats. Lee-Ha's eyes light up. Bingo. She nailed it. Spot on, madam. I need a monster, but there's a catch. She looks curious. A catch? Next thing you know, Lee-Ha is at an oasis hunting his prey. Quest details. Kill a monster level 170 or higher from a distance of 1,500 meters. Mary said the Emperor Crab is the perfect target. He cringes looking at them. These things are huge enough to eat a person whole. He sets up his sniper, getting in the zone. Haven't taken a shot from 1,500 meters in a minute. Flashback time. This reminds him of his personal best. He checks the scope. The wind is aggressive, blowing northeast near the ocean. Wind speed is around 11 meters per second. Definitely not a calm day. Calculation says bullet velocity needs to be 13 meters per second. Snipers only get one shot, no spamming allowed. Gotta aim this perfectly. Finger on the trigger. He's planning to clear this without using any cheat skills. Just Paul's skill, fam. Boom. The shot rings out. The bullet rips through the wind and headshots the Emperor Crab. Splat. System notification goes crazy. Level up. Quest complete. Seal of Black Bet 2. Unlocks skill. Camouflage. New quest. Seal of Black Bet 3. Lee-Ha exhales. Feeling good. Still got it, baby. I've been feeling confident since I started playing Middle-earth, but my sniping was kinda sus. Now, I know I'm still top tier. He thinks back to his army days. He set the record for the longest snipe at 1,833 meters right before he got discharged. That record is still undefeated. It's the highest record in the Korean military. Even though this shot was 33 meters shorter, nailing a 1,500-meter snipe feels absolutely epic. Snap back to reality. All right, let's check the next quest. Praying the devs didn't make it impossible. System text reads, Seal of Black Bet 3 out of 7. This weapon is alive. The more blood it tastes, the more it wakes up. When the true owner holds it, Black Bet rises again. The legendary dwarf put 7 seals on this bad boy. The gun picks the player. It's just waiting for the chosen one to wake it up. Mission. One-shot a monster over level 90 from 2,000 meters away. Lee-Ha freezes. Bro, are you serious? 7 seals? And 2,000 meters? What's next? 3,000 meters for Quest 5? This is getting ridiculous. The system drops a hint about the camouflage skill. The predator waits until the prey is close and can't see him. Skill info. You blend in perfectly with the background shapes and colors. Only raw eyeballs can spot you. Detection skills are useless. It's basically ghost mode. It costs 300 mana and lasts forever unless you cancel it. But if you move more than 1 meter per minute, it breaks. And it has a 12-hour cooldown. Oof. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more updates on Lee-Ha's journey. Yo, seeing that system hint, Lee-Ha is wondering about this ghillie suit. Sounds like some serious stealth drip. He sums up the day's grind. The loot is definitely going to be worth the insane difficulty. If you're hyped for the rewards, smash that like button. Plus, with the points he just farmed from leveling up, he's sitting pretty on 2,000 agility points. Sick. Alright, gear is prepped. Now we just play the waiting game. Meanwhile, down at Dal Castle, the king summons the whole server to announce, we gotta show those savage noobs a rage only a true ruler can unleash. Outside, the royal guards are hyping it up. Gregory, approach the king. Heavy, majestic footsteps echo as Gregory drops to one knee. The king's voice booms like a raid boss. Gregory, I'm promoting you to commander-in-chief of the army and navy for this war. He grabs the sword with both hands, bows, and says, I got this. Your orders are my mission. Let's get it. Then the king screams so loud it shakes the streets. Delete minis and graven from the map. The crowd goes absolutely feral, hyping up the vibes. And just like that, the war between Pupil and the minis graven alliances live. We get a montage of the faction leaders. First up, Gregory, the big boss of Pupil. Then Erwin, the sly fox from the Minas grasslands. And finally Drake, the second storm of Graven. Under the flickering torchlight, final preps are being rushed. The commanders are locked in. The war is officially on. As soon as the news drops, the world chat blows up with questions. Yo, what happens to the guys in the SN Federation? Only high-level players can join. Minis and Graven are teaming up. Can I just skip this drama and keep grinding my XP? The chaos is real, fam. Check the market board prices are going crazy. Minis and Graven allied, Pupil is cooked. Everyone, guys and girls, is staring at their screens completely shook. Even Keith, with his massive sword, looks stunned. In the big cities, freezing and staring at the UI is the new trend. The discussion threads are moving so fast it'll make you dizzy. Just then, a system notification pops up to chill everyone out. War outbreak. It will cost you everything. Dramatic much? Strike first or get wrecked. Rewards based on points. Failure means paying in blood or surrendering. Then 3 orders drop. Draft is mandatory, PvP is fair game, and wiping out enemies grants XP. Killing players won't de-level you. Allies assemble at Bubiel, Minas near the plains, Graven near the coast. As a gamer, Lee Ha grips his gun tight seeing that no teeth. It's not just a tutorial, it's a roadmap. First step, grind out the detailed missions. Scrolling to the rules, Lee Ha starts big-braining his strat. No de-leveling. That implies leveling down is the only exception. Loot drops and the 48-hour ban are still active though. He's so zoned in he forgets the world exists. 3 lost conditions. King dies, commander dies, or your country rage quits. The commander must be near the battlefield right now. Lee Ha sketches a mental map. All right, let's roll. He turns into a beam of light and zooms to the wilderness plains. Nita City has transformed into a crowded mosh pit. Looking down, Lee Ha gasps. Whoa, look at all these people. Hands on knees, he's already annoyed by the lag, the crowd. Is Nita always this packed? Whatever, gotta get to the battlefield. That's where the real quests are. Getting crushed by the mob, Lee Ha's face goes blank. I'm done. Enough with the scroll and ammo talk. He feels like a fish flapping on dry land, raising a hand in despair. Help me. Suddenly, a laugh cuts through. Beam's tail wraps around his wrist and yanks him out of the mosh pit. He grins, eyes twinkling. Yo Lee Ha, you good. Spotted you instantly. Beam. Lee Ha lights up. You heading to the war too. Beam crosses his arms, looking all high and mighty. You think I'd miss this event? No shot. Lee Ha's eyes turn into happy crescents. How've you been? Beam grins and nods. Never better. Thanks to you. Lee Ha is confused. Thanks to me? Beam smirks mysteriously. You didn't hear? He spins around, flexing his blue cloak. I'm with the Starlight faction now. Lee Ha's jaw drops. For real? Suddenly, a voice from behind pipes up. Long time no see, Lee Ha. It's the besties, Keith and Tyler. Been a hot minute. Lee Ha turns back. Wait, Beam, when did you join the squad? Beam brags, snagged the invite during a castle mission. Easy. Keith hypes him up. Beam is a beast, better than I imagined. Can't lose a player like him. He waves happily. So, you guys prep for the war? Lee Ha flashes a cocky grin. I stay ready. Keith suggests, hey, want to squad up with us? He shouts it out. Party up. Lee Ha is pumped. Wait, Keith is the party leader? Keith scratches his head. You can say no, but party time. Lee Ha smirks. I'm down. A notification pings, join request accepted. Keith adds, waiting on your confirmation. Cut to the Pupil camp near Nito. Some boomer officer barks out their assignment. You guys are in Platoon 1, Company 2, Battalion 3, Regiment 4, Division 5 of the Plains Corps. The system syncs up, Battlefield Unit 54,321, accepted. Lee Ha nods. Ah, so that's how they sort us. Unit 54,321, catchy. He taps Keith's shoulder, snapping him out of it. Accept it, bro. You're the guild master and party leader, remember? Tyler nods. Do it. With the squad hyping him up, Keith flashes a confident grin. He raises his hand and presses the button like a boss. Thanks for trusting me, guys. Scene switch now, Keith has a whole army of armored dudes behind him. He claps his hands. Yo, eyes on me. We fought massive bosses before. Compared to that, this mission is going to be a walk in the park. Keith taps his chest. Stay frosty and calm. The troops cheer, but secretly, our fearless leader is DMing for help. Bro, what do I do? What's the play here? He looks stressed. Lee Ha, the chill big bro, laughs. Come on, fake it till you make it. Keith panics. That's it. Don't get too hyped. Lee Ha sighs, realizing Keith is clueless about war mechanics, but he immediately steps in to help. Did you get the briefing? Lee Ha pulls out a scroll. Take this. They huddle around the map. Check this out. A close-up of the map appears. Lee Ha goes full tactician. Not bad. It shows real-time movement. He points to a spot. See this? That's Platoon 1. They're skipping the high ground and sneaking through the forest. Classic ambush setup. Beam looks over, impressed. Nice read. You can read the map like a pro. Lee Ha notes this. You know maps too. Sick. We need at least one big brain on the front line. Comment below if you think their strategy will work. Lee Ha wrapped it up, throwing a hand in the air. Alright chat, let's roll out to Platoon 1. But sneaking a peek at the map, he got a super bad vibe. Platoon 1 was moving way too sus, which had me stressing. And boom, Lee Ha called it Hill 130 is getting ambushed right now. Sing is just chilling on the high ground, spamming his rock skills like a total troll. Too easy, just like I heard. The dude crosses his arms, smirking like he's the main character or something. This is going to be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, Lee Ha's squad is following the map, creeping into the jungle. Suddenly, Lee Ha's face gets serious. He points at the map and yo, it's glitching. The blips for the other platoons just vanished. The Tay crew looks at it, completely shook. Vanished? No shot. He covers his mouth, barely whispering. That means they all got deleted. Lee Ha stares at the map, his brain running 1,000,000 miles an hour. Is the damage that bad? Did we get flanked from the other side? To play it safe, we gotta move smart. Let's hit that spot first. He nods immediately. Bet. The forest is smoking like a barbecue gone wrong from all the explosions. Lee Ha looks more stressed by the second. That's the front line where Division 5 is holding it down. Bubiel has about 7,000 troops there. I'm guessing the Minas army is camping nearby too. Suddenly, Lee Ha's pupils shrink. He spots something sus. He snaps his rifle up instantly. A survivor clings to a tree, wheezing, "Pupil army, you friendly? Got any health pots?" Dude doesn't even finish his sentence before he hits 0 HP and drops to the dirt. Lee Ha screams, basically jump-scaring every bird in the server. Oh no, hurry up. Moving through this path feels like forever. Kyle starts losing it. You seriously want an outsider to face Sing, the rock mage? Sesso keeps it real. Yeah, his magic is totally OP. If they camp the high ground and spam rocks, we can't do anything to counter. The squad starts panicking in the back. If a player like Sing holds the high ground, our win rate is basically 0, right? Then Tyler, who's been on mute this whole time, finally speaks up. This is weird. Lee Ha looks confused. What is? He rubs his chin, thinking hard. That dummy actually predicted our path and is camping the spot? That is so not his playstyle. Ben agrees instantly. Facts. Sing only likes direct PvP. Lee Ha frowns, realizing the meta doesn't add up. Guy has the lowest IQ in the guild, or maybe second lowest. Positioning perfectly like that? No way it's RNG. Lee Ha makes a quick call. Alright, let's push Sing's location. But Kyle is lagging behind, not wanting to move. Bro, I'd rather raid a whole different dungeon than fight that rock freak. Lee Ha cuts him off, sounding super confident. We just gotta worry about Sing, right? If he's the problem, I know a guy who can carry us. Ben grins and goes for a fist bump. Great minds, right? Lee Ha looks like he just unlocked a rare item. You thinking what I'm thinking, Bun? The two evil masterminds turn around slowly. Kyle starts shaking, tears forming in his eyes. Yo, what are you guys saying? What kind of troll strat is this? The wind blows softly through the grass, setting the scene. After plotting the scheme, Lee Ha loads his sniper rifle. Sesso is still nervous about the strats. You sure this glitchy plan is gonna work? We could just wait for the squad to respawn and heal up. What if we wipe? Lee Ha smirks. Fail. I don't take LS, bro. Meanwhile, over at the Mini's base, someone screams. Urshan rushes in, panicking. They're back. The enemies are here again. Sing hears that and goes full aggro mode. He steps out of the tent, remembering the rules. He said they wouldn't PvP more than once a day. The cooldown was supposed to be 10 days. But what he sees makes him lag for 5 seconds straight. Sing starts raging because he feels like he's being pranked. You idiot, you pinged me for times, this time's trash mob. Kyle is crying and cursing as he runs. Damn it, I'm just the bait to draw aggro. I'm a guild leader, you know? I'm still a guild leader. The Menace soldiers look at him like he's cringe. Is he losing it? But Key is still charging forward like a tank. Key pops his shield to cover his weak spots, max defense mode. Far away, Lee Ha's finger starts to squeeze. Sing sees the taunt and wants to teach this noob a lesson. He's actually solo pushing? Must be high rank. Lee Ha's finger is on the trigger, ready to fire. Sing slowly clenches his fist, charging up his earth magic. For sure, I'm gonna ban this guy. This is getting boring. Urshan asks, should we assist? Sing replies, totally cocky. Don't steal my kill. Arrogant players like him always get wrecked. Right as he finishes, talking boom, a bullet rips right through his forehead and deletes him. Urshan's eyes bug out, watching the whole thing. He takes a second to process the lag. He stares at the giant body planking on the ground. Sing just got stream sniped. Seeing the smoke trail, Kyle knows it's a wrap. He spins around, hyped. He actually clutched it. Lee Ha stays scoped in, stone cold, while the other players are freaking out. He resets his breathing after the shot. Meanwhile, the system chat is spamming notifications. You earn 17 more contribution points. +2, +2, +2. Smoke drifts from the barrel. Lee Ha narrows his eyes, focused. One more tap. A loud crack tears through the air. Lee Ha checks the scope. Called it. Honestly, using the naked eye is better for sniping under 1,000 meters. Test complete. He drops the gun and grins at the squad. All right, defensive formation. Go, go. The guys in the back are buffering, totally confused. Huh. Looking at the pile of bodies, they can't believe their eyes. Total wipe. Key waves from downrange, shouting, "Get over here, quick." He's leaning forward, super hyped. It's awkward being alone. Tay and Tyler cringe and shake their heads. Kyle sighs, accepting his fate as the bait. Oh my god. Tyler finally relaxes as the grass sways. The combat tension is finally dropping. Ben grins, agreeing. Yeah, server feels empty now. In the distance, a purple flag snaps in the wind. Lee Ha freezes right in front of the enemy tents. They crouch behind a wooden fence, going full stealth mode. Ben's squad mimics them perfectly. They start whispering in voice chat. What's the play? Do we wipe them all? Lee Ha analyzes the situation. I'm pretty sure these are just Minnie's Vanguard troops sent to feed. The rest are probably injured mobs waiting for heals. Thinking about the makeshift hospital, he adds, shouldn't be too many of them. The main force is busy at the front. Ben nods. Valid point. Lee Ha peeks through the fence to scout. Looks like a respawn point. Tyler finally joins the chat. If this is their whole squad, how did Star Force even struggle? Unspoken rule, delete them all. But suddenly, Key frowns and spins around. Yo, what is times that asterisk? Out of nowhere, a super rare, legendary explosive item drops. Lee Ha is grinning like he just won the lottery, casually warning the squad. Yo, see this? It's way spicier than the last one, so don't blow yourselves up, okay? Then he spins around and starts barking orders at the other players like a pro raid leader. We go in when the vibe is right. Lee Ha decides to play the MVP role and plant the bomb himself. He crouches behind a spear, staying totally silent while he scopes out the enemy positions. The fuse lights up in his hand, burning bright. Lee Ha steps forward with zero hesitation, counting down in his head. His eyes go ice cold as he twists his body, getting ready to make the play of the game. Lee Ha yeets the active charge right at the buzzer. 1 second left. It lands smack in the middle of the enemy mob, and they are totally confused. Wait, what is the boom? They get swallowed up by a massive explosion before they even know what hit them. His notifications are going crazy. You earn 2 war contribution points. 4 points. 3 points. The XP is rolling in, fam. Lee Ha isn't wasting a single second. He launches a counterattack instantly to wipe the rest of them out. The TN squad rushes in on command. The enemy faces go pale. They are literally shaking. It's the Pupil army. TN unsheathes his sword, ready to bring the heat and clear the map. His sword slash hits hard, dealing massive damage to the enemy unit. Bam! 8 hits in a row. Bion isn't going to let his teammate outshine him, so he puffs up his cheeks and spits out this gross, toxic green slime. It hits a cloaked guy on the other side, poison damage. Baby. The soldier next to him starts screaming. Cleanse the mages. Healer, do something. But Key just smirks, looking down on them like total noobs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cancel that ult, buddy. He looks like he's charging up a special move, shield bash incoming. Key tears through their defense line like a hurricane. The enemy team is in total chaos. They're even starting to fight each other. Tell the front line what's happening. Hurry up. No, pop the signal flare first. These guys can't even decide on a plan before bang. They take a bullet right to the chest. Game over. Lee Ha blows the smoke off his gun barrel, letting out a sigh of relief. He walks over to check the situation. Yo, Key, you good? Key just finished his fight and instantly reads out the stats. 0 casualties. Just 1 guy took a heavy hit. This is all part of the Key is trying to explain, but a massive system alert interrupts him. Pupil forces are capturing peak 130. Capture progress 1.6%. You must defend this point for 1 hour. Lee Ha looks at the blue screens, totally confused. What is this glitch? His eye twitches as he notices something weird behind him. The enemies are just running away for no reason. Total panic mode. Lee Ha's brain goes into overdrive. The Mini's army isn't just retreating. They're looking at something. He stares out at the field and realizes, oh snap, this notification isn't private. Everyone in the zone can see it. And sure enough, the alerts keep popping up. Pupil forces capturing peak 130, progress 1.6%. Seiji is standing down there, sweating buckets, pointing up and yelling. They took the peak. The screen is basically daring the players to attack. Retake the point within 1 hour. Another enemy spots the issue. They're sneaking in through the back door. Gear is watching the monitors, looking completely lost. What happened to the creature? I thought a rock mage would crush those rankers. The announcement hits him like a reality check. Pupil forces are occupying peak 130. Cold sweat runs down the old man's face as he starts losing his cool. Wait, the high ground belongs to us, right? Not only that, but just one platoon. Are you telling me a single platoon took down the rock mage? Gear's mind is foggy as he sees the footage. The attack worked, and the enemy troops are charging up the hill with determination written all over their faces. The Minis army is rushing peak 130 right now. We have to get those points back. The old man makes a snap decision. I can't just stand here, away from keyboard. He waves his hand, shouting orders. Stop, the mini soldiers. Gear's voice echoes all the way to where the players are standing. He's trying to stall for time, desperate to slow them down. The system timer is ticking down, mercilessly. Capture progress, 5%. Defend the point for 57 minutes. Lee Ha gasps, taking a deep breath to get his head back in the game. Weapons go up in unison. They scream the name of the Starlight Guild, looking absolutely terrifying and ready to throw down. Tin is standing on the front lines, dodging a rain of arrows like a boss. The system voice keeps nagging them. Pupil forces occupying peak 130. Progress, 52.8%. 29 minutes remaining. Lee Ha freezes for a second, his expression dropping. 29 minutes left. He looks totally done with this situation. Everyone's stamina is drained. We can't hold them off much longer. Man, I really didn't want to use my ultimate ability this early in the match. Even though he's complaining, Lee Ha moves fast. Pupil warriors, stop. Get to the center circle. Right now. He turns around, confused. Bro, what are you doing? What did you say? Lee Ha replies calmly as the ground starts cracking open beneath his feet. Just leave it to me. Boom. A notification pops up. Soul Link activated. Lee Ha is riding on the back of his newly summoned spirit beast, Kurt. At the same time, the robotic voice announces, Companion summoned for 30 minutes. Current level, 66. Summoner's level added, 75% boost. Kurt instantly goes into battle mode while Lee Ha shouts, Wipe them out. Companion power boost, 186. The bear charges in like a hurricane, its footsteps shaking the whole ground like an earthquake. The noise gets louder and louder, and the enemies' faces go ghost white. What is that? They all get yeeted into the air by one guy and his giant bear. It's not even a fight anymore. Lee Ha is dual-wielding pistols, firing so fast the barrels are glowing red. Key and the squad are watching with their jaws on the floor. He's just mowing down the enemy line from start to finish. Gear is standing there, wondering if he's hallucinating. Did that just happen? Suddenly, Lee Ha rushes up and gets in his face. Yo, you're on our side, right? I can't hold this forever. The Starlight Guild leader is holding the point, but he's running out of steam. Gear is shocked. Starlight Guild? Meanwhile, no one touches his chin and nods, figuring it out. So the Starlight Guild has the points. Got it. Lee Ha gets serious. Kurt is going to tank the path, so just run straight. As soon as he says it, he dashes forward. Behind him, a bunch of players are sprinting up the hill for their lives. The red flag waves slowly in the breeze as the system announces, Capture progress, 100%. Pupil Army has successfully captured peak 130. Battlefield mission Squad 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 complete. You earned 377 war contribution points. The scene cuts away instantly. Yewin's hand is pointing at a map. This zone is next. As soon as he speaks, Chio slams a chess piece down, knocking another one off the board. Better swap the 6th and 7th divisions. The guy pauses, thinking it over. Is that your play? She answers without skipping a beat. Of course. I trust we're on the same wavelength. Yewin looks impressed. You talk like you can read my mind. Chio calmly places another piece. Let's make a move here. Behind her white fan, her lips barely move. And over here too. Is that what you wanted, Commander? He squints at the board, staying silent. After a long pause, Yewin bursts out laughing. Correct. Exactly right. He looks at her with a smug grin. I didn't know there was another fox in minis besides me. Chio smiles, playing it cool. Oh, stop. You're flattering me. But hey, 2 foxes are better than 1 for minis, right? Yewin nods in agreement. True. Then his voice drips with hate as he thinks about Granville. To take down that idiot from Pupil, we need at least 2 clever foxes. Chio smirks, getting exactly what she wanted. Yewin and Granville are the supreme commanders of minis and Pupil. You can see the ambition in her eyes. Rumor has it, these two have had beef for a long time. But suddenly, Boris bursts through the tent curtains. Ryan, urgent report. He's panicking. We lost peak 130, sir. Yewin can't believe his ears and whips his head around. What? He glares at Chio, demanding answers. What is this? You said the peak was safe. You told me you sent the rock golems. But Chio just shrugs, totally unbothered. Hey, plot twists happen in war. Deal with it. Chio immediately turned to grill Boris for the deets, asking if any intel was actually confirmed. Boris just spilled the tea. So, you guys pulled off that ambush? You're the Starlight crew. Hearing that, she froze up real quick. Starlight, huh? Chio smirked, like she knew something was up. Makes sense they snatched peak 130 then. Wywin was clenching his fists, totally triggered. Yo, you know this crew. Are they cracked or what? How'd they even get past? The image of Michael Ha popped into her head. Wait, better than Starlight? Now I'm vibing with his teammate more. Wywin frowned, looking confused. Do we have a counter-strat? Chi shut him down gently. Chill, this is actually lit. It speeds up the commander's master plan. But dude was clearly not buying it. Got it. Guess it's useless. Wywin stared at the chess piece on the board. So, who are we sending to the slaughter next? She snapped her fan shut boom. Chi, rank 7 global dancer, looking gorgeous. She hit him with that sassy question. I bet you know better than me, right, boss? Cut back to Michael Ha's side. A voice came from the command tent. John was shaking hands, hyping up Ki-John. One platoon held back thousands. The Starlight Guild Master is built different. He scratched his head, acting all shy. Nah, it was nothing. Then John got serious real quick. Guild Master and the Sniper. Both of them straightened up, instinct kicking in. I know this is kinda sus since we just met. John sounded super hopeful. But can I drop a quest on you guys right now? Michael Ha looked him dead in the eye. What kind of mission? John started explaining with his hands. Alliance leaders have the power to assign troops on the battlefield, you know? A blue screen popped up. Field Unit 54. Support the capture of the designated peak in 5 days. Looking at that insane difficulty, Key's face went totally pale. It's a quest. John flashed a confident smile. Help me reach new heights, fam. Capture the peak in 5 days and get contribution points based on how well you ball out. Plus 150 bonus points. He finished with a pretty please. They looked like they just got struck by lightning, about to cry a river. He wants us on that nonsense again? Key asked, looking terrified. So, what? We playing King of the Hill now. We had a sick ambush route for peak 130. Enemy was slacking. But intel says that strat is washed now, John explained helplessly. It's a bummer, but I have no choice but to trust you guys. Key nodded, and Bill agreed. Yeah, sounds about right. Key grabbed the console. Any other options? What if we say no? John laughed awkwardly. Well, if you refuse. It's possible. Michael Ha checked the stats, plotting. Interesting. A player-generated quest. The loot is looking fat, kinda sus though. High risk, but max points usually cap at 400. He was thinking 150 to 200, but if we win, we bag a guaranteed 150. Plus, the system calculates extra rewards. Michael Ha asked immediately, if you max out the value, how many contribution points are we talking? John was shook. He switched the screen instead of talking. Here's the payout. But yo, chances of failing are super high. Your points could tank to 0 or even go negative. Then John dropped the bomb. Rumor has it there's a hidden penalty too. He freaked out. Bro Michael Ha. But Michael Ha was chill. Trust me, Ki-Dong. He hit accept on the dashboard. Gotta take risks to win in Middle-earth. You know what? He beamed, eyes full of hope. I'll carry you guys. Just hop on the backpack, express, and loot the drops. Then, he remembered something. Yo, John, can we rename our squad? A special ops unit needs a name that slaps. John was friendly. Change it to whatever you want. Michael Ha grinned like he just won the lottery. Bet. Let's call it the Starlight Special Forces. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, players were down bad. When is this over? Someone tossed me a health potion. Just when it looked hopeless, a heavy iron shield slammed down. A booming voice ordered, First Company, wipe out those pupil noobs. The king commanded the chaos from the cliff. Tank units stepped back. Suddenly, a bullet tore through the air at Mach speed. Boom, headshot. The king dropped, headless. Soldiers went wild. Yo, the king got wrecked. The enemy side was totally shook. Someone spotted them and screamed, Starlight Special Forces. They're here. Hungu yelled, they're here. Game over for them. Group up, let's rush the peak. NPC soldiers shouted, Roger that. In 2 weeks, Starlight got labeled Angels and Pupil, but total demons in minute. Nobody knew how they fragged their enemies. They just deleted the VIPs and dipped. You only knew they were there when you got that logged out screen. A player dropped to his knees, proof of the kill. The 13-day battle at peak 274 ended in 41 minutes thanks to Starlight. Michael Ha was camping in a bush, vibing. I feel so safe with 30 bodyguards. System pop-up, Achievement unlocked, Living Ghost. Over 100 kills. Clout increased. Ally morale boosted. The enemy knows your name now. He looked at the stats, feeling himself. Over 100 kills. Bynum laughed, arms crossed. You're actually a monster, bro. Can you really spot enemies from that far? Michael Ha was like, duh. The squad asked, Michael Ha, you juicing, or what? Strength potions. I got a stash. He just laughed it off. He got emo. What about me? I'm still the guild master. Hello. Bai smiled, breaking it down. Michael Ha is the GOAT. He said it. He did it. He carried the squad, and we got mad points cause of him. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Starlight Special Forces, report to HQ as soon as possible. Michael Ha was confused. Yo, why are they summoning us? Ki-dong shrugged. I don't know. Maybe a reward? Then a voice shouted. Guildmaster Michael Ha. John was there, looking happy. How's it hanging? Heard you guys are crushing it. Michael Ha played it cool. We're chilling. John looked hyped. After the pleasantries, Michael Ha asked, So, why'd you call us back? John pointed to the tent. Gregory wants a word. They lined up at the tent. Gregory. Starlight Special Forces reporting for duty. A cold voice answered from inside. Get in here. Lee Ha confidently pushes the curtain aside like he owns the place. Flame Duyen starts throwing shade immediately. Yo, if you're crushing it that hard, why haven't you drafted us into your squad yet? Dude's eyes pop out of his head when he sees her. Before Lee Ha can even ask, what's the deal? Ki jumps in, all curious. Did you hit her up or something? Lee Ha just scratches his face, acting totally awkward. If he did, he wouldn't look so shook right now. A mysterious voice cuts in. You two go way back. Flame Duyen switches to pro mode instantly. Yes, Supreme Commander. Supreme Gregory, the big NPC boss, starts hyping them up. Excellent. Now you get the stakes. Lee Ha narrows his eyes, silently locking onto that keyword. Importance. Kai suddenly pops off, all excited, nominating him. You should be captain. Lee Ha blanks out for a sec, then tries to dip. I think you mean her. Wait, is Ki talking about the Starlight Force? But the dude is stubborn. No way. You take it. They start bickering back and forth like kids. It's gotta be her. Flame Duyen just watches the roast session, trying not to laugh. Gosh, the synergy with these two is insane. Finally, they chill out. Lee Ha puts his hand on his chest, going full respect mode. Lee Ha, captain of the Starlight Special Forces, at your service. Granville's face drops, looking deadly serious. Do you have any clue what you just pulled off? Lee Ha panics, lowering his voice. My bad. Lee Ha is sweating bullets while the boss explains. Because of your crazy moves, the battle on the plains, originally a 90-day grind, is going to be over in less than 30. Thanks to you guys, we have to scrap our whole strategy. It was such a crack performance, I can't even be mad. Thank you. Lee Ha scratches his cheek, grinning like a goofball. Dapping him up, Granville gives more props. This is all on you. Lee Ha stays humble. You're too kind, sir. We're just soldiers grinding the mission. Then, the briefing drops. The capture time for each peak was supposed to take over 15 days, but that's slashed now. The 5BL army basically speed-ran the marching phase in one go. Granville warns them not to get cocky, though Iwan is living up to his shady rep. Check the map. The minute forces are falling back. Lee Ha's brain starts spinning immediately. Retreating. Their front line isn't even cracked yet. Does the minute commander have a track card ready? He starts connecting the dots. We're crushing the schedule in 30 days and starting a siege immediately. Lee Ha looks confused. A siege? Already? Granville breaks it down. After the plains, we group up and rush straight for the minute capital. There are 7 castles in our way, but we're doing a 1-point breakthrough. No spreading out resources unnecessarily. We punch through as a single unit until we hit the capital. Lee Ha gets chills. This is literally the fastest way to end the war with the least amount of PvP. But is that even possible? A strategy like that leaves us with just one lonely supply line between base and the front. If that line gets cut, the front line gets wiped out. Suddenly, it hits him. Wait, supply. Don't tell me it's the Flame Rose Guild. Granville clears his throat to switch topics. Now that you get the big picture, here's the Starlight Forces quest. A notification pops up. Mission. Destroy Keystone Venkill exactly 2 days before arrival. Reward. Plus 500. Failure. Minus 3,000. Lee Ha stares at the screen, muttering Keystone. Granville jumps in to explain the mechanics. Exactly. You gotta delete the brick with the magic circle. If you botch this special quest, the whole campaign goes into hard mode. Lee Ha notices something else concerning. The penalty is absolutely brutal, highest risk we've ever seen. The risk to reward ratio is 5 to 6. Lee Ha speaks up. Can we get a minute to think this over? With flags waving outside, the commander nods. Sure. Li Ha turns to Flame Du Yen, looking sketchy. What's the vibe? You think this strategy actually works? It's a glass cannon strat. If it goes sideways, Minute surrounds us instantly. She flashes a confident grin, but according to Flame Rose Analytics, it's gonna be fine. Minute won't be able to get near us easily. Li Ha looks lost. And why's that? Flame Du Yen drops the knowledge bomb. Because of someone you know very well. Plus, 5U and the Gold Dragon are stomping through the Northern Watch Mountains. Li Ha tilts his head. Someone I know? She hesitates on the memory. Not 100% sure, but he said you'd recognize him the second you saw his gun. Li Ha's gamer instincts tingle, and he braces for impact. Suddenly, a sharpshooter starts spraying bullets from nowhere. Victims are screaming, pixels flying everywhere. Li Ha spots the silhouette in the distance. Sam. The Watch Mountains have trash visibility perfect for Crimson Jekozu to go berserk. That guy knows exactly where to farm kills. Flame Du Yen chimes in like she wrote the script. By the time we start the siege, they'll arrive. Minute will be so busy fighting on two fronts, they won't even realize their capital is getting snatched. Li Ha covers his mouth, realizing a plot hole. But that doesn't account for the anomaly. She looks confused. Anomaly? He drops a single name that makes her jump. Alexander. She nods, listing his stats, rank 1 in the Middle Realm. True, he's with Minute, but he's been totally MIA in this war so far. It's chill, though. Liam recently challenged him to a 1v1. Li Ha beams with pride. Liam actually did that? Awesome. He'll handle Alexander, and the 5 Sam duo is on the way. Okay, I'm sold. This is doable. Granville looks at him seriously. So, are you accepting the campaign? He gets hyped. Heck yeah. Starlight Special Forces, we're in. Madame Rowe pops up from a pile of paperwork, looking exhausted. I heard. You got the special infiltration mission for Minute, right? Li Ha is internally shook. I love how she just knows the spoilers beforehand. Classic Madame Rowe. But he keeps it professional. Let's get straight to business. Any intel on the Keystone? Madame Rowe closes her eyes and sighs. You gotta find that Easter egg yourself, kid. All I can tell you is it's planted somewhere on the massive outer wall. He groans internally. Does it have a pattern? Is it glowing or what? Maybe they put it dead center. She shuts that down fast. Minute mages aren't NPCs with 0 IQ. They definitely hit it. But since it pumps energy into the barrier, the magic circle has to face outward. That's your clue. Also, orientation is Keith. A southern keystone can only be defended from the south. Li Ha starts panic spiraling. Got it. So I can spot it from the outside. The problem? He stares at the towering wall, screaming internally. How am I supposed to find one specific brick in this mess? He tries to reset his brain. Chill out, brainstorm. No backing out now. His eyes light up as he scripts a scenario. Option 1, go full solid snake. Crawl up and inspect it up close. But yeah, anyone can see the ending to that movie. Spotted by Minute guards instantly. Result of that stealth run? 2 words, epic fail. Since the first vibe check failed, Li Ha switched gears immediately. Plan B time. He decided to bring out the big gun's remote observation tech. Bro grabbed his binoculars to scan every single brick in the zone. Great idea on paper, but that wall is ginormous. He'd be there until the war ended. Major L. Time to pivot to a new strat. Brain cells working overtime. He didn't hesitate. Scenario number 3. Li Ha decided to speedrun the start, get there early, and hunt down that Keith Stone. But let's be real, the ending would be the same trash fire. Searching takes too long, and boom busted by enemies. He was internally screaming, swallowing that bitter defeat. Madame Rowe noticed he looked wrecked and asked, "You good, fam?" Li Ha was stressing so hard he nearly went bald, but he played it cool. Just another day in paradise. The grind never stops, you know? Then he held out his hand for some loot. Yo, do you have a blueprint for Venkill Castle? Doesn't have to be perfect, just give me the gist. She gave him a weird look for a second, then smirked. She decided to bless him with a request. You bet I do. Game day. Scope locked on the enemy. Li Ha crunched the numbers, the siege is maybe 15 to 30 days out. Gotta level up before dealing with the Keith. Sitting at 88% XP right now. Peeping through the scope, he spotted a familiar face next to Minute and the mage, Sanctus Raphaela. Li Ha gauged the shot while vibing with the moment. Range is about 970 meters. By the way, chat, do these noobs not know how war works? Zero game sense. Li Ha lined up the crosshairs on Raphaela's head while roasting them in his mind. Rookie mistake. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Only the boss or VIPs wear white hats, duh. The bullet pierced her skull, and the minions around her totally freaked out. Level up notification popped. Li Ha closed his eyes and sent a quick prayer, hoping her sync rate was low so she got logged out instantly without feeling the pain. The stat menu for his Musketeer class flashed up. Lee Ha watched the numbers go brr and whispered in Paul hype. Let's dump all these points into agility. Baby. The enemy side was absolute chaos, mourning Saintess Rafaela. A few seconds later, he grabbed his scroll to make his next move. Buren did the math and started plotting. Gotta dip before they find me. Lee Ha's next destination? Venkill Castle, obviously. It's in the forest, 9 kilometers out, and it's currently 10 o'clock at night, so it's pitch black everywhere. Venkill is this old-school castle on a flat plain. No moat, but the walls are sky-high, ladders are a no-go. Even magic climbing would get him spotted by guards. Lee Ha felt a bit shaky. The place was basically a fortress. But he's already here, so he's got to YOLO it. Plus, their cavalry is always patrolling the perimeter. He has to go full stealth mode. One slip-up and it's game over. After thinking it over, Lee Ha pulled out the secret weapon. He unboxed a special order from the Abyss Night Vision goggles. He scanned the forest and smirked. This gear from the underworld actually slaps. Lee Ha grinned, fully confident in his new toy. It's showtime. He crept through the grass with high hopes. Venkill Castle, here we come. One shot, one kill. After grinding out a 2-hour trek, Lee Ha reached the wall base at 12 midnight, finally in the zone. He crouched behind a rock to strategize. Once the sun comes up, he's toast, there's zero cover out here. Luckily, the moon was pretty dim tonight. But looking at that swarm of guards, Lee Ha started doubting. Can he really find the Keith stone before dawn? He clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. It wouldn't be a challenge if it was easy. Pushing the intrusive thoughts away, he sprinted forward like a bullet. Spotted a guard. He triggered his camouflage skill, turning invisible on the grass. A guard named Raisa froze and let out a confused, huh. His buddy looked over. What's up? Raisa stared right at where Lee Ha was hiding. I swear I just stepped on something. Felt like slime or something gross. His friend laughed. Bro, there's no slime here. You probably stepped in dog doo. Raisa lost it. Son of a. I really hope not. Lee Ha was emotionally damaged by the insult, silently screaming into the void while pretending to be grass. Moments later, Lichnik burst into the room. Oh my god, we have a situation. The two commanders looked confused until he dropped the bombshell. The Feibel army is pulling up. Like 100 flags worth. They're marching right across the plains. Granville was leading the charge like a boss. They are literally here. Inside the Legion, Bin checked the terrain and chuckled. I heard you usually play it safe with Strat, but this move? This is savage. Tyler flexed. With an army this size, the Venkill cavalry is trash. Bin stayed cautious though. True, but sticking to the plan is going to be tricky. He looked at Key, standing ahead. Still haven't heard back from Lee Ha, the guy who gave us this quest. Key just stood there, flashing back to his chat with Lee Ha. Bro was so confident about wrecking that Keith stone. He really said, I got this solo. Key had freaked out. What are you saying? You're going alone? The other players were shook too. Sean was like, nah, absolutely not. We can't just chill while Lee Ha does the heavy lifting. Juman chimed in. Even a carry has its limits. Key tried to talk him out of it. We be faster as a squad, right? Unless you've got a cheat code? Lee Ha just scratched his head and gave a jagged smile. Kyle. He begged them to trust him one last time. The flashback faded. Key whispered to himself. That guy always keeps his promises. Tyler snapped him out of it. So, what's the play? Kyle shook off the lag and got serious. We stick to the script. Tyler cut him off. Does that mean we attack first? Kyle sighed but nodded. Guess we have to. He slammed his shield down and hyped up the squad. VIPs, let's roll. Meanwhile, on the quiet plains, Granville asked a question. So, nobody's stepping up? He glared at the troops. Seriously, 0 volunteers? The whole army went cricket mode. Silence. Suddenly, a hand shot up. We'll do it. Granville looked over. It was Kyle's crew. You guys, the special ops team. Kyle stepped up. Yup, let us handle the wall. He looked Granville dead in the eye. Trust the process. The other soldiers looked skeptical. You're gonna lead the attack with just 30 dudes? Even for a spec ops squad, that's wild. A few minutes later, the command dropped. Sound the trumpets. The squad behind him flinched but instantly snapped to attention, yelling, You got it, boss. Gregory then shouted for everyone to move out. Seconds later, the sound of the bugle echoed across the plains. Once Kyle got the whole crew assembled, he did a vibe check. Everyone locked in? Dong Tang hyped them up. Let's go. Before the raid started, Kyle took a second to boost morale. We might only be in combat for less than a minute, but make sure you don't respawn, okay? While the bugles were still blasting, Kyle let out a massive war cry, Spec Ops, let's get this bread, and ordered the charge. 2 enemy sentries spotted the movement immediately. Seeing just one squad rushing the castle like total tryhards, Mick started roasting them. Do they have a death wish? Kondun stayed chill beside him. There's always those players in every lobby. Mick just shook his head. Typical noobs rushing out all excited. A second later, Nick barked orders. Shields up. Kondun replied, On it, sir. He placed his hands on the wall to spam magic into the barrier. While casting, Kondun felt a glitch and let out a confused noise. At the exact same time, the squad was speed running toward the wall, and Kyle was screaming orders. Sync your timers, guys. If we yeet these all at once, it's good game. As the countdown started, a few shields were already being launched with full force. 1. He got into his stance. 2. Kyle screamed and chucked his shield at the wall with max power. The other shields flew through the air right behind his. Every shield was rigged with explosives, soaring toward the gate. When they hit the wall, a massive boom shook the enemy defenders to their core. Here's why that strat worked. 5 hours before the raid on Van Con Castle, Jacob Haas slid into Kyle's DMs. Yo, Kyle, I found the keystone and wrecked it. Kyle totally freaked out. Jacob Ha was super chill about it, confirming the keystone was real. He sighed with a relieved smile. Man, this map is annoying, before getting back to business. But hey, I'm gonna livestream this intel to the other players. Jacob Ha's next words made Kyle's eyes go wide. You know why, right? Jacob dropped some siege logic. Who's the real MVP of a siege? It's the guy who breaches the enemy base first, right? Then he got all excited. Our Spec Ops squad needs that clout, obviously. So, Kyle followed the script, used the item, and tossed it at the gate. Seeing the wall collapse, the defenders screamed, barriers down. Gregory saw the opening and yelled, full send, attack. It was playing out exactly like Jacob Ha predicted. Once the gate broke, Gregory ordered the rush, watching the plan unfold. We gotta get in there and dominate the map before our allies show up. Spec Ops needs to farm those achievements. Got it? Kyle remembered Jacob Ha's beaming face when he said the last part. It's easy. Just loot the high-value items and clear the area. Kyle was low-ginky salty. Easy, my foot. Jacob Ha's innocent troll face kept popping up in his mind, making him tear up as he screamed, rushing into the castle like a maniac. Yeah, super easy, bro. The whole army charged on his signal. Kyle popped his shield's protective aura. Inside, the Van Con defenders were struggling against BioNim's sticky poison ult. A ring of fire torched the area. Defenders were dropping like flies, but the survivors kept trying to hold the line. Block the path. Hurry up. But seeing Gregory speed blitzing toward them on horseback was terrifying. With that speed, we're cooked. Kyle and Gregory's forces flooded the castle in seconds. The defenders couldn't believe it. This should have been a 2-week grind. In reality, the Van Con Castle raid was a speed run completed in 5 hours. After the epic capture of Van Con, a shout-out went to Michael for the carry. Meanwhile, at Lom Castle, the invasion mission finished 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Pila's Castle mission cleared 3 minutes early. The system notifications were popping off everywhere. Mission update. Irona Castle, 4 minutes early. Basically, the whole map was turning purple for Pupil. In a quiet room elsewhere, Chio was vibing, moving chess pieces with a look of anticipation. Just a few more bases and we can level up our capital. Yiwen frowned, looking annoyed. You're seriously smiling right now? If you weren't the commander, you'd have been banned ages ago. Chio snapped her fan shut and kept it real. You saw this coming since the retreat at the plains, didn't you? He didn't deny it but pressed on. But the damage is way higher and faster than we thought, right? Chio's sharp eyes didn't flinch. Sure, but it's all within the calculations. Yiwen couldn't accept that within calculations excuse given the losses. Chio nodded. Yup, she thought of Jacob Ha, the guy causing all this chaos recently. You know him. He's kinda interesting. Slippery guy to catch. Yiwen was shocked she dropped a compliment like that. He fell silent. Seeing that, she laughed. Commander, don't you trust my strats? Don't worry about the other spots. I've got good news. Chio's voice dropped, getting all schematic. We're baiting them. All we need to do is backdoor their empty capital. Yiwen looked at the board, skeptical. The capital? Are they on the way? Chio confirmed it fast. Exactly. If they rush before sunrise, they'll hit the northern border. They're gonna stream snipe Dale Castle and wreck it. Yiwen got suspicious. Wait, the Assassin Federation is an ally. No friendly fire, right? Chio just smirked. That rule only applies to official wars, doesn't it? They aren't coming for war. They have other reasons to attack Pupil. Nope, they're giants. Her choppy explanation finally made Yiwen grin. So that's the play? Chio's eyes glinted with mischief. A sea breeze is coming for Pupil. A wind that brings us the W. While they hit the capital, we cut their supply lines on land. Elsewhere, troops were chanting in unison. A mage laughed. Good work, team. Looking at the KO'd scarecrows, a swordsman looked bored out of his mind. Grinding is cool and all, but when's the PvP? We aren't even level 100 yet. How are we supposed to go? The mage just shrugged. We need to grind harder. Suddenly, something caught their attention. The swordsman turned, curious. Yo, what's that? A massive group was rushing them fast. Is that a raid boss? The swordsman went pale. Are they aggroing on us? The others laughed it off. No way. Before they could finish, a gust of wind hit. Oh no. Their bodies were instantly sliced in half. Someone nearby screamed, It's Igor. The moment they realized it, the unlucky swordsman was face to face with him. It's the Agromi, Igor. Igor growled. Delete them. The fear froze the guy in place. Igor's words sounded like a band hammer dropping. Trash the server. He slashed the swordsman and looked ahead, barking orders to his crew. Target, Dale Castle. We're gonna grief the Rose Guild. The guy he ordered was a captain from the Dasto Guild. Meanwhile, at a gloomy, windy spot by the sea, Jia Trung was struggling with the rigging. Who knew sailing was this hard? The tutorial made it look like a mini-game. Emilydin sighed. Hurry up, noob. Jia Trung called out, Hey Emilydin, help me out. But she just stayed silent. Yo, Blaze flashes back to the start of the war when Craven's ship got totally wrecked. He looked a bit shook for a second, but the bad guys, they were coming back for round 2. Peeping the fleet in front of him, Blaze starts doing the math. If they want to throw hands, they need more bodies, but they're just chilling. What's the play here? Then he sees a notification, freezes up, and bolts over to fake Trung in a panic. Bad news, fam. Dale Castle is getting cooked by Io and Saw. They've got the whole place surrounded. Fake Trung is losing it, but Blaze, ice cold. Just like he predicted, Craven's fleet was just bait. Suddenly, Blaze is like, peace out, I'm dipping. Fake Trung is totally on board. The plan, bounce now and slide back in right before Craven's squad starts swinging. Blaze whips out this orb in his hand. Poof. Him and Bailey vanish into thin air, leaving the Rose Guild dudes with their jaws on the floor. A few seconds later, this guy is still spinning around asking, Yo, where'd Blaze go? What just went down? She ghosted us without a word. Up top, the lookout starts screaming Craven's fleet is incoming from the main pillar with a snake symbol. Dude strains his eyes and freezes its serpento. Meanwhile, at Rainy Castle's south wall, a mob of mages is grouping up. One absolute Chad steps up, stops the hesitation, and boom, they focus fire and shatter the barrier. As soon as he gives the word, every mage unleashes their mana. It's a sparkly light show, guys. Laiha can't help but fanboy. Okay, that is actually gorgeous. Key is vibing too, right? Every high-tier mage is basically a walking siege weapon. The three of them, plus Tyler, are just chilling on the grass, watching this rare event like a movie. Key drops his hot take. In a massive war like this, tanks and grunts feel kinda useless. The mages are carrying hard. Laiha nods, his head off. Facts, bro. Total facts. Out of nowhere, Key gets curious. Hey big bro, did you just wrap up that new quest? The one to smash the stone depot. It's a random question, but Laiha answers patiently. Duh, why else would I be here? Key goes stealth mode for a sec, confused because the barrier is still up even though the depot is toast. Laiha keeps it real. That's just a distraction play. While Key is still buffering, Tyler gets it. Actually, I think it clicks now. Just then, a squad rolls up in the distance, and Laiha spins around to check him out. That attack was a fake out. They just got here. He points toward the approaching crew to show Key and Tyler. Yo, that's our backup from the Sentinel Mountains. Their job is to flank the stone depot from the north. Up on the castle walls, the soldiers hear something sketchy. What's going on over there? Laiha cracks a confident grin. They thought the north was chill, no barriers, nothing. Then bam, 200,000 troops from Fubiel pop up out of nowhere. Talk about a sticky situation for them. Laiha stands up to leave. He bets it's over in an hour and gets ready to report to Granville. Suddenly, he calls him out. Hey, didn't you just say tanks and soldiers were useless in a war like this? He hits Laiha with a wink. I guess you're the exception, bro. Laiha turns beet red at the unexpected praise. Stop, you're embarrassing me. Key, still clueless, asks, but for real, how did you find that depot? Laiha spills the tea. I went invisible and crawled on the ground. For the high spots, I used observation skills or a scope. Tyler is shook. Wait, is that even possible? 40 minutes later, just like Laiha called it, the squad's finished taking over Rainy Castle. Good game. The system dings with updates, Minis region invasion, Special Ops -5 completed. He bags 1,685 war contribution points plus a 500 bonus. Back at camp, Laiha reports the squad is safe, and Granville is hyping them up. Good work, team. As soon as they step out, 5U waves enthusiastically. Yo, Lai Ha, you good man? I've heard the legends about Michael Lee Ha. Thanks to you, we made it here in one piece. Lee Ha stays humble. We just did our job. Kid pops up from behind. So, did you rack up a ton of contribution points or what? Lai Ha catches on immediately. Oh, you're fishing, kid. Honestly, not that many. What about you? Kid sighs but plays coy. It's a secret. Lai Ha gets so triggered, his hair practically stands up. Then why ask me, bro? But he's not letting it slide. Lai Ha makes a funny face to troll him. I bet I made 3 times what you did. Jealous? Now, Kid is getting heated. He's about to rage quit and spill his number. The amount I got is. Key just shakes his head, laughing. Why are you guys acting like toddlers? Granville claps his hands to get the squad's attention. All right, if the meet and greet is over, listen up. He orders the start. Chief of Staff, give us the rundown. The guy bows. Yes, sir. Lai Ha listens closely and breaks it down. According to the NPC chief, Fubiel's current military strength is around 1.6 to 6 million. Only 2 castles left until we hit the Minis' capital. After 2 sieges, we're knocking on their door. About 1.2 million Minis' troops are blocking the way. Big number, but nothing compared to Fubiel's expanding army. Granville frowns seriously. Basically, nothing can stop us now. He shouts the order, prepare to move out as soon as supplies land. Everyone screams back in unison, Roger. Stepping out of the tent, the sunset makes Kyle gasp. The river looks amazing. Lai Ha looks at him like he's crazy. Why the sudden poetry? Kyle gets deep. This huge campaign is only working because the Blaze Duyen supply line is holding up, right? Walking and talking, they think about the past. Crazy, right? I can't believe we actually fought Duyen. Lai Ha gives credit where it's due. Her Buncho squad definitely left a mark. Suddenly, Key's voice drops. But Lee Ha. He turns around, puzzled. What's up? Under the fading light, Key asks the real question. Is the war seriously going to end just like this? A straight-up win for Fubiel? Night takes over. Lai Ha sits by the campfire, spacing out. Honestly, he's shaking inside. He feels anxious. Everything is going way too smoothly. The sketchiest part was destroying the stone depot Keith. We pulled back from the plains to bait Fubiel's army. But I wrecked the depot, sped up the siege, and messed up their whole plan. Lai Ha remembers Chi's sharp gaze and wonders, did they let us do that? Are they aiming for something bigger with such a risky strategy? But the biggest red flag, the strongest players haven't even shown up yet. It's all super sus that it's ending this easily. Lai Ha falls into deep thought again. Suddenly, the system pings. A connection opens and a raspy voice whispers, please save me. A massive beam of light crashes down nearby. It's Blaze Duyen. She's covered in wounds, barely whispering, Michael Lee Ha, before passing out cold. He panics, yo, Duyen, what happened? As she gets healed, she drops the bomb. It's a trap. Get the commander and everyone, now. Our supply line is totally severed. Minis set us up. The whole room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Duyen speaks up, her voice icy cold. The marching planes supply route. She casually drops a sentence that shakes the ground beneath them. It's been destroyed. Granville's face goes pale, and he starts screaming. No, impossible. There wasn't a single enemy on the marching plains. An enemy strong enough to wipe our supplies didn't leave Minis. Duyen doesn't even flinch. She just calmly admits, true. The enemy isn't from Minis. They hit us from the rear. Lai Ha steps in. From the rear, she nods immediately. Yup. Our supply line was breached from behind, and the ones pulling the strings, just 2 people. Lai Ha immediately wonders, is the Spark Guild messing with their supply lines too? Yo, Duyen didn't leave him on read. She hit back fast, true that. Cause Rose is basically whale funding this whole supply drop. Feels like just yesterday we were PvPing in a guild war. Now we're on their payroll. Carson drops a truth bomb right there. You never know the meta, right? Suddenly, a voice creeps up from behind, triggering everyone's aggro. Yo, Carson, anything sus? But my guy Carson, ice cold, totally chill. Nah, we're Gucci. No drama ahead. But barely a second later, boom. A massive dust cloud swallows the entire map. Carson's face goes full try-hard mode. I literally told the squad to scout this biome and DM me the intel. Then scream. Everyone whips their heads around. That noise came straight from the fog. Carson snaps into combat stance instantly. He starts grilling the shadows. Who's there? Show yourself. Out steps a foot, followed by a voice that sounds way too hyped. Been about 1 hour since you breathed that stuff in. Yeah? Right? The dude keeps roasting James next to him. How are you still moving? You bot alchemist. Duyen clocks them immediately. She frowns, totally shook, and accidentally says his name. Crow hears it and starts geeking out. Oops, forgot to delete those guys. James doesn't waste time. I got this. Snap of a finger, and bam, skeletal hands and zombies start spawning out of the ground like crazy. Carson is losing it. It's a freaking dark mage. He finally recognizes the face and screams in rage. Fallen. It's clutch time. Carson grips his weapon, yelling, Duyen, back it up. He eats his spear straight through the magic barrier. Suddenly, Carson's turning into a machine gun. Spears raining down like a glitch in the Matrix. Infinite ammo hack? Maybe. But it stopped the zombies dead. Then the bad guy taps his staff. Relax. Earth skill active. System ping goes off. Warning. You are silenced. Skill seal active. Chat is going wild. Oh snap. Bad news only. For the next 10 minutes, your skills are bricked. Notification, you are now frozen. Movement disabled for 3 minutes. Speed nerfed by 40% for 5 minutes. Unsham looks at the screen like, bro, are you kidding me? No way. The fog is blocking our hotkeys. Meanwhile, Fong keeps summoning mobs, looking smug. Not just blocking you, I'm gonna shred you. His creepy laugh echoes through the whole zone like a generic villain cutscene. But wait, Duyan's badge lights up like a chaotic beacon. System. Anti-freeze active, anti-slow active. She clutches that gold item for dear life. She jumps up, hyped. Carson. I cleanse the freeze and slow debuffs. Can't fix the skill seal though, so we gotta bolt. Now. Carson is stunned. Duyen, you can move? Unshan keeps his cool and shouts, if you're unglitched, get out of here. We're toast without skills. Run, Duyen. It's game over if they catch you. And that's where Duyen's flashback ends, guys. I hit the mini's border and used a teleport scroll to spawn here. But on the way back, she got a massive red alert. Listen to this intel. Saw and Igor are raiding Dale Castle. That place is supposed to be defended by Justin and Emily. So Emily gets the ping. While the north is getting invaded, James and Fao smash the supply lines. Duyen sighs, man, this is a mess. It's all connected, like some master strategist scripted this. Michael starts big-braining the situation right there. The fort is vulnerable cause Duyen rotated out. If this is a setup, are they trying to spawn camp us and cut off supplies? Nah. This isn't a real war yet, so cutting supplies is just annoying, not fatal. They need a nuke. Lee starts questioning his own meta. If I was playing Minis and wanted the win, what's my play? Suddenly, flashbang. A bright light blinds everyone and the system horn blasts. Server announcement. Congratulations. The first player to hit level cap has appeared. Michael stares at the text, shook. This is it, the big play. Spam in the chat. Guys. Everyone congratulate Alexander, the Dragon Knight. Level 300. Maxed out. He's with the Minis Alliance. Grind harder, noobs. Hearing that, Kid just mutters, damn it. Michael flashes back to Alexander and Brian. He grinds his teeth so hard they might crack. No fear, though just Paul determination. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, a scream rips through the air. Alexander, I'm coming for your head. The news hits the server like an earthquake. Hype in the chat, people are whispering in the lobby. First, max level player, Alexander. Level 300, Minis faction. Everyone is tripping. How? Right now. Someone else goes, Minis totally scripted this. They were camping for this moment. Another guy's like, Cap. No way they calculated all that. Someone else is salty. How did they even know his XP bar? Top rankers share stats, bro. He's been with Minis since day one. The tension is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. Soldier busts in, lagging. Breaking news. Enemy detected at the fort. It's the Craven Fleet, the 9th Fleet. The Snake Fleet, commanded by Drake. Michael realizes his read was god tier. Minis retreating early, blocking the Wahal supply run, the northern invasion. And now Craig. System creates another pop-up. Congratulate the max level player. Michael does the math. This timing is too perfect. Someone at Minis is playing 4D chess. They have spies everywhere. A general shouts, what's the status at the fort? We're getting wrecked. Emily left the defense line, so we're wide open to ganks. Duyen hears this and does a double take. She grills the messenger. Hold up. Din bailed after hearing about the raid on Dale Castle. Yeah, the main base was threatened, so she recalled to defend. The mood drops to 0. Michael calls it, we are in deep trouble. Chat. The vibes were totally toxic, with everyone pointing fingers and blaming each other. It was basically the worst-case scenario. Granville smashed his cane on the ground and screamed, yo, everybody chill out, no need to panic. This wasn't the first time Fox Intel Metals tried to pull some shady tricks. The commander flashed the new map on the screen, and the squad respectfully replied, you got it, boss. Lai Hao was Logan Key lurking and watching everything. He had to admit, the guy had the 200 IQ needed for a top-tier leader. He shut down the drama with one move. Granville pointed at the map and started dropping orders. We need to remix our formation right now. And not just that, we gotta redeploy the troops. You guys are the only ones who can handle the ramparts zone. Then, he dropped the special quest. Your mission is to hold down the ramparts and block the Craven Navy from landing for 20 days. Or, you gotta eliminate at least 4 of their elite units. The loot distribution depends on how hard you grind in defense. You, accepting this quest, Kay read the notification and felt like he just got hit by a Nerf hammer. Bro, how are we supposed to pull that off? Granville kept a poker face and kept giving instructions. Spec Ops team, deploy to the mission zone as soon as possible. Head to the ramparts and back up our allies. Lai Ha was totally confused by that part. Wait, just us? Granville let out a heavy sigh. Sorry, dude. We can't spare a massive army from the mainland right now. Li Ha clenched his fist, trying not to rage. I totally got what Granville was thinking. The main Fibble force was cornered with 0 escape routes or supply lines. But hey, we were only 2 castles away from the Minute capital. But because of Igo and S, we had no clue when A-Stock might invade. 2 armies were camping near the enemy capital. Whoever caps the flag first wins this whole war. Meanwhile, Lamb Emily was keeping them busy over at Dale Castle. Granville's strat was to send the Bunchor Guild his strongest support to the ramparts to stall the Craven landing. Meanwhile, he planned to use our current momentum to launch a full-send surprise attack on the Minute capital. The mood in the room tanked, and Li Ha was muttering strats to himself. If we're lucky, maybe we'll hear the victory announcement right before we get wiped out at the ramparts. Key, standing next to Quan Engai, whispered, Yo, big bro, isn't he basically ordering us to go game over? Lai Ha kept it real. Pretty much. They want us to stall until the main force caps the capital. Everyone started complaining in the chat. Oh my god, here he goes again. I can't even imagine how much ranking we're gonna lose if the kingdom takes the L on this war. A deep voice cut into the chat. Chill out. This is Middle Earth. You should consider yourself lucky if you only lose a few contribution points. Night fell, and the server got quiet, until the whispering started again. The current meta is so against us. If we lose this war, recovering our investment is going to be a nightmare. One soldier sounded like he was about to cry. Man, if I get fined, I won't be able to pay my mom's hospital bills in real life. The guy next to him had his own struggles. I'm the main provider for my fam, so I might have to quit the game entirely. In that heavy atmosphere, Key's voice boomed out. Let's roll, guys. Time to go mess up the Craven Navy. We're running out of time, right? Hearing that hype, Lai Ha let out a satisfied breath and shouted, the Buncher Special Ops team is going to lock down the entire rampart zone. Granville nodded slightly and gave a short sign-off. Good luck, have fun, boys. Outside the ship, the ocean looked like it was raging. A figure stood on the roof, staring off into the distance, looking super deep. It was 9 p.m. near Lenny Castle, and the vibe at Fibble HQ was suffocating. Granville was commanding the troops from the mountains to the riverbank personally. Granville ordered a formation reset and a gear check. He frowned, looking grumpy. That's it. The Fibble army started prepping for a total all-out attack. Emily pulled back the tent flap and walked in. Are you really gonna go? Lai Ha tightened his gear and replied firmly. Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly what I said. She asked, sounding super anxious. You mean you guys are gonna defend the ramparts with only 30 players from the guild? He acted like it was obvious. Isn't that basically the same situation the Rose House dealt with? With Emily and Jia Trung, Emily stuttered. That was different. She remembered her younger sister, Emily. Emily was a beast at AoE attacks, but him, Lai Ha smiled gently to calm Emily down while she stood there looking clueless. It's all good. I've got a strat, and I prepped some items just for this scenario. She sighed, defeated. Well, if you say so. He smiled, but his voice had a little teasing edge to it. Do you trust me now? He looked back at the gun on his back with pride. Honestly, you should be worrying about yourself more than me. Lamb Emily had to handle the supply run to the plains and Dale Castle. Emily sighed sadly. Are you sure you're going to be okay? We can try to renegotiate the supply deal with the kingdom. And with Emily moving to Dale Castle, they should be able to hold the line for a bit. While Emily was rambling on, Marv burst in from outside without knocking. Yo, bro. If you're packed, let's bounce. Lai Ha grinned, ready for action. Yeah, I'm coming. Stepping out of the tent, he turned back and smiled. Oh, almost forgot. He said it so gently that Emily blushed. Stay safe out there. Lamb Emily stood there watching the two guys laughing as they walked away. He spun around when he heard someone call him from behind. Yo, Sam. He pulled his hat down to hide his face. What's up? Lai Ha got close, his voice serious. Hey, I need a favor. I'm pretty sure you know what's about to go down, right? Sam closed his eyes, his voice dropping low. You talking about Alexander pulling up on us? He sounded a bit salty. I already predicted that. You think I'm a noob or something? Lai Ha thought. Asterisk. Nobody said that, bro. Asterisk, he sighed and got straight to the point. So, here's what I need you to do. Sam was like, what is it? But Lee Ha's next words made Key jump, and he quickly turned to activate his teleport chain. Sam hesitated, looking worried. Man, if I do this, Lair might be able to teleport through too. Lee Ha didn't rush him. I know, but I'm not giving you the full walkthrough right now. There's going to be a moment when I need you to back me up. Keep the teleport chain running. Even if you use the teleport, Lee Ha analyzed that Lair could actually be useful as an ally because he'd be too busy to grief them. Key rested his chin on his hand, looking at the calculations. I got it. You want to use the teleport chain as an emergency exit and a comms channel. Lee Ha beamed like it was obvious. You know, we're the only ones who can pull this off, right? Sam got mad. What do you take me for? Lee Ha got serious again and shoulder-checked Sam playfully. A guy who sleeps like a log. That's what I take you for. I trust you, man. Emily silently watched Lee Ha disappear into the distance. Her eyes showed total faith. Asterisk. Be careful. Michael Ha. Asterisk Leah barked out a powerful order. Buncher Special Ops, advance to the ramparts. Blades were raised high, matching the warrior spirit. Sir. Yes, sir. 3 hours after the Bunchor Guild assembled, a cold voice cut through the night air. What's the status on the training grind? A soldier reported to Granville. We're currently at 50% completion, sir. He rubbed his chin and muttered. 50%, huh? The soldier saw his mood and started panic stuttering. I'll get them to speedrun it, sir. Outside, by the weapon crates, the chatter continued. I was about to log off. This timing is terrible. How are you supposed to sleep when Alexander could raid us at any second? Look at this intense vibe. It's 100% guarantee he's showing up. One guy turned to the girl next to him. Did you hear the news? We gotta hold the line until the sun comes up. The girl was surprised. For real? Why? He explained, I guess they want to finish this quest before Alexander gets here. If I log out now, I'm gonna miss the victory drops. The girl kept asking questions, not noticing someone walking up. But can we actually catch the dub before Alexander arrives? The two of them looked blankly at Five Vu as he walked over to hype them up. Don't sweat it. The Fibble army isn't weak. He pointed at himself with total confidence. I promise you guys, me and the Golden Dragon are gonna carry this fight on the front lines. Fire Destiny is bringing the hype from the backline. Yo, listen up once this war wraps up. Rose is dropping a massive 50% off sale on everything at Dida Castle. Fred is channeling that main character energy to motivate the squad, so give it everything you've got. Don't hold back any resources, fam. It's 3 a.m., and things are getting sus outside the tents. Footprints appearing out of nowhere. Someone is speedrunning through the camp, parkouring over the tents and beelining straight for the main boss's room. Granville is inside studying the map, deep in thought, when the tent flap suddenly blows open. He looks up, startled. Is that you? But before he can react, the map gets ripped to shreds and system notifications start spamming his vision like crazy. Magic nullification scroll activated. All spells cancelled. Silence scroll activated. All audio blocked. Granville grips the hilt of his sword, ready to throw hands. He tries to cast Dispel while swinging his sword at the intruder, but glitch. He freezes up. Panic sets in as a puppet control alert pops up. Voice blocked. All combat skills are sealed. He's totally nerfed. A creepy laugh echoes from a wolf with massive fangs. I heard Japanese shogi is basically just chess. Guess it's true. Paul waits, controlling the wolf avatar to step inside the tent. Granville is completely helpless. Skills locked down. Checkmate. Paul walks in with Scott, dropping one-liners. Checkmate by intrusion. Granville frowns, keeping his sword up despite the lag. Scott whispers to Paul, take the old man out, quick. Pure just smirks. This old geezer? Then he turns on Scott, roasting him hard. Can't handle one old guy? You acting like a little girl seeing a monster? Are you hiding behind mommy's skirt or what? Scott's eyes flash with rage. You diss my mom again. You're done. He points at the target. That is the Supreme Commander of Fibble. The dude has the stats of at least a level 280 knight. Pure bursts out laughing. Idiot. Total noob. He grins like a psycho. With the Midnight Circus elites here, that Rainbow Circus squad is nothing to worry about. He flashes a dangerous smile. Granville gets even more on edge. Suddenly, Paul yells, Rainbow Chain, everyone attack. But right in that split second, bam, a massive shout drowns everything out. Stop. Key busts in from the outside to intercept. Granville's eyes go wide seeing that determination. Key leaps in front of the boss, screaming, incoming, and slams his shield down to tank the hit. The assassins dodge and jump back. The game just flipped, and Paul feels a chill down his spine. On the other side, Key frowns, ready for round 2. He doesn't stop there, he instantly casts a protective seal. The whole enemy squad is thinking, how did these guys know? Key catches their vibe and smirks. To explain this clutch play, we gotta rewind 3 hours. Lee Ha dropped the bomb. Looks like everyone except me needs to head back. It was midnight near the minute border. Key was shook. What, bro? Are you crazy? What are you even saying? Lee Ha kept it serious. I'm not joking. I predicted Alexander is getting involved. That's a level 300 knight from minute. Even the minute players who sat out will team up for this clash. Granville is pushing for a total assault because he wants to end the war before he loses his numbers advantage. But what if Minute's invisible strategist already read Granville's moves? They're going to try to assassinate the commander while everyone's scrambling for the attack. Key tried to argue. That's ridiculous. But Ben rubbed his chin. Actually, it's not impossible. If it were me, I'd do the exact same thing. Lee Ha nodded and went on. According to Key, the troops are busy prepping and the camp is a mess. HQ security is weak. Paul is a pro assassin. She's definitely going to take this shot. So we have to go back. Now. Key was stunned by the info. But how can a gunner cross the plain solo? Lee Ha broke it down. Minute's strategist plays war like an instrument. It's Ian Alexander. He won't miss a golden opportunity to end the game. So, please. He put all his faith in Key. Back in the present, Key grips his shield tight, eyes burning with resolve. He whispers a thank you. You're amazing. You were right, brother. Paul hisses through his teeth, face turning dark. I saw them leave for sure. Key smirks and throws shade. I got people on my side who love surprises way more than you do. How's it feel to get played? Paul shuts up. Beside him, Scott slides his mask on. You really think you can stop us? Key glares at Scott, measuring him up. Stop wasting time. We aren't playing around. Scott ignores the taunt and analyzes the situation. I noticed the skill you used on Granville. That's some tech I've never seen before. You've leveled up. Hearing his name makes Key freeze for a second, then he snaps. Shut up. Tyler rushes in with a fire technique to back him up. Scott, I'll handle him. Scott summons a log, and Tyler's gunshot splits it in two. Suddenly, Scott's eyes look weird. Tyler notices something is off immediately. It was a wood clone technique. The battle rages on, but suddenly, Granville taps Key on the shoulder. I know you're brave and skilled, kid, but why treat me like a damsel in distress? I step back from the front lines, but I'm not washed up yet. Don't bench me before I use my full power. NPC Granville pops Commander's encouragement. It's a high-level support buff that stacks with the Guardian's buff without penalty. Attack power and agility go through the roof. The Midnight Circus assassins and soldiers start sweating. At the peak of the tension, Paul lets out a groan. His eyes bulge out. Ben is here. Two players who used to be on the same squad are now enemies. Paul starts chuckling deep in his throat. Ben smiles back. Paul responds. They stare each other down in silence. Suddenly, Ben puffs out his cheeks. Splat. Paul gets hit with green slime. Paul squeals, oh, interesting. So interesting. Ben freezes. You're actually insane. Paul taunts, did I forget to teach you, Peacher? If you lose, pack up your trash and get lost. But this just triggers Peter. What do you know about me? Huh. Talk is cheap, so Ben squares up for a fight. Paul's gaze turns ice cold. Ben hesitates for a second. Suddenly, someone in a clown mask sneak attacks Paul. Paul spins around to counter the cheap shot. Key is confused. Is that one of his own guys? But Ben realizes what's up. That move. Only a descendant of the chain director could pull that off. Giving up something precious for a moment of brilliance, an act that boosts vitality. Ben decides to provoke him. Hey Paul, you deciding to rage quit? Paul laughs maniacally. This is the peak of the circus. Suddenly, Scott yells coldly. Are we done yet? Paul answers instantly. Yeah, we're good. Then he lunges straight at Tyler. Game over for today. Tyler sees him backing off and yells, watch out. They're trying to escape. Too late. Scott casts Hidden Mist of Bones. A thin layer of white fog spreads everywhere. While everyone's distracted, light flashes, thousands of sharp weapons rain down from the sky. Tyler ducks behind Key's shield to survive. Soldiers start screaming, clutching their heads. My ears. My ears. A creepy, savage laugh echoes through the mist. Scott and Paul are already floating in the air, making their getaway. Paul drops a sarcastic goodbye. See you later, Ben. Or should I say, B. And just like that, they vanish. Finally, the mist clears up. Chaos erupts in the commander's tent. So the assassination failed? Who's left? Just Bix and Scott? Wait, only two of them made it out? Yo. So Irwin hears the report and just goes, got it. The soldier salutes, super stiff. Yes, sir. Then, awkward silence. Suddenly, the dude speaks up like, boss. About that missing card? And he's like, yeah, for real. But while Chio's watching, the guy keeps going. One of those cards got ripped, right? Then Chio cuts in, nah, Mr. Commander. That card ain't ripped. Not at all. It's just a little surprise twist. Our top-tier players are chilling right there, safe and sound, right? But Erwin isn't buying it. He's like, chilling? Seriously? We sent giants to the north of Fibble, making life a total nightmare. You call that comfy? But Chio, she's already plotting her next move. Igor and ZR already smashed through the Dale Castle outer walls, fam. The only reason they didn't wreck the place is because those fire defenders held it down inside. If Fibble buffs their defense anymore, Igor's gonna have to dip out. Chio is Logan Key furious, but she snaps her fan shut and switches up her vibe. Avi. That much drama is enough for them. As a thank you, let's make him dig a giant trench by the sea so everyone can see it. Back in the day, the Craven Navy was trained to hype up Al Stock. Don't you think the big boss of Fibble's orders are gonna be totally lit to watch? Even if they just build a defense line on the beach and ignore the capital, showing up on their turf is gonna trigger them so hard. Erwin starts scheming, making it look all official. Yeah, that's worth the popcorn. Okay, but what about that threat in the East Plains coming in March? Chio jumps in. It's almost time. When the moment is right, we'll set a trap with 0 loopholes. You ready for the craziest barrage in history against the biggest threat ever? Erwin stays ice cold. How should I prep? You're the one who needs a whistle. She pulls out a tracking orb and giggles. Shall we check if the whistle's been blown? The orb lights up with vipers, and Alexander is towering over him. Chio announces, everyone's inside now. Commander, it's going down in the next hour. Erwin speaks up slowly. The Fibble crew starts their move at the exact same time. She replies instantly, so everyone's rolling this way. Going back to the plains in March sounds epic, right? Erwin drops a cryptic line. Guess we should go easy on him then. Thinking about the fake retreat in the plains for the March War, Erwin smirks. It's a huge brain play manipulating the army to break their defense lines. The ultimate flank, but on the outside, total poker face. Right. And what about the shooter? We just gonna sit here and watch the show? Chio brings up Lee Ha. He's quick on his feet, sure. If he was actually smart, he'd be with his squad. Instead, he's out there leading the trench-digging crew. He can't come back now, right? Erwin frowns, annoyed. Keep eyes on him, 24/7. His weird vibe makes Chio super curious. Why is Erwin obsessed with Lee Ha? Is this NPC actually dangerous enough to worry about? Chio wonders to herself, why does a mastermind care about some hunter? Erwin replies, cool as a cucumber. Not exactly, this happened before. His vague answer drives Chio nuts. What do you mean? Who? You can hear his voice shaking a bit. In the Great War, 20 years ago, there were 3 legendary shooters from Fibble. Meanwhile, the sun rises over the town. Lee Ha rolls up, but the guards block him like, hold up, who are you? Lee Ha flashes his badge and whispers, sent by Marshal Granville. I need to see the Navy commander. Now. The docks are buzzing with noise and orders. Is all this loot seriously for us? Get this on the boat. Tons of supplies, huh? That's gunpowder. Handle with care. Suddenly, someone shouts, yo boss, I brought him. The guy turns around, it's Bach, the big shot Navy commander NPC. He laughs. Lee Ha. You here because the marshal told you to come? Nice to meet ya. I'm Bach. Lee Ha replies politely. Pleasure. Suddenly, ouch. The handshake is crushing his hand. Why is this dude so strong? Bach finally lets go and sighs. They stop Craven, because they know our Navy is beast mode. His crew bursts out laughing. Did the marshal lose his mind or what? Sver nods, for real. Scott jumps in. Our commander could solo them, but we still gotta share the sea. Trash talk level, 100. Lee Ha is looking at them like, what is wrong with these NPCs? Bach cuts him off. About the order. I accept it. I know what's up. Obviously, you're back up. Did you have beef with the old man? Come here. Let's chat strategy, chill style. Minutes later, Bach's crew is arguing loudly. Sver grumbles. Is that how Drake's goons operate? Scott snorts. Fooled me once, but the main force is definitely hiding somewhere else. Lee Ha is dizzy. Is this a war room? Where's the map? Bach looks confused. Map? We don't do that here. Scott goes, huh? Lee Ha quickly scratches a map in the dirt, right here. It's a super ugly drawing. Lee Ha thinks, this is looking bad, guys. Maybe I just gotta match their energy. He jumps up. Yo, I got something to say. As your backup, I'm gonna update you on the location and my orders. Bach stares at him, tries to hold it in, then bam. The whole crew cracks up. One dude, you call that backup, or are you just the mailman? He laughs for a while, then chills out. All right, let's hear it. What great thing did the marshal do now? Lee Ha gets annoyed and shouts, listen up. He breaks down the location and the marshal's orders clearly. Bach gets serious. So, there's a dragon rider involved? Lantern jokes. Craven invading the north? Is that just bait to cut off supplies? Snick adds, That bait is weak sauce. Bach roars, "This ain't a joke, you idiots." Everyone freezes. Bach questions him, "Look, is everything you just said for real?" Lee Ha nods. 100% facts. Sun's up, they probably started attacking. Marshall says, "Survive for 20 days, then he ends it." Bach's face goes dark. "All we gotta do is survive for 20 days. Lee Ha says, "Yup." Inside, he's thinking, "I'll fix this mess, then go help the main squad." Bach grinds his teeth. The marshal said, "Hold for 20 days? You absolutely sure?" Lee Ha is confused. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Suddenly, Bach jumps up. "This is insane. Boys, get ready to move out." Sounds like the marshal is desperate to cover up a mistake. Lanton panics. "Boss, what are you saying?" Bach let out a furious roar, totally unable to process why this stubborn kid thinks we can just chill for 20 days. Like, hello. We need to snatch that bait right now and help the big boss level up his stats. Yo fam, get on the ship. Stick to the meta we talked about earlier. Lee Ha watched them go, thinking, "Wait, chat, is this dude seriously the head honcho of the entire Navy?" The deckhand on the lookout tower started smashing that bell, screaming, "Kaboom time, let's roll." The whole crew on the Kaboom ship was scrambling like crazy, hustling to get things moving. Lee Ha stood there just vibing, taking in the whole scene. The sailors were gripping the ropes tight, hauling the anchor all the way in. Watching everyone grind in perfect sync, Lee Ha realized, man, the Navy just hits different compared to the Army. A few minutes later, the ship launched. Bach muttered, "Our ride's looking a little Logan budget. Huh. Resistance should be nerfed." Sivert cut in, "But Cap, we ain't packing enough heat." Bach snapped back, "Yo, shut it. I'm trying to flex on this landlubber for once, and put some respect on my name. Call me Commander." Lee Ha giggled at their banter, then asked, "Anyway, yo Commander, what's the actual strat here? The others might get wrecked pretty fast." Bach rubbed his face. "You think our backup is going to be legendary loot or something?" He grinned confidently. "We just gonna full send it." Hearing that, Lee Ha mentally compared their tiny dinghy to the enemy's tank-like ships. He spoke up, "Let me ask you something." Eyes wide and stressing out, he turned around to hash out the next moves. "Listen up, squad. We got a massive Craven fleet dead ahead, but fleets 1 through 8, those are just the NPC side mobs. But if we try to throw hands directly, their main force hiding behind the islands, the 9th Fleet will jump us like a hurricane." Hearing the plan, Lee Ha totally clicked with what was going on. And if that's the 9th Fleet, aka Drake's Storm, the Serpent Squad, Craven is totally baiting us, right? Bach didn't even try to cap. He just kept it 100. That's exactly the T. Lee Ha started visualizing the guy's scheme. So, like the commander suggested, this is going to be a straight-up Rush B strategy. The island where the 9th is camping is super sketchy. If we speedrun this and hit them hard before they spawn, Bach immediately shut that down. "Nah, kid, it ain't going to be that easy." Lee Ha was confused why Bach wasn't hesitating to drop the lore on him. Numbers-wise, we're even with Craven, but their cannon specs are on a whole other level. Our cannons are basic tier. Max destruction range is like 0.3 nautical miles. The absolute furthest we can scare them is 1.6 miles. For the chat, a nautical mile is basically 1 minute of latitude, about 1,852 meters. Lee Ha's brain crunched the numbers. 0.3 miles is roughly 550 meters, and 1.6 is about 3,000 meters. The actual PvP zone is around 1,000 meters since, this is a game and magic buffs the cannon stats a bit. But why the massive gap? What about Craven's gear? Most are basic loot like ours, Bach explained with a serious face, but every Craven admiral has ships packing culverins. That's god-tier loot. A culverin is a siege weapon with a longer barrel than a standard cannon but a smaller caliber. So it snipes further but hits softer. Lee Ha's face started looking stressed. He asked, "Culverin, what kind of range are we talking? Triple hours? Double?" Bingo. Bach crossed his arms. Triple the effective range and double the max range. You realizing how cooked we are? Lee Ha looked totally gloom and doom, calculating the LA we're about to take. Effective range 1,500 meters, max range 6,000. Basically, our attacks won't even scratch them. The sun was dipping into the ocean. Bach visualized the upcoming wipe. The second the Serpent Fleet pulls up, our navy is getting sent straight to the Shadow Realm. Won't even need to search for bodies. We're toast. Lee Ha, tripping out, asked, "So what's the play here?" After a pause, Bach finally spoke up. "I owe a solid to someone. Yeah, the Granville Supreme Commander is in a tight spot, and this isn't the time to be saving my own skin." His words made Lee Ha think hard. Suddenly, a lookout up top spotted the ops. He screamed down to the crew, "Yo, I spot a massive amount of Craven ships pulling up." Bach immediately went into leader mode, radioing the whole fleet. Lock and load, fam. Get ready to scrap. Roger that. But Lee Ha looked pale as a ghost, thinking, this dude is ready to feed just to make a play. He called out from behind, Bradley, you really planning to solo Drake's ship? While the squad deals with fleets 1 through 8, you're going to be all alone when the 9th fleet pulls up. Bach looked at him with a deep vibe. You got a death wish or something? I thought you just wanted to surpass that old timer, but you actually got tactical skills. Lee Ha realized this wasn't a strategy at all, it was a suicide run. If this raid fails, Drake Beach gets deleted. Bach kept a straight face and ordered, we gotta clear this level, fast. Our forces gotta keep pace on the marching fields. Everyone on board was sweating, trying their best to clutch up, and Lee Ha felt a mix of respect and major anxiety. It's the only way for the main force to survive the respawn. Leading them from Drake Beach is a bold move, but what's the drop rate on success here? Even if this ship is OP and our players are cracked, success rate ain't topping 20%. He gritted his teeth, struggling to make the call. But Lee Ha got swayed by Bach's energy and made his choice. I'm down with your vibe, Commander, but this raid, it's gonna fail. Excuse me? Just listen to me. I got a new meta for Kraven's 8th Fleet. Up in the crow's nest, Ol spotted Bach's ship and yelled that they were super close. Boris side-eyed Photo to check the status. Anchors up? How are the other admirals holding up? They moving smooth without lagging? Boris asked with a sharp glare. And where's Supreme Drake? The 9th Fleet is camping in the back of the formation, sir. Boris ordered his ships. Every fleet move with escorts up front. Get ready to mirror Bubiel's movement. Ol heard the order and shouted it out instantly. Whole squad, bank right. Bank right. Estimated 10 degrees, distance 5 nautical miles. Boris watched the troops move. Prepare to bank left, match Bubiel's path. Load the culverins. Following his lead, the crew started steering hard to the left. The enemy ship steered left, heading straight on. Boris kept shouting, load the culverins. Open the right side ports. Target is 4.5 miles ahead of Bubiel. 2 Kraven sailors watched Bach's ship and scratched their heads. Yo, why aren't those losers retreating today? Are they glitching? They know they're gonna get wiped, so why aren't they running? Ole shouted, prepare the first volley. Wait, what the heck? The enemy. It looked like Bach's ship suddenly bailed, drifting hard to the right. They're retreating. Hard right turn. They're shifting angles. Max turned to the right. Boris clocked the vibe shift instantly and barked orders. Hard right. Snitch to Drake immediately. We're gonna ambush him while they're stuck. Meanwhile, Kraven's squad is breathing down Buck's neck. Their ships ripping through the waves like jet skis on steroids. Over at Kraven's 8th Fleet, Ol is up in the crow's nest peeping something sketch. Yo, Admiral. Check it. A tiny dinghy is ghosting out of the harbor right while Pupil's warships are scattering. Fod is totally losing it. Boris, what's the play? That dude Buck thinks his little boat is invisible or something. It's not even a threat. Radio, the rear guard, let them handle the scrub. We're chasing the big fish. Copy that, sir. Meanwhile, Scott Pupil's 2nd Fleet boss is sweating bullets watching Kraven's warships. Bradley. Kor's eyes are glued to the horizon. Incoming. Kraven's whole squad is banking right. It's a full-on chase scene. Guys, we are the target. The crew is scrambling like it's Black Friday. Heo looks shook. Yo, navigator, what's the speedometer saying? Are we moving or parking? Chiora runs the numbers fast. We caught the wind, fam, but lag time is real. We need a sec to hit max velocity. Kraven is closing the gap. He's right there. Chiora's voice cracks with panic. They're too fast. Scott, we gotta keep moving. Boo is lagging though. But even if we dodge this, they're gonna spawn camp us eventually. Scott whips around, face twisted. Bro, this is do or die. We're hiding in the mob. You think I'm scared? I'm just triggered. Scott's eyes go dark mode. He points forward. We gotta risk it for the biscuit. Hear me? It sucks I can't lead the charge, but we hold the line. Trang, he shouts from the nosebleeds. Kraven's lead ship, the one with the gunver and cannons. It's pivoting to the harbor. Distance is 3.1. No, 3.2 nautical miles. Buck doesn't blink. They're locking on. Evasive maneuvers. Get ready to juke. Kraven's guns are already hot. Scott seizes the moment. Swerve. Zigzag pattern. Throw off their aim, gas it, then brake. Keep 'em guessing. Boom. Kraven's squad unleashes hell. Our helmsman is whipping the wheel like a pro drifter. Whoosh. Barely missed us. No damage taken. We swerved so hard the ocean basically slapped us in the face. Scott gets his mojo back. All right, listen up. Survival mode is on. Hold out until sunset. Radio, the 2nd Fleet, and the vanguards. Tell him. What's the message, boss? Scott clenches his fist. Tell him to survive. Hard right. Again. Meanwhile, on the safeties, the vibe is intense. Everyone's ready to throw hands. Lee glances back and catches a glitch in the matrix. Yo, Buck. Some of the Second Fleet ships are crossing lines of fire. Buck is sweating it too. Craven's goons are just spamming shots. No aim, just vibes. Even at impossible range. Lee's eyes dart around, running calculations in his head. 6,000 meters? That's insane range. Am I being too extra with this plan? Buck suddenly turns on him. What about you, kid? Lee blinks, surprised the old man cares. Buck gets in his face. Can you pull this off? Is your aim cracked or what? Lee pauses, letting it sink in, then nods. Like you said, Cap, we got 0 options. We stay invisible, or we're toast. Buck grins like a maniac. Your plan is totally unhinged. I love it. Lee knows exactly how this guy operates. He's the type to full send without looking. Suddenly, Trang, he spots a problem. Yo, heads up. They clocked us. A whole squad pulled a U-turn and they're coming for our booty. Buck stays icy. Relax. They're miles away. They ain't catching the Saffies. This baby is the fastest thing on water. They took the bait. Let's dance. Lee drops his bag. Bet. Let's do this. Buck looks around and screams. Full throttle. Max stats. Go, go, go. The crew below locks and loads. The helmsman slams the gas. Aye, engaging turbo. Lee flings off his Agonia cloak and whips out his Sasser rifle. It's game time. It's getting close. Trang, he is screaming updates. They're boosting. Heading straight for the flagship. Distance, 4 nautical miles. Visual on the flag. Double-headed trident. It's Craven's Third Fleet. Buck actually looks pumped. Perfect. The Third Fleet? Total NPCs. They're brave but dumb. They probably forgot Drake's orders and just want to frag us. Lee is scoped in. Just what I wanted. Buck steps up to the helm. Move over. Daddy's driving. Say what? You're driving, Commander? You heard me. Lee ignores him, locking onto a target while Buck grabs the wheel. You need a psycho for this part, Buck growls. Hard right. Crank it. 100 degrees starboard. The massive wheel spins. Buck's muscles bulge. Below deck, the crew hangs onto the ropes for dear life, muscles screaming. The ship Tokyo drifts across the deep blue, carving a massive wake. 3 enemy ships are lined up, but our gold-tipped prow is charging like a beast. Buck snaps his head back. You guys still alive back there? Tension is high, but Chiora busts out laughing. Cap, your driving is gonna kill us before they do. Shut it, Buck roars. It's Admiral to you. Lee gets yeeted forward, saved only by his safety rope. Oof, the G-force is way stronger than he calculated. The subdimension ropes are holding, but barely. Still better than flying overboard. My back is killing me, though. Hey. Back up, Buck shouts over the wind. Lee snaps out of it. What now? You know what we're looking for, right? Lee grunts, peering through his scope. Duh. You think I'm a noob? He scans for the shiny ship, the leader of the pack. Found it. The biggest, flashiest sail with the double trident logo. Lee grips his rifle, eyes glowing. Gotcha. I see it. Buck's eyes go cold. Next objective, look for the guy dressed like a peacock near the main deck. Buck smirks. Good. Up in the crow's nest, Grimska hollers. Target is 2.2 nautical miles out, 3 miles from the flagship. We're inside the kill zone for their cavern cannons. Buck keeps the wheel steady. Voice smooth. Steady, kid. We got this. No sweat, fam, as long as that galleon is front and center. Those culverin cannons, total potato aim, they can't hit zip. Grimska's voice crackles over the comms, giving the situation report. Half a nautical mile till we're in the blast zone of those galleon cannons. The captain whips around to Michael, like, yo, back up. How much closer do we gotta get? Captain Bach's face goes totally sour at the answer, but Michael screams back, nah, bro. Not the distance to the galleon. He looks back, shouting like a warning siren. 1 nautical mile to the boss ship. The captain's gripping the wheel, dead serious, asking, you get what that means, right? But my guy's just chilling, answering like he read the script beforehand. Oren is literally shaking, face ghostly white, like, the flagship is right on top of us. Captain snaps at him, but you can tell he's low-ganky panicking too. Zip it while the captain's talking. He's gripping the wheel, muttering insane. But that finger is itching to pull the trigger. I told you guys, total psycho mode. But then Bach cracks this wild grin, masking the worry. All right, we got the keys to the crazy train, so let's send it. His voice booms across the ocean like a raid leader. Closing the gap. 1 mile to the flagship, brace yourselves. Bam! The sound is deafening, cannonballs splashing down, sending white water everywhere like a geyser. The whole ship is rocking from the pressure. A crewmate screams, incoming fire. It's getting real shaky down here, guys. The whole boat is vibrating. Michael's gritting his teeth. We're taking cover and fire from the enemy flagship. But look at the captain. He's hyped. Isn't this lit? Who's ready to go out in the wildest sea battle ever? Grimska's screaming directions. Distance is about 1.8 miles from their galleon. We are steering straight into the enemy fleet, guys. He warns we'll be in max range soon. But the captain? Zero cares given. He trusts this ship with his life. Forget it. We're fast enough to juke those shots. G-Raider is glued to the binoculars. Navigator is timing it perfectly. Current range is 1.7 miles. We are officially in the danger zone. They're going to fire before we close another .2. Bach roars like a beast. Listen up. Brace starboard. Dodge 345 degrees, then snap back. The crew yells back in sync. Aye aye. He's inching us closer, 1.5 miles to the left galleon. You can see the sweat dripping off his face. This is intense. 1 minute till they unleash hell. Flagship and galleons firing in sync. Captain shouts, give me the numbers. Where will we be in 60 seconds? Grimska checks the angles. 1.5 to the big boss, 0.7 to the side ships. Michael grips his rifle, doing the math. 2.7 kilometers to the target. 1.3 kilometers to the galleons. He shuts his eyes, mentally prepping for the kill shot. Countdown starts. 60, 59, 58. Suddenly, the captain interrupts. Hey, back up. Just this once. I'll keep us alive no matter what. Can you make the shot in that window? Michael is laser focused on the scope, totally confident. You bet. Captain screams, bring it on. And boom, the water goes still. A blue ripple spreads out as the ship glides. The crew is freaking out, looking at the water. Why is the sea so heavy? Captain just floors it, gripping the wheel. The golden prow cuts through the water, vibrating with power. Suddenly, we're flying forward. Water spraying everywhere. Michael is frozen, just numbers in his head. Counting down, 21, 20. The enemy starts blasting. Cannonballs raining down, shockwaves everywhere. But he's locked in on the math, numbers scrolling in his brain. The countdown echoes in his mind, slow and heavy like a heartbeat. 6, 5. The chaos outside doesn't matter. He's totally zen right now. Breath held, sweaty palms. 2. Finger on the trigger. The world fades out, just the target left. The countdown hits 0. Time stops. Out on the open sea, Luke Chi is looking smug on his ship. Didn't know they bred idiots like this. Who charges in solo like that? Dude's got that villain smirk, thinking he's already won. Free XP for me. Thought I was stuck in the backline with nothing to do. Meanwhile, Michael is prone on the other ship. Lu Chi checks his squad one last time. Cannons ready? His lackey answers immediately. Yes, Admiral. Locked and loa. Bam. A bullet tears through Lu Chi's neck before the guy can even finish his sentence. Screams erupt over the ocean. Admiral down. Hedrick is watching from way back, realizing Fleet 3 is in total panic mode. No incoming fire, just chaos. Elias looks stressed. Did he actually bag the Admiral? Hedrick jumps up. This insane suicide mission actually worked. Captain Bach knew it. That's my guy. You sent the perfect reinforcement for this madness. G-Raider just wants to bail now that the job's done. Let's get out of here, Cap. But Michael stops them cold. We ain't going nowhere. Asterisk clink. Asterisk, the casing hits the deck as he loads another round. Checking the scope, 3 fleets left. Finally, the captain gets the hint. Huh? Hedrick spins around, totally confused because the news is shocking. Say what? G-Raider is freaking out too. This just went from risky to suicidal. We gotta wipe the other 3 fleets before Drake shows up. Someone's rushing the captain, but he's silent. Cap, turn the ship. What are you doing? Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Special quest. Defensive line battle activated. It says, stop Craven's navy in the beach area for 20 days or assassinate at least 4 of Craven's admirals. Progress. 1 of 4. Michael's chill because he prepped for this. 3 to go. Don't look so shocked, guys. I came here to frag, not to camp on a beach for 20 days while the war changes. Explosions everywhere. Look, if the admiral was a player, the confusion would last longer. But since it's an NPC taking over, they'll regroup fast. We gotta wrap this up before the big boss interferes. Best play? Drop all 4 admirals, but Michael's plans need more juice. The problem is aiming from a moving ship and closing the gap. But Captain Bach, he fixed both problems. Huge shout out to him for that. That wave-canceling skill plus the kamikaze charge, genius. The crew is hyped now. Captain, what's the play? But he's just raging to attack. Got a plan B? They ask. Captain's just screaming speed, so Michael takes the lead and calls the shots for the team. Cap, if we don't hit the next fleet now, Fleet 3 is gonna reboot. G-Raider is sweating bullets over the danger. Yo, Cap, no disrespect or anything, but we're totally ditching the playbook, right? Bro just unlocked a whole new meta. Lee Ha looked at him like, "You serious, fam?" But her vibe was straight up confident. "Look, if we can clap just one admiral and chaotic evil their fleet, that's enough to clutch the war against Craven later. We can dip after that," he chuckled, gripping the wheel like a boss. Burke totally ghosted the original plan. Switch up. We're flanking behind Craven to hit those 3 rear fleets." Hadrick looked pretty salty about it. The commander wouldn't stop yapping, trying to hype up the squad. "Don't trip, guys. Remember, we're the Sailfish Guild. We own this blue ocean. Y'all haven't heard that banger song Beyond the Blue Horizon?" His voice echoed across the server like a movie trailer. "Our victory and all the loot are waiting right past that horizon." The ship yeeted forward, hard right turn, max speed. They zoomed past Craven Fleet 7. A panicked Navy dude ran up to spill the tea. "Yo, Admiral, bad news. Fleet 3's boss is wasted." Wang Si whipped around. "Say what?" Mark was sweating buckets. "Confirmed kill on Fleet 3's Admiral. Fleet 3 is merging with Fleet 2 right now to regroup." Mark started piecing it together. "Admiral's cause of death, unknown. And the enemy ship is rushing. Fleet 2, fast." He couldn't believe his ears. "What are you saying?" "Lucci is dead." He was so confused. "How does the NPC commander not know this? Is he lagging?" "Exactly. Maybe the NPCs are clueless, because I got this intel via DM." Mark's system flashed. He was getting updates faster than the dashboard. "Our Fleet 2 started blasting, but the enemy ship is juking every shot. The ocean chaos wasn't stopping this boat. Range is 1.5 miles. But since Fleet 2 and 3 are merging, their aim is trash." Mark was stressing out. "What is even happening right now?" VC found a hack. Launch the speedboats. Block their path and mess up their movement. Use the cannons while they're distracted. Got it. But Mark was shaking like a leaf. Fleet 2's Admiral is. The result was insane. Gone. Dragu stood firm in the wind to check the flags from Fleet 3. Admirals from Fleet 2 and 3 are confirmed Kia. After getting the bad news, VC shouted to the chat, "Tell Fleet 4's Admiral to hide." Right now, they got some OP secret weapon. Walter had never panic spammed like this before. He radioed Drake immediately. Mark froze. The Admiral is there. The symbol on the white sail was iconic. Everyone knew that skin. Drake had entered the chat. Cut to the Chaos Makers, the Sailfish Guild. They were hyped. "Let's go." Cannonballs loaded. Boys. Everyone gripped their gear. A barrage of shots fired, aiming for the lonely boat bobbing in the sea. A lookout on the crow's nest saw it all. "Heads up. Ships from Fleet 2 and 3 are on our tail." Burke, fearing absolutely nothing, steered with a troll face. "Ignore them. They can't hit us. Even if they had 100 ships, they're bots. Stupid Craven chasing us. What are they gonna do? Their cannons can't lock onto us." He barked orders. "Reinforce the remaining admirals, each leading a fleet." Normally, they'd have orders, but it takes time to reorg a dead admiral's fleet. Once he sorted it out, he turned to Lee Ha. "While they're still glitching out, we bounce." "You ready?" she replied. "Born ready." Suddenly, a crewmate saw a pop-up and started stuttering. "Cap," Burke frowned, looking back. "What's good?" "Emergency signal. Drake's personal fleet is coming for us fast." He kept reporting. "Incoming from the deep sea, bearing 1230. Burke was still cocky but started sweating a little. "For real?" He pictured a dude surrounded by savage sharks. "I told you, that guy smells blood better than a shark." Ol up top spotted something else. Snake Fleet is visible. Their speed matches ours. A massive ship drifted into view, zooming in. No, it was faster than them. The crew was shaking. "Captain Drake is coming," Burke replied. "I know." Everyone was freaking out, but Burke stayed chill. "He's not going for his main fleet. He's coming for us." He instantly went into battle mode. "Brace yourselves, squad." Burke's face got serious. The second storm is hitting the Sailfish Guild. Meanwhile, the tall Supreme Commander of Craven, NPCH.W. Drake, rubbed his chin. "Someone's got guts." He mumbled so low nobody caught it. "I know he's got heart, but does he have the skills to pull this off? I don't get it." His eyes suddenly went sharp, full of killer intent. He took out 2 admirals with 1 ship. "How'd you do it, Burke? Is that your skill or someone else?" Analyzing the sitch, he ordered, "Contact all units. Do not chase Pupil's main fleet." Cap-Hop didn't get the strat. "What do you mean, Commander? If we don't chase Pupil's main fleet, what do we do?" Drake's face went dark. "You, paying attention? Don't you see what that ship is?" The guy frowned. "Sorry, but I can't see that far without a dang scope." Drake explained patiently. "That ship is the Sailfish. It belongs to Bradley of Pupil," he whispered. "The commander's ship." The Sailfish boat kept charging like a beast that won't quit. It's a golden opportunity if their leader is solo. Even after dropping 2 of our admirals, the Sailfish is going to die. If we stop and cap that ship, we win, Drake signaled the fleet. "Radio everyone. Leave Pupil's main fleet alone. Surround that little boat near Fleet 4 instead. Now, the two ships had visual. The battle was about to get heated. Use every skill you got. We're facing Burke right now, max speed. Aye aye. On Pupil's Fleet 2 ship, a crewmate noticed something weird and ran over. Scott, the Craven fleet is acting sus. Scott asked immediately, "What's up?" The sailor replied, "They aren't turning." He explained the attack pattern. Port side fire, then starboard turn to boost speed and fire starboard, then turn to the gate again to speed up and fire from the gate. Scott gripped the wheel, voice serious. The Craven fleets that were looping around to chase us. Stopped. Scott grabbed his binoculars. "Move, let me see." His chill vibe vanished instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered the order, "Contact the entire fleet. Emergency turn. Now." Seeing the crewmate hesitate, he roared, "The commander is in danger. They found him. All fleets, execute immediately. Turn around and hit the back of the Craven fleet." Back with the Sailfish crew, a system notification popped up. Our main fleet just turned around. They're leading the other 6 fleets back to engage Craven before regrouping. One guy is hyping everyone up like, "Nice. We're totally gonna bag this win. We've got 8 fleets, so just look at the numbers, right?" But the chat is definitely split on this one. But Drake is heading straight for us, so at the very least, it's gonna be an easy dub for him. Someone claps back with the facts immediately. Nope, our survival odds just skyrocketed. Drake wouldn't be pulling up on us if their main fleet wasn't already in big trouble. Laiha cuts in. "Wait, did you just say our main fleet is back?" Darius keeps the good vibes rolling. "Yeah. I'm not sure if they're looking to throw hands, but it looks like they're grouping up by the gun deck. Probably a brawl, right?" Michael goes into deep thought mode. 6 Craven fleets minus 2 that are rallying versus our 8 from Pupil. If we go full send with a bombardment, we might actually have a shot. His eyes are locked forward, looking absolutely savage. But that's not gonna happen. The casualty rate would be insane. We gotta save as many lives as we can. A battle map pops up on the screen. We need to keep our squad intact to catch the ops at the marching plains. It's not just about catching a dub right here and dipping. We gotta look at the whole war, guys. He instantly tells the commander to make the call. Contact the main fleet, tell them to steer clear. Lai's eyes go wide, looking at the commander like he's crazy. They aren't to engage Craven. Even though she's stressing, she cracks a smile, trusting her wild leader. The crew is like, "Bruh, for real? Why though?" Steering the ship, he drops the truth bomb with a serious tone. Message, the 2nd Fleet Admiral, not Scott. That's an order. The Pupil fleet is strictly forbidden from fighting Craven. He grips the wheel tight. Tell them to focus purely on running while Craven is chasing them down, just like now. Any half-baked strat is just going to lead to a messy fight. The whole crew is like, "Copy that." Laiha frowns for a sec, then smirks and claps loud to get everyone's attention. "All right, fam, focus up. Hard drift to the left. Dodge everything." The ship swerves instantly, locked in and ready for action. Birds are vibing in the sky while battleships face off below. It's about to go down. Same day, 9 in the morning at the Mini's front. Granville's army rolls up looking absolutely fierce. The wind is whipping across the huge plains, blowing his battle cape like a movie scene. Granville's eyes are full of grit, total boss energy from a veteran general. He clenches his fist, his voice booming to hype up the whole squad. What are we even grinding for? In an era where war has totally overtaken peace, every word he says is like Paul, adrenaline for the soldiers. We are the last hope. We gotta protect the crib. Whether we catch this win or not is all on you guys. Under the bright sun, Granville stands tall like an unmovable tower, his voice thundering as he continues the rally. "We clapped the Demon King's army before, and we're gonna do it again." The trumpet of hope sounds off. He pulls out his sharp blade that's seen countless battles, the steel shining bright. "Y'all want loot? I guarantee you'll get it. But it won't be some basic items you can't find hope in a single gold coin." Granville roars. "We aren't fighting for rewards, but for the country. Fueled by your conscience and the pride filling your hearts. We're going to be legends in the history books." He points his sword straight at the sky, radiating main character energy. "Proud defenders of MuBL. Let the whole server know who we are. History will remember us as more than just random NPCs. Raise your swords. Cast your spells. Don't be scared. Stand up and fight." The whole army swings their weapons in sync with his call. Then Granville points his blade at the enemy, voice echoing, "Everyone push." The army rushes forward like a tsunami. 5U is leading the charge, gritting his teeth, eyes blazing with determination. Don't get lost in the glory and forget your job. Go hard on the attack, but protect the tanks in the backline. 5U screams, "Push forward. Hiya." His voice is louder than the wind, hyping every warrior to defend the nation. The rest of the squad yells back, fully locked in. Two armies smash into each other like tidal waves, the ground shaking with every step. Granville and his advisor Thamu are spectating from the back. The advisor sounds worried. Yo, Gregory, is this really safe? Granville replies, say what? He starts analyzing the Minis army's wedge formation. That's kinda sus, not normal at all. He looks closer. Usually, you'd run a U-shaped defense to bait enemies or wall up. If we flank them left and right, Minis and their 13 million troops won't be able to do squat in that formation. So why are they set up like that? Granville gives him the side eye and says calmly, I know. Ed is shook. Huh? Granville explains. Just got the intel. The defense forces abandoned the fortress to group up. Ed is sweating bullets, totally confused. But we're still attacking? Granville's face goes dark mode. Granville stands on business. Everyone's expecting it. Why not? That sneaky fox in the grass forgot one thing: there are things in this world that strategy alone can't nerf. Absolute tactics. Minis has 13 million, but PBL has 16,600,000. The smaller squad can't surround the bigger one. That's a rule you can't change. The battle rages on. Faivu is going beast mode, taking down enemies one by one like a hungry wolf. Granville frowns slightly. I'm already one step ahead of you, Ewan. On the left flank of the PBL formation, a Minis mage flies up, kicking up dust with lightning in his hand. Right before he can nuke the pupil troops below, Bill lands a snipe right to his face. The mage drops to the dirt, screaming, totally not expecting that hit from Bill. Kyle, fighting nearby, shouts out the play. Nice shot, Bill. Keep clapping those flying mages. Bill replies fast, don't sweat it, my aim is cracked. But in a split second, a giant on the Mini's side rushes Kyle, raising a massive hammer. Bam! He smashes the hammer down on Kyle. The wind rips apart, the ground shakes, and rocks fly everywhere. It looked like Kyle was done for after a hit like that. But at the very last second, he raises his shield and blocks that insane attack. Instantly, someone flanks the giant from behind. The giant gets sliced up, blood spraying everywhere. He screams in pain. Kyle resets and yells to the Mini squad. We gotta push the center flank. We have to break this line before Alexander pulls up and flanks us. The soldiers instantly recognize him. They all scream, yo, it's Kyle. Follow Captain Kyle. Stick with him. Kyle keeps the hype going. Don't think this is a 1v1. With determination and teamwork, we're definitely taking the W. Let's go. On the right, the Pupil army is high energy, rushing into battle. But just as they're flooding in, a mysterious figure pops up and blocks the path. Stopping them cold, the stranger says calmly, hold up. The soldiers freeze. Excuse me? Yo, why are you body blocking us, fam? This dude is decked out in all black, trench coat flowing in the wind, hands in his pockets like he's too cool for school. Even with a chaotic battle raging right in front of him, his chill level is absolutely maxed out. The mystery guy calmly drops the strat. We're gonna rush the flank where their defense is totally trash. I'll signal the play. Just stick with me. The Pupil squad just stood there, buffering completely shook. Yo, what are you doing? Some random NPC yelled, totally losing it. You tripping? Don't go past the Heller line. But then, Homeboy pulled a move that had everyone's eyes popping out of their heads. He reaches into his inventory and whips out dual Crimson Jacosis. He tosses the guns up, they do a sick 360 spin in the air and land perfectly back in his palms. Talk about a flex. His eyes lock in, and boom. The Crimsons unleash a spray of bullets, weaving a literal death trap of crossfire. The guns are spinning midair, spitting fire like crazy if that's not OP. I don't know what is. And get this, no matter how wild those heaters fly, it's like they have aimbot enabled. They loop back to his hands like obedient pets, just to blast out more critical hits. Every single shot is a headshot. Clean. Enemies are groaning and dropping like flies before they even know what hit them. The friendly troops are staring hard. They finally realized who this legend is. It's the one and only Sam. As the enemy players get deleted from the server, Sam calmly says, their defense is toast. The Pupil soldiers finally snapped out of their trance. Oh snap. They instantly got their hype back and charged. Smash through that gap in their line. Stick to Sam like glue. Sam's expression went dark, just like he predicted. Brown hair hiding that handsome face, coat flying, gripping that crimson tight. War is such a drag, he thinks. Meanwhile, Chio and Waiwan pull up at Mason's office. Let's see what the drama is. The old man is shaking in his boots, probably saw this coming. Classic Granville, he thinks. Isn't this sketchy? We're getting squeezed from the left and right like a sandwich. But the center district is holding it down. Don't sleep on Payu and the Gold Dragon. Exactly. The Fibel outsiders are tough, but Granville is the real final boss here. Suddenly, he slams his hand on the desk, full rage mode. This basic Zerg rush tactic relying on numbers. That jerk is way too good at it. Do you not get how bad this is? Where's the ace you promised would be here before sunrise? She just looks at him with a poker face, totally unbothered savage. Bad news. Alexander's feed got nerfed. He's gonna be late. Yuan lost his cool, screaming. Nerfed by who? I thought he was the G. O. A. T among the outsiders. Hearing that, Shio finally smirked. Who exactly can stop a dragon rider? That's the real question, fam. Can you guys guess who it is? Comment below. If you're stressing, want to take a peek? The crystal ball shows Vipers throwing down with J-Dub. Shio hinted. Even though he's stalled, your ace is about to drop in. Vipers opens its mouth, charging up a massive energy ball. Boom. He blasts it right at Jigen. The impact is insane, filling the sky with thick black smoke. Talk about cinematic effects. Hiding behind a rock, J-Dub watches the chaos, cursing. Stupid OP dragon. He chugs a health potion while calculating his cooldowns like a pro gamer, comparing the summon time for the big rock versus the rain. His breath-holding time got buffed after hitting the level cap. J-Dub tosses the empty bottle, thinking, feels like both our attack stats got buffed by at least 30%. Freaking trash game, handing out way too much power just for hitting max level. Don't you hate it when the devs ruin the balance? Vipers is hovering mid-air, waiting for him. J-Dub is still camping behind that rock, salty as heck. No one knows how hard I grinded to catch that dumb dragon, and now I'm getting wrecked. Outside, Alexander tries to bait J-Dub out. Come on out, Liam. J-Dub is fuming, swearing up a storm. You dirty cheater. Send the dragon away and 1v1 me like a man. You don't want that because you're scared, huh? Alexander looks down from the sky, preaching. I am the keeper of order and justice. Cringe alert, am I right? I don't fight for beef or personal greed. Hearing that fake speech, J-Dub just grins and throws up the middle finger. Oh, for real? That emote was personal. So, Mr. No Personal Grudge, that's why you've been chasing me this whole time? Try making some actual sense, bro. Alexander points his blade right at J-Dub. I am Vipers' only partner, dedicated to justice. Then he drops a heavy threat. If you block my path to justice, I won't show mercy. That goes for you too, Liam. Alexander reaches out like he's grabbing something. Turn it off, I'm coming in. Watching from behind the rock, J-Dub mocks him internally. Now he's talking to himself. What a weirdo. But he has a plan. I'll combo the Giga Lightning with Soul Link. That should boost my damage enough. But suddenly, Vipers sniffs the air. He found J-Dub instantly thanks to that mana burst. Alexander's longsword dives straight for J-Dub. It is a heavy sin to block a general's path. Liam. The tip of the blade touches Jigon's head. Alexander doesn't hesitate to press down. Your partner? He gives J-Dub a look of appalled disgust, while Vipers declares, your execution requires power. Seeing the game over screen flashing, Jigen looks shook and confused. I can't ignore your role. Or mine. But wait, the sword doesn't stab him. Alexander commands Vipers. Let's bounce. Vipers. Watching them leave, J-Dub grits his teeth, screaming, Yo. Where do you think you're going? Before taking off, Alexander drops one last line. Reflect on your actions and find me again, outside of this human war. Vipers' speed is insane. They vanished in seconds. From the distance, only the echo of time to execute justice remained. What a cliffhanger. Shio is sweating buckets, sighing. That's why I can't even look at him. Such a boring try hard. Meanwhile, out in the open field, the two armies are face to face. Emily taps her screen and updates the feed. Left side, 11 o'clock, right and center. Sam hears the comms loud and clear. 11 o'clock, squad. Pivot that way, I see a gap. We're punching through. The blue team rallies and rushes forward, following Emily's lead. We're almost there. Push. We are absolutely crushing them. Even while fighting, Sam's mind drifts. Wonder what Lee Ha is up to. Man, I wish he was here to see this clutch play. He snaps a fresh mag into his gun. Sam scans the battlefield, doubting. Is this really the end for minis? Suddenly, something happens that makes his jaw drop. The soldiers fighting on the other side look up at the sky, terrified. Yo, is that? Vipers flew here? The top dog has arrived. Sam looks salty, seeing Vipers. Finally decided to show his face. Huh. Alexander, riding Vipers, dives straight ahead. Everyone sees his path. He's beelining for the command center. Granville and Emily go on high alert. Sam's sharp eyes caught the play instantly. Going for the commander's head right when you spawn in? That's a dirty move, Alexander. He frantically sends a ping to the squad, praying, I hope that idiot at the fort gets this signal as soon as possible. Just then, a system notification pops up. Don't forget to subscribe to see what happens next. The Three Musketeers teleportation skill activated. Right now, Bulk is cranking that steering wheel like his life depends on it. The ship is drifting hard, straight up Tokyo Drift style, following Bulk's crazy turn. A whole army is pulling up, and this one sailor is totally freaking out. The rest of the crew is running around like headless chickens, absolute chaos, fam. Laiha takes a deep breath to reset his mental, then locks in and scopes up with his rifle. He thinks, even in this mess, I'm still the sniper of this squad. To complete my destiny, I gotta be more chill than anyone else here. Lying flat on the deck, he's basically gaslighting himself into staying calm. I gotta brainwash myself. I am the deck. I am stuck to this wood. Laiha tracks the target with laser focus. The distance is roughly 1900 meters. I'm guessing my accuracy is going to be around 70%. He smirks weirdly. If I shot this bad in practice, the captain would absolutely roast me in the chat. Real talk, this is a cursed shot I shouldn't even be taking. More than anyone, Laiha knows the stakes. If he misses with this low accuracy, he exposes his position the second he pulls the trigger. Game over. But as a sniper, he's got to handle these random surprises. You can't always camp in perfect conditions. Sometimes you just gotta accept the RNG and take the risk. Laiha squeezes the trigger instantly, and the bullet screams through the air. And right at that moment, the enemy officer hiding behind the mast hears the noise and turns around like, huh. Bro didn't even have time to react panic mode. The bullet smacks him right in the head, and boom, half his head is deleted. A system notification pops up. Prevent the Craven Navy landing for 20 days or eliminate at least 4 high-ranking commanders. 1 out of 4 done. The loot distribution is based on defense effort. We're talking plus 1,500 contribution points for a successful run. Big stonks. Laiha is hype. He actually pulled off the shot on that officer. Mission accomplished, baby. The high-ranking officer of the 4th Craven Fleet is confirmed eliminated. Bach rolls up, grinning like he just won the lottery. Laiha was so locked in on that shot he didn't even hear the boss coming. But then, a crew member runs up to Bach all sweaty. Yo, enemy reinforcements are scouting the area. Bach is like, and? He asks, and Laiha, done with his job, unhooks himself and hops down to the deck. He stands up, but his face says, we got a problem. What is going on? Since when did they get here? Before they knew it, Bach's ship was totally surrounded by enemy warships. G-Rider is sweating bullets, finishing his report. Our captain didn't turn the wheel fast enough, sir. We're cooked. He said not to break your focus. Bach looks helpless, but is trying to play it cool. And thanks to that, we definitely pulled aggro on more than one of them. That's war for you, right? You can't catch a dub without taking an L somewhere. Laiha looks back at the 2 of them, deep in his feelings. The sailors are buzzing in the chat, everyone looking super stressed. Can you use a scroll to DM a message right now? Nah, blocked by the server. We're gonna get insane contribution points if we actually survive this. His face goes dark, reloading his weapon while his brain is working overtime. Craven treats us like we're griefers on their server, and they're ranked number 1 at banning people. The back door is blocked by the messy exit of the 2nd and 3rd fleets. He keeps reloading. The other fleet is camping our flank. The only way is forward into the danger zone. And in a clutch situation like this, what comes first? After reloading, he lifts the gun towards the Serpent Sea. Let's ride. He's mapping the terrain in his head, coming up with a strat. This circle is fresh, so it's not in the bombing zone yet. But if we keep rushing at this speed, we're walking straight into an airstrike. He stands up. What's the play? The commander replies with zero hesitation. What do you think? We're just floating around like a lost duck in the ocean. Suddenly, Michael screams, full send. Go forward. Max speed. Bach is lagging, like, wait, what just happened? Excuse me? He closes his eyes, defeated. Bro, do you not even know what's in front of us? It's the Serpent Fleet. And that's exactly the hope we have right now. It's going to be chaos for them too. Just don't rage quit, okay? Everyone is shook. Still not giving up? What else can we do? Seeing the squad losing morale, Laiha snaps at them. Stop looking at the pixels and look at the whole screen. Focus. Look at the win condition of this battle. Bulk stands there mumbling. The win condition? But he's getting ready to throw hands anytime. They only lose if Drake gets eliminated in this match. So, if we frag Drake, we win the game. The sails are flapping in the wind. Listen up, chat. I got a crazy idea. 20 minutes later, the enemy warships are breathing down their necks. The whole crew is speedrunning their tasks. Go, 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 hustle. Everyone grabs the wooden crates and yeets them into the sea, dumping all the luggage. On the other side, a dude steps out from the enemy lines. He's got a sinister face and eyes cold as ice. A bright red magic circle pops up, transmitting a voice. Bach, cut it out. Drake's voice drops deep, warning him. We won. You guys are done. Prepare for the ban hammer. Whatever you try now is useless. Hearing Drake's trash talk, Bulk smiles, but inside he's totally freaking out. The floating crates confuse Drake. What's the meta here, reducing weight? Or is this some 200 IQ trap to kill my officers? Bach claps back at him. Drake, you're the one invading OUR server, and you got the nerve to treat us like we're some illegal fishing bots. Seeing the commander get worked up, G-Rider whispers in his ear, boss, we aren't using the audio amp magic. Drake can't hear a word you're saying." Bach turns beet red. Bruh, seriously. He immediately casts the amplifier spell, dying of embarrassment but repeating his roast. "You are the one invading our waters. How dare you treat us like illegal bots?" Drake says nothing, but his glare gets even colder. He points a finger. "You're not even worth the mana to reply to." The two ships are face to face. Drake keeps warning him. "From this moment, if you reply or I even hear you pop a potion, I will crush that toy boat." Bulk freezes. The guy is terrifying. "I order you to head to the Serpent Sea. Now." Bach is muted. Can't do anything. He stays silent, not knowing what to say, mumbling in Paul fear. One sentence from him, and it's good game. He imagines Drake using his fire ult. He just has to say fire, and even from 2 miles away, our ship gets deleted. Suddenly, a sound echoes, calling Bach. "Commander!" It turns out Scott is the one using the amplifier spell. He looks panicked, totally showing how bad the situation is. Bach is stressing he didn't want the squad to get involved. "Dang it, fam. If you guys can't make it in time, just dip." Drake interrupts with another warning. "Stop trying to clutch. Bach, this is a warning. Stop it." Wide shot of the ocean, Bok's warship is boxed in by Drake's fleet, while in the distance, his backup is trying to rush in for the save. Drake's voice makes Scott hesitate. "Come any closer and we wipe the Swordfish Guild." Scott doesn't care about the meta, he's only worried about his commander's safety. "Yo, radio every single gunner in the fleet. Tell him if the enemy even looks at our boss wrong, light him up." Scott was talking a big game, but low-key, he was shaking in his boots about the drama unfolding. The whole Pupil Navy was ready to risk it all right there. Their ship started creeping forward at, 1 knot, super slow-mo so the bad guys wouldn't peep their sneak attack. Hogu Drake's gaze was getting sharp as a knife. "Yo, Buck, we just want your life. We'll bounce once we got you. You don't want your besties drowning out here, do you? Hop off the boat and head to the Serpent Sea." Hearing that, Buck waved his hand like, "I wish I could, bro, but my squad isn't vibing with that plan." Silver grabbed the binocs to scout the enemy position while Buck ran interference. "The second you scratch my ship's paint job, you already know it's game over for you. Did you spot him yet?" Silver's reply was a total bummer. "Nope. Drake is ghosting us hard right now. No sign of him." Buck was grinding his teeth, absolutely salty. That little brat acts like a top dog but hides behind his minions. His crew was scrambling like headless chickens trying to find Drake's location. "We can't find him. Tell everyone to keep searching," Buck yelled. "We can't let him dip." He started calculating the distance in his head. "Quit stalling. I'm giving you 30 seconds to get lost." Buck completely lost his chill and turned to his crew, shouting out the inevitable orders. "Stop looking for the cape." He probably swapped his fit to blend in. Then he lowered his voice while Long Tran and Gap whispered nervously to Silver. Drake might not know the deets, but he's sus that we're headhunting admirals. "Looks that way," Silver replied, clutching his chin and grinding his teeth in frustration. "But the range is the real problem. 2 miles between the Marlins and the Serpent Sea. That's an insane snipe on a target we can't even see." He clenched his fist, smiling with a weird mix of confidence and doubt. "I know our backup is the GOAT, but can he pull this off?" Suddenly, Drake cut into his monologue again. "We ain't got time for this. I said 30 seconds. Buck, I see you twitching." The boat kept cruising forward, unbothered, like it owned the place. 30 seconds for you guys to run? Is that a joke?" "Oh, is that what you meant? Bet. I promise I won't attack for 30 seconds. Drake was getting heated at Buck's trolling. "Quit yapping. You got 20 seconds left." Buck flashed a confident, savage grin. "And what if I say nah?" The Sea Serpent Fleet's emblem popped up on the sails. "You just knew a massive brawl was about to go down. Then let me show you why they call me the Second Storm." The weather pulled a total 180. The clear blue sky turned dark gray instantly. Scary hours. A massive wave of power covered the whole zone. The Marlin crew realized things were getting super dicey and scrambled to get ready. "Get the shields up. As soon as possible. It's starting. Shields won't work against an instant skill like this." Thunder crashed in the black sky right above their ship, ready to eat them alive. One hit, and that boat is sinking to the bottom. No cap. Buck's face went totally dark. He couldn't believe his eyes. Drake was still giving him a countdown. 7 seconds left. Buck gritted his teeth, absolutely hating this. "You promise not to hurt my crew if I hop on your ship." The sea was raging and lightning was popping off everywhere. Drake stuck to his word. "Duh. You guys are such total noobs. But I gotta admit, your numbers are crazier than I thought." Buck smirked, his hesitation fading away. "They know they'd get wrecked if they fought me." Outside, the second Pupil fleet led by Scott was begging him, No, don't go over there, Commander." Scott couldn't hold it back anymore. Tears were streaming while he clenched his fists in rage. "Drake, His face was twisted, and his eyes were popping out with veins showing. If anything happens to our boss, the Pupil Navy is going to hunt you down, even if it starts a huge war. Buck and Silver both looked at him with cringe and disgust. Did I tell you why I didn't want to promote him to Admiral? Looks like I made the right call. The decision was final. The Marlin crew dropped a dinghy. Buck climbed down the ladder and hopped in. All right, I'm dipping. I'll do this my way. Drake, swear on the ocean you'll keep your word. Scott was still whining like a literal toddler because he didn't get his way, watching Buck slowly row over. Drake kept his promise. I swear on Mother Ocean, the Craven squad will bounce without a fight once we get Buck. A hooded figure was rowing Buck over. They looked super sus, like they were plotting something. The tiny boat drifted closer. On the main ship, Drake's crew updated him. Yo, just like they said, they're approaching with just one rower carrying Buck. Drake crossed his arms, getting all serious. He might be the ops, but he's a top-tier Marine. Show some respect and be polite. A sailor nodded. Bet, I got you, boss. Suddenly, boom. A gun was pressed right against Drake's back. He jumped, and the whole crew was too shook to react. A dude in a red cloak stood tall, aiming right at Drake. So, this is where you've been hiding? Everyone instantly recognized him as he raised his hand. It was none other than our legendary sniper, Lee Ha. Main character energy. He gave a cold warning. Twitch a finger, and I pull the trigger. The ocean looked weirdly beautiful in the background while Lee Ha got lost in his thoughts. Based on the tea I heard, Drake would never leak his identity or range in a spot like this. That's why I had to get up close and personal. The ships were getting closer, but there was no way to sneak up from the Marlin. We're on open water with zero cover. Lee Ha's eyes reflected the blue waves. He had to take a massive risk. The sailors were busy yeeting all the cargo overboard. They really had zero chill. First gamble. Hide the fact that I left the Marlin. Throw supplies overboard to lighten the load and make him think we're fleeing. Lee Ha looked determined. He cooked up a brilliant plan. He yeeted himself into the sea, using a cargo crate as a float, timing his jump perfectly when everyone was looking the other way. Lee Ha plotted a sick route, riding the floating junk and letting the current drift him. While the water was blue, the sky above turned pitch black, total horror movie vibes. Second gamble. Even big boxes can't hide me completely. Time to activate the camouflage skill. A system window popped up. Camouflage. Just wait for the prey. They won't even see the hunter coming. It blends you in with the surroundings, color, shape, everything. Naked eyes can't spot it, and detection skills get nerfed. Costs 300 mana, 12-hour cooldown, but lasts forever. Lee Ha hesitated though. If I move more than 1 meter a minute, it shuts off. But if I'm riding something that's moving, does the glitch still work? He didn't care anymore, he just prayed to the RNG gods. Please work. Lee Ha's body turned transparent, melting into the ocean. The skill actually worked. Let's go. Just chilling in the water, watching the boat from a distance and waiting for the perfect moment to drop. Awesome. I move like 3 feet, but my skills aren't nerfed. I can totally use this strat to sneak onto the enemy ship. Boom. Just like that, I made it to the enemy hull and snagged a rope. Lee Ha started climbing that thing super slow and careful. Yo, I gotta be extra cautious grabbing this rope so I don't mess up. My heart was pounding nonstop, moving less than 3 feet a minute. No time to overthink it now. I successfully touched down on the deck, super sneaky-like. Gotta step on this deck without breaking my camo cloak. The second I aimed my piece at Drake's back, my character suddenly popped out of stealth. Drake is right in my face now. My invisibility buff wore off, and now the whole crew has spotted me. Is that the captain of Pupil? What is going on? Drake just smirked, looking full of himself. That's some big brain energy right there. Lee Ha pointed the gun at the sky and popped off a loud shot. Perfect for grabbing aggro. One crewmate covered his ears after hearing the bang but was totally confused why I shot the sky while Drake just stood there with his back turned, cool as ice. The dude wasn't even shaking while his life was on the line. Seriously, he turned around with a glare so sharp it could delete someone. That's where Burke's confidence comes from. If my memory serves me right, that weapon was used by the 3 Musketeers in the last war. I clapped back at his doubt loud and clear. These NPCs have legit memory, for real. So, how about we talk about retreating right now? I was talking trash on the outside, but inside, I was low Genki panicking. If Drake dies, this brutal war on the Craven Sea ends. But will the rest of the Craven Navy actually dip? The flat ocean is now raging with countless warships from both factions charging at each other. If over 700 ships from Craven and Pupil throw down in this zone, Pupil is going to take a massive L. Lee Ha realized the situation was getting sketchy, gripped the gun tighter, and shouted a threat. Pull your ships back immediately. Drake, promise you'll go back to your country, and I'll spare your life. The minions saw their boss in danger and immediately rushed to help. Commander, where are the Musketeer rifles? Load up, Hurry up and load. Drake's face went dark, voice dropping low as he looked at Lee Ha. What do you think you're doing? The heir to the Three Musketeers' musket? I suspect you might shoot me, but you won't survive it either. I smirked, looking totally provocative and punchable. Why do you think I can't shoot? Drake's eyes flickered with a mix of shock and hesitation. Excuse me? Lee Ha didn't let up, using his own logic to clap back. It's just a trade of lives between you and me. From my point of view, I'm just a foreigner here. But if you die, Craven loses its supreme commander and faces total failure. I glared right down the barrel. Do you think the Craven Navy can escape these waters without you? My loud words made the Sea Snake sailors hesitate. And if they fail, the users are going to face instant negative contribution stats. And they'll catch the death penalty too. Think you can handle that? You'll all die in this sea without looting a single thing. The Sea Snake warships are still standing tall on the current. Sure, our forces will take damage, but think about the damage to your navy losing 3 admirals and the supreme commander. Lee Ha kept going with a steady gaze. If we take a hit of 10, you guys are going to take losses of like 150. Nah, 200. He adjusted his stance, aiming steady at Drake. Even right now, our ships are closing in. The range gap between the culverin and cannons is becoming meaningless. Actually, the closer the cannons get, the harder they hit. You know the math, right? Those sharp facts made the whole crew freeze for a beat. Lee Ha seized the opportunity instantly. If you guys don't drop your guns in 3 seconds, Drake's head is gonna fall. I got 3 barrels waiting to do the job. Drake, remember, Burke is still up on this side. We still have our battle commander. If you don't completely wipe us out in this battle, what do you think happens next in the Craven Kingdom? The chaotic scene on the sea flashed in everyone's minds again. Can the Craven Navy handle a messy brawl with our Pupil Navy? Thunder crashed in the sky. Lee Ha stayed chill, gun pointed. I'll say it again. From Pupil's perspective, I'm just an outsider. Drake couldn't reply, just let out a cold snort. Seeing that, I felt a little hype but stayed super alert. Is it working? The threat is actually working. Lee Ha grabbed the perfect timing right then. The users will lose levels again, lose items, and get negative contribution points for failing. Every word made the mob stiffen up. If you don't want to exit Middle-earth with Craven in total collapse, you better shut up and coop with me. Someone is moving up. That's your best option right there. One sailor bugged his eyes out. You scumbag. Even after Lee Ha said all that, those dudes didn't look like they wanted to retreat. What are you guys doing? Don't back up. Grab your weapons now. Drake's face went grim as he lectured. I understand you very well. Foreigner, huh? But you know what? That comment made me jump and raise my guard. He turned back with eyes shining, ready to threaten someone's life, making the air heavy. If you kill me now, you die too. Even with a gun to his head, Drake still had that chill boss energy, the guy who calms the storm. Don't think about surviving in the waters near Craven. His voice was ice-cold death, but Lee Ha stood his ground, gun in hand, ready for whatever. What a bluff. If my death wipes the Craven Kingdom off the map, isn't that an honor? I acted tough on the outside, but my body was starting to sell me out. I've been in this pose for a while, so my hands are starting to shake a bit. I'm confident even if I die. Lee Ha was filled with determination for the mission. I will definitely kill Drake. Seeing that vibe, Drake understood why I was the one sent here. What Burke trusts isn't the weapon the Musketeers used. His tone was full of admiration. It's you. Lower your weapon. Drake looked into the distance, mind made up. He started walking proudly, leaving Lee Ha totally stunned. I quickly locked my aim back on him, warning him, where do you think you're going? Drake didn't answer that, but dropped a bombshell announcement that the entire Craven fleet would retreat from Fibel waters starting now. The shocking news left the Navy soldiers totally confused. Huh, what did Drake just say? Lee Ha was confused too, so he wanted to verify it to be sure. Can I trust those words? He didn't waste time, just gave a short answer like a confirmation. I am Drake. Lee Ha, standing on the enemy side, wasn't going to lower his guard that easy. Yeah, you're Drake and I'm me. You think it's that simple? I don't believe in promises. Drake understood his mindset and called someone to bring his symbol. Helmsman, bring me my cloak. The guy was a bit confused but followed orders. Yes, Commander. Then he broadcasted the order to all Craven fleets. Drake held the cloak, his voice dripping with authority over the Sea Snake fleet. All fleets are forbidden from fighting Fibel from this moment on. He swore on his rep under the flag. I, Howard Drake, swear to the Mother of the Sea that everyone didn't know how to react, just listened. I will not fire on the troops and ships of Fibel until the war between the Fibel Kingdom and Minnie's Kingdom ends. Finally, he made the commitment. I promise not to lead the Craven Navy into Fibel waters again. Lee Ha didn't react yet, just kept watching the situation. This is an oath that even my king cannot reverse. Made by the son of the sea god. To prove this promise, I entrust my cloak to Fibel. Drake suddenly realized he didn't know the intruder's name, so I answered honestly, Musketeer Lai Ha. Hearing that, he walked towards me, step by step. Lai Ha sensed no bad vibes, so he lowered his guard and formally took the cloak. Drake, I will entrust this to Lai Ha. I just rolled with it and accepted the heavy responsibility. Right then, the system pops up with a notification about the perks of being recognized as the Sea God's son. Stats are going up like crazy, as usual. But suddenly, something makes Sao Lai Ha curious. The Sea God. Is that actually a real thing? I mean, I've heard rumors about tons of different gods in the Central Palace. Cutting that thought short, Drake wants a guarantee. He's like, you promise our ships are safe, right? I saw that question coming from a mile away, so I reply instantly, bro. I already hashed this out with Commander Bach. I kept it going and dropped a serious promise. Until every single Craven Navy ship clears out of Fibble waters, we aren't firing a single shot. Knowing his squad is safe makes Drake chill out. Thanks. Boom. Special Operations Mission 1 is complete. Got a nice stack of war contribution points, too. Seeing that notification, Lai Ha finally feels a huge weight off his chest. It's over. Wait, something just caught my eye. What is that? Right in front of Li Ha. There's a notification about a temporary ceasefire agreement. Is this just for me? Nope, totally wrong. This is a server-wide blast sent to every player in Graven, Fibble, and even Minis. And yeah, Chio got it too. That pop-up window has the Minis strategy officer absolutely shook. The battle that raged from sunrise to sunset ends with a truce. Suddenly, someone comes rowing up, screaming their lungs out. Reinforcements. Hearing that voice, Lai Ha knows exactly who it is. Commander Bach throws up a huge thumbs up. Reinforcements? Nah. Michael Ha, you actually did it. You succeeded. The guy is showering me with praise. We want a ceasefire deal. Just like I thought, Drake hears that and gets it immediately. Was this your idea? Lai Ha replies, all humble like, honestly, it was more like RNG than a plan. Hearing that, the commander looks off at the horizon, deep in thought. A game of chance. The ocean ripples under the fiery sunset. You beat me with luck on the open sea. Drake drops his final thought. Looks like the sea god is actually a big fan of yours. That mysterious comment makes Lai Ha want to dig deeper. Seriously, who is this sea god? But before he can ask, Bach's voice booms across the ocean. Drake, you listening? Yo, this is our victory. Turn those ships around right now. The kid next to him is hyping it up. I totally pranked them. Bach keeps praising him. Good job, kid. Drake is feeling pretty salty about all the booing and shooing. If you get it, then disappear. Fast. Drake just promised he wouldn't break the deal, so he has to swallow his pride. All troops, stand down. Michael Ha. After a second, he regains his cool and makes the next move. Drake waves his hand, ordering the retreat. Tell the whole fleet to prep for return. We need to go see the king. The soldiers accept the order. Yes, sir. On the flip side, Lai Ha gently lands on Bach's tiny boat. Seeing everything is wrapped up, he tells Commander Bach, let's head back. The guy is confused about the plan. Back where? Bach is so clueless, I have to spell it out. Where else? The Swordfish Guild, and then our coast. Bach looks like he'd rather drown in a party. I'm a man of the sea. We need to marinate in booze for at least 24 hours. I smoothly remind him to lock in. Bro, you know we don't have time for that. At the same time, I check the system and see something insane. Looking at the notification board makes Lai Ha tense up instantly. What the heck? What is happening? What is this? News says Sam unlocked teleportation abilities, but I didn't know anything about it. When did that get activated? Thinking it through, Lai Ha realizes the situation over there is critical. My gut feeling was right on the money. Over on Sam's side, the Golden Dragon has arrived and is causing total chaos. Sam activated this. Realizing things are bad, Sam immediately shouts orders. Dang it, everyone use chain teleport. We are regrouping with Supreme Gregory. Faivu doesn't hesitate for a second, ripping the teleport scroll in his hand. Return to base, go. Golden Dragon protecting Supreme Gregory, move. Sam's face goes dark as he whispers. She actually stayed at Granville in this situation. Meanwhile, Brian is flying toward them at terrifying speed. Seeing that scene, Emily goes pale, like she can't believe her eyes. Just then, soldiers from the Star Force teleport right into the empty lot behind Emily's team. Sam doesn't waste a single second, instantly leading the troops to charge forward. Star Force soldiers stand guard at the front to protect Supreme Gregory. The soldiers follow orders instantly. One guy slams his shield into the ground, solid as a rock. The Star people see that and don't hesitate to copy him. He yells with a super serious face, defensive seal, then everyone drops into a defensive stance around Granville. One soldier is low-key nervous but tries to sound tough. Don't be scared, guys. I'm sure you've raided a dragon dungeon once or twice, right? But the guy next to him replies with a shaky voice. Yeah, but the dragons we beat in those raids were just adults. Bro, look at the size of those wings. That is Brian. That is an ancient-grade golden dragon. Suddenly, from atop the dragon, Alexander, decked out in knight gear, drops a serious warning. Guardians of Justice, Sheriff. In the name of Brian and myself, Alexander, I command you. Leave the land of minis immediately. Witnessing this, Granville frowns hard. Suddenly, an angry voice blasts out of his communication device. Alexander, get back here right now. Why did you go there first? Chio is screaming like she wants to drag him back through the phone. I'm warning you, return immediately. Your job is to wipe out the Fable front completely. She grinds her teeth, anxiety spiking over this sudden plot twist. If he kills the Supreme Commander, the war ends right now. That is totally different from her plan. I scripted this war from start to finish. Everything has to go exactly according to my plan. But Alexander just shuts down Chio's demand. Shut up, and don't ever speak to me and Brian with that tone again. She has to back down for now, but her words are still a threat. Fine, but I hope you didn't forget the deal. You have a mission you have to obey. Alexander goes silent after hearing that. Down on the ground, Granville holds his head high, looking up at the man and dragon floating in the sky. After a long silence, he finally speaks. What are you trying to say? Are you suggesting our side surrenders? Alexander replies slowly and calmly, in no rush at all. Yes, exactly. Now is not the time for humans to be fighting each other. Granville questions him immediately. Then who is my side supposed to fight? Wasn't it you guys who staged the assassination of our kingdom's king? He denies it instantly, his eyes flashing cold. The king of Fibble has nothing to do with me. He frowns, his face showing Paul disgust, and neither does Minnie's. Alexander doesn't answer straight away. Instead, he spits out some arrogant words. I have the ability to kill you right here, right now. Granville isn't scared. He actually challenges him. So why don't you do it? Aren't you a Minnie's guy? But suddenly, Alexander starts preaching some philosophy. Before I am a man of Minnie's, I am a human. And as someone who carries the title of Executor of Justice, my power is for the benefit of humanity. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts in. Sounds like you're supporting the idea of all humans on this continent uniting and working together. Sam stares straight at the guy up high and questions him. Justice above national issues? A human transcending nations? Maybe you're talking about the unification of humanity, Alexander. Alexander keeps his cool, speaking slowly. You made a soul contract with Lair, didn't you? Did that dragon tell you that? Sam narrows his eyes, his tone getting razor sharp. What you're saying is way more interesting than anything inside that dragon's skull, so keep going. What are you trying to say? He looks a bit awkward and just refuses. I can't say any more. Granville can't take it anymore and goes off. And you think we're just going to retreat here? Do you really think you can make an entire army fall back just with a few words? I heard the golden dragon is the wisest of all dragon species. Does your dragon have any thoughts? Hearing those words, Brian falls into deep thought. Gregory wasn't having it and immediately tried to talk some sense into him. Yo, real talk, if you don't take me out right now, this beef is never going to end. Alexander, listen to me. We aren't going anywhere. Alexander didn't even flinch at the threat. He just shrugged it off, totally chill, just as I thought. Negotiations are officially dead, but hey, I can end this war without wiping your whole squad, you know. Gregory saw him turning to leave and frowned, getting super salty. Don't sleep on Pubal, the dragon rider. Get back here. Inside, he was already calculating the new odds. The enemy was heading back to base. Gregory thought, I have zero clue what his game plan is, but we need to stick together right now. That's our only shot. Asterisk. Maybe he's trying to avoid friendly fire. I gotta let the team know. Asterisk. He figured with his buddy's skills, they could find a counter for Alexander. But then, Alexander dropped a total bomb on everyone. Don't underestimate me. I'm the Supreme Commander of Pubal. I'm the Guardian of Justice, and I'll sacrifice whatever it takes to get the job done. No cap. Sam's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Alexander steered his massive dragon toward the Starlight troops and announced, loud and clear, it's justice time, baby. Immediately, Vipers opened its maw and spat out a gigantic fireball. The soldiers on the ground were terrified. He's attacking. Pop your defensive skills. Now. Right on cue, massive roots shot up from the ground, weaving together into a giant tree shield. It looked like the perfect defense. Sam didn't want to waste a single second. Teleport. That shield isn't going to hold. Get out of there. Fast. But before they could even move, Sam watched in horror. It was already game over. Vipers unleashed absolute destruction. A literal sea of fire swallowed everything. The ground melted under the power. When the smoke cleared, nobody survived that. Total wipeout. Ewan knew he was losing the clout war against Gregory. so he switched up the strategy. He swapped the left and right wings of the Mini's defense, pulling them back to set a trap. Ewan's master plan: surround Pubal's army, completely trapping them from the inside out. Minis had way fewer troops, and their flanks were struggling, but Pubal's soldiers weren't just going to stand there and watch. So, Ewan had backup ready to drop the second he gave the signal. We're talking 200,000 defenders spread out across Minis. 100,000 of them were set to flank Pubal from both sides while the main force pushed up. Ewan and Shio's plan was looking solid. Vipers got the signal and blasted another wave of heat so intense it lit up the entire zone. Back at camp, Ewan was watching the stream on his crystal ball when someone asked, "So, boss, how's that hammer power holding up?" He thought for a second before dropping a comparison. "It's like a nightmare from 20 years ago. Scary, strong." He looked at his assistant. "We're lucky the power is on our side, honestly." Chio radioed the backline. "Don't rush it." She decoded the secret order fast. "You mean push them toward Amview?" "Bet. I'll get the fog and the troops ready." Ewan gritted his teeth. "What can we even do with Hammer raging like that? Let them advance for another 2 hours. Then tell them Hammer is done and bouncing." For Gregory, this wasn't just a brawl. It was 5D chess between two top-tier commanders. "You planned this whole thing, didn't you? You sly fox." The dragon fire finally faded, leaving crispy bodies everywhere. Sam saw the devastation and got mad. He turned to his teammate. "Hey, can you snipe that dragon with a magic seal or what?" Ben shook his head, totally helpless. "No can do, bro. Too high. My magic level isn't nearly high enough to seal a dragon's mana." Sam wanted to pull his hair out. Dang it. "So what do we do? Our army is getting deleted out there." Everyone was losing hope seeing that insane firepower. Strategy and tactics meant nothing against a nuke like that. Sam looked at the shocked soldiers behind him and yelled, "You guys just gonna stand there and watch, or what?" "Interesting," Josh said. "I wonder what the absentees would say if they saw this mess," he shouted, hinting at a certain game changer. "Yo, where's the sharpshooter?" Sam turned around, sounding sure of himself. "He'll be here soon." Sam was startled. "Wait, is he coming with Dabbak?" "How do you know that?" The guy pulled his hat down low and gave a vague answer. "We've got a connection. He'll show up once he knows the situation." Just when everyone was about to rage quit, Cedric slammed his spear into the ground. "Hey, don't look like losers. Show them we can actually do this. Guild Fios, assemble. Mount up." Josh jumped in, hyping everyone up. The energy started to shift. Even facing an ancient dragon and the #1 player, we're still Pubal's elite. If we don't fight the legends now, when will we ever get the chance? Morale bar refilling. Everyone was fired up. "Yeah, we got the buffs. We got Sam. We got this. Battle stations." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the noise. "Ha, finally a shot at Alexander." Sam spun around, eyes wide. The crowd started chanting the new guy's name like he was a superhero coming to save the day. "JW is here. We actually have a chance. We're saved." But plot twist, nobody knew JW wasn't here to help. He was here for straight-up revenge. Asterisk, those lizards almost ended me last time I tried to debuff them. I'm not letting that slide. Asterisk, JW overheard the chat and asked Sam immediately. "So, hack guy. When is Liha showing up?" Sam didn't answer right away. "Do you know him?" "Just a little. I got a debt to settle with him." Sam suddenly felt a panic attack coming on. Asterisk, you know JW? Is this a thanks for helping debt or a "I'm gonna kill you" debt? Asterisk. Sam's brain went into overdrive, imagining a crazy plot twist. Asterisk, does he want to end him? Asterisk, JW really wanted to see Liha and kept pressing. Is he coming or not? Sam played it safe. Maybe. He'll probably land near me. Jeju figured it out instantly. Ah, using a teleport chain. Clever. JW looked around coolly. He's probably scanning the map right now. Sam tried to interrupt, but JW cut him off. I know. After the long interrogation, JW was satisfied. Cool, no more questions. Gregory started handing out assignments. All right, you attack. I'll pull back the rest of the squad. A random player raised a hand. JW, can we actually stop Alexander with just these numbers? JW gave a guarantee solid as a rock. If we can't stop him with this many people, then NLE is a trash game. Don't you think? Vipers hovered above, charging up another fire breath. But the players weren't waiting to die. Cedric jumped up, shield glowing, and launched a dragon blast right back at Vipers. Hold it right there, Alexander. But the boss wasn't quitting that easy. He deflected the attack. Through the slit in his helmet, Alexander's eyes were Paul Murder. Sid isn't some level 1 noob. He's spamming attacks non-stop. But Alexander, he's winding up his weapon for a massive counterattack, ready to send our boy straight to the respawn screen. Plot twist. A barrage of bullets comes flying from below, hitting Brian right in the mouth. Alexander looks down like, yo, who brings a shotgun to a fantasy battle? So annoying. But you think a few bullets are gonna stop this raid, boss? Nah. Brian goes full dragon mode and unleashes a massive fire breath, roasting the soldiers below before they can even react. Alexander is chilling up there like a king, watching the chaos. Suddenly, a silhouette pops out of the smoke. Brian spots it instantly, eyes wide open. Something major is about to go down. John sees the dragon's face and hits him with that main character smirk. Took you long enough, you dumb lizard. He charges up his energy, announcing, today, you're getting turned into confetti. A purple aura explodes from June's hand. He's glowing like he just leveled up. I said, you're toast. He activates his ultimate skill, Soul Connection. Boom! A blue beam slams into the ground, shaking the entire map. Jun yells, come on out. The beast made to slay dragons. Dust flies everywhere from the explosion, and there he is, the ultimate summon, Harry. He lets out a roar that basically says, I'm the alpha here. This synergy is absolutely broken. Jun laughs, knowing he's about to catch a dub. I've been waiting for this. You're gonna regret leaving me alive, bro. Key is totally speechless seeing this monster. June points at the sky and yells, Harry, get him. The beast jumps so hard the ground practically cracks open. Harry launches straight at Brian and chomp. He locks his jaws right onto the dragon. You know that hurt. Those fangs are draining Brian's health bar real quick. Alexander starts panicking, looking at his pet like, yo, Brian, you good? But the dragon just screams in agony. Brian yells, Mana Seal. It's a mana fusion. We should have fragged that magic swordsman earlier. Alexander is shook. Wait, fusion? Does that mean our magic is disabled? That breaks the meta. Alexander realizes he needs to bail. Fast. But Harry is clinging to that dragon like a bad breakup. He is not letting go. Jun sees the opening and pops his flight skill. Gotcha. He zooms in like a missile, blade ready to slice and dice. This is the end game. Alexander tries to dodge, but it's looking grim. Jun swings his blade with a savage grin, screaming, you are mine. But right before the kill, stop. A blue system window pops up for both of them. Are you kidding me? Jun is absolutely triggered. Why now? What is this garbage cutting off the fight? The blast knocks them apart. Alexander sees the exit and yells, retreat. He's fuming that his master plan just got wrecked. Jun screams, don't run, you cowards. Scared much? But the system is official. Temporary ceasefire agreement between Granville and Pupil established for 30 days. All the soldiers get the notification and start freaking out. A truce. For real? Is this a glitch? War is over. For 30 days. Key checks the logs, feeling sus. If Granville retreats, are we just stranded here? This doesn't feel right. How did they even pull this off? Huayon laughs nervously. These guys always keep us guessing with these high-level strats. The chat is blowing up about the truce. Commanders on both sides are yelling, pack it up, boys. Base camp, now. We're reorganizing. Soldiers wave a Key. Captain. Orders are in. We gotta bounce to the main camp. Key is standing there, lagging, like, okay, sure, let's go. Then he checks the details on the blue screen. The rep is, Lee Ha. Key is stunned. Wait, wasn't that dude guarding the border like 20 days away? Did he speedrun the side quests? Did he solo 4 admirals in one day? Meanwhile, Jun is back at camp, staring at the wall, totally shell-shocked. Back at Granville HQ, it's panic mode. Status report. How many units do we have left? The vibe is super intense, folks. The commander looks at Key. Spec Ops, explain this mess. Key is sweating bullets. Honestly, my brain is fried. I have zero clue what just happened. The commander looks around. Wait, where's the Spec Ops captain? Suddenly, flashbang. A blue light erupts in the middle of the tent. Key draws his weapon. Magic in the base? Who's attacking? Huayon and Key get ready to throw hands to protect the commander. Danger, protect the boss. Out of the light steps a dude blowing smoke off a gun barrel. Oh my god, it's Lee Ha. What a flex. First thing he says, yo, where's Alexander at? Key facepalms. He ran away. Genius. You said you'd be here instantly. You are lagging hard. Lee Ha tries to play it cool. Hey, I fast-traveled as quick as I could from the border. But why are you guys just standing around? So Alexander dipped? What's the squad status? Everyone just stares at him like, is this guy for real? Then they mob him. Lee Ha. Huayem gives him a huge hug. He's like, whoa, chill. The whole squad hypes him up. Bro, you really are the main character, showing up at the last second. A truce with Granville? How'd you clutch that? Lee Ha is drowning in the mosh pit. Guys, stop. Social distancing. I can't breathe. One at a time. While the party starts, June is sitting in the corner, looking depressed AF. Talk about a mood killer. The commander stops the celebration. Focus up. Meanwhile, at the enemy base, Erwin is absolutely raging at Chio. You said this was in the bag. What happened? Chio is shaking. I swear, it was Drake. He made a move. Erwin screams, deployed. He checks the replay and sees Drake chilling with Lee Ha on the crystal ball. Now he's really salty. Drake signed a truce. You told me their navy was trashed here. Explain this right now. Chio bows down, trembling. My bad, sir. Erwin looks like he wants to delete Lee Ha from the server permanently. Lee Ha. I knew he was trouble. That Musk family has been a thorn in my side since the Great War 20 years ago. Suddenly, Alexander laughs and takes off his helmet. Doesn't matter. His eyes go dark mode. Who cares? Truce or no truce, I'm finishing this game myself. Chio freaks out. But sir, your dragon is nerfed. You can't just solo them like this. Yo, she couldn't even finish her sentence before Alex put a blade in her face. Dude's eyes were ice cold, staring Chio down like, say one more word, and it's curtains for you, girl. She just froze, let out a little gasp like, huh. Even though she was low-key terrified, Chio still tried to act tough, snapping back. Put that away. How come the pupil guys get a pass, but I'm on the chopping block? You don't care about minis catching the W, do you? What's your actual endgame here? Hearing that, Chio finally shut her trap and started using her brain to think. This guy is trying to build a dream team, not just grab random scrubs. Why wouldn't cut through the tension with a savage roast? If you're such a boss, how come Granville still has his head attached? Oof, shots fired. Alexander didn't have a comeback for that one. He finally lowered his sword after hearing Edwin out, but you could tell he was salty as he started yelling. Dang it, Hammer showed up but dipped on the fight. Yeah, that's an issue. Then they checked on the squad. Chio bowed and was like, they set up camp behind Pubal about 5 hours ago. After thinking it over, Ewan cooked up a new play for the next battle. All right, since Granville backed off and our troops are stuck, let's just herd them over to that spot. He looked Alexander dead in the eye and laid down the law. Yo, Alex, if you want this war over, you gotta play nice. There are dudes out there who can actually check that golden dragon of yours. Alex realized he was out of options, so he caved. Fine, I'm in. Ewan let out a huge sigh of relief. Cool, Chio, what's the move? She didn't hesitate. I'm on it, prepping now. He glared at her, making sure she got the message. We literally cannot take an L this time. She tried her best to hype Ewan up. Yeah, don't stress about that sniper. He's ghost. But on the low, in the shadows, Chio looked super nervous. Meanwhile, back at the Pubal base, Lee Ha and Granville were plotting their comeback. Lee Ha dropped his prediction. So, Bradley definitely took his squad toward the M plains by now. Granville heard that and was like, facts. Solid defense and smart moves, exactly what I expect from a spec ops captain. Lee Ha didn't want the credit though, so he cut him off quick. Nah, Box would have done that without me saying a word. You really trust the guy, huh? After a pause, Granville got serious. All right, at sunrise, we pull the boys back a bit. Lee Ha nodded in agreement. Yeah, the enemy is probably trying to sandwich us with troops from Patrick and the Match Plains. But the script flipped. We're gonna bait them into the middle and let Box crush him from both sides. Granville grinned, loving the plan. Good job, kid. Go get some sleep. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, someone hollered his name. Yo, Michael Lee Ha. John and Kay popped out of nowhere, immediately trying to recruit him. Crazy that you're the face of the ceasefire, bro. If you aren't in a guild, you gotta join Jay. What are you talking about? John, Michael Lee Ha is already Spec Ops fam. Bro, how did you even pull off that truce? While everyone was chilling outside, a creepy dude with long hair showed up, bringing major bad vibes. The guy walked up, sounding like he wanted to murder someone. Michael Lee Ha. J-Dub got right in his face, super salty. How are you gonna fix this? Lee Ha backed up, clueless. Huh? Excuse me? Seeing Lee Ha's confused face just made J-Dub madder. How are you gonna take responsibility? We lost Alexander because of you right when we had him in the bag. Lee Ha stuttered. Wait, my fault? The dude started raging, pulling his hair out because he couldn't handle the truth. We used the strat you suggested. Man, I almost had him. That was a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Seeing his homie acting possessed, Lee Ha didn't argue, just thought. Pretty sure Chuck Keith explained this already. The Pubal elite squad had Alexander on the ropes. His dragon got locked down by a giant frog summoned by Lee Jun, forcing Alex to play defense. Remembering it was painful, the ceasefire notification popped up, and Alexander took the chance to dip. That giant frog was definitely J-Dub's partner. If that thing can grapple a golden dragon, it's a total beast. No wonder he's ticked off. The cooldown for Soul Link is 24 hours. Lee-Ha calmed down and asked, "How long do we have to wait?" J-Dub, still salty about fumbling the bag, screamed, "I just used it. 21 hours left. That's a long wait." Lee-Ha probed, "Does Alexander know about the cooldown?" J-Dub grumbled, "That cocky jerk probably doesn't, but his lizard definitely told him what's up." Either way, it looks like a bluff to them. But no matter how much Lee-Ha tried to spin it, J-Dub still looked ready to throw hands. "For real, I want to rip him apart right now. But he's the one who set up the truce. Dude has secrets and clout, so keeping him alive might actually be a buff for us." J-Dub looked like he was going to eat Lee-Ha for lunch, so Lee-Ha tried to bail. "Oh yeah," Sam said he had tea to spill about Alexander. Before he could finish, a familiar voice cut in. Slow footsteps approached. Sam looked up with serious eyes and dropped a bomb. Even though he had the power to wipe us all, he didn't do it. Lee-Ha was skeptical. Why would Alexander do that? Sam broke it down. He said our strength is actually good for humanity. He was hinting that we all need to squad up like a human alliance. Hearing that, Lee-Ha was shook. A human alliance? Out of nowhere? Kit was just as confused. "I don't get it either, but his partner is tied deep into the world's lore, so he probably knows something we don't." Lee-Ha realized who he meant. The Golden Dragon. That thing is on a whole different level compared to mid or Logan tier dragons. The wisest dragon, the big boss, the enforcer of justice, Golden Dragon Brandon. Lee-Ha rubbed his chin, thinking hard. If the Golden Dragon really wanted to let us slide, even if we don't know why, it's a W. It's like getting an extra life in this war. So why do I have this bad feeling in my gut? J-Dub interrupted his thoughts. "Alexander can't stall for much longer. Be real, he almost took the L against me, and you signed that truce with Granville. Plus, you joined us and we've been teleporting around. He might not know the details, but he's got to feel threatened." J-Dub made sense. Lee-Ha crossed his arms, deep in thought. True. And don't forget, they have a strategist connected to the whole Middle-earth server. That person will easily predict how the Pupil army moves from the beach. Suddenly, the scary image of Chio popped into Lee-Ha's head. What is that crazy girl going to do? She's going to rush us with Alexander before our backup arrives. It clicked. Lee-Ha's eyes went wide with panic. Tonight, realizing the clock was ticking, Lee-Ha looked at J-Dub and Sam and shouted, "Wake everyone up right now. Just retreating isn't going to cut it. Minis is launching a night raid." As night fell, the moon hid behind the clouds. It was shining in the deep blue sky, but that little bit of light wasn't enough to stop the darkness from swallowing everything. Joran was totally tweaking, turning to ask Mali, "Yo, we're flying blind here. If we can't see squat, how are we supposed to know where to bail?" Molly lagged for a second before replying, "Idke, man. They said push to zone M. Just stick to the script." Joran wasn't having it, though. "This is sus. Who raids at this hour? Whatever, as long as I don't get deleted. I'm farming those contribution points. If it wasn't for the loot, I would have rage quit this server ages ago." While he kept yapping, Elwin's massive army was already locked and loaded, ready to throw hands. Waves of grunts were marching forward, their footsteps stomping so loud it sounded like they were ready to eat the opposition alive. Meanwhile, Michael Ha's squad had their defense line camped out all over the map. Squad 1 was crouching in the tall grass. Jup was peeking from behind a tree to scout the enemy. Michael Ha and Kai were pulling a stealth mode behind a rock. But honestly, this formation was a total hot mess. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. Even with the setup, Key was sweating bullets. "Bro, is he actually going to show up?" Michael Ha hit him with the hard truth. "Bet on it." Word is Minis even tried to spawn Camp Granville. If they're that desperate, they're definitely launching a raid tonight. Hearing that confirmation, Key started glitching out, stuttering like crazy. "Ha, true." Seeing Key look like a ghost, Michael Ha smirked. "You scared, bro?" Ben and Tien, hiding in the grass nearby, definitely caught that vibe check. Scared doesn't even cover it. The worst part is this feeling. It's like a deja vu of terror. Michael Ha raised an eyebrow. "Say what now?" Key was having PTSD flashbacks of Alexander's insane power level. "It's terrifying. He's way above my league. I'm gonna get one-shotted. It feels so natural to just give up. I can't even fight the urge." Hearing Key spill his guts like that, Lee-Ha totally got where he was coming from. "Yo, Key-John, you're used to facing OP bosses, though, right?" Fear aside, having the squad nearby helped Key reboot his confidence. "Yeah, I'm good. I fought him once before. I reckon I can tank like 3 hits of his fire magic." Hearing that naive take, Ben burst out laughing. "Laugh my ass off, bro. His spell casts a 15-hit combo in one turn." That stat check made even Michael Ha a little nervous. Hearing our Spec Ops captain say that, okay, now I'm actually shook. But Key's eyes locked in, full determination mode. "Alright, look, even if I get fragged, I'm protecting you. You're our ace." Tien threw up a thumbs up from the side. They got Alexander, but we got the MVP, Michael Ha. They have no clue Michael Ha is back in the lobby. Ben flashed a reassuring grin to boost morale. Spec Ops mission is simple. Protect Michael Ha. If it gets hairy, I'll carry you out. Like, literally. Like a princess carry? Really? The whole team was clearly stressing over Alexander's DPS. Michael Ha started to say something but lagged for a second. Michael Ha didn't need to check the wiki to know Alexander was a major threat. Just listening to the squad chat was enough. He glanced at his sniper rifle and gave himself a pep talk. If the hype is real, Alexander is a nightmare. In that case, I'm going full aimbot mode. All I care about is landing the headshot. While Michael Ha and the boys waited to counterattack, distant war drums started pounding like a hype track for a deathmatch. The beat dropped harder, mixed with thousands of footsteps shaking the ground. Battle cries echoed out, buffing the army's morale to absolutely destroy the enemy. Yoon pointed at the attackers. If they run, chase them down. No mercy. Watching the aggressive push, Brandon looked confused and hit up Alexander. Humans are interesting creatures. They dive into chases even when they can't see past the fog of war. Alexander stayed silent for a long moment before dropping a cryptic line. They can't see through the night because they aren't trying to pierce it. Brandon looked at him sideways. Bro, what does that even mean? Alexander eyed the army calmly. Humans focus on reading their enemy's mind. That's their meta. Brandon rolled his eyes. The human world is too complicated. I'm over it. I don't care about their nature. I just want to speedrun this war and end it. JW is the only target that matters. But Brandon clapped back, confused. But isn't he the top-ranked player here? We don't need his power for this grind. His eyes went cold. I'm not leaving any threats on the board. We don't need that glitchy power. That mana beast can't be tamed or summoned. How did JW even link up with it? What's the connection? I'm curious, but chasing that mystery is too risky just for the lore. Alexander thought it over and nodded. Bet. I respect your call, Brandon. Alexander gave the green light. Brandon grinned, all arrogant. Good. JW is dead meat. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. He flashed toward the army like a heat-seeking missile. From the air, the army looked like an endless Zerg rush. He looked down at the noob humans and laughed. Pathetic. Look at him run, trying to read minds while I read their doom. Alexander checked his HUD and started pinging the scouts. He radioed Brandon, who was hunting for JW. Can you ping JW's location? Brandon started explaining. Usually, I'd lock on instantly, but he's camping. He feels the pressure, so he's hiding well. Alexander nodded calmly. Plan B it is. Brandon understood the assignment and slowly spread his massive wings. Right, if he wants to play hide and seek. Bypass sucked in a massive breath, creating a vortex that drained the air. Let's flush him out. He unleashed a blinding nuke that lit up the entire server. Soldiers were clutching their ears, totally stunned. Lag. I can't move my character. As Brandon's fire tornado roasted everything in its path, a voice suddenly cut through the chaos. Alexander watched the horror show unfold. Firefly instantly DMs Michael Ha. You, hearing this? A blue notification popped up on screen. Alert, Alexander detected. Michael Ha saw the inferno, eyes wide with worry. Yeah, I see it. Firefly was screaming on the video call, looking panicked. You see it. Where you at? You're not in the blast zone, right? Michael Ha replied instantly. Nah, I'm camping way back. Asterisk, click, asterisk. He shut off the feed. Looking at the scorched earth where the fire passed, Michael Ha was shook. Damn. That looks like the finale at a 4th of July show. He yelled out. Yo, Michael Ha. He turned. What's up, Key? Key was freaking out. What's the play here? Michael Ha stayed chill, like he had the walkthrough memorized. He signaled Ben. First, we need the high ground. Ben, you got the map. He pulled it up. Locked and loaded, Michael Ha pointed out a new sniping spot for the current situation. Somewhere with a clear line of sight. Key radioed Key 8. Copy that. Michael Ha addressed the squad. T in, Spec Ops. Get on the comms. Link up with the rest. We'll ping Firefly once we're set. Michael Ha took point, full of confidence. Operation Dragon Slayer as a go. He rushed the team up the hill. Suddenly, he spotted the target and froze, thinking for a second. The squad caught up, looking down from the ridge, watching the boss battle unfold. Lai Ha peeped Vipers starting drama way down there and knew he had to finesse a plan. 1,800 meters out, no blockers. Just a 100-meter climb, perfect spot to set up shop. It was dark, but bro didn't even need night vision because the target was moving mad crazy. He locked and loaded that heavy iron in a split second. Let's get it. All right. He peered through the scope, but Logan K. He was stressing. Folks think agility is Keith to bagging Alexander. But flight magic? Nah. That's trash compared to a dragon's zoomies. So, the play is to track their movement. Aside from Granville, We need some juicy bait to make him twitch. Sam was bugging out, asking for the receipts. Big bro, you 100 on this. He knew finessing a golden dragon was basically mission impossible, so he tried to talk some sense into him. Laiha didn't flinch, just doubled down. Sam, give me the numbers. What's the distance to Alexander? Sam hesitated, doing the mental math. Like 2,000 meters? Close enough, so Laiha hit him with a roast. Whoa, look at you, Mr. Sniper Elite. Sam got cocky immediately. Guns are my thing, fam. Laiha stayed scoped in and dropped some knowledge. Actually, night vision plays tricks on you. It's exactly 1,800 meters. Sam realized he got played and threw a fit. Bruh, if you knew the answer, why are you testing me? Laiha smirked. Man, trolling you is just a vibe. Then he turned back to the squad with a big grin on his face. Chill out. Even if we get wiped, the war goes on. But don't actually die. Okay, weird flex, but it hyped everyone up, and the chat was spamming determination. P was watching like a proud fanboy. Laiha, that's his superpower. Solo sniper, but always looking out for the homies. The guy's a legend. Laiha went silent mode, locked in. While tweaking the scope, he started flashing back to the last few skirmishes, feeling the pressure. The king crab snipe was 1,500 meters. This is deeper. And yo, this is an ancient golden dragon, not some seafood dinner. Levels to this game. This ain't a naval battle. The target's way out there and moving totally random. Way harder to track than last time. But the mission ain't to clap Alexander, it's to draw aggro and lure that beast here. The pressure was mounting, so Laiha took a deep breath to reset his mental. Chill. Enter the zone. The world faded into that quiet sniper space. The countdown initiated. 3. Crosshairs locked, waiting on the tick. 2. Laiha told his brain, don't flinch, don't rush, just vibe and wait for it. 1. Boom. He squeezed the trigger. Viper's was caught lacking, and the bullet crossed the map instantly. Straight through Viper's chest. Critical hit. Dude screamed so loud, the server heard it. Alexander panicked. Yo, what's good? Viper's realized he got camped. He raged. It's Loser. Loser is here. Alexander. Alexander was shook. Loser? That guy. Why? More importantly, bro pierced the dragon scale shield. Viper's was grinding his teeth. He reopened the wound Harry made. I'm never forgiving these noobs. Sam watched, jaw on the floor. He actually landed that. The golden dragon let out a massive roar. Bro. Laiha kept it icy. Yeah, just wanted a distraction. But looks like I actually did damage. Figured a unit that size could tank it. Sam looked confused. I don't think this is the time to be savage. The situation was getting chaotic, and Laiha was cool on the outside but internally screaming. We won too hard. What now? Suddenly, Viper started rushing them. He's incoming. Pigyu, Liuun, and John are still 3 minutes out. 3 minutes is good game. Laiha barked orders. Scatter. Sam, take the Spec Ops team and dip. Go, go. Sam hesitated. Wait, what about you? Laiha hit him with a confident smirk. I got this. If I split, the dragon follows me. I can clutch this solo. Sam wasn't having it. You gonna hide from a golden dragon? Are you high? That thing will sniff you out in a second. Laiha ignored the logic. Just go. And when the backup arrives, jump him. Hit that subscribe button on the way out. They scrambled. Laiha was left alone with his rifle, heart pounding, trying to outsmart the boss. Vipers could sense him but couldn't pinpoint the location. The enemy raged. Show yourself. No mana signature. Stop camping. Laiha rotated positions instantly, but Vipers was getting warmer. Suddenly, fire breath. Sam screamed, Laiha, as Vipers scorched the entire earth, burning everything in sight. Where is he? Sam watched helplessly from the backline. That's the second blast. Even Laiha can't tank that kind of heat. By Nim checked the HUD. Yo Sam, look. His HP bar hasn't moved. He's still kicking. Sam couldn't believe his ears. For real? Sam was shook. With that dragon going ham, he must be ghosting. Is there a glitch to hide mana from a dragon? Sam shrugged. I dunno, but making miracles happen is kind of his brand, right? Dude always finds an exploit. A few minutes passed. Laiha was prone in the dirt, burning mana to stay invisible, totally regretting his life choices. This is nuts. I should have dipped. I tracked the mana flow. Is that how dragons hunt? Thank God for stealth mode. Just gotta survive 3 more minutes. No, Alexander is tilted. It might be longer. Guys, hurry up. The dragon roared again. Where are you? Laiha checked the minimap to see where the squad was. Wait, hold up. What is Loser doing? Floor 33 of the Abyss? He's been away from keyboard there since the war started. Bro didn't even join the server war. What's he farming out in the neutral zone? Suddenly, Loser's icon blinked and teleported. Ewin Palace, not Pupil. Okay, loser is reckless, but he ain't a noob. With 3 teleports, he could have ganked Alexander, but he didn't. The war mercenary must have a bigger questline active. A chain quest, maybe? Whatever. Eyes on the prize. Emily started casting. Marvel shot a flare into the sky. It's go time. Chat. Yo, the dragon saw right through that fake out. No time to chill, squad. Lock in. Focus fire on the big lizard. Everything you got, let's go. IAL, Cutter, Orabon, Edstone, all attacks are bouncing off. This dude's tanking everything like it's nothing. Brian is straight up laughing at us right now. He's calling us scrubs. Get those losers out of here. Ben tries to clutch up with the shurikens, but nah, that shield is thick. 0 damage, guys. He keeps talking trash, but then boom. A familiar sound cuts through the noise. Is that gunfire? Squad says, hold my drink. Dragon Gold Bullstorm activated. Bullets start spraying everywhere, and finally, we see a crack in that defense. Key sees the opening and rushes in. I got your back. Buffs, incoming strength up, magic amp. It's go time, baby. Tyler launches into the air like a rocket. Magic prepped, fire energy S, dropping the hammer, slamming that sword right on the dome. Alexander's shook. Who is this random? But don't celebrate yet, the counterattack is wicked. Dude can barely hold his ground. Alex tries to double dip, but nope. Surprise attack from the back. Dragon kick to the face. The team is rotating in like pros. Brian grabs Key by the collar, totally raging. You signed his soul pack with Lure. Where is he? Key plays dumb. Oh, you miss your boyfriend or something. Bad move. Brian squeezes him like a stress ball. Key can't move. The dragon glares. I ain't asking twice, punk. Where is Lure? He's crushing the life out of him. Key's gasping for air, thinking, easy win, more like easy chokehold. Stop playing games. Key gasps out. You don't know. Brian freezes like his game just lagged. You played yourself, bro. While he's distracted, Lai Hao lines up the shot from downtown. Brian realizes he messed up big time. What? A beam of light pierces the shield from below. Straight through Brian. He screams like a banshee. Critical hit. Brian is flailing around. Alexander is freaking out. T finally gets dropped to the floor, totally gassed. Boss is weak. Lai Hao calls it, L-Jun, get in here. L-Jun comes sprinting in like a maniac, laughing because he knows it's frag time. It's killing time, lightning strike incoming. Zap. He's backing up the squad, shouting, you're just a lizard. How long you gonna last? Another bullet rips through Brian. He's roaring in pain. It's another player from the loser squad joining the party. Here comes another runner. Feeling left out, he yells, yo, stupid god, look at me. The express train to Net Town is leaving the station. John raises his magic sword for the finisher, but oops, Brian spots him. Liguan, you are dead meat. Blocked. And then why eat? He gets launched into the stratosphere. Alex is stunned. Wait, a dragon is actually taking hits? This is insane. JW gets tossed like a ragdoll thousands of meters away. Dust everywhere. Then, silence. He's barely twitching in the rubble. Fai Vu screams. Liguan, you good bro? Alexander tries a sneak attack. Key sees it. Fai Vu, watch out. He dives in with a protection seal just in time. Bam. Lai Ha screams. Kyle grabs the shotty and blasts the target. Damn it. But the enemy throws up a physical shield instantly. Massive shield pops up. Bullet bounces off. Lai Ha's jaw drops. Wait, did the shield just shatter? It reformed, and it looks tougher now. Brian flexes. You pierced it once, but you can't beat me, scrub. You can't kill me. Your fire is trash. Anxiety levels rising. Chat. Then a voice cuts in. Don't quit, Lai Ha. You got this. It's Helenin coming in clutch with the support magic. 4 seconds is all we need. A massive power surge lights up the dragon's shield. Brian is shook. He's totally frozen. How is a human doing this? He tries to power through, but he's locked down. Take the shot, Lai Ha. He lines up the iron sights. Squeeze the trigger. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes right in his face. It's Lure, and he looks ticked off. Stop. Drop the gun. Why is our boy Lure beefing with us right now? Sam's watching from the back like, what is happening? He tries to ask, but Lure cuts him off, pointing a cobalt blue python right at him. Stay back, Sam. I'm here representing the Pope of Iwin Kingdom. Everyone from Fibel and Minute ceasefire now. Listen up. Anyone who keeps fighting gets banned by the Holy Order. Put him down. Alexander is confused. Everyone's shocked. He really played the ban hammer card. HEG nopes out of there with teleport instantly. Lehigh is standing there like a statue. Then he drops a bomb. I'm an atheist, bro. Lure's eyes almost pop out of his head. The squad gasps. Liha, are you crazy? Lure glares daggers at him. Are you seriously defying the Pope right now? Liha stares right back. Zero chill. I said what I said. That's your Pope, not mine. The stubbornness is real. Did you actually pass the IQ test to get in here? Even Director Brown folded, but this guy, who you calling a dummy? Kong jumps in the chat. Bro, chill. It's not about real-life religion. In Middle-earth, all players are technically church members. If you get excommunicated, Ben jumps in. You become public enemy. Number 1, the whole server will hunt you. Liha screams back. You think I don't know the lore? I don't care. Why are we listening to Lure? That gold dragon isn't a person. So what if I get banned? That thing is a monster. It doesn't follow our laws. You're trying to apply human rules to a freaking gold dragon. Yo, listen up. Even if we all drop our gear right now, that golden dragon isn't gonna feel a thing, okay? If you're serious about squashing this beef and stopping the war, you better show us some real receipts. Lair just froze, staring at that letter like it was a difficult math test. Bip, floating up top, was dying to know. Like, bro, what's the tea? What's inside? Lair hesitated, clearly stressing over how to drop this bombshell. He was like, can't spoil it yet, fam. Once the top bosses see it, everyone will know. Hearing that, Y was totally confused. Does the Pope actually still care about peace for humanity? That's wild. Then Lair frowned, looking super salty, and snapped back. Do you even get how urgent this is when I say Bisan Mo? Brian wasn't having it and got triggered immediately, shouting, do times you times even know what you're saying right now? Lair started shaking a bit, totally rattled, but tried to keep his cool. He replied, you've been through it, so I know you get it. Silence filled the air for a hot minute. Then, switching back to default mode, the dragon announced, fine. As the guardian of order and justice, Bipus is officially calling a timeout on attacking humans, even the haters who hurt me. He looked around deep in thought and said, Grandma, chill out. It's useless. We're here to squad up with humanity's power. Liha stayed quiet, feeling super guilty for judging him wrong earlier. Big oof. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a pink orb was chilling on a table. She was feeling Logan Key anxious, thinking, I asked where he was, so how did he dodge our radar? Is Lair really the church's messenger with the power to ban people? He just popped up out of nowhere and wrecked my whole scheme. At the same time, Wywin was starting to feel the pressure too. What's inside that envelope? If it's from the Pope, it's obvious. But like, why? She smirked and slowly walked out, saying, who knows? The boss will figure it out when it gets here. I'm gonna go touch some grass. Outside, night was falling fast. Chi whistled sharply, and boom, a ninja-looking dude spawned right behind her. You rang, boss. With zero hesitation and a cold stare, Chi ordered, get Peter on the line, as soon as possible. That letter from Lair cannot land here. Scott hesitated, asking, shouldn't we just steal it? She raised a finger, ready to school him. It's too late to stop it reaching Fibble. So, step 1. Intercept and destroy the letter coming our way. Step 2. Delete the messenger in this area, permanently. Both jobs need to get done. You feel me? Hearing this, Scott started panicking internally. A hit order on Lair. Destroying the letter was doable, but that second part? That's sketchy. Chi totally read his mind. What? You think it's impossible? Scott stuttered, trying to wiggle out of it. No, but Lair is chilling right in the middle of Fibble's camp. Please think about that, Okasan. She didn't even blink, just teasing him calmly. So what? You scared of the special unit or something? Even with Peter on our side? I'll tell Alexander to look the other way. Just watch out for L-John. The vibe was getting super intense, and Scott finally cracked. I ain't scared of the special unit, and I ain't scared of Ligon. He finally spilled the real tea on what was bothering him. It's Michael. That guy keeps crashing our party and messing everything up. Chi's eyes went wide, then she just started creeping, smiling. We really should have canceled him from the start. Scott looked down. My bad, Okasan. Chi started cooking up a new plan. It's cool, don't sweat it. This just proves we don't totally own Middle-earth, yet. We need to go viral, expand our reach. Then she got serious. Keep eyes on Michael. Even a letter from the church doesn't go straight to the big boss. The Pope's messenger just sets the stage. A runner with the commander's badge has to pick it up from Lair. In other words, we have time. Meanwhile, Phi Vu was bowing, thanking Key for tanking that hit and saving his life. Phi Vu, or whoever that player is, jumped into the fray. If Lair hadn't shown up, we might have actually taken the dub since he teleported straight out of the danger zone. But Kid was salty about the nicknames. Why does Michael get to be Big Bro while I'm stuck being Uncle? Just then, Brian circled back to the letter drama. What did you see in there? Lair frowned, clearly annoyed. You already know, don't play dumb. What else could it be? Suddenly, a soldier came sprinting in, yelling, retreat. All Fibble forces fall back 2 kilometers right now. The hero dropped the update. Everyone fighting the Golden Dragon, hold your ground. The Supreme Commander is inbound. The sudden order had everyone shook. Like, what is going on? What is even happening? Then he dropped the biggest bomb. The Supreme Commander of Minis is coming too. All Pupil forces, drop your weapons and stand by. The players couldn't believe their ears. Both commanders pulling up? No way. Laiha rubbed his shoulder and exhaled. Finally, I can take a break. Key was still buffering, trying to process all the spam of info. Bro, what happens next? He thought about it for a sec, looking off into the distance like a movie character. Looks like the war is over. The sound of horses galloping over the grass got louder. Soldiers lined up perfectly to welcome the big bosses. The two commanders finally faced off. Wywin started with a playful vibe. Been a hot minute, hasn't it, Granville? If you stayed any longer, I would have been posting selfies with you tied up in our capital. Granville clacked back. Right back at you. I bet I made you stress lose like 10 pounds. Too bad. Ewan actually laughed out loud and kept the trash talk going. If you got surrounded, Pupil would have folded and you would have been caught going out sad. Granville just chuckled, ready for round 2. No shot. If Pupil took your capital, it would have been game over for you instantly. They were laughing, but the tension was electric. Still, the clear blue sky was practically screaming that the war was done. So now, 3 dudes and a dragon are sitting down for a legit business meeting. Ewan looked at Lair like, so, you're really the Pope's messenger boy. Lair stayed serious, tapping his fingers on the table. He opened his hand, and boom, a weird, twisted Keith appeared. Everyone at the table had a total reaction moment, and someone gasped. You, what is that? Laiha covered his mouth, looking like he was going to barf. Is that a monster? It looks cursed. Key explained what it was while telling him to chill and show some respect. It's probably a holy relic from the Vatican. Keep your voice down, bro. Wywin wasn't buying it though. I heard you're a Pupil citizen, so how did you unlock the Pope's messenger achievement? Lur knew Ewan was suspicious from the start. This was just a test. Which country I rep doesn't really matter right now, does it, Ewan? Lair pushed the creepy Keith forward. Just pretend I'm legit for a second. Even with this holy Keith as proof, I know you're still thinking I'm sus. Ewan cleared his throat, trying to backpedal. It's not that I don't trust you. My bad. Seeing he was being real, Lur let it slide. It's all good. Granville, of course, had to throw in a jab to be happy. You're still sneaky, always looking for an exploit. Wyman smiled, but his eyes were deadly serious. Watch your mouth, Granville. We haven't signed the deal yet, remember. After the small talk, Granville got straight to business. How's Pope the Fourth doing? Lur spilled the tea. He's super stressed right now. Then he explained why the big man was panicking. Something major happened, which is why they speed ran me over here. And yeah, I was the first one to spot the glitch. Connecting the dots, Granville looked skeptical. So what is it? The letter just says, pause the war. So we need the full story from you. Ewan suddenly realized something huge. Wait, there's something else? Isn't there? Did the Pope really write that he's going to sign the peace treaty personally? Lair nodded, 100% serious. Yup, that's a fact. Orn arrived just in time to hear peace treaty, and the players nearby caught it too. Wait, does this mean the war is actually over? But one guy was logging key, panicking about their future. Yo, what's going to happen to us now? Laiha was totally shook. He was thinking, is this for real? A peace treaty signed by Ryan? That sounds fake. But hold up, he realized something was definitely glitching in the logic here. Wait, pause. Why did the Mediterranean server pop off and start the war first? Over one little event? I mean, maybe, but starting a whole war over that seems kinda sus, right fam? Suddenly, a shockwave hit him like a system reboot, frying his brain so hard he couldn't think. Meanwhile, at the big table, Granville was still trying to find receipts to back up his theories. The Pope is a massive influencer, no cap, but how is he supposed to fix a beef this bad between two nations when he's not even involved? Lur didn't argue. He just let a ball of light charge up in his hand. The Pope said it himself, and honestly, it might be even crazier than that. Lur flexed, molding the light into the shape of a hat. He knew if the top admins from both countries saw this, they'd have to accept the deal. That's exactly what he said. Granville was Loganki freaking out over the news and the item. Ryan was just as stunned. Brian spilled the tea on what it was that's a noble's hat, guys. Lair wasn't vibing with the dragon's attitude at all. Get it right, you oversized lizard. This is the hat of Joseph, the big boss of the Highborn clan. Hearing that, the dragon hit him with, how'd you snag that, giving him the icy death stare. This dragon has 0 listening skills. I told you, I looted it from the abyss. Brian went silent, throwing major shade. Joseph. Ugh, I'd love to cancel that guy right now. The golden dragon decided it was time to expose the truth. Let me ask one more question, bro. What exactly did you see down in the abyss? Was it really blue beer? Lair went quiet, like he lagged out. Vipers kept staring, waiting for the answer. Ryan totally lost his cool, screaming, "No way, that's impossible. Blue beer got deleted 30 years ago. He's gone." Granville gritted his teeth, nodding along. Facts. Ryan is right. He slammed the table, raging. I led the squad against his army in the final showdown. Who cares if it's Blue Bean or the clan leader? Lee is toast. Lair saw them denying reality and just smirked. You guys are absolute clowns. Ryan was triggered, imagine being the commander and getting called a clown. Excuse me? But Lair ignored the drama and kept going. Listen up, fam. He wanted them to realize the massive skill gap between them. While you guys were wasting energy on nonsense, I grinded all the way to the bottom of the Deadlands. He saw the guy down there in real life, and he was way different than the rumors. I met Lee there. He locked himself away, okay? He didn't die, he was just away from keyboard underground, pretending to be dead to heal up. Suddenly, Granville looked like he unlocked a new brain cell. So Lair dropped the bombshell everyone was thinking. The third great war between humans and demons is about to pop off because a piece of the Demon King, Joseph, just respawned. Lai Ha, who had been lurking in the background, finally spoke up. Wait, is that why this war started? Key looked totally lost. Bro, what are you even saying? Before Key could ask more, Lai Ha decoded the whole conspiracy. Phase 2, the best defense is a killer offense. This PvP war was set up to nerf the players before the real boss fight with the demons starts. Lai Ha's face went pale. He started mumbling, forcing us to burn resources, lose gear, and break items. It's just throwing money down the drain. If we get hit with time penalties and our power levels drop, the demon war starts before we can even heal. Everyone went silent at the logic, but Brian couldn't help being nosy and kept interrogating. Yo, Lair, if you met Blue Beer or Abe's, how are you not dead right now? Lair looked super stressed. Did I stutter? I told you, Blue Beer was sealed away, right? He sealed himself, technically. I spent a whole month in the dungeon of the Deadlands, zero sunlight, looking for what I suspected was a lab. He hesitated, then spilled. Actually, I was searching for a specific spot. Lai Ha instantly realized he meant the Dark Elf caster's laboratory. Lair turned his back to the squad and continued the story. Then I found it. It wasn't a natural cave. It was a maze swallowed by darkness. No light, nothing. I only had one torch. The map was massive with high ceilings. I was low-ganky confused about where I was, but I hoped it was the right spot. Lair broke down every detail for the crew. The subway system was still active, but the mobs, the monster count and power levels were insane, way above my pay grade. Ryan frowned, looking nervous. Giant legalis monsters, Aven-winged oxers. Granville started listing them off like a wiki page. Enchanted cyclops, high elf cavalry. Lair's face went dark. Yup, they were spawning everywhere. Ryan was curious now. Wait, you soloed those mobs? Granville pressed him too. Even a top-tier 4-armed tank needs a full party for that. Lair kept spilling the backstory. At floor 33, I hit a wall of pallid darkness. It looked like the graphics in Middle-earth glitched out. A towering black hole. My torch couldn't even light it up. And there, the image of a glowing red crystal burned into my memory. Inside, I saw Lei. At that exact moment, Lair didn't hesitate. He went full aggro, buffing his cannon for a direct hit. He pulled out his blue python and yelled at the crystal, like a classic main character. The bullet pierced it instantly. Lair started feeling himself, getting arrogant. I thought I cleared the defeat the Demon King fragment quest easy peasy, but the celebration lasted like 1 second before total panic set in. Suddenly, a hat landed on his head. The old guy even laughed creepily. Thanks, kiddo. Little early, but I owe you one. Lair started freaking out and screaming. Bluebeer. The hat just floated away, leaving him confused. Thanks. A spam of messages flooded his vision. Thanks for the wake-up call. I'll let you live this time. The Demon King fragment, Bluebeer, had officially logged back in. Lair was terrified just thinking about it. Did I just wake up the final boss? He was sweating buckets, hyperventilating like crazy. Lair couldn't shake the trauma. I used my ult on him, and all I got was this hat. Vipers was hooked on the drama. So you're saying Lei unsealed himself and just walked out? Lair just shrugged under the pressure. Blue stepped out of the crystal, put a hat on me, and ghosted. That's it, but honestly, that story sounded super sketchy to Vipers. You attacked Lei. He broke out, took 0 damage, gave you a hat, and dipped. Lair didn't blink. Straight facts. Seeing the answer was weak, Brian glared, ready to dig deeper. Why didn't Lei attack you? Lair started shaking, looking everywhere but at Brian, trying to come up with an excuse. I ran straight to Ryan, okay? I don't know. The Pope already verified the hat, so the story began. Hearing this, Laiha felt like something was still super fishy. Lair saw the Demon King fragment in real life. The Pope verified it and stepped in to broker the truce. Ryan suddenly turned to check Granville's vibe. "What's the play, Supreme Commander?" Ryan frowned, looking tired. "We're definitely going to hold you accountable for the King's assassination, but I get that right now isn't the time for petty beef." Ryan laughed, totally mocking him. "Bring it up whenever, bro. Invading for a dumb reason is going to be a massive L in your history books." Granville didn't back down. "History is written by the winners. Don't worry, minis won't write down a thing. From now on, Blue Beer and minis are on a timeout until we sign the treaty. We'll talk borders later. You down, Mason?" That request triggered Ryan so hard he looked like he wanted to eat the guy alive. Bluebeal barely survived thanks to minis. "Yo, don't even try to argue about the border. You guys owe us big time for that illegal invasion." Leha and the squad looked totally clueless during that spicy roast session. Realizing it was a losing game, Granville had to take the L and step back. The beef between the nations gets squashed with a ceasefire treaty, witnesses included. "That good enough for you, Eowyn?" Ewan got his way and immediately flipped the switch to nice guy mode. "Makes sense. I'm down with Patrick's proposal, pledged on national honor and all that jazz." But even after the handshake, the air was still thick with tension. You could practically smell the gunpowder. The ceasefire between the two kingdoms was locked in fast. The server started raining down goodies, making the other players hype up and scream. Finally, it's a wrap. "Yo, my contribution is 283. Awesome. I actually got negative points. Bro, I scored 4,000. The total contribution smashed past 35,000. Looking at his own stats, Michael couldn't hide his shook face. Contribution from the Alexander and Gold Dragon raid. Luring and attacking them was a huge play. Just like Pubal wanted, right? Only Brian was still double-checking the vibes. Is the war actually over? Granville was getting kinda hyped now. "Not entirely, but we won't be pointing swords at each other, Dragon." Hearing that, the dragon went cold for a sec. Brian dropped his straight-up warning to everyone. "Celebrate quietly, humans. I'm gonna tell you why I took you guys out." Those words instantly made everyone nervous. He started flashing back to his own memories. "I joined your pointless war with my partner to hunt down a red dragon that ghosted a while ago. That dude is my arch-nemesis, and I doubt he was just being hunted or had an accident. It's confirmed now that Brubian has awakened. His name is Kukunasi. He's trying to respawn Tiamat, the queen of chromatic dragons who sides with evil. That name sparked some serious curiosity in Leha. Chromatic dragon? What's the dragon lore in Middle-earth? Dragons are OP creatures divided into two main squads, metallic dragons and chromatic dragons. I don't think I need to explain more." Brian looked super stressed, just dropping that name. "The queen of the chromatics vibes with demons. Tiamat absolutely cannot be allowed to wake up. If she wakes up, humanity is basically ash." His voice echoed, terrifying everyone. "You guys need to find Kukunasi to save your own skins and bring that intel to me." Kukunasi is part of the pet fan Red Dragon lineage. He's got a short fuse, but just like me, he's an ancient dragon. Those blue eyes side-eyed the tiny humans as if giving them a final warning. If this leaks, his moves will get even more unpredictable. So keep it strictly top secret. "Ally of Leroy, what's your handle?" Being put on the spot made him so flustered he started mumbling. He tried to calm himself down inside, thinking, maybe I should whisper, but he couldn't hide how timid he was. "Haha, Lie-Ha is Michael." That name made Brian pause for a sec. Michael. Then he turned back to instruct the loser. "I'll remember your name along with Liam. For the continent's sake, keep your power intact. You gotta find Kukunashi and block Tiamat's revival. Pray you never witness the moment those six heads merge, not even in your nightmares." In a blink, the whole zone lit up with a sparkly gold glow. It covered all the players like some kind of guardian armor. A bunch of server perks hit everyone's inbox at once. Gold Dragon Brian cast a spell on you. Effect, continuous blessing. Seeing the light radiating from his body, Lai-Ha couldn't keep his cool. "Is this a buff? Fire resistance plus 15%? This effect is sick. Being wrapped in it felt amazing. Is it perma?" He looked at the dragon with Paul respect. "Thanks, Gold Dragon." While everyone else was vibing, John looked totally shell-shocked. Dragon King Lair kept that serious face. Brian finally turned to Alexander and ordered, "We need to bounce." "Alexander." He hummed in agreement. His massive wings spread out instantly. Before taking off, Brian didn't forget to remind the human, "Don't forget my message." Laiha's eyes were glued to them until they vanished. Over here, Granville and Wywin were staring daggers at each other, while the players were enthusiastically rushing each other. "Let's go loot. Might be some drops left. Anyone down for another lap?" "No thanks, I'm beat." Bill finally relaxed his body after being tense for so long. The war was over, but something felt off. Only Leha was still looking lost. clueless about what chromatic dragons meant. Looking at his goofy friend, he sighed helplessly. Kukunasi is the fiercest red dragon. How could you forget that? He got so embarrassed, he snapped back. I just forgot a little bit, okay? But curiosity took over, and Laiha kept pestering. Do you know how to control those dragons? The other guy slowly jogged his memory. I learned a bit at the night circus. This made Laiha even more hyped. For real? Bill started reminiscing. Yeah, there was a quest to steal a dragon egg, but I turned it down. Crazy or not, I couldn't do that. Liha was listening so hard his eyes popped out. So what's the diff between metallic and chromatic dragons? Ben turned into a walking encyclopedia. It's like the relationship between pupil and minis. They're the same species but split up because of their vibes and alignments. According to the lore, metallic dragons protect and serve justice, classified by metals. The platinum dragon is the supreme leader, a spot only one can hold. Chromatic dragons are greedy, selfish, cruel, sorted by color, and they side with demons. Ben's mouth kept running non-stop. Their supreme leader is Tiamat, a six-headed dragon formed from 6 different chromatic dragons sharing one body. Tiamat sat out the second human-demon war. Thanks to Benjamin and the metallic dragons, they managed to kick out the Demon King's fragments and the chromatic dragons. Or at least, that's what the night circus leader said. Key suddenly got sharp with the deductions. Sounds like the night circus leader was actually involved in the second human-demon war. Suddenly remembering something, he turned curiously to Li Ha. What did that gold dragon do to you? Did he cast a spell? The spotlight made Li Ha flustered. I guess you could call it magic. Just then, a voice cut in from out of nowhere. I'm super curious too. What kind of magic is it? That startled everyone. Who's that? Key's eyes lit up with interest. Are you Michael from Pupil? Seeing the probing look, Lai Ha quickly nodded. Yeah, that's me. The answer satisfied her, and she let out a mysterious laugh. You found your way here. Nice to meet you. I'm Charlotte. As soon as she said that, Key's chill face dropped. Charlotte, are you the ranked player Charlotte? Rank 7, dancer of the Minis Kingdom, Charlotte. She kept it humble. Nah, rank 7 is nothing. I just got lucky. And saying Minis Kingdom sounds way too stiff. The war's over now, anyway. Don't you agree, Hallie? The oppressive aura from her made Li Ha break into a sweat. Yeah. But why are you here? Inside, he was getting super suspicious. Charlotte was the only one in the top 10 who didn't join this war. What was she doing? Charlotte waved her fan, explaining patiently. After signing a truce with Draven's dragon, I came to check out the guy who took down Alexander. She even gave him a cheeky wink. If I had to say, I'm totally a fan of yours. Michael. His response was the most robotic face ever. Thank you. Bill had to judge that attitude. You're really blunt. Lai Ha suddenly got hesitant, maybe even a bit shy. So, can I ask you a few things? She responded with max energy. Sure, you want to be friends? Seeing that, Lai Ha calmed down and asked, Miss Charlotte, what were you doing during the whole war? With your skills, you could have helped the Minis Kingdom a ton. Her attitude flipped completely, her tone getting a bit guarded. That's a bit tricky to answer, huh? But he kept pressing enthusiastically. Yo, why not, right? Bam. She pulls that fan out of nowhere, holding it right against Laiha's neck in a split second. She gives him this cold, calculating look. Like, you ain't just seeing a killer's moves, are you, bro? Key totally freaks out, screaming, bro. But before he can even make a move, Laiha is like, chill. He knows she's not gonna strike. He's cool as a cucumber, realizing it's just a little warning shot not to mess around. She snaps the fan shut and lets out this mysterious, Logan Key laugh. You catch on quick, huh? Just wanted to say hi, gotta bounce. Since the war's donezo, she's all, hit me up later, K. Before dipping, Chi drops this heavy killer vibe as a final warning. Next time, let's grab some tea somewhere fancy with a view. She walks off like a total boss, and even Key is staring, completely mesmerized by her swag. Her walk, savage, totally clashes with her pretty face. Is that her secret sauce or what? Ben, being the only one out of the loop, is dying of curiosity right now. He's like, yo, Laiha. What was she yapping about? Laiha looks a bit bummed and goes, nothing much, just confirmed she's an assassin. But inside, he can't shake that creepy smile of hers. She's sus, but probably not a ghost enemy, or she wouldn't have doxed herself like that. Besides Win, who is running the show for Minis. Ben is stressing so hard he's literally sweating buckets. Spicy drama, folks. An assassin who admits she's an assassin? Wild. Suddenly, this teasing voice cuts in. You sure grin a lot when a hottie shows up. Laiha jumps out of his skin when he sees who it is. It's Emily. She's smiling like an angel, but Laiha senses danger. Why? 'Cause her vibe screams, I'm about to explode. She asks, who's the girl? And Laiha is terrified by her attitude. He's like, what do you mean? Her killer aura is suffocating him. She's talking about the stalker chick, making him super awkward. What are you on about? Rumor has it she's Chi from Minis, okay. Instantly, Emily flips the switch back to normal. Oh, really? Cool then. The mood swing is giving Lai-Ha whiplash. He's shaking, like, you always pop up like a ghost at the worst times. Why am I even explaining myself? While Lai-Ha is zoning out, Emily asks, you heading to Pupil? If you do, swing by Dale Castle. He's shook. Why though? Her face is bright red, and she starts making up excuses about that old injury and settlement money. Lai-Ha, being dense, buys it completely. All right, settlement money? Got it. I'll be there. Awkward silence alert. They stare at each other until Emily gets flustered and wobbles. I'm out, she says. He freezes up, all nervous, and just replies, K. The spectators, Key and Bill, are trying so hard not to bust a gut laughing at this cringe fest. Even Scott looks disappointed. Didn't expect much, but wow, you're hopeless, bro. Lai-Ha's buddy just nods in agreement. He definitely doesn't get it. Lai-Ha is still processing. Like, huh? What? His cluelessness has the whole squad face-palming. Man knows nothing. Scott puts an arm around him, looking hyped. Just wanted to say peace out before I dip. Remember, when I crush Alexander, I'm hitting you up. Lai-Ha's eyes pop out of his head hearing that. We're fighting Alexander? Even after he got buffed by the gold dragon, the guy freezes at Scott's chill attitude. Scott's like, what? You begging me not to or something? It's that crazy dragon's fault. Suddenly, Lur comes charging in from the distance, gun in hand, looking murderous. Freeze, Liam. Scott sees him and screams in Paul terror. That crazy boomer is here. I'm out. Lur slams on the brakes, totally confused. Boomer? Who? Key grabs Lai-Ha and yells, let's go. We gotta bail before he catches us. The trio teleports away instantly. Lai-Ha just goes with the flow. Okay, I'll end it. Lur is left standing there, looking like a confused potato. Left that old dude in the dust. The boys fist bump. Lai-Ha waves goodbye to Key. Catch you later, man. Then he yells for his little bro. Let's roll, Kyle. And the kid follows him. Before leaving, Kyle is hyping everyone up. Spec Ops back to base. Great job, squad. Seeing the crowd go wild gets him pumped. We are definitely throwing a rager next time. Good work, everyone. Meanwhile, Lur finally snaps out of it. He points his gun right at Lai-Ha's group. Hold up. I need to ask you about that weapon of yours. Seeing the gun, Lai-Ha freezes. He nervously stammers. If you just want to talk, why the gun, bro? Right then, Lair looks crushed as he sees the teleporting notification pop up. Back in Astok, Lai-Ha lets out a huge sigh. Phew. The peaceful scenery is such a vibe. Finally, feels like the war is actually over, he thinks. All right, logging off. He excitedly announces it's nap time. In the real world, it's totally dark out. His mom, Linda, barges in, looking annoyed. How long are you going to hibernate? Go eat something. Lai-Ha groans. What time is it? She yells. It's 8 p.m. But he's already half asleep again. I only slept for 12 hours, though. But eventually, he drags himself out to eat. Seeing mom's cooking, he dives in like he hasn't eaten in a week. His phone starts blowing up. It's Kyle. He ignores it for a second, asks his mom, hey, that restaurant you wanted to open. Linda looks at him, totally shocked. What about it? He sits up straight, dead serious. How much cash to get that running? She says. About 50 grand. Then she does a double take. Wait, what? Why are you asking? Lai-Ha scratches his head. I know you won't chill at home, so why not be the boss? You can manage the counter and cook if you get bored. Linda shuts him down immediately. Stop it. Don't waste money. We need to fix your leg first. I'm saving every penny for that. Lai-Ha feels super guilty. Every time they talk money, it goes back to his leg. He just sighs and gives in. Okay, Mom, you win. After dinner, he hides in his room and sees Key is still calling. He picks up and hears Paul panic on the other end. Bro, what did you do? I've been blowing up your phone. Lai-Ha is confused. My ears are ringing. Chill. What's going on? Key is hyperventilating. Get online. Check the community forums right now. Lai-Ha is totally lost. What are you talking about? He logs onto the net and his jaw literally drops to the floor. The forums are on fire. Everyone is talking about Lai-Ha. Thread after thread, it's a total viral storm, and he has no clue how to handle the fame. The search bar is clogged with news about the Pupil Keef players. He clicks the link and boom, there's his name, sitting pretty at the #1 spot. He's staring at the screen like, I knew I did good, but beating Grand View? Then his phone speaker screams at him again. It's trending everywhere. Lai-Ha asks, what's up, Kyle? The kid yells, I made 9th place for national contribution. He's grinning so hard you can hear it. See that? It's all thanks to you, big bro. Our guild is going absolutely nuts. Everyone wants to join. We've got a mountain of applications. T stayed up all night just reading them. While Kyle is yapping, Liha is stunned by his buddy's stats. The guy in 8th place was a brigade leader, and Kyle is 9th? He's not even a commander, but he's ranked that high. That's massive clout. Meanwhile, Kyle is still rambling on the phone, totally hyped. Bro, people got clips of us fighting Alexander. We are all over YouTube, and even international TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Just kidding, but seriously, we're famous. Yo, did you catch that? John, the guild master, was on an American talk show and he literally name-dropped you. Want the link? Liha shut that down instantly. Hard pass, bro. It hit him like a lightning bolt. Key kept yapping in his ear, though. Anyway, hurry up and log in. The reward period wraps up in 4 days, Middle-earth time, so don't sleep on it. They were on the same wavelength, so he nodded. You bet. Liha fired up the capsule and announced, Jack in. The whole world shifted in a heartbeat. Boom. Just like that, he and Key were chilling on a bench in game. Once the lag cleared, Liha jumped straight in. Yo, you got the deets on the 3rd Human-Demon War. Key's answer was a total letdown. Not really. Then he started motor-mouthing about contribution stats, but Liha just tuned in for the highlights. Bottom line, swap contribution points for gear or stats. But for the god-tier loot, the price hikes are insane. Grinding for that is a nightmare. Liha waited for him to breathe before asking, what about hero or legendary tier drops? Key scratched his head, looking clueless. Honestly, no clue. Heard some dude blew 1,000 contribution points just for a rare grade helmet. Thank God we aren't in negative standing. Liha's jaw basically hit the floor. Speaking of which, Key wagged a finger like a disappointed mom. Negative points get you slapped with penalties. They drain your XP and you can only clear it while online. That reminder made him groan that classic gamer groan. Key added, but you can bribe the system with gold to wipe the penalty, so gold prices are skyrocketing. Anyway, what's the play? War's done. Liha had 0 plans. They said the Royal Memorial is in 4 days, right? Key nodded. Yup. They might hook us up with better swag at the palace, so hold on to your points. Suddenly curious, Liha popped open his status window. Let's peep these stats. Seeing the chaotic numbers made him cringe. He hadn't touched his stat points the whole war. Even Key was shook. Bro, you fought like that with base stats. You serious? Liha dumped everything into agility and exhaled. Saved him since the ceasefire with Craven. He stared at him. You are actually insane. Then Liha jumped up. Oh snap, I almost forgot this bad boy. Key looked up, confused. What is it? He squinted at the shapeless blob. Is that a blanket? Liha turned around with maximum swagger. Nope, it's a coat Drake gave me. Key looked like he saw a ghost. Drake, like Craven's Drake, the strongest NPC on the high seas. He held the hero's coat up like he just won the Super Bowl. The one and only. Handed it over during the truce. Key let out a fanboy scream. Liha casually rolled up Drake's armor and stuffed it in his inventory. Key looked ready to beg. Come on, show me the stats. Please, Liha smirked. Oh, you want to see? The tease almost made Key drop to his knees. I mean, if a named NPC hands you gear, it's gotta be at least rare tier, right? With a name like that, it could be hero rank, hook, line, and sinker. Liha grinned like a devil. Tell you what, you want to see it? Help me tank something first. Key's smile died instantly. Tank? Liha kept that creepy grin. You can survive a few hits from a level 190 plus mob, right? A dark aura flared up, making Key back away. Bro, you're evil. You dangle the loot just to use me as a meat shield. But Liha knew he had him. Like you got better plans, kid. Key sighed, defeated. I just have to tank him without attacking, right? Seeing him cave made Liha nod. Bingo. Don't play hero. Just hold aggro while I set up. The thirst for legendary gear erased Key's complaints. Liha aimed his black musket, tracking every pixel. He locked onto the 3-armed ogre while Key rushed in, shield raised high. The ogre smashed down on the little ant buzzing around it. The impact was massive, forcing Key to brace with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, Key screamed into the chat, Bro, hurry up. You ready? Shoot it. I'm dying here. But Liha, ice cold. Kai, you're miles away, but your voice is booming in my head like a drive-in movie speaker. You ever been to one? The casual chat mid-deathmatch made Kai want to cry. Quit playing. I can't hold on. Liha just chuckled. Hang in there. Almost done. Liha finished trolling and locked in. Blackbet's quest. Drop a level 190 mob from 2,000 meters. Single shot. Wind, east. Speed, 4 meters per second. Stability, 100%. Back in the pit, Ki was getting hammered by the ogre. His HP was dropping, stress levels maxing out. Bam! The muzzle flashed. Ki, huddled behind his shield, watched as the ogre's upper body just evaporated into pink mist. The legs stood there for a second, headless and armless, before the whole thing collapsed into data particles right in front of Ki. System alerts blew up. Level up. Target hit at 2,000 meters plus, speed plus 26, 200% musket effect applied. Blackbet's quest, complete. Skill learned, mana bomb. Lee Ha immediately dumped 5 points into agility. Wait, only B rank achievement? Ah, makes sense. Muskets need 100 meters, but for snipers, the bar is 2,000. Sick. Can't wait to see what's next. The reward popped up. Mana recovery band. Effect. Prevents prey from resisting or fleeing. Within a 30-meter radius, all new mana is frozen. Lee Ha crunched the data. Mana freeze. So active spells stay up, but casting anything new is blocked. Duration, 10 minutes. OP items always come with a catch. He tabbed over to the quest log. What's the next step? Blackbet's quest 4 of 7. One shot a level 214 monster from 2,500 meters. Lee Ha sighed. Bruh, that's absurd. 2,500 is way outside my effective range. I'm gonna need a sniper skill for that. Ki interrupted his thoughts. Yo bro, you done? Come get your loot. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lee Ha's head. Lee Ha shouted back, Hold up, Ki, I need you to test something. Ki turned around, looking weary. Now what? When I say go, cast your biggest spell. Before Ki could process that, a spinning bullet screamed toward his face. His gamer instincts kicked in, barely dodging the headshot. The bullet whizzed past his ear, humming like it was laughing at him. Boom, rocks exploded behind him. He screamed, Dude, what is wrong with you? Lee Ha didn't flinch, cast the spell. Now. Ki rolled his eyes at the audacity. Oh my god, you are the worst. He just went with the flow, trusting the seal's protection. But then, eyes wide open, he realized something was sus. Oh, look who finally decided to show up. Lee Ha chuckled. Yo, no notification window? Serious. Ki was totally confused, asking, Wait, you didn't get one? Bro, what did you even do? I can't even use my ult. Lee Ha didn't answer immediately, just staring at the gun in his hand like it was the coolest thing ever. The skill description literally says the prey has no clue what's hitting them, meaning the opponent won't see a notification either. A sec later, Ki was tailing him, begging, Bro, spill the tea. What did you just do? But Lee Ha kept his mouth shut tight, no spoilers here. Then it hit him, he totally forgot his promise. All right, let me show you that jacket you were thirsting over. He pulled out the cape, and Ki practically lost his soul. Whoa, that quality is on a whole different level. Ki looked at him with puppy dog eyes, pleading, Come on, give me the deets, fam. Share the stats. Lee Ha finally caved. Fine, I'll read it out for you. Legendary cape, blessed by the sea god. Enhanced stats across the board, defense up to 3,500, and it triggers a sick emotional control skill. Boom. Ki held the cape like it was a newborn baby, dropping a long string of wows. Hero grade and 3,500 defense? How does a piece of fabric block attacks better than armor? That's insane. Bro, this thing has almost as much defense as my actual armor. You've been carrying a hero-grade loner this whole time. You're a legend. Hearing the word loner, Lee Ha's smile froze harder than concrete. Does that mean I gotta give it back eventually? Water and ice resistance plus skill options? No way. I'm keeping this bad boy. But he tried to play it cool. Not a bad item, right? He used every word in the dictionary to hype it up. It's a god-tier artifact. Think of all the attacks you dodged thanks to this beauty. Even if a level 120 or 130 player uses an ult, you'd handle it easy. Suddenly, a blue system screen popped up, grabbing Lee Ha's attention. It was a frantic DM from Emily. You not coming? You don't want your payment? Lee Ha snapped out of it. Huh. Oh right, the cash. He hurriedly waved goodbye to his squad. Thanks, guys. Ki, I gotta bounce to this spot. Catch you later. Ki smiled and waved back. All right, hit me up later. I gotta head back to the guild anyway. Lee Ha rushed off, following the scent of money, thinking, say no to cash, as if, show me the money. Meanwhile, Emily were just chilling, enjoying some peace and quiet. Then Lee Ha burst in, totally shattering the vibe of the room. Ah, Emily started to greet him sweetly. But Emily turned red and jumped up, yelling, Ha! Lee Ha! The purple orb picked the worst moment to make a noise. Emily's favorite spot was apparently, somewhere very soft and warm on her sister. Emily turned beet red from the description and looked like she was going to cry. That embarrassment turned into a scream that could shatter windows. She started roasting him instantly. If I report you to the Dale Knights, you'll be arrested for trespassing. Just because you contributed doesn't mean you can barge into my house. Lee Ha was shaking in his boots. I'm sorry. He started plotting in his head. Right. Emily gave me the crystal ball. I'll just buy a new one. Then he got bold. Just pay me what we agreed on, and I'll vanish instantly. Emily ignored that and switched to a teasing tone. If you wanted to come over, you just had to ask. I would have invited you. The flirting was loud and clear, but Lee Ha was like, why can't I hear anything? It's nothing, she said, making Emily super annoyed. Luckily, Emily finally got down to business. Anyway, I can give you a lot of things. Just be on time and handle your own stuff. I thought you lost interest in Dale Castle since you got the war reward. Lee Ha politely replied, yeah, thanks for that. A few seconds later, his brain rebooted. Wait, exclusive reward? She looked surprised by his clueless face. You haven't heard the rumors. Everyone in the palace is talking about it. Didn't that girl Shin Nora tell you? He just mumbled, totally blanking. Lee Ha started overthinking it. Nora hasn't hit me up in ages. She only sent a generic congrats text when I got first place. Feels like she's giving me the cold shoulder lately. Emily asked about his recent situation. I heard a lot is going to happen since you took the top spot. Lee Ha's eyes lit up with greed. A lot? How much we talking? She arrogantly looked away. If it's less than you expect, you'll just blame me, so my lips are sealed. Just pray the negotiations between Pable and Minis go well. He sighed, defeated. You're no fun. The short meeting was over. Lee Ha stood up. Anyway, thanks for always handling stuff for me. I'm out. Emily looked stunned and called out, leaving already. Visit again soon. Emily popped his head out. Lee Ha promised gently, yeah, I'll be back. As he was about to leave, Emily frantically stopped him. Hey, Lee Ha. He turned around, confused. Huh? Forget something? She clenched her fists to hype herself up. I might be going to Korea soon. For work. Yeah, work reasons. Lee Ha, being dense as a rock, didn't get the hint. Oh really? The weather in Korea is great right now. Emily gathered all his courage to explain. That's not what she means. She thinks she'll have some free time there. Could you recommend some good restaurants? Emily awkwardly made excuses. I won't have much time to hang out or go anywhere without guards watching me. But you are Korean, right? Lee Ha nodded, confused. Yeah, born and raised. He accepted the side quest. Got it. I'll look some places up and make a list. Seeing his totally clueless face, she lost her temper and yelled, I need to meet you and take you there. You have no idea how much this Emily has been dying to go to Korea just for you. The little sister frantically covered her mouth. Onni, shh. Lee Ha scratched his head, finally connecting the dots. So, you want to grab dinner with me? Okay, a date like that doesn't sound too bad. He whispered the word date to himself. Suddenly, a memory flashed back, making him jump. I get it now. That's why Nora has been so distant. After the battle, we promised to grab dinner, but I never brought it up again. Emily interrupted his thoughts. So, what's the plan? You gonna pick me up? Lee Ha stuttered. Huh? Oh, about that. She ignored his weird vibe and took charge. I'll make the schedule and let you know. We're gonna eat good. Back in the real world, the VR capsule sat silently in the dark room. The capsule door hissed open, revealing Lee Ha's frail body. His face looked super gloomy after that chaotic chain of events. This is nuts. What am I gonna do? The reward is dope, sure, but it's not like I won 2 billion won. And even if I did, no miracle is fixing these legs overnight. So why am I freaking out about meeting people? Am I ashamed of my legs? Lee Ha whispered to himself. Is there really anything to be embarrassed about? Honestly, after the accident, I used to think that way. But playing Middle-earth gave me my confidence back, plus I've got cash for treatment now. Whether it's Toon or Bam, heck, even if it's Jack, I'd meet them 100 times over. Still, he was a bit on edge. He chugged a bottle of water like his life depended on it, trying to calm down. His emotions were all over the place, leaving him feeling kinda lost. Then why am I hesitating to meet Nora or the Was sisters? What is this feeling? A bit later, back in the game, Key was strolling ahead, complaining. My hair is getting straight again. I gotta hit the salon as soon as possible. Lee Ha, hands on hips, grumbled from behind, Yo, are you even listening to my deep emotional talk? Key turned around with a smirk. Of course, bro. So, when's the big dinner date with Shin Nora and Miss Bobby? Is that really what this is about? Lee Ha muttered, annoyed. This guy acts like he was listening closely. He let out a frustrated sigh. Man, talking to my knee would be more productive than talking to you. They finally reached the entrance of the Pabal Astok Palace. While they were standing there looking around like tourists, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered from behind them. Yo, check it. The reporters are swarming Kyle like sharks smelling blood in the water. They found the number 9 contributor. That's Pupil's number 9 right there. My dude is sweating bullets. Key tries to chill the mob out, but boom, 50 mics get shoved right in his grill. They're yelling, "Don't freak out, just give us a quote." But it turns into a total mosh pit, way worse than before. I don't get what you're saying. Why are you guys trying to feed me these microphones? Poor Key screams while wrestling with the crowd. It's not me. It's Lee Ha over there. But Lee Ha had already ghosted them, leaving his teammate in the dust. Stay there, buddy, he thinks, stopping right at the palace steps. Nora pops up out of nowhere, staring him down with those calm eyes. She totally busted Lee Ha's little escape plan. She looks hyped though. Lee Ha ignores the shade and finally drops the question he's been holding back. So, Nora, when are we grabbing that grub? The question makes Nora freeze, her brain completely short-circuiting. She's too shy to even make eye contact with him now. You actually remembered? She stammers. Lee Ha turns on the charm. How could I forget a meal with you, nah? Maximum Riz, completely ignoring his guilty conscience for ditching Key. I've just had a ton of stuff to handle. I swear I didn't forget. Nora sees him sweating and grins, deciding to play hard to get. I don't know. I'm pretty famous now. Might be too busy. I'll have to ask Bobby, she teases. Lee Ha answers for Bobby instantly. She says yes, definitely. Lock it in. Nora is internally screaming with joy she thought he forgot. She does a little happy dance and shoves him toward the door. Let's go inside, hero. We gotta prep for the ceremony. It's showtime. I heard the top 3 get some epic loot from the Highness, Nora says, calling him by that cute nickname. Our Michael Elha has to look sharp. Lee Ha just cringe laughs at the name. Our Michael Ah, she repeats. Suddenly, the guard at the door yells, "The king is in the building." King Pupil steps out, rocking that signature red fur cape. Royal drip check. Rosa is up on the balcony, looking fierce and scary as always. Down below, the Fire siblings are standing silently, waiting for their chance to meet the boss. Once King Pupil sits down, the guard starts the roll call. Contributors ranked 4 through 10, please step up. The crowd goes wild, screaming their idols' names till their voices crack. Shannara, you're the GOAT. Look at Sam over there. On the flip side, Key looks so stiff everyone starts roasting him. Check out the scout leader. He's moving like a glitching NPC, so rigid. The guard's announcement shifts everyone's focus. We will now hand out rewards for each rank to honor their carry performance in this battle. King Pupil stands on the high podium to start the loot distribution. Position number 3, Fred, and number 2, John Granville. For your contributions, you both get the Silver Star and Purple Heart medals. Plus, medal holders can raid the Royal Vault for any 2 items they want. The players watching are drooling. The royal family is bawling out. 2 items each? That's insane. So, what does the MVP get? The moment of truth arrives. The call for the top spot booms through the hall. And now, the number 1 contributor. Lee Ha, front and center. Lee Ha struts up like a boss as his name echoes. Ding! A system notification pops up in his ear. Update complete. King Pupil solemnly honors the kingdom's new legend. Your feats are known across all lands. Today, you are the main character. You proved you've got guts of steel in this war. You may choose 3 items from the Royal Vault as a reward for your grind, but the next reward is the one that makes everyone's jaw drop to the floor. Furthermore, I appoint you as the ruler of a city under our peace treaty. The king stakes his name on this massive prize. I, the King of Pupil, grant you this with absolute respect. I officially bestow this medal of honor upon you. As the medal is handed over, someone in the crowd just gasps, "Whoa." That sound kicks off a massive wave of hype. Unbelievable. That's OP. It's not just a knight title, it's a noble rank. They gave him a whole city. The noise is deafening, leaving Lee Ha stunned in silence for a sec. A few seconds later, his brain reboots in Paul shock. Wait, they gave me times what asterisk? The system pops up a new banner. Congrats, you are honored as the greatest hero of Pupil. Rewards, stats up, fame up. Affinity with Pupil NPCs up. But royal family rep goes down, haters. Next day, Lee Ha is walking alone, trying to process the chaos of the ceremony. I was totally blindsided. Instead of just a title, they gave me a whole zip code to run. Discussions are still ongoing about which specific city he's gonna get. Luckily, it's a city under the peace treaty, so I don't have to stress about war there. But hold up, a more urgent quest just dropped right after the ceremony. Lee Ha is stressing over the new mission when he notices the academy got a major glow-up. Yo, it looks way cleaner out here. Why the sudden upgrade? He spots Brow in the office and greets him. Commander, you in there? The director is in a good mood and invites him in. Lee Ha, get in here. Lee Ha smiles, making small talk. Commander, the Academy looks unrecognizable. Brow keeps it brief but praises him. It's all thanks to your grind. The Emperor made it rain funding because of you. Never thought the rookie would make it this big. Hearing about your success, it felt like my own victory. Good job, kid. Lee-Ha stays humble. Couldn't have done it without your training, sir. You taught me everything. Commander. Lee-Ha suddenly realizes a glitch in the previous sentence. Wait, did you say times are times grind? Just then, Kid and Lur strut in looking cocky. Kid starts talking trash immediately, trying to act like you soloed the whole game. Huh? Lear is fuming too, bringing up old drama. I know you bailed on us back then. Lee-Ha smiles, but internally, he's dying. Key. And even Lur is here. Brow cuts in before the roast session gets too heated. Sit down, boys. I've got intel for the new 3 Musketeers. You probably guess why I called the squad here. Lee-Ha, you heard the T from L, right? Lee-Ha nods. If it's about times him asterisk, yeah. Brow gets straight to the point. Exactly. One of the Demon King's fragments. That creep Max is alive and roaming the map. It's definitely a bug in the system. We've confirmed it. We thought he was deleted. Lair interrupts Brow firmly. He's alive. The Pope tracked his mana signature, but I don't need sensors. I saw that ugly mug with my own eyes. Brow calms him down. I know, Lair. I believe you. Those things have infinite respawns. But Max isn't my only headache right now. The Demon King's fragments are all linked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lee-Ha jumps into the serious talk. Right, since they split from the main boss, they're technically one unit. Brow nods. Bingo. If Max has respawned, there's a high chance the other fragments are camping out somewhere nearby too. He turns to Lur. Did the Pope drop any other intel? Lur sighs, spilling the beans. Nope. He just preached about stopping the PvP war between humans first. Brow makes a quick judgment call. He wants to wait for the peace treaty. That's going to be too late. Lagging behind isn't an option. That's why I called you guys here first. As soon as he finishes, the system pings, new quest. Gather intel on Max with the Musketeer squad. Lee-Ha checks the details, seems like a simple scouting run. No boss fight, no looting required. Piece of cake. Yo, talk about a major L. This failure penalty is absolutely savage. We're talking minus 300 contribution points and 200 rep, but the bonus reward? A measly 10 points. Bruh, are you kidding me? Brow hits us with the question. Can we shadow these guys for a whole week? He is looking at the trio like, is this even doable? He is not stating facts, just throwing shade and doubts. What if we choke? His voice drops an octave. If we fail, Carl goes full beast mode on the north. That means Max is going to speed run his invasion too. Considering the stakes, failing is not an option. Then Sam flips the script with a wild idea. Yo, what if we just clap Carl? He's not afraid to ask the real questions. Carl was already OP in the second war. Anyone who fights him gets a massive XP boost. But honestly, I would not recommend trying that solo. Sam spots the glitch in the logic. Wait, only one person levels up? The answer is super vague. Sus. This restriction makes the squad realize only one of us gets the loot. Killing him is one way to win, but the quest log implies we can just chill, observe, and bounce without fighting. Lee-Ha is mentally prepping stratagems, thinking, I gotta sync up with the boys. But Lair goes rogue. I'm rolling solo. I got this. That impulsive move makes everyone jump up like, whoa, chill. Hold up, Lair. We need to party up first. But does he care? Nope. Zip it and follow my lead. Brow just watches the 3 Musketeers implode before they even start. The old man drops a warning. Stay frosty, fam. The monsters up north built different compared to the Sentinel ones. Lee-Ha's voice echoes through the academy trying to stop Lair. Lair, yo, I said, wait. Where does he think he is going? He snaps back. I told you to shut your trap. I am starting to get real salty about his toxic attitude. Do you even understand the meta? We need a full squad to clear this. We do not even know Carl's spawn point. My answer? A black gun barrel shoved right in my face. Lair is dead set on his way. Get out of my lane. We party up in the north. Sam sees the vibes are off and steps in. Cut it out, guys. We need to restock ammo and gear up. But Lair interrupts instantly. I am maxed out. Do not worry about heals or ammo. Sam cannot even finish a sentence. I will carry. You two just be Luke Goblins and shut up. The stat reward is mine. You think that is it? Nah. Lee-Ha claps back cold. Are you trolling me? Lair freezes at the tone shift. I am so done with this guy. Is your brain made of tofu? Do you even get the point of this quest, Lair? Even Sam is shook by my roast. Lair asks again, stunned. Stupid? Did you just call me an idiot? Lee-Ha does not blink. Yeah, big dummy. You have been hard-headed since day one, always W keying into danger. You cannot just YOLO everything in this world. Use your brain, Lair. The gun swings back to Lai Ha. Lair is triggered. You want to test me? I stare him down, zero fear. You gonna pop a cap right here in the capital? You think you can take on the entire Holy Knight squad? Go ahead, try it. Lai Ha is literally baiting him. And why do you call Sam by his name but call me Hit? I got a name, bro. You want me to carve it into your skull? My finger is itching on the trigger too. Lair is ready to throw hands or bullets. Both guns locked on, but nobody shoots. Lai Ha analyzes the frame data. He is barking, but he is not biting yet. If he was going to shoot, I would be dead already. He gets the mission deep down. Lair looks sus, keeping his poker face. Can this guy actually be saved? Tension is high, so Sam plays ref. Chill out. You both know the strats. There are 2 win conditions here. He drops facts. We either play stealth and get 100% observation, or we slay Carl for the bonus. Both need prep time. Sam proposes a big brain play so everyone wins. If Lair wants to main DPS on the boss, I will handle the mob ads. And Lai Ha plays range support. Easy clap, right? Lair pauses, realizing it makes sense. He lowers his weapon first, but keeps the attitude. Fine, but I am not carrying dead weight, so do not be trash. Lai Ha agrees. Cool, let's reconvene. We will research and gear up. Meet back at spawn in 2 hours. Deal? Lair ghosts him without a word. Lai Ha makes a face. Haven't met an NPC this annoying in ages, right? Sam just stares at him. Lai Ha is confused. What? Is there something on my face? Kit brushes it off, but he is thinking hard. Nah, nothing. Just did not think you had that dog in you. You are scarier than you look. Lai Ha sighs. That guy is such a headache. You really think you can solo a rare spawn boss? But Sam defends him. Lair is not a noob when it comes to Middle-earth lore. He explains, if Lair's ego helps us speedrun this, we win. Time is money in this game. Lai Ha wonders, if you nerf his confidence, what is left? Sam roasts him. Probably just a corpse. And maybe some hair gel. Sam actually cracking a joke. Lai Ha laughs. You got jokes now? Sam goes serious mode. Just facts. Then he waves. Catch you later. Fast forward to the northern Sra region. Lair is W-keying ahead again, ticking Lai Ha off. Damn it, I hope he trips and glitches out. But he calms down to focus on the long game. A 3-man coup mission is rare loot, and the difficulty curve is spiking. If Lair keeps acting up, we are gonna wipe. Sam checks in. You geared up? Lai Ha shrugs. I left it to you, fam. I was busy auctioning that mace and checking achievements. Sam pulls out a warm scarf, flexing his inventory. Got everything. He drops some wisdom. Staying warm is the meta here. Lai Ha looks impressed. Okay, I see you. He shows off his custom spiked boots. I did not waste those 2 hours. Crafted these specifically for the snow biome. Lai Ha tosses a pair to Sam. Here, equip these. Sam's eyes light up. You got a spare for me? Lai Ha grins, getting petty about Lair. Yeah, I made a set for that guy, but I am thinking of keeping it. Let him slide. Savage. Sam just nods. Understood. As they trek deeper into the mountains, the map gets crazier. According to Grandma Do, the north is a cursed server. The ground is cracked, 0 vegetation spawns here, so the locals are on a strict carnivore diet. The squad scans for mobs or vampiric beasts. Lair, being the tank brain, marches front and center into the cold where monsters have evolved to be absolute units. Sensing the boss vibes ahead, the trio halts immediately. Something big is coming. Comment below if you think they are going to survive this. So we're out here in this frozen wasteland, totally desolate, and there's this one scout just camping the spot. Lair is literally ghosting us, hiding in a bush without saying a word, and Lai Ha is absolutely tilted. Like, bro, drop a ping or give us a signal already. If this guy was in the actual army, he'd get court-martialed for 0 communication skills. Seriously, 0 teamwork. But then they spot this massive mob looking super aggressive, and the squad starts whispering. Yo, we're still pretty far from the northern troll zone, right? And yet, boom. There they are. This means the Blue Bear Guild probably already raided this area. They're likely pushing into the main northern sector right now. Lair, being the hothead he is, immediately wants to pull out his heavy cannon and start blasting. Lai Ha sees this and freaks out, rushing over to stop him. Dude, what are you doing? You gonna aggro the whole map? Put that away and tell us the plan. He's screaming like a guy who just lost his ranked match. Lair growls, don't backseat game me. But Sam grabs onto him, refusing to let go even when Lair tries to shake him off. If you keep trolling like this, I'm away from keyboarding right here. I'm not taking another step. Lair is still trying to push forward like a stubborn mule. He's acting super sus, like he's hiding a secret quest or something. Lai Ha decides to go all in. He raises his weapon and demands, spill the tea, right now. Give me a straight answer. He's staring Lur down with Paul determination. He lays it out. We either clap that monster to go north, or we stealth around it. What's the play? But Lur is locked in, insisting on W keying forward. Let's move. Lai Ha isn't having it. Answer my question first, bro. Sam is standing there feeling like the awkward third wheel. Damn it. Why is there always drama in this party? If these two start PvPing right now, I could probably stop them, but the troll scout might notice the noise. Sam is sweating bullets, panicking hard. Guys, the raid hasn't even started yet. Lur, stubborn as ever, sticks to his call. We have to kill it. Lai Ha isn't letting it slide and demands to know why. Lur finally sighs and explains the mechanics. Troll scouts patrol in a loop until they find a target to aggro. Though, for real, this is the first time I've seen them spawn this far out. I remember the other spawn points, and even if we go loud here, the main northern troll army is out of hearing range. But here's the kicker. If the scouts spot us first, the stealth mission is cooked. The entire northern force will go into max alert mode. Finally, Lai Ha realizes he has to compromise. All right, fine. We delete the mob. Can you hit it from this range? Lur nods. Yeah, I can, but there's no need to waste ammo from here. Lai Ha instantly starts roasting his skill level. Oh, so you don't have the range, huh? Scrub. Just zip it and support me. He drops prone and takes aim himself. This guy acts like a pro, but can't even hit a long shot. Leave the carrying to the actual expert. Lai Ha activates his Eagle Eye skill, boosting his confidence to 100. Distance is about 800 meters. I don't even need a scope for this. As clap, Lai Ha signals the squad behind him. Cover your ears, headphone users. Lur is still buffering, trying to process what's happening, when bang. Lai Ha pulls the trigger. Lur jumps out of his skin, screaming, "You toxic jerk." One shot, one kill. The bullet connects perfectly with the monster in the distance. Headshot. Target down. Lur is stunned by the aimbot level skills. You actually hit that? Lai Ha shrugs casually. What? Are you blind? Check the kill feed. He signals them to move up but drops a quick reminder. Let's go. And just so you know, I get first dibs on the loot since I got the kill. Lur is just standing there, frozen, unable to believe what he just saw. Sam lets out a huge sigh of relief. In a lot of ways, this is the first mission that's actually got my heart racing. The trio continues trudging through the deep snow, pushing forward. Finally, they reach the destination. Welcome to the Northern Troll territory. The system notification pops up. Temperature has dropped to -20 degrees. Frostbite risk is increasing. Lai Ha looks over and sees the other two chugging some weird liquid. Yo, what are you guys drinking? Sam explains, like a helpful tutorial NPC. It's a potion that buffs your ice resistance. You need to down one of these as soon as possible. Here, take it. He hands over a vial and reads the stats. It lasts a while, but the debuffs are nasty, reduces movement speed, attack speed, and accuracy. Also disables auto-regen. Honestly, it's a trash tier item. Lai Ha waves it off immediately. Yeah, hard pass. I've already got cold resistance. Sam looks confused at Lai Ha's weird flex. How? You didn't even drink a potion. Turns out, Lai Ha has a pay-to-win item equipped. The hero's cape, blessed by the sea god. He acts all mysterious about it. It's a secret, S-tier gear. Lur cuts in, whispering, "Quiet down, we're getting close to their village. Don't pull aggro." Just then, the mob starts spawning and walking out from the inside. Lai Ha observes Lur silently. I thought this guy would lose his cool and Leroy Jenkins into the guards, but he's actually chill, surprisingly calm. He asks Lur a tactical question. Hey, do the scouts patrol this spot? Because if not, we could just camp here for a week and cheese the mission completion. Lur replies briefly. Current rotation is pattern 3. Lai Ha is confused by the jargon. So the spawn locations change based on patterns? Lur replies coldly. If you figured it out, stop asking dumb questions. Lai Ha gets annoyed and grumbles. Sam had a weird way of talking, but this guy is even worse. Lai Ha analyzes the enemies sharply. Anyway, those mobs are huge, and there's a ton of them. But the real problem is they have crossbows. They look primitive, but range damage is range damage. And next to them are tanks with shields the size of a door. They're trained to cover the archer's weak spots. Lai Ha comes to a conclusion. Not only that, they have a diverse weapon loadout. Compared to the mountain trolls, these guys are actual pro soldiers. Lai Ha starts crunching the numbers in his head. 1 hour of observation gives 0.6% progress. 24 hours a day for a week, that hits exactly 100%. He thinks back to the monster earlier. Seems like that patrol was just a random encounter. Sam agrees. Yeah, probably. Lai Ha comes up with a big brain strategy. All right, we just need to hold this position for a week. Let's see if the percentage goes up faster if we rotate observation shifts. If possible, let's take turns logging off. Two people watch, one person rests. Lai Hao proposes the plan. Hey Lur, can I get a response? Don't leave me on read. If you just keep doing your own thing, Lur finally replies with that same flat attitude. The only thing that matters right now is finding Carl's location. Lur is acting all high and mighty with his lore knowledge. We have to find the chieftain, Carl, first. We need to be ready for a boss fight emergency, don't you think? Leha stays silent. He doesn't like Lur's attitude, but the logic checks out. You're right, but how do we find him? We can't just walk around a camp full of trolls. Lur gets annoyed and emphasizes his point. How many times do I have to say it? I know the map of this place. He warns Leha, getting salty. Don't make me say it twice. Leha snaps back, losing his cool. Oh, so you want to go solo? What if you die alone out there? Then Sam and I have to clean up your mess? You think I'm just going to let you do whatever you want? Lur answers calmly. I said I need Carl's coordinates. Sam thinks Lur's decision makes sense. This time Lur is right, even if there's no bonus reward. Identifying Carl's location is critical. That monster is a named boss from the Second Human-Demon War. I don't think just camping and observing is enough to clear this quest. Leha falls into deep thought, racking his brain for a 200 IQ play. But navigating this terrain to search is too risky. There has to be a way to minimize the danger. He takes a gamble and asks Lur. Lur, you said you know this map like the back of your hand, right? Where's the highest vantage point? Lur is surprised by this sudden question. Huh, why do you need to know that? Leha confidently lays out his plan. I'll follow your lead, but I'm going to provide overwatch from a distance. Is there anyone who can see further and calculate range better than me? Noticing the squad's strange movements, she watching from afar gets curious. The far north? What are they doing in the northern troll territory? Chi hums, analyzing their moves like a caster. Looks like a long-haul mission involving Lair and those kids. Probably a quest related to the Demon King's shard. Scott, standing next to him, asks quickly, should we go gank them? Chi smiles slightly, reminding him of the bigger picture. Nah. If we make a sloppy move, Leha might realize we're stalking them during the truce. Plus, I already planted a tracking item on him back then. Since we're currently chilling in Sasrian, we might as well finesse these guys, right? I delegated the task to my subordinates with some serious confidence, telling them to drop Michael's location to the enemy and bring back the tea. I also made sure they knew if they mess up like last time, the contract is strictly cancelled. Scott took it all in and immediately hit me with a respectful, say less, I'm gone. As soon as he dipped and was out of sight, I couldn't help but let out this super satisfied smirk. Meanwhile, Leha, that's me, was locked in, scoping the target through the snow, remembering my own orders. I'm taking the high ground to map out the terrain and spot the settlements. You guys sweep the outer areas and keep comms on whisper mode only. Once you locate Carl, link up at my coordinates. The teleport cooldown should be reset by then, so we can strategize before making any big moves. I had to get real with them, staring them down with that icy look to emphasize how dangerous this is. If things go south, teleport immediately. You guys are not allowed to die on me. If one of us gets eliminated, the whole mission is a fail. After hearing the speech, Sam slowly asked for intel. Are the monsters in the north buffed? I frown a bit. Bro, your bullets would basically just tickle them. He didn't even flinch, just casually reloaded his weapon. That's good enough for me. While he was acting cool, I was busy setting up our defensive perimeter. While Kid and Lair are rotating, I'm planting mines around the mountain climb to keep my own back safe. Time is ticking, but everything is flowing exactly according to the strat. My focus is laser sharp on the surroundings. The details of the ambush site started popping up in my scope. I checked the situation and radioed Sam with a heads up. 1 o'clock, 150 meters out. 2 mobs moving toward the fence. Sam processed it instantly. I'm going stealth. Hearing that made me smile, love a pro teammate. But I didn't stop there. I kept the comms active. Lur, 11 o'clock. About 300 meters. Looks like a watchtower with crazy visibility. Watcher 6. Lur responded as soon as possible. Copy that. Once everyone confirmed the intel, I took a sec to double-check my own plan. I've been camping here for an hour and a half. Just staring at this spot isn't boosting my intel collection rate anymore. There must be a range limit or something. But it's been 30 minutes since Kid and Lur entered the zone. The collection rate should spike after an hour. I checked in nervously. Status report? No sign of Carl here, no weird monster activity. What about you guys? See anything? Unlike my stress, Sam was keeping it super chill. Just standard mobs. I can eavesdrop on their chat, but zero info on Carl. On the other hand, Lair gave me these super dry, short answers. I'll let you know if I see anything sus. His clipped tone was starting to seriously tilt me. That guy Lair. I swear. Suddenly, it clicked. I finally get why Bus never pays attention to Lair's rambling. Dealing with his replies is exhausting, so Buzz probably just leaves him on read, right? Let's get straight to the point. The issue is Carl. He's probably like Hiruka, only spawns under specific conditions. Should I just rush in and wipe the lobby? Maybe causing a scene would bait him out? Luckily, I checked the mission log and cooled my head. Nope, the objective specifically says observe. I shifted my gaze back to the distance. Just as predicted, an hour after Lara and Kid moved in, our intel rate leveled up. Even if just one of the trio is close, it buffs the rate. We can rotate shifts, watching them. Once we find Carl, we'll map the route. Suddenly, Sam noticed something weird with the mobs and radioed in. I'm hearing something about food distribution. Lara jumped on that immediately. I hear it too. It's 6 o'clock already, huh? I was the only one confused, asking, yo, what's this about handing out food? Lara hit me with a cold reminder. Watch closely from up top. In about an hour, the mobs are going to group up for rations. I finally got what he meant, but his tone was colder than the blizzard. I just laughed it off. Got it. The scout monsters started moving exactly like we predicted. Their numbers kept climbing, looking like a literal army getting ready for war. The second I realized how bad it was, I panicked and whispered, freeze. Sam, do not move. 7 bogeys at 7 o'clock, 40 meters. 13 at 11 o'clock, 70 meters. Lara wasn't doing much better on his side. 15 at 1 o'clock, 100 meters, plus 8 trailing behind. I felt a flash of terror seeing that creepy scene. Watching the danger get closer and just feeling helpless. It sucks. Too many of them. I let out a heavy sigh and asked for opinions. If we rush in now, we are definitely cooked. You guys good? I don't see anyone looking like Carl. Sam sounded skeptical about the situation. Nothing on my end either. Lara joined the chat immediately. Carl isn't here, and they aren't leaving after getting food. That threw me for a loop. Seriously. Well, the night shift might be easier, but finding Carl today is looking like a bust. Check their patrol routes. Find a safe spot and camp until tomorrow. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the earth, cutting me off mid-sentence. Sam felt the shockwave instantly, his voice getting tense. What was that? I heard a huge noise. Before we could even react to the ambush, Lara was frantically trying to contact the team. I see smoke. What are they doing? Are they signaling that we're here? I started sprinting for my life, unable to stop myself from cursing. Damn it, those were my mines. Seeing the chaos around me, I tried to stay calm and analyze. I placed those mines over 300 meters apart. I confirmed nobody was near them, yet both exploded on opposite sides. It only took a few seconds to realize the situation had gone from bad to nightmare mode. Someone is coming from both directions. The radio was blowing up with checks on my status. Michael. The monsters stopped leaving and all turned toward the billowing black smoke. Lara was grinding his teeth in rage. That maniac. Did he light a signal fire? Every monster is looking that way. The system updated the game state. Northern monsters alerted. Caution level, 50%. Suddenly, a ferocious roar ripped through the air, breaking the tension. One glance was all it took for me to recognize who was screaming. How did that guy get here? Igor crashed the party, asking with a psycho grin. How's it hanging, Michael? My face must have looked absolutely terrified. Ego and XA. How did they track my location? Ego looked like he'd been waiting for this moment forever, smiling like he just won the lottery. Finally, I can take back what I lost. He didn't hesitate for a second, screaming the order, capture him alive, attack. I raised my rifle in frustration, grinding my teeth. Crap. The dry sound of a gunshot rang out, echoing like a challenge. Sam was freaking out, eyes wide. Gunshots? He frantically tried to hail the team. Michael, answer me. Michael. Lara was raging, scolding everyone. Where is that idiot? The scout monsters were going berserk, hunting for our scent. Noise. Humans, giant. Fresh meat. They sensed the danger. The system started spamming alerts to the players. Alarm level. 60%. Lair. Prep the teleport. Regardless of the brutal weather, the scout monsters only had one target in mind, human flesh. Their eyes glowed red, forcing the system to update urgently. Alarm level, 70%. 80%. As the crazy roaring filled the air, the HUD switched to emergency mode. The north zone is popping off, and the danger meter just hit 90%. Sam is running on fumes trying to link up with me. If things go south now, I am literally toast. Suddenly, this massive shadow steps out of the blizzard like a boss fight intro. Boom. Threat level hits 100% instantly. You can hear the hoofbeats thundering through the storm. 1 second too slow, and it's game over. Carl is here, and the dude is radiating chaotic energy. The count isn't even here, so why did the boss wake up? Sam just got the ping. The Chan tribe gets a 15% stat buff in this zone. My brain is working overtime, crunching the numbers. So that 100% alert was all because of Carl. Did not expect him camping outside the base. Something told me to check my 6, and yeah, bad news. Saw the silhouette and literally screamed. I didn't even give him a second to chill, just rushed in like, move it, let's go. Ping Lair right now. We gotta drop Carl and bounce from this lobby. Sam's totally lost like, huh, so I had to scream it again. No time, bro. Looking like the Grim Reaper just clocked in for a shift, I screamed out the warning. He spawned. He is right here. Ran into Jackness and fed him some lead immediately, a little welcome gift. But these guys aren't noobs. Another one tried to counter. I gritted my teeth and aimed down sights as the system alert popped up. Player Jackness is aggroing you. PvP mode engaged. I racked the slide faster than he could blink. Dude didn't even see it coming. The sneaky guy tried to camp me for a surprise attack, but before he could even pull the trigger, I landed a critical hit. Lights out, buddy. Game face on. Fragging this guy won't tank my reputation score since we're linked. I scan the map. I'm surrounded by 30 mobs. This is gonna be a grind. Then a crazy idea popped into my head. Should I just yeet myself off the ledge? I could use the teleport system, but the debuff on my skills would be nasty. Scratch that plan in less than a second. Danger is at 70%. Can't play sloppy now. These enemies are actually cracked. If I keep provoking the Chan mob, mission failed. Where are Sam and Loser? Mood ruined. I need one of them to clutch up and handle Igor so I can move. Still ghosting me? Fine. I activated sweeper mode. Guess I gotta carry this whole raid solo. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see me survive this. They rush me like zombies. Energy drain bombs miss me. They're trying to box me in with a trap formation. Squad 1, Squad 2, push, they yelled. Suddenly, my hand froze up. Lag? Nope. Skill lock. The enemy leader yelled, don't spam abilities. Just auto-attack him to keep him trapped. A piercing screech ripped through the air and a speedster rushed me down, looking for the kill. Please, that's nothing. One tap and he's gone. Standing in the blizzard, I went full try-hard mode and unleashed a bullet storm on everyone. Nobody touches me. Igor finally stopped hiding and started dodging my shots like he's in the Matrix. He knows he's in trouble, flashing back to some old advice he got. Your window to move is tiny, Chio had said. He's hyping himself up, just waiting for my reload animation so he can strike. Click. I prepped the final shot to end this match. Igor thought he caught me lacking. He's reloading. Everyone pile on him now. I was low Genki, raging. Are you counting my ammo? That is so toxic. The alarm was blaring in my ear, so I had to pop my ultimate, Soul Link. Boom. My giant summon, Coma, spawned mid-air right on cue. I gave the order, wipe them out, Coma. The enemies got squashed, instantly total shock on their faces. Now it's a standoff, two bosses with heavy shields ready to throw hands. They clashed hard, spamming heavy attacks at each other. Igor's eyes were glowing red, fueled by Paul's salty rage. His unbreakable sword snapped it with one bullet. Igor was grinding his teeth so hard it sounded like a chalkboard scratch. He is tilted. I wasn't looking too hot either, frowning hard. Tension maxed out, and suddenly the HUD flashed blood red. 100% danger. Igor got all excited. Okay, you broke my toy, pretty cracked move, but now you're gonna pay the tax. I muted his trash talk and went into my own headspace. Checking Coma's stats, my summon is level 180 plus, looking strong. Coma is wrecking the mobs, but he's gonna burn out soon. Then the system spams me again. North Chan tribe buff 15%. Dude, give me a break. Crap, I should have just used the teleport chain. Amidst the chaos, we held hands, but something huge above started noticing us ants down here. Coma snapped his head back, staring straight up at the massive shadow spectating the match from the sky. I felt it too. Carl, the blue bear. The pressure was insane, like gravity just got turned up to crush us all. The air got heavy. Even the enemies started screaming in terror. The giant stepped out, and my face went pale as a sheet. I stood there, frozen. Blue Bear's aura alone was an absolute suppression skill. I whispered to myself, no way. His eyes were deep red pools of blood. Just making eye contact felt like taking fatal damage. I couldn't even snap out of it. Igor started panicking too. He instantly morphed back to his true form. Big trouble. Attack him. Werewolf mode activated. He screamed to take out the giant. Igor's suicide run snapped me back to reality. The blue bear just watched, looking amused like, look at this snack walking into my mouth. Oh wow, you're buff, the bear mocked. But not my type. I turned white, telling myself, do not aggro the raid boss. Do not aggro the raid boss. I hit the button and vanished into the teleport stream like dust. Sam sensed his teammate bail and was like, yo, what the heck is happening? I was gasping for air. Joseph, Blue Bear is here. I gritted my teeth. Dang it, I need to fix the voice chat connection. Coma was glitching out of range. I tried to DM loser, teleport. We gotta drop Carl and dip before the bear catches us. Sam was still lagging on the info. Wait, Blue Bear is in the zone? Once the squad finally grouped up, I got serious. Yeah, and we have zero time to chat. Let's go. He stressed every single syllable, spitting straight facts. If we don't clap Carl right now and bounce, this whole mission is a game over. You feel me? Lur processed the intel instantly and zoomed off like a rocket. Let's roll. On the flip side, Sam was still totally tripping. I have zero clue what is going on. Lai Ha lowered his voice to drop the strat. First, we rush Carl. Sam and I will sweep the trash mobs in the area. Lair, you lock down Carl. We gotta speed run this boss fight and get out of here. The enemy was yapping so hard he forgot to check his cooldowns. Lair couldn't resist roasting him. You fighting with your mouth or your fists? Suddenly, a massive noise kicked off the battle like a beat drop. Unlike Lai Ha, who was busy playing Professor, Lair just pressed his ultimate ability to wipe the board. Panzerfreak. A massive explosion shook the ground, making everyone look at the chaos. The scout monsters went absolutely feral, screaming like banshees. The Count's favorite snack, rip 'em to shreds. Creepy noises echoed everywhere, sounding like a hunt that never ends. Lai Ha's eyes suddenly went ice cold. Bullet storm. He didn't even hesitate before raining down, lead like a steel thunderstorm. The scouts ate those bullets and took critical damage before they could even react. Lai Ha's reaction time was getting cracked. I'm deleting the ones without shields first. Zero hesitation, he was taking out targets cleanly. Lur couldn't vibe with that playstyle though. He shouted a warning, "Yo, finish them with some style, would ya? Let's go." Then he just nuked the blockers with his weapon's insane damage output. Lai Ha was totally done with this guy's chaotic energy. Dang it, I'm a sniper main. Melee combat is trash. He let out a breath of relief. Good thing my pistol actually slaps though. The three of them were grinding through enemies like a well-oiled machine, showing no mercy. Watching his team getting wrecked, Carl raged out. End them. Tear them into confetti. Sam was moving with insane agility, dodging like the wind across the battlefield. But the scout monsters were super tanky and kept countering. The endless fighting was making Sam run out of juice. Too fast. In a clutch moment, Lur dashed in to cover him. Panzerfreak. After figuring out the enemy's power level, Lai Ha quickly summoned his secret weapon. He yeeted the gift he had prepared. Chew on this Granville special, you dumb creeps. Before the echo even faded, the bomb detonated, creating a massive firewall in the sky and roasting everything flying. Lai Ha shouted, "Sam, that ain't it. We gotta shatter them before they respawn." He looked confused. "Don't you have an AoE attack?" Kit was at his limit. He clicked the safety off. "I didn't want to leak this move to you guys, so back up." Witnessing the magic trick right in front of him, he was so shook he almost fell over. Huh? Say what? Lur's eyes bugged out, and he blurted out. Sam split himself into multiple clones, standing tall in the snow like a one-man army. His eyes looked savage, burning with hate for the wild pack. In a split second, that insane power erupted, wiping the scout monsters off the map. You could count the survivors on one hand. They tried to hold the line for their broken army's honor, but barely a moment later, they got dropped one by Sam's god-tier skills. Lai Ha watched the display with his jaw on the floor. What kind of combo is that? Lair couldn't hide his confusion either. When did he unlock that skill? Even with smoke coming off his barrel, Sam stayed locked on his target. His clones faded into the void, quietly recharging energy after that long fight. Asterisk, thud. Asterisk. The sound tore through the air as the last scout hit the dirt. Sam let out a heavy breath. He turned around coldly. "Why are you guys away from keyboard? Let's move." The other two snapped their heads around in sync. Quick as lightning, Lai Ha jumped on Sam like a fanboy. "Yo, isn't that cheating? What kind of broken skill is that?" Even calm Lair was losing it. "Sam, when we get back, me and you are gonna." Sam stopped the fan club with a hand wave. "Guys, chill. And Lai Ha, your aim is still glitchy. We should focus on clapping Carl instead." Lai Ha snapped back to reality, getting serious. "Right, no time to joke. We need to defeat Carl as soon as possible." Suddenly, his eyes rolled back like he was seeing something totally trippy. Streams of dark red blood were swirling into a teacup, dancing around. Looking at his work with a chill vibe, Blue Bear enjoyed the moment while picking his next victim. Lai Ha's voice was full of rage. "Blue Bear." The old creep smirked. "Ah, the boy I met before, and some other useful tools. Want to join my tea party?" The vibe died instantly. Nobody said a word. Lai Ha's finger twitched on the trigger. He turned around, and boom, Blue Bear was right next to him, whispering coldly. Elizabeth would be hyped to see this thing still exists. Lai Ha jumped like he saw a ghost. Furious, he rage-fired at point-blank range, but the enemy was way too OP. Blue Bear chuckled. "You flinched just like she did. He turned to his minion. Carl, I was hoping for a tea party, but this is a bummer. Without thinking, the guy dropped to his knees, bowing to his master. Blue Bear clenched his fist, super salty. Where are you spawning all these brats from? Huh. If we had a squad this big 20 years ago, we wouldn't have wiped so fast. Carl tried to sound loyal. I'm always ready to serve, master. There are over 6 villages beyond this spot. Ignoring the bystanders, the villain plotted. So, 7,000 northern monsters. That's definitely a useful Zerg rush. Lai Ha started sweating bullets. 6 more villages? You know about this. Lur? Lur looked awkward. I've never been to that village, I swear. Lai Ha pouted. But you were flexing so hard earlier. Lur shouted back. That zone was region-locked until recently. Blue Bear started looking murderous at this childish argument. But these humans aren't like the ones from 20 years ago. If you're struggling with noobs like this, aren't you just bad at the game? Carl went pale, stuttering and begging for another chance. I'll handle this right now. Lai Ha seized the moment and shouted, Why are you guys standing there? Focus up. Sam was already locked and loaded. Delete Krolang, fast. Lai Ha aimed his sniper for a headshot. He had that main character look in his eyes again. I got this. Asterisk, rip, asterisk, Lair caught the signal to engage and retreat. He pulled out the cobalt blue python, ready to throw hands. With a smooth move, it swept hundreds of mobs without breaking a sweat. Carl and his scouts were caught lacking and got hit instantly. Li Ha was trying to solo everything. Dang it, Sam, get me vision. Clear the front line. I need space. Lair clicked his tongue. Easy for you to say. He gritted his teeth, keeping his emotions in check during the clutch moment. He went ice cold again and gave the order. Chain CC on Carl. Now. Lai Ha's face went total Pikachu meme, shook by the sudden news. Huh? Then Lair's voice blasted in his ear, all bossy-like. Lock his leg down for 5 seconds. Do not let him bail from the cobalt barrel's line of sight. Blue Python looked like it was glitching out. Crow roared, going full rage quit mode, and charged straight in to delete the target. Lai Ha was juggling weapons like a pro while keeping a sharp eye on the chaos to make sure he didn't get ganked. Left side. Net deployed. Sam didn't leave the squad hanging, syncing up perfectly. Zero lag in that teamwork. Peeking through the scope, Lai Ha got into the zone, laser focus and ready to pull the trigger. In the middle of a literal bullet storm, Carl was barely juking the shots. His feet, which were planted firm a second ago, started shifting. He was losing his footing. The dude was muttering curses, sweat dripping down his face before he even realized it. Right on cue, Lur let out a savage roar and unleashed his ultimate move to finish off the artillery strike. Dubia was just chilling, sipping tea like none of this drama mattered. So, that's what woke me up, huh? Asterisk hiss. Asterisk a cannon shell screamed through the air like a missile from the fire god, diving straight for the enemy. Before he could even reset his mental state, Carl's eyes got flashed by the blinding light of the surprise ambush. Staring down the barrel of that incoming nuke, he froze. System crash. Couldn't move an inch. But Carl wasn't tapping out yet. He swung his mace with insane strength and smashed the attack instantly. Lur gritted his teeth, in total denial. Damn it. Punching through hundreds of mobs nerfed the shot's power. Sam was sweating buckets, seeing that. Guys, tactical retreat. That's our only play. Lai Ha screamed again to snap them out of it. Wake up. Game's not over yet. He gripped his piece tight, determined to clutch this round. Chill out. Lur could only watch, totally shook by the kid's move. Even Sam was holding his breath. They were witnessing something that definitely wasn't in the patch notes. Holy crap, this is insane. It was like a circus trick. Right in front of them, the mobs were getting pierced, layer by layer. Lai Ha didn't say a word, just kept the gun steady and kept firing. He was out of options, thinking, we gotta do this now. Every bullet sent a line of monsters straight to the grave. One by one, they dropped. Lai Ha's persistence had everyone's jaws on the floor. Even Dubia looked impressed. Carl clutched his empty chest, trying to use his last breath to call his master's name. Bagus. Then boom, he face-planted into the dirt. It wasn't just him, the whole Chan army went offline. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. North Chan King Kroll has been eliminated. All Chan in the northern village are nerfed by 50% for 1 hour. Sam finally rebooted. What the heck was that? Lur couldn't help but butt in. I cleared the lane with my skill, and you just shot through the gap, right? Hilarious. Dubia started slow clapping, grabbing everyone's attention. The old guy seemed entertained by the highlight reel he just watched. Bravo. How'd you noobs pull that off? Magic bullets or something? I take back what I said about you being weak. You guys are as cracked as the generation from 20 years ago. No. Right now, if I can just. Lai Ha screamed, cutting the old man off. Sam was lagging and didn't get it. Meanwhile, Lair's body was starting to pixelate and fade. Dubia reached out to grab the trio. but he was way too slow. Hold up, I wasn't done talking. In a blink, the old guy was staring at empty, cold mist. The squad had warped back near the edge of the Cyan Federation. Thanks to the orb in Lai Ha's hand, they escaped the lobby just in time. All three were gasping for air like they just ran a marathon. Sam was on zero energy but managed to wheeze out. Well, we actually did it. Li Ha cracked a smile. Yeah, who knows what happens next season, right? But then a thought crossed his mind. Problem is, we showed the enemy way too much of our gameplay. Forget Blue B. Fighting those mobs was way harder than I thought. We got the intel, but we also leaked humanity's current meta to the bad guys. Seeing Li Ha look so beat made Lair anxious. Yo, but seriously, what were those skills? I don't have anything like that in my loadout. He couldn't hold back the curiosity. How did you hit that shot? The question came out of nowhere. Li Ha was still buffering, but Lair jumped up and asked again. I'm asking, how did you land that? Li Ha looked clueless. How? What do you mean? I just shot and hit him. Lair wasn't buying it. What's the skill name? Which ability did you spam? But all he got were NPC-level answers. What skill? I don't have OP abilities like you guys. Lair's patience bar hit 0. Lair ground his teeth. Quit trolling and answer me. Or do you want a beatdown? Michael Li Ha. But the kid didn't flinch. Oh, we're on a first-name basis now. You might want to warm up first, bro. While Li Ha was staying chill, Lair was absolutely losing it. Shut your trap and explain. What skill did you use? How did you delete that boss? How do you shoot through a tiny gap in a mob of hundreds and snipe Carl? Do you have an absolute accuracy perk? Tell me the skill name and where you grinded for it. Lair was getting way too up in his face. Skill origin, my foot. Unlike you guys, I don't have any cool flashy moves. I was going to report this to the commander anyway. The devs really made this unbalanced for me. Lair couldn't believe his ears. Huh. Say what? Li Ha looked at him, shaking his head. This guy. Lair. Maybe he's just innocent in his own weird way. He just wants to level up and be number 1. He's obsessed with raw power. I think I get why Alexander and Luan don't take this loser seriously. Lai Ha just clicked his tongue. If I had S-tier skills like Wild Trap or Anti-Tank Cannon, that'd be sick, right? Sam jumped in to correct the record. Your accuracy is basically a cheat code, dude. And you're not even embarrassed about it. That's just my personal skill. My aim is so cracked it doesn't even look like a game mechanic anymore. See, isn't that right, loser? That answer definitely didn't cool Lair down. No way. Give me a real answer. Michael Li Ha. Sam stepped in like the big brother, breaking up a fight between two salty, toxic kids. Both of you, knock it off. Mission complete. Let's go. Back at the battlefield, Max was scanning the leftover mobs. Man, what a humiliation. If that kid had a proper build, he'd be stronger than all 3 of us combined. The Chons that survived Carl's death were shaking in their boots, too scared to make a move. This annoyed the old man. You lose your king and turn into total bots that fast. He slammed his staff on the ground in frustration. Right next to him lay Carl's cold body on the snow. He sighed. Fine. I need you alive to control your little fan club anyway. You guys keep your squad together for now. I'll bring your king back, guaranteed. He hopped on his horse. But to respawn Carl, I'm gonna need to farm a few other souls. But I don't know where those 2 are camping right now. Looks like I'm gonna be roaming the map for a while. Don't you think? Should I find Pyrocry? No, wait. Hunting down the survivors sounds way more fun. Maybe I should prioritize Gibrit. Meanwhile, 2 guards shouted ahead. Sir, you can't just enter this zone. But Igo was raging so hard he had selective hearing. I need to file a complaint with that witch. Move. Get out of my face. The guards tried to stop him. Sir, you can't ****. Before they could finish, he swiped at them, blood spraying like a fountain. The guard grabbed his arm, screaming in agony. The guy didn't care. He walked up and kicked the door down like he owned the place. Chio wasn't even sweating it. In fact, she was totally unbothered, practically trolling him. Whoa, chill out. Why are you storming in here like that? Did a hurricane blow you in? I didn't order this visit. If you had something to say, just DM me next time. But honestly, the guy wasn't in the mood for a chat. Bam. His massive hand smashed into the wall right behind Chio. Shards of debris flew everywhere, scratching her cheek. That shut her up real quick. She gave Igor the death stare. He started grilling her. You tried to off me, didn't you? But all he got back was her poker face completely unfazed. You're doing too much. I know you're reckless, but dang, do you Russians have 0 manners? He wasn't hearing any of it, barking an order, zip it, and answer the question. I said, did you try to kill me? Then it clicked for Chio. If he was this salty, something must have gone seriously wrong during his attack on Michael. She kept her voice low and calm. Look, I don't know what drama you just went through, but instead of raging, Maybe spill the tea on what happened, or do I need to bring up the contract terms? If you want a full-blown war, we aren't going to back down. But let me give you a heads up. The big shots over at the SAR aren't going to vibe with that at all. Igor knew he was beat, so he dropped his hand, frustrated. A newbie player showed up, but he's not just some random. He sat down across from Chio as she asked, "So, what's his name? What's he look like?" Igor just shrugged. "No name yet, but he's rocking this 19th century British drip, and he's got this creepy blue bear suit." Igor switched gears, barking orders again. "Find out where this guy spawned from and report back to me." Chio didn't jump to say yes. She just hit him with a quick question. Is he OP or what? Igor went from rage monster to feeling totally helpless in a split second. "That's exactly why I'm here. Get me info on him. If I can drain his blood, I could clap L. JW and Alexander easy. Odds are high he's an outsider. Start with that." Chio's eyes lit up. She smelled a massive payday. Asterisk, inner monologue, asterisk, Igor is such a noob. That's not an outsider, that's a Demon King fragment. Who knew Igor would rate a fragment that high? I'm gonna focus on this guy and ditch the Michael mission for a bit. She stood up and strutted over to Igor. "Deal. Whatever dirt I dig up on this player, you'll be the first to know." She sat right next to him, acting like nothing happened. "So, any special gossip on Michael, Lur, or Kid?" Igor zoned out, thinking. Meanwhile, at the Sentinel Mountains, it was Paul Chaos screams echoing everywhere. "Teleport isn't working. Help me." Some poor guy screamed as a giant hand crushed him into the dirt, eyes bulging in pain. And Blue Bear? Just chilling on Quicaro's shoulder, sipping tea like a gentleman. System notifications started blowing up. Quicaro, ruler of the Sentinel Mountains Gone. Crizio, ruler of the Sentinel Mountains Gone. Mimat, ruler of the Sentinel Mountains Gone. All giant monsters in the area buffed by 30%. Blue Bear swirled his tea, looking annoyed. If this news leaks too fast, it's going to be a total headache. Best to just wipe them all out and keep it quiet. Right on cue, his army of monsters roared in agreement. Cut to the Vatican. Frank was on his throne, asking for updates. Brown reported with a serious face, "He's on his way, Your Holiness." Gao's eyes bugged out. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He didn't stop. "What about Lee Ha's squad up north?" Brown continued. "My students reported they ran into Blue Bear while looking for Carl. Good news is, my students took Carl down. But the bad news? The Demon Descendants' giant army is still kicking." Gao realized this was a massive threat. If Blue Bear rallies them, the continent is looking at World War III between humans and demons. We're fighting for humanity's survival here. Gao held onto a tiny bit of optimism. At least Carl is toast, so we have a sliver of hope. Now, if we're talking about their personalities, yeah, I agree. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ethan." Brown was totally shook by the surprise guest. "Ethan, I didn't know the Pioneer King himself knew my students." Fernand looked just as surprised. "Oh, you know who I am." Instant ego boost. "We gotta chase him down before he wakes up more monsters and recruits them." But Fernand shook his head. "That's way too risky, Your Holiness. Tracking a Demon King fragment isn't easy, even the best trackers would struggle." Gao stood up and walked over to Brown and Fernand. "If a pro tracker can't do it, what about the absolute G? O. A. T." With the handover almost done, they started finalizing the plan. "We're racing against the clock. I'll message Minute." But before he could finish, a soldier burst in. "It's cool. Just breathe and speak." The soldier dropped the bomb in front of everyone, terrified. A monster suspected to be a Demon King fragment just spawned at the Sentinel Mountains. "Your Holiness," Brown volunteered to jump into the fire, his eyes dead serious. "We're going in." He explained why he had to be the one to do it. "And a failure condition too? Are you kidding me? I thought we were done with this grind." Kid's crew accepted the quest in silence, so I smashed the accept button too. Then I turned back to them. He didn't just change the map. He altered the power level of every monster here. I pressed him, so he turned them into that aristocrat tier. "What the heck is that?" Brown stared into the distance, looking stressed. The commander's wrinkled face remained stone cold. "You might think it's a joke, but considering the massive army of giants Blue Bear controls and how many died in the Great War, we can't dismiss it as nonsense. One of the failure conditions is David dies, meaning he's not immortal here." Suddenly, a beast roared. Fernand squinted at it, analyzing the threat. A troll. I didn't know they spawn in the Sentinel Midlands. And yo, that color scheme is totally sus. Maybe it's part of the demon clan? Think it counts as a new species? If it is, I might snag some sweet exploration XP. Fernand was so focused on the loot he tripped over his own feet. Luckily, Brown caught him. "You good, kid?" Fernand was still dazed. Yeah. Whoa, what was that?" Brown looked a bit embarrassed. "My bad. My student still needs to work on his skills. Sorry for the scare." I chimed in, feeling a bit awkward. Fernand? About that exploration XP you mentioned? He nodded slowly. Yeah? I looked at him with pity. Hate to break it to ya. But there's literally not a single pixel of that troll left. Pretty sure the system won't count it. Fernand's jaw hit the floor in total shock. We pushed deeper into the forest. Kid scanned the area. Check this out. The gear dropped here where the trolls spawned. Looks like it belonged to level 120 players. Lure didn't give a damn about the small fry. Those noobs rushed in without checking the enemy's stats. Obviously, they got wrecked. Fernand jumped in with his take. Based on the loot pile, it looks like a total party wipe. Maybe they got unlucky and aggroed the demon clan right when they transformed. No sign of Blue Bear nearby though. But clearly, he's pulling the strings. Fernand mused as he walked. If we go further, we might find some clues. Suddenly, he froze. A pack of sullen-looking trolls was stomping straight toward us. Everyone scrambled to hide. I was low Genki, panicking. Commander, are those demon clan too? Brown nodded. Affirmative. Normally, I'd say we stealth around to avoid aggro. Wait, you mean we have to fight through them? I asked. Okay, what's the strat? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut me off. No need for tactics. It was the voice of a guy who thought he was the main character. I'll handle this trash. I blinked, totally blindsided. Lure charged. The trolls saw fresh meat and swarmed him like starving wolves. I was freaking out. Dude. We don't have a plan. Lure just smirked, stubborn as hell. This is the plan. He aimed his gun right at the mob, bam. One shot obliterated a huge chunk of them. Lure glanced back at me with Paul disdain. Even if they're demon clan, they're still just trolls. Weak sauce. In this situation, if you're gonna be a coward, just stay back and hide. Seeing that, I snapped and rushed in too. Man, I thought I was used to his toxicity by now. But nope, still annoying as hell, I yelled. Keep watching, kid. Kid dashed in to support. Locked and loaded. Watching us tear it up, Fernand stood there, mouth wide open. No way. I knew they were high level, but Lure, with that kind of power, I bet he could go toe-to-toe with Alexander. Lure popped another troll right in the dome, then glanced at his partner, Kid. His attack power rivals Shinara, maybe even higher. Even a rapier isn't that fast. While the squad was throwing hands up front, Michael was chillin' in the backline, popping off that support fire. The grind was absolutely real, dropping enemies left and right like flies. Fanan was literally sweating, watching his aim. Dude is actually cracked. His accuracy is giving Dragon Beast vibes, but the lock-on speed is like, at least double fast. Suddenly, massive stomping sounds came rushing in. Zero warning, just straight-up jump-scare vibes from these oxers hunting for prey. Fanan Logenki panicked and ducked behind a tree. Yo, check that out, looks like they got that demon upgrade too. He was grinding his teeth, totally salty. Bruh, this isn't a normal quest. Is this map designed to make us rage quit? We just gotta find Blue Bear's trail and dip, that's the whole plan. Now the Oxer squad is right in their faces. Lair starts talking smack immediately. Look at these clowns popping up out of nowhere. Even with the stakes this high, my guy was completely unbothered. This is gonna be fun. Michael peered down the scope, smirking like he already caught the dub. With hitboxes that huge, hitting them is gonna be easy claps. Looks like we caught a lucky break, fam. He instantly deleted an Oxer from the server. Like, blink, and they were all on the floor, bodies just despawning into thin air. Fanon was standing there looking super awkward about it. Wait, so it's not a trap? Maybe it's just a chill fetch quest for clues? Yeah, totally chill. Super easy. Brown walked up to do a quick vibe check on the team. Michael, any mobs leak through down low? He shook his head. Nah, boss man. Nothing's getting to B forward on my watch. The commander nodded, looking pretty satisfied. Good stuff, he said, breaking down the meta. If a single mob reaches B forward, it's game over for us. Since we gotta use our actual eyes, we need to scan the area way harder. Thank God for magic eye hacks. Lur walked over and kicked a pile of Oxers. Yo, did these trash mobs actually wipe out humanity in the Second Demon War? Seems sus. Brown shut that down fast. Don't sleep on them. Demon troops get insanely buffed when they have a commander. Y'all fought Carl, you should know how OP they get. Michael started roasting him. Boss is spitting facts. You forget already, Lur. That time in the Northern Troll Village with Carl, Lair turned bright red. Shut your trap. The trio kept moving. Michael wouldn't let it go. If I didn't clutch up, you wouldn't have even caught him. You almost died, bro. After checking the area, the commander confirmed everything was normal. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed from the woods. Then the system notifications started spamming. Sentinel Mountain Ruler, Kwaikuro has vanished. Sentinel Mountain Ruler, Crizio has vanished. All giant monsters in Sentinel Mountains buffed by 20%. Two beasts slowly walked out. Fan An was too scared to even whisper. Those are two wasteland bosses. Sam frowned, watching their every move. They feel like demon nobles, totally built different from the last time we saw Quikero. Quikero walked up slow, squinting its eyes like a menace. Lur stepped up, looking ready to throw hands. I'm taking them out. But Sam wasn't vibing with that plan. Don't get greedy, Lur. There's two of them. Michael watched from the back, doing some quick mental math. Based on that size, they definitely got juiced up by Blue Bear. They gotta be way tankier than the versions I used to one-tap back in the day. If I don't land a crit, I'm not dropping them in one shot. And wait, were their horns always black? Crisio sniffed the air and screamed, Incahan, smell humans. It's a feast. Quikero got hyped too. A gift for the count. Human meat. Immediately, Quikero charged up energy, getting ready to attack. A blinding lightning bolt wrapped around its body, he's ulting. The whole vibe turned chaotic, dust flying everywhere. The system started spamming updates again. Sentinel Mountain Ruler Mimas has vanished. Sentinel Mountain Ruler Philogra has vanished. Sentinel Mountain Ruler Hedon has vanished. All monsters buffed by 30%. Fan On was sweating buckets. 5 bosses at the same time? Are we getting ganked? Michael saw the whole thing and was like, are they calling backup? No, they're summoning each other. Sam couldn't believe his eyes. So it's the 3 of us versus 5 demon bosses. The math ain't mathing. Unlike the 2 panic-stricken guys, someone else was super hyped. 2 or 5, it doesn't matter. We just gotta wipe the whole lobby. Philogra's sharp horn lit up, followed by a deafening boom. Through the dust cloud, a silhouette pulled up. Lur stared down the monsters, face totally serious. But that attack did 0 damage. In a split second, Quikero closed the gap and threw a massive haymaker. Luckily, Lur managed to juke it just in time. Realizing he was stat-checked, he cursed. What the hell? Is that a teleport? Sam was shook too. Dang, are they using magic hacks? While he was distracted, a light flashed above his head. Another Philogra dove in from the top rope to attack Sam. He flinched and barely dodged. What the actual? Brown shouted, Fam, these aren't regular demons. They're commander-level mobs from Blue Bear's army. Treat them like Carl. He stood there, tense, watching waves of attacks spamming down. The fight was getting sweaty. The rulers kept throwing hands, and the squad could only dodge. Gunshots rang out nonstop, spraying heavy firepower across the battlefield. Michael was having a rough time too. What is this nonsense? Their scaling is way higher than Carl. Lair was over there screaming like a total noob. I'm gonna wreck you, punks. How dare you dodge my skills? Sam chimed in. At least, Carl didn't use magic. The Philogra looked at the humans like a free buffet and laughed. Let's roast these humans and eat. Sam split his gun into dual-wield mode, not letting it flex for long. Don't get too cocky, ugly. He aimed straight for its eye. The bullets connected, making it scream in pain. But the second Quikero closed its eyes, Lur unleashed a fire blast. It did absolutely nothing. This thing was tanking everything. Lair and Sam were shook. No way. How is it dodging with its eyes closed? Is it running on Paul instinct or auto-dodge scripts? So this is what fighting demons is like. The battle dragged on with no end in sight. Sam was running low on stamina. Even with Cyclops stats, Michael wasn't doing much better. If there were thousands of these, humanity surviving would be a total miracle run. He lined up his shot carefully. The moment it opened its eye, he pulled the trigger. But in a split second, it dodged the crit. The bullet just grazed its head, barely drawing blood. Michael was raging. Dang it. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. That missed shot messed with his head. How am I supposed to lock onto their eyes when they're moving with those speed hacks? The whole squad was thinking the same thing. This isn't even Blue Bear. We're on the struggle bus against 5 of his minions. If I could hit them, I'd shred them. But I can't even land a shot. Is there another weak spot besides the eyes? Where can I disable these things? His brain was racing. Screw it. Forget the critical hits. I don't have time to line up the perfect shot anyway. Wait, the horns, maybe. Suddenly, Fan and screamed from the back with a clutch call-out. The horns. Their magic source is in the horns. If you aim for the eyes, the horns auto-trigger a defense. If we break the horns, we nerf their magic. Michael stared at Quikero, muttering those Keith words. Automatic? That makes sense. He broke it down. Exactly. These guys aren't your basic battlefield Cyclops bosses. They're built different. Yo, my best theory XP is through the roof, so trust me on this one. Chat. These ain't your average mobs, it's a whole new species update. Forget headshots. Aim for the horns. Lair was straight up fuming, screaming, why didn't you drop that tutorial earlier, bro? What a troll. But Lee Ha was hyped, like he just unboxed a legendary item. Good looking out, Fan. Unlike those N0 BS we saw earlier, Brown was chillin', Taking his sweet time literally took him 8 minutes and 32 seconds to figure out their glitch. The boss man gave the squad a side eye and roasted us. Just because we got carried by some high-level adventurers doesn't mean we're pro yet. We got a long grind ahead. Lee Ha was totally lost in the sauce. Say what now, Chief? Brown didn't bother explaining, just dropped a casual. Stay safe, fam. Then he walked over to Sam and reached for his piece. Let me hold that musket for a sec. Kid didn't even hesitate. For sure, dude. He grabbed the Crimson Gekuzu and walked straight into the heat. Listen up, chat, because this is the first and last tutorial you're gonna get. Brown stepped to the monsters like a boss. Watch and learn, scrubs. You got that? He didn't waste a single second, just turned toward the Falagra mob and started popping off rounds. Those bullets were laser-guided, snapping their horns like twigs. The mobs were screaming in agony. The rest of the pack saw their homies get wrecked and went berserk. You're dead meat. Something about a count gifting them horns. Whatever. Brown tuned that trash talk out. Suddenly, those horns started glowing. Man, I should have seen that coming a mile away. Like I said, these aren't your basic Cyclopes. It's a whole new patch update. How do they cast spells? Where's the mana coming from? What's the cooldown time? What's the area of effect range? Aside from Blink and Thunder Strike, what else is in there, Sam? You gotta run the numbers and calculate the stats before you engage, guys. Brown aimed down sights, didn't even trash talk, but popped his skill instantly. You guys are nowhere near ready. Play like that, and Blue Bear's minions are gonna farm you for XP first. Brown was dodging their attacks like he had Ultra Instinct active. Keep your eyes on the screen. The monster raged when it whiffed, and Brown used that frame advantage to jump high into the air. Under a starry sky and a full moon super cinematic vibes, Brown leveled his dualies and locked onto the Mima's critical hit spot down below. Boom. Critical hit. That Cyclops was instantly KO'd. Brown stood on top of it, looking epic in the cold night. Lee Ha was shook. He wiped 5 Demon Clan Cyclops in under 4 minutes. If we knew the Horn meta earlier, we could have taken them down. But not with that much style. Is this guy a Smurf account? Maybe a hero from the Second Human Demon War. Even so, that speedrun was insane. Brown kept his foot on the monster's head and started breaking down the stats. Cyclops are built like humans, optic nerves connect to the brain, big weak spot. Sam and Lee Ha kept spamming shots at the eyes, but their DPS was 0. Issue number 2. Look at the hit registry. Even when Sam and Lee Ha missed the crit spot, the monster still took damage. You know why, chat? Because the AI doesn't trigger defense unless you aim for the eyes. The horns only activate their shield if the eye is targeted. Super simple mechanic, right? He spun around and tossed the guns back to Kid's swag overload. If you weren't buffering while they were casting, you would have figured out the weapon mechanics and wiped the Cyclopes already. If Fernando wasn't carrying you, you'd be toast. If this is your max skill level, I gotta rethink the roster. Kid clenched his fist. The roast was harsh, but the man wasn't lying. True facts, we're a 3-man sniper squad with 0 support mains. If we miss our shots, it doesn't matter how high our damage stats are, it's game over. Lee Ha felt totally cringe. Imagine having the absolute accuracy perk and still missing shots. Big L. Brown was talking until his throat was dry. But the team was just standing there lagging. Brown snapped. Why are you away from keyboard? Go loot the bodies for intel. The trio jumped out of their skins. Yes, sir. On it. Brown didn't want to waste any frames. Sweep the mountain. After an hour of grinding mobs, the last enemy was a solo unit. Lee Ha scoped in with his SAS and unloaded the clip. Pop, pop, pop. The system notification finally pinged. Demon Patriarch Blue Bear, quest complete. Good game. Once the map was clear, the squad regrouped at Brown's location. Brown spotted them instantly. Took you long enough. Lee Ha's crew was completely out of stamina, panting like crazy, but they still managed to salute. Roger that, Commander. Lee Ha had to give him props. Seeing his teammates totally drained just proved the commander's level is in a whole different league. Brown crossed his arms, scanning the team. The finish was a bit sloppy, but overall, not a bad run. Good job. Hearing that, Sam and Lee Ha were hyped. Thanks, boss. Lair was beaming with pride. Then Brown turned to Fernand, who was staring at the minimap. Yo, Fernand, you pick up any pings on Blue Bear? Fernand's answer was super vague. I think I got a lock, but it's glitchy. I found something, but the trail is splitting in every direction. Brown raised an eyebrow. Break it down for me. I'm tracking the mana flow, Fernand said, but the data is corrupted or something. I've got hard pings in the northwest past Sion, southwest near the Red Mountains of Minis, and the western wastelands. All 3 are lighting up at once. Plus, a faint signal east, maybe Pubal, Coast, or Craven. Could be even further. Lee Ha was confused. Is that a normal spawn mechanic? Fernand shut that down. Nope, it's mana synchronization. Unless this guy can clone himself to 4 spots at once, it's impossible. This is wild. The east signal is fading, so Blue Bear probably dipped. We gotta check the other 3 zones. Brown stepped up. All right, squad, listen up. The vibe got tense. We have no choice. We gotta split push. Right then, a new system quest popped up on their HUDs. Quest: Demon Patriarch Blue Bear Part 2. Objective: Intel gathering on Blue Bear's army. Location: blank. Autocomplete enabled if another player clears it first. Reward: Unlock Part 3. Failure condition: Death. Achievement: The Opening of Destruction. First clear bonus: 5 stat points. Yo, those stats are huge. Liha started strategizing, so we're solo queuing for intel. As long as I don't get fragged, I'm good, right? Just gotta do my job. Kid didn't even hesitate. I'm taking the north server. Lir followed up. Western wastelands are mine. Liha's jaw dropped. You guys aren't even gonna think about it. While Liha was lagging, Brown gave the order. Liha, you take the southwest Minas border. Liha panicked. Say what? Minas is, like, the #1 ranked region for national contribution. Liha started sweating. Why Minas? I'm literally the most hated player on that entire server. While Liha was having a breakdown, his phone buzzed. Bro, where you at? It's anarchy out here. The demon nobles are spamming spawns all over Pupil. The Royal Guard and the elite squad are mobilizing. Liha snapped out of it. Wait, what? He turned to Brown, totally freaking out. Commander, it's a full-scale raid. The demon nobles are invading everywhere in Pupil. Hearing the news, the guy didn't even flinch. He just kept his voice low and analytical. If he's rushing like that, I get it. Means he's definitely riding solo. I'll take this up to the palace. Sir Fa, hit up the prince immediately. Fa gave a quick nod. Copy that. Then Brow turned to Liha's trio, looking dead serious. You guys need to start the investigation. Like, right now. But listen close, this mission is strictly intel gathering. We are not here to throw hands with Blue Bear. Stay frosty. Asterisk, scene switches to a super bougie hallway inside the palace. Asterisk. Nora is power walking down the hall. She hits the brakes right in front of the central throne room, totally shook to see a massive crowd of guards. She's thinking, asterisk, what on earth is going on here? Asterisk. Then she spots a familiar face and freezes. Is that Brow? Why is he in such a rush? In the distance, Brow is grilling the vice captain, sounding pretty stressed out. Vice captain, I've got a red alert update for the prince as soon as possible. The guard is hesitating, looking all awkward because there's a meeting inside. But before he can finish his sentence, Brow cuts him off. Bro, this is literally about what they're discussing in there. The vice captain looks pained. Look, at best, I can pass a note to the officials. Nora, eavesdropping on the tea, starts piecing it together in her head. Asterisk field bosses popping up everywhere. Riots going crazy. And now NPCs teaming up with Liha. This has got to be linked to the Demon King's fragments, right? Asterisk. She doesn't waste another second. Nora steps up to save Brow from the awkwardness. On behalf of the Holy Knights, I've got a major request. The intel Sir Brow has his top-tier classified stuff regarding the capital's safety. Let him see the prince. Hearing that, the vice captain immediately bolts. Understood. I'll report it right away. Brow looks over at Nora, surprised. Ma'am? Once the guard is gone, Nora slides straight into the main topic. Sup, Brow? Based on the vibes, I'm guessing this is about those field bosses spawning. If it's not totally top secret, care to spill the tea? Brow nods slightly. Deal. For sure. I really appreciate the assist. A hot minute later, Brow is standing in the main hall. He bows respectfully to the king. Long live the highness, and all that. King Pupil's voice booms back. Skip the formalities, fam. Just get to the point. Nobody noticed, but Rose and Nora are staring daggers at each other like a fight is about to break out. Brow politely takes off his helmet and drops the bomb. Your Majesty, straight from the Beast Guard Mountain mission, one of the Demon King's fragments, Dudia, was there. King Pupil actually flinches. Dudaya. The rest of the court starts freaking out. Dudaya. At the Beast Mountain. For real. Rose purses his lips, looking super salty. Nora catches that whole reaction from the back. Asterisk. What was that look? Was he disappointed? Asterisk. But in a split second, Rose fixes his face, acting like nothing happened. A bit later, in the magnificent main hall, King Pupil sits on his throne asking the big questions. So, what's the play? Where's Blue Bear? Is he marching the royal army to the capital? Brow reports fast, Nah, Majesty. My squad and I chased him, but we only found faint tracks. According to that legendary explorer Ethan, Blue Bear is basically server hopping across the continent right now. At first, I thought Blue Bear woke up to summon the army, but with news of these noble riots spreading today, my theory has changed. Brow starts pointing out the plot holes. The royal army gathering in one spot should make them stronger, right? But their numbers are actually super low, and they're scattered all over the map. Plus, the monsters in the Sentinel Mountains just got a 20% power buff. He drops the final conclusion. So, this crisis among the nobles? It's just a distraction to drain our resources. Brow adds another twist to the hunt for the Demon King's fragments. They're stalling to wake up times and other times, soul fragment. He raises his voice, pleading with the court. Your Majesty, we need to track Blue Bear fast. I'm begging for a collab with minis. But before King Pupil can say a word, Rose jumps in. Doesn't that sound kinda sus? Rose waves his hand, starting his interrogation. We all know this enemy crossed the East Sea ages ago. Now they're back looking for fragments, times here, asterisk. Isn't that totally weird? Brow still looks shaken by the memory. As the great mage knows, Dudia was one of the ones who escaped with the Demon King. But he was found in the deepest darkness of the wasteland, in the abyss known as the Void. He was sealed there, covered in red crystals, leaking 0 mana. The last time someone saw him crossing the sea, it was just an illusion, but obviously, Rose isn't buying it. He goes for the jugular. So how did your rookie squad find Blue Bear and live to tell the tale? Brow can only summarize it with one word. It was a coincidence. Rose laughs like it's the funniest joke ever. So he accidentally hides where you can find him, and then is nice enough to spare you? Yeah, okay. Sounds way too convenient. He raises his voice, picking apart the story for the audience. I believe Blue Bear is back because the Pope confirmed it. But linking all this to the Demon King's fragments? That's just a wild guess, bro. Rose is getting hyped now. And you want us to sign a treaty with those sneaky minutes based on times that asterisk? You got some nerve saying that in front of the king. Immediately, the gathered nobles start nodding like sheep. Right, Lord Rose is spitting facts. We can't risk the king's safety on a guess. Sir Brow, we need to demand heavy reparations so they don't try anything shady again. If they don't pay up in land and gold, no deal on the treaty. Do you know how much we lost in the last war? You two are disrespecting the king and the whole kingdom's honor. The whole room gangs up on Brow, leaving the poor guy completely speechless against the mob mentality. Nora sighs, totally over it. Asterisk, this is why dealing with NPCs is such a grind. Once greed kicks in, logic goes out the window. Asterisk. Asterisk. At this rate, the mob is going to demand another war with minis. Whatever. Asterisk, meanwhile, cut to a secret hideout tucked away on a cliff. Laiha is banging on the door like a maniac, but nobody's answering. Yo, that's weird. Is this the wrong address? He scratches his head. Are they ghosting me? Asterisk, man, I really need to craft some new gear. Asterisk, he decides to yell one more time. Yo, Bottle. I'm not here to troll you this time. Pick up. Dogon finally steps in. Dude, you didn't hear? The Earth Boss got fired for causing too much drama. Lee Ha is shook. The Earth Boss got fired. Seriously. Asterisk. Later, at a random house. Asterisk. 3 buff dudes are working hard in the yard. Lai Ha spots his target and shouts, Yo, Bottle. Hearing a stranger, the old man snaps into alert mode. Who goes there? Wait. Ironbeard bro? Immediately, Bottle and Whisker drop into combat stances, ready to throw hands. All right, big bro is reading the room all wrong. Lee Ha frantically waves his hands to clear things up. Yo, it's me, Lee Ha. I ain't here to throw hands. He repeats his name to make it stick. Lee Ha. He looks around and scratches his head, totally helpless. Geez, what kind of drama did you stir up to get dragged all the way here? Before he can even finish his sentence, Whisker lunges at him, grabbing his collar and screaming, You, scumbag. He slams Lee Ha into the dirt, raging hard. This is all your fault, totally on you. If Brist wasn't here, even Brist is like, chill, bro. Lee Ha, getting ambushed out of nowhere, is just as frustrated. What's the deal? Why are you treating me like this? That question hits a nerve, and Whisker screams again. Are you serious right now? That item from the bird monster, you're involved with that sketchiness, aren't you? Right then, the main man Barthley steps in to cut the tension. Knock it off. Iron Beards, get inside. I'm gonna handle this kid myself. He emphasizes it like a boss. Get inside. Lee Ha stands up, looking around with a massive question mark floating over his head. What is going on here? Why are the Iron Beards roasting him? He watches Whisker crying a river in a dark corner and can't help but wonder loot from a chimera. What exactly is that about? A moment later, Barthel and Lee Ha head indoors. They sit in awkward silence for what feels like forever. Finally, seeing Lee Ha about to doze off, Barthel carefully asks, You're really Elizabeth's descendant, right? Lee Ha confirms it. Bro, why ask? You already know the answer. This musket is literally the receipt. The old man probes a bit deeper. And you're connected to the Demon King's fragment too, huh? Lee Ha lags for a second, not getting the connection. Demon King's fragment? I met Blue Bear back in the day, but internally, Lee Ha is like, why are we suddenly spilling tea about the Demon King? What is happening right now? Barfley's hand on his knee is shaking. I've heard about Max, but that's not what I'm talking about. His voice is shaky, and he's sweating bullets. You're a fragment holder. Don't tell me you're mixed up with the Gibrit nest. Lee Ha is shook. Another Demon King fragment? Does that mean there's another one out there besides the one he knows? Flashback to the ambush earlier, it all makes sense now. No wonder the Ironbeards and Barfley were acting so paranoid and defensive. First, gotta get Barfley to chill so he can explain. Lee Ha grabs the old man's hands, giving him the most sincere look possible. I swear on my life, I have zero connection to Gibrit. I literally just heard about it from you today. Barfley looks down, looking super depressed. Yeah, makes sense. You are the descendant of that chaotic legend. After all, while they chat, Whisker and Brist are eavesdropping outside the window. I heard you got drafted because of your sniping skills and night vision. So that's why you got exiled? But what does that have to do with the Chimera crew? They just made that up. Barfley crosses his arms, giving zero attitude. The chief knows it's bogus. We just thought the leaders lost their marbles drafting me. Suddenly, his voice drops deep. The real reason the chief exiled us. The answer to Lee Ha's question finally drops, is because they predicted Gibrit was going to show up. Barfley looks stressed out. He spills the whole story in detail. Chimera are dangerous monsters. Last time, some sages spotted a pack of them near the Red Mountain Range. They sent an investigation team but found Zip, so the case went cold. But now that Blue Bear is active, that sighting was probably legit. The dwarf chiefs probably saw the signs of a Demon King fragment but were too chicken to act. So, they use your custom order as an excuse to exile me and cover their tracks. The whole story is so ridiculous, Lee Ha can barely believe it. Huh. So they exiled you just to hide the truth. Deep down, he feels like something is super sus. That is some wild nonsense. Sounds like something the Royal Council would pull. The old man's face goes dark. Yup, those idiot chiefs are trying to drag me into the Gibrit mess. If they couldn't frame me, they'd just toss me out. If they actually had receipts, they would have executed me already. Knowing the details now, Lee Ha feels kinda awkward. Man, I just came here to order some gear, and now I'm in this awkward spot. It's not my fault, but looking at this mess, I still feel bad. Suddenly, Bartholomew switches topics. So Lee Ha, what brings you here anyway? Lee Ha answers immediately. Oh, just needed an ammo refill and wanted to check on the squad. Hearing that, Bartholomew asks for a favor. Oh, perfect timing. Can you do me a solid? I can't really work well here. I want to go back to Wallow, but to do that. Suddenly, a system window pops up, reading the old man's thoughts. I need to prove I'm not with Gibrit. If you take down a Chimera, it proves I didn't create them. Also, you got a quest. Collect at least 3 Chimera skins. Reward, 3 free support calls from Barfley. Failure penalty, minus 3,000 global reputation, minus 60% dwarf NPC affinity. Lee Ha stares at the screen, eyes popping out. No way. Huh? You want me to hunt a rare artificial Chimera and skin it? He feels like this mission is practically impossible. 3 Chimera skins, we don't even know if they're real. Barfley claps back instantly. They are. I don't know if Gibrit made them, but Chimera are out there. They just hide really well. He asks one last time, so, you down or not? Lee Ha looks at the system screen, feeling a bad vibe in his gut. One of the failure conditions is summoning Gibrit. If I fail, I get the Demon King's Pawn achievement. That sounds toxic. Wait, did they say the Chimera were at the Red Mountain Range? Red Mountain, Southwest Minis. That matches the map location for Blue Bear. It's a match. Lee Ha can't hide his grin and turns to leave. All right, player intel for the win. I'm gonna log out, plan this raid, and catch some Z's. Planning is Keith can't risk failing and getting branded with that Demon King's Pawn tag, right? Who would be that dumb? Hopefully not me. But wait, Lee Ha realizes something is off. The reward is only 3 free support calls from Barfley. That's it. That's kinda weird. He spins around and confronts Barfley out of nowhere. This free coupon thing, really? The old man is caught off guard and just grunts. Lee Ha activates his negotiation skill. He gets up in Barfley's face, looking menacing. So, you'll craft whatever I want, right? Barfley is shaking in his boots but nods. What are you planning to ask for? Anything within my power. Hearing that, Lee Ha smirks internally. He might be down bad, but Barfley is still the goat smith. I'm getting exactly what I need. Cut to a skyscraper under the blazing sun. Madame Ro checks her files and gives Lee Ha the bad news with a sigh. Sorry, hun. I got 0 intel on Chimera, or Gibrit. And so, back to the A-Stock warp gate. Lee Ha is deep in thought. Even Madame Rowe drew a blank on Gibrit or Chimera. Guess I have no choice but to face the music and head to minis myself. Gotta clear Barthol's quest to get those support items. Plus, it lines up with the Blue Bear mission, so 2 birds, 1 stone. But then he stops, scratching his head in the middle of the crowd. Why does it have to be minis? He's not thrilled, but Liha steps into the teleport circle anyway. Whatever. I was wearing different gear back then, so they probably won't recognize me. In no time, he gets warped to the far south of Pupil Nido. Liha treks across the match plains. Time flies, and soon enough, he's standing in line at the entrance to the fortress city of minis, just waiting his turn. Asterisk. Phew, asterisk. Finally breathe a sigh of relief. Crossing that border was a total grind. Anyway, time to log my entry at this city near Minas. Even with the ceasefire, you can't skip the security checkpoints. It's mandatory. The gatekeepers are scanning everyone like TSA agents before letting them in. Please place your hand on the orb. Thanks. When it was my turn, I hesitated. Looking up at those towering walls, I started feeling like this was a huge mistake. Wait, didn't my special ops squad literally lead the siege here? Actually, pretty sure Times was the one who smashed this gate. The guard, totally oblivious to my internal panic, shoved the orb in my face. State your ID and unit, then place your hand here. I stared at the thing, terrified it would trigger a boss fight. If I touch this orb, am I going to get dragged into a battle? I played it cool and touched it anyway, telling myself, nah, no way. But the second I made contact, the thing turned bright red. The system announced my base is currently in a true state, affiliated with Bubio. Then I just dropped my name, I'm Lai Ha. And wow, the reaction was instant. Everyone started screaming, Michael. You mean Times Michael. Talk about a chaotic moment. All I could do was give a cringe smile. Am I cancelled or what? After the mess at Vank, I had to teleport out fast to get to Cliff, this city near the Red Mountain Range. I still have flashbacks of mobs throwing rocks and trash at me, yelling, get lost, scum. Totally unprovoked. I couldn't even fight back. No, wait, I didn't do it. Because the NPCs and minis are so hostile, farming intel for my mission is basically impossible. I was standing in the Cliff Town Square like a laggy character, realizing I'm getting nowhere with these NPCs. Maybe I should squad up with some actual players? Suddenly, I heard a voice recruiting nearby. You look like a solid tank. Want to join our party? But this guy, Kukunasi, has zero chill. He barely listened before telling them to beat it. Scram. Strangely, that piqued my interest. He looks OP and has that fiery attitude, betting he'd be fun against Lur. Spiky red hair. He looks exactly like the main character from that legendary basketball manga. Is he a cosplayer? I was zoning out, staring at him when he shot me a death glare. One look, and I was shaking totally intense aura. His eyes were spitting fire. I shivered from the pressure and quickly looked away, acting terrified. Wait, did I just make eye contact? Did he clock me as Michael from Pupil? Watching the crowd disperse, I felt the pressure drop. They left? Okay, partying up with randoms is off the table. Asking other players for leaks isn't safe either. Then, a light bulb went off. I can just DM Times guy. I connected the call, acting all hype. Yo, fan on. He was super energetic, too. Oh, Michael, you heading to the Red Mountain Range? Solid choice. He totally read my mind. You know me. Hey, quick question. I'm on another side quest. You hear any rumors about a Chimera-type boss southwest of Minis? That surprised him. A Chimera? Yeah. I've actually been to that zone. My eyes lit up. For real? You saw it? He didn't hold back. I was running a mining quest with some dwarves, but a Chimera chased us off. Mission failed, so yeah, I remember it vividly. Fanan was the squad leader when they spotted the Chimera, so he's a reliable witness. This proves it's not just a rumor. He sounded serious. If you're hunting it, watch your six. But heads up, almost nobody knows this, but there's a dragon in the northern peaks. That made me pause. Huh? But that's not the White Dragon raid zone. He lowered his voice. This is different. Couldn't even get near its aggro range. I started getting suspicious. Dragons are usually named after their biome. So, is it a red dragon? He hesitated. No, since the dwarves were scanning for copper veins, it might be a metallic dragon. I froze. Got it. Thanks for the alpha. He sounded excited. If you find any clues on Max, ping me. I just scratched my head, confused by everything happening. Copper. If it's a copper, bronze, or brass dragon, I'm good. My blessing of Brian buffs my rep with metallic dragons, but my affinity with chromatic dragons is -80, so I'm worried. But what if at times is a red dragon? I stepped out with zero fear, trying to hype myself up. I'll beat him to it. Just as I was exiting the gate, a cold voice stopped me. Hold up. I jumped when I saw those intense eyes. Wait, is that Sakuragi? No, focus. What does he want? He stood there pointing at me. You leaving our cliff? Heading to the Red Mountains? His attitude was ticking me off. Who do you think you are, talking down to me like that? I don't even like this guy. Why is he pressing me? Kukunasi looked genuinely confused. What? Seeing his dumbfounded face, I sighed. I don't know you info. Learn some manners first. Later. Suddenly, he grabbed me. Wait, that triggered me. Yo, what are you doing? Hands off. Squeeze any harder and you're dead meat. My killing intent flared and Kukunasi scrambled back. My bad. Didn't mean to offend you. I was curious. I thought I could help. I looked at him, confused. Huh. He started rambling. I'm trying to map out the Red Mountains, but the mob density is insane. Since you're heading there, wouldn't it be better to duo? His stiffness left me speechless. Is he an NPC? No, the way he formed a party earlier proves he's a player, but he talks like a bot. Maybe he thinks I'm picky. He frowned, trying to convince me. You don't trust me? Nobody else knows this, but there's a dragon up there. My eyes went wide. You know about the dragon. Does he have intel like Ethan? Maybe he knows about the Chimera too. He's sus, but might be useful. I walked up to him. Fine. Want to party up? We can chat on the way. Kukunasi nodded instantly like a wooden doll. Mission accomplished. I took the lead. Cool. Drop your IGN and level. I needed to send the invite. He answered robotically. 183. Ka. I fiddled with the menu, thinking to myself. Only NPCs like Mrs. Do don't get the concept of levels. So he's definitely a player. He looks older, so I gotta stay on guard. Why are you heading to the mountains? Kukunasi stuck close and explained honestly. Need to find something. A quest. I pressed him naturally. Okay, but why tag along with me? You curious about me or something? He admitted it instantly. Yeah. Then, dead silence. His calm poker face was causing my anxiety to spike. Well, aren't you going to ask me anything? You said you were curious. Hold on. Is he planning to sacrifice me to the dragon to clear his quest? Nah, I'm overthinking. Just met the guy. I'll just keep him as a backup plan in case things go south. We reached the Red Mountains in no time. A griffin tried to ambush us, but I swatted it out of the sky instantly. Man, that was fast, I thought. But honestly, I was disappointed. Too bad it wasn't the Chimera. Griffins are just trash mobs. Kukunasi stared at the one-shot kill, eyeing my gear carefully. Impressive. That weapon looks terrifying. Yo, fam. Laiha was straight up shook by the compliment. Bro, you've never seen a musket before? The other dude just stared, totally baffled. That's a musket. Doesn't look like any boomstick I know. Laiha was mentally face-palming. I mean, come on. Even the items in his inventory were screaming in confusion. It's a rifle, my guy. Literally everyone from the modern world knows this. After clearing the air, he got straight to the point. Anyway, homie, what's your play? Which zone are we hitting? Kukunasi didn't play games well, metaphorical ones. Is it far? I need to get close to the dragon's den. Laiha's radar went off immediately. The dragon's den? You talking about where the griffins chill? Or happy? The guy's voice was deadpan. Nope, we're looking for chimeras. Jackpot. Wait, you can help me track those freaks? It's not just for kicks. It's part of my mission, Kukunasi said, suddenly acting all mysterious and stuff. I suspect you know something. Promise to have my back and I'll spill the tea. Laiha felt like he just unboxed a legendary item. For real, what's the quest? What do I gotta do? Suddenly, the guy's eyes went ice cold, giving off major don't mess with me vibes. Nothing crazy. I just need to investigate something near the dragon's crib. Just ride with me, that's it. Kukunasi kept reassuring him the whole way. Chill, bro. I investigate. You escort to the waypoint. Simple. But let's be real. Chat. Laiha was high-key stressing. Okay, but what if the actual dragon decides to crash the party? The guy frowned, noticing the panic in his eyes. We can insta-teleport out if things get hairy. I don't need to fight the boss, just get close. He added. Clear the trash mobs, wait for me to finish, and I'll drop the cords for the Chimera spawn. Laiha was still sus, though. Low info, mysterious guy, huge red flags. But hey, didn't seem like he was being played like a fiddle. If you've ever trusted a random in co-op, hit that like button. Maybe he's running a glass cannon build or some research class like Fernando that needs a tank. Thinking is hard. Laiha just shrugged it off and accepted his fate. YOLO, right? Nothing to lose. He switched to hype mode. Bet. Let's bag those chimeras first, then we roll. Kukunasi didn't even hesitate. Done. Follow me. The speed of that reply left Laiha shook. This dude actually keeps his promises? Is he one of those rare, serious gamer types? Before long, they hit the spot. Total wasteland. Lai looked around, confused. This is the Hong Sun Range, where the first chimeras were spotted. In this open field, bro, there's nowhere to hide. It's totally exposed. Kukunasi read his mind. They're close. Most players just walk right past them. They cloak themselves inside barriers. Lai gasped. No way. Cloaking tech? Kukunasi nodded, drawing his blade. You here to frag some chimeras or what? Heck yeah, Liha admitted. Kukunasi's voice dropped an octave, sounding super ominous. Then gear up. Liha whipped out his rifle, locking and loading. Seeing the guy's weapon, Liha bugged out. Yo, dual-wielding giant swords with two hands? Is that even legal? What kind of busted build is he running? Kukunasi went full Leroy Jenkins. I'm going in. He slashed his twin blades, slicing a tree clean in half with one hit. Liha watched the tree fall, absolutely terrified. What is that DPS? As the tree hit the dirt, a weird blue light flashed behind it. Liha squinted, then jumped out of his skin. A massive army of chimeras just spawned out of nowhere. Liha was screaming internally. This is nuts. A heads up about the mob density would have been nice. And these things were way uglier than the wiki said. They were totally different from the usual mobs. He started blasting, but one of the freaks spat some neon green gunk at him. Liha dodged just in time, parkour skills on point. The ground sizzled where the spit landed. Yo, is that acid? Poison? Liha was panicking. I can't see their hitboxes or weak points. How do I kill this? Back against the wall, Liha yelled, Spirit Soul Link, activate. Boom. Expert rank achieved, summoning backup. I got 30 minutes on the clock. The system pinged. Level 66 plus user level equals 229. Liha aimed over his bear companion, Coma. New skill unlocked. Let's go. Liha screamed, wipe him out, Teddy. The bear went Super Saiyan, buffing its fire element to evaporate that nasty acid instantly. The chimeras were screeching in pain, music to my ears. Then Liha remembered a pro tip from his buddy Jack. Bears can sniff out traps and weak spots. Yo bear, find their crit spot and smash it. Coma didn't need telling twice. Bam. The orb in the chimera's chest got shattered. Up in a tree, Kukunasi was actually impressed. Spirit summoning? And that's not even a local mob. Kids got skills to pay the bills. 25 minutes later. Asterisk, ding. Asterisk system says 5 minutes remaining. Liha started sweating bullets. Dang it, bears despawning soon. Should I grab the loot and dip? If I wipe them here, it might trigger a chain quest. Suddenly, a cool voice cut through the panic. Need a hand? Kukunasi was just chilling there. Liha almost lost it. Bro, have you been away from keyboard this whole time watching me struggle? The guy just shrugged. Pretty much. Liha bit his tongue, gotta focus on the grind. Fine. Just aggro them while I loot the drops. Okay. Surprisingly, the mystery dude obeyed without a word. System update. Link severed. Spirit returning. Coma vanished, and Liha sighed, totally bummed. Great. Now I'm solo. No more bear hacks. Kukunasi casually chopped down another tree. Watcher 6. Liha was still shaking. Dude, where are you even aiming with those things? The chimeras were getting wrecked left and right. Blood everywhere, but Kukunasi's face, stone cold. Liha watched from the sidelines, jaw on the floor. Who is this guy? Kukunasi was blending them like a smoothie. Liha scrambled to grab the loot. Asterisk, system. Acquired biological fragment of ant hybrid. Asterisk. Asterisk, acquired third phase fragment. Dragon brain stem. Asterisk, Liha yelled over the noise. Yo Kuku, I got the goods. We're clear. Kukunasi leaped back. Move. Liha was bewildered by how chill this guy was. Seriously, what is your deal? But in the distance, more creepy noises were getting closer. Liha felt a knot in his stomach. Those things are slow but weak to fire. My bear was the hard counter. Soloing them now? Big yikes. I need to master fire control for when my summon is on cooldown. After sprinting for what felt like miles, Liha was gasping for air. Thanks for the carry, man. He looked at Kukunasi dude's gear was spotless. Not a drop of slime. Is he a pro? Some hidden top ranker? Nah. I memorized the top 50 leaderboards. He's a total unknown. But with those mechanics, he could probably 1v1 Alexander and win. Kukunasi shot him a glare and pointed at a distant peak. My turn. Liha jumped, remembering their deal. Oh, right, my bad. Let's roll. He chuckled nervously. Though, I dunno if I'll be much use to a beast like you. Kukunasi, proving he wasn't a total robot, actually gave him a nudge. Don't forget to subscribe for part 2. Huge carry, fam. That play was totally unexpected. Got me feeling kinda shy, to be honest. Thanks for the hype, though. But watching his character walk away, I started catching major bad vibes. Looks like you can solo this whole map without me. Even level 183 is barely a struggle here. Yup. Liha finally let the curiosity win. Yo, Kukunasi, did you hop on that National War server last time? The dude seemed to keep it 100 with his reply. I was out exploring the map, so I missed the event. Since I couldn't dig up any dirt, I just let it slide. But my gut was still screaming times sus asterisk. Time to spread the word and see if anyone recognizes this guy. I hit up my squad mate Kyle. Now he's curious too. None of the guild homies have heard of him. Bayan IM drew a blank too, so he's definitely not a top ranker. Maybe a foreign player or a pro who wiped their account to Smurf. Emily got super hyped hearing that. That name isn't on any leaderboard I've stalked. Yo, can you recruit him for our guild? Dude was so stunned he almost forgot to finish his food. Sick. What's their build? I've literally never heard the name Kukunasi before. If this guy knows where the dungeon boss hides, he might be a heavy hitter who can actually rival me. But Kyle just let out a salty sigh. He still couldn't dodge the blood chaser bullets. Find any clues on straw? Bet you $0 you didn't. Seeing my squad hopeless left me speechless. Nobody knows anything. The kid is starting to act more like Lure every day. Suddenly, Kukunasi stopped walking. We've arrived. He looked cautiously at the mountains in the distance. Is this the dragon's spawn point? He quickly corrected me. Technically, this is just the edge of the dragon's barrier. His tone was super chill as he explained. Once a creature with enough mana crosses this line, the dragon's security system trips. Hearing that mechanic made my face cringe hard. Got it. Looks like something's about to go down. I asked carefully, trying to scope the situation. Do you know which dragon mains this lair? Kukunasi's voice got lighter. A bronze dragon. Hearing that, the stress instantly left my body. Woo, total lifesaver. It's a metallic dragon. I remembered my Bepa's blessing plus 50% affinity with all metal dragons. But standing before the massive mountains, I was still confused. Alright, so what's the play? You told me to clear ads, but there's 0 mobs around. Kukunasi started acting weird, his eyes glowing like laser beams scanning the mountains. Obviously, the dragon's mana leaks through the barrier. Basic mobs wouldn't dare camp here. My eyes bugged out. Huh. Isn't that a logic fail? Maybe the game glitched. Then Kukunasi dropped a bomb. I need to scan the area, so you just step inside the barrier for a sec. I instantly went from 0 to 100 on the rage meter. Excuse me, you literally just said the alarm magic trips if someone with mana walks in. Kukunasi didn't care about my feelings, doubling down on his plan. That's your quest. I can only push up if the dragon starts moving. His logic was so annoying I wanted to rage quit right there. Bro, what about me? You said this was a safe run. Kukunasi wasn't backing down, giving me a death stare. If the dragon actually tries to grief you, just run away. I let out a dry laugh. Haha, so serious. Inside, I was coping hard. I owe this guy a favor, and his stats are too cracked to argue with. I gave him a fair warning. If things get sketchy, I'm dipping. Don't count on me to tank. Kukunasi tried to chill me out. Bronze dragons are chill, you'll be fine. Just for a quick sec. I hesitated at the barrier, took a deep breath, and finally stepped into the zone. Inside, the light just flickered. Total letdown. I thought the alarm would be a siren or something epic. Now what? How long do I away from keyboard here? Huh, Kukunasi. Suddenly, a blinding flash popped off behind me. Robes fluttering in the wind. L-Grun stood there, looking shook but hyped. I sensed Lord Bapus's mana and came running. But, you're a human player. Sorry, but who are you? Cold sweat started dripping as I looked at this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Who goes there? L-Grun kept his voice steady. I am the admin of this domain. I am the bronze dragon, L-Grun. Are you the messenger sent by Lord Bapus? My brain short-circuited. A dragon? Wait, you're not a human NPC. He just smiled awkwardly. I couldn't risk startling Lord Bapus, so I chose this skin. It would be rude to use my true form. I collapsed on the ground, staring at him. A dragon that can polymorph into a dude? Wild. Suddenly, a massive shadow covered the whole map. I started sprinting and screaming like a noob. Even L-Grun looked terrified at what was coming. My mind was spiraling. Is he a ranker? A foreign server player? Did I get played? Why did he chat me up at Radcliffe? How did he know the Chimera spot and bait me into this barrier? Finally, it clicked. As Kukunasi launched his attack, I panicked. Even L-Grun lost his cool. How is that trash mob here? Up in the sky, Kukunasi looked way too happy, screaming, "Thanks, you Bipus simps." He instantly unleashed a massive fire breath attack. I grabbed L-Grun and ducked, triggering my mana barrier skill. The system auto-equipped the special protection ring. Ping! Notification, mana barrier activated. Watching the shield crack, I was terrified. I knew from the World War event that Dragon Breath is OP, but the pressure alone before it even hit, insane. The barrier shattered instantly. As the ground exploded, L-Grun and I bailed into a pit. Kukunasi actually looked surprised by the juke. So, you didn't just inherit Bapus's mana. You know the meta to counter my breath? Too bad it's useless. System alert. Mana lock activated. Barrier applied. You cannot leave the zone for 30 minutes. Debuff removed if target has superior skills. System alert. Spatial bind active. No teleporting for 15 minutes. Comms lock active. Group chat and whispers blocked for 15 minutes. Kukunasi's voice boomed. Listen up, you Bronze, Brat, and Bipus fanboys. You're cut off from the server. Hand over your lives, and I'll make the game over screen quick. That threat stressed me out. Damn it. L-Grun said he felt Bipus's vibes the moment I walked in. Dragons have that radar. That scumbag Kukunasi planned this whole griefing session since we met at Radcliffe. I knew you could party up with NPCs, but partying with a monster, the rage burned hotter than the fire breath. How did I miss this? Even Bipus gave me the quest directly. They're monsters, but with high NT stats and NPC mechanics, they can bluff. It all makes sense now. I turned to L-Grun, feeling guilty. L-Grun, my bad. This raid wipe is on me. He kept a straight face. No, it is my fault for being a noob and not detecting Kukunasi sooner. Teleport is nerfed, and we can't DM Lord Bipus. I've only been an adult dragon for like 300 years. I can't 1v1 Kukunasi. He's on that ancient level grind set. I fought hard, gripping my musket. Then, I jumped up. Yo, can you kite him for just 15 minutes? L-Grun looked at me like I was trolling. Excuse me? I looked up at Kukunasi, squeezing my trigger. I'm not some saint who's gonna sacrifice myself for the plot. Seen as Hyde, Kukunasi got toxic. You guys gonna camp down there forever? Check this out, guys. Bronze tier versus that monster, please. Lee has those icy blue eyes locked in. He's got total faith in the win, not even a dragon's breath attack is gonna shake him. He's waiting for that one glitch in the defense. Boom. Magic Eye activated. Kukunasi is opening his mouth to charge up another fireball like a total noob. Alright, listen up, no respawns here. You're gonna regret being so stubborn. Lee is analyzing the cooldown timer on that breath attack. He's watching for that split-second opening. In the clutch moment, he aims the barrel right at him, screaming at the top of his lungs. Mana Thermobaric Bomb. The server is booting up, folks. The ultimate ability just triggered. Kukunasi's wing takes a massive hit, and he is screaming in agony. Even L-Grun is looking at the damage like, yo, that actually worked? Did you hear that scream? Lee jumps on the momentum instantly. Hey Grun, start praying. He's just hoping this shot lands clean. The tension is absolutely insane right now. Look at that face-off. Kukunasi is tilting so hard he's ripping through dragon scales. You little golden lizard brat, you're never gonna catch a break. He tries a fire attack, but nope, get pinned, son. Lee sees it working and gets hyped. He takes aim again. Awesome, the tech works. Here's a little bonus present for you. Bang. Second shot lands, and Kukunasi is screeching in pain again. My mana. Oh, seeing him miserable is music to Lee's ears. Turns out, mana thermobaric bombs totally wreck dragons. That's the power of a legendary tier weapon, fam. I gambled big on this one. Lee is pumped, but Lun is being a total buzzkill. Careful, he's an ancient red dragon, fighting type. Lee cuts him off like, bro, not the time for a history lesson. Hurry up, you're a dragon, aren't you? Just spam your magic like crazy. He's glitching out, he won't last long. Lun raises his staff instantly. It's go time. Gotcha. Summoning lightning energy wave. The sky lights up like a rave, and a massive bolt slams straight into Kukunasi. Grun keeps the combo going with the 4 great thunderbolts. It's raining lightning, guys. Kukunasi is beaten up but still standing. Not bad for a bronze tier scrub. Lee hits him with that sarcastic tone. Oh, really? That's your comeback? Is this seriously the time to chat? Lee gives him the cold shoulder stare. He activates his skill. Calm mind. He is fully locked in. Kukunasi freezes up from the pressure. Grun sees the opening, zero hesitation. You aren't going anywhere. He zaps him continuously while Lee squeezes the trigger. Kaboom! The explosion shakes the whole map. Kukunasi takes a massive hole to the chest. He stops fighting back and crashes straight down into the grass. Down goes the dragon. It's so dusty, Lee can't see a thing. Chat, is he actually dead? Grun runs a scan on the ancient red dragon. I can't detect any mana signature from Kukunasi. Lee thinks it's good game. We got him, right? Suddenly, a noise from behind. Lee spins around and sees a massive metallic dragon looming over him. Jump scare warning. Lun stares at him with those golden eyes for a second, then does something totally unexpected. The bronze dragon bows. Thanks, kid. If you didn't step in, my dark side would have taken over. Lee is totally confused. Wait, what? While he's blushing at the compliment, nobody notices a blur rushing toward them at max speed. Nah, man, I should be apologizing for this mess. Lun shakes his head, taking the blame. No, Brother Brian warned me he'd target the Steel Guild. I was sloppy. My bad. As a reward for facing an ancient dragon like a boss, I'm gonna give you this coin of... Slash. Before he can finish, Kukunasi dives in for the kill. He was playing dead. Finally showing your true colors. Bronze Brat. Lun is freaking out. How is that possible? The attack is lethal. Grun barely dodges upward. The shockwave knocks Lee way back. What the heck? How is he still breathing? I literally headshot him. Lee realizes he underestimated this guy. Kukunasi hit his mana so well that even Vipers would have trouble tracking him. I let my guard down because Lun said it was over. The power gap between a fully grown dragon and an ancient one is insane. Kukunasi charges again, screaming, "Gimme your life." Dream on, bronze boy. Lun isn't going down easy. Not happening. He summons a lightning counterattack. From a distance, Lee sees a massive energy orb swallowing the sky. After that last fail, Lee is skeptical. He raises the gun anyway. Is this thing even gonna scratch him now? Just as he feared, Kukunasi teleports right behind the bronze dragon. Flash. He swings to decapitate Lun. Die. But suddenly, bang! A bullet intercepts the swing. The impact knocks the weapon aside. Lun takes the shot, lightning counterattack. Kukunasi's pupils shrink. He knows he's about to get zapped. He takes the full force of the blast, screaming in pain, sparks flying everywhere. But then, he starts laughing. Guys, that is definitely not a good sign. He looks absolutely demonic. In a split second, he grabs Lun by the jaw. Ancient. If you were really an ancient, you would have stopped me by now. He squeezes before Lun can even react. Say what? Rip? Kukunasi tears the dragon's head clean off. It's a bloodbath. Lee is totally frozen in shock. Paul instinct kicks in. Lee starts spraying bullets at Kukunasi, who is literally dragging Lun's head around. The villain loves it. Yeah, I'll kill you next. Hold on. Suddenly, magic circles pop out of nowhere. That's not happening. Even headless, Grun's body fires off one last desperate lightning bolt. Kukunasi flinches. Ow! Seriously. The dead guy is still fighting. He can't believe a regular adult dragon has a heart strong enough to keep moving. Lun fires off a time signal skill. Meanwhile, Lee is counting down the communication jammer. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Connection reestablished. A massive golden light floods the area. A blonde guy steps out looking absolutely furious. It's Brian, and he is not happy. No talking, just swinging. He lunges at Kukunasi, blue eyes cold as ice. Kukunasi didn't expect the backup to arrive this fast. Boom! The shockwave blows everyone back. Kukunasi lands, grinning, but he's sweating. I'm low on health, he thinks. Time to bail. Just you wait, Vipers. I'll pay you back for this humiliation. He zooms off into the distance while Vipers screams, stop. Vipers turns around and oh no. He sees the bronze dragon's body standing there, headless. Lee feels sick for letting Kukunasi get away. Damn it, ding. Achievement unlocked. Read the room, system. Vipers rushes over Lun. Logan, can you hear me, buddy? He places a hand on the massive body. Hang in there. He casts a massive golden spell. Temporary resurrection. The light engulfs the dragon. Lee watches, jaw dropped. No way. Can he actually res the dead? Slowly, Grun wakes up. Vipers asks, Lun, what happened here? Is your dragon heart intact? Grun answers weakly, yeah. It's fine. Sorry you have to see me like this, big bro. Lee watches this whole scene, and guys, I've got a crazy theory about this. Comment below if you know what I'm thinking. Yo, fam, did you know a dragon's heart isn't just a pump? It basically doubles as a backup hard drive for their brain. Mind-blowing, right? After everything that went down, Lee-Ha finally realized why these mythical beasts are so OP. Kukunasi tanked a headshot like it was nothing. And Logan? Dude literally lost his head and kept ticking. Total cheat codes. Vipers was having none of it. He got right in Logan's face like, bro, spill the tea. How did you fight Kukunasi solo? Why didn't you ping me for backup? Suddenly, Logan started glowing and not in a cool way. My heart's still beating, but my timer is running out. Just listen to this human, okay? He's the main character now. Lee-Ha suddenly realized the clock was ticking. It all made sense now. Like, sure, you can pop a potion for a scratch, but respawning an entire head? That's way above his pay grade. Vipers looked ready to rage quit on Lee-Ha, but Logan jumped in with a defense. Chill, big guy. Don't blame the kid. We don't want a misunderstanding here. He hyped Lee-Ha up so hard, saying, This human fought Kukunasi braver than I did. Vipers couldn't argue with that, so he just sighed. All right, respect. I see you. Vipers knew his buddy was about to log off for good, so he started the ritual. Any last words? Then he went official. I, Gold Dragon Vipers, witnessed the final wish of Bronze Dragon Logan. No respawns this time. Lee Ha looked super depressed, totally feeling the guilt. Logan snapped him out of it. Hey human, what's your handle? Like, your actual name? It's Lee Ha. He clenched his fists, shaking like a leaf. I'm so sorry I dragged you into this mess, man. But Logan wasn't even mad. Nah, don't trip. It's like you just got caught in a server war between dragons. He acknowledged Lee Ha's skills and then get this pulled out his own heart. I've seen you play. You're legit. You'll be a better sidekick for Vipers than I ever was. Boom. The king turned into Paul energy before Lee Ha could even say, wait, what? Even Vipers was shook, watching his bro pixelate into nothing. The ancient dragon power warped the whole map. Logan's final wish dropped. Vipers, sorry to ask, but give my heart to this guy. Lee Ha. Right then, the system pinged him with a new quest and reward. Talk about timing. Lee Ha got teleported to some mental lobby. Probably Logan's cloud storage. A virtual screen popped up. Logan, what is this mod? Human Lee Ha, please become Viper's power and help him clap Kukunasi. Then, the energy started crafting something in the air. Legendary drop incoming. Logan explained. I made this heart look exactly like your weapon's ammo. Use this to one-shot Kukunasi's heart. Lee Ha realized this tiny bullet was basically a tactical nuke, but he started sweating bullets literally. Yo, that's a lot of pressure. What if I miss? I can't aimbot a dragon's heart on the first try. No takebacks. The ghost hand forced the bullet on him. Your skills are god tier. Even Benjamin would verify you. Please. Lee Ha was stressing, totally freaking out inside. But he couldn't leave them hanging. Lee Ha grabbed the bullet, eyes full of fire. Fine. My bad for not spotting Kukunasi's trap earlier. I'm locking in. I'll finish this quest for you, Logan. The ghostly figure smiled, looking totally relieved. I knew you were a real one since day one. As the light sketched his outline, he dropped a tearjerker. If we had more time, we would have been besties. And poof, Logan was gone. Just Lee Ha and the heavy burden left. Vipers watched the whole thing and was weeping big dragon tears. So that's what he wanted. Logan's voice echoed. Bro, focus. Kukunasi is buffed way past our level. Don't try to solo this. Use your teammates and protect the server. Vipers replied. Copy that, I promise. Logan finally found peace. I'm out. Logan disconnected. All that was left were two lonely scales on the ground. Rest in power, King. The wind blew past Lee Ha like a sad goodbye. Suddenly, ding. Achievement unlocked with massive rewards. But Lee Ha noticed a logic error. Dragon Gate, carp turns into dragon. Why a carp? Am I a fish now? I thought dragons hatch from eggs. Are they calling me a goldfish? Then it clicked. To get this achievement, you gotta snag a metallic dragon's heart, specifically metal. If I'm the second guy to get this, the first must be that try-hard Alexander. Vipers handed over Logan's scales. Lee Ha tried to be polite. Oh, I couldn't, but Vipers insisted. Take it, fam. Vipers got serious. So, give me the recap. What actually happened? Lee Ha paused. Before I spill the tea, can you go full dragon mode? Vipers was like, huh. Lee Ha scratched his cheek, acting all awkward. I think we should chase Kukunasi while we talk. Can I, hop on your back? Ride me? Vipers gasped, checking if he heard that right. Lee Ha doubled down. Yeah, no GPS. But I know the way. Remember when Kukunasi ran off with the head? Lee Ha tagged him. My skill lets me track him for 86 hours. Vipers finally got it. So that shot wasn't just a lucky crit, you actually planned that. Lee Ha waved his hands. Sorry about that. Vipers was chill though. Whatever. Usually, only my duo partner gets to ride. The giant gold dragon stared him down. But I'll make an exception since you're doing Logan a solid. Whoosh. Vipers use magic to float Lee Ha onto his back because humans are tiny. Better hang on tight, kid. We're blasting off. Lee Ha grabbed on. Let's roll. But then ding. Another notification. He checked his rep with the metallic dragons. It was absolute trash. Oh, he's salty because I tagged him like prey earlier. That triggered the debuff. Affinity dropped by 50%. Lee Ha rolled his eyes at how dramatic these dragons were. They look cool, but man, they're petty. His affinity was already negative 17%. Minus 1600, whatever, I don't care. Ignoring the stats, Lee Ha checked the tracker. He's heading north-northwest. The gold dragon engaged thrusters and zoomed into the sky. After flying for a bit, Vipers checked in. Same heading? Lee Ha nodded. Yeah, same path. We're closing the gap, but he's still got a lead. Viper's noticed the vibe change. He definitely knows we're coming. You still haven't figured it out, kid. He started explaining dragon physics. Dragons are basically mana radars. He can feel the magic used to tag him. That's why he's matching our speed. He's toying with us. Lee Ha started panicking. So what's the plan? Viper stayed logical. We need to figure out why he kept Logan's head. What's his endgame? Is he trying to use Logan as mats to summon Tiamat? Viper shook his head. Nah, that sounds too crazy, even for him. He need god-level power to suppress metallic dragon DNA. New objective. We gotta warn the clan that Kukunasi is back and Logan is gone. Yo, you said you can track Kukunasi's location, right? Lee Ha pressed him, totally stressing about the deadline. Yeah, fam, we've only got like 2 or 3 days left tops. Get over here. He instantly assigned roles to the squad. Tail him closely and hit my line immediately, if anything goes down. Got it? We gotta alert the tribe before he makes a move. The boys nodded and split up to grind the mission. Bet, loud and clear. Before dipping, Burrs dropped a reminder. Don't forget, you're the one carrying out Logan's legacy. If you pull this off, the Metallic clan is gonna owe you big time. We never forget a solid, bro. And just like that, he ghosted into the horizon. After all that drama, Lee Ha looked totally wrecked. Phew, so no boss fight right now. I can finally catch a breath. But the chill vibes didn't last long. Lee Ha's mind was racing with a million worries. Should I focus on something else first? Solo tracking this dude is high-key impossible, and if I get caught, it's game over. My skill duration is still active, so I'm gonna cash in that Chimera quest reward and check my stats real quick. No hesitation, he jumped straight into action. Perfect. While the clock is ticking, let's peep those numbers. Lee Ha scrolled through the logs and was straight up shook. Only 87% XP? Bruh. I thought farming Carl would give me way more. Still, doing the math, it wasn't a total loss. Leveling is slow, but the pace isn't terrible. Check it, the bigger the level gap, the sweeter the loot from the Courage title. So, he made the call and dumped all his points into agility again. Gotta go fast, Sonic style. Done with the menu. A purple orb spawned in Lee Ha's hand. Alright, time to fast travel. He teleported straight to the dwarf blacksmith's crib. Yo, Bradley Azzy, sorry for the wait. Lee Ha arrived with the goods just like he promised. The other dwarves swarmed around instantly. Someone spoke up to break the ice. So, what's the deal? On the table, Lee Ha laid out 3 items. Chimera fragments from Gibrit. Boom. Bradley took one look and literally covered his mouth, shaking. By the god of support, is that a Gibrit Chimera? The old dude couldn't believe his eyes. Nah, no way. This isn't his latest drop. This is vintage. Bradley gripped the decaying Chimera skin tight. His voice was full of suspicion. For the skin to be this rotten? This decay took more than a few years. Decades, maybe. That means Gibrit hasn't shown his face recently. So who did this, and how? The old dwarf stood up abruptly, demanding answers. You said there was a barrier where you found the mobs, right? There's no way a barrier should have been there. What kind of barrier was it? Lee Ha spilled the tea on everything that happened. The barrier was deactivated, but before that, it was cloaking them. But Bradley was considering a different angle. Chimeras don't just turn off their own stealth, right? Lee Ha replied casually. Nope. Why would they disable the one thing hiding their ugly mugs? Bradley started dropping lore on these creatures. Chimeras never stay put. They're mindless. Twisted amalgamations that are so messed up they literally eat each other to survive. Thinking back to the fight, Lee Ha realized the math wasn't mathing. Wait, that's sus. They only focused on times me asterisk. They weren't attacking each other at all. Suddenly, it clicked. They both said it at the exact same time. If we're thinking the same thing, someone was controlling the chimeras. Bingo. And the only one who can control Gibrit's creations is from the Second Human Demon War. He tried to guess the puppet master. Who's got that kind of juice? The Red Dragon? The suggestion made the old dwarf pause. Huh? What are you talking about? Red Dragon? Lee Ha had a brain blast. One of the Demon King's fragments. The Chimera progenitor. That's the only one who can command Gibrit's monsters. The logic train led him straight to the villain. Blue Bear. It has to be Joseph Bear, no cap. This unexpected intel had Lee Ha grinning ear to ear. Yo, what is this luck? I just cleared 2 quests in one run. Is this what they call killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Suddenly, a system notification popped up, sending him back into deep thought. Just as the quest predicted, Joseph Blue Bear, leading the nobles of the On tribe, had his location exposed. Lee Ha got lucky with some serious intel. At least I've got one solid lead now. Blue Bear was spotted in the wasteland to the southwest. Lee Ha voiced his doubts. Can we be 100% sure Gibrit won't pull up? Bradley fired back immediately. Can't say for sure, But if he did, he wouldn't use these crusty old chimeras. He'd have released a fresh batch. The dwarf broke it down simply. You saw about 50 chimeras, right? That's not enough. Should have been over 300. In other words, they definitely cannibalize each other while waiting. That proves Blue Bear only showed up there recently. But Lee Ha focused on the real prize. So this proves Bradley is innocent, right? The dwarf slammed his teacup down, making a loud clang. Bradley beamed with a massive smile, feeling vindicated. The tribal chiefs are idiots, but they aren't times brain dead. With your testimony, fam, they won't be able to corner us anymore. Thanks, bro. The system pinged again. Mission completed with bonus objectives. Rewards incoming. Lee Ha was hyped. Bad luck turned into a massive W. Oh snap, I exceeded the quota, so I get extra loot. Love that for me. I should probably thank that jerk Kukunasi for finding the chimeras and making my life easier. A wild thought crossed his mind. Since I'm so grateful, maybe I should punch him in the face one more time. Then Lee Ha remembered the 2 scales from Lun. Wait, how am I supposed to use these things? A flashback hit him, the bullet with the power of a dragon. Problem is, it's a one-time use item. Using it once would be such a waste. Seeing the dwarves vibing, Lee Ha debated showing them the goods. Should I let Bradley see this? He decided to drop the bomb. By the way, I got something crazy to show you. The dragon heart bullet from L-Grun shined in the light. You ever seen drip like this? The item instantly grabbed the attention of 3 pairs of eyes. They squinted at it, realized what it was, and their eyes bugged out in total silence. Lee Ha explained the backstory while the 3 bearded bros were freaking out. I got it from some side errands, but I'm low-key unsure how to use it. Their reaction actually startled him. Yo, why are you screaming? You scared the life out of me, but I guess you recognize it. Do you know what it is? The shape is a bit different though, but the dwarves were more shocked by times him asterisk. No, you absolute maniac. Did you just pull a dragon heart out of your pocket like it's gum? The trio was losing their minds. This is officially the greatest day in dwarf history. Bradley couldn't take his eyes off the legendary loot. A dragon heart and a scale, and they're from a bronze dragon? Did you solo a dragon, bro? Lee Ha quickly shut that down. I didn't kill it. The dragon gave it to me as a gift. The old dwarf couldn't process the logic. A bronze dragon gave you his heart and scale? Items filled with his own energy. The item description popped up. I'll explain the lore later. It's complicated. Anyway, the owner crafted it into this shape. A bullet. Bradley's brain was spinning. I didn't know you were this OP. I can't believe you're on a level where you can just chill with a dragon. Lee Ha gestured with his hands to show the size. So, the heart was originally huge, but it got compressed into this tiny thing. Lee Ha's eyes lit up with a request. Can you take it apart? Hearing that, Bradley turned pale with panic. Lee Ha broke down the plan for him. Don't play dumb. I mean return it to its original form and split it, make 1 bullet and keep the rest. You could see the excitement bubbling on Lee Ha's face. Hypothetically, if you forge an iron sword, you could melt it down and reforge it into a small hammer and a pickaxe, right? Bradley tried to avoid his fiery gaze. Well, yeah, technically. But iron and a dragon heart aren't exactly the same thing, kid. But Lee Ha wasn't taking no for an answer. He slyly quoted the old dwarf's own words back at him. You're not seriously telling me there's something a legendary dwarf can't build, right? Lee Ha pushed the right buttons, watching the old guy's ears twitch. He knew exactly how to trigger the pride of a top-tier craftsman from Heo and Vin. Borth felt the shade being thrown and immediately exploded. Who do you think I am? Just because I haven't made it yet doesn't mean I can't. My great-grandfather was the first to carve a dragon heart. Seeing the bait was taken, Lee Ha grinned and grabbed the old man's hand. Oh, wow, that's epic. So that proves the great Borth Nick Azusi can totally pull this off, right? Lee Ha smoothly slid the 2 dragon scales across the table. And it's not just the heart, fam. I'm gonna need your help with a bunch of other stuff too. Lee Ha pretended to act curious about the rumors he heard earlier. They say these scales actually hold the power of the breath. Is that for real? Borth, totally buying the act, started explaining everything in detail. Of course, dragon breath isn't just pure mana. It's energy from the scales, combined with mana control and fused with the dragon's actual breath. With that confirmation secured, Lee Ha strode over to the drafting table. In that case, here's what I need you to create from this. Lee Ha grabbed a pencil and started scratching out some rough ideas. Watching the first few lines appear, Borth just froze, completely zoned out. When the drawing was done, the old dwarf's eyes were popping out of his head in pall horror. Lee Ha casually asked, So, can you make something like this? Borth stayed silent for a long minute, looking like his brain had short-circuited. Finally, he spoke with a super awkward laugh. Your imagination is actually twisted, kid. Bortha realized this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Do you seriously want me to build this monstrosity? Li Ha knew why the old man was freaking out. People used to call him a demon when he first showed up too. Borth caught something weird in his tone. When you first showed up, Li Ha quickly backpedaled. Nothing. Just talking to myself. The insane level of detail made the dwarf suspicious. What are you even planning to use this for? Li Ha replied with a straight face. Self-defense, obviously. Satisfied with the answer, Borth sighed and accepted the request. Fine. I can't treat someone poorly after they help me out. I'll give it my best shot. Immediately, his two close buddies jumped in, trying to tell him to rethink it. Boss, wait. Borth was already calculating the cost in his head. Nobody works for free, but then he thought about the testing fees. Li Ha cut him off, smoothly reminding him of the deal. Fees? What fees? I've got those free usage tickets, remember? Bortha looked totally confused. Wait, really? Before the old dwarf could process the scam, Li Ha was already bolting out the door. I'm counting on you. That uses up all 4 of my free passes. Put it on my tab. The dwarf's rage screamed into the night. Meanwhile, over at Cliff, the place was a total wasteland, smoke rising everywhere as chimera monsters hunted down everything in sight. An old, raspy voice sighed in the darkness. Man, oh man. Max was chilling on top of a high rise, taking in the chaos. Moving around in this ancient body is seriously a drag. The ground was littered with bodies that were definitely not in one piece, flames swallowing their souls. Looking at the mess, the old man just face-palmed, deep in thought. Pathetic. They couldn't even handle 30 measly chimeras? I doubt the Awakened One is even here. Some jerk ruined my plans while I was busy dealing with other nonsense. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him and shifted his attention. He managed to block the sneak attack just in time. If you've got something to say, shouldn't you say it to my face? His cane held the blade firmly in place, not budging an inch. Kukunasi retracted his blade, voice full of attitude. So you're the one trashing this city? Still playing your dirty little games, huh? Max grinned, realizing who the guest was. I knew it was a dragon, just didn't know which lizard it was. He followed up with a greeting that was anything but friendly. Long time no see, Kukunasi. Why are you sticking your nose in my business? The dragon immediately spilled his reason for being there. I need a favor. Max didn't look too thrilled about helping. Asking for help isn't really your style. I prefer guys who are bigger and buff than you. Getting roasted like that made Kukunasi furious. Shut your mouth, old man. Unless you want to die right after waking up. The threat didn't faze the old guy at all. Haha, you think you can kill me? You little red piece of trash. Kukunasi let it slide and tried to convince him. This won't hurt either of us. Normally, I wouldn't want to borrow power from a dusty fossil like you, but someone else is cutting in on my territory. Max heard the tone and guessed it immediately. A party crasher? Is it that damn fly, Black Lotus? It made sense. Only annoying bugs like that caused this much trouble. But he wasn't saying everything on his mind. Kukunasi recalled Li Ha's attack style. It wasn't just him. Max asked for the identity of this unexpected guest. But the dragon didn't give specifics. The world isn't short on annoying pests, right? Kukunasi's secrecy was making the old man itch with curiosity. I'm actually dying to know who Kukunasi considers a threat. The dragon ignored the question and went straight to negotiating terms. Done talking. If you help me, I'll lend my power to your little plan. How about that? Max weighed the pros and cons of the deal. His eyes went pitch black, face twisting into a satisfied look. Finally, the two villains shook hands. The alliance was formed. All right, let's do it. Kukunasi gave his assessment. Smart choice, old man. But Max looked at the handshake with Paul disgust. No, Joseph. Hanging out with you just makes this boring time a little more tolerable. Do you red dragons always have such sweaty hands? It's gross and sticky. He shook his hand off like he touched slime, lecturing him like a veteran. The older you get, the more you need to control those little bodily functions. Kukunasi's face went dark as he grabbed the hilt of his blade. Say one more word, ally or not, and I end you. Just then, footsteps interrupted their argument. He glanced back, looking totally annoyed. We've got company. Kukunasi turned around and asked rudely, Who are you? Fong placed a hand on his chest and bowed low. That conversation was enlightening. Are you perhaps Count D? Hearing that, the dragon felt instantly insulted. Are you mocking me? You insolent brat. But Max raised a hand, whispering, Look closely. Don't you know who that is? The old man put on a mysterious act. All right, what do you want? Fong took off his hood to show respect. Allow me to introduce myself. I walk the path of magic and necromancer. As the last words left his mouth, he summoned undead zombies from the ground. Fong smirked, his blue eyes filled with the aggressive vibe of a total thug. My name is Fong. I offer my humble power to serve you, Lord Count. Looking at the zombies below, Kukunasi snorted in contempt. Mixed with chimeras, Max stood by, agreeing with the critique. Usable, but pretty weak sauce. Fong was desperate to prove himself. Yes, I'm weak now, but if you take me in and teach me. The old man glared back, clearly unhappy. Fong was so scared he shut his mouth tight, swallowing hard to keep from passing out. Damn, his gut felt like it was tied in knots. Ever since the Great War ended quietly, I've always wondered what the next story would be.
Fragments of the Demon King, the Third Human-Demon War. Where does a necromancer's power come from? Fong's eyes filled with determination.
What path leads to controlling the forbidden arts? Choosing the dark path and submitting to Max, that's the answer I found. Max bared his teeth, his face twisting into a chaotic grin. Looks like today is my lucky day. A red dragon and a stray necromancer showing up at my door. He turned and asked casually, "You said your name is Fong, right? Can you follow orders?" The guy looked like he just won the lottery. Yes, of course. Lord Count. But then Fong's pupils shrank in terror. Max stepped closer, looking down with Paul disdain, putting pressure on him. I usually don't mess with smelly types like you, but I have a buddy who's into corpses and dolls. He paused, his voice dripping with mockery. First, we gotta find where he is. But for Fong, that was more than enough. Yes, thank you, Count. On that day, the first player to choose the evil magic route officially appeared. Scene switched to the guy who just teleported to Ace Stock. He immediately started speedrunning toward his destination. I haven't even finished the mission yet. Considering the chimeras were sealed in one spot, Borthnick said the one controlling them was likely Max. Zooming straight to the shop, Lee Ha was hyped to secure the bag. He stood outside, yelling, "Yo, Cap. I finished first, so give me those stat points right now." After screaming his lungs out, he finally noticed the sticky note on the door. Turns out, the mission's at the Royal Palace. Kinda weird, but he headed straight to Pupil Palace anyway. The guards were doing their usual security sweep, checking everyone out. "Place your hand on the crystal ball." Lee Ha played nice. "You got it, sir." But inside, he was Loganki, stressing, "Cap, if you can't get in here, the rookie musketeers are going to be totally lost." He was zoning out when bam, a golden light exploded from the crystal ball, scaring the living daylights out of him. Whoa, what is that? The guards were shook, but they snapped out of it fast, lining up for a legit ceremonial welcome. Attention. Salute the recipient of the Medal of Honor. Swords up. The crowd started whispering like crazy. Greetings, national hero Lee Ha. Lord David is in the central hall. People were whispering. That's Lee Ha? Rank number 1? What the heck? He looks so basic. Is this for real? He waved stiffly. Thanks. Then he bolted. So cringe. Not even the chief of staff got to welcome this lit. It reminded him of Captain Dung's wedding stunt. Man, don't tell me every palace visit is going to be this extra. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. Lee Ha. He turned to see someone running up. Yo, it's Nora. She was acting mad, but her face was totally glowing. You should have given me a heads up. Lee Ha was clueless. Heads up about what? Nora grinned. When a medal winner enters, the whole palace gets a notification. She spun around, all excited. You're here to see David, right? I'll take you there. Lee Ha felt awkward. Oh, thanks. They walked up the stairs, total silence. Then Nora turned around, breaking the ice. You're gonna bounce right after seeing him, aren't you? Lee Ha cringed, guilty as charged. She gave him the puppy dog eyes. I'm asking, 'cause you always ghost us after meeting David. He forced a smile. My bad. So many urgent quests lately. Nora crossed her arms, annoyed. Seriously, I only put up with this because it's me. Anyone else would have lost it if you stood them up like that. Lee Ha blanked out, stood up. She got right in his face, furious. Don't tell me you forgot again. Under that death stare, his memory finally jogged. Oh snap, the offline meetup. I didn't forget, swear. Lee Ha promised. I'd never forget that. Did you check the schedule with Bobby? Nora nodded. Yeah, she said next Saturday at noon works. How about you, Lee Ha? He answered while climbing. I'm free. Let me ask Kyle. He should be available. He's just a college student, after all. Nora pointed to a door. David's in there. He's been practically living in that room every morning. We talk a lot too. Lee Ha got curious. What's the tea? What's he talking about? She turned back, eager to spill. He's super stressed, trying to convince the nobles and the king because we're struggling to meet the aid treaty terms. He made a noise to show he was listening. Nora leaned against the wall. Even the players are stressed. The negotiation team is totally divided. Some want one castle, others want a few. It's a mess. Most players are cool with just one, but Emily wants to squeeze them for everything. Lee Ha was surprised. Emily cares about that stuff? Nora nodded, looking over it. Yup, totally. She's so greedy, don't you think? He smiled, defending her. Well, she's not wrong. Emily is super capable. She loves that work and kills it every time. Nora suddenly felt a weird vibe in her gut. She hesitated before asking, "Hey, Lee Ha." He answered immediately. "What's up? Are you tight with Emily? You guys seem close," calling her by her first name and all. Lee Ha thought back to fighting monsters with her. "I guess so. We're pretty close." "Wait, if you're gonna help, actually help me, you jerk." Inside, he was thinking, she was the first person I met when I started playing Middle-earth. She helped me a ton with stocks, castle shares, everything. We even fought side by side in the National War. We're planning to grab some good food back in Korea too. If she's asking me to hang out, we gotta be close, right? She's basically a goddess. Nora went quiet after hearing that. Finally, she just looked down. "I see." Just then, a knock came from the other side. Nora gestured for him to enter. "Go ahead, Lord David is inside." "Kay, thanks." Nora turned and walked away. Lee Ha wondered, is Nora okay? She looked kinda bummed. David opened the door and looked surprised. "Oh, Lee Ha, it's you, Commander." Lee Ha walked in. "They told me to go to the academy, so I came straight here." "All right, did something happen?" They sat down at the table to chat. "Yeah." Lee Ha dropped the serious face. "Blue's tracks were found near the southwest Mini's border. Looks like he's gathering Gibrit's chimers for something shady." David looked shocked but nodded like he expected it. "Don't tell me Gibrit has." Lee Ha cut in to calm him down. "Luckily, it's just Gibrit's leftovers, only a few dozen of them." David sighed in relief. "That's fortunate." As a vet of the Second Demon War, he knew the stakes. "The last thing I need is Gibrit waking up." They kept talking. "Should we call Lair and Kid?" "Yeah, I'll summon them right now." Two shadowy figures walked down the hall. Kid and Lair burst into the room, fuming when they saw Lee Ha. "You got here first? You're late." Lair's voice echoed, "Gibrit, huh?" Lee Ha filled them in. "Yeah, not Bruce, but a different Demon King fragment." "Gibrit's Chimera nest? How'd you know?" He couldn't resist roasting Lair. "Bolton and Hellville told me. We're tight like that." "Lair, you haven't been there lately." "Huh. Probably just to buy seashells anyway." "Be nice to people, and maybe you'll get help when you need it." Kid piped up. "But I haven't heard any news about that mob waking up." Lee Ha cleared it up for Kid. "Not waking up. Just rounding up the chimeras that survived the Second Demon War. If the North was Bruce's turf, the South belongs to Gibrit." David confirmed it. "Lee Ha is right. Those chimeras aren't something just anyone can control. Back in the Second Demon War, even the top archmages couldn't handle the chimeras. Hypnosis and mind control were totally useless. They say unless you're a Demon King fragment yourself, you can't command them." "Lee Ha, you found something huge. Good job." Lee Ha stayed humble. "Nah, it was nothing." Asterisk ding. Asterisk notifications popped up for everyone. Quest complete. Noble Leader, Demon Tribe Border Count. First, clear bonus, 5 stat points. Lear stared at his screen. "No extra reward?" He sniped it. Lee Ha stuck his tongue out, and Lear was shaking with rage. Lear ground his teeth. Then, the system dropped a new quest. Noble Leader, Demon Tribe, Border Count Part 3. The fact that Gibrit's chimeras are still around is a shock, but Bruce using them, that's terrifying. This could be the leverage we need to push the treaty through. Go track them down as soon as possible. If Bruin actually pulls off waking up Gibrit, we are looking at a total server wipe. With the receipts on Bruin's dirty moves secured, Brown and the 3 Musketeers are heading straight for the Chimera Zone to farm some intel on the target. Brown slams his hand on the table, looking all serious like, "You guys down for this quest or what?" He knows if Gibrit wakes up, stopping him is going to be basically impossible. Paul Nightmare fuel. Bruin's solo is already a headache. If he levels up, humanity is cooked. Liha stares at the mission prompt, feeling a little low-ginky skeptical about the whole thing. The quest log UI is super minimalist, which usually screams endgame content with some hidden loot. But there's no fail condition listed. Wait, is the difficulty nerfed for the final boss or something? That's sus. Like, do we just need to spot the chimeras and dip? Whatever, overthinking kills the vibe. First things first, squad up. The invites go out, and Liha taps the table to accept. Party formed, let's go. Roll out, Commander. They touch down at Arcliff, and wow, the place is a wreck. Liha grips his piece, scanning the area. It's way too quiet. Brown raises his gun and pops a shot into the sky just to break the silence. Then he goes full roleplay mode, shouting, "I am Brown, Musketeer of Pupil. Are there no knights defending this city?" Then he fires another round into the air like a total boss. He turns to Liha and asks, "Yo, which way to Red Ridge?" Liha points him in the right direction. "Oh, that way." The squad moves out fast. Looks like the Chimeras already griefed this city hard. Hurry it up. These walls are crumbling. As they bail, they spot a glowing energy cord in the rubble. Li Ha looks into the distance, clutching his weapon. His prediction was spot on. Just as expected, Bruin kited the chimeras right to this spot. Lair is suddenly acting all hyped about it. Awesome. Li Ha is confused, like, bro, did you just say awesome? He side-eyes Lair, totally judging him. Use your brain, man. What country is this city in? Lair smirks with Paul confidence. You're saying it's not just BBL getting hit? Exactly. Now everyone's going to be sweating. Don't you think the reinforcement treaty is going to get signed way faster now? Brown and Li Ha walk silently down the hall. Li Ha is vibing low, feeling super suspicious about how this is playing out. Why am I the only one grinding this hard? Brown starts barking orders to the NPCs. Lair, you head to the Holy Kingdom of Easy Win, find the Pope, and spill the tea on this situation. Consider it done. Brown continues, Sam, you patrol the area, check for any Chimera or Rubia spawn points. And Li Ha, you're riding with me to the palace to talk some sense into the nobility. Sam and Lair realize Li Ha got the short end of the stick and start roasting him immediately. Ha ha, I just gotta walk around. Easy dubs. Sucks to be you, doing all the heavy lifting. Li Ha checks his system menu while walking, totally salty. Lou just has to report. Sam just has to clean up mobs, and I'm stuck with this headache politics quest. And worse, it's a chain quest. Right on cue, the system pops up a new objective. Finalize the Maven Minis Reinforcement Treaty Part 1. If we pull this off, those haters won't have anything left to say. Once they realize Bruin is leading Gibbert's chimeras and literally deleting cities, they won't have any excuses to stall. It's checkmate. We got solid proof of Bruin's moves. I'm heading with Brown and the swordsman to the chimera spawn point to back it up. Quest goal: convince over 50% of the opposition faction within 30 days, currently at 0%. Reward: Maven Minis Treaty Part 2. Fail condition: time limit exceeded. Penalty: a massive localized war breaks out between Maven and Minis. No pressure, right? Winner gets a whole city as a reward. Note: future rewards change based on performance. Li Ha is shook. Like, jaw on the floor, shook. I have to convince half the haters in 30 days. The quest text mocks him. Convince over 50% of the anti-treaty faction within 30 days. Reward: Treaty Part 2. Fail, you run out of time, and boom, instant war between the two nations. This is intense, guys. If he fails, it's war, and the loot table changes. After reading that, Li Ha literally shivers. He just lets out a huge sigh. Big L energy right now. Brown notices the vibe shift and asks, Yo Li Ha, you stressed about something? Li Ha lies, nah, I'm good. They keep walking and plotting their next move. By the way, are we rushing straight to the king? Nah, gotta sway the ministers and nobles first. If they're on board, the king will listen. He's the king though, can't he just be the main character and decide? A king can't just do whatever he wants. Li Ha. Without support from the classes, the rumors will get toxic. You weren't here for the second human-demon war, so you wouldn't get it. Hearing Brown drop that lore, Li Ha has a realization. I thought I just had to talk to the king to clear the quest. Turns out it's way more complicated. My rep with the king and the Maven NPCs is high, but these random nobles? I've seen most of them like once, some I've never even met. This grind is going to be way harder than I thought. They stop in front of a door. Brown turns to Li Ha. This is the conference room where the treaty debate is happening. You ready to do this? Let's get it. Brown confidently throws the door open. They walk in like they own the place. The room is already packed with people waiting. Tension is high. Chat. Li Ha scans the room, doing the math. 40 people total. Is that everyone? If so, we need at least 21 votes to win the majority. As they walk in, a redhead notices them. Li Ha turns and locks eyes with her. No way. He didn't expect Emily to be in this lobby. She shouts his name, Li Ha. He looks genuinely surprised. Staring at Emily, he realizes she's the only other player here, and she's on the opposing team. Drama alert. Brown slams the table to command the room. Let's review the situation. He looks dead serious. Ruin is controlling the chimeras created by Gibbert. Everyone, remember 20 years ago. We need to sign the treaty and ally with the Minis Federation and the Holy Kingdom of Easy Win. We need a massive raid party to hunt down Bruin, and that includes Graven. Li Ha watches Brown take charge and thinks, this guy is the GOAT. Combat, speech skills, he's maxed out everything. Truly the hero of the last war. The only issue left is those two. Brown lays out the plan. We need to present this treaty to the king as soon as possible. If Marcus and Joseph agree to help, Lord Rose won't have a leg to stand on. But suddenly, a hand shoots up to interrupt. Hold up, let me stop you right there. Emily stands up and introduces herself. I'm Emily. I manage all admin and trade at Delay Castle. Li Ha is stunned. He had no idea she was holding down such a high-tier position. Emily, are you really stepping up to help? Brown recognizes her immediately. Lady Du Yen, aren't you the owner of the Rose? That's right. Thanks for noticing. Brown doesn't flinch and explains the situation. As a castle manager, I assumed you'd understand the meta here and why this treaty is crucial. But Emily shuts him down. Actually, I'm here to object. Can I speak my mind, Marcus? The guy in the chairman's seat nods. Go ahead. Seeing her so confident, Lai Ha starts sweating. This is bad. I underestimated her. I thought she was a noob at this. I know exactly how Emily operates when there's profit involved. Du Yin starts countering Brown's points. If what Sir Boris says is true, that's exactly why we should reject everything from minis. Oh snap! Shots fired. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see how Lai Ha gets out of this one. Yo, why are we even stressing? Mavi is holding all the aces right now. Brow tried to explain the deets, but honestly, there is zero reason for us to lower our standards before Minis even bothers to reply. I'm actually here to object, fam. Remember when I told you? Those nasty chimera monsters from Gibrit are already lurking and Bruce is controlling them. Spoiler alert, that place is definitely not safe. Fire Du Yen wasn't having it. She immediately clapped back at Brow's excuses. Logic check, if those chimeras can't fly, how exactly did they cross the border into Kivian? The fact that they're chilling there proves they're already operating inside Mini's territory. So we don't need to be nice, we need to play hardball and force Minis to accept our toughest conditions. She went full savage mode. She didn't just want the treaty, she wanted to scrap the old terms completely. Brow realized she was plotting something huge and tried to pump the brakes. Are you trolling? Brow asked. If we do that, our rep in Minas is gonna tank. But Fire Du Yen. She stood on business, totally confident in her game plan. Exactly. If Minis doesn't want to get wrecked, they gotta pay up. You feel me? Even the Marcus had to admit she was spitting facts. The whole room went from confused to whoa, she's right. Everyone looked at each other with major bad vibes. Lai Ha saw the tension rising and immediately slid into Fire Du Yen's DMs to check her. Bro, chill. What are you doing right now? Don't you know I'm on a mission here? Du Yen hit him back with a sigh, probably rolling her eyes. You think I'm dumb? I know what I'm doing. Why are you trying to ruin my play? Back me up. She was totally triggered after Lai Ha doubted her. They went back and forth, texting like a couple of drama queens. Ruin it. I messed up. Do you seriously not get why I'm doing this? No, listen. Everything I'm doing is to help you, dummy. Right at that moment, the system dropped a massive XP bomb on Lai Ha, and he finally realized Du Yen was playing 4D chess for his benefit. Boom. Achievement unlocked. Mayan Medal of Honor. A+. Congrats, you're now the greatest war god of Mavi. Your cloud is second only to the king, and your fame has spread across the entire server. Basically, when the continent goes into crisis mode, you're the first person they're going to call. Main character energy. But here's the tea. The royals and other nations are going to be super jelly. Rewards, 1,800 stat points, plus 10 affinity with all NPCs, plus 1,000 fame, but minus 100 affinity with foreign royals. The king promised to make you a lord. Fire Du Yen looked at Lai Ha, still looking salty, and revealed her master plan. I'm flipping the script. Minas wanted to give you some broken-down trash castle in Venkon. I'm trying to get you a real city, not that poverty fortress. Lai Ha read the messages and was completely shook. Wait, she was going this hard just for him? That's incredible. Du Yen held the paper with a determined look, while Brow looked like he just lost a ranked match. Meeting adjourned. I'm out of here, he said, totally defeated. On the way back, Brow was sulking hard. Man, I'm stressed. What if the Chimera monsters and the Brayan factions start a riot while we're arguing? If this treaty fails, we are cooked. Lai Ha couldn't watch the boss look so pathetic. Relax, director. We'll get this treaty signed, sealed, and delivered in 30 days. It's a guaranteed dub, trust me. I'm gonna take a few days off to clear my head. Brow paused, totally stunned by Lai Ha's confidence. How are you so sure, kid? Lai Ha just smirked without saying a word. He was replaying his chat with Fire Du Yen in his head. She really went all out for him. Brow felt like Lai Ha read his mind and suddenly panicked. No, it's just for the mission, okay? Anyway, tell me your deadline. Lai Ha felt a bit let down but sighed. Fine. We have 30 days. Looking at her info panel, Fire Du Yen analyzed everything like a pro. Perfect. I've got Marcus and Joseph wrapped around my finger. They're total sims for my plan right now. For the next 28 days, I'm gonna grind negotiations with minis to unlock better rewards for you. We'll watch how it goes and then make the final call. Got it? Lai Ha couldn't stop grinning. Thinking about Du Yen dominating that meeting made him hype. We got the best negotiator on the server, he thought. He finally touched grass and got some solid sleep. Next morning, recap, Nora is at the palace and Du Yen is there too. Lai Ha remembered their chat and thought, I really gotta thank her. But Du Yen was still kind of grumpy about it. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a 5-star dinner, you cheapskate. Whatever. Lai Ha laughed out loud. Fire Du Yen is honestly a queen. She deserves all the praise. He sprinted over to the blacksmith shop. But yo, smoke was pouring out of the chimney like a volcano. Lai Ha froze. Oh. He slowly pushed the door open. Yo, Mr. Bot tonic. The inside was filled with black smoke. Old man Bot was coughing his lungs out. Who's there? Who's bothering me? Lai Ha waved through the smog. It's ya boy. Even though he was choking on smoke, the old man started raging. Dang it, you have zero patience. Can't you see we're dying in here trying to craft your gear? I said I'd call you when it's done. Lai Ha ignored the attitude. Whoa, look at your face. So this explosion means you're crafting my legendary item and not getting raided. Any progress? Bot shook his head, looking totally done with life. The frame is legit, but the dragon heart? It's a nightmare. It keeps rejecting the mana. We need extra mats to fix it. Lai Ha looked around. What do you need? Bot started listing off the science. Extracting mana from a dragon heart is no joke. It tries to reabsorb the energy. Without a regulator, it just explodes like it just did. We need a specific material to act as a valve. Lai Ha was clueless. Okay, English please. What do I need to fetch and where do I get it? The old man didn't waste time. We need a mineral that controls mana flow called orichalcum. Lai Ha blanked. Ori, what now? Is that a rock? The old man wiped the soot off his face and explained slowly like he was talking to a noob. Yeah, they call it the god mineral. We need at least 300 grams. It's crazy rare and expensive. It's basically an impossible quest. He sounded super worried. If you can find it, great, but you'd probably have to raid the Royal Palace or the Vatican to find any. Lai Ha paused. The palace? Wait, he asked suspiciously. Isn't that in the king's treasury? Bot stared into his soul. If the Vatican gave some to the royals, it's definitely there. Why? You planning a heist? Are you crazy? Lai Ha didn't even flinch. He actually looked hyped. You know it. The old man started sweating bullets, thinking this kid was going to get them all arrested. But then Lai Ha switched up. Relax, I ain't stealing it. The blacksmith almost had a heart attack. Lai Ha pulled out his shiny metal with a proud grin. I'm going to walk in and claim that treasure legally. Perks of being a hero, baby. Meanwhile, over at the Sentinel Iron Mine in Northwest Minis, Brian was absolutely losing it, screaming at the enemy in front of him. Kukunasi, you dirtbag. You took out Yuset, Broke Moon, and even the baby dragon. He opened his massive jaw and unleashed a fire breath attack. You are not leaving this place alive. Despite the massive attack, Kukunasi was chilling. The fire blast exploded the ground, but when the smoke cleared, not a scratch on him. Then, a familiar voice piped up. Yo, calm down with the fireworks. Brian's eyes widened. It was Dubia and Fu standing right next to Kukunasi. Dubia smirked, totally trolling him. Long time no see, you little housefly. Brian was about to explode with rage. But Alexander was watching from the back, totally confused. Is that guy? A fragment of the Demon King. He couldn't believe his eyes and whispered the name in shock. Fawn was totally losing it, stressing out and mumbling some nonsense while smoke started drifting around him. Suddenly, this creepy fog rolled in from everywhere, and BP backed up fast, sensing those major bad vibes attacking his mind. The fog got thick like dummy thick, trying to swallow him whole. Alexander gripped his weapon, completely shook by the horror show unfolding in front of him. Did he seriously just miss? Sensing the mana spikes, Vipers went into full cautious mode. Even if the enemies spotted them, they wouldn't have time to react. If Blue Bear actually clapped Kukunasi and Sam, we can't be stalling right now. Alexander was getting pressed by all the vague hints. What are you even talking about? But he just got left on red. After a long, awkward silence, Vipers finally flew off and decided to spill the tea calmly. We gotta squad up with the family, generals immediately, and link with Lord Benjamin to figure out the next move. Meanwhile, inside the royal treasury, our boy Lai Ha is sweating, digging for that top-tier loot like a rat. Not here. Nope, not this place either. Every time he denied an item, the stats popped up for a second before he swiped left. Trash. Next. Ruby boosts water and ice magic. Hard pass. Pink diamond buffs holy power. Also a skip. Remembering what the guide said, Lai Ha seriously needed an oxygen tank right now because the pressure was real. Asking me to pick from this massive hoard in 2 hours. That's actually toxic. The guide said. 5U copped a bracelet. Probably some legendary armor or something. Granville mentioned he snagged high-tier armor and a winged Pegasus. The guy was like, a winged Pegasus? Bruh, if I could master riding Blackbet, I'd basically be a tank unit on the battlefield. Man, the FOMO is hitting hard. I should have been here first. Lee Ha raised an eyebrow as he peeped the stats on a random stone. Sanctified Midrin makes all Paul creatures bow down, but he yeeted it behind him instantly. Sanctified by a god, should block evil vibes, right? Maybe I could use it to cheese Blue Bear. Laiha kept rummaging through the pile of rocks, mumbling Orichalcum. Orichalcum like a weirdo. Being the main character has its perks because he quickly found a diamond glowing like crazy. He grabbed it, looking up and shouting in Paul hype. Bingo! Found it. Orichalcum, the mineral that regulates mana. It's straight up alien tech. Not wasting a second, he bolted like he had speed hacks on. Sweet, 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Gear. I need gear. Laiha was doing quick math in his head. Weapon is sorted with break bet, plus Nick is crafting me a custom piece. Target now is defense. If I don't grab armor, I'm cooked. He picked up a shoe to check the description. Heroes kicks from the Second Human-Demon War. Laiha's eyes went wide. A hero who joined the Demon King's army instead of the humans? Plot twist much. What's the special effect on these bad boys, though? Monster control like Krolla? 1 monster for every 5 stat points? Yo, if I stack these kicks with that Sanctified Midrin, I could make Paul mobs bow and control demons. Could I literally run both factions? But that's just a theory, a game theory. Can't test it now. Bookmark that thought. Gotta keep grinding. His eyes locked onto something else. This looks Gucci. Let's check the stats. Suddenly, Viper's voice cut in. Laiha. He tilted his head, confused. Lord Vipers? The dragon asked gently, can I borrow your strength for a sec? Laiha answered with zero hesitation. Yeah, bet. What's up? The second he finished speaking, a teleport effect lit up around him. Laiha got zero warning and was just isekai'd to some random location. Vipers stood on a high platform, speaking earnestly. Thanks for answering the summon. Laiha turned pale, looking around frantically. What the heck? Where is this? Drop a location pin. And my palace records? My loot? The dragon looked confused. Palace? This is the Metal Dragon King's crib, the Lord of Dragons. Laiha pointed at himself, screaming in Paul panic. I don't care if you're the final boss. Where is my stuff? Vipers looked clueless. Huh. Laiha still couldn't believe this was happening. You summoned me? No shot. That's cap. Vipers shattered his delusion. Facts. Laiha looked absolutely devastated. Send me back right now. Vipers apologized. Can't do that, fam. You were in an unmapped dimension. I can't find the coordinates. Hearing that, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and crying loud. Alexander couldn't take the cringe anymore and stepped in. Laiha, on behalf of all other worlders, I order you to stop this clown behavior. Have some dignity, man. But for Laiha, the trauma was too deep. No, my gear, my treasure. Vipers also gave a strict order. I have no clue what's going on, but chill out. His doubts were cut off by Laiha's rambling. Can this kid actually clutch this mission? Vipers, if you're a gold dragon, at least drop a notification before summoning. Just saying I need strength is vague. And why is Alexander here? Since when are we besties? Have dignity, my foot. Right, okay. Lord Benjamin. Laiha knew he couldn't keep tweaking out, so he took a deep breath to reset. He cleared his throat and spoke sincerely. My bad for acting out. Lord Vipers. The dragon's frown finally relaxed. He's finally lucid. It's all good. Humans glitch out sometimes. Just then, Benjamin's voice boomed through the room. Truly a human worthy of Viper's attention. His stats are cracked. The old dragon sounded impressed. Unlock stage 3 on Breakbet, legend. Respect. Laiha was surprised but stayed quiet. Vipers introduced them. First, pay your respects. This is the CEO of Metal Dragons, Lord Benjamin. He shyly said hello. Hey. Inside, Laiha was shook. This guy analyzed his whole status just by looking. Benjamin couldn't help but praise him. Surprising. This kid's ability is just as OP as Alexander's. Alexander immediately humbled himself. Lord Benjamin, you're too kind, but no human is more cracked than me. Laiha took the chance to ask the real question. Why am I here, though? Vipers dropped the bomb slowly. Other dragons got griefed by Kukunasi. Laiha's pupils shrank instantly. Laiha looked up, face unreadable. Besides Logan, other dragons got hit. The dragon nodded. Facts. Vipers listed the victims sadly. Silver Dragon Synerger, Red Copper Dragon Kufrat, and even Steel Dragon Stel. Laiha asked, quickly correcting himself. The Metal Dragon tip, species. My bad for saying types. Alexander jumped in with a lore. Except for Platinum Lord Benjamin, there's gold, silver, bronze, brass, red, and steel dragons. Laiha looked up, analyzing the data. This might be rude, but after Logan died, you pinged the whole server, right? Logan left the lair because of me. Kukunasi exploited that. Then you said if Kukunasi entered the barrier, the metal dragons would sense it. Vipers closed his eyes, looking wrecked. That's exactly why I summoned you. Everyone went silent. Vipers struggled to say it. Kukunasi is collabing with Blue Bear. The truth hit hard, but Lee Ha looked confused. A team up? Are you trolling? Vipers frowned deep. The mood was heavy. It's legit. He looked at Lee Ha's stressed face and admitted, Liga literally threw hands with me to help Kukunasi escape. Lee Ha got super wary. So why tag me in? Vipers stared at him and explained calmly. Because both Kukunasi and Blue Bear have wall hacks for sensing mana. This time, even Liu and Lure can't help. Whether it's Lord Benjamin or any metal dragon here, we get spotted. Lee Ha, you completely ghosted my radar before. Only you can clutch this mission. Remembering his Predator camouflage card that lets him shapeshift and hide, he looked down, calculating. If it's a stealth mission to dodge mana detection, I might actually be able to cook. Vipers looked Logenki terrified. He dropped a bomb on us. Some human actually helped them escape, but that snitch is totally in cahoots with the villains. You gotta know the T-fam. Lee Ha froze. Hold up, wait a minute. You mean a user? Like my boy Alexander? Vipers didn't even try to hide it. Straight facts. Yup, we found the body of some so-called hero of justice, but it was a total fail. Lee Ha was confused. A ranker. No shot. That's impossible. Vipers was grinding his teeth, full rage mode. It was a ranker from the Eight Virtues Guild. That name hit Lee Ha like a truck, leaving him completely shook. Ain't no way a user would be that dumb to switch sides, right? But then again, this is Middle Earth. Anything goes in this server. I saw some loot in the treasury that controls corrupted mobs. Plus, there are achievements for using dark energy. But a user going full villain arc? That's crazy. Is this some 5D chess move to start a civil war? The Demon King squad is already way stronger than the Human Alliance. Why try to split the tiny power we have left? What is this world actually plotting? Lee Ha started having flashbacks to the Dale Clear. Just when things were finally looking chill. Thinking about his city management quest made him super sus. He just secured the bag for that surgery too. If the Demon King takes over the map, it's game over. All that sweat and tears, gone. Vipers sat up high, sounding like a boss. We've lost too many homies. We can't just camp here forever. Lee Ha chilled out and looked up. So, did all the metal dragons pull up or what? Vipers nodded calmly. Yeah. Lee Ha did a quick head count. About 35 here. If we lost 4, that's 10% of the whole guild gone. Then, his curiosity kicked in again. Can't everyone just away from keyboard here? Vipers looked drained. Nah, this is the Lord's plan. It's just a temporary safe house. Every dragon's secret room is stacked with 1,000-year-old lore and OP loot. If Kukunasi or Blue Bear gets their hands on it, we're cooked. Lee Ha nodded. True that. Humans can't just waltz into a dragon's lair, but another dragon. Totally different story. Lee Ha figured out the enemy's strat. Kukunasi is farming materials for a fusion summon. We gotta keep the dragon squad out of this. Bronze, silver, copper, and steel are already down. Is gold or mercury next? Or maybe the type doesn't even matter and I'm overthinking it. They just need a dragon head to complete the set. Lee Ha was trying to explain the politics, but Vipers cut him off, absolutely furious. We reported Kukunasi to the Chromatic Dragons, but they left us on read. They think he's just one toxic player acting alone since he got banned. Lee Ha was swearing internally. This is a mess. Then Benjamin, the big boss, finally spoke up. Human. Vipers seems to think you're the MVP. Lee Ha looked up, suspicious. Benjamin extended a claw, looking dead serious. Logan trusts you too. So, you gonna help us carry this raid or what? A notification popped up instantly. Quest, Merc Kukunasi to stop Tiamat's respawn. Rewards, plus 30 rep with all metal dragons, 1 item from the vault, and a shiny new title. Penalty. If Vipers dies or Tiamat spawns, minus 60 rep and you get the Dragon's Rage debuff. Lee Ha started sweating. The stakes were high. I, the Dragon Lord, am asking for your help. How do you say no to that? Lee Ha sighed. All right, bet. But can my boy Alexander tag along? He won't blow his cover. Vipers looks salty but determined. I'll go stealth mode and be the bait. He's definitely coming for me. The 5th head needs a gold dragon. Lee Ha nodded. A trap. I dig it. He had to respect the dragon for putting his life on the line. That's some heroic stuff right there. But Lee Ha had other things on his mind. Hey, big boss Benjamin, I got a question. The dragon looked surprised. What's up? Lee Ha didn't waste time. You said dragons hoard loot in their lairs, right? And Kukunasi got kicked out of his guild. The dragon nodded. Lee Ha's eyes lit up like he just unboxed a legendary skin. So, if we clap Kukunasi, what happens to his stuff? He started yapping excitedly. The Chromatic Dragons cut him off, so his base is basically free real estate. Vipers looked like he swallowed a lemon. Are you seriously talking about looting right now? You dare talk about money in this sacred place? Lee Ha rolled his eyes. Bro, I got summoned here. I need to make sure the payout matches the grind. Suddenly, Benjamin busted out laughing. He was loving it. It's been ages since someone had the guts to haggle with me. In all my respawns, barely anyone tries this. Vipers looked so embarrassed. Benjamin stroked his beard, totally vibing with the audacity. Good energy, Lee Ha. Okay, here's the deal. A system window popped up. Objective: retrieve Kukunasi's dragon heart. Benjamin smiled, but his eyes were cold as ice. Bring me his heart. You do that. I'll give you access to his stash. The heart is useless to you without my help anyway. Fair trade, right? Lee Ha didn't hesitate. Bet. I'll delete him and bring the heart. He clenched his fist, ready to throw hands. But wait. To take him down, I gotta use the bullet made from Logan's heart. If that hits, Kukunasi's heart is gonna shatter into a million pieces. Benjamin looked amused. Is this what humans call a contract? Do your best. Lee Ha grinned. We call it fair business. Even family gotta split the bill. Benjamin cracked up again. You really are entertaining, kid. Alexander looked depressed, witnessing history. Vipers just sighed, but Lee Ha was still low-ganky stressing. If that bullet hits, the loot is toast. Vipers stepped in. I'll go to the lair and leak some mana. They'll think it's a trap, but Kukunasi will pull up anyway. Since there are barely any dragons left, he can't resist. Lee Ha agreed. True. Then Vipers lowered his voice. You just need to prepare for Lee Ha cut him off. Yo, I need the map layout of your lair. Vipers whipped out a huge scroll instantly. Here's the full 4K map. Good enough? Lee Ha was impressed. Sheesh, dragon tech is next level. But he still had one question. Didn't you say entering an ancient dragon's turf was super hard? Vipers looked worried. Yeah, locking onto the exact coordinates is nearly impossible. Everything finally clicked into place. Lee Ha smirked, a little light bulb moment going off in his head. Thinking about Haley, that smug look on the spatial mage's face was practically 4K clear in his mind. The guy really is a wizard with location tracking. Over at Bradley's new forge, Lee Ha was beaming, laughing way too loud. Old man Bradley took one look at him and got the creeps. Yo, what gives? Why are you grinning like that? You look incredibly sus right now. Lee Ha immediately clapped back. Sus? Wow. Hurts my feelings, old man. He looked at the blacksmith with Paul hype in his eyes. So, did you finish that commission or what? Seeing Lee Ha's punchable face, Bradley started losing his cool. I told you a million times, I can't craft it without the mats. Look here. But, before he could finish his rant, Lee Ha flashed the shining orichalcum bead. The old man was so shook he couldn't believe his own eyes. No way. Did you seriously loot that from the royal treasury? Hearing the shock, Lee Ha turned his swag up to 11. I'm a hero of the nation. Fam. I got access to everything. Who do you think you're talking to? After flexing for a bit, Lee Ha got serious. Actually, there's a piece of gear we can mod without the orichalcum. He whipped out his iron musket and Bradley tossed him a gadget. Here's the stabilizer. I built it exactly like the specs, but honestly. Lee Ha inspected it, nodding in approval. Yo, this looks clean. Holding the stabilizer, he had to give props to the old man's crafting skills. It's super light. Now I can stabilize the gun without mounting it. Just spin the barrel and it's instant fire even standing up. I can aim perfectly from the hip. Lee Ha turned around, hyped. Thanks, Bradley. You're the MVP. Oh, and you separated the Dragonheart bullets too, right? Do me a solid and mold them into ammo casings. Bradley cut him off, annoyed by the empty gratitude. Thanks all I get? You think words pay the bills? Do you have zero shame? I spent hours reducing the weight and upgrading the slide action, and you can't even buy me a drink. Even though he was throwing shade, the blacksmith still handed over the processed Dragonheart ammo. Lee Ha grabbed the loot, promising, I swear I'll treat you to a legendary feast next time. Then he bolted before the bill came due. Got a blast. I have places to be. Bradley, hold down the fort for me. Meanwhile, over at the border city, the golden hour sun was hitting safe house number 5 of the workout guild. Kyle and Tyler were pacing outside like nervous NPCs. Brother Lee Ha, someone's here. What's up? Lee Ha greeted his boys cheerfully. Long time no see, Kyle. I just swung by to chat. You guys busy? The workout guild has been popping off lately, huh? I heard you guys are clapping monster nobles all over the city. Kyle just laughed awkwardly. Oh, yeah, kinda like that. Lee Ha had been standing outside too long and tried to head in. Let's go inside and talk. Kyle immediately body blocked the door. Bro. Actually, Tyler jumped in to assist the block. Yeah, it's a total mess inside. Let's just talk out here on the porch. Or we could go to the capital. Let's hit a pub or something. Lee Ha smelled something fishy immediately. He stared Kyle down with a menacing glare. You guys hiding something from me? You think you're slick? Trying to keep secrets from me? Kyle was sweating bullets, totally terrified. Knowing exactly who was camping inside, Lee Ha shouted past them. Hey, I know you can hear me in there. We didn't get a proper intro last time. I want to see your face. The figure inside walked slowly toward the entrance. Haley kicked the door open and spoke up. Long time no see. You're definitely giving off a different vibe than our first meeting. Come on in. He sat at the table, continuing the convo. Didn't expect you to slide into my DMs first. Lee Ha looked at him, thinking. Asterisk, just as I predicted, he's here. Asterisk, Haley, the strongest player and master of spatial magic. Lee Ha recalled his memories of Haley. Why so formal all of a sudden? We clashed back in minis. There was a time I wanted to smash your face in. Hyen's expression didn't change. Should I be grateful you only times wanted times two? Lee Ha just looked at his attitude and sighed. Whatever. I've got someone else I want to beat up way more right now. And you're not exactly innocent either. Haley clapped back immediately. I'd appreciate it if you just viewed me as a repentant sinner. The intense mental warfare between the two had Kyle and Tyler shaking outside the door. Lee Ha finally changed the subject. Anyway, I came to ask you straight up, can you break a dragon's spatial seal? This thing is ancient tier, maybe even higher. Hearing the details, Haley looked genuinely shook. Haley looked down, deep in thought. Just hearing ancient tier is enough to freak anyone out. But it goes beyond that, what do you mean? Lee Ha cut him off. Don't play dumb, I know you figured it out. There's another dragon on the same level as the gold dragon when he sealed the space. Or maybe when Max did it. I need to know if you can hack it. Hayne hesitated, trying to imagine that kind of power scale. He calmly explained, an ancient dragon's seal? I've cracked a mature dragon's seal before, but an ancient one. That's sketchy. Lee Ha interrupted, hyping him up. Last time, you managed to bind the gold dragon with spatial magic. Even Brian was surprised. I don't know when you broke a mature dragon's seal, but you're definitely way more OP now. Hearing this weird praise, Haley looked annoyed yet anxious. Sure, but I have a question. Why bring this to me? I betrayed all of you. I PK'd people. I even slandered your names. He looked down, voice low. True. Haley asked quickly, then why do you still trust me? Haley clenched his fist, but Lee Ha cut through his emo phase. I don't trust you. I'm asking you this so I can trust you in the future, so we can move forward. Lee Ha extended his hand for a collab. Seeing the hand, Haley looked deep in thought, then cracked a smile that was scarier than his serious face. I trust you understand. All right, I'll give it a shot. The handshake reset the vibe for both of them. Lee Ha, full of confidence, laid it out. I'll ping you when we're ready, probably within game time. We launched the operation in 3 days. 36 hours later, near Brian's lair, Lee Ha was scouting the terrain. Asterisk, no mobs around the dragon's lair, so I'll use camo. Luckily, nothing's blocking me. The big issue is I don't know where Kukunasi will spawn, and fighting right in front of the lair is a bad idea. Asterisk. Asterisk, I need a spot to create an opening. That's the sniper way. I can't break stealth to reposition. My job now is to predict the enemy's spawn point. Asterisk. Asterisk, there are 2 possible spots, one in the air, and one about 9 units off the ground. The issue is range. If only my range was a little longer. Asterisk. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered something. Asterisk, I was so focused I forgot to check the stats on these new boots. Should I test them? Imagine if they gave a speed buff or flight that'd be broken. Asterisk, the item details popped up on the blue screen. Shoes of the deep-rooted tree legend. Defense, 2050. Agility effect, plus 25. Skill, lower body lock. Requirements. Strength over 100. Agility over 1,900. Asterisk. Wait. What? A legendary drop with no set bonus? Asterisk. It belonged to a legendary archer who shot an apple off his son's head from a kilometer away. The whole continent was shook by his 100% accuracy, steady as an old tree. Legend says roots grew from his knees and elbows to brace him, but nobody ever proved it. Asterisk, legendary tier, but nothing flashy? That's kinda mid. Asterisk, but then the blue screen scrolled down to the active skill. Lower body lock. Lower body lock, don't move. Don't shake, just freeze. Become a tree, and let the Earth's mana handle the rest. Effect, range plus 30%. Mana immobility, 300. Lasts until cancelled. Cannot cancel for the first 20 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Reading it, Lee Ha was floored. Yo, what is this? Range plus 30%. It says immobile. But if I combine this with camouflage. Asterisk, lower body. Does that mean my upper body is free? This is literally a god tier drop. Asterisk, if used in the right camping spot, this skill is going to be absolutely broken. Yo, check the stats. Level 9 Sniper Mastery just dropped. Burning mana to buff that firepower. Max range plus 40 for 19 minutes. That's 200 mana gone, but we recover in an hour. Absolute jackpot vibes. Guys, let's go. Leha is looking straight up devious right now. Lord Vipers is lacing up the kicks, drip check passed and ready to roll. The system pinged, Lord Vipers, I am locked and loaded. He kept it cool, replying, bet, I'm spreading out the mana signature. Kukunasi's squad definitely sensed the power spike. Yo, is that Viper's mana? Smells like that annoying pest is nearby. Pulling up right now? Seriously, seeing Blue Bear tweak out like that made him super sus. That dude's been ghosting everyone, dodging quests, and now he wants smoke with Vipers. Didn't he mumble something about a 5th head last time? He's already bagged 4. Whatever, tagging along with his crew is a win-win, more loot for my zombie army. Easy. Seeing Fong's creepy grin, Blue Bear bonked him on the head. We got the 4 heads, bro. Why are you thirsty for a fight? Even Philip knows this is a total bait. Am I wrong, though? Philip answered fast. Nope. Boss is right. Kukunasi wasn't having it. This ain't about the collection, he snapped, looking at the two of them. He's the biggest op in the Dragon clan. We clap the top candidate for Benjamin's throne, and the Queen's plan goes smooth sailing. Trap or not, who cares? No backup mana detected. He's solo. You scared to take the shot? The old guy started capping immediately. Nah, not scared. Just. My bones are aching today. Okay. Days like this call for a spa day. He cut him off, sick of the cowardly act. Zip it and follow me. Old Blue Bear clapped back. Watch your tone, kid. You're getting a little too cocky. Look, I don't want Benjamin sending the cavalry. If we can dodge the drama, let's dodge it. Kukun finally spoke up. It's showtime. This 1 versus 1 was written in the stars. Stay out of it. Just speedrun the finish like we planned. He grinned like a villain. Fong looked back with that I got you smirk. Vipers felt Kukunasi's energy and got high-key stressed. He's here. Near the area at hideout, he pinged the update. Target acquired. Kukunasi is on the field. Copy that. I have visuals. He asked. Take the shot? Leha shut it down instantly. Negative. He's in human mode. Can't pinpoint the heart, and the range is trash. Lord Logan's heart piercer is a one-shot deal too risky to waste. Vipers realized he had to improvise. Got it. What's the best angle to kite him? I lost your mana signal too, Leha replied. Head south from the hideout entrance. Once you engage Kukunasi, juke him northwest about 500 meters. Understood. I'm going full try hard. Suddenly, a light flashed behind Kukunasi. He sensed the vibes were off, spun around, and got ready to throw hands. Vipers gritted his teeth, face full of hate. Kukunasi, what's the scheme? Why are you still simping for the dark side? The Chromatic clan tossed you out. He started roasting him immediately. Chill out, you overreacting housefly. Vipers lost it. You scumbag. You decapitated 4 Metal Clan members and now you want to test me. He paused, sensing the hideout wasn't empty. No active mana pings on the radar, but there's no way this dude pulled up solo. Vipers radioed. Visual on Blue Bear. Leha replied, negative. Radar is clean. Assume he's lurking. Vipers warned. Leha sighed, roger that, staying on high alert. Kukunasi went full rage mode. Time to end this 4,000-year beef. He called Vipers a pest again. Vipers wasn't letting that slide. Bring it, you big red loser. I'm ripping that dragon heart out today. The trash talk got him hyped. Love the energy, Vipers said. Then, boom barrier activated. Target is locked in a 1-click radius. The spatial firewall covers 3 clicks. No outside interference allowed. This is a private server now. Vipers initiated combat, rushing in with buffed weapons. Kukunasi charged right back, still relying on those cheap magic tricks. Pick up the pace. A sword strike aimed for the head, but Vipers parried just in time. They were scrapping hard, blades clashing like crazy. Kukunasi gave him the deadliest stare. I'm breaking this trash destiny cycle today, you fly. Vipers clapped back. That's my line, you rabid dog. They went at it, shaking the whole map. Dodging a heavy swing, Vipers backdashed to reset. Once he had spacing, he unleashed a flame strike. Kukunasi just laughed at him. Using fire on a red dragon, that's why you're a noob. He popped a reflect shield. The fireballs U-turned and zoomed back at Vipers with insane speed. Vipers snuffed out the flames instantly. He looked him dead in the eye. Summoning Tiamat won't buff the Chromatic clan. You realize that? You've been an ancient dragon for eons, are you brain dead? Vipers continued. The Chromatic Queen is just a hungry predator. She ain't loyal like the Metal Clan. We ride or die for Benjamin. Don't you get why they keep sealing and summoning Tiamat? Hearing this truth bomb made Kukunasi go absolutely feral. Shut your trap. The fight leveled up. Both sides were maxed out, totally evenly matched. Meanwhile, the sniper was camping for the perfect shot. Sketchy. 1 second off and it's over. Like Lun said, Vipers can't take him in a straight-up 1 versus 1. But I can't choke now. Gotta trust the plan. Seeing Vipers tanking hits, Kukunasi flexed his ultimate. Can you block this? Hellfire. Vipers was shook by the tankiness. Hellfire? In human form? Are you kidding me? A tornado of flames erupted, Paul destruction, graphics set to ultra. Kukunasi screamed, "Die, you pest." But then he spotted something sus and froze for a few frames. Vipers finally popped his transformation, Golden Dragon mode. He cast a hailstorm that shook the server. Kukunasi dodged the AoE just in time. Dang it. Nice reflexes, Vipers taunted. Dodging Dragon Breath to hide in the tornado? Too bad I read that move like a book. He triggered the next spell. Buffed Hellfire Ignite. The sound broke the sound barrier, and a blinding light turned the whole arena into chaos. The shockwave was OP. Lee Ha was struggling. Gotta tank it. If I move more than 30 centimeters, my stealth drops. Then Blue Bear will sniff me out and camp me. Suddenly, Lee Ha's eyes went wide. The fire engulfed the whole map, leaving him jaw-dropped. Unbelievable. Area A was getting wrecked. The wind was so strong it yeeted Lee Ha into the air, making him cough up a lung from the smoke. That explosion drained my stamina bar. My screen is flashing red and black. Did I just lose 50% of my HP? Bruh. Still alive though, thanks to the joint lock perk. But my legs? Completely glitched out. Can't feel a thing. He immediately shouted for his duo, Vipers. Yo, he starts barking orders like, take the shot, and I'm like, scope active. But Logan Key, I'm salty because I can't even lock onto the target yet. Bro, easy for you to say. I'm shooting blind here. This dude isn't even spawning where I need him to be. Total cringe. Meanwhile, over at Kukunasi's side, it's absolute chaos, dust everywhere. They rush into attack, but he throws the first punch. The whole squad, Brian included, is trying to tank the hits with magic, but it's wild. From back here, it looks like 2 nukes colliding. Boom. The whole sky is shaking. But Kukunasi, he's just chilling, scanning the area like a creeper. He sees his opponent is still standing and starts trash talking like, I'm gonna rip those wings off. My guy claps back with, whatever, loser. And boom, round 2 begins. I'm watching this mess from the sidelines and seriously raging. This fight is so scuffed. Vipers was definitely holding back during the raid against PVN. Like, try harder, maybe. He shoots me a look like, you good, fam? I'm trying, but I can't lock on. I need you to ping the dragon heart for me, as soon as possible. I need aimbot level precision here. Even my scope can't spot the heart or the range. Bait him to the waypoint I sent you. Brian clicks his tongue, he's mad, but he's doing it. Fine, just get ready. Okay, tracking his movement pattern. He was pushing northwest, but after that transformation into dragon mode, he pulled a complete 180. Now he's heading southeast. Man, this is exhausting. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk. Keeping focus though, he's closest to me at 1.7 kilometers. Ope, backing up to 1.9. Wind shifting southeast to southeast at 1.3. Speed is 4 meters per second. Not too gusty. I can work with this. Mana is going haywire from the explosions, but the air is settling down. Wind speed dropped to 2.280. Range is maxed out, but I got a lock. Distance, 2,319 meters. Breath held. Snipe mode on. Mental stability, check. Squeeze the trigger. Boom. The slug tears through the air and headshot. Well, next shot. Pierced right through that thick hide in a split second. Kukunasi freezes, feeling that critical hit deep inside. He figures out who shot him and roars, Lai Ha. I knew something was sus when I felt that mana. Is that all you got? You hit a human to trap me? You really think you can stop me? Try stopping the Queen's ritual. I dare you. He's raging hard now, putting up defenses. Cut it out, Kukunasi. Brian is just floating there, trolling him. Just give up your neck and wait for it. Kukunasi screams, were you camping, Lai Ha? I'm gonna end you for the Queen and the Iron Clan. Whatever, dude. I'm ignoring the hate comments and staying focused. Barrier range is 500 to 300 meters. His shield is glitching out. Suddenly, bam, a beam of light shatters the barrier. Kukunasi is shook. Someone new just joined the server. A human? You hacked my barrier with teleportation? Right on cue. Helen warps in to carry the squad. Helen looks down like a boss. Nice try, but even elder dragons can't handle my heat. You think a lowly human wizard can't wreck you? He doesn't even let him finish his sentence before casting. Why do dragons monologue so much? I drop the camo and sync up with Helen. Let's go. Rush him. Helen hits the pause button. A massive flash blinds everyone, and Kukunasi is frozen. He's panicking like, how is a basic human lagging me out like this? I've got the shot. Taking the finisher. Gotcha, you oversized lizard. This one's for Lun. The dragon heart bullet flies straight and true bullseye. Right in the ticker. Kukunasi's eyes roll back as the ammo drains his HP to 0. System alert, mission complete. Revenge of the Logan Dragon. Upgraded. Skill leveled up. We are farming XP like crazy right now. Yo, if we keep grinding like this, nobody's gonna catch up. My level just spiked. Helen is standing there thinking, wait, I just teamed up with a dragon to kill another dragon? The meta is weird. I sigh, relieved the strat worked. But hold up. Who invited them? 2 randos just walked up to Kukunasi. It's Blue Bea. Even that guy Fao is there. I radio Lord Vipers, but he's struggling to keep the spell going. I know. Just buy me a few more seconds. Kukunasi's heart isn't fully destroyed, so the barrier is still up. I take a pot shot to stop them. Stop right there. Blue Bea, but the old guy dodges it like it's nothing. Blue Bea lifts his staff and swish. He slices Kukunasi right open. Blood everywhere. It's straight up horror movie vibes. Even I got goosebumps watching that. Bro, what are you doing? That's your teammate. Bea picks up the body part, grinning like a psycho. How's that? Did I do good, Kukunasi? I told you to listen to your elders. Kukunasi is fading fast but whispers, thanks. Please handle the rest. The old man nods. All right, don't worry about your queen. Just get some sleep. Then he smirks. Actually, wait, you can't sleep yet. To grant the wish, I need to hijack your body. Cool, Kukunasi is terrified. Total betrayal. Bea doesn't hesitate and orders his goon to execute the plan. Take him back, Fong. The guy nods. On it, Count. We have to intercept. I don't know what they're doing, but they cannot loot that body. Dang it, I yell to Lord Vipers. They're doing something with the corpse. I lock and load, but someone yells, you can't. I fire, but Blue Bea deflects it with his cane. Ping, it flies off target. I'm shook. Did he just parry a sniper round with a walking stick? He rubs his shoulder casually. Ouch. My shoulder. And look, you dented my cane. How are you going to pay for that, little sniper? I really like this item. Brian swoops in, absolutely furious because his plan got wrecked. Aesop, Kukunasi was my enemy, but he was still a dragon. I won't let you disrespect the dead like that. He unleashes a fire slash. Bea just laughs. You're using that weak move? It didn't work on Kukunasi. It won't work on me. You're getting old. Frowning gives you wrinkles. Buddy, chill out. While he's monologuing, I line up another shot. I got a strat. Before I can pull the trigger, Brian blasts him with fire. I'm watching like, he didn't dodge. That definitely connected. The flames swallow him whole. No way he survived that, but when the smoke clears. Nope. Massive barrier up. 0 damage taken. Blue Bea looks bored. Come on. Aren't we too old for this drama? Wasn't that a bit overkill? I'm just fulfilling his last wish. After all the trouble I went through, don't I deserve a little loot? Yo, peep this drama. The dude snaps back, totally salty. What's your plan for his body? Huh. Lee Ha is up top looking completely confused. Foe, bro, aren't you supposed to be a player? What kind of NPC glitch are you pulling right now? What are you trying to farm from the count? Without missing a beat, the guy smirks back. Why do I gotta explain my grinding strat to you? You already know the answer. Don't play dumb. The second he stops talking, Foe triggers his ult resurrection spell activated. This is the main hub, and it's gonna do whatever it takes to level up. Seeing the situation go from bad to nightmare mode, both of them scramble to stop the enemy's respawn mechanic. So you're running a necromancer build? You really think some basic tier magic can glitch out a dragon's body? They break formation and rush in, spamming attacks, but their bullets are bouncing off that shield like it's got infinite HP. Blue Bee is just chilling, watching them struggle, then laughs like a toxic winner. Trying to dispel my magic? You really think that weak sauce is gonna work? You can't even scratch the code. Let me give you a warning attack one more time and I'm swinging the ban hammer. I'll let it slide once because you're a grateful little noob. But you're playing way too aggressive. Just then, it looks like Lee Ha has a big brain play ready. In that split second, he aims his SAS toward a way more dangerous angle and pulls the trigger. Crap. In a blink, the bullet dives down and actually cracks the defense barrier. Silence for a sec, then the rage bar fills up, written all over that scumbag's face. Right on cue, Brian's speed hacks in from nowhere. You coward! Blue Bee ignores him and charges up, cracking the ground beneath him. A second later, he jumps high enough to spot their camping spot, ready to spear them with his staff. Seeing the enemy's OP stats, Lee Ha freezes up, totally terrified. My joint lock skill is still on cooldown. I can't dodge this energy blast. Thinking he's about to wipe the player, Bluebee can't help but let out a laugh. Good game. Have a safe trip to the afterlife. A moment later, a massive boom echoes through the whole forest. Way off in the distance, a figure warps in. HY appears, looking super stressed. You good, fam? Lee-Ha struggles to reply, thanks, dude. Internally analyzing the play, if HY's teleport timing had been off by even a single frame, Bluebee clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. He keeps his cool even while trapped by the chains, figuring a yellow fly is still better than dealing with a red tryhard. Brian rushes him from behind like a hurricane. You think I'm a bot? You piece of demon trash. Bluebee looks back, irritated. So annoying, seriously. He shouts a signal to his minion down below. Fong obeys and tries to finish the casting bar. Almost done. Count. The situation is speeding up. No, I can't let that spawn happen. Bluebee breaks the formation and dives to attack Brian. Don't interrupt me. Lee-Ha squeezes the trigger boom. A powerful shot forces the old guy to dodge. Bluebee glares down with Paul hate. That annoying little brat. Lee-Ha looks at the enemy, pumped up. Critical hit. He keeps firing heavy rounds while his mind races. I bet Bluebee is going to try to backstab Brian. That's the distraction point. Target acquired. I can control this fight. My damage output isn't a joke. Should I switch to mana bullets to suppress him? No. Wait. I don't even know if that buff works on him. And even if it does, if I don't secure the kill right here, I'm just revealing my trump card for nothing. Gotta save the ult for the final circle. If I use it here, it's a one-time deal. Bluebee blocks the bullet spam, his rage meter maxing out. These Musketeer wannabes are always blocking my path, so annoying. Fong shakes, shouting a warning. Count, something's glitching. His eyes dart to the quest item, the Dragon Heart. Brian dashes forward with a speed boost. In no time, he swipes the heart, looking totally chill. Game over, Bluebee. The vibe around Bluebee gets chaotic. His eyes flash with a killer red light. Fong is apologizing non-stop. I'm sorry, Count. I didn't see him looting it. Dark energy flows through Bluebee's hands. RNG is terrible today. I shouldn't have even engaged. You three are useless. Oh great, now my weapon is bugged too. The blade won't retract. My mood is absolute trash right now. His eyes are full of resentment. I'm not gonna feel better until I rip the heart out of that little fly. Brian doesn't hesitate to trash talk. Try me, Bluebee. His words cut deep. But keep one thing in mind, I've already invited our lord to the lobby. The stubborn old man won't quit. Stop capping. I don't sense any mana from him. Brian flies off, but drops a warning. Think I'm lying. Stay and watch, the boss is logging in any second. This time, I'm deleting you along with Lord Benjamin. Bluebee's face goes dark, teeth grinding, but he manages to cool down and just sighs. Bluebee looks up at the blue sky. Alright, guess I should be happy. I completed 50% of the quest. Let's bounce. Fong quietly suggests, we're leaving. The Count lowers his voice. I'm not ready to 1v1 that old green guy yet. Thoughts are swirling in Lee-Ha's head. Did he actually summon Lord Benjamin? If that's true, maybe I can try to stall him. No, he didn't ping me about it. It's gotta be a bluff, right? Bluebee leaves the battlefield looking totally disgusted. Next time, we'll have a proper guild meeting. Listen up, Bugs, I'm sending a real beauty next time, so you can fight without me. Brian asks suspiciously. Don't tell me he figured out how to summon the hidden boss of the Tiamat tribe. Even my clan doesn't know the cheats for that. The old man laughs but still bonks Fong on the head. Ah, so noisy. Just wait for the update, okay? The two of them teleport out, officially leaving the match. Brian mutters about his doubts. Can he really summon Tiamat? Don't tell me that's why he took Kukunasi's head. Lucky we recovered the dragon heart. But the body. The situation leaves Lee-Ha confused. Is the event over? There's 0 mana left. He checks his senses. Even though my mana detection skill wore off, I really don't feel anything. Brian guarantees it. Just dropping the name Lord Benjamin is enough to scare him off the server. He lands gently on the dry ground, looking serious as he stares at the little guys. Chi. Brian bows his head with deep thanks. Thank you, sir, and you too. The space mage. Thanks to your assist, I avoided the bad ending. He looks up and asks the MVP, what's your username? Helenin replies, honestly, it's Helenin. Brian looks at him with soft eyes. I'll remember that tag. Your space magic is top tier, like the ancients. But hey, if the admins find out you used full restore on Kukunasi, they won't let it slide. Watch your back. He smiles, super hyped. Oh, I actually unlocked a new achievement reward for this quest. Thanks, old-timer. Lee-Ha shudders, thinking about the loot. I don't even need to see it to know what that achievement is. Brian quietly suggests, Lee-Ha, if you're ready, let's go help the others right now. Internally, he feels helpless. So he really was just bluffing about the Lord showing up. If we attacked, we would have been wrecked. Lee Ha responds quickly. Bet, let's roll. Teach. Helenin calls out. Lee Ha. He spins around, surprised. Huh? Helenin sends some wholesome vibes. Thanks for trusting me and sending the invite this time. Helenin smiles, warming everyone's hearts. Glad I could be the support carry. Lee Ha shyly shakes his hand. Nah, I'm the one who should say thanks. Though I'm a little jealous you made a way bigger play than I expected. Your shoulder must be wrecked, right? He answers happily. Haha. Thanks, man. The bromance between them just leveled up. Helenin makes a suggestion with a little bit of hope. So after this raid, Lee Ha, I hope your trust level in me went up. Scene switched to the majestic throne. Benjamin is chilling, listening to the whole story. So that's the lore. Huh. The old man thought for a second and asked the guy below. So did that power-up you asked for actually do anything? Brian bowed his head, showing total respect. Absolutely, my lord. You can hear the crowd cheering over each other back there. The kid legitimately wrecked that dragon. Benjamin dropped his voice to a low bass to call his VIP guest. Lee Ha. Lee Ha answered nervously. Yes. Lord Benjamin. The old dragon offered his thanks straight from the heart. You didn't just clap the enemy threatening our tribe. You saved our members too. Even the ones who couldn't catch a break in the infirmary. Lee Ha tried to play it cool with a polite reply. No biggie. We could only pull it off because we combined everyone's strength. But deep down, Lee Ha felt super guilty. Brian, my bad. I totally used you as bait. And you used your space magic and put your own body on the line. If we were missing even one person, it would have been game over. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. Lee Ha felt his body and mind start to wobble as someone approached. What is this? I feel this insane pressure crushing me from every direction. His legs turned to jelly. It felt like his controller just disconnected from his body. Benjamin's death stare forced Lee Ha to submit. Human Lee Ha, I ask you, do you want to protect justice and do good deeds? He bowed and answered seriously. Yes, Lord, I'm Lee Ha. I swear to protect justice and do good. His face showed a little embarrassment as he thought, I am so bad at acting like this. I'm not Alexander. The old dragon didn't hesitate and dropped an offer that stunned Lee Ha. Do you have the will to become a member of the Golden Dragon clan and become my spirit beast? Benjamin, the 8th Platinum Dragon Lord, asking that? He accepted instantly, his determination skyrocketing. Yes, Lord. Benjamin looked down with a satisfied vibe. You've proven your will and skills to the Gold Clan. The old dragon raised his voice to check with the internal council. Do all supervisors agree? The retainers accepted immediately. Yes, my lord. He put a hand on Lee Ha's shoulder and made a bold announcement to the whole population. I declare with the consent of Executor Brian and 33 other royals watching, Human Lee Ha, from this moment on, is officially a member of our Gold Clan. The system started popping off with legendary achievements, making his heart race. Whoa, that's a lot of trophies. But Lee Ha caught some chatter from behind. Yo, how long has it been since Immortal joined our family? Another guy couldn't help but marvel. I never saw this happen since I was a hatchling, and now it's happened twice in my adult life. Suddenly, Lee Ha remembered something. Wait, what about my partner? The elite achievements flashed on the system interface. You are now a member of the dragon lineage and the second member to receive this achievement. Stats are going to boost, and diplomatic effects with dragons are upgraded. A keyword on the interface made Lee Ha worry. Dragon partner? Now that I think about it, I just got another achievement just like Alexander. Does getting the Dragon Gate and these 2 achievements mean I met the conditions to upgrade to Dragon Knight? Can an archer class switch to Knight? Lee Ha looked at Benjamin, hoping silently. Surely my companion won't be. That other kid seems hopeless anyway, and the old man is currently laughing his head off. That's right. Even though he's a spirit beast and family, I can't be his partner. That would mess up the whole family tree. He threw a salty look in another direction, thinking. Figured Benjamin wouldn't be my partner. So, which dragon is going to be my ride or die? Lee Ha started daydreaming about who would join him, feeling lightheaded. If a dragon is my partner, the dragon's shield and magic will protect me 24/7, 360 degrees. Can I shoot through the shield? That would be OP. Benjamin dropped the info with an excited face. Correct. Didn't you say Lee Ha inherited the legacy of Logan? His dream of a majestic teammate shattered into a million pieces. Brian asked, confused. I don't really get what you mean, my lord. Lee Ha froze, his heart taking massive emotional damage. Don't joke. Logan is dead. What kind of nonsense is that? The old dragon kept going, getting more hyped, unable to hide his joy. That is truly unfortunate. However, it is very lucky for Lee Ha. Now that you are a member, you have avenged his partner. I look forward to working with you, my spirit beast. Benjamin glanced at him with absolute intimidation. After all, you're only using half of Logan's heart, right? Right, doing that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, A shiver ran down Li Ha's spine as he remembered the old scenario. Is that why I lost the chance to get a dragon partner? Li Ha slumped to the ground in sadness, turning into a depressed mushroom. Why is my life so hard? The system popped up another major achievement notification. You received the permanent partner achievement, Blue Bronze Dragon Logan. From now on, you can head toward a bright future with a dragon friend chosen by Benjamin. His mind was a total mess. His hand unconsciously grabbed his hair. If only Logan was alive. If only I had a partner. The merits were displayed by the system. You achieved the Dragon Hunter of Kukunasi achievement. First person to unlock this. You will receive basic hunter privileges. That made Li Ha panic. I'm the first? Looks like dragons don't respawn. And rank S? Oh my god. If 42 points are from the 200% effect, then the rank S achievement gave me 21 attribute points. The system spanned more notifications. You received the Spirit Beast of Platinum Dragon Benjamin achievement. Rank S level. First recipient. Congratulations. He looked at the text below, trying to calculate the rank S achievement in his head. Suddenly, the world server board flashed an encouragement notice. Everyone, please congratulate them. The first person to reach rank S achievement in Middle-earth has appeared. It is Li Ha, a level 172 archer from the nation of Pubal. Other players better grind harder so they don't get left behind. Li Ha was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear, trying to stop the news feed. This surely isn't being broadcast to the entire Middle-earth like last time, right? Block DMs first. Emily called, furious. Li Ha, answer me. Where are you right now? Emily was freaking out. Honey? Rank S? Sora asked, totally confused. Li Ha, what is happening? What is rank S? Whatever, let's talk in person. Don't forget your promise for this Saturday. Kit couldn't hold back his rage. What are you doing? What about the Bluebird tracks? Luger screamed angrily. You bastard. Where are you? We have to 1v1 right now. Scott threw shade while farming monsters. Rank S? Huh? Should I trade 2 rank A's and a company contract for it? Ending the noise was key, sounding panicked. Hey, I'm calling you because I feel like something is seriously wrong, right? His head felt like it was splitting open. Quiet, please, just one person at a time. Li Ha couldn't stop the tears, thinking, right. I still have to answer this. Then he switched to the person on the other line. Key, are you free this Saturday? Key didn't answer immediately but questioned him instead. Me? Why? What achievement is that? Li Ha immediately changed the subject. I'll explain to you later. There's something more important right now. He looked away shyly. You're free Saturday, right? Grab lunch with me. Key was confused and suspicious. I'm free, but why? Li Ha's words were like rubbing salt in the wound. The weapon in his hand dropped. I'm going to eat with Sarah and Bob. Key was so terrified he screamed out loud in the middle of a dangerous zone. What did you just say? The news made Key's limbs tremble. You planned it already? When? Why are you telling me today? You should have said something sooner. Li Ha awkwardly pleaded guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't realize time flew by so fast. Don't worry too much. Sarah just asked us to hang out. Relax. Key heard that and exploded. Relax my foot. I'm logging out. Be at my place in 5 hours real time. I'm coming to you. He tried to calm his friend down. Huh? Key hung up on the other end. Li Ha stood there frozen, feeling miserable. Sorry for telling you so late, but wow, you are stubborn. Benjamin spoke up, curious. So, what are you planning to do? He didn't know anything, so he just asked back. Huh? What are you saying, Lord? The old man put it bluntly, I mean the loot. Li Ha quickly caught the wavelength. The items. He excitedly listed every single thing. I get to pick 3 items from the low group's secret stash, 1 from Lord Benjamin's stash, and 5 from Kukunasi's stash. Is that right? Benjamin stroked his beard and calmly confirmed. That's a bet. Li Ha played it cool, dropping the suggestion casually. So, Benjamin, mind if I just vibe in your treasure vault today? No timer ticking or anything, right? The Dragon Lord volunteered way too fast. You won't be crashing at Kukunashi's pad for long, but my crib. Stay as long as you want. Want to take the tour? Li Ha's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Say less. I'm on my way. Benjamin gently placed a hand on Li Ha's shoulder. All right, just a little welcome gift, he said, activating the magic circle under their feet smooth as butter. Let's tidy up the secret stash, shall we? Suddenly, they were surrounded by mountains of gold and gems. Li Ha saw the loot and froze, completely shook by the insane wealth in front of him. While walking with Benjamin, a light bulb went off in his head. Yo, big guy, sorry to ask late, but can I snag a buy one get one deal? Like, can I take 2 items instead of 1? The old dragon laughed out loud. Nice try, kid. You really are part of the squad now with jokes like that. But nah. Just take your time picking 1 item. Then Benjamin dipped out, leaving Lai Ha speechless. I knew he'd say no, but still, bummer. A moment later, he scanned the room, a master plan already cooking in his brain. At least there's no space limit. The rarity and stats definitely depend on the dragon's rank, and since this is Benjamin, this place has got to have the god-tier loot. Lai Ha sat down to inspect the gear. No matter what, I'm walking out with a legendary item. Settling for hero tier would be a total L. Is there anything above legendary, like mythic or something? He made up his mind and yeeted a necklace aside. Wait, to make sure it fits the build, I gotta check my stats first. System. Open character window. Lai Ha. Race. Human. Class. Archer. Unspent points. 278. He gasped. Wait, 278 points? Is my game glitched? Lai Ha rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. He stared at the screen again, totally zoned out. It was real. Li Ha felt a mix of hype and panic. This is insane. If I flex this online, the GMs are going to ban me for hacking. 100%. He was about to keep searching when he tripped over something. Okay, so what matches my OP stats? Lai Ha paused, looking down with major confusion at the weird object by his feet. What is this junk? He picked up a massive Easter egg-looking thing. Li Ha stared at it for a long minute. It looked like an ostrich egg or maybe just a giant, weird gem. After thinking it over, he tossed the egg aside. Yeah, I don't need this trash. He kept searching his spot, but after finding zero good loot for a few seconds, he sighed, totally over it. Oh, why is there more legendary stuff than hero stuff? Suffering from success much? I've been digging for 4 hours and haven't even seen half the inventory. Suddenly, a call came through from the real world. Lai Ha checked the time and realized he was late. Oh snap, gotta bounce. He smashed the logout button and woke up in reality instantly. The door swung open and Key was standing there, looking super salty. Yo, bro, I told you to get ready ages ago. Lai Ha started apologizing fast, trying to explain, but Key cut him off mid-sentence. My bad, but... Later, she showed Lai Ha her outfit. Fit check? How's this look? Lai Ha just froze, totally confused by the question. What are you talking about? It's not a date, just wear something warm. Without overthinking it, Key pushed his wheelchair, grinning like she won the lottery. Oh, shut up. I know you're Logan Key hyped. Let me raid your closet first. Trust the process. I'm gonna make you look like a movie star. Brace yourself. The next day, the two of them were waiting at the park. Lai Ha's wardrobe was tragic, so he was stuck in a white tee and jeans. He sighed, feeling super nervous. Honestly, I'm sweating bullets. What's Nora gonna think? Nah, she's not shallow like that. Suddenly, Key spotted someone and pointed. Target acquired. That's them, right? Two people walked over, looking cheerful. Hey guys, we saw you from way back there. Seeing Bobby wave, Key instantly caught feelings like love at first sight. Oh, Bobby, hi, I'm Kyle. Lai Ha politely introduced himself too. Nora, Bobby, what's up? I'm Li Ha. They smiled back. Hey Kyle, and hey Lai Ha. Come on, why's everyone acting so awkward? We're basically besties online. Let's just vibe today. Let's go. Move it. Key suddenly got dragged away before she could even react. Whoa, okay, coming. Watching this, Lai Ha and Nora just looked at each other and laughed. That girl Key said, trust me, but she totally lost her cool around Bobby. Bobby really knows how to hype up a crowd though. She's good people. A moment later, the two started walking. Shall we? Let's have a good time today, Nara. Sounds lit. And just like that, the squad of 4 enjoyed their trip. Lai Ha finally let go of his worries and smiled for real. Meanwhile, back at the main palace, a soldier burst in. They're here. Intel from Minis just dropped. Emily jumped up, looking stoked. Finally, what's the tea? Rook reported with Paul excitement, Minis is handing over 2 castles and a city near the M-Plains border. That stubborn Vencon guy did a total 180. Everyone started cheering. Let's go. That's huge. We did it. Marcus. If we snag 2 castles and a city, we can push the border way back. That means we can totally block any invasion from Minis. While the boys were celebrating, Emily stayed quiet, deep in thought. A moment later, she put on her serious face and spoke up. Decline it. The Marcus looked at her like she was crazy. Excuse me? Without hesitating, Emily explained, rejecting this alliance proposal is the only logical move. Obviously. Everyone started freaking out. Reject it? Are you serious? That's insane. What if they ghost us? What if they decide to fight us even with the chimeras involved? She slammed her hand on the table. You guys are clueless. Do you think the border is the only thing that matters here? Border this, border that we aren't making a dime from that. Plus, those 2 castles and the city are basically useless. They're just meat shields for the outside defense. Rejecting the offer doesn't mean we ignore them. It means we make a counteroffer based on times our times terms. Emily was internally screaming at them. Oh my god, does anyone here have a brain? Do you know how hard I'm carrying Laiha right now? Meanwhile, somewhere else, amidst totally wrecked buildings, Feng stood silently watching the zombies. He smirked, checking his stats. I only destroyed one city, and the XP is ridiculous. The leveling speed is actually broken. At this rate, I'm gonna gap Chi on the leaderboard. On the other side, Max was complaining. I've searched this whole continent and they're nowhere to be found. Those idiots. No way they hid this well. They must have crossed the ocean. Ugh, this next trip is gonna be a long one. Feng, since I gotta travel, you're in charge. I'm giving you admin rights over the chimeras and the nobles. Gather up the dragon haters so those annoying flies don't track us. Can you handle it? Hearing this, Feng bowed, totally hyped to serve. I'll put my life on the line for you, my lord. Max considered his route. All right, I'm heading east right now. It's gonna be rough. I should wear a hat. The sun reflecting off the sea ruins my skin, but I gave mine to a friend, so I've been going without it. So lonely, traveling solo, leaving the old man alone like this. I gotta roast him when I see him again. Suddenly, Max smiled like a total creep. Ah, but if I just leave, the fans will be disappointed. Gotta leave a little surprise gift before I go, right? All right, squad, catch you later. Today was actually lit. Don't forget, we got that meetup in 2 weeks. Yeah? For sure. Wouldn't miss it. Yo, I should have grabbed the coffee tab since you covered dinner. It's only fair. Nah, you're good. Stop tripping. They dipped, and Lee Ha stood there for a second, just watching them go. He spun around, rushing inside. Kyle saw him sprinting and was like, yo, what's the rush? Did we forget plans or something? Nope, Middle Earth is calling my name. Gotta grind. Kyle rolled his eyes hard. Bro, you're more addicted than I am. Lee Ha smirked, but deep down he was thinking, asterisk, logging in is the right move. I just don't have the confidence to face people looking like a mess in real life. Asterisk. Asterisk, my future is straight trash right now. Asterisk, he glanced back at Key, who was grinning at nothing. Asterisk, how does that dude stay so positive? His smile is blinding. Asterisk. Asterisk. Real talk though, I'm grateful. Meeting the crew and leveling up in-game actually gave me the guts to handle the real world. It saved me. Asterisk. Asterisk. So, gotta keep grinding for the future. Asterisk. Boom. Login complete. Immediately, Emily is screaming in his ear. Lee Ha, where you at? You better be here right now. Asterisk. Classic. I try to avoid responsibility and she hunts me down. Asterisk. Chill. I was just away from keyboard for a sec. What's the drama? You seriously asking why I'm calling? Then it hit him. Asterisk. Oh snap. Right. The mission. Asterisk. We got 1 week left. Dude. Seriously. How's it going? She let out a massive sigh. I swear, if I didn't babysit you, you wouldn't get anything done. I handled all the logistics. Just teleport to the castle when you're done. I'll brief you there. Lee Ha shook his head, impressed. Asterisk. Listen to that attitude. She sounds so full of herself. But she actually gets stuff done. Asterisk. Asterisk. She really is the MVP. Asterisk. Emily dropped the lore. Server vibes are off lately. It's getting sketchy. Cities and castles are getting wrecked left and right, and now we got zombies teaming up with chimeras. That city you wanted? You better claim it before the mobs trash it completely. Lee Ha got the message loud and clear. Bet. I'll be at the castle in 24 hours max. Hit me up the second you land. Lee Ha was already sprinting down the road. Gotta raid the loot room before meeting up with Emily. Asterisk, I came straight from the Benjamin dungeon and she still caught me. Asterisk, now, about that loot. Asterisk, where is Benjamin's stash hiding? I'm seeing zero treasure here. Asterisk. Asterisk. Which dungeon actually has the goods? Asterisk. The Kukunasi lair is like 200 kilometers away. Asterisk. Benjamin tipped me off about that spot. So, I gotta hustle over there immediately. Asterisk. Benjamin's warning replayed in his head. Yo, some chromatic dragon brats are sneaking into Kukunasis to steal the loot. You better get there before those things wipe the place clean. Lee Ha was confused. Chromatic dragons? Like, babies? The old dragon nodded. Yup, they just learned how to mana control, but they're greedy little punks. Want me to fly you there right now? Lee Ha got cold feet. Asterisk, even baby dragons can one-shot me. Asterisk. Actually, can you tag along for backup, boss? The old dragon laughed in his face and start a faction war. Hard pass. You're on your own, kid. So Lee Ha was solo, looking pretty nervous about the whole trip. Asterisk, beefing with chromatic dragons makes me nervous, and I can't summon my metal dragon here. Asterisk, Suddenly, he spotted a dark aura. Asterisk. Bingo. Follow the spooky smoke. Asterisk. Asterisk mana flow points this way. Let's roll. Asterisk. But he didn't know two players were camping him from the shadows. Is the barrier down because Kukunasi is dead? It feels way too open. Rumor has it the runts are hiding in here. Should I summon a golden dragon member? Suddenly, whoosh. Two figures dive-bombed him screaming, die. Asterisk. Enemies of the old boss? Asterisk. Liha sidestepped the attack like a pro. He whipped out his rifle, locked aim, then froze. Asterisk. Wait, they look like toddlers. Asterisk. It was a white dragon and a green dragon. Asterisk. I was about to pull the trigger. But, can I really just headshot a couple of kids? Asterisk. Bang. He fired a warning shot into the sky, sending the birds scattering. The two kids froze, eyes watering, shaking like leaves. Just a scare tactic, but it worked. Seeing them hug each other in fear, Liha sighed. Yo, what rank are you guys? You ain't adults, right? The one called Chublank stuttered. Adolescent rank. Asterisk. If they were in dragon form, I wouldn't feel so guilty. Bullying kid avatars is bad PR. Asterisk. Liha decided to play the bad cop anyway. So you're just punks. Breaking and entering a dungeon to loot? Seriously, is that how you act? George shouted back, it's not stealing. Don't call it that. Asterisk. Did this kid just call me uncle? Asterisk. Whatever. Don't you bratty dragons have parents? Looting a dead dragon's house is low. Who raised you? Doesn't matter what color scales you got. Did you fail homeschooling? Should I call your folks? The girl snapped. Don't you dare talk about my mom. Liha pointed a finger at her. Then watch your tone, kid. Next thing he knew, they were both bawling their eyes out. Asterisk. Great. Now I'm the bully standing here while they cry. Asterisk. Asterisk. Whoever said dragons are smart was lying. They age so slow they're dumber than humans. Asterisk. These kids are probably over 100 years old, but they're crying because I yelled at them. It was his dragon slayer aura. Even the runts could smell the blood on his hands. His mere presence was debuffing their courage because, well, he kills their kind for a living. Liha rubbed his temples. Asterisk. What do I do with them? My rep with the chromatic dragons is already negative 200. Can't exactly make friends now. Asterisk. He cut to the chase. So, what exactly are you trying to swipe from here? They panicked immediately. We haven't taken anything yet, swear. Mom said this dungeon has way better loot than the old geezer's places, so we just wanted to look. Liha smirked. Better loot? You rich kids have everything already. Your parents have dungeons full of legendary gear. Why are you dumpster diving? They got defensive. No, our hoard is huge, okay? It's not about that. George looked annoyed, ready to spill the beans. You don't get it, uncle. It's not like the other dragon's stuff. It's different. Mom said old man Kukunasi did some shady stuff to get a resurrection egg. Shut up, Chublank hissed. Too late. Liha's ears perked up. Asterisk, resurrection egg. Now we're talking. Asterisk. After bullying the info out of them, Liha finally got into Kukunasi's main chamber. But the vibe? Total letdown. He groaned in frustration. I tossed the place, but no egg. Chublank was still pouting because Liha stole their thunder. George mumbled. Maybe nobody took it. Maybe Kukunasi never actually had it. He let out a long, depressed sigh. My parents talked about it, so I really thought it was here. Liha thought, asterisk, damn. An item rare enough to make dragons jealous? That's the holy grail right there, asterisk. Asterisk. Even they don't know the stats on it. Asterisk. Bored out of his mind, he started poking a pile of S-tier loot with his rusty paladin's sword like it was trash. Asterisk. 3 one-handed swords, a claymore, a staff. All legendary tier. Asterisk. Useless to me, he muttered. Asterisk. Maybe I'll dump this sword on Kyle. Asterisk. The loot those kids grabbed was legendary tier, but honestly, I wasn't vibing with it. My mind was stuck on the treasure they wouldn't shut up about. A resurrection egg. Like, for real. An egg that brings the dead back? Hold up. An egg? In a treasure hoard? Suddenly, my brain flashed back to Benjamin's crib. I remembered seeing this oval-shaped thing he tossed out like it was total garbage, mocking me like, bet you didn't see me. As soon as it clicked, I made my move. All right, I'm bouncing. You two, turn around and face the wall. Seeing them actually listen to me was kinda sus. Like, what if I pull a fast one on you guys? With a savage smirk, I didn't leave just yet. I had to roast them one last time. Yo, I literally just saved your lives. Where's my thank you? Drop your names right now. I didn't care if these baby dragons were fuming or throwing shade. Remembering I could absolutely wreck them, they gritted their teeth and spat it out. George. As I popped the teleport orb, I hit them with the goofiest, most annoying troll face possible. Total cringe. Cool, thanks kiddos. Don't go being wild now. Consider this a lesson for trying to jack loot from the grown-ups. Chris was shaking so hard, his little cape was vibrating. Oh, George was way more direct, hissing through his teeth. I'm never gonna forget you. Dragon Slayer Lee Ha. Meanwhile, the dude they hated was already half out the dragon cave screaming for his boy. Lord Bahamut didn't even finish my sentence before he pulled up like he'd been waiting all afternoon. Back already? He didn't even blink, just shouted. Yep, it's me. My eyes were glowing with max-level confidence. Time to make my demands loud and clear. Lord Benjamin's vault. I need another run in the treasure room. The old guy didn't even hesitate, snap, granting my wish just like that. Boom. Teleported straight back to the land of bling and boji, but I ignored all the gold. I was on a mission for one specific thing. Bingo. I sprinted like a maniac, terrified someone else might snag the resurrection item. Where is it? Where's that ostrich-looking egg? Wading through a sea of gold takes serious patience and grind. Finally, the universe hooked me up. My Musketeer sharpshooter eyes locked onto the target. There it was radiating this holy blue and white glow. Gotcha. Suddenly, the system UI popped up and absolutely blew my mind. Mythical Resurrection Egg. Contains the power of a deity. Capable of reviving a living organism. And yeah, obviously, it's a one-and-done consumable. My face went pale, cold, sweat dripping. I couldn't even blink, terrified it would vanish. Mythical? You said mythical tier. This isn't even on the mithril charts. Don't tell me this ranks higher than legendary. This isn't some cheap temp revival spell. It actually brings them back. Completely. Players respawn anyway, so this is useless for us. I stared at the bold text about divine power and went into full-on detective mode. So this is strictly for NPCs. It combines with the mana of the deceased. Wait, I just need the target's mana to res them? I gulped hard. Is this really the play? But I only get one pick. If this item is here, it's definitely for a reason. And since this is Benjamin's stash, there might be other mythical gear. Or maybe not. Thinking about it, if Brow dies, the quest fails. Should I save this as a clutch for Brow? Or maybe the Pope? The Pope of Eshu is the main counter to the Demon King's fragment. But man, this isn't an easy call. This could be the very first mythical item in the entire game server. An NPC with that much value. Suddenly, a flashback hit me, Logan getting wrecked by Kukunasi's claws. That moment played in my head like a 4K movie. The hype of finding the right item at the right time cleared my head. That's it. Only one shot at this. The notification. You have received the mythical resurrection egg popped up, matching my excitement. Lord Benjamin, I made my pick. The old dragon cracked a knowing smile, looking impressed. Is this what you humans call hitting the jackpot? You made a choice worthy of your title. You absolutely nailed it. Since the vibe was good, I figured I'd fish for some hidden info not on the wiki. Hey, Lord Benjamin. Quick question, how do I actually use this thing? His voice boomed back, rock solid. Exactly as the description says. You merely need the mana of the being you wish to revive. The item protects their essence, so do not worry. Hearing that detailed explanation, a light bulb went off. A huge grin spread across my face. I bowed fast as the teleportation kicked in. Thanks a ton, boss. Catch you later. Benjamin just chill mode replied, the pleasure is mine. Finally, I vanished from the treasure room, heading to my next stop. Back in the cave, the old dragon raised an eyebrow, looking all scheming. Older the ginger, the spicier it gets, or whatever. I should be thanking you for taking that egg off my hands. Meanwhile, my next destination wasn't some random spot. I was screaming with joy so loud you could hear me 3 maps away. Bradley saw me coming and his face went totally ghost white. You, again. Why do I feel like I owe a debt to a demon? I was used to his salty attitude, so I just laughed. Relax, old timer. I'm not here to bug you today. Not here to check your progress or ask for favors, so chill. He looked sus. Then why are you here? I walked straight into his forge like I paid the rent and dropped the weirdest line. Obviously, because I wanted to see you, bro. Bradley was confused. Me? Then he snapped. Since when do we have that kind of relationship? I waved him off. Nah, not you, sir. I looked around the room. Where's the thing I asked you to work on? Is it here? Bradley couldn't hold back his rage. I told you, it is not finished yet. The base structure is done, but the finishing touches are missing. He pointed to Logan's dragon heart sitting on the workbench. I enunciated every syllable. No. I am not planning to use it. I summoned the resurrection egg right there. Maybe to flex on the dwarf blacksmiths, or maybe because the mana source was right in front of me. Bradley's pupils shrank like he'd just seen a ghost. He was so shook, he could barely stutter out a sentence. Right. That thing. Don't tell me. I realized he knew what was up. Oh, you recognize the resurrection egg? He let out a blood-curdling scream. The resurrection egg? You're talking about the egg. While he was freaking out, I stayed cool as a cucumber. Oh, you know about it. Look at that reaction. Old man Bradley knows the lore, huh? You just never told me. He denied it, voice trembling. No, I've only heard legends. That is a genuine mythical item. How on earth did a scrub like you get it? The other dwarves were frozen in fear. That belongs to a dragon lord. Did you steal it? Do you have a death wish? A dragon is going to hunt you down. Not in our workshop. This guy is a walking disaster. Just then, the system prompt popped up. Select the item containing the target's mana. I smirked. That's a trade secret, and I have no idea where you heard that rumor. Yo, fam, keep your heads high. We are about to check the stats on this bad boy. The second the last word drops, boom, a blast of holy light so bright it's basically spamming the system notifications. Don't forget to smash that like button for good luck. Target locked, Bronze Dragon Logan. If that sounds right, hit confirm. But yo, once the gears actually started turning, he finally realized the true vibe of the item he was holding. Did Bahamut play 4D chess and predict all of this, picking Logan as the companion? Let me know your theories in the comments. But right now, Laiha has zero chill and zero hesitation. His long fingers tap the confirm button with aimbot precision. Once again, a wave of magic power shakes the entire dwarven smithy. He can feel the life force pulsating from his palm to his whole body. My guy is shook, literally trembling. Yeah, the whole squad is looking at him with a mix of curiosity and straight-up anxiety. The tension is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Everyone is staring at Laiha and the cracks forming on that egg-shaped object. Is a resurrection supposed to look like this? From such a tiny egg? Kinda sus? Finally, it's the moment of truth. A burst of powerful energy shatters the shell. Sweat the size of rice grains is rolling down his face, and Bottle is sweating buckets too. After waiting for what felt like a literal year, the familiar silhouette finally pops out, but in a mini version. Cue the system notification, ding. Teammate Bronze Dragon Logan has been resurrected. As soon as the text hits the screen, a pair of tiny green wings starts flapping energetically. Logan hits a 360 spin in the air, full of life, and everyone is just gasping. It's a baby. Oh, God of the Forge. The NPC crew starts dancing like they just won the lottery, stepping to the beat of the wings. They say if you see a dragon hatch in your lifetime, you can die with no regrets. Whisker is over there looking absolutely hyped. Big boss, this is a huge W. A sign our smithy is going to blow up. But unlike the hype squad, Laiha looks triggered, shoulders shaking. Where's the adult dragon? The kid turns around, looking confused. Laiha's daydream of flexing on top of a massive adult dragon just shattered into a million pieces. Where's Logan? My teammate, the handsome guy. Where did he go? Wait, what about my mythical tier item? The resurrection stone? Did I burn a mythical item just to get a baby dragon? Dreams crushed. Laiha drops to his knees, screaming and crying like he just went through a brutal breakup. Logan. But right in the middle of his breakdown, tiny green paws land softly on his shoulder. Logan smiles warmly and makes some cute noises while the system notifications keep pinging. Partner Bronze Dragon, Logan has been resurrected. You can now use the summoning skill. But Laiha is still in denial, sobbing his eyes out. No way. Then, the achievements start popping off. Witness of a myth rank A+. That's a bonus of 18 health and 1,000 continent reputation. And since you're the world first to get this, slap on another 36 health and 2,000 reputation. Not sure if Laiha even saw that, cause he's stumbling around like a zombie. The bottle crew is like, yo, the item will be ready in a week, come pick it up then. Laiha's brain is absolute chaos right now. Thoughts are racing. Thinking back, did that resurrection item description actually say revive? It just said rebirth, didn't it? Those troll developers. He looks up at the baby dragon chilling on his head and tries to jog its memory. Logan, you remember me, right? We fought Kukunasi and the Lord of Belial together. If you remember, give me a sign. The little guy responds with a noise that sounds exactly like what he was asked for. But Laiha isn't celebrating. He lets out a huge sigh. Ah, Logan, you understand everything I'm saying, right? Please tell me I'm right. Laiha is spiraling. Does the dragon not understand, or did he actually lose his memory? He throws out a desperate question. Are you dodging me because you're scared I'll ask something? Or are you just shy? When we first met, you acted so cool. Now you're pretending to be a noob just because you're a baby again. Bradley said, dragons take 100 years to grow up, right? Right. So I won't know if you remember until then. That's 20 years. In real life, are you kidding me? Laiha screams until his voice cracks, but Logan just hits him with those sparkly puppy dog eyes. Seeing that face, he's speechless. He pulls out a teleportation orb. All right, let's bounce. You get a pass because you're cute. In a flash, blue light explodes and zaps them straight to the majestic castle in the capital, Astok. As Lai Ha walks down the long hallway, a familiar voice calls out, Lai Ha. He recognizes the person immediately. It's Nora. He walks up and asks, trying to be smooth after seeing that couple earlier. You make it back safe? Nora blushes and scratches her cheek, of course. I figured you'd be online, so I logged in without even washing my face. Suddenly, she notices the tiny, energetic face of Logan. Ah, what is this? The dragon chirps happily. She instantly matches the vibe. Hugh. The double dose of cuteness completely steals her heart. Oh my god, so cute. Lai Ha. What is this? A summon. Looks like a dragon. He gets awkward. It's kinda complicated. But yeah, it's a dragon. Right in the middle of this wholesome moment, a voice interrupts them. Lai Ha. From a distance, Hoa Emily stomps over, looking salty. I told you to hurry up because we have a ton of stuff to review. What are you doing? He tries to make an excuse. Ah, Hoa Emily. I was on my way. Sparks fly immediately as she notices Nora. Hello. Hoa Emily. She smiles back coldly. Hi. I heard the royal guards and Chris are teaming up to defend the palace. Thanks for the hard work. But why are the guards camping inside the palace? She explains. Because of the reinforcement treaty, there are way more outsiders lately, she says, throwing shade at outsiders like her. Before the chat can continue, she yanks Lai Ha away. Huh? Hoa Emily grabs him and drags him off like a rag doll. Please stay safe inside the palace. Lai Ha stumbles, shouting back to Nora, looking totally confused. Nora, I'm a bit busy. I'll hit you up later. He disappears, leaving Nora standing there looking super lonely. Meanwhile, Hoa Emily and Lai Ha get some distance away and finally stop. She gets straight to business. Lai Ha, I'm starting with the intel on minis, so listen up. Lai Ha is distracted, wondering why Logan is now sitting on Hoa Emily's head. Does the dragon not like her? Hesitant and curious, he asks. Are players attacking the towns? She nods, confirming his hunch. Yeah, that's what our intel says. We were wondering why minis was being such a pushover. Rumor has it, there's a player traveling with a chimera. Don't freak out, but the player with the chimera is. Before she can drop the name, Li Ha cuts in like he already knows the tea. It's Fong, right? Hoa Emily is shook. How did you know? He shrugs. I heard some rumors, but I didn't know about the chimera. But she has one more bomb to drop. But I bet you didn't know Fong isn't riding solo. Lai Ha is shocked. Say what? She doesn't keep him waiting and spills the tea she gathered. Right before the chaos started, 3 other members left the guild. Fong was in. And get this, on that same day, a group of famous outsiders in minis also quit their guild. Their classes, Black Mage, Mage, and Shadow Mage. 3 players dipped on the same day. All of them dark magic users. That's super sus, right chat? The gossip died down, but the creeper vibes around Fong and his chimera pet are real. They're only grieving weak cities, then ghosting. Total toxic gamer behavior. Seeing her tense up, Lai Ha totally got the picture. Fong wrecked the supply lines and tanked Fire's contribution score. No wonder she wants to delete him from the server. The more he thought about it, the crazier the tea was. Still, you gotta respect Fire's game sense. Her instincts are actually cracked. She didn't even have the Blue Bear quest and still farmed all that intel. Fire continued spilling the beans. Alexander made a move, but somehow hasn't run into the squad yet. He started doubting everything. Is Versus tracking them, or is Blue Bear blocking the signal? Is he riding solo? She shook her head, clueless. I haven't heard a peep about that, fam. They said it was too risky to push, so the agents are just spectating from a distance. This had Lai Ha stressing out, his brain flooding with theories. Nah, there's no way that guy isn't the main villain here. As they rolled up to the final room, Fire stopped and hit him with a serious vibe check. You ready for this? Born ready. The heavy door groaned open, screeching metal, breaking the silence like a horror movie. Fire led Lai Ha into the chamber where the whole council was waiting. The vibe was so serious it made him stumble over his words. Talk about awkward turtle. Sup. Suddenly, system notifications started spamming the chat. He convinced over half the haters on the treaty. Persuasion stats, 100%. Mission accomplished, Pupil and Mini Treaty, Phase 1 complete. Seeing that perfect score had Lai Ha shook. His heart was pounding like he just clutched a 1v5. Fire glanced back and caught him staring. Since she's a player too, she got all flustered and looked away, cheeks turning bright red. Lai Ha felt his face heat up too. He knew exactly what the vibe was. What kind of plot twist is this? Fire, you are literally the MVP. Meanwhile, at some random destroyed city, bodies just despawn into thin air, leaving nothing but creepy silence. Checking their HUDs, Fong's minions started flexing their skill upgrades. One character was already at 37% XP. The grind never stops. In just a few days, even his summons got legendary weapon upgrades. Fong grinned with that manic look in his eyes. Dude was loving the power trip. Pretty impressive, right? The Demon Army quests are basically an XP glitch. Suddenly, a high-pitched cackle cut through the noise. Kekek, told ya, I'm right here. We signed the contracts, why you still doubting me, bro? The squad jumped. Yo, who's there? Seeing everyone confused, James waved his hand like a hype man. Who else would it be? It's the Mosquito Merchant, back from the dead. You little punk, we planned this raid together and you tried to ghost me. Chi stepped up, looking chill with a basic greeting. Wow, long time no see. Recognizing the crew, he hopped off a rock. Crow, Chi, what are you guys doing in this lobby? I bet the idiot James is just tagging along. Is our glorious Chi joining the dark side? Philip waved it off immediately. No way. I'm guessing you brought a trade offer that buffs both of us. She narrowed her eyes, impressed. Damn, nothing gets past you. Truth is, we've got some spicy intel on players working for the demons. Since we're on the same wavelength, I'll keep it 100 with you. She leaned in with a wicked smirk. Tomorrow, the Minis Tree delegation starts their run to Pupil 207. She dropped the location with zero hesitation. They leave the capital at 11 a.m., teleport, then trek across the match plains. That gives us a 3-hour window to gank them. I couldn't get the exact GPS path, though. But that's still premium info, right? Philip's eyes went wide. That was actually a W. The Count had ordered him to lag the treaty process as much as possible. Mid-convo, Chi froze like she forgot to save her game. She spun around, scanning the area. Hey, speaking of, where's that Count you're simping for? He was nowhere to be seen. The guy snapped back to business mode. That's none of your concern. So, Chi, what do you want in exchange for this leak? Suddenly, the air started glitching. A massive chimera spawned behind her rough skin, glowing under the light, mouth wide open to show off rows of razor-sharp teeth. Low growls rumbled, and a nasty smell hit Chi in the face. But instead of panicking, she laughed like a total psycho, eyes glowing with chaotic energy. Oh snap, is this the chimera? I'm digging the aesthetic. Very useful. Philip was running out of patience. His voice dropped an octave. Stop stalling, Chi. If you just want to delay the treaty, there are tons of other servers to crash. What's the specific play? Chi didn't even flinch, casually hiding her smile behind a paper fan. Hee. Stalling? No, just a quick gear check. Here's the deal. After the treaty is signed, I want your pro squad to blow up a small town. You know, business as usual. Meanwhile, back at the PBL Royal Palace, the conference room was dead silent. The vibe was super formal, no one dared to make a sound. The system screen displayed the draft for Phase 2 of the treaty. The haters had been silenced. Now they just needed to verify the terms and swear the oath. Before locking it in, Laiha frowned, double-checking the fine print. This shouldn't be a big deal. Unless Blue Bear decides to spawn camp and wipe everyone out during the ceremony. I wonder who the Puby rep is. Suddenly, the guy sitting next to him gave him a major side-eye and hit him with a question out of nowhere. Medal of Honor holder. Are you Brow's student? Laiha put on his best customer service smile, trying to sound mature. Yep, that's me. I'm Michael. You must be Marcus. Before the guy could react, Quint jumped up and started screaming. You little brat, show some respect to the Marcus. But Marcus was chill about it, just waving his hand. It's all good, Quint. Laiha was still sketched out, so he slid into Fire's DM's well, telepathy whispering, Yo, who's this guy? Is he legit? He keeps giving me the stink eye, she replied totally casually. Don't worry, he's just checking me out. That vague answer made Laiha's jaw drop. Still in shock, he stuttered. Wait, what? Seeing him freak out, she quickly clarified. I mean, I'm better than most NPCs at grinding quests, so he's impressed. Oh, he's just one of those NPCs who loves to micromanage. Laiha let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, it made sense. So this NPC noticed Fire after she crushed the opposition, and now he thinks I'm some new player trying to steal his thunder? Laiha face-palmed, feeling half embarrassed and half cringe. Anything involving Fire is instant drama. But wait, who am I to judge? Yeah, she can be a bit of a control freak, but she gets results I couldn't even dream of. She's definitely top-tier waifu material. I'll give her that. Suddenly, that image of her blushing earlier popped into his head. Come to think of it, why is she always so nice to me? A sudden realization hit him like a truck, turning his face tomato red. Wait, does she actually have a crush on me? He shook his head like crazy, denying it instantly. Nah, fam. That's totally Delalu. Only lonely losers think like that. Hoa Emily looked at his weird behavior, totally confused. Yo, what are you doing? Laiha felt guilty and tried to play it cool. Chill, nothing. Once he knew the coast was clear, he turned to the Marcus and asked casually. So, when's the big moment, Marcus? The old man dropped the deets immediately. If the prince gives the thumbs up, we announce it today. Once the magic DM hits them, they'll pull up in 3 days tops. Hoa Emily wanted the tea. Who's going to be the face of this? The Marcus gave a mysterious smirk and announced, yours truly will represent Pupil. Lai Ha felt a shiver, getting some serious bad vibes. He leaned in and whispered to Hoa Emily, no shot. He is the representative? For real? She looked at him like he was a noob. Duh. We flipped the board on the haters. The leader of the opposition has to rep the king. It's basic politics, bro. The Marcus cut the chatter. Nope, just 2 days. I'm hosting the mini squad. Get your gear ready. Hoa Emily, can I count on you to not mess this up? She replied with full confidence. Haven't I always been clutch? Leave it to me. The meeting ended, and everyone bounced. Lai Hao walked away, but his head was in the clouds. I'm basically winning this game already. The tree is happening on my terms. As long as Blue doesn't try to spawn kill us, this is an easy dub. If there's going to be a glitch, it'll happen when the minis crew is on the road. 3 days later, on the match plains, the sky turned blood red. Red alerts started popping up on everyone's HUD. Status effect applied. System alert energy activated. You are zone locked for 30 minutes. Time remaining, 24 minutes and 34 seconds. Teleportation is banned for 5 minutes. System alert communications are bricked. No whispers, no guild chat for 15 minutes. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 34 seconds. Robert was freaking out on his horse, gripping the reins so hard his hands turned white. He screamed, block them. Protect Joseph with your lives. Meet shield formation. Just survive 9 minutes until the lag clears. Joseph was totally shook. He was sweating buckets and froze up like a crash game. He couldn't even move. A horde of bloodthirsty chimeras screamed and rushed in, ripping everything apart. The battlefield smelled like iron and screams. Eyes up. In front of you. What are you doing? You noob. Idiot. He raised his shield. Run. I can't tank this. Wok stood behind the monsters, his staff glowing as he spammed control spells. You ain't going nowhere. Illusion sand hacked a soldier's brain. He grabbed his head, screaming in pain. What is this glitchy sand? I'm stuck. Someone help me. Meanwhile, his teammate was getting third-party by 2 chimeras. He tried to shake him. Why are you freezing up? Block the chimera. It was a mental attack. The chimera roared and pinned him, claws ripping through armor like paper. Blood sprayed everywhere. His scream echoed across the field. No, wake up, protect the count. Soldiers were dropping one by one, their HP hitting 0. The dark mage in the black hoodie was loving it. He laughed deeply, feeling like the main villain. Nothing personal, boomer. But at your level, you gotta go. The creepy eye on his staff started spinning, releasing a dark aura that looked like it was swallowing the whole map. Abenal was too scared to speak, barely managing to squeeze out 2 words. Stay alert. Robert gritted his teeth, trying to stop shaking, and tried to bluff the enemy. You punk. We are on a legendary quest from the prince to sign a treaty with Pupil. Do you have any idea how important this is? The mage smirked, his voice smooth but creepy. I know, right? That's exactly why I'm canceling it. Suddenly, from the hill behind him, a flash of light screamed through the air like a comet. His spidey senses tingled. He whipped his head around with insane speed to check his 6. But sadly, his reaction time was just too slow for this lobby. A sniper bullet drilled right through his skull. Headshot. Critical hit, his head popped like a balloon, painting the air with a messy red mist. His body went limp and flopped in front of his partner. Seeing the horror show, the other guy screamed, Yo, did his head just explode? Before the bad guys could even react, the aggressive chimeras started dropping like flies. Wok flinched, totally stunned. He started sweating cold bullets, his ego completely shattered. There's nobody over there. A long-range attack? How? His minion stuttered, Look, a sniper. The only guy in Pupil with that kind of range is Michael. It's the legend himself. No way. Is he the real deal? Wok panicked. What about magic? Summon a tank over there or something. His minion raged, Bro, easier said than done. You think a Logan-level demon can reach that far? We're gonna get cooked on this hill. Mid-sentence, an invisible bullet deleted his head along with the giant chimera next to him. Blood and gore splattered everywhere, freezing Wok in place. He fell on his butt, terrified, his face covered in warm red liquid. He grabbed his head and curled into a ball, trying to dodge the aimbot. He mumbled in despair, This sucks. Call the boss. He moved locations. Leader. A sniper just spawned. Suddenly, a tiny dragon wing blocked his view, cutting off the call. Logan was hovering there, staring him down with glowing eyes. Wok glitched out for a second. What the? His face went ghost white. His heart skipped a beat. A calm, icy voice cut through the chaos of the battlefield. Yup, it's him. Isn't that Bruce or Pow? Lai Ha landed quietly on the shoulder of the chimera behind Wok, pressing the cold barrel of his gun right against the guy's head. The loud click of the gun made him jump out of his skin. On instinct, he looked up. It's you. Lai Ha spun the gun and aimed it at Wok. Thanks for the reminder. Logan fired a magic bullet that warped through space. It carried a sentence of death that no one could dodge. Lai Ha's shot took out Wok instantly. The mission to save the Minis delegation was a total success, and the plan was back on track. Hit that like button for the clutch play. Meanwhile, seeing his monsters turn to dust made Crow cry like a baby. No, my chimeras, my precious experiments. The other guy was grinding his teeth so hard he got wrinkles. His eyes were full of murderous rage, staring at where the enemy vanished. You took out 3 of my squad and my chimeras. I'm gonna get you. Michael and the Sky were somewhere else. The Red Rose Guild leader was vibing at the castle gate in Pupil. I'm Howa Emily from the Special Pupil Defense Team. You guys must be exhausted from the trip. I'll be your escort from here. The Minis leader stepped up. I'm Count Joseph, leader of the squad. Let's work together. But wait, there's more. You gotta thank the carry. Thanks a ton, bro. Knight Robert smiled. We wouldn't have made it here without you. Lai Ha got super embarrassed and started stuttering. Actually, I'm not really a knight, haha. Not wasting any time, Howa Emily welcomed the VIP guests inside. All right, squad, this way, Lee Ha said, while sliding into Emily's DMs through the system chat. Yo, you can bounce if you've got stuff to do. I'll hit you up after we seal the deal. Oh, and if the king asks you pick a castle, remember this one thing. Just hearing that, the stress started taking over, totally drowning out the embarrassment she was feeling earlier. What's the play? She walked straight into the VIP zone where the real action was happening. Gaza? Emily repeated the name, confused. Even though they were miles apart, thanks to the system, she and Lee Ha could still chat until the Gaza purchase was locked in. You should be the lord of that place. You picked it, so I'm riding with your decision. Emily, if you don't trust me, go pick some vampire castle or whatever. You do you. Feeling his sincerity, Lee Ha was buzzing, grinning so hard his eyes practically disappeared. Like I'd actually do that, but thanks anyway. Can't believe you're looking out for me like that. For real, Emily, you're the G. O-A-T. He had no clue how hard those words hit her. Emily's face turned so red she looked like a ripe tomato. Then, Lee Ha switched back to chill mode and got lost in thought. Welp, that's one mission down. I really wanted to scope out Gaza City first, but I doubt they'd roll out the red carpet for me. That place is deep in Minnie's territory. All right, I'm gonna log off for a bit. A second later, he made up his mind. I'll hit up Gaza City later. Even Blue, the little dragon chilling on his head, was vibing with the plan. Q. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, William was raging so hard he slammed the table, spitting facts like a machine gun. What the actual hell, Sarah? Why was Lee Ha there? And before that, your intel on the guards was totally bogus. You said there were only 20 people. At this point, all she could do was apologize. My bad on that. We had some slip-ups on our end. Taking the heat from him was unavoidable right now. Slip-ups. You call that a slip-up? 3 of my guys got clapped and force logged out. They can't even log back in for 10 days game time. Unlike the tense vibes in the room, James was way more chill, even tossing out some advice. Relax, bro. Experiments rarely work the first time. You know the drill, trial and error over and over. Sarah also chimed in smoothly. I truly apologize for the treaty failing. William, obviously, we aren't going to just sit here and do nothing. In response, she got a cold snort full of hate. And if you don't, how are you going to fix this mess? You're a guild master. Don't tell me you don't have a plan B. We already failed to stop the first objective. So, we'll go all in on the second objective, stalling their progress. Players who want to get cracked, people with the skills to work with you, and those who know how to keep their mouths shut. We'll connect you with them. William let out a scornful laugh. You talk big, but where are you going to find people like that out of nowhere? Surprisingly, Sarah sounded super confident, like she had it all under control. I can find them. Her eyes flashed with that calculating, villainous glint as she mentioned a familiar name. William. He hesitated at the mention of that faction. If you can actually link me with them. She cut him off. I can. It was a grudge match against someone he absolutely despised. Come on, William. Don't act like you don't know. Whatever. We're already in this deep. You can't change the situation now except to just roll with it. Fine. I'll leave it to you. Sarah acknowledged the order. Copy that. I'll contact you, so just wait. Oh, and a perfect chance for revenge is coming soon, so you better check your gear first. That night, the lights in Lee Ha's room were still blazing in the quiet darkness. Because he'd been in the game way too long, he was totally zoned out and groggy. I only meant to nap for 2 or 3 hours, but I crashed for 14. Gotta eat fast and log back in. Suddenly, his mom, Linda, brought up something they'd talked about before. Hey son, remember when we talked about opening a restaurant? I've been thinking about it seriously and even looked into some real estate. Lee Ha asked. Oh, yeah? What's the word on that? While he was busy grinding gold in game, she had already done her homework. There's a small brokerage firm in the commercial district where I work. I met the CEO, Richard. He said there's a property that fits perfectly. So, what do you think about going to check it out? Since it was an auction, the price was a steal. He sounded like the king of auctions. Of course, Lee Ha was gonna back his mom's decision 100%. Hey, sounds good. I'll get the money ready. Don't stress, just go for it. Linda started sweating bullets. What? You haven't even seen the place or heard the price yet. His answer was simple. She's his mom. He trusts her. So she'll handle it. I'll go check it out next time. After finishing a nutritious dinner full of love, Lee Ha slowly turned back to his setup, not forgetting to say thanks. Thanks for the food. I'm heading in. Seeing her son change this much made her chuckle. Happiness was literally radiating through the whole house. Not wasting another second, he spawned back into Middle Earth. Money ain't an issue. I've got 5 legendary items from Kukunasi's lair, but I'm gonna give one to Kyle, and now I've got profits coming in from the new city too. Suddenly, a flood of notifications popped up. You have completed the Alliance quest with Minis 2. Reward. You can choose a city for exclusive trading rights. The location to claim the reward was the Central Palace, the Royal Castle Ostok in the capital, Pubiel. Lee Ha pumped his fist, hyped. Sweet. Level up. Easy peasy. At the same time, a light gathered behind his neck. Turns out it was the familiar little guy, his dragon companion. Lee Ha. Oh, Blue, you can use magic at this level. The dragon thought to itself, humans usually suck at magic. Dragons are slow learners too, I guess. No wonder Chris and George would scream if they saw this. A baby dragon using magic, no shot. The next second, Lee Ha, bursting with energy, cheered out loud. All right. Mom's opening her shop and I've got a whole city. Let's go. But first, he had to stop by the Musketeer Academy to see Brown. Brown spoke up as soon as he saw him. Lee Ha. Lee Ha calmly replied, Instructor. Then came the proud teacher moment for his star pupil. Heard you made a big play this time. I heard you personally saved the Minis delegation. They said without you, this treaty would have tanked. You worked hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Blue on Lee Ha's shoulder squeaked, like he was proving his cute existence, grabbing the instructor's attention. Even an NPC couldn't process the shocking sight in front of him. Lee Ha. Brown was sweating, looking at this. Yes? His pupils shrank in disbelief as he asked the big question. Did you become a Dragon Knight? Lee Ha quickly denied it. No way. Brown, finally regaining his composure, asked suspiciously. Then what is that baby dragon on your shoulder? Lee Ha rubbed his chin, finding it hard to explain in the moment. How do I explain this? It's kind of a long story. Under the gentle sky with clouds drifting by, Brown finally went, oh, I get it, so that's how it is. Lee Ha continued, yeah, where we defeated the Red Dragon Kukunasi. Dubia was there too, and he took the dragon head. Brown started muttering, analyzing the situation. The dragon head isn't as big of a deal as the Demon King's fragment. That guy teamed up with the Chromatic Dragons. Actually, to be precise, he's an outcast from the Chromatic Dragons. He nodded, concluding his thoughts. Understood. Then both things are actually lucky. Lee Ha was lost. Both things? Brown grinned brightly as he listed them off. First, you haven't become a Dragon Knight yet. And second, Dubia hasn't allied with all the Chromatic Dragons yet. Lee Ha got shy at the praise. Anyway, there hasn't been any info about switching to a Dragon Knight class, Instructor Brown. Are you saying the Demon King's fragment is worth as much as me becoming a Dragon Knight? It sounds like the Dragon Knight class just lost a top-tier prospect. Chat over. Situation understood. Brown didn't stick around too long. All right, carry on. I have to meet the Pope and discuss future plans. Looks like I'll be needing all of you soon, so I'll summon you when it's time. Liha switches to serious mode and replies, understood. Then our boy is left all alone, totally lost in the sauce and deep in thought. Now that the treaty is officially a done deal, there is just one move left for the Pope and Izu to make. Yo fam, before we see what happens next, smash that like button and comment down below if you are vibing with the story. You can literally see the determination written all over his face. My guy is absolutely locked in, and he is giving off